The protagonist has reincarnated into the world of Naruto, unraveling the mysteries of his birth and discovering that he is transformed into a charming young Uchiha boy, endowed with a blacksmithing system. In the early stages, he forges weapons in Konoha, and later, he departs from Konoha to distribute weapons throughout the ninja world, observing others engage in fierce battles. Whenever others wield his weapons, he gains their attributes, abilities, talents, ninjutsu, and bloodline. Furthermore, anyone who perishes while using his weapons or falls victim to them is taken into his realm of the dead. His primary focus is on combat rather than exertion, forging bonds with countless souls within the spirit banner. Items such as the Korikamanji, the Murakamo blade, the Cursed Spectre, the Seed of Domination, the Stone Demon Mask, the Demon Blade of Ghosts, the Devil's Thousand Blades, the Devil Fruit, and the Flowing Blade of Fire serve as his arsenal. The utilization of the Sword of Water Dragons reaches an advanced level, triggering the talent replication. Mastery of the Kiki blade technique at a high level. The utilization of the Cursed Spectre achieves an advanced level, activating the talent replication. Intermediate physique of the Senju clan. The mastery of the Cursed Spectre reaches its pinnacle, activating the talent replication. Intermediate would release power. This results in the evolution of the A-grade Cursed Spectre into the S, pseudo-grade Cursed Spectre, Wood Dragon. The utilization of Lake Toya reaches an intermediate level, activating the talent replication. Intermediate observation Haki. The utilization of the Seed of Domination also reaches an intermediate level, activating the talent replication. Intermediate armament Haki. Chapter 1. The Celestial Blacksmithing System. The consciousness of Naruto gradually surfaces from the abyss of unconsciousness, his eyes slowly opening to reveal a blurred vision, his mind throbbing with an unbearable pain akin to an explosion. As Naruto awakens, a look of surprise spreads across the face of Uchiha Mikoto, who swiftly approaches him, expressing her concern. Naruto, how are you feeling now? Naruto glances at the black-haired little girl beside him and instinctively replies that he is fine. Hearing his response brings joy to Uchiha Mikoto, prompting her to leave in search of dinner for him. Lying in bed, Naruto reflects on the memories swirling in his mind. His name is Naruto, a surname found in China, and he is now called Uchiha Naruto. Contemplating the peculiar Uchiha clan, his now diminutive physique, and the unfamiliar house, he begins to realize that he has indeed traversed into another realm, specifically the world of the legendary Five-Village conflict. Naruto ponders his previous existence, having no parents, spouse, or children, and being a product of the tomato orphanage during his childhood. He was an ultimate fan of Naruto. Most importantly, he recalls the mud truck he encountered on his way to work. One might wonder why such a vehicle would be found in the city. He can understand this black absolute rescue mother scenario leading to his reincarnation. The only consolation is that just before his demise, he witnessed his Redmi phone tumble into the river. He wonders if his innocence can be preserved. Before he could reminisce further, Uchiha Mikoto returned to feed him a bit of dinner. Subsequently, Naruto, citing the need for rest, gently urged her to leave. Next comes the most crucial phase for any traveler after their arrival in a new world, the quest for a golden finger. It is no wonder that Naruto yearns for a golden finger. Although he is well-versed in the lore of Naruto as a fan, the ninja world is rife with complexities, particularly with the likes of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, who are undeniably formidable. The myriad of characters within this world only adds to the intrigue. Observing Orochimaru, such a talented researcher, one can surmise that in another world, he would undoubtedly become a formidable antagonist. Yet in Naruto's world, he merely assists the protagonists. Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Almighty God, the Three Pure Ones. With my unparalleled talent, indomitable will, and relentless effort, is Deep Blue present? System Brother? A chat group? Old man? After calling out for an extended period, just as Naruto prepared to explore alternative methods to validate his golden finger. Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated within Naruto's mind. Following this, a translucent pale blue screen materialized before him. Celestial Blacksmithing System, attempting to bind, congratulations on becoming an apprentice blacksmith. Task 1. As a blacksmith, you must possess your own forging venue. Please immediately seek out a personal forging site. Upon witnessing the system's emergence, Naruto exhaled in relief. Although it was not the kind of system he had yearned for, such as an invincible system in the ninja world, a villain system, or a role-playing system like Deep Blue. Nevertheless, he believed that having any system should not be too disappointing. Even if it appeared to cater to auxiliary career development, he felt it would not be too embarrassing to navigate within the realm of systems. Due to the system currently lacking more detailed information, Naruto suspects that it is in the trial binding phase and may require him to complete the first task to uncover further details. At this moment, Naruto refrains from lying down, preparing to hasten his search for a forge location, fearing that if this system remains unbound for too long, it might vanish, leaving him in despair. Just as Naruto rises, he suddenly feels a wave of dizziness and collapses back onto the bed. Before slipping into unconsciousness, he manages to utter, "What the hell?" When Naruto next rises from the bed, it is already the following morning, and he has begun to gradually assimilate many of the original owner's memories. Gradually, Naruto realizes that he seems not to have just crossed over, but rather has been in this world for some time, only recently unraveling the mystery of his origins and awakening his memories. This is primarily due to the striking resemblance between Uchiha Naruto and his younger self, resembling a wretched immortal. Uchiha Naruto previously had a Jonin father and a Chunin mother. Although their strength was commendable, they perished during the semi-peaceful years following the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War. His former Jonin father was a staunch hawk, serving as the chief aide to the elder of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Makoto, being the granddaughter of the elder, maintained a close relationship with Naruto, akin to childhood sweethearts. Contemplating Uchiha Makoto's appearance and personality as she matured, Naruto promptly resolves, in the spirit of "if I do not descend into hell, who will?" that he must claim this beauty for himself. As for whether Sasuke Uchiha, the second pillar, or Itachi Uchiha, the 1 against 7, would appear or who might give birth to them, Naruto remains indifferent. By the time Sasuke Uchiha is born, Naruto will question whether he has achieved divinity through his unparalleled talent and formidable will, with perhaps just a touch of luck assisting him. He certainly cannot remain passive to ensure the storyline remains faithful to the original. That would be the true path to his demise. Naruto immediately sets out to seek Uchiha Makoto's assistance, for obtaining a suitable forge is not something an orphan like him could easily accomplish. "Naruto, are you ready?" Uchiha Makoto inquires with concern, then adds, "You must not act recklessly. What was it called again? Right, do not casually meddle with others' destinies in the future," she admonishes, referencing Naruto's earlier interference with that little Uchiha. Consequently, he was beaten up by that naive boy, along with a group of frequently meddled youngsters. It was through the fists of those children that he unraveled the mystery of his origins, and Naruto resolves to properly repay these youngsters in the future. "It's nothing, Makoto-ne. It's just what those kids said, that only Fugaka deserves you, which is why I meddle with them. Makoto-ne, the one who should marry you can only be me," Naruto declares earnestly, gazing at Uchiha Makoto with the innocent eyes of a child. Uchiha Makoto, unaccustomed to such brazen declarations, blushes and retorts, "What do you mean by little boy? You're not even older than they are. In any case, you are not allowed to take on a group alone in the future. If you must fight, take me with you." Naruto then explains his desire for a forge, and although Uchiha Makoto is surprised by his request, she is nonetheless willing to assist him. Chapter 2. The Art of Forging. After pondering for a while, Uchiha Makoto presented Naruto with 2 options. The first was to assist him in finding an unoccupied space to establish a forge, which would likely necessitate discussions with the clan. Should the clan provide full support, a portion, if not a substantial share, of the profits would need to be allocated to them. The second option was to seek help from the cat matriarch. The Nico clan had recently been preparing to expand their arms business, and enlisting the aid of the cat matriarch would surely delight her. Naruto contemplated for a mere 2 seconds before arriving at his decision. He resolved to approach the cat matriarch. Primarily, he wished to avoid an excessive entanglement with the Uchiha clan concerning the forging matter. Furthermore, he could not bear the thought of relinquishing control over the weapons he crafted. What if he produced an exceptional weapon only for it to be seized by a member of the Uchiha clan? Lastly, he desired a degree of privacy, making the relatively secluded territory of the Nico clan the most suitable choice for him. Thus, Naruto accompanied Uchiha Makoto to the Nico clan's domain, where they met with the cat matriarch, guided by Nico Shuji. As he observed the cats frolicking around, Naruto felt an urge to pet one. "Ah, Makoto, what brings you to me?" The cat matriarch inquired with a smile directed at Uchiha Makoto. "Matriarch, I come seeking your assistance," Makoto replied before elucidating their purpose. It was only then that the cat matriarch noticed the strikingly handsome young boy, Naruto, beside Makoto. Observing Naruto's somewhat frail physique, she harbored doubts regarding his ability to create competent ninja tools. Nevertheless, she indeed possessed a vacant forge that she could offer to him. Viewing it as a mere idle game, she was willing to allow this young lad a chance to prove himself. Thus, the cat matriarch addressed Naruto, saying, "Young Naruto, I do have an available forge. How do you propose we collaborate?" Naruto respectfully replied, I would like to rent your forge. Should I produce items that meet your approval? You may purchase them at a price comparable to the market rate. However, I may also forge certain non-sale items, which I shall not sell casually. The cat matriarch, seeing the confidence radiating from Naruto, chose not to discourage the young lad. She quoted a relatively modest rental fee. How does 5,000 Ryo sound? Naruto calculated and realized that he could secure the forge for a few hundred Ryo a month, prompting him to express his gratitude to the cat matriarch. Accompanied by Uchiha Mikoto and Nico Shuji, he proceeded to inspect the forge. Upon entering the dilapidated yet functional space, Naruto felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He promptly retrieved 5,000 Ryo from his small treasury and entrusted it to Nico Shuji for the cat matriarch. As they departed, he even offered Shuji a bit of catnip. Shuji shot Naruto a look that conveyed a sense of understanding and departed. Afterward, Naruto persuaded Uchiha Mikoto to leave before commencing the next phase of his plan. He summoned the system panel in his mind and submitted a task application. With a crisp notification chime, a translucent screen materialized, showcasing a series of clear messages. Task completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving your task reward. 1. Forging skill enhancement. When the host is within the exclusive forge, their forging skills will receive a slight boost, and their talent for forging will be significantly enhanced. 2. Crafting techniques of the sealing red-eyed world. An emperor of a vast empire, in a bid to maintain long-lasting rule, summoned the world's most skilled artisans. Utilizing legendary and perilous materials, alongside rare metals such as orichalcum and forgotten secret techniques, to develop 48 irreplicable weapons, known as imperial tools. For centuries after the creation of these imperial tools, the emperor attempted to forge new ones, but could not surpass the originals, leading him to ridicule these new creations as vassal tools and seal them away. 3. One portion of orichalcum. Naruto hastily claimed his rewards. Soon, his mind was inundated with countless insights regarding the crafting techniques of the sealing red-eyed world. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure. Realizing that the conditions for creating vassal tools bore similarities to those for imperial tools, albeit with higher requirements. Firstly, the materials required were from powerful creatures. Secondly, rare metals like orichalcum. And thirdly, the expertise of the world's finest artisans, including many long-lost secret techniques. Contemplating the extensive material requirements, Naruto felt a sense of trepidation regarding the crafting of vassal tools, yet he was determined to explore if there were any opportunities within the system panel. The text on the translucent screen continued to shift until it settled on the following information. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Age, 8 years. Overall strength, Ninja Academy student. Forge master level, B grade forge bonus. Weapon forging bonuses, 1. Talent replication. When others wield weapons forged by a B grade or higher craftsman, the craftsman can randomly acquire attributes, abilities, talents, and bloodline techniques from the wielder. The stronger the wielder, the higher the compatibility and mastery of the weapon, the better the rewards. 2. Undead Legion. Enemies slain using weapons of B grade or higher, or the death of the weapon's owner, can be collected into the craftsman's exclusive Hall of Death. 3. Weapon sovereignty. The craftsman possesses a powerful dominion over weapons, enabling them to nullify the weapon's effects or even backfire against the owner. Task item, 1 portion of orichalcum. Forge master reputation, 0. Lottery description. Using Forge master reputation allows for a lottery draw. Every 10 points of reputation grants 1 draw, which may yield precious biological materials, rare metals, or exclusive forging techniques. Evaluation. Given suitable conditions, you currently possess the capability to forge vassal tools, as your dedicated forging space enhances your skills, permitting you to craft all vassal-grade weapons. Combat strength. As a Ninja Academy student, your strength is merely on par with a low-ranking ninja. Congratulations. You do not even qualify for the battlefield among Jonin. Gazing at the attribute panel and system description, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Particularly, the 2 forging weapon bonuses seemed to fervently encourage him to craft weapons for the powerful. Not only would he receive an array of attribute and talent rewards, but he could also transform the souls of the powerful and their subordinates into his allies, all joining his ranks under the banner of the Hall of Souls. While he could retain the weapons for his own use, as an 8-year-old Ninja Academy student, possessing multiple vassal tools would be of little use. Even if he secured an imperial tool, what could he achieve against a mere Jonin? Hence, the most prudent course of action at this stage would be to distribute the weapons generously during this novice protection period, thereby enhancing his personal strength. Acquiring the physique of the Senju clan, the swordsmanship of Hatake Sakumo, or the 5 elemental techniques of Sarutobi Hiruzen would elevate him far beyond a decade of training in the ninja academy. He would not be foolish enough to hoard these resources, only to be discovered as lacking in utility and cast to the front lines, ending up as a wasteful protagonist trope. Time and tides wait for no man, he mused, aware that he must seize the opportunity before being cornered on the battlefield, only to reveal his weapons in a desperate bid to impress. Such a passive approach was not merely cowardly, it was foolishness. He would not engage in the reckless behaviors typical of protagonists from a decade ago. However, the materials and biological resources required for forging still demanded his thoughtful consideration. Chapter 3. The Gathering of Toro Ichimonji Materials. Now, Naruto began to prepare for his inaugural forging endeavor, contemplating commencing with the simplest of weapons, the shuriken. Ryūjin stood quietly in the forge, his gaze intense and focused as he prepared for his work. Before him lay an array of forging tools, and with utmost care, he picked up a rough piece of iron and placed it in the furnace to heat, sparks flying around him. Once the metal glowed a fiery red, he extracted it with tongs and began to hammer it gently. His movements grew increasingly adept as the shape of the shuriken began to manifest. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his eyes remained unwaveringly fixed on his creation. As time passed, the outline of the shuriken sharpened further. He then immersed it in the quenching medium to complete the hardening process, followed by meticulous polishing, during which the shuriken's razor-edged surface gleamed with a chilling luster. Next came the critical application of a secret forging technique for subordinate tools. There existed numerous such techniques, yet most required specific forging conditions or materials. Ryūjin could only opt for a relatively simple one. He paused to admire his work. At that moment, the forging system initiated its evaluation. Shuriken, D. Due to constraints in materials and the smith's skill level, even employing B-grade forging techniques could not elevate the weapon beyond D-grade. However, this weapon stands far ahead of others within the same classification. Ryūjin reflected on his recent actions, realizing that he was somewhat overestimating his abilities. His mind grasped the techniques, yet his hands lagged behind. Ding. First-time detection of a D-grade weapon forged by the smith. Reward: 1 free lottery draw. Upon seeing this initial reward, Ryūjin suddenly remembered that he was entitled to a starter gift pack. Hey, system, where's my free starter gift pack? You haven't pilfered it, have you? Ryūjin inquired directly. Regrettably, the system was as dim-witted as ever, hardly qualifying as artificial intelligence. Ryūjin suspected that the first task reward might indeed be the starter gift pack, but he resigned himself to this thought. Subsequently, Ryūjin began to hammer away fervently in the forge. Thanks to the forge's unique talent enhancement and the powerful memory inheritance of subordinate tools, his forging proficiency skyrocketed. He was highly motivated, for each item forged was worth 100 ryo. Although he was merely a novice now, money was still quite beneficial to him. After all, the ninja world was replete with valuable materials, such as chakra metal, all of which could only be procured with money. Ryūjin had no desire to live a pitiful life akin to Prince Naruto. He labored until late into the night, yet his spirit remained invigorated. He felt that this time, he had truly outdone himself with the shuriken he crafted. With utmost caution, he lifted the newly forged shuriken. Shuriken, C. Constrained by materials. Yet through the use of B-grade forging techniques alongside sufficient proficiency, this weapon reached C-grade, endowing it with remarkable sharpness and resilience. However, this is its utmost limit. The system then belatedly began its announcements. Ding. First-time detection of a C-grade weapon forged by the smith. Reward: 10 free lottery draws. Upon witnessing the system's reward, Ryūjin nodded in satisfaction. It was only then that he became acutely aware of his own exhaustion, despite being a superhuman in the ninja world with chakra. His clothes were completely drenched, and his face bore a grimy appearance, akin to someone who had just emerged from a battle. Noting the dwindling supply of rough iron and charcoal in the forge, Ryūjin decided it was time to leave. As night enveloped the land, Ryūjin walked quietly along the roadside when suddenly, an eerie sound reached his ears. It resembled the distorted gasps of someone under the influence, mixed with occasional mewling. Ryūjin halted, scanning his surroundings in search of the source of the sound. The cold night wind howled, rustling the leaves. Yet the unsettling noise grew clearer amidst the silence. His heartbeat quickened, a wave of unease washing over him. The sound seemed to draw nearer, emanating from a nearby dark corner. However, Ryūjin saw no one. He mused to himself, "Goodness, have I stumbled into a Cthulhu-themed version of a horror story? Even with a system, I might not withstand this." Only upon cautiously approaching did he discover that the ninja cat, Shioyo, was high on the catnip he had gifted. Completely oblivious to its usual haughty demeanor, Luo decided to give it a lesson, stroking it exuberantly before dashing back home. Once home, Luo immediately commenced his ritual of bathing, changing, and lighting incense for meditation, adopting an extremely reverent attitude as he prepared for the forthcoming lottery draws. He had amassed 11 chances to draw, eagerly anticipating tonight's event. Despite his elaborate preparations, a flicker of anxiety lingered within him. After all, in his previous life, his luck in lotteries was notoriously dismal, earning him the legendary title of guaranteed failure among his peers. He pondered whether his wretched luck would persist in this new world. System commenced the lottery. After careful consideration, Luo resolved to draw once individually first, as miraculous outcomes often unfolded in single draws. Lottery in progress. Luo gazed at the spinning wheel, where the white and gold segments were particularly narrow, silently praying. To his astonishment, the wheel slowly edged toward the white segment. Mineral water bottle, 1. As those cold words appeared before him, Luo felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. This merely confirmed that his wretched luck had followed him into the ninja world. He could choose to remain calm now, yet he was determined to make another attempt. After all, the ninja world possessed numerous high-quality materials, and he would not lack for prestige in the future. However, if he could draw something exceptional now, he could swiftly forge a B-grade weapon. 10 consecutive draws. Activate. Canned drink. 1. Cola, 10. Milk, 1 box. Kagaya's blue pants, 1 pair. Green ingredient processing technique, 1. Sunflower seeds, 10 kilograms. 8 treasure porridge, 1 box. Iced red tea, 1 box. Green gorilla scarlet sand iron and scarlet, or 10 units. Blue dangerous species, flying mantis corpse, 1 unit. Luo was instantly captivated by the corpse of the flying mantis, for he knew from his subordinate tool crafting techniques that this material was essential for forging the legendary Toikamanji. He had just gathered all the necessary materials for it. Furthermore, possessing the entire corpse might yield additional scraps for crafting other items. Chapter 4, Minato Namikaze. Regarding the green quality scarlet sand iron and scarlet ore, as Luo's attention shifted, the specific information about these materials appeared. Scarlet sand iron and scarlet ore, key materials used by the Demon Slayer core swordsmen in the world of Demon Slayer for their Nichiren blades. These materials possess the ability to absorb sunlight and exhibit different colors depending on the user's attributes. Luo conceived a bold idea. If he combined these materials with chakra metal, he might further enhance this ninja blade. Even if the enhancement did not succeed, it would at least give the ninja blade a stylish appearance. Who wouldn't desire a cool ninja blade? There was certainly potential here. The other green ingredient processing technique was described as a technique for processing special ingredients. Though the explanation was quite simple, Luo sensed that this technique would prove to be immensely valuable. Thus, he hastily absorbed the information. A minute later, Luo slowly opened his eyes. Luo felt immense satisfaction with the recently acquired technology, which primarily focuses on the processing of unique biological or plant-based ingredients, transforming the inedible into the edible, while simultaneously offering health benefits post-consumption. This revelation prompted Luo to reflect upon the biological materials currently constraining him. Both the processing of ingredients and the crafting of tools necessitate such materials. However, when it comes to the biological resources of the ninja realm, Luo was somewhat hesitant to tamper recklessly, as many creatures there possess intelligence, even forming clans. For instance, in the 3 great sacred lands, Luo suspected that should he attempt to forge a weapon from a toad today, he might find himself facing the wrath of the 3 great lands tomorrow. Yet, an idea struck him regarding humans, specifically the cells of the first Hokage that run through the narrative of Naruto. If he were to utilize those to create a biological armor, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Gradually, Luo's mind opened up, contemplating the superior biological materials available in the Naruto universe, such as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, and the bones of the Kagaya clan. There were even various tailed beasts to consider. Moreover, he recalled the enigmatic creature that could absorb vast amounts of tailed beast chakra in one go, the shark skin. Luo reined in his expansive thoughts and commended his own intellect. As for the leftover snacks like sunflower seeds, cola, and iced tea, he humorously declared himself a mobile convenience store. And as for the so-called original flavor of Kagaya Otsutsuki's underwear, how dare it be classified as blue quality? What purpose does such underwear serve? Luo felt ashamed to associate with such a lewd system. Nevertheless, he resolved to examine this peculiar item critically whenever he found the time to discern its uniqueness. In summary, Luo observed the color indicators above, grasping that As a novice member of the current system, white signifies gratitude, gray represents ordinary items, green denotes C grade, blue indicates B grade, and gold should represent A grade. As for anything higher, it likely requires a system upgrade. Additionally, a sudden thought crossed Luo's mind. He possessed a system space filled entirely with system items. Could he possibly store other items within it? Thus, he began to experiment and discovered that the system indeed offered a spare space for item storage. After several trials, he realized this remaining space was at least 10 cubic meters. Luo took a moment to relish his latest gains before retiring for the night, satisfied. Although this was merely a safety net, it was still a precious find for someone as unfortunate as he. Wake up! Wake up! Uchiha Makoto shook Luo awake. What is it, Makoto? Luo mumbled, still groggy. Uchiha Makoto, visibly irked, puffed up her cheeks. It's time for school. You absolutely must attend the first class of the new term. Upon hearing Makoto's words, Luo felt utterly speechless. In his previous life, he had toiled for 20 years before entering society, and now, after transmigrating, he was still expected to attend school. Contemplating the absurd timing of the enrollment, he inquired, "What year is it in Konoha now?" After a moment of thought, Uchiha Makoto replied, "It is currently the 35th year of Konoha." Luo pressed on. "Then what grade am I in at the Ninja Academy?" At this question, even Uchiha Makoto, with her usually calm demeanor, felt her temper flare slightly. However, she suppressed her irritation and said, "You should already be in the 3rd grade of the ninja school." Upon hearing this, Luo began to recall that, if memory served correctly, the Second Ninja War commenced in the 36th year and continued until the 40th year of Konoha. The Ninja Academy typically followed a 6-year system, with students enrolling around the ages of 5 to 6. However, during wartime, the duration could be reduced to 4 to 5 years, and the enrollment age might also decrease. For Luo, as long as he completed the 6-year program safely, he would graduate by the 39th year of Konoha, and if given the chance, he could ideally spend a year to become a Chunin, thus perfectly evading the Second Ninja War. Based on the circumstances surrounding the Second Ninja War, Konoha should remain relatively safe. However, since Uchiha Makoto was 3 years his senior, she would likely be sent to the battlefield, leaving Luo to navigate his path cautiously. Following this, Luo accompanied Uchiha Makoto to the Ninja Academy. Due to the new grade level, there were some changes in personnel, and they were required to introduce themselves as per tradition. "I am Minato Namikaze, fond of reading and gourmet food, and I detest wasting food. In the future, I aspire to become Hokage." The blonde-haired boy concluded with a warm smile at the audience. Luo raised an eyebrow at this introduction. Wasn't that the character known as the Yellow Flash? At that moment, several girls in the audience began to stir, excitedly exclaiming, "So handsome." Luo felt a sense of exasperation towards these precocious girls. As one of the few honest characters in the original narrative, Luo planned to spend more time with Minato whenever he could. "I am Hinata. I love flowers, detest insects, and I have yet to decide my future." Luo gazed at the adorable little girl with the Byakugan, intrigued. Although she was undeniably cute, Luo was not one to be swayed by such charms. Rather, he was curious about her Byakugan. He surmised that this little girl likely belonged to the branch family and had already been branded with the caged bird seal. "I am Uchiha Kyo. My favorite is my brother Fugaku. I detest the stinky Luo." The fiery Uchiha boy glared at Luo with a fierce expression. However, Luo had little interest in playing with such a brat and paid no heed to his glare. "I am Uchiha Luo. I enjoy forging weapons, dislike mischievous little brats, and aspire to become the strongest blacksmith in the ninja world." After introducing himself, Luo flashed a fake smile at the audience. This time, several infatuated girls in the audience began to stir again, expressing their admiration with phrases like "I like him." Luo could only smirk, thinking, "I am the unattainable man for you. Damned Uchiha Luo, you are the one who is a brat." Uchiha Kyo angrily asserted his identity as a brat. Chapter 5, Shadow Clone Technique. Meanwhile, the teacher, Sarutobi Hiroyoshi, took an interest in Uchiha Luo, intrigued by the fact that Uchiha had a penchant for forging. "I am Kushina Uzumaki. I love eating pomelos and fish. I detest stinky people. I aspire to become Hokage's wife." Luo smiled faintly. Indeed, Kushina would eventually become the wife of the Hokage. As the leaves danced in Konoha, the fire of life continued to burn brightly. The flames would illuminate the village and help the new leaves to sprout. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued with the customary opening speech for the new term. Some of the younger students gazed up at him in admiration. Luo, adopting a mindset of "since I'm here, I might as well listen," listened for a while and concluded that the ideas presented were rather idealistic. Yet, There was no discussion on how to work hard or ensure fairness, which left Naruto feeling bored. Had he known it would be like this, he would have preferred to forge or train instead. However, fearing the teacher would notice him, he could only stand there, lost in thought. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and the outdoor classes finally commenced. The three-body technique, transformation technique, substitution technique, and clone technique were the key ninjutsu for the graduation examination. Transformation technique. This involves a temporary alteration of an object using chakra, with the easiest target being one's own body. Its essence lies in change. Clone technique. This creates controllable virtual clones, non-physical entities, essentially holographic projections created with chakra. Its essence lies in creation. Substitution technique. This is a distortion of consciousness, fundamentally rooted in illusion. Its essence lies in deception. Sarutobi Hiroyoshi elaborately explained the definitions of the three-body technique. Naruto had already mastered the knowledge being presented and took this opportunity to consider how he could enhance his strength in the short term. Although he hadn't spoken much about it before, he did not wish to be beaten up by a bunch of brats in his eyes again. Moreover, in the ninja world, one must possess a certain degree of strength. Perhaps, one might inadvertently meet their demise. Of course, even elite jonin are not immune to death, though the likelihood is considerably diminished. Naruto pondered, first considering the advantage of the Undead Legion. This talent should facilitate a swift enhancement of personal strength. While Naruto was uncertain of the potential prowess a jonin could exhibit within the Undead Legion, it would undoubtedly expedite their growth compared to foundational ninjutsu and taijutsu training, as well as the precise control of chakra. Nevertheless, the fundamental training must not be neglected, and practical combat experience is equally essential. The ninja world is not devoid of those whose abilities appear lackluster on paper, yet can triumph over stronger opponents through sheer combat genius. Conversely, there are also many who, despite high scores, lack the requisite skill. Take Shimura Danzo, for instance, whose reckless use of Kanai against Susanoo was a foolish spectacle. He wielded Izanagi for counterattacks, yet squandered it like a mere life token. Truly absurd. Naruto refocused his thoughts and recalled the events of the 36th year of Konoha. The forces of the Hidden Leaf Village, led by the three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, clashed with the troops of the Wind Country's Sunagakure, led by Chiyo, as well as the forces from the Earth Country's Iwagakure, in a chaotic battle at the border of the Rain Country. Many lives were likely to be lost in such turmoil, presenting him with a golden opportunity. The only conundrum was whether the White Fang would participate in the fray. Should he choose to engage, given his mastery of swordsmanship at the level of a Kage, his ability to eliminate foes would likely surpass that of any of the legendary three ninjas. Yet, Naruto found himself coveting the innate talents of the Senju clan, particularly Tsunade's. If fortune favored him and he were to inherit the Senju bloodline, it would significantly bolster his strength. Contemplating further, Naruto resolved to seize every opportunity. He intended to first forge a Toikamanji or another B-rank weapon to present to the White Fang. With subsequent prestige, he could engage in lotteries to acquire materials for crafting additional items to bestow upon other formidable warriors. With this plan in mind, Naruto felt a sense of clarity regarding his future. Thus, he devoted himself diligently to the training of basic ninjutsu and taijutsu. He executed each movement with utmost precision, pouring all his energy into the endeavor. Moreover, Naruto took the initiative to invite Minato Namikaze to join him in his training. Minato was somewhat taken aback by the overture from Uchiha Naruto, a member of the Uchiha clan, who had previously exhibited a certain aloofness, preferring solitude over camaraderie. After all, Minato was merely a child, and Naruto, with his elevated status and genuine demeanor, often articulated refreshing yet profound insights. This fostered a budding camaraderie between them. Upon returning home after class, Naruto did not head straight to the forge, but rather began rummaging through boxes. He sought to learn a particular technique. Although his jonin father had passed, he had left behind a few ninjutsu scrolls. Before him lay several scrolls: the Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Uchiha-style Swordsmanship, and the Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of the Shadow Clone Technique, recognizing its potential. He commenced dedicated practice, understanding its significance for his future attendance at classes. However, Naruto soon encountered difficulties. It was unclear whether the issues stemmed from insufficient chakra, inadequate chakra control, or the fact that the Shadow Clone Technique was classified as B-rank, thus presenting a greater challenge. After a considerable amount of time, he had yet to grasp the technique's nuances. Consequently, he called upon the system to provide him with a detailed panel to visualize his personal combat prowess. To his surprise, the system indeed presented such a panel, which had previously been unnecessary. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Age, 8 years, 80 months. Chakra attributes, fire, yin-yang. Sharingan, not activated. Stamina, C. Mental strength, C. Chakra, 0-2 cards, equivalent to the chakra amount of Kakashi Hatake from the first part of Naruto. Chakra control ability, poor. Ninjutsu, clone technique, beginner. Transformation technique, beginner. Substitution technique, beginner. Fire release, great fireball technique, beginner. Taijutsu, Uchiha-style taijutsu, beginner. Genjutsu, none. Evaluation, your combat prowess in the Ninja Academy is at best above average. Gazing at his panel, Naruto realized that his chakra attributes were solely limited to fire. His chakra amount was a meager 0-2 cards, a significant embarrassment for a transmigrator. However, chakra is typically linked to physical strength and mental acuity. With his growth, it was highly probable that his chakra would eventually surpass Kakashi's. Additionally, his poor chakra control ability finally elucidated why he struggled to master the shadow clone technique in a short time. The combination of low chakra and inadequate control rendered a B-rank ninjutsu seemingly unattainable for him. Nevertheless, Naruto believed he could master it within a week. Chapter 6, Opening a Shop. Having acknowledged his shortcomings, Naruto set aside his training, preparing to focus on enhancing his chakra control during the daytime lessons. His plan was to train during the day and forge at night. Considering the previous shortage of raw iron and the requirement for chakra-infused metals for crafting B-rank weapons, Naruto made his way to visit Cat Granny. Upon spotting Ryūjin, who appeared to be questioning his life choices on the roadside, Naruto cheerfully greeted him. "Ryūjin, what's wrong?" Ryūjin, in a daze, replied, "After consuming the catnip you provided, I laid down on the roadside. I must say, your product is indeed pure, meow." He gave Naruto an approving nod. "Then I felt someone touching me, quite roughly, I might add." At this moment, Naruto discerned a hint of embarrassment on Ryūjin's feline face. "And that damned rascal had the audacity to mess with my proud, intelligent fur." Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment and could only scold Ryūjin. The reason he had been touched was that he had failed to adhere to the 3 ninja bans. Even a ninja cat should observe these rules. Furthermore, his shameless lounging on the roadside was tantamount to enticing others to err. Ryūjin then attempted to defend himself. "What do you mean catnip isn't alcohol? It doesn't count. Cats are just poor." Observing Ryūjin's self-justifications, Naruto promptly instructed him to lead the way to Cat Granny. "Cat Granny, here are the shuriken I forged previously. Especially this one, it's quite remarkable." Listening to Naruto's confident assertions, Cat Granny was taken aback. She had initially thought the little rascal was merely dabbling in forging for fun. She had even prepared to refund him the rent after a while, but hearing his words, she realized he had indeed created something. As she examined the dozen or so shuriken before her, she found each to be a masterpiece. Among them, one marked with the Naruto logo seemed to surpass the conventional limits of shuriken, exhibiting a level of sharpness that eclipsed even the finest quality shuriken. Soon, a notification appeared on the system panel. Gained recognition from Cat Granny, Forge Master Reputation 1. Naruto felt a wave of satisfaction, yet to avoid disrupting his daily life and combat, he opted for Do Not Disturb for notifications. At this juncture, Cat Granny finally recovered from her initial shock. After confirming that Naruto was indeed the creator of these shuriken, she offered him high praise. "As long as you don't perish prematurely, you will undoubtedly become a renowned forge master in the ninja world." Naruto accepted Cat Granny's commendation with a sense of rightful pride. "Little Naruto, these shuriken are priced at a standard 200 ryo each, while the exceptional one is 1,000 ryo. What do you think?" Cat Granny inquired about Naruto's thoughts. As Naruto discovered that the price of the shuriken exceeded his initial expectations, he readily agreed, saying, "All right, Granny Cat, I accept. However, you must promote my work, especially the exquisite shuriken. Please inform others that they are forged by me." Though Granny Cat felt that such fame might bring Naruto some peril, she considered that in the ninja world, blacksmiths were generally safe from harm, especially since there were no records of intrusions within Konoha. Thus, she consented. Naruto continued, "Granny Cat, I wish to forge an even better weapon. I want to ascertain my current limits. Could I purchase some chakra metal from you?" Granny Cat raised a finger. Naruto speculated, 100,000 ryo. She shook her head and replied, "For 500 grams of inferior chakra metal, you will need 1 million ryo. 1 million ryo for something inferior. Who knows how much chakra metal could be refined from it? Naruto suddenly felt a sense of despair akin to that of a former emperor whose enterprise was cut short. He was aware of the high costs, but never anticipated it would be this exorbitant. Initially, he had hoped to combine chakra metal with materials of green grade or higher to create a new weapon. Now, it seemed he could only use it as embellishment or to create patterns within the weapon. The more pressing issue was that he completely lacked the 1 million ryo. Sensing Naruto's predicament, Granny Cat proposed an investment. I will provide you with a portion of chakra metal up front, and you will forge weapons for me in return. I will pay double for regular weapons and tenfold for exquisite ones. We can negotiate further as needed. Naturally, Naruto was eager to accept her terms. Subsequently, he procured some pig iron from Granny Cat. Although he could have purchased iron ore, the process of smelting pig iron was simply too time-consuming. Having completed these tasks, Naruto made his way home under the moonlight. A week swiftly passed, during which Naruto, apart from his routine forging and schooling, practiced the shadow clone technique with fervor. One day, Granny Cat approached him, saying, "Young Naruto, the weapons you forged have been remarkably successful. There is now a growing demand in the market for those bearing the Naruto logo. Indeed, these are exquisite." Naruto felt this was only to be expected, as his proficiency had improved, allowing him to craft shuriken and similar weapons that were of exceptional quality. Granny Cat continued, "Young Naruto, are you now able to forge other types of weapons? For instance, wind demon shuriken or ninja swords. Some individuals who have used your shuriken wished to commission custom weapons." This was precisely the moment Naruto had been awaiting, for his unique ability required him to forge B-grade weapons to truly manifest its potential. And he was lacking both materials and opportunities. He earnestly responded to Granny Cat, "If such customers arise, please be sure to inform me. I aspire to become the strongest blacksmith in the ninja world, and I have long wished to forge more powerful ninja swords." Granny Cat pondered for a moment and said, "If you intend to pursue the path of custom exquisite weapons, you should consider opening a shop where you can sell your own creations and offer custom weapon services." Naruto observed that Granny Cat, now aware of the lucrative potential of his weapons, was willing to assist him. Since he had no time to manage a shop himself, he requested Granny Cat to oversee it, suggesting a revenue split of 80 to 20, with him receiving the larger share. Granny Cat agreed and introduced a charming young girl named Xin, who appeared to be in her teens. "This is my goddaughter, Xin. She will be in charge of the shop from now on." Granny Cat added, "This is young Naruto. Do not be misled by his status as a ninja school student. His forging skills are quite advanced." Naruto politely nodded before departing. Suddenly, Naruto realized something significant. His weapons had garnered popularity in a limited scope. Did this not elevate his reputation as a blacksmith? He opened his system panel to check his blacksmith reputation. Blacksmith reputation, 112. A slight smile crept onto Naruto's lips. He was ready to enjoy the rewards. Chapter 7. The Thousand-Hand Rope Tree. Upon returning home, Naruto commenced his customary lottery routine: bathing, burning incense, dining, and meditating. To him, these seemingly inconsequential rituals served little purpose. Yet they ensured that when the time for the lottery arrived, his emotions remained steady. As was his habit, he first engaged in a single drawing in progress. Having long since abandoned expectations, years of misfortune had taught him that without hope, there could be no disappointment. Thus, he silently watched the pointer spin, resolute that no matter where it landed, he would remain unperturbed. However, as the pointer gradually approached blue and eventually came to rest, Naruto's smile faltered. Blue, Kagaya Otsutsuki's bodice. Damn, what a torment. Naruto's composure shattered completely. Was the forging system playing tricks on him? After finally landing on blue, it was a piece of clothing from Otsutsuki. He had yet to properly examine the last Otsutsuki undergarment. Ugh, I meant research. And now this. Was the system planning to have him acquire a full Otsutsuki outfit for cosplay, only to have Black Zetsu call him mother? It took Naruto a while to regain his composure. In a fit of indignation, he decided to engage in 10 consecutive draws. Fei anti-sanitary pads, X10. Delicious taro bubble milk tea, X10. Raw iron X 1000 kg. Bottle of mineral water, X1. Green fine iron X 10 kg. Refined from ordinary iron or using special techniques. Possesses strong pressure and heat resistance, and can conduct chakra, making it essential for weapon crafting. Blue dangerous species. Water dragon beast corpse, X1. A water-dwelling dangerous species from the world of Crimson Eyes, which enters a berserk state when threatened. Boneless chicken feet, X10 kg. Sour fish soup, X10 bags. Add calcium milk, X1 case. Blue orichalcum, X1. A rare and precious metal from the world of Crimson Eyes. This lottery nearly brought Naruto to tears. as he felt as though he had been possessed by a lucky deity, acquiring 2 usable blue items. He was particularly intrigued by the fine iron, as its properties seemed somewhat akin to those of chakra metal. He quickly retrieved both the fine iron and chakra metal, then gradually infused chakra into the materials, discovering that the chakra metal had slightly better conductivity for chakra than fine iron, though their differences were not particularly pronounced. Furthermore, based on the system panel's description, Naruto sensed that fine iron's strength might surpass that of chakra metal. With 10 kilograms of fine iron in hand, he was certain he could forge a B-grade weapon. The following day, Uchiha Makoto did not come to awaken Naruto, and upon waking, he realized that morning classes had already concluded. Had he missed morning classes even after crossing over? Regarding morning classes, Naruto could only exclaim, "I attended morning classes." Ryūjin version. What was wrong with a dignified Uchiha skipping a class? Naruto decided to visit his shop, curious to see who his first customer would be. Following Granny Cat's instructions, he quickly arrived at the shop, whose name was Ninja Cat General Store. Naruto found the name rather simplistic and straightforward. The adorable girl Exine greeted him with respect, saying, "Lord Naruto, what brings you here?" Naruto replied that he was merely there to take a look. Just as he was about to explore the shop, a bright voice called from outside, "Miss Exine, how is the custom weapon we discussed previously?" Naruto turned to see a familiar face radiating the vibrant energy of Naruto Uzumaki, and also responded to Senju Rope, saying, "Oh, it is Mr. Rope. This is indeed the master Naruto, who forged that exquisite shuriken before. Would you care to have a conversation with Lord Naruto?" Upon realizing that this individual was Rope, Naruto felt a surge of joy, for he was one of the few pure-blooded descendants of the Senju clan in the ninja world. Rope gazed at Naruto, who appeared to be a few years younger than himself, and found it hard to believe. He had expected the master forger to be a burly uncle or perhaps even a robust old man. Nevertheless, Rope, displaying his good upbringing, said, "Mr. Naruto, I would like to request your assistance in forging a ninja blade. However, the design requires special customization. Would that be possible?" After Naruto led Rope to a place to sit, he inquired, "Do you have any other specifications for the blade?" Rope replied, "This is a gift from my teacher, Orochimaru. Although he already possesses some fine swords, I would prefer this one to be of superior quality." Upon hearing this, Naruto's mind began to calculate. "Oh? This is a gift for Lord Orochimaru? If I were to say I could forge a truly formidable sword, would you be interested? The only caveat is that the budget may be a bit higher." Naruto smiled warmly at Rope. Oblivious to the impending financial strain, Rope asked, "How much?" "The base cost is 10 million ryo. This is my first time customizing a weapon, and given that it is a gift for Lord Orochimaru, it certainly won't be this affordable otherwise. Moreover, you can choose whether to purchase it after I forge it," Naruto confidently stated. Observing Naruto's unwavering confidence and the fact that no deposit was required, Rope felt he had no choice but to trust him. He then presented a blueprint, requesting Naruto to base the appearance on this design. Naruto accepted the blueprint and instructed Rope to return in 3 days. Afterward, Naruto did not linger in the shop, but hurried directly to the forge. Naruto believed that his skills were now sufficient to forge a B-class weapon, and he was eager to seize this opportunity. He decided to forge an enhanced version of the Toko Ikemanji for Orochimaru, carefully contemplating his strategy. He recognized that White Fang's combat style was ill-suited for the capabilities of the Toko Ikemanji, as White Fang favored powerful, decisive strikes, which could be achieved with a chakra short blade. Instead, he felt that Orochimaru would benefit from a blade that enhanced other aspects of combat, as he certainly did not lack for the Toko Ikemanji's bloodletting capabilities. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had a far greater affinity for this sword, as he preferred a more fluid fighting style. If the blade were imbued with some poison, combined with its bloodletting effect, it would undoubtedly prove to be quite formidable. It was at this moment that Naruto suddenly realized how ludicrous his previous notion was of selling equipment through the Nico clan. Different individuals suited different weapon styles, and even a subordinate tool began to adapt to various users. Thus, higher-tier weapons would demand even greater compatibility with their wielders. Moreover, weapons like the Hammer of Thor were far too heavy for most to wield. If he were to sell them openly, the highest bidder would prevail. Consequently, there was a high likelihood that the carefully crafted items would gather dust or fall into the hands of those ill-suited to wield them. This would trap him in a vicious cycle. Without powerful weapons, there was no prestige, and without prestige, he could not obtain quality materials to forge formidable weapons. For Naruto, weapons were not of utmost importance. As long as he maximized his passive abilities and his copying talent was sufficiently potent, the skills he acquired would be superior, and he would encounter numerous powerful allies in the realm of the Death God. Giving away weapons would not feel like a loss, especially since, with enough strength, reclaiming the weapons was certainly feasible. Therefore, he resolved to deliver the weapons into the hands of the most suitable individuals rather than to the highest bidder. However, this decision might expose his forging abilities, but even if he entrusted them to the Nico clan, they could still trace them back to him. Thus, Naruto made the decision to cultivate more connections and friendships. Moreover, given that the weapons he forged in the early stages were merely adequate, once he truly created extraordinary artifacts, he would no longer have to worry about exposure. Considering that this was his first attempt at forging a B-class weapon, Naruto decided to invest heavily this time. In terms of materials, he produced a portion of blue orichalcum, a portion of blue danger-grade flying mantis, 1 kilogram of fine iron, and 500 grams of chakra metal. For the forging secret art, he opted for one of the more time-consuming techniques from the subordinate tool forging secret arts, which differed significantly from the technique used previously for crafting shuriken. Chapter 8. Toko Ikamanji, Special Edition. The new technique consumed more time and proved to be more challenging compared to the one used for forging shuriken. Hence, Naruto instructed Rope to return in 3 days. Thus began the arduous forging process. On the first day, Naruto busied himself in the forge. He meticulously placed the orichalcum and chakra metal into the high-temperature furnace, gradually heating them to their melting point. As the temperature rose, the two metals began to liquefy and meld into a powerful and resilient composite. Subsequently, Naruto employed a series of mystical secret arts, guiding the flow and transformation of the amalgam with his mental energy, constantly adjusting its shape and structure to ensure it would serve as an ideal backbone. Once the initial shaping was completed, Naruto took a sharp tool and precisely sliced off the limbs of the flying mantis. These appendages were placed in a special container, meticulously refined and processed to remove any unnecessary impurities and portions of tissue. Through a complex series of procedures, the truly valuable components were gradually separated and purified, ultimately resulting in a black droplet-like substance. On the second day, Naruto was wholly focused on operating the equipment. He carefully dripped the black liquid onto the backbone, each droplet akin to a seed brimming with boundless energy and potential. These droplets seemed to possess their own consciousness, swiftly integrating into the backbone, forming a seamless bond as if they were always meant to be a part of each other. As the droplets continued to flow in, the backbone underwent remarkable transformations. At this juncture, the most critical step was to intricately engrave specialized patterns onto the material's surface using the black droplets. These patterns were intricate, resembling enigmatic runes or ancient incantations, with each line bearing unique significance and power. Through this method, the energy within the black droplets could be maximally activated and perfectly fused with the backbone. As sweat trickled down Naruto's brow, he completed this task after 3 arduous hours. Next, he retrieved the final required material, fine iron. However, after some contemplation, Naruto realized that green-grade Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Gorilla Crimson or might possess other applications for the ninja world. Thus, he also procured a portion of Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Gorilla Crimson ore for melting. Afterward, Naruto fused the molten Gorilla Crimson Sand Iron and Gorilla Crimson ore with the fine iron, overlaying them onto the previous backbone and employing the secret technique once more. Ultimately, the sword's rough form was established. On the third day, Naruto felt somewhat fatigued, gazing at the sword in his hand as if beholding a peerless beauty. It seemed as though his vitality had been siphoned away by the blade. Nevertheless, after calming his inner turmoil, he commenced the final forging process. The sword gradually took on a distinct shape with each strike. Throughout this process, Naruto did not forget to add the unique logo. While it was not very prominent now, it would undoubtedly be highly sought after in the future when emblazoned on the weapon. Finally, he crafted a scabbard from the leftover materials that suited the sword. At this moment, Naruto beheld the exquisite sword in his hand, which differed from the commonly seen blades in Japanese anime. This sword had a double-edged design. In the absence of chakra infusion, the sword appeared utterly inconspicuous, shrouded in darkness, revealing its true power only to the wielder and adversaries. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging a B-grade weapon. Reward: 100 lottery draws. Naruto proceeded to appraise the sword in his hand. Toro Ichimonji. Special edition. This blade embodies the blacksmith's dedication, crafted from an array of precious materials: orichalcum, chakra metal, dangerous species, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, and fine iron. The forging process employed various secret techniques and spanned 3 arduous days. Ultimately, it surpasses the original weapon significantly. This sword features dual-edged blades, measures 12 meters in length, and possesses formidable sharpness, allowing for seamless chakra conduction. Skills. 1. It stores a certain amount of positive chakra, enabling a powerful special strike against foes. 2. Any wound inflicted by Toro Ichimonji remains irreparable. Even the slightest scratch will persist, resulting in continuous bleeding that cannot be healed. Physical suturing is required to staunch the flow for at least a week. Advanced medical ninjutsu can mitigate bleeding time. Otherwise, it will lead to a slow demise. Upon noting the sword's first skill of storing positive chakra, Naruto knew his gamble had paid off. At that moment, Naruto viewed his newly forged blade as the catalyst for his ascendancy in the shinobi world. After attending to his personal hygiene, Naruto took Toro Ichimonji, Special Edition, to the cat's miscellany shop. By this time, Shoju was already waiting at the shop. "Mr. Shoju, this is the sword you requested," Naruto said, handing Toro Ichimonji, Special Edition, to him. Shoju slowly unveiled the sword. While it appeared unremarkable and resilient, he sensed a hint of its sharpness. "This sword is far more than it seems. Let's find a training ground," Naruto remarked slowly. Shoju then led Naruto to the training area. Naruto observed the lethargic figure of Orochimaru before him. Do you always summon the gift's owner before presenting a gift? Is there no need for an air of mystery? However, considering that Orochimaru had yet to succumb to darkness, and given his own status as a proud Uchiha, he reasoned that there should be no issues. Or so he hoped. With a forced smile, Naruto greeted, "Greetings, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru returned the smile. "You know of me? I've merely heard that the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage are exceptional ninja geniuses, especially you, Lord Orochimaru." Naruto flattered, his praise flowing effortlessly. "You are no ordinary child yourself. At such a young age, you have forged such an impressive sword." Orochimaru reciprocated with a touch of commercial flattery. Naruto proceeded to explain the weapon's unique attributes. This blade, aside from its common traits of resilience and sharpness, possesses 2 remarkable skills. Curiosity piqued. Both men wondered if these skills were akin to those of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Indeed. First, it stores a certain amount of positive chakra to unleash a powerful strike against foes. Secondly, any wound inflicted by Toro Ichimonji is irreparable. Even a mere scratch will persist, causing continuous bleeding that cannot be healed, Naruto confidently proclaimed. As a researcher, Orochimaru discerned the crux of the matter. Irreparable? It isn't entirely irreparable. To heal, one must disengage from combat and employ physical suturing to staunch the bleeding for at least a week. Of course, advanced medical ninjutsu can reduce the bleeding duration, Naruto awkwardly chuckled. Shoju, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, "So, if we wound an enemy and maintain the battle, we could potentially bleed them to death. That's one way to put it. However, keeping a strong enemy engaged in combat without allowing escape is no simple feat." Naruto replied, "But under certain circumstances, such as on the battlefield or with the aid of allies, this goal can be achieved," Orochimaru advised Shoju wisely. Naruto, feeling somewhat reticent, realized he did not possess comprehensive knowledge about this weapon either, thus wishing to witness its effectiveness in real combat. Simply put, Naruto felt a twinge of boredom and yearned to see rivers of blood. Upon Naruto's cue, Orochimaru and Shoju prepared to test the blade that Naruto was so confidently proud of, while he observed the weapon's performance data from the sidelines. "Master Orochimaru, please be cautious. I've yet to test this blade myself," Shoju warned. Orochimaru responded, "Shoju, your concerns are unfounded. Do you lack faith in your teacher's prowess?" Naruto thought it unnecessary to worry, knowing that even if Konoha were to crumble, Orochimaru would remain unscathed. If only one person could survive in Konoha, it would undoubtedly be Orochimaru. His survival skills were unparalleled. Subsequently, Orochimaru and Shoju formed a confrontation seal and commenced their battle. Since the primary goal was to test the sword, Orochimaru refrained from initiating an attack, waiting for Shoju to make his move. As Shoju infused water chakra into Toro Ichimonji, the entire blade transformed into a brilliant blue hue, greatly enhancing its aesthetic appeal. "The color has changed. Is it related to the chakra attribute? Is there a special utility to this?" Orochimaru observed keenly. Shoju was equally astonished by the color, growing fond of the blade, though lamenting that he was not primarily a sword-wielding ninja. He contemplated commissioning Naruto to forge a suitable weapon for himself in the future. Shoju then engaged in a swordsmanship duel with Orochimaru, who also drew his sword. Naturally, this duel was entirely Orochimaru's concession. Shoju had just graduated from the ninja academy, his prowess barely reaching the level of a chunin. Faced with Orochimaru, who had surpassed the elite jonin tier, Shoju was clearly outmatched. As they exchanged blows, Orochimaru noticed that in terms of resilience and sharpness, the sword in Shoju's hand was on par with his own treasured blade. In fact, due to the chakra infusion, Shoju's sword even enjoyed a slight enhancement in attack range. Seizing an opportunity, Shoju unleashed the positive chakra he had secretly infused into Toro Ichimonji, releasing an overwhelming force that radiated from the sword. The impact caused Orochimaru to lose grip on his weapon, leaving him genuinely astonished. It was essential to note that the disparity in their strengths was substantial, although Shoju hailed from the Senju clan, granting him greater physical strength. The recent strike had been unexpectedly powerful. Taking advantage of the moment, Shoju aimed a strike at Orochimaru's chest. In truth, Orochimaru could have effortlessly evaded this attack, even without a weapon in hand. However, intrigued by the sword's second ability, he opted to accept the blow without much defense. Upon seeing his teacher wounded, Shoju grew anxious and immediately halted the battle. Ding! Shoju Senju has become the temporary master of the weapon and has initiated preliminary use of Toro Ichimonji. Talent replication activated. Blacksmith's chakra increased by 1 card. Naruto, observing from the sidelines, was elated to receive an immediate boost of 1 card of chakra, an exhilarating experience indeed. Master, are you alright? I'll fetch my sister right away. Shoju expressed his concern for Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru remained composed, replying, "No need, just give me a moment." He began to experiment with chakra sealing and other conventional methods to staunch the bleeding, only to discover that a mysterious force rendered his usual techniques ineffective. The more he experimented, the more intrigued he became, watching as the blood from his chest wound continued to flow unabated. Shoju, worried yet flustered, noticed that Orochimaru seemed ready to summon Tsunade. Orochimaru had no choice but to terminate the experiment immediately. Orochimaru pondered deeply, realizing that the essence of the blade's power primarily lay in its impact upon the skin. This led him to contemplate the process of a serpent shedding its skin. Perhaps he needed to develop a technique akin to this serpentine transformation, one that would allow him to evade the persistent damage inflicted by relentless adversaries, such as fire techniques and the current wound from the blade. Orochimaru attempted to harden and shed the epidermis of the wound on his chest. Yet the process was painfully slow. Ultimately, the skin surrounding the wound fully hardened and scabbed over, but did not shed as he had hoped. It was evident that he should refrain from engaging in intense battles for a time. With patience, he would heal. Naruto, too, could scarcely have anticipated that the appearance of the Tono Ikemonji would spur Orochimaru into contemplating the development of a shedding technique ahead of schedule. Observing Orochimaru, who no longer bled, Shoju let out a sigh of relief. Naruto approached, inquiring of Orochimaru and Shoju, "What do you think? How valuable is this blade? Is 10 million ryo worth it?" Mr. Naruto is truly a genius. After testing this blade, I feel it surpasses many of the swords wielded by the 7 ninja swordsmen. 10 million ryo barely scratches the surface of its worth. Orochimaru held great respect for talent. Indeed, echoed Shoju, like a parrot. In truth, Orochimaru was far more curious about the forging process of this blade. Yet such techniques were akin to the secret arts of certain clans, strictly forbidden from dissemination. Hence, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Responding to the praise from both individuals, Naruto calmly stated, "Lord Orochimaru, you may simply call me Naruto. As for the value of this blade, I believe it can only be realized in the hands of the right individual. If possible, I hope you will utilize this blade to vanquish foes. As for other matters, I would appreciate your assistance in promoting it, should the opportunity arise." Listening to Naruto's words, the notion of slaying enemies seemed only natural to Orochimaru. He would undoubtedly wield a fine weapon. However, the latter request for promotion struck Orochimaru as slightly off. After all, some individuals within the shinobi world possessed less than savory intentions. "Are you certain, Naruto?" Orochimaru reaffirmed. Naruto, undeterred by fear, understood that under the current circumstances, his most excruciating fate would be to be coerced into revealing the forging methods of his creations and confined to a dark room for crafting. This, he believed, was the worst outcome. Even if imprisoned, he could grow stronger more swiftly. He would ensure that his enemies regretted unleashing a monster. Naruto resolutely declared, "I aspire to become the strongest blacksmith in the shinobi world. This is a necessary step for me." Observing Naruto's unwavering conviction, Orochimaru solemnly pledged to safeguard him to the best of his abilities. Shoju also expressed his support. Encouraged by the backing of these two individuals, Naruto felt invigorated and ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Chapter 10. Regret not, my shadow. Given the 100 chances to draw from the lottery at hand, Naruto prepared to make a significant move, forging an array of weapons. Naturally, he he would not overlook the opportunity presented by the Senju bloodline before him. Reflecting on the unfolding narrative, Naruto recalled that this year marked the 35th year of Konoha, barring unforeseen circumstances. Shoju would meet a comically tragic end at the hands of an explosive tag the following year, right under Orochimaru's watchful gaze. Naruto was uncertain if there were ulterior motives at play. If the protagonist's life were not guaranteed, it would not be surprising for one to perish in such a manner. However, reality dictated that the heirs of the Senju clan were dwindling. With Shoju's impending demise, Tsunade had not sought companionship after her partner's death, remaining single even during the era of Boruto. Many had integrated into the village, while a multitude of individuals possessing the Senju bloodline had participated in Orochimaru's experiments. Hoping to awaken would release, yet every participant had met their demise in turn. Only a foreign infant had succeeded, yet that outcome was limited to mere ecological endeavors. Such thoughts led Naruto into a spiral of contemplation. However, now that he, Uchiha Naruto, had arrived, peace would reign in Konoha. With him present, Shoju could not die anytime soon. Even if Jesus himself came, he would not be taken away, Naruto proclaimed. He had firmly grasped this opportunity. Furthermore, Tsunade should refrain from pursuing any romantic entanglements with Kato Dan. Though he was handsome, he was clearly destined for a short life. To put it plainly, he could not manage her. Only Uchiha Naruto could truly understand and support Tsunade. In due time, they would have 10 or 20 offspring, each equipped with formidable weapons. Who could then dare to conspire against the Senju clan? Only with the absence of Senju Tobirama could such a situation arise. Otherwise, he would surely devise a plan to eliminate any threats. It was astonishing that the so-called evil Uchiha brat was willing to go to such lengths for the continuation of the Senju clan. Of course, it was also possible that upon witnessing the shameless Uchiha Naruto, he would directly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to subject Naruto to a multitude of torturous fates. Naruto straightforwardly addressed Shoju, "You are my first custom client. Be prepared with your funds. Additionally, any superior biological materials or metals you can provide would be greatly appreciated. I shall forge a weapon tailored to your needs." Shoju readily agreed, his spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Orochimaru felt a tantalizing curiosity at the mention of biological materials. Given his expertise in the field, inwardly, he speculated whether this weapon incorporated some organ or limb of a creature. Yet he pondered how one could meld biological materials with various metals. Orochimaru resolved to investigate the peculiarities of this sword upon returning home. Upon arriving home, Naruto encountered a fuming Mikoto Uchiha. "Naruto, where have you been? You haven't attended school for 3 days. Your teacher, Sarutobi Ryūjin, is coming to the Uchiha clan to find you." Naruto recounted a portion of his recent endeavors. Upon learning that Naruto had forged a weapon rivaling those of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Mikoto could not contain her excitement. "Naruto, such a precious weapon. How could you sell it so easily? If you need funds, the clan could purchase it." Naruto felt a tinge of helplessness at Mikoto's words. The ideology of the will of fire permeated Konoha, while the weight of clan honor loomed behind him. It seemed he would need to invest time in broadening Mikoto's perspective. Nonetheless, he understood her intentions were for his benefit. After all, parting with such a valuable weapon too readily could engender dissatisfaction among certain clan members. However, Naruto was indifferent to such concerns. The current Uchiha were excessively timid, yet simultaneously arrogant. Their mentality did not warrant his excessive devotion. Nevertheless, he still intended to forge some weapons for the clan, as he would not abandon the bloodline power of the Uchiha, especially while living under the protection of his family. Naruto assured Mikoto, "I will not forget my clan. There will be provisions in the future, but for now, they may not appreciate the worth of my weapons." After all, some Uchiha believed they only needed their eyes, dismissing everything else as inconsequential. Sarutobi Ryūjin sat in his Hokage office chair, perusing documents with his left hand while holding a pipe in his right. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the door was flung open. Ryūjin did not even look up, instantly recognizing the visitor. "Ryūjin, I demand a person." The newcomer was Shimura Danzo, his tone resolute and uncompromising. Ryūjin slowly raised his head, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and calmly inquired, "Who?" Without hesitation, Danzo replied, "Uchiha Naruto." Upon hearing this name, Ryūjin's expression turned grave, and he promptly rejected the request, stating, "Absolutely not. He is Konoha's future finest blacksmith. The dark environment of your root is unsuitable for him. He requires a nurturing environment filled with sunlight. Moreover, he is still merely a student at the Ninja Academy. It is entirely out of the question for him to join your root." Danzo's expression betrayed no surprise. He chuckled coldly and said, "Ryūjin, it appears you are already aware of this individual. then we must have a serious discussion. He is an Uchiha. If he could indeed ceaselessly forge weapons of the caliber of the legendary Tono Ikemanji, could you truly ascertain your ability to restrain the Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared to express his ire as he retorted, "The Uchiha are a part of this village. I will not permit you to speak of them in such a manner. Naruto is a good child. He will not forget his village. Wasn't his very first weapon gifted to Orochimaru?" Danzo's piercing gaze remained fixed upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the hypocrisy etched upon his features at that moment. Despite the seething anger within him, Danzo suppressed his rage and stated, "If a member of the Uchiha clan were to arise as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and if all of them possessed the Sharingan, would you still be able to contain them? They have long yearned for a leader who could ascend to the position of Hokage. Or do you wish to pass the Hokage title to the Uchiha clan?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's fury flared instantaneously as he bellowed, "I reiterate, the Uchiha clan is an integral part of this village, and Uchiha Naruto is likewise an indispensable member. I will absolutely not consent to his joining your clandestine roots." Danzo coldly replied, "Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this." Sarutobi Hiruzen responded earnestly, "I am the Hokage." With those words, Danzo turned on his heel and stormed out. Hiruzen let out a resigned sigh, fully aware of the potential crises the Uchiha clan could incite. Nevertheless, in the prime of his life, he retained sufficient confidence in his ability to suppress the Uchiha clan. He intended to approach the child Naruto to discern whether he bore the will of fire within him. Chapter 11. Haunted by Demons. Naruto, after much coaxing, finally managed to send Mikoto away. Now, he found himself in possession of 100 chances to draw from a lottery, an opportunity he had never encountered in his lifetime. Based on Naruto's calculations, this lottery should guarantee at least a golden reward, given that 10 draws would secure a blue one. Surely, with 100 attempts, a golden prize would be forthcoming. Sharpening his tools before the labor, Naruto earnestly commenced with the first 10 draws. Ding! The lottery is in progress. Facial cleanser X10. Box of candy X1. Hulk's underwear X1. 10 kilograms of fried chicken. Box of toothpicks X1. Box of ham sausages X1. Green 20M Sea King class. In the world of pirates, the Sea King class represents a formidable species, a colossal beast. 1 portion of blue orichalcum. Sunscreen X10. Box of mineral water X1. As Naruto surveyed the results, a chill ran through him. The guaranteed sage appeared once more, accompanied by a collection of rather mundane items. Naruto swiftly instructed the system to filter out the gray items, allowing only green and above to be displayed. Following that, he proceeded to unleash a furious 90 draws. Ding! The lottery is in progress. 12 portions of blue orichalcum. Blue dangerous species. Iron armored beast. Earth dragon beast. Poison dragon beast. Golden special dragon type dangerous species. Thalant. Alive, a dragon-shaped dangerous species that inhabits exceedingly harsh environments, leaving traces in frozen soil or deserts. Due to its remarkable adaptability and vitality, even after being crafted into a noble artifact, the dragon cells remain alive and continue to evolve. Golden Armor class noble artifact forging secret technique includes Haunted by Demons, Azura Incarnation Noble Chariot, and Guardian Mechanism Divine Throne. 13 green 20M Sea Kings. 100 kilograms of green fine iron. Naruto gazed at the 13 portions of orichalcum, signifying 13 B-class subordinate artifacts. The dragon-shaped dangerous species Thalant, combined with the armor noble artifact forging secret technique, could yield Haunted by Demons. Haunted by Demons, an armor noble artifact crafted from the ferocious dragon-shaped dangerous species Thalant, invoking a sturdy armor that automatically manifests to enhance the wielder's capabilities. Boasting defenses akin to an iron wall, this noble artifact is equipped with the auxiliary weapon Red-backed Shrike. However, it imposes a tremendous burden on the wearer, proving fatal for an average individual. Its hidden ability triggers the biological characteristics of the material used, allowing for temporary invisibility, and if mastered, the user can also conceal their presence. This noble artifact possesses the capacity for continuous evolution, and due to the nature of its material, it can even resist exceptionally unique elemental attacks. Overuse may lead to complete dragonification of the user. This artifact is the exclusive noble artifact of the protagonist from Akame ga Kill, embodying boundless potential due to its inherent traits. However, upon reviewing the forging conditions, Naruto discovered that this noble artifact required at least 10 portions of orichalcum. This left Naruto at a crossroads. Should he forge numerous subordinate artifacts or a single powerful noble artifact to establish his reputation? After contemplation, Naruto resolved to forge the noble artifact first, subsequently utilizing the subordinate artifacts to gradually build his reputation. Moreover, haunted by demons would undoubtedly be an A-class weapon, and the system might reward him with 1,000 additional lottery chances. Yet, Naruto currently lacked the confidence to forge the noble artifact in one attempt, even with the tools at his disposal. Thus, he needed to forge several subordinate artifacts to hone his skills, preferably using blue materials in conjunction with the noble artifact forging techniques. However, one detail struck Naruto as particularly significant. The system distinctly noted that the dragon-shaped dangerous species Thaland was alive. Naruto doubted his ability to subdue such a unique dangerous species on his own. Therefore, before crafting this noble artifact, he would need to enlist a few strong allies to assist in subduing the creature, ensuring that it would not be killed in the process. If Thaland were to perish, the noble artifact would lose its infinite evolutionary properties, diminishing its value to that of a mere noble chariot. Azura Incarnation Noble Chariot, developed based on Haunted by Demons. This armor noble artifact excels in performance compared to operational armors, yet lacks the transparency, ability, and explosive power of operational armors. As for the final guardian mechanism Divine Throne, Naruto held no expectations of successfully forging this noble artifact. Guardian mechanism Divine Throne, the original and most powerful noble artifact, serving as the origin of all noble artifacts and the pinnacle thereof, revered as the supreme noble artifact. It is said to possess abilities that rival those of deities, usable only by individuals of imperial bloodlines. Its secret technique, Purification Mode, combines alchemy with the characteristics of noble artifacts, transforming the user into a dragon form, leading them to be consumed by the artifact, becoming bloodthirsty, exponentially increasing the weapon's destructiveness and quantity, while enhancing the armor's durability. The requirements and materials for this noble artifact were exceedingly arduous, and Naruto believed that it could not be forged by an individual or even a small group alone. As for the subsequent rewards relating to the Sea Kings, there was no need to overthink. He would utilize his previous culinary skills to enhance his strength. The blue dangerous species, including the iron-armored beast, earth dragon beast, and poison dragon beast, could potentially be combined under specific circumstances to forge several subordinate artifacts. Contemplating the lack of demand for weapon customization, Naruto resumed his training in the shadow clone technique. Previously, Shoju's use of Tono Ikamanji had rewarded him with one chakra card, prompting Naruto to believe he would soon master the shadow clone technique. After training in his room for a while, Naruto discovered that indeed, with ample chakra, executing this ninjutsu became significantly easier, albeit his current clones were rather inept. At last, after 2.5 hours of training, he successfully learned the shadow clone technique. Patting his stomach, Naruto decided to venture out in search of something delectable to eat. As he strolled down the street, he unexpectedly encountered a grinning, somewhat disheveled middle-aged man, whose face seemed familiar enough to warrant a second glance. It was in that moment he recognized him as the middle-aged version of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had previously delivered a speech at the Ninja Academy. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out to Naruto, "Hey Naruto, I wish to have a word with you." Naruto found himself unable to refuse. After all, in this village, Hiruzen was the undisputed leader, and it would be unwise to disregard his authority. At around 40 years of age, Sarutobi Hiruzen was unmatched in strength within the entire village. Thus, Naruto resolved to maintain a facade of camaraderie with the higher-ups of Konoha, behaving like a good little boy for the time being. He had even prepared himself for possible collaboration with both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo in the early stages. Once he grew stronger, however, he would make it clear to both that he was not to be trifled with. The weapons they provided could be effortlessly reclaimed. "Third Hokage, what can I do for you?" Naruto feigned ignorance as he inquired. Hiruzen replied kindly, "Young Naruto, I have heard that you aspire to become the most formidable blacksmith, and that you have already made some progress." Naruto realized that Hiruzen was attempting to brainwash him. Chapter 12, The Will of Fire Assessment. "Third Hokage, I would like to go eat ramen. Would you care to join me?" Naruto cleverly interrupted Hiruzen's discourse by leveraging his youthful innocence. Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. "But I am the Hokage." He then smiled again. "Very well, let us head to that ramen shop ahead. I shall treat you to a meal. I happen to be a bit hungry as well." Naruto responded with a smile. "Thank you, Third Hokage." The two then enjoyed their ramen while engaging in light conversation. "What is your perspective on the village?" Hiruzen inquired. "The village is a home for all," Naruto replied. "What have you learned about the will of fire from your textbooks? What is your interpretation of it?" Hiruzen continued his questioning. Naruto sensed that this old man, no, Sarutobi Hiruzen was only around 40, was attempting to conduct a will assessment. Unfazed, Naruto articulated, "The will of fire embodies the selfless sacrifices of our predecessors, who burn brightly to provide nourishment for those who follow, who in turn contribute for the next generation." Hiruzen found little fault with this answer and pressed on. "And what are your thoughts on the village in relation to clans?" "There can be no clan without a village. A multitude of clans is what gives rise to a village. Only within the embrace of the village can the smaller family units thrive," Naruto responded, secretly thinking, "provided that everyone shares the pie fairly." Pleased with Naruto's astute responses, Hiruzen felt a tinge of regret. It was a pity that Naruto belonged to the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, with such understanding of the will of fire, he could have easily risen to the ranks of Hokage. Hiruzen quickly posed the pivotal question, "Young Naruto, you possess considerable talent in blacksmithing. How do you intend to allocate the weapons you forge?" Naruto had been anticipating this question. "I aspire to become the most exceptional blacksmith in the ninja world. Therefore, any weapon I forge that meets the requisite standards, I am willing to offer to every formidable ninja in the village. I have no desire for the weapons I painstakingly create to fall into enemy hands. Should the village acquire any quality materials, I am more than willing to forge additional weapons." Hiruzen was delighted to hear that the child's vision extended beyond his clan. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Naruto's aspirations stretched far beyond a single village or nation. "The village is the foundation of your dreams. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me." Hiruzen concluded their meal with a few encouraging remarks before departing, even taking the liberty to settle the bill. Naruto mused, "This should alleviate many obstacles in the future." In truth, the current ninja world was far from peaceful. Factions from various villages were gradually rising, and border skirmishes had become commonplace. As sunlight streamed through the window, Naruto prepared to visit school after a long hiatus, eager to reconnect with his friends. He held a particular interest in Uzumaki Kushina and the nine-tailed beast within her, as well as the space-time abilities of Namiké's Minato. Without hesitation, he made his way to Uchiha Mikoto's residence, where she was enjoying breakfast, attended by Uchiha Chingzi. Upon seeing Naruto, Mikoto joyfully invited him to join her meal. Chingzi, however, was unimpressed with this boy, questioning why the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's elder would choose to associate with this orphan rather than with Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the clan leader. She lamented how Naruto's presence was driving a wedge between Mikoto and Fugaku, but she could not alter Mikoto's sentiments. Uchiha Hirokazu sighed in relief upon sighting the unexpected guest, Naruto, yet he was puzzled as to why his clan leader had instructed him to look after this Uchiha boy. Although he had prepared himself, Naruto's frequent absence from class made it impossible for him to retrieve him from the Uchiha clan. Namiké's Minato expressed concern for his friend's absence over the last few days and inquired about him. Seeing Minato's concern, Naruto candidly replied, "I have been forging a ninja sword for Lord Orochimaru." Minato's admiration was palpable as he exclaimed, "Is it for Lord Orochimaru? The sword you forge must be incredibly powerful." Naruto seized this moment, responding, "It is merely a sword capable of channeling chakra, with 2 abilities, at most. It would cause bleeding for a week if one were to be cut." Minato, being an ordinary ninja, had never encountered such formidable weapons and was left starry-eyed. However, upon recalling his own financial constraints, he could only nod in agreement with compliments. Meanwhile, Kushina felt a pang of discomfort. She could not fathom what was so appealing about this Uchiha boy, who seemed to have bewitched Minato, though Minato was also somewhat charming. She considered him her little brother and yearned to dominate the situation by taming Naruto and becoming the little leader among the 3. Kushina challenged Naruto. "I don't believe you can forge such a powerful weapon." Naruto disregarded her taunts and earnestly told Minato, "You are my first male friend at the Ninja Academy, and I shall forge a remarkable weapon for you free of charge. No need to rush in rejecting. You can repay me when you become strong in the future." Minato was struck dumb by this offer. It felt akin to a friend promising to buy a house and luxury car for him, with the expectation of repayment once he achieved success. Though he felt compelled to decline out of courtesy, Naruto's generosity overwhelmed him, and he could only blush and accept. Had they been in a different setting, it would have been fitting to say, "If you do not refuse, I shall honor you as my adoptive father." Seeing that she had failed to reclaim Minato's attention, Kushina became increasingly annoyed. Uchiha Hirokazu, observing the unfolding situation, could no longer contain himself and called the 3 to step outside. As Naruto stood at the doorway gazing into the distance, he reflected that this was a rare experience. Having not faced punishment since high school graduation, standing outside the classroom felt peculiar. Watching Minato console Kushina, Naruto suggested, "Shall we go for a barbecue?" This unexpected proposal bewildered Kushina, who had always considered herself the most audacious individual in the academy, only to find Naruto even bolder, seemingly dismissing the authority of their teacher. Her perception of this Uchiha boy began to shift favorably, and she readily agreed, while Minato, the diligent student, found himself unable to resist following along. Thus, the three ventured outdoors, where Naruto theatrically retrieved ingredients from his storage scroll. Kushina Uzumaki gazed curiously at the AD calcium milk that Naruto had handed to them. Upon taking a sip, she was immediately struck by the delightful sweetness of the beverage. Chapter 13, The Battle. Meanwhile, Naruto extracted the previously prepared seafood. Employing the culinary techniques, he had learned to handle this peculiar ingredient. It was evident that his green tier skills truly shone through, rendering the seafood exceptionally delectable. Moreover, Naruto sensed that consuming this delicacy seemed to accelerate his growth, as he felt himself rapidly increasing in height. His entire physique was becoming robust, leading him to wonder if, in due time, others would question him, asking, "Are you certain you are only 8 years old?" Thus, Naruto decided to allow others to sample the dish. Curious if this was merely a figment of his imagination, considering he was at an age where growth was expected. He also realized that there was an abundance of seafood. He had nearly 770 tons of fish at his disposal. Given the recommended daily intake of meat for a healthy diet ranged from 80 to 150 grams, it would take a staggering 14,000 years for a single person to consume such a quantity. Even if he were to indulge voraciously, it would be impossible to finish it all in one lifetime. Anticipating even more seafood in the future, he resolved to let some promising individuals sample it as well. Even if he were to be discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could trade the meat for valuable goods. The key would be to sell it at a price akin to caviar. The three clinked their AD calcium milk together before downing it in one gulp. After swapping for fresh milk, Kushina, seemingly intoxicated by the creamy beverage, declared to Naruto, "Uchiha Naruto, when it comes to barbecue, I am honored to call you the strongest." Meanwhile, from a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen shed a tear, recognizing that he had successfully fostered bonds between Naruto and the villagers, as well as between Kushina and the villagers. Yet, he couldn't help but think that the manner in which these individuals formed connections was somewhat unconventional. Additionally, he yearned for a taste of that barbecue. In the afternoon, Naruto discovered that there was a practical combat class scheduled. Ise Rika squared off against Yoshida Koichi, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's command. The two civilian ninjas formed opposing seals and commenced their battle. Naruto watched with keen interest as the two engaged in combat. Ise Riku was the first to launch shurikens at Yoshida Koichi, who retaliated with his own shurikens. The shurikens collided midair before falling to the ground, prompting the two to engage in close-quarters combat. Yoshida Koichi then utilized a substitution technique to outmaneuver Ise Riku, landing a punch that was quickly followed by a series of oppressive strikes. Ultimately, Yoshida Koichi emerged victorious. As Naruto observed the match between the civilian ninjas of the academy, he pondered why the students seemed so lackluster. However, considering that graduation requirements primarily revolved around the assessment of basic techniques, it was hardly surprising. Even at the Genin level, most civilian ninjas mastered only a couple of C-rank ninjutsu alongside proficiency in basic body techniques. Much of their combat relied on hand-to-hand skills. This was the tragic reality of civilian ninjas. He recalled Sakura from the original story, who, even during the Chunin exams against Ino, relied predominantly on fistfights. Ino had at least the mind-body switch technique, while Sakura had nothing to show for it, despite being a theoretical ace in the academy. Next came the match between Minato Namikaze and Hanbako. Both were civilian ninjas, yet Minato demonstrated superior skill in shuriken use, reflexes, and timing. Consequently, he swiftly claimed victory. Even a novice like Naruto could discern that Minato was a raw gem in need of refinement. Of course, even a gem requires proper development. Without Jiraiya as a mentor, one might speculate that Minato's ascent would be limited to the rank of a mere jonin. After all, despite the numerous achievements of the Uchiha clan, how many of them mastered the techniques inscribed in the sealing scrolls, let alone sage arts, which were realms beyond the reach of ordinary ninjas? Naruto found himself pitted against Uchiha Kai. The young boy stood there with a hint of disdain etched on his face, unapologetically taunting, "Naruto, let us see who gets thoroughly taught a lesson today. I will show you my strength." His tone dripped with provocation and confidence. Naruto, hearing the boy's words, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He simply could not fathom what had provoked this child, nor why he harbored such intense animosity towards him. With a furrowed brow, he questioned, "What have I done wrong? Why are you so fixated on me?" Uchiha Kai's eyes widened as he straightened his posture. locking eyes with Naruto and unabashedly responding, "It's because you don't resemble a true Uchiha at all, and you're so close to Uchiha Makoto." Naruto replied slowly, "If the Uchihas you envision are represented by fools like you, then I certainly do not resemble one. Furthermore, Uchiha Makoto is not merely an object. I intend to marry her." In truth, whether before or after awakening his memories, Naruto possessed an underlying arrogance. He felt no sense of the so-called pride that ordinary Uchiha held for their clan, which set him apart from the typical Uchiha children, much to the chagrin of Uchiha Kai. Returning to the battle, after Naruto's declaration, Uchiha Kai lost his composure and charged at him with fists raised, shouting, "How dare you look down on the Uchiha?" Unfazed, Naruto engaged in a clash of skills with Uchiha Kai. Their abilities were relatively comparable, yet it was evident that Uchiha Kai had lost his cool. Naruto seized the opportunity and landed a punch. After being knocked back, Uchiha Kai quickly formed the hand seals: snake, horse, monkey, boar, rat, tiger. Fire style, great fireball technique. Initially, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Uchiha Kai's impulsive actions, prepared to intervene. However, he soon noticed that Naruto was also forming seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. In no time, their fireballs collided. Due to Naruto's substantial chakra reserves, even though his control over ninjutsu was similar to that of his opponent, his fireball was relatively larger. Consequently, after neutralizing Uchiha Kai's fireball, Naruto's continued to advance towards him. Uchiha Kai barely managed to evade the attack, but before he could react, Naruto took advantage of the distraction created by the fireball collision and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his shadow clones. Within moments, Uchiha Kai was defeated. Looking down at the fallen boy, Naruto remarked, "If you truly take pride in being an Uchiha, you must learn humility and strive for greater strength." After delivering his lecture to the young one, Naruto felt a rush of exhilaration. Was this the thrill of victory and imparting wisdom to a rival? Were there not too many spectators present, he might have been tempted to boast, "How great am I?" With Sarutobi Hiruzen announcing Naruto as the victor, the crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement. Many had always perceived Uchiha Naruto as handsome, but now he seemed even more so. To duel for the sake of his beloved woman and ultimately triumph. Truly admirable. Alas, he was already taken. Yet, he had not yet married her. There remained hope. As one girl voiced this thought, the others regarded Uchiha Naruto with a dangerous glint in their eyes. Unfazed, Naruto dismissed their gazes. Recognizing that exceptional young men always attracted attention, Kushina approached him without pretense, stating, "I never expected you to be quite strong. From now on, consider becoming my subordinate." "Huh, you truly are amusing," Naruto retorted. Simultaneously, he felt an almost imperceptible gaze upon him. Though not entirely certain, he suspected it was the ever-watchful Sarutobi Hiruzen peering at him. Fortunately, this sense of voyeurism has never manifested within the domain of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 14. Turmoil. The atmosphere in the study of Uchiha Chiyue, the current clan leader, was palpably tense. He sat with a stern expression, attentively listening to the report from his subordinates, which pertained to Uchiha Naruto. The young man, previously inconspicuous, had recently performed an astonishing feat. The incredulity in the subordinate's tone was evident as he revealed that the mere 8-year-old had successfully forged a weapon rivaling the 7 ninja swords of the mist, and had even bestowed it upon Orochimaru. Uchiha Chiyue furrowed his brow. Such prodigious talent. Why had it gone unnoticed until now? Indeed, it is surprising, leader. His previous performance had been rather unremarkable, and we never anticipated such a gift, the subordinate replied. Moreover, he has gifted such a treasure to an outsider. Discontent laced Uchiha Chiyue's voice. Does he harbor grievances against our Uchiha clan? At that moment, his son, Uchiha Fugaku, entered the room. Noticing his father's dark countenance, he felt a pang of anxiety, yet he respectfully bowed and inquired, "Father, what troubles you so?" "Fugaku, how well do you know Uchiha Naruto?" Uchiha Chiyue asked, fixing his gaze intently upon his son's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated before responding. He has never been particularly outstanding, possessing only average talent. He does not quite fit in with the clan, hence my limited knowledge of him. And what of his relationship with Uchiha Makoto? Uchiha Chiyue queried suddenly. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Why did his father suddenly inquire about this? After a brief pause, he replied, "Their relationship seems to be fairly amicable." Fairly amicable? Uchiha Chiyue's tone conveyed an undeniable authority. Uchiha Fugaku bitterly smiled inwardly, aware of his father's high regard for Uchiha Makoto, who had hinted at a desire for him to cultivate a friendship with her. Yet now, the situation appeared to have shifted. "Father, did you not previously instruct me to mend my relationship with Uchiha Makoto?" He ventured cautiously. Times change. The paramount concern now is to cultivate a bond with Uchiha Naruto, not to let a woman provoke discord. Uchiha Chiyue replied coldly, I shall arrange your marriage with the granddaughter of the second elder. A wave of bitterness washed over Uchiha Fugaku. How could the granddaughter of the second elder compare to Uchiha Makoto? Uchiha Makoto's beauty was indisputable, her character exemplary, akin to a paragon of grace. Most importantly, he genuinely cherished Uchiha Makoto. He could not fathom why, from the moment he laid eyes upon her. He felt an undeniable sense of destiny. He even envisioned their future children, one named Uchiha Itachi and the other Uchiha Sasuke. The eldest, Uchiha Itachi, would bear the weight of the Uchiha clan, endowed with remarkable talent and profound filial piety. His younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, though not as gifted, would still surpass his peers and possess a kindness that endeared him to all. Together, they would support their parents in their twilight years, and their fraternal bond would become legendary as the Uchiha clan rose to prominence. Alas, he understood that his father's decisions were final, but the thought of relinquishing Uchiha Makoto filled him with discontent. Yet, he could only suppress this fury within, secretly vowing, cursed Uchiha Naruto, a vendetta for the heart, unforgivable. However, he also recognized that to ascend as clan leader, he could not directly retaliate against Uchiha Naruto. At this moment, only a poignant melody could encapsulate Uchiha Fugaku's sentiments. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan's elder, Uchiha Min, had also learned of this news. He summoned his granddaughter, Uchiha Makoto, to glean more about Uchiha Naruto. Little Makoto, how has that young rascal Naruto been faring lately? Uchiha Min inquired gently. Uchiha Makoto's heart raced. She feared her grandfather might have uncovered Naruto's recent exploits. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, Grandfather, Naruto has been doing well. What is it, grandfather? However, the elder seemed dissatisfied with her answer, fixing her with a penetrating gaze before saying, Makoto, you are my most cherished granddaughter. I do not wish for you to act foolishly over a man. Uchiha Makoto lowered her head, recognizing the underlying meaning in her grandfather's words. She sighed inwardly before lifting her gaze to respond, Grandfather, I understand. The elder nodded, then continued, Could you invite Uchiha Naruto to dine with us? I wish to speak with him personally. Uchiha Makoto's heart stirred. She realized this was her grandfather's opportunity to assess Uchiha Naruto himself. She nodded and departed the room. As she made her way to find Uchiha Naruto, her mind was a tumult of emotions. She hoped for Naruto's acceptance by her grandfather, yet feared he might face repercussions for his recent actions. She recognized that her feelings for Uchiha Naruto transcended mere friendship, yet she found herself unable to control her heart. On the other side, Uchiha Naruto remained blissfully unaware of these developments. He was pleased with his modest achievements in forging and felt his skills had improved. Thus, he made his way to the home of Hatake Tsukumo, ringing the doorbell. After a short while, a beautiful yet slightly pallid woman answered the door. Hatake Miko regarded the child before her, trying to recall which family he belonged to. Naruto, observing the lovely woman, wondered if she might be Kakashi's mother. When he realized he did not recognize her, he inquired, Do you have business with me, child? Naruto flashed his innocent, unthreatening smile and replied, Is Lord Tsukumo home? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Hatake Miko perceived no threat from the boy, and he seemed quite well behaved, so she allowed him to enter. Hatake Tsukumo and Naruto exchanged silent glances as they sat on the sofa. Finally, Naruto broke the silence, saying, Lord Tsukumo, my name is Naruto. You must have heard of my reputation. I wish to forge a blade for you. Hatake Tsukumo was momentarily rendered speechless by Naruto's forthrightness. He considered the implications. Naruto was indeed a well-regarded blacksmith in Konoha, having previously crafted a blade known as the Toikamanji for Orochimaru. Yet, he already had his own combat style, relying on abilities such as continuous bleeding and yang-based chakra, which offered him little assistance. Moreover, he was quite accustomed to using his Hatake short blade. After a moment, Hatake Tsukumo explained this to Naruto. Chapter 15, Communication. Naruto listened to Hatake Tsukumo's words, feeling a sense of disbelief. He had considered this very point when he refrained from offering the Toikamanji to Tsukumo. Yet now, Tsukumo appeared to question his abilities. One must not underestimate the potential of youth. Naruto retorted, determined to prove his worth. I am not limited to crafting weapons with merely those two functions. I can directly upgrade your Hatake short blade. Lord Tsukumo, you surely do not wish for your beloved blade to be abandoned due to its inability to keep pace with your growing prowess or its susceptibility to damage. Naruto pressed. While it was unclear how the blade fared in Tsukumo's hands, it had indeed broken in Kakashi's possession. At this juncture, Hatake Tsukumo's interest was piqued. Although he rarely employed weapons in direct combat, He had always desired to extend or reinforce his Hataki short blade. However, due to the formidable chakra conduction capability required by the Kiki short blade, it necessitates a substantial amount of chakra-infused metal within its forged materials. For an average individual, incorporating even a modest amount of chakra metal into their weapon already marks a significant achievement. The unique characteristics of the Kiki short blade substantially elevate the cost of extending the weapon's capabilities. The particular short blade wielded by Kiki Tsukumo can be regarded as a cherished heirloom, a chakra metal weapon passed down through generations of the Kiki clan. Furthermore, the excessive inclusion of chakra metal decreases the potential for weapon modification. Most notably, despite Kiki Tsukumo having completed numerous missions, he possesses a generous and magnanimous spirit, caring for his subordinates while also supporting a family. He is not in a financial position to craft a weapon entirely comprised of chakra metal. Upon recognizing this predicament, Naruto confidently asserted his ability to resolve the issue, presenting several rare materials that possess excellent chakra conduction abilities alongside other beneficial properties. Although these materials may not match chakra metal in terms of conduction capability, they are still quite potent. He proposed to substitute these metals for the ordinary metals within the Kiki short blade, thereby enhancing its overall effectiveness. The ultimate outcome would be that the blade's overall conduction ratio remains unchanged, while its strength and capabilities see a significant increase. Naruto also offered Kiki Tsukumo a choice regarding the blade's abilities: enhanced speed, short-term explosive power, earth-based attacks, and poison infusion, requiring the selection of two. Yet again, Kiki Tsukumo declined. This time, Naruto was genuinely irked. As a distinguished blacksmith of Konoha, he was offering to forge a weapon free of charge, only to be met with repeated refusals that felt rather disrespectful. Determined to assert his stance, Naruto resolved that he would not extend his services again should Tsukumo decline a third time. After calming his temper, Naruto inquired once more as to the reason behind Tsukumo's refusal. Kiki Tsukumo explained that metals capable of conducting chakra and possessing special abilities were exceedingly rare, and he felt he could not afford such a price. Hearing this, Naruto's anger subsided as he recognized Kiki Tsukumo as one of the few genuinely honest individuals in the ninja world, possessing steadfast principles. To label him merely as a ninja would be a disservice. He was more akin to a warrior employing ninja techniques. Naruto, accustomed to standing on the moral high ground, replied, "Lord Tsukumo, do you believe I overlook this aspect? You underestimate my generosity. Am I crafting weapons merely for profit? I forge for the sake of Konoha, for the peace and future of Konoha. If you truly feel uncomfortable, then share some sword techniques with me." Kiki Tsukumo was taken aback by Naruto's words. He had never anticipated that an 8-year-old child could exhibit such demeanor. In fact, he felt that were it not for their significant age difference, he might have considered forming a brotherly bond with Naruto. However, upon hearing Naruto express interest in his swordsmanship, he was prepared to impart all his knowledge. He resolved to protect the future of Konoha with utmost dedication. As for the capabilities of the ninja blade, Kiki Tsukumo chose the enhancements of increased speed and short-term explosive power without much contemplation, dismissing the earth-based attack and poison as unnecessary. What he truly sought were swiftness and the ability to strike down myriad techniques with a single blow. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount, rendering all else powerless. This encapsulates Kiki Tsukumo's combat philosophy. After discussing the weapon specifics, Naruto sketched several designs for Kiki Tsukumo to choose from. Once a selection was made, Naruto took possession of the Kiki short blade, leaving Kiki Mei to watch in disbelief as Naruto carried away the ancestral short blade of the Kiki clan. She pondered whether her husband had been deceived and questioned the wisdom of allowing this child into their lives. With the Kiki short blade in hand, Naruto was poised to embark on his ambitious endeavor when Uchiha Mikoto approached him. Upon learning that her grandfather, Uchiha Mito, wished to meet him, Naruto felt a twinge of apprehension. This old man was not to be trifled with. As the leader of the hawkish faction within the Uchiha clan, he was a rather obstinate elder. Yet, refusal was not an option, as Naruto feared that he might be forcibly taken to meet him during the forging process. At that moment, Naruto felt the sting of inadequacy. He did not require the power of Hashirama Senju. If only he possessed the strength of Tobarama Senju, he could easily decline such a meeting. He might even audaciously declare, "Uchiha, the naturally malevolent old specter, I shall deal with you personally. Let us see who dares interrupt my forging." After the conversation concluded, Naruto took a refreshing bath before heading to meet Uchiha Mito. At the dinner table, Uchiha Aiko discreetly excused herself after serving the meal. Uchiha Mito smiled at Naruto and inquired, "Little Naruto, what have you been busy with lately?" While enjoying his meal, Naruto set down his chopsticks, fully aware that the conversation was about to turn contentious. Not long ago, I forged a Tono Ikemanji for Lord Orochimaru, and now I am preparing to reforge the Kiki Shortblade for Kiki Sakumo. Despite Naruto's seemingly nonchalant tone, Uchiha Midou did not immediately display anger. Years of rivalry had taught him to suppress his emotions. When do you plan to forge weapons for the Uchiha clan? Naruto feigned ignorance. Isn't having the Sharingan sufficient for the Uchiha? Uchiha Mikoto, sensing the tension, grew anxious, despite the old man's seemingly amiable demeanor. He was known for being ruthlessly decisive. Uchiha Midou fell silent for a moment before responding. This is indeed an issue for the Uchiha. The younger generation has become overly arrogant. Listening to tales of Madara Uchiha, they believe that possessing the Sharingan alone is adequate. They disdain this and that, oblivious to the fact that Madara's prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu far exceeds that of ordinary shinobi. Seizing the opportunity while Uchiha Midou spoke, Naruto hastily consumed several more bites of food before addressing him. I will forge weapons for the clan, but I hope they are not for the weak. I do not wish for the day when the weapons I forge fall into enemy hands. With that, Naruto excused himself from Uchiha Midou, bidding farewell to Uchiha Mikoto before departing. Chapter 16, Sword of the Water Dragon. As Uchiha Midou watched Naruto's retreating figure, a smile gradually spread across his face, contemplating. This boy resembles me. He possesses that cool exterior yet a warm heart, embodying the pride of the Uchiha. Primarily, it is his confidence and charm that remind me of my own youthful days. He then turned to his granddaughter, saying, Mikoto, you should engage with young Naruto more often. Although Uchiha Mikoto was unsure of what had prompted her grandfather's change of heart, she obediently nodded in agreement. After a night of rest, Naruto returned to the forging chamber once more. With a swift series of hand seals, he executed the shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke erupted, revealing 3 clones of Naruto. Recently, Naruto had realized he could utilize shadow clones to augment his forging speed. He retrieved materials including the water dragon beast, remnants of the flying mantis, a portion of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of fine iron, green gorilla scarlet sand iron, and scarlet gorilla ore, alongside the Kiki Shortblade. Naruto's main body began meticulously removing the non-chakra metal impurities from the Kiki Shortblade. Clone number 1 handled the water dragon beast, a one-eyed elongated fish. The clone's primary task was to harness forging techniques to infuse the essence of the water dragon beast into its eye. Clone No. 2 melted the orichalcum and processed the remnants of the flying mantis, focusing on merging the essence of the mantis into the tail wing before remelting it. Clone No. 3 managed the fine iron, green gorilla scarlet sand iron, and scarlet gorilla Oregon. Once the main body finished purifying the Kiki Shortblade, Clone No. 2 immediately infused the melted orichalcum, resulting in a powerful and resilient composite material. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed a series of forging arcana to meticulously hammer the amalgam of materials while inscribing intricate patterns upon it. Following this, he infused the refined essence of the flying mantis creature into the core of the sword, diligently etching specialized designs onto the material's surface. Naruto then procured the processed fine iron, green gorilla sand iron, and gorilla ore, which would serve as the skeletal framework of the sword. In no time, the sword blank took shape under his skilled hands. As he continued to hammer the sword blank, it gradually began to form. At this juncture, owing to Naruto's earlier preparations, a circular void existed at the hilt of the sword. He proceeded to imprint the eye of the water dragon beast onto it, executing the final arcane inscription of patterns. Ultimately, in accordance with the conventions of master blacksmiths, he engraved his mark, Nai, upon the blade. This sword appeared exceptionally unique, retaining the design of double-edged blades, which underscored its distinctive offensive and practical attributes. The hilt was adorned with the eye of a water dragon beast, emanating an aura of mystery and majesty. The blade itself presented a pallid hue, evoking a sense of coldness and solidity. Upon closer inspection, one could discern meticulously inscribed enigmatic patterns upon the blade, intricate and convoluted, reminiscent of ancient runes, imbuing the sword with an unfathomable power. Naruto then assessed the sword in his grasp. Water Dragon Sword, Special Edition B-Class Weapon. This sword embodies the blacksmith's diligence, utilizing a plethora of precious materials: orichalcum, chakra metal, dangerous species, gorilla sand iron, gorilla ore, and fine iron. The forging process employed various secret techniques, culminating in a day's labor. It ultimately surpasses the original weapon by a significant margin. This sword is double-edged, measuring 90 centimeters in length, characterized by its robust sharpness and exceptional capability to conduct chakra. Skills: 1. Activates the Eye of the Water Dragon, enhancing combat prowess for 3 minutes, though it induces extreme fatigue post-usage. 2. Activates the main body of the sword, significantly boosting mobility and speed for 3 minutes, resulting in relative fatigue thereafter. 3. Enhances single attribute chakra. Naruto gazed upon the sword before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. The 2 active skills and 1 passive skill represented a considerable enhancement compared to the previous short blade of Kakashi, and with these abilities, it was reasonable to assume that Kakashi would wield an even more terrifying dominion. Naruto, however, did not retire for the night. Instead, he utilized the brief moments before sleep to forge a C-class toy knife for himself using Gorilla Sand Iron, Gorilla Ore, and Fine Iron. Of course, even this toy knife, as Naruto referred to it, was a refined masterpiece, nearing B-class quality, primarily intended for training alongside Kakashi in swordsmanship. It was not that he was unwilling to craft something better for himself, given the current lack of danger in Konoha. Most of the materials he possessed were more suitable for forging armor rather than weapons, even if he were fortunate enough to produce an A-class weapon. The risk of being targeted for it by others was a comical thought. His current objective was to rapidly forge excellent weapons for the strong, subsequently utilizing his unique abilities to enhance his own strength or personal limits. In the future, he aspired to forge a weapon of ultimate preservation, ideally one capable of rivaling Orochimaru's survival abilities, allowing him to act with greater audacity. The following day, rejuvenated, Naruto employed the shadow clone technique to create a clone that attended the Ninja Academy, as he typically refrained from attending unless there were practical combat classes. He then made his way to Kakashi's residence, fully aware that Kakashi was likely anxious, for this swordsman, who seldom parted with his blade, felt a sense of peril when it was not at his side, akin to the discomfort of lacking tissue paper when rewarding oneself. At that moment, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Shimura Danzo in a calm tone. That little brat Naruto seems to be having quite a delightful time lately. He's grown close to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and has even connected with Kakashi, not to mention his interactions with the Uchiha clan. He is a member of the village, permitted to cultivate relationships as he sees fit. That is the essence of bonds. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Danzo sneered. Do not forget. He is an Uchiha. You have not forgotten about Uchiha Madara's control of the Nine Tails and his attempt to obliterate the village, have you? What is an Uchiha doing frequently mingling with the unaligned strong within the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted angrily. Enough. I will not allow you to casually cast suspicion upon anyone in this village, even if they are an Uchiha. You might as well abandon that notion. I will not transfer him to Root. Danzo quickly stated. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Without allowing Sarutobi Hiruzen a chance to assert his authority as Hokage, he promptly exited. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he had swallowed something repulsive, while Danzo reveled in his success. His purpose was not to seize Naruto, but to plant the seeds of doubt in his old friend's heart, awaiting their gradual germination. Chapter 17. Kakashi's Swordsmanship. When Naruto rang the doorbell of the Kakashi household once more, a flash of lightning revealed Kakashi standing before him. Observing Kakashi's pallid visage, unsteady gait, and the semblance of vitality being drained from him, Naruto noted that his once erect spine now bore a slight curve, resembling a deflated balloon, devoid of energy. His eyes, which should have been sharp like an eagle's, now appeared dull and lifeless. Kakashi spoke with a hint of urgency. Is my sword ready? Naruto could only express his bewilderment at a swordsman being so affected by the absence of his beloved blade. When Naruto unveiled the water dragon sword, Kakashi's gaze was instantly captivated by this familiar yet foreign weapon. Trembling, he took hold of the sword. Give it a try, Naruto urged with a smile. Kakashi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he gradually infused his chakra into the water dragon sword, causing the blade to gradually transform into a golden hue with the infusion of lightning chakra. Kakashi was somewhat astonished by this transformation, but did not dwell on the detail. Instead, he focused on sensing his chakra, discovering that its conduction within the water dragon sword was significantly enhanced, particularly with lightning chakra. This alone represented a substantial augmentation for him, as White Fang's primary combat method involved utilizing lightning attribute chakra to accelerate his physical speed. Furthermore, he employed lightning chakra to amplify the sword's lethality, complemented by his exceptional reflexes and extraordinary swordsmanship to achieve a lethal strike. Ding! Simultaneously, Naruto began to articulate the 3 skills of the water dragon sword one by one. With each word from Naruto, the astonishment on Kakashi's face seemed to persist, as both the enhancement of combat power and increased mobility and agility proved immensely beneficial to him. Although each skill lasted only 3 minutes and came with brief negative effects. For a warrior of his caliber, 3 minutes could suffice for numerous endeavors. The passive enhancement of single attribute chakra delighted him even further, as it directly augmented his combat prowess in a permanent fashion. This single passive ability raised his limits significantly. Kakashi, elated by the prospect, promptly demonstrated a series of Kakashi's swordsmanship techniques before Naruto. Upon activating both active skills simultaneously, Kakashi moved with such swiftness that Naruto could not even glimpse his shadow, merely witnessing the distortion of nearby structures and objects. After 3 minutes, Kakashi's figure gradually reappeared. Naruto gazed at the 8 dog-headed statues that emerged around Kakashi, feeling a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had long been curious about whose teachings had inspired Kakashi, who possessed an impressive chakra reserve and enjoyed engraving dog heads onto earth techniques. So this is the reason behind it. At this moment, Kakashi Hatake appeared as if he were an unparalleled swordsman, standing in the center of the circle with an air of forced bravado, despite his body being utterly exhausted from simultaneously utilizing 2 skills. However, as a master, he could not afford to exhibit even the slightest semblance of weakness. Ding! Kakashi Hatake has become the master of the Water Dragon Sword and has initiated its preliminary use. Talent replication activated. Kakashi's sword technique, a swordsmanship passed down through generations of the Hatake family, basic mastery. Ding! Kakashi Hatake's proficiency with the Water Dragon Sword has reached an intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Kakashi sword technique intermediate mastery. Ding! Kakashi Hatake's proficiency with the Water Dragon Sword has reached an advanced level. Talent replication activated. Kakashi sword technique advanced mastery. With the system's triple notification, Naruto found himself flooded with numerous memories of the Kakashi sword technique, as if he had spent years mastering it. This progressive reward led Naruto to surmise that the higher the mastery level of a weapon, the more substantial the rewards. From a novice's initial fumblings to glimpsing the essence. From mere understanding to true mastery and beyond. When Naruto reopened his eyes, an aura of sharpness characteristic of a swordsman suddenly enveloped him. Kakashi was taken aback by Naruto's transformation. Could it be that Naruto had merely observed his demonstration of the Kakashi sword technique and had already mastered it? Had he even comprehended its essence? Such terrifying potential. I wonder if my son can possess the same innate talent to become an unparalleled swordsman. Naruto, no way. I just glanced at you with my unawakened Sharingan and saw nothing. I didn't even see where you were. What nonsense about mastering sword techniques. After a lengthy exchange, the two parted ways. Kakashi's wife, Mikako Hatake, looked at her husband slumped on the sofa. Had she not believed in his integrity, she might have suspected he had been engaged in some debauched affair. Mikako speculated, it must be that Naruto again. Ever since he visited last time, my husband had been listless for days. I thought I had gotten used to it, but now he met Naruto again and became a bundle of nerves. On his way home, Naruto pondered why Kakashi had received his rewards so swiftly. He surmised that it was likely due to the high compatibility of the sword with Kakashi, considering it was a reforged blade he had always wielded, achieving an effect akin to skill inheritance. Naruto suddenly harbored an unsettling suspicion that the talent replication from B-grade weapons might not be able to replicate certain talents or bloodlines. What he truly desired was Kakashi's swordsmanship talent or the Senju clan's Thousand Hands bloodline, but alas, the rewards were predetermined. For now, Naruto could only await the opportunity to analyze further by increasing the number of weapons. Ding! Orochimaru has become the master of the Tono Ikemanji and has initiated its preliminary use. Talent replication activated. Summoning technique. Triple gate of the afterlife. Inheriting the first Hokage's 5 gates of the afterlife. The first gate, a gaping maw, is summoned to absorb all attacks. The second gate diminishes the impact of incoming attacks. The third gate disperses the pressure of the attacks. With these 3 gates, the power of all assaults is greatly diminished before reaching the user. Intermediate mastery. Ding! Orochimaru has used the Tono Ikemanji to slay the rock village Chunin, Yinshur, activating the effects of the Undead Legion, and has now secured Yinshur within the Forge Master's exclusive Death God Hall. Ding! Orochimaru has used the Tono Ikemanji to slay the rock village Chunin, Yinshur, activating the effects of the Undead Legion, and has now secured Yinshur within the Forge Master's exclusive Death God Hall. Observing the information before him, Naruto understood that Orochimaru had made a promising start with the Tono Ikemanji, achieving a double kill, truly unfortunate for those poor souls. As for the summoning technique, the triple gate of the afterlife, Naruto could only remark on its remarkable defensive capabilities. When wielded skillfully, It could even withstand a tailed beast bomb. Chapter 18. First Kill. The Undead Legion skill was being used for the first time. Naruto found a secluded spot and consciously entered the Death God Hall. Inside, he encountered two ordinary-looking middle-aged men standing vacantly. Naruto attempted to summon them forth. Back in the real world, Naruto gazed at the two bewildered Chunin and commanded them to engage in combat. The two suddenly began earnest sparring, initially exchanging shuriken before resorting to close-quarters combat, utilizing substitution or shadow clone techniques to confound each other. Chunin A executed the Earth Release, rock cannon technique, spitting out a small pebble that grew mid-air, resembling a solid cannonball aimed at Chunin B. Chunin B countered with Earth Release, returned to the land, slamming his hands onto the ground to flip up a large stone slab to block the incoming projectile. 3 minutes later, both figures abruptly vanished. Returning to the Death God Hall, Naruto was quite satisfied with their performance. Although they appeared devoid of intellect, their combat instincts were commendable. The duration was a bit short, merely 3 minutes. He wondered how stronger ninjas might differ. As for why their souls could manifest physically and even possess chakra in the Death God Hall, Naruto was curious but recalled that the Edo Tensei technique, with its infinite chakra, was an even stranger phenomenon. Thus, he decided to refrain from delving deeper into the matter. After concluding his experiments, Naruto stretched lazily, preparing to enjoy a late-night snack. He sought a picturesque spot suitable for moon-gazing while barbecuing the sea creature he had caught, just outside the clan's territory. Suddenly, a figure donning a monkey mask and dressed as an Umbu appeared before him. Monkey Umbu, Naruto, the Hokage wishes to see you. Come with us. Naruto, observing the Umbu's demeanor, felt increasingly uneasy. Firstly, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't require his presence at this hour. Secondly, the group style seemed more akin to the root than to the Umbu. Naruto addressed the masked figure. If the third Hokage seeks me, where's the Hokage's order? The monkey-masked figure, unable to produce any such order, adopted a threatening tone. Uchiha Naruto, I advise you to accompany us without delay. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto deduced he was likely facing one of Danzo's subordinates. Although he felt relatively safe, he was wary that Danzo might resort to coercion or even worse, eliminate him. Leaving him without recourse, Naruto retorted to the monkey-masked figure, Can you wait until I finish my barbecue? The monkey-masked figure coldly responded, I strongly advise you not to keep the third Hokage waiting. This is your final warning. Accompany us at once. Naruto's temper flared. Danzo truly disgusted him. Without hesitation, he hurled the barbecue grill towards the root members and swiftly drew the toy knife he had forged earlier. Channeling chakra to augment his physical prowess, he unleashed the Kakashi sword technique upon the monkey-masked figure. Caught off guard by Naruto's sudden aggression, the monkey-masked figure could only barely evade the strike using his instant movement technique. However, as a special jonin from Konoha, he was no ordinary foe. Remaining calm amidst the peril, he swiftly executed an adept instant movement technique, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. Nevertheless, despite successfully dodging, the monkey-masked figure's arm was unfortunately struck, and blood gushed forth. He grit his teeth against the searing pain, quickly summoning chakra to employ medical ninjutsu to staunch the bleeding and heal his wound. With his hands forming intricate seals, a surge of formidable chakra emanated from his body, converging upon his injured arm. Under the influence of the chakra, his wound began to mend, and the flow of blood gradually diminished. The monkey-masked figure, imbued with a blend of indifference and ire, remarked, Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me. Naruto, observing that his stealthy strike had not vanquished his foe, felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, he was acutely aware that despite having mastered the Konoha blade technique to a high degree, he lacked the lightning affinity necessary to unleash greater speed. Coupled with his insufficient physical prowess and the lack of ample practice with the Konoha blade technique, he was unable to demonstrate its full potential. Nevertheless, Naruto was resolute in his defiance, forming seals to execute the shadow clone technique. He exchanged glances with his 3 clones, and together they charged towards the base of the monkey-masked figure, wielding their blades. 2 shurikens and a punch later, the monkey-masked figure dispatched Naruto's shadow clones with remarkable efficiency. Faced with Naruto's lethal strike, the monkey-masked figure remained unfazed, parrying with his own ninja blade. A resounding clash echoed as a significant portion of the monkey's blade shattered upon impact. Rather than retreating, the monkey-masked figure opted to close the distance, employing the body flicker technique to appear behind Naruto, delivering a devastating punch. Naruto barely had time to evade, sent flying a considerable distance by the force of the blow. The impact left him feeling as if his very organs had been rearranged, lying on the ground for an extended period before he could rise. The monkey-masked figure reiterated, "Please return with me to meet Lord Hokage." The usually proud Naruto, who considered himself a transcendent being with a golden finger, had always approached Konoha with an air of nonchalance, but now he was vividly confronted with the village's darker side. Regret washed over him as he lamented his choice of a cursed barbecue spot, typically devoid of visitors. The voyeuristic third Hokage would never employ his telescope technique after 10 at night. Now, he faced a dilemma: to comply and submit to Danzo's manipulations and indoctrination, or to rebel fiercely. He was certain that the individual before him would not dare to kill him, and perhaps he could leverage this to turn the tables. Whether it was a matter of bloodline or temperament, Naruto's ferocity surged forth, and he contemplated slaying the figure before him. However, valuing his own life, he resolved to attempt negotiation first, with the option to flee if necessary. Struggling to his feet, he addressed the monkey-masked figure. "Did you know? I invited several members of the Uchiha clan to join me for barbecue. Can you guess when they will arrive?" The monkey-masked figure looked taken aback by Naruto's words. Seizing the moment, Naruto swiftly formed seals to activate the shadow clone technique, producing 4 clones that darted towards the heart of the Uchiha territory. The monkey-masked figure hastily pursued them. After dispatching 2 of the clones, he aimed to strike the third, only to be met with a counterattack from the clone's blade. The monkey-masked figure barely managed to defend himself, yet he failed to notice the real Naruto poised behind him. With precision, Naruto executed a full-force strike using the Konoha blade technique against the monkey-masked figure, who had no time to utter a word before being cleaved in 2. Blood and entrails spilled across the ground as Naruto utilized his system space to conceal the body before hastily retreating home. Arriving at the Uchiha compound, he gasped for breath. Gazing into the mirror at his reflection, a small tomo appeared within his eyes, signaling the awakening of his Sharingan. Chapter 19. Moving and Learning. Naruto admired his Sharingan as if it were a masterpiece of art. Despite his labored breathing, he felt none of the confusion, pain, or fear typically associated with his first kill. Perhaps it was the Uchiha bloodline legacy, or perhaps the influence of the madness lurking within his soul. But a faint smile began to curve at the corners of his mouth. Initially subtle, the smile blossomed into a full-blown laugh, resonating through the air. After a moment of laughter, Naruto composed himself, inexplicably drawn to this newfound sensation, finally understanding why the Uchiha's 4 mad laughers reveled in such boisterous mirth. Once calm, Naruto began to analyze his recent battle. He realized that his previous performance lacked potency. Despite possessing abundant chakra and exceptional swordsmanship, he had failed to wield their full power. This was likely due to his inability to fully harness his own capabilities, had the monkey-masked figure not sought to capture him alive without inflicting excessive harm. He might have perished numerous times. Although the monkey-masked figure was a special jonin, his true strengths likely lay outside of combat, possibly concealing hidden abilities. Naruto recognized the urgent need for time to better exploit his advantages. Primarily, he craved lightning affinity chakra and aimed to hone the Konoha blade technique. Additionally, he sought to learn more ninjutsu. While he could rely on his swordsmanship to break through myriad techniques, he understood that various ninjutsu would serve as essential support. And he was aware that achieving the level of effortlessly defeating numerous foes with a single strike would take time. However, he had time, and he resolved to move to Mikoto's residence the following day. He was eager to see if Danzo would dare send anyone to trouble the Uchiha elders now. Regarding his petty grievances with Danzo, Naruto adopted a more magnanimous attitude. Initially, he could not afford to kill Danzo, given the ties between Ryūjin Sarutobi and the scheming elder. Unless Ryūjin were to step down, there was little chance he could eliminate Danzo without defecting from the village. Furthermore, perhaps due to the coincidence of his name resembling that of the antagonist from Inuyasha, Naruto's own penchant for vengeance mirrored that of the spider demon. He would not engage in a petty vendetta of killing one of Danzo's subordinates today, only to sever another of Danzo's allies tomorrow, followed by occasional arguments to infuriate him. To Naruto, such methods of revenge were no different from childish antics. He believed in striking decisively. When he did act, he would deliver only despair and hopelessness to his adversaries. Thus, even if he faced superficial indignities along the way, he would not dwell on them, as long as they contributed to his accelerated growth. He mused that if one day Danzo, who believed he held the upper hand, found his dreams of becoming Hokage shattered, it would be quite a satisfying outcome. Meanwhile, Danzo concealed himself in his rude office, awaiting the arrival of his subordinates. Suddenly, a figure clad in a rabbit mask appeared before him. "Lord Danzo, Subject 32 has perished. The identity of the killer remains unknown," Danzo murmured. "It seems that meeting you will not be so straightforward, Uchiha Naruto. The following day, Naruto arrived at Uchiha Makoto's home, carrying his bedding. Uchiha Makoto looked at the bundled bedding with a puzzled expression. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto replied earnestly. I have come to be your childhood husband and live-in son-in-law Makoto. Our future children will bear the Uchiha name. Uchiha Fugaku, observing Naruto's demeanor, sensed the gravity of the situation and instructed Makoto, go help your childhood husband tidy up a room. Makoto playfully retorted, Grandfather, what are you saying? When did I say I wanted to marry Naruto? It's about him marrying me, not the other way around. Naruto interjected, let me correct you on that. Makoto shot a glare at Naruto, but remained silent. Later, as Naruto watched Makoto organize the room, he couldn't help but express his admiration. Truly, she embodied the quintessential virtuous wife and mother from the original story. He felt fortunate to have her. Subsequently, Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique as usual. Heading to school alongside Uchiha Makoto, Uchiha Min found Naruto and inquired, what has happened? Naruto merely replied that Shimura Danzo's men had sought him out, and he had managed to escape through certain means. Uchiha Min did not exhibit excessive anger, instead responding calmly, this is the village, the malice of the Hokage faction. Such incidents do not occur with the Inuzuka or Nara clans, nor do they befall the Hyuga clan. Yet, they can happen to the Uchiha. He continued, you should remain here quietly. I will construct a new forge for you. After saying this, Uchiha Min slowly exited the room, leaving Naruto contemplating the departure of this elder. He sensed that Uchiha Min, the leader of the hawkish faction, was not as simple as he had previously assumed, and he had perhaps grown a bit too arrogant. It appeared that the seemingly foolish actions of the characters from the original story might have concealed some astute individuals who recognized certain truths, only to be hindered by their lack of strength or information, rendering them powerless to alter their fates. On the balcony, Tsunade and Shoshue were engaged in conversation. Shoshue was earnestly pleading with his sister Tsunade, Sister, please give me that necklace. I know you intend it as my 12th birthday gift. Tsunade, somewhat exasperated, replied, who asked for their own gifts? Shoshue fully embraced the spirit of a child, resorting to tears and pleas, beseeching his sister for the present. Ultimately, Tsunade could no longer withstand Shoshue's persistent requests and decided to grant him the gift early. Shoshue donned the necklace with a beaming smile. Naruto sought out Hatake Sakumo, who was resting at home. Sakumo joyfully exclaimed, you've finally come. Naruto, I previously mentioned teaching you swordsmanship. Naruto respectfully responded, Lord Sakumo, that is precisely why I am here. I have long desired to witness the Hatake sword techniques. In truth, Naruto's primary objective was to legitimize his understanding of the Hatake sword style. Otherwise, it would be implausible to claim he had mastered the entirety of it after witnessing Sakumo wield it just once. Sakumo spoke slowly. In truth, the Hatake sword techniques are not overly difficult. They primarily require talent, extensive practice, and personal insight. There is not much that truly needs to be memorized. Initially, mastering the basics does not necessitate a great deal of chakra. It mainly involves channeling chakra onto the blade and utilizing one's own movements. Following that, one must execute some conventional attacks. To reach an intermediate level of mastery, one must learn to employ chakra to further enhance their speed. Moreover, at this stage, the sword techniques will undergo some novel transformations. These alterations will directly impact the power of one's attacks, making them swifter and more formidable. To attain a high level of mastery, one must proficiently manipulate the various forms of lightning chakra. Furthermore, one needs to fully awaken the lightning release chakra, integrating it into one's body and weapon. Only then can one claim to have achieved the perfect state of the Hatake sword techniques. In this state, the practitioner can unleash the full might of lightning, with each strike embodying the force of thunder, astonishingly powerful and nearly impossible to defend against. Sakumo refrained from revealing the subsequent levels of mastery, but Naruto understood nonetheless. On the other hand, Sakumo observed Naruto's rapid ascent from novice to intermediate mastery, his delight evident. If Naruto were to achieve a high level of mastery in the Hatake sword techniques, Sakumo might indeed lose his composure, as he considered himself somewhat talented, having only recently transitioned from intermediate to perfect mastery. He even encouraged Naruto to devote himself entirely to the art of swordsmanship. Yet Naruto, aware of his own circumstances, knew he had relied on an extraordinary advantage, lacking the lightning affinity chakra necessary for high mastery. Later, Naruto fled the lingering gaze of Sakumo, who seemed reluctant to let him go. Chapter 20, Ascendancy. Naruto's life had found a rare semblance of stability since moving into Uchiha Makoto's home. During this period of tranquility, Naruto dedicated his mornings to honing the Hatake sword techniques, chakra control, and physical skills, while afternoons and evenings were spent fervently refining his forging abilities. His meals consisted of extravagant seafood delicacies. The outcome of this regimen was a steady enhancement of Naruto's ninja prowess. With his forging skills inching ever closer to an A-rank standard, these changes were not overtly apparent. However, the most striking transformation was his height. As Naruto had grown from a diminutive 2 meters to a youthful 7 meters, no longer resembling a child, Naruto had blossomed into a handsome young man, admired by all. During this time, the most astounded by his height and appearance were Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Min. Uchiha Min had remarked more than once, "Is he truly 8 years old?" As Naruto had surpassed him in height within a mere 6 months. Naruto felt a twinge of concern. At just 8 years of age, he was already so tall. Continuing to consume the seafood delicacies, he worried that he might end up towering like the 3 admirals of the Navy at 3 meters tall. While the girls he fancied, Uchiha Mikoto and Tsunade, would likely not exceed 165 centimeters. The image of them walking together was too picturesque, with Mikoto and Tsunade's faces aligning with Naruto's height. However, Naruto resolved to address this matter later. Height could always be managed, and he could not forfeit the opportunity to grow stronger rapidly for such a trivial reason. After a long absence, Naruto opened his personal panel. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Age, 8 years, 80 years. Chakra attributes, fire, yin-yang. Sharingan, not yet activated, single tomo. Stamina, CB. Chakra, 122 units, equivalent to the chakra of Konoha's Jonin Kakashi. Chakra control ability, below average. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, beginner. Transformation technique, beginner. Substitution technique, beginner. Fire release, great fireball technique, beginner. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon, Hataki sword techniques, advanced mastery. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, intermediate. Shadow clone technique, beginner. Taijutsu, Uchiha style body technique, beginner. Jinjutsu, illusionary Naruto's vision, beginner. Evaluation, your strength has reached the level of an elite Chunin, capable even of confronting certain special Jonin directly. Alas, Chunin are but cannon fodder. Naruto chose to ignore the system's demoralizing remarks. After all, being an elite Chunin at this stage was still impressive. The true chaos would come later. Thus, Naruto resolved to further hone his forging skills, casually making his way toward the forge. At this moment, Naruto was somewhat of a recluse, especially after binding himself to the forge. Uchiha Min watched Naruto with a glimmer of curiosity, unable to resist asking, "Naruto, how on earth did you achieve such height in just 6 months? This is the innate talent of the Uchiha clan, which you cannot comprehend," Naruto retorted mockingly, tossing a piece of seafood barbecue to Uchiha Min, feeling a twinge of pity for the old man who had not indulged in such delicacies for many years. Uchiha Min's temples throbbed, pondering, a mere child, no matter how tall, still speaks so irritatingly. "Have you awakened your Sharingan yet?" Naruto chose not to reveal that he had already awakened his Sharingan, as it was generally believed that the earlier one awakened it, the greater their talent. Naruto wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. "My 3-tomo Sharingan does not discriminate against you, yet you dare to look down upon me. Wicked Uchiha brat. I shall deal with you on the spot." As Naruto observed Uchiha Min's intent to act, he swiftly darted away. Uchiha Min, mindful of his dignity, refrained from pursuing him, instead falling into deep contemplation over the barbecue in his hand. Upon entering the forge, Naruto steadfastly began to refine his blacksmithing skills. Activating his Sharingan, he discovered that this ocular technique allowed him to observe the intricate details of the forging process with remarkable precision. One could only wonder how Uchiha Madara would perceive such a scene. Surely, the esteemed Madara would take great solace in witnessing his junior apply the Sharingan to the art of forging. Naruto retrieved the vibrant scarlet iron, the scarlet ore, and fine iron to commence the smelting process. As he employed his unique hammering technique, a blade blank gradually took shape before him. Next came the secret of patterns, an innovation of Naruto's, derived from his insights into the crafting of shinobi tools. He sought to ascertain if it were possible to forge such tools without the use of biological materials. With the completion of the final pattern, the cooling phase ensued, and the blade was entirely finished. Gazing at the standard ninja blade before him, he immediately proceeded to appraise it. Standard B-rank ninja blade, imitation forged by Naruto, transforming the impossible into reality. However, due to inherent material deficiencies, this blade can be utilized only once. Skill, charged slash, infuse chakra into the blade, unleashing a powerful wave of cutting energy towards the enemy. The more chakra infused, the greater the damage. Ding. Blacksmithing level. B. A rank forge bonus. A rank forge bonus. Haha. Naruto erupted into hearty laughter, not solely due to the blade, but because his forging prowess had finally transcended the B rank, reaching A rank. This milestone signified that he could now forge the formidable A rank armor known as the Cursed by Demons. After a moment, Naruto tempered his exuberance. Although he was a jovial lad, the absence of an audience rendered the moment somewhat hollow. After stowing the standard ninja blade in his system space, he resolved to seek out shinjutsu for the biological materials essential for forging the Cursed by Demons, the perilous dragon species, talent, needed to be alive. And the forging process required them to remain so. Given Naruto's current abilities, he was ill-equipped to confront such a creature, and Talon's formidable resilience instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Hence, he sought assistance. Arriving at the entrance of the Senju clan's territory, Naruto knocked once more. This time, the door was opened not by Shinjutsu, but by Tsunade. Naruto beheld Tsunade before him, her golden locks cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, radiating an enchanting glow. Her exquisitely refined features exuded a distinct allure, and the slight upward curve of her lips hinted at both charm and mischief. Clad in a garment as pure as snow, her attire starkly contrasted with her golden hair. Despite her mere 22 years, Tsunade possessed a figure that was extraordinarily voluptuous. As Naruto observed Tsunade, she too scrutinized the young man before her. Standing at a height of 1.7 meters, Naruto exuded a stature akin to that of a white poplar. His loose robe draped over him without diminishing his grace, instead accentuating his remarkable presence. His chiseled features conveyed a blend of handsome and nonchalant, while his dark, profound eyes beckoned one to delve deeper. A subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a mysterious charm. Though Tsunade was not one to succumb to infatuation, the youthful Naruto, under the influence of burgeoning hormones, evoked a sensation of timelessness in her. Naruto, now merely 8 years old, remained blissfully unaffected by such influences. Yet he felt a blush creeping on his Tsunade's cheeks as he queried, "Lady Tsunade, is Shinjutsu at home?" Tsunade quickly responded, "Yes, he is. And you are?" "Just call me Naruto," he replied with a smile. Tsunade searched her memory but could not place this Naruto. She only knew of an 8-year-old prodigy rumored to possess remarkable blacksmithing skills. "Please, come in. I shall fetch Shinjutsu." She invited him inside. Shinjutsu, upon seeing Naruto, appeared equally perplexed. "Who is this?" "Naruto, the blacksmith who forged the Toichaman," Naruto reiterated. Shinjutsu, ever direct, inquired, "Master Naruto, how did you grow so tall in just 6 months?" "A secret, but that's not important." "Shinjutsu, I wish to forge a powerful weapon, and I may require the assistance of your master, Orochimaru." Naruto sidestepped Shinjutsu's query, voicing his need instead. Shinjutsu candidly shared that Orochimaru was currently away on a mission and might be gone for quite some time. Naruto recalled that the Second Great Ninja War would commence the following year and surmised that Orochimaru might be at the borders of the Leaf Village. Explaining his earlier encounter where Orochimaru had eliminated 2 Iwagakure ninjas. "Master Naruto, why do you need Orochimaru's help? Can I assist?" Shinjutsu asked earnestly. Naruto explained, "I am preparing to forge a powerful ninja tool, one that will provide its wielder with formidable defense and enhanced combat capabilities. However, it requires the inclusion of a fearsome creature as a material, and I need someone to help me subdue it. This creature possesses immense adaptability and vitality, far beyond the capability of an ordinary ninja to control. It may even necessitate mastery of advanced sealing techniques." Tsunade, aware of Naruto's blacksmithing talents, felt compelled to step forward as Naruto sought to forge this potent tool for her brother. "Can I help?" she offered. Naruto nodded, then shook his head. "You certainly can, Lady Tsunade, but it may not suffice. It would be best to enlist another powerful ally. Can you find one?" Naruto had initially considered seeking out Kakashi Hatake, but alas, he was not in the village. Tsunade, though somewhat skeptical, acknowledged that while her strength may not rival that of Sarutobi, she stood at the pinnacle of Konoha's power. "If I am insufficient, are you suggesting that the creature you seek is a tailed beast?" However, recognizing Naruto's urgency, she resolved to locate Jiraiya. Though he was presently absent from the village, Tsunade knew he remained within the land of fire, and with a mere contact, he could arrive swiftly. The next day, in a forest outside of Konoha, Naruto, Shinjutsu, Tsunade, and Jiraiya traversed the woods. "Master Naruto, where is this dangerous creature?" Shinjutsu inquired. Naruto surveyed the clearing ahead and responded, "It could be here. Lady Tsunade, are you and the Sage of Frogs prepared?" Tsunade nodded. "I am eager to see this fearsome beast." Jiraiya quipped, "What need have I, Jiraiya the sage of frogs, to fear any dangerous creature?" Naruto silently chanted the release of Golden Special Dragon Class Dangerous Species, Talent, Alive. Ding. Golden Special Dragon Class Dangerous Species, Talent, Alive, has been released. With a deafening roar, an odd creature materialized. Its head bore a resemblance to that of a kangaroo, yet its visage was menacingly fierce. 6 eyes stared back, with 2 larger primary pupils and 4 smaller secondary ones, all ablaze with a vibrant crimson hue, exuding a bloodthirsty aura that sent chills down one's spine. Its mouth was lined with sharp fangs, and its robust body was cloaked in black fur. Its limbs were powerful, and its hands bore razor-sharp claws. Additionally, protrusions or spikes adorned its back and tail. Overall, the creature emanated an overwhelming sense of bloodlust, strength, and enigma. Naruto swiftly tugged Shinjutsu away from the scene, leaving the battlefield to Tsunade and Jiraiya. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya's expressions turned grave. Acutely aware of the pressure emanating from Talent, a creature that sat atop the food chain. In an instant, they bit their fingers and struck the ground. Summoning technique. 2 colossal figures emerged on the battlefield, shrouded in a thick veil of smoke. Tsunade exclaimed, "Lord Slug, I beseech you." The slug responded in a youthful voice, "Very well, Lady Tsunade." Fukasaku, taken aback, remarked, "Jiraiya, what in the world is that? It looks utterly grotesque." Jiraiya replied, "Boss, this creature possesses remarkable vitality. Just be cautious and engage." Fukasaku unsheathed his long blade. Tyrant, having arrived in the world of ninjas, quickly adapted to the new environment due to its formidable resilience. As time passed, it began to sense an influx of natural energy, a vast reservoir pouring into its body. This turbulent influx of natural energy enhanced its physique significantly, and with time, it would only grow stronger. Although Jiraiya had yet to fully master Sage Mode, he could sense the potent natural energy merging with Tyrant, prompting him to silently lament. Tsunade, oblivious to these developments, commanded the slug, "Initiate an acid attack." The slug puffed out its cheeks and unleashed a torrent of corrosive acid towards Tyrant. Engrossed in consuming natural energy, Tyrant had no time to evade, and the acidic spray splattered across its form. While the creature's fur was immediately corroded, its tough skin resisted the acid, albeit at the cost of immense pain. Tyrant let out a roar, this time seemingly empowered by natural energy, which echoed powerfully enough to compel all present to cover their ears. Chapter 22, Sealing Tyrant. Remember, Tyrant possesses extraordinary vitality and adaptability. The same or similar attacks will likely diminish in effectiveness against it. Therefore, we must launch a relentless assault. Naruto called out. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya and Tsunade recognized the gravity of the situation. As time progressed, a massive accumulation of natural chakra continued to gather within Tyrant, causing its size to swell from 7 meters to 10. Jiraiya, noticing this alarming change, urged Tsunade, "Hurry, that beast is growing stronger." He then turned to Fukasaku, commanding, "Use your sword." Fukasaku leapt high into the air, bringing his blade down towards Tyrant's neck, while Tsunade commanded the slug to unleash another acid attack. This time, Tyrant seemed to regain a semblance of awareness, leaping aside to avoid Fukasaku's strike, yet it was still struck by the slug's acid. Surprisingly, it did not roar this time, but instead fled into the distance. Tsunade and Jiraiya would not permit such a dangerous creature to escape, driving their summoned beasts in pursuit. However, Tyrant appeared to vanish momentarily. Despite having seen it dart into the thicket, they could not discern its whereabouts. Logically, it was nearly impossible for a 10-meter-tall Tyrant to conceal itself, yet Jiraiya, perched atop Fukasaku, suddenly felt a chilling, hair-raising sensation. An overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, as if a sharp blade hung precariously above his head, ready to descend at any moment. This feeling compelled Jiraiya to hastily form hand seals and utilize ninjutsu. Channeling chakra through his body, his silver hair hardened to iron, swiftly enveloping him in a robust shield to brace for the impending assault. In tandem, Fukasaku sensed the unease, swinging its weapon in an attempt to strike at the unseen foe. Just then, Tyrant lunged, its gigantic claws aimed mercilessly at Fukasaku. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as a deep gash appeared on Fukasaku's arm, blood oozing forth. Jiraiya was not spared either, as he too was sent flying by Tyrant's swipe, his body tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Tsunade's expression hardened, her chakra surging wildly. A formidable force coalesced in her fist, and with a powerful swing, she struck Tyrant with a fierce momentum and a sharp crack of air. The impact sent Tyrant hurtling like a cannonball, crashing into the earth dozens of meters away, creating a massive crater and a cloud of dust. Tyrant's body slid forward under the force, snapping sturdy trees in its wake, finally collapsing in a disheveled heap on the ground. Clearly, Tsunade's might had inflicted significant damage. Yet, as Tsunade observed the creature's body rapidly healing, she noticed Tyrant was gradually merging into its surroundings, attempting to become invisible once more. Just as she prepared to deliver another blow, Jiraiya interjected, "Tsunade, use the slug slime to slow it down. I will launch a fire attack." The slug exhaled another stream of slime, this time less corrosive but highly adhesive. The duo watched as Tyrant struggled violently against the sticky substance. Realizing that the creature had been feigning weakness, likely waiting for an opportunity to ambush them. "Fukusaku, summon the toad oil," Jiraiya commanded. Fukusaku, in agreement and still nursing its wounded arm, was eager for revenge on the beast. Fukusaku puffed up and unleashed a torrent of toad oil resembling crude oil towards Tyrant. Jiraiya began forming seals, utilizing fire release to amplify the attack. The combination of fire and toad oil resulted in an even more formidable blaze, showcasing Jiraiya's mastery of the powerful fire release, toad oil fireball. Tyrant howled in terror beneath the scorching flames, yet Jiraiya and Fukusaku pressed on, undeterred by its struggles. Gradually, Tyrant's roars diminished, and ultimately, its body fell still upon the ground. Only when Fukusaku had exhausted the toad oil from its belly did Jiraiya finally conclude the fire release. The onlookers beheld the once mighty Tyrant, its exterior now charred. As Jiraiya prepared to seal the beast, Tsunade halted him. She formed hand seals and summoned the earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp, creating a vast mire that gradually engulfed Tyrant. As Tyrant sank halfway into the swamp, it revived and began to thrash violently. Accompanying its struggles, the previously charred skin began to peel away. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, understanding the terrifying vitality and adaptability that Naruto had described. They comprehended the alarming potential of this creature, if it continued to survive. Could it one day become immune to the majority of ninjutsu? As Tyrant lay immobile, Tsunade resolved to strike once more. Her gaze hardened. She inhaled deeply before leaping high into the air, delivering a fist imbued with unparalleled power and speed directly towards Tyrant's left side. The punch landed with the force of thunder. Simultaneously, Jiraiya unleashed his own assault, channeling chakra into his hair, which began to grow uncontrollably. He directed the strands to penetrate Tyrant's mind. "Fukusaku," Jiraiya called out. Fukusaku, once again wielding its long blade, prepared to strike. The sound of 3 thunderous impacts resounded as Tsunade's fist collided with Tyrant's left side. Instantly, Tyrant's left side ruptured as if struck by a hammer, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering everywhere. On the other side, Jiraiya's hair struck precisely against the right side of Taelan's body. The formidable penetrating power and destructive force rendered Taelan's skin utterly unrecognizable, exposing the ghastly white bones beneath, an appalling sight to behold. In a final act of desperation, Gamabunta unleashed a powerful strike upon Taelan's head, the force so tremendous that it revealed the brain matter beneath his skull. The entire scene was grotesquely bloody and violent, sending chills down one's spine. Ultimately, after a series of relentless assaults, Taelan finally succumbed to submission. Jiraiya hastily employed the 5 elements sealing technique multiple times to confine Taelan within a scroll. Tsunade and Jiraiya, both panting heavily, watched as Gamabunta and the slug returned to the summoning realm after exchanging brief greetings with the two. Chapter 23. The Curse of the Demon begins. Naruto and Shoju approached Tsunade and Jiraiya, observing the conclusion of the battle. Shoju, the doting brother, quickly inquired about his sister Tsunade's well-being, to which she reassured him that she was unharmed. Jiraiya then turned to Naruto and questioned, "Are you certain you wish to use this creature for forging armor?" Naruto informed him, "Sage Jiraiya, did you not witness the terror of Taelan? Armor crafted from Taelan will be akin to a living entity, endowed with Taelan's formidable defense, attack power, exceptional adaptability, and terrifying evolutionary capabilities. Moreover, we could even harness his previous ability to become invisible." As Naruto elucidated, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo gradually approached the two. The tumultuous clash involving Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Taelan had created such a commotion that even people within the village had become aware of it, though Sarutobi had sent everyone away upon his arrival, leaving only the shameless Danzo behind. Sarutobi turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "What on earth just transpired? Where did that monster come from?" Jiraiya cast a glance at Naruto, who remained remarkably composed, preparing to disclose the matter of utilizing the creature for forging. Both Sarutobi and Danzo were taken aback, particularly Sarutobi, who felt somewhat disheartened. As he currently stood at a mere 165 centimeters in height, and feared that he might diminish further with age, Naruto had already prepared a fabricated explanation, stating, "I suspect I have awakened a new bloodline limit. It feels less like a bloodline limit and more akin to a one-sided contract with a mysterious summoning realm. Currently, I can summon bizarre creatures, but the summoning is unpredictable. Sometimes I conjure living beings, other times, the deceased. Occasionally, I can summon another creature swiftly, while at other times, I must wait an extended period. I consumed a fish that appeared delectable, hence my accelerated growth." Among those present, aside from Shouju, everyone was relatively knowledgeable about the ninja world and was hearing of such a bloodline limit for the first time, especially one awakened by Uchiha. Perhaps it was akin to Jiraiya's reckless invocation of summoning ninjutsu, unwittingly transporting him to a peculiar space. However, unlike Jiraiya, Naruto could not traverse that world but could only extract fragments from it. In any case, they harbored skepticism but recognized that Naruto's current value was insufficient for them to exploit him, fearing that their attempts to seize what he had might yield no reward. It was akin to the understanding among programmers. As long as the code functions correctly, one should refrain from tampering with it, even if it seems chaotic. Furthermore, Naruto had a certain degree of background. Only Shouju exclaimed, "Wow, this ability is simply extraordinary. Master Naruto, should you summon another one of those fish, please ensure to sell me a portion. I feel my growth is lagging." Regardless of whether the others believed him, Naruto proceeded to articulate his intention to utilize the creature for forging. Upon hearing the specifics, Sarutobi and Danzo fell into contemplative silence. Particularly when Naruto unveiled his vision for the new armor, Danzo's heart felt as if 1,000 cats were clawing at it, fervently whispering, "I want it, I want it." His greedy expression was barely concealed. Sarutobi, exhibiting far greater composure, addressed Naruto, "Little Naruto, you are the future of the village. Please, prioritize your safety. And should any perilous situations arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Danzo, momentarily suppressing his avarice, added, "Should you require aid, you may also seek out the root." Naruto could not help but admire Danzo's audacity. Previously, this old dog had summoned others to capture him, yet now he sought to acquire Naruto's treasures? Just wait, Naruto thought. I shall surely seek you out when I possess something of value. Naruto expressed his gratitude to both men. Subsequently, for safety considerations, Naruto chose not to forge within the Uchiha clan, but instead returned to the long-lost Cat Granny. After a discussion with her, Cat Granny took the cats to a distant location for safety. Upon reaching the forging room, Naruto's gaze fell upon Shouju, instantly captivated by the necklace around his neck. Wasn't this the fabled necklace of the first Hokage, said to bring death to its bearer? In the original narrative, the first Hokage, the owner of this necklace, met an untimely demise, and it was subsequently given to Shouju, who tragically perished the following day from an explosive tag. Later, Tsunade gifted it to Kato Dan, who suffered grievous internal injuries, and despite Tsunade's desperate efforts as a medical ninja, he could not be saved, leading to her developing a fear of blood. Eventually, Tsunade, revitalized by Naruto's encouragement, chose to pass it to Prince Naruto, who, in his quest to fully transform into the Nine Tails, crushed the necklace due to the power of the first Hokage contained within it, ultimately succeeding in becoming Hokage. Naruto felt this necklace bore ill fortune. It was better off with him. Taking the necklace from Shouju's neck, Naruto announced, "This necklace shall be embedded into the surface of the armor during the forging process. You may retrieve it later if you wish." Hearing this, Shouju relaxed, for it was a powerful encouragement for his dream of becoming Hokage. Naruto even used the system to appraise the necklace. First Hokage necklace, a relic of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. This is a chakra crystal that reacts solely to the chakra of the first Hokage, capable of restraining the power of tailed beasts. Naruto intended to utilize this artifact as an insurance policy or catalyst in the armor, contemplating whether, as the armor evolved to a certain degree, it could be completely absorbed by the Senju clan member, or whether it could suppress the armor's bearer from becoming a non-human entity. Afterward, Naruto began to recall the forging techniques of legendary artifacts, commencing the process with Tailand. He began melting orichalcum, using the molten metal as ink to inscribe peculiar runes upon the fearsome Tailand. This process was exceedingly arduous, and Tsunade had to deliver a punch to Tailand's head after a while. Ultimately, as Tailand's body became adorned with strange runes, Naruto requested Jiraiya to use wind release to sever Tailand's claws. To facilitate Jiraiya's task, Naruto even provided him with a toy knife bearing his name. After considerable effort, Jiraiya successfully severed Tailand's claws. As Naruto began to chant incantations, Taelan started to writhe violently, ultimately diminishing in size. Eventually, Taelan's body shrank to a size comparable to that of a human. At this juncture, Naruto retrieved 9 portions of orichalcum, 100 kilograms of refined iron, 10 portions of crimson sand iron, and 10 portions of crimson ore, along with Taelan's claws. He proceeded to melt all the materials except for Taelan's claws, forming a rough prototype. Ryūjin must categorize these raw materials according to their shapes, sizes, and properties, and subsequently forge them into components suitable for various parts of armor as per the design specifications. These components include helmets, chest plates, shoulder guards, arm guards, gauntlets, and leg armor, each possessing its own unique form and functionality. It is fair to say that this phase demands a considerable investment of time from Ryūjin. However, he must complete the forging before the rune suppression on Tyrant comes to an end. Chapter 24. Haunted by Evil Spirits. Forging completed. Fortunately, the rune suppression remains quite steadfast, and in the ensuing days, Tsunade accompanies Ryūjin in his smithing endeavors. Since learning that Ryūjin is now an 8-year-old child, Tsunade has felt a sense of embarrassment about being too close to him. After all, it is rather unsettling for any 22-year-old to harbor feelings for an 8-year-old of the opposite sex. Yet, during these days spent together, Tsunade discovers that Ryūjin not only possesses formidable forging skills, but also exhibits insights far beyond that of a typical ninja academy student. He occasionally shares profound thoughts, and most notably, Tsunade realizes Ryūjin is quite confident in his card-playing abilities, introducing her to numerous games she has never encountered before. Tsunade has fully embraced the phrase a novice with a big appetite, often jesting that she would later challenge Ryūjin in the realm of gambling. In truth, Ryūjin has developed quite an affection for the current version of Tsunade. In the original narrative, her reckless drinking and gambling stemmed largely from the trauma of losing her brother and boyfriend, compounded by her subsequent self-destructive tendencies due to her hemophobia. In her present state, Tsunade's only vice seems to be her fondness for gambling, which she regards merely as a personal interest. Moreover, she plays without accumulating debilitating debts. When she loses, she simply returns home. Days pass. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and as time flows, the helmet, chest plate, shoulder guards, arm guards, gauntlets, and leg armor are each meticulously crafted by Ryūjin. With every component forged, he directly adorns them onto a life-sized representation of Tyrant. 1 week later, with the final leg armor affixed, Tyrant now bears no resemblance to a monster. She appears as a valiant general clad in armor. Ryūjin then melts down the last required piece of orichalcum, subsequently etching various runes onto the surface of the armor. As the final rune is inscribed, the armor seems to come alive, though its eye sockets flash with a menacing crimson hue. Following this, Ryūjin recites a peculiar incantation, causing the entire armor to shrink and gradually reshape into the form of a sword. Finally, he places the original necklace into the designated recess, completing the sword's formation. This magnificent blade shimmers with a chilling brilliance, its edge exquisitely sharp, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending the air. The blade is broad and robust, its lines stark and assertive, embodying strength and resilience. Beneath the hilt lies a crystalline eye, while the top of the hilt is adorned with the crystal from the original necklace. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for crafting an A-grade weapon. Reward: 1,000 lottery draws. Ryūjin then assesses the sword in his hand. Haunted by Evil Spirits. Special edition. This sword has been infused with the forger's essence, utilizing a plethora of precious materials: orichalcum, fine iron, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, the golden variant of Tyrant, and the golden original necklace. During the forging process, qualified imperial techniques were employed, crafted over the course of a week. Due to Tyrant's absorption of vast natural chakra and the incorporation of golden materials imbued with the power of the strong, this weapon surpasses the original version from its inception. Furthermore, it bestows numerous new possibilities upon the armor. This sword features double-edged blades, measures 13 meters in length, possesses formidable sharpness, and allows for seamless chakra conduction. The tail of the sword is adorned with a chain. Upon summoning, the sturdy armor will automatically manifest, enhancing the capabilities of its wearer. This imperial artifact boasts ironclad defense, accompanied by the auxiliary weapon, the red-backed shrike, a double-edged spear. Skills: 1. Evolution. Due to the armor being forged from the dangerous variant of Tyrant, and perfectly preserving its vitality, both the armor and weapon possess terrifying evolutionary potential. 2. Invisibility. The hidden ability triggered by the biological properties of the materials used allows for temporary transparency. With proficiency, The user can also conceal their presence. 3. Choice. Under the protection of the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the wielder can choose to halt evolution or integrate this power to continue evolving. As Nai-Luo gazes at the imperial artifact, haunted by evil spirits, he instinctively feels an urge to laugh maniacally. However, upon noticing Tsunade nearby, he decides to contain his mirth for later. With Shimoku absent, Nai-Luo proposes that Tsunade should be the first to test the imperial artifact. Sister Tsunade, why not give this imperial artifact a try? It's a perfect opportunity to experience the weapon's side effects, he suggests, referring to her as sister due to the bond they have forged over the past few days. Tsunade ponders the suggestion and recognizes its merit, having previously witnessed Tyron's formidable power. Moreover, Nai-Luo had mentioned that a mere mortal would perish upon donning this armor. While the members of the Senju clan are not to be underestimated, she still feels the need to test it. As a reminder, while ninjas typically have high attack but low defense, this is relative. The physical prowess of ninjas is quite formidable. For instance, Naruto's Rasengan can carve deep craters into the earth, yet when it strikes Kakazu, there is little visible deformation on his body. Similarly, during Niji's demise, the surrounding forest was obliterated, yet the elder remained relatively unscathed. Numerous examples exist, demonstrating the strength of a ninja's physique. Given that Shimoku is currently only a genin, it would be unwise to risk injury. Tsunade steps outdoors, grasping the imperial artifact in her right hand, and enthusiastically calls out, haunted by evil spirits. No sooner had her words left her lips than a towering figure clad in armor appeared behind her, binding her form with straps. And she found herself adorned with the armor, wielding the auxiliary weapon, the red-backed shrike. Observing the summoning process, Nai-Luo understands that Tsunade and the armor are not particularly well matched. If they were, Tyron would have manifested alongside the armor during the summoning. Nonetheless, Tsunade is quite pleased with the armor as it offers her a comprehensive enhancement. Tsunade tests her newfound strength by delivering a powerful punch to a nearby tree, sending it flying a considerable distance. She realizes that this strike not only consumed less chakra, but also wielded greater power than her typical punches. Subsequently, Tsunade experiments with the armor's invisibility capability, and in the blink of an eye, she vanishes from sight, clad in armor. Seeing Nai-Luo completely unguarded, she stealthily approaches him from behind and playfully pokes him. Nai-Luo pretends to be startled, although his third passive weapon, Royal Authority, allows him to easily sense the weapon's location. Witnessing Tsunade's mischievous antics, she gradually reappears, addressing Nai-Luo, "Fire at me." Launch the Great Fireball Jutsu. Upon hearing her command, Nai-Luo forms hand seals and unleashes the Great Fireball Jutsu. A fireball crashes down upon Tsunade, who assesses the attack and realizes it merely felt warm, inflicting no actual harm whatsoever. Chapter 25, Danzo's Filth. Ding. Tsunade has initially mastered the A-grade weapon, haunted by evil spirits, activating the talent replication, and the host has acquired Earth Attribute Chakra. Nai-Luo suddenly feels a surge of vitality, realizing he has gained an additional attribute. Although it may not be the one he desired most, it is nonetheless an enhancement. Meanwhile, Tsunade, emboldened by her recent experience, urges Nai-Luo to unleash a more powerful fire technique. Nero, without a hint of hesitation, swiftly performed the hand seals to unleash the fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, a technique he had only recently mastered. Although Nero's chakra seemed to be only at 2 cards, far from abundant, it was nonetheless double that of a Jonin from Konoha. He directed his formidable flames towards Tsunade, and for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until 10 seconds had elapsed. It was only then that Tsunade felt a slight warmth, particularly as the core of Nero's flames was precisely aimed at her, and her own form was quite prominent. Tsunade felt quite satisfied with this, as her speed would allow her to evade the flames in less than a second. One could say that the combination of this armor and Tsunade's prodigious strength was remarkably harmonious. After a brief trial, Tsunade dispelled the armor's summoning. She realized that the energy consumption and physical toll of the armor were entirely acceptable for the Senju clan. Subsequently, Nero and Tsunade made their way to the Senju clan's territory, where Shoju finally beheld the armor he cherished. Following explanations from Tsunade and Nero, he roared as he grasped the sword's hilt, evil spirit entwined. A spectral armor, its arms crossed, materialized behind Shoju. However, unlike Tsunade's, the head of this armor began to crack open, revealing the fearsome maw of Tyrant, and the entire armor slowly moved to embrace Shoju. Observing this, Tsunade pondered, could this be the summoning image that Nero claimed was a better match for this armor? Gazing at the armor's menacing mouth, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Nero, meanwhile, confirmed his hypothesis. Indeed, only a hot-blooded fool would be most suited for this armor. A more eloquent way to express this would be to say he possessed a childlike heart, and given Shoju's Senju lineage, he would undoubtedly experience rapid growth through this armor. Nero was curious whether Shoju could unleash the armor's ultimate skill, choice, and what decision Shoju would make. At the very least, Nero need not worry about Shoju perishing from an explosive tag before he secured the Senju bloodline. Following the customary attempts to test abilities, after Shoju completed them one by one, a notification chimed. Ding. Shoju has initially mastered the A-rank weapon Evil Spirit Entwined. Talent replication activated. Host gains water-style chakra. Damn. It's not lightning chakra. Nero was quite exasperated. He could only console himself that there would be future opportunities. With Shoju's compatibility with the armor, he should eventually obtain it. Shoju, do you possess lightning chakra? Nero inquired of Shoju, who was experimenting nearby. Yes, I do. Why do you ask? Shoju replied candidly. Nero thought, damn it. He contemplated his remaining 1,000 lottery draws, convinced he would acquire something splendid. As Nero handed the Evil Spirit Entwined to Shoju, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo were finally apprised of the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his office, troubled by the arrangements concerning Uchiha Nero. Although Nero never proclaimed himself as an Uchiha, often introducing himself simply as Nero, his increasing significance made it challenging for Hiruzen to make arrangements for him. Furthermore, as Nero contributed more to the village, his connections expanded considerably, and it was foreseeable that his network would grow even larger in the future. Shimura Danzo glanced at Hiruzen and discerned that his old friend harbored suspicions about Nero. He remarked, Nero is becoming increasingly formidable. The weapon he forged using biological materials rivals the strength of some tailed beasts. I wonder what the limits of this weapon are. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling irritated, retorted, so what are you implying? Handing Nero over to your root organization is now utterly impossible, not to mention the Uchiha clan. Even the powerful figures within the village and the long-dwindling Senju clan would not allow you to claim Nero. You should abandon that notion. Danzo, rarely witnessing Hiruzen in such a flustered state, taunted, then let Nero forge weapons to unite the village's strength. Ultimately, they could collectively elevate the Uchiha to the position of Hokage. Observing Hiruzen's silence, Danzo sensed an opportunity and pressed on, casting aspersions. Nero's forging techniques are truly extraordinary. He has completely integrated terrifying beasts into his armor. If he were to incorporate the Nine Tails into a weapon, who in Konoha could stop him? With Nero so close to the Senju clan, if he used the first Hokage's body to create a weapon, who could possibly oppose him? With such invincible power, coupled with Nero's alliances among the village's clans and Jonin, the Hokage title would rightfully belong to the Uchiha. Thus, I wish to test Nero's loyalty to Konoha. If only Nero were present. Otherwise, I would have to commend Danzo. He was truly a renowned schemer in the ninja world, accurately predicting Nero's ambitions. One must say, he had a keen eye. Just as Danzo relished the thought that Hiruzen would eventually acquiesce, Hiruzen countered with a different response. However, I must decline, at least during this imminent period of war. This time, Danzo did not react with excessive anger, for he understood that Hiruzen had softened his stance, and he had no desire to hastily eliminate Nero. With a huff, Danzo departed. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's territory, Nero disregarded everyone and promptly fell asleep. Uchiha Chitake and Uchiha Min, seated across from one another, sipped tea. Uchiha Chitake remarked, recently, Nero has accomplished quite a few impressive feats. He first gifted a sword to Orochimaru, then to Kakashi, and now he has created a powerful armor for the Senju clan. However, he only provided the clan with some ordinary ninja tools, which led to some discontent among certain members. Uchiha Min, well aware of Chitaki's intentions, candidly stated, the weapons are forged by Nero himself. He can choose to whom he wishes to present them. It is not your place to interfere. Chitake, taken aback by Min's lack of respect, had initially envisioned collaborating with him to pressure Nero. Thus, he began to respond in kind. Remember, I am the leader of the Uchiha clan. I will never permit any clan member to betray our family. Uchiha Min slammed the table, declaring, you may be the leader, but you have no right to dictate the personal assets of others. You will come to regret this. With that, the two parted on unfriendly terms. Chapter 26, The Grand Lottery of 1,000 Draws. Awakening from a refreshing slumber, Nero prepared to engage in a formidable endeavor to complete all 1,000 lottery draws. After performing the usual preliminary tasks, Nero commanded the system to commence the lottery. Ding. Lottery in progress. 200 portions of green gorilla scarlet sand iron and scarlet sand ore. 1,000 corpses of green 20M sea kings, abominably powerful creatures from the world of pirates, classified as colossal beasts. Golden crafting secret technique, demon god manifestation, essence of demons. Demon god manifestation, essence of demons, an imperial artifact of ice, capable of freely creating and controlling ice. Crafted from the blood of super dangerous species residing in the far north, merely tasting it can drive a person mad with the desire to kill. Mastery allows for the comprehension of various secret techniques. Secret Technique 1. Mochaboat MO, freezes time and space. No one can move but the user, though it requires immense energy. Secret Technique 2. Ice Storm General, first creates a vast army of ice cavalry, storing energy for days, then unleashes it all at once, summoning a blizzard that engulfs an entire empire. Platinum Super Dangerous Species, Ice Demon Beast. Ice Demon Beast, a legendary super dangerous species residing in the far north, wielding the power of ice and possessing terrifying strength. 121 portions of blue orichalcum. Corpses of blue dangerous species, flying mantis, earth dragon, wood beast. Golden blade artifact forging secret technique. 1 strike, certain kill Muramasa, corpses march 8 houses. 1 strike. Certain kill Muramasa, a demonic blade forged from the poisonous fangs of a uniquely perilous cursed beast. A wound inflicted by this blade becomes tainted with a fatal curse, leading to swift demise, with no antidote available. Renowned as a weapon of assured lethality, a mere scratch results in death, rendering any hope of salvation futile. Crafted solely for the purpose of murder. However, it bears a critical weakness. One must wield it with utmost caution, for even a slight cut on the finger spells instant death. In combat, if the blade does not directly strike the opponent, its curse remains dormant, and it proves ineffective against the deceased. Its secret technique involves the wielder cutting themselves. Failure to withstand the pain results in immediate death. Successful execution of this technique dramatically enhances the wielder's speed and agility to terrifying levels. The Corpse's March 8 Houses wields a demonic blade forged from the fangs of a super dangerous species of spider demon, enabling the cursed manipulation of those slain by the blade, with the ability to control up to 8 corpses as puppets. These puppets retain their appearance from life and can be maneuvered with ease. Once the ability is dispelled, they revert to ordinary corpses. Its weakness lies in the fact that the more corpses controlled during its activation, the greater the reduction in the host's own capabilities. Golden Special Dangerous Species, Cursed Beast, Living. Cursed Beast, a terrifying species that wields incurable curses, also possessing remarkable speed. Platinum Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne, Core. The energy source of the Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne, composed of precious energy stones from super dangerous species and the Empire. Golden Special Dangerous Species, Spider Demon. Special Spider Demon, a super dangerous species capable of transforming slain enemies into puppets. Golden Dimensional Array Shangri-La Forging Secret Technique. Dimensional Array Shangri-La, a spatial mobility artifact that can instantaneously transport a target to a marked location, though it requires immense energy, preventing continuous activation. With lesser energy consumption, it can be used consecutively. Golden Spatial Stone. Spatial Stone, an enigmatic stone imbued with spatial energy. Golden Special Dangerous Species, Void. Void, a special dangerous species capable of utilizing spatial stones. Golden 10,000-Year Diamond Tree. 10,000-Year Diamond Tree, possessing extraordinary hardness. It is exceedingly difficult to destroy and even harder to process. Green 20M Sea King Class 50 units. Green Fine Iron 2,000 kilograms. Golden Stone Demon Mask Manufacturing Secret Technique. The Stone Demon Mask is a creation of Kaz, a member of the ancient humanoid race known as the Dark, later referred to as Pillar Men. Invented in pursuit of perfect life. When an ordinary human or other beings dons the mask and allows it to absorb their blood, the mask extends numerous bone spikes from its edges into the wearer's head and brain, transforming them into a being with physical abilities far surpassing that of humans, achieving immortality. Yet vulnerable to sunlight, if the mask is embedded with an ether red stone, its effects can be significantly enhanced, allowing the Pillar Men to evolve into a true immortal, possessing the capabilities of all living beings on Earth, alongside extraordinary intelligence, thus becoming the ultimate life form. Golden Pillar Men Blood Storage. Pillar Men Blood Storage, an essential component for crafting the Stone Demon Mask. Upon observing the results of this lottery, Naruto felt a certain degree of satisfaction, as he had indeed drawn a considerable number of valuable items. However, he was somewhat perplexed by the solitary platinum material, the core of the Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne. as he recalled the formidable requirements for its forging, which included a staggering 200 portions of orichalcum. Furthermore, numerous other foundational materials and conditions were needed. Most daunting of all was the biological material requirement, a super dangerous species, the Western dragon. From Naruto's understanding, even among the super dangerous species, their combat capabilities varied immensely. He recalled a super dangerous species known as the Northern Dragon from the anime, Akame Kill, which he estimated to be around 15 kilometers in length. Naruto felt that, at present, only Uchiha Madara could contend with such a creature. Although the Western Dragon had not appeared in the original work, it was unlikely to be any weaker. Naruto realized that there existed a disparity among artifacts. Undoubtedly, the initial Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne was not on par with other artifacts. Additionally, due to the varying dangers associated with the species used in forging or the specific parts of those species, some artifacts could achieve an A rank while others had a ceiling of only A. For instance, the biological materials used for the demon god manifestation were sourced from super dangerous species, evidently stronger than the special dangerous species employed for other artifacts, at least in terms of the introduction. Furthermore, aside from the corpses provided by dangerous species, both special and super dangerous species were living beings, suggesting that forging may indeed have certain freshness requirements for biological materials. Nevertheless, even the one strike, certain kill Muramasa, corpses march 8 houses, dimensional array Shangri-La, and demon god manifestation exhibited significant differences. They remained exceedingly powerful artifacts. Particularly, the dimensional array Shangri-La bore a striking resemblance to the flying thunder god technique. Both allow for spatial movement once a mark is established. It may be that the speed of releasing the mark is somewhat slower, yet its advantage lies in its extensive range, rendering it a veritable life-saving artifact. Chapter 27, Danzo's Premature Assistance. Following that were the 10,000-year diamond trees, which resembled something out of a nightmare. Their difficulty in forging raised questions for Naruto. What purpose would he have for such an item? To wield it as a club? The final item, the stone demon mask, could be deemed exceptionally unique, for it possesses the capacity to transform individuals into vampires, beings renowned for their terrifying lifespan and regenerative abilities. As for the enhancement of combat prowess, Naruto was uncertain of how much it could augment one's strength in the extraordinary world of ninjas, yet the vulnerability to sunlight was undeniably lethal. Should the sun release the effects of the Ein release in the Naruto universe, it would pose an enormous threat. Additionally, Naruto harbored doubts about whether the transformation into a vampire would influence a person's will, though he lacked first-hand experience. Ultimately, Naruto surmised that Orochimaru would find this item particularly appealing. In fact, anyone who aspired for prolonged life and was willing to make certain sacrifices would likely cherish such a treasure. Exiting the lottery interface, Naruto contemplated his next steps, deciding to forge the one strike, certain kill Muramasa first, and thereafter utilize its power to slay the special dangerous species, Void. His primary concern lay in the formidable escape abilities of this special dangerous species. Having encountered an artifact he greatly desired, he feared that should it escape, he would have no recourse for lamentation. Following that, he planned to forge the corpses march 8 houses and the stone demon mask, envisioning a scenario where, in the face of dire straits, he could forsake humanity entirely. Transforming into a vampire paired with the dimensional array Shangri-La, Naruto's survival capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Ultimately, he aimed to forge the demon god manifestation, essence of demons, and the Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne. However, Naruto currently lacked the requisite materials. Thus, the forging of the Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne would have to be postponed. If the opportunity arose, he would still yearn to create this artifact. Naruto believed that once he succeeded in forging this artifact, he would be unmatched in the ninja world, with only the ancient and immortal Uchiha Madara capable of confronting him directly. Should Madara perish one day, the Uchiha clan would see Naruto rise to prominence in the ninja realm. More importantly, no man could resist the allure of a mecha. After finalizing various decisions, Naruto proceeded to the Hokage office, as he surmised that the special dangerous species, cursed beast, might require a strategy of overwhelming numbers, likely resulting in numerous casualties. Thus, he prepared to collaborate with the village. Arriving at the entrance of the Hokage building, Naruto addressed a nearby ninja who was chewing on some grass. "I am Naruto, seeking an audience with Lord Hokage." The grass-chewing ninja, Inuzuka Kiba, cast a glance at the young Naruto, who, despite having reached a height of 1.7 meters, still bore a hint of youthful naivety. In the realm of Konoha, the indifference of Nara Shinkai was palpable. for there were always individuals who failed to comprehend the significance of meeting the Hokage. He could not possibly relay every inquiry to the Hokage. With a hint of nonchalance, Nara Shinkai inquired, "Do you have an appointment?" "No appointment, no entry." Upon witnessing Nara Shinkai's dismissive treatment of a prospective figure in the shinobi world, Naruto could no longer tolerate it. "I am Naruto Uchiha, the mightiest blacksmith of Konoha." The sheer confidence in Naruto's declaration caused Nara Shinkai to falter, as a flicker of recognition sparked within him. Indeed, the Hokage had mentioned Naruto before. Instantly adopting a welcoming demeanor, he gestured for Naruto to enter. In response, Naruto, hailing from the tomato orphanage, could only retort, "I used to deliver takeout by day and scold the security guards, and by night, I became a guard to intercept delivery men. Such is the passion for one's craft. And you, a mere gatekeeper of Konoha, dare to obstruct my passage?" Upon entering the Hokage's office, Naruto felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. To his astonishment, the first Hokage, Shimura Danzo, was present. Engaged in a fierce stare-down with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto mused to himself how close the two seemed, having spent the day entangled in office banter. Sarutobi Hiruzen, taken aback by Naruto's unexpected visit, questioned, "Little Naruto, what brings you here?" With utmost seriousness, Naruto replied, "Lord Third Hokage, my bloodline limit has manifested once more, this time revealing two particularly perilous species, dangerous creatures that may require your assistance. These two entities are essential for the forging of two weapons." Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognizing the potential benefit of these weapons to Konoha's overall combat strength, especially if they remained out of Uchiha hands, did not hesitate to inquire, "What arrangements do you have for these two weapons? Please, do not misconstrue my curiosity." Naruto, sensing the Hokage's interest, feigned mystery, stating, "I have a premonition that these two weapons demand specific qualities from their wielders, thus I am uncertain to whom they should be entrusted. I intend to conduct trials within Konoha to ascertain who might master them." Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged glances, intrigued by the prospect. However, maintaining his composure, Sarutobi Hiruzen pressed on, "Are these dangerous creatures truly formidable? How do they compare to the one encountered in the Konoha forest?" Naruto responded candidly, "They are not overwhelmingly strong, but possess unique attributes. One of these creatures seems to wield a lethal curse that can kill upon contact and exhibits terrifying speed, while the other resembles a spider, seemingly capable of controlling the corpses of fallen foes. The tangible strength of these two beasts likely matched that of the previous encounter, perhaps even falling short, but their capabilities posed a significant challenge." As Sarutobi Hiruzen absorbed Naruto's explanation, he found himself in a quandary. Yet, Naruto continued, "From my observations, one of these monsters appears to harbor a lethal curse, while the other may manipulate the dead in combat. I believe I can harness these unique traits to forge two extraordinary blades. With a stroke of luck, I may even enhance them with additional abilities." The prospect of such formidable ninja blades piqued Sarutobi Hiruzen's interest, though he recognized the inherent danger of the curse, which even he might struggle to counteract. Should a Chunin or a clan Jonin engage, it could result in fatalities. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered, Danzo interjected, presenting a facade of congeniality. "It seems the third Hokage faces a dilemma. I, however, shall pledge my support, but you must allow us, Root, to test the blades first." Feeling a sense of betrayal at Danzo's proposal, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained composed in the presence of others, resolving to find a future opportunity to address the matter privately. Entrusting the task to Root would weaken their own strength, and should the weapons eventually fall into his own faction's hands, it would be a significant gain. Naruto, observing that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to acquiesce, nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Lord Danzo." Chapter 28, The Hunt for the Cursed Beast. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Naruto found Uchiha men waiting for him, likely regarding the weaponry matter. "Uchiha Chitake has sought me out, but I declined," men stated. "Naruto, I understand you. You are much like me, not adept at articulating your feelings, yet you hold your clan close to your heart." Naruto could only protest, "That's not true. I do not." However, as Naruto's energy and strength grew, his perspective on the Uchiha clan began to evolve. He suddenly realized that he had previously limited himself. Henceforth, he would unify the Uchiha clan with the Senju clan through marriage. Naruto would judiciously bestow weapons. If one bloodline was insufficient, then two would suffice. If two were still inadequate, three would do. And if mixed heritage fell short, then the more the merrier. One day, even the Otsutsuki clan would find themselves in the shinobi world, compelled to address him as grandfather. Of course, with system upgrades. It was conceivable that he could obtain weapons capable of overpowering the Otsutsuki clan. Nevertheless, that remained uncertain, and Naruto resolved to pursue tangible outcomes first. Subsequently, Naruto recounted the dealings with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo to Uchiha Min. Initially perplexed, Min's expression shifted as Naruto explained his refusal to sacrifice pointlessly for the Uchiha. It was as if Min discerned a glimmer of hope within Naruto. With sincerity, Naruto addressed Uchiha Min, "Elder, I yearn for progress." Uchiha Min nodded approvingly. "Very well. I shall lend you my full support." The site chosen for capturing the dangerous species was a root base, appearing from the outside as a mere earthen mound, yet concealing a world of secrets within. The entire facility was fortified by thick walls, offering no apparent vulnerabilities for infiltration. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Danzo's lavish base, wore a grim expression as he entered. Inside, Naruto finally beheld the central arrangement. Several root ninjas were poised to employ sealing techniques, with a throng of others waiting in readiness outside. Stepping forward, Naruto released the cursed beast. As he did so, the ninjas stationed at the center promptly activated the four purple flames formation. At that moment, the true appearance of the cursed beast was revealed, to their astonishment. It resembled an enlarged rabbit, its eyes unsettlingly crimson, and its teeth pitch black. The ninjas encircled within the four purple flames formation swiftly launched an assault, shuriken, kunai, and fire techniques, all aimed at the creature. Yet, with a rapid movement, the cursed beast evaded their onslaught. Far from docile, the cursed beast retaliated, and one root ninja, gleefully throwing shuriken, suddenly noticed a small incision on his hand. In an instant, countless curse marks began to spread from the wound, engulfing the ninja's body in mere seconds, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing the cursed beast's capabilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen broke into a cold sweat. He had previously contemplated confronting the creature himself. Now, witnessing its bizarre methods, he realized the dire consequences of a mere scratch, instant demise. The cursed beast's attack was so elusive that even he could not guarantee complete avoidance. It could fail countless times, but he could afford to falter only once. Upon witnessing this scene, Shimura Danzo was engulfed by a different notion, the terrifying cursed poison, with its lethal touch. If he were to acquire such a weapon, would it not grant him the power to eliminate anyone at will? He cast a glance at his old friend, Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating that if this old companion refused to relinquish his authority and hand over the position of Hokage, then he would have no reason to exist. Danzo's sinister thoughts sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine, though Hiruzen attributed this discomfort to the coldness of the root base. As for their friendship, one could only lament its tragic state. Nero observed that the number of root ninjas within the barrier was dwindling, now reduced to a single ninja utilizing substitution and shadow clone techniques to seek an opportunity for counterattack. Just as he was pondering how to deal with the cursed poison beast inside, Danzo suddenly formed a series of hand seals, causing all the ninjas within the four purple flames formation to erupt in a violent explosion, including the remaining root ninja. It was then that Nero realized that every root member was festooned with an abundance of explosive tags. His assessment of Danzo was succinct. Truly, he is despicable. Nero felt there was much to learn from such cunning. The powerful explosion shattered the entire four purple flames formation, sending the four ninjas who had just deployed it flying. Immediately, the waiting root ninjas outside proceeded to behead the mangled cursed poison beast. Nero could only admire the teamwork displayed by the root. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not particularly pleased, perhaps feeling a sense of shame, as this method of combat did not align with the will of fire. With the cursed poison beast beheaded, Nero dispatched a shadow clone to secure the beast into a pre-prepared container. Just as he was about to unleash a second dangerous species, Hiruzen stepped forward. "Little Nero, allow me to handle this second special dangerous species. If it is merely about controlling the dead, it is best to confront it with fewer people." Hiruzen's intervention improved Nero's perception of him. At this moment, Hiruzen was indeed worthy of the title of a ninja hero. In stark contrast, Shimura Danzo, when compared to Hiruzen, resembled a rat scurrying in the sewers, disgraceful. It was no wonder Hiruzen never worried about Danzo becoming Hokage. Nero suspected that the probability of Danzo officially becoming Hokage was perhaps even less than his own. Danzo watched as Hiruzen slowly approached the center of the base, filled with disdain. Years ago, when the second Hokage chose to retreat, Hiruzen was the first to volunteer, ultimately securing the position of Hokage. Now, with so few people at the root base, Hiruzen was still working to win hearts. Hiruzen instructed the surrounding root ninjas to step back before employing the summoning technique. As a cloud of smoke billowed forth, a robust monkey appeared before them. the Monkey King, Enma. Enma surveyed the area, finding no enemies, and inquired of Ryūjin, "Old pal, what seems to be the matter?" Ryūjin replied, "Enemies will appear soon. Transform." Chapter 29. Ryūjin Sarutobi versus the Spider Demon. Naruto watched in awe as the Monkey King Enma transformed into a formidable adamantine staff, marveling at its power. From Naruto's perspective, if Enma were to be considered an enhancement, the utility it provided for Ryūjin far exceeded that of an ordinary A-class weapon. Naruto gradually moved towards the center, preparing to release the spider demon. The spider's appearance was as anticipated, an utterly colossal arachnid, standing an imposing 10 meters tall. Its body was encased in a layer of hard black exoskeleton, shimmering with a chilling gleam. Its 8 sturdy legs supported its massive form, each step causing tremors in the ground, while its sharp fangs and claws instilled dread. Ryūjin wasted no time, enlarging the adamantine staff and striking the spider demon with considerable force. The blow, though powerful, only left the creature slightly dazed, failing to achieve a decisive kill. The ensuing battle saw Ryūjin and the spider demon exchanging blows, with Ryūjin deftly employing a variety of ninjutsu, offensive, defensive, and supportive maneuvers, displaying exceptional finesse. Ryūjin's mastery of fundamental ninjutsu was impressively broad, which explained how he could mentor the legendary 3 ninjas. Through this encounter, Naruto discerned Ryūjin's combat style, characterized by direct confrontations bolstered by the might of the adamantine staff. His extensive repertoire of techniques allowed him to effortlessly exploit elemental weaknesses against his foes. This combat style, relying on sheer strength to overpower opponents, was indeed formidable. And it was precisely this attribute that briefly positioned Ryūjin as the foremost combatant in Konoha. Regrettably, Ryūjin was ultimately but a mortal without significant bloodline abilities. And within this extraordinary ninja world, limitations were inevitable. Soon, the spider demon was left disoriented from Ryūjin's assault, though this was partly due to the absence of its puppet. Had the puppet been present, swiftly defeating the spider demon would have posed a greater challenge for Ryūjin. Observing the spider seemingly incapacitated on the ground, Ryūjin performed the shadow clone technique, creating 4 copies of himself. In unison, Ryūjin and his 4 clones unleashed their respective ninjutsu. A roaring inferno erupted from Ryūjin's mouth. One clone conjured a dazzling bolt of lightning, crashing down upon the spider demon amidst thunderous sounds. Another clone manipulated a torrent of water, engulfing the spider demon. Yet another summoned a formidable earthen wall, creating an impenetrable barrier, while the final clone conjured a violent whirlwind, hurtling toward the creature. These diverse elemental techniques cascaded upon the spider demon like a tempest, intertwining into a breathtaking spectacle. Yet, this was not the conclusion. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, resulting in a tremendous blast. Under the force of this overwhelming power, the spider demon's head was obliterated, akin to shattered porcelain. Its grotesque visage torn apart to reveal a gaping void within. As Naruto reveled in this display of ninjutsu, he offered high praise. "Ryūjin Sarutobi, I would dare to call you the strongest among ordinary ninjas in the mastery of the 5 elemental natures." Subsequently, Naruto commenced the process of refining the spider demon. He meticulously inscribed various seals upon the creature, and while Ryūjin was undoubtedly intrigued by Naruto's crafting prowess, his rationality held him back. It puzzled him why Naruto exhibited such a lack of discretion regarding the protection of his secret techniques. Thus, he instructed Danzo and his subordinates to withdraw from the base, allowing Naruto some space. Of course, the cunning old foxes, Ryūjin and Danzo, were not as compliant as they appeared, permitting only the overtly visible personnel to exit while covertly. Some remained to frantically document Naruto's intricate carvings. Naruto remained untroubled by this. The seals were not easily mastered, especially those related to imperial artifacts, which were of a higher complexity. Without the memories imparted by the system, even Naruto, at his current A-class crafting level, would not have been able to grasp them swiftly. Moreover, a typical craftsman would require extensive time to elevate their crafting level to A-class. Naruto harbored doubts that, even if one met the educational prerequisites, many might never ascend to the rank of an A-level blacksmith throughout their lives. He speculated that the forging of imperial tools in the world of Akatsuki was not a solitary endeavor, but rather a collaborative effort within a dedicated forging department, where each individual contributed to a specific facet, thereby enabling the creation of a complete imperial tool. Several hours later, Naruto had meticulously inscribed a plethora of cursed seals upon the body of the spider demon and severed its sturdiest toes. The deceased spider demon's hardness had diminished significantly, which accounted for the ease with which Naruto was able to cut through. Following this, he summoned several shadow clones to roast the remnants of the spider demon, ultimately transforming the entire essence of the creature, influenced by the cursed seals and flames, into 200 milliliters of a black liquid. After securing the liquid in a container, Naruto swiftly departed from the base. It was imperative for Naruto to forge the weapon expeditiously, as he feared that prolonged exposure would diminish the vitality of the biological materials. Upon entering the forge, he produced the spider demon's essence, 10 portions of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of fine iron, and 1 portion each of green gorilla sand iron and gorilla ore. He then employed his customary shadow clone technique to create several clones. Clone 1 commenced the smelting of the orichalcum, while Clone 2 managed the fine iron along with the green gorilla sand iron and gorilla ore. Naruto began by directly forging a rough ingot from the orichalcum. Following this, he executed a series of secret forging techniques to temper the amalgam and inscribe specific patterns. Subsequently, he infused the essence of the spider demon into the core of the sword, meticulously etching custom designs upon the material's surface. Finally, he retrieved the processed fine iron and the green gorilla sand iron along with the gorilla ore to fill the sword's framework. In due course, the sword blank was shaped. Naruto continued to hammer the sword blank, and gradually, under his diligent forging, it began to take form. Ultimately, the weapon materialized as a sleek, black long sword. Chapter 30. The Army of the Dead. The 8th room of forging completed with Orochimaru. Ding. Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-level weapon. The Army of the Dead 8th room. Naruto routinely examined the attributes of this blade. Army of the Dead, 8th room, A-level weapon. This sword is crafted from exceptionally rare biological materials, utilizing a wealth of precious components: orichalcum, gorilla sand iron, gorilla ore, and fine iron. The forging process employed standard imperial tool techniques for blades. It took a full day to complete. Ultimately, it has achieved a slight enhancement beyond the original weapon's capabilities. This sword features a single-edged blade, measuring 13 meters in length, possessing formidable sharpness and a robust ability to conduct chakra. Skills 1. It can manipulate the souls of those slain by this sword through curses, allowing control over a maximum of 8 corpses, which retain their appearance from life and can be maneuvered freely. Once the ability is lifted, they revert to ordinary corpses. 2. It amplifies the effects of a single chakra attribute. The number of corpses controlled during the debuff activation directly correlates with a decrease in the host's capabilities. Gazing at the Army of the Dead 8th room in his hand, Naruto felt a twinge of resignation. Initially, he had intended to augment the sword with additional biological materials, but due to the invasive nature of the special dangerous species, he found it impossible to incorporate certain abilities from ordinary dangerous species. However, the opportunity for further enhancement was not entirely lost, with other precious ores or biological materials. This sword could indeed be elevated further. At this moment, on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the ninjas of Konoha were locked in confrontation with the ninjas of Awakens. Leading Konoha was none other than Orochimaru, who had yet to earn the title of the legendary Sannin, while Awakens was commanded by the formidable Tetsudo, known for his iron will. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the Awakens leader, Tetsudo. He noted that Tetsudo's physique was strikingly different from that of Inoki. Where Inoki was diminutive and agile, Tetsudo was tall and robust. His imposing physique and well-developed muscles exuded an aura of formidable pressure. Tetsudo's countenance was particularly fierce, and his brows bore an air of authority. Compared to the typical amiable demeanor of Awakens ninjas, his facial features were sharper and more resolute. Orochimaru mused internally. This Tetsudo appeared to be a challenging adversary, his appearance and demeanor signifying that his strength should not be underestimated. Resolving to proceed with caution, Orochimaru reflected on the scant intelligence available regarding Tetsudo, which indicated that he had mastered the earth release hardening technique to a remarkable degree. This technique allowed the user to harden their body to surpass the solidity of rock, thereby minimizing physical damage from attacks. Tetsudo disdainfully shouted at Orochimaru, "Has Konoha village run out of capable ninjas?" Sending a nameless pawn to the battlefield. His words dripped with provocation and derision. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sly smile, his expression icy as he replied, "On the contrary, I intend to use your head to elevate my own notoriety." His gaze shimmered with confidence and ruthlessness. Tetsudo's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "Let us see if you possess the strength to back up your words." Before his words had faded, he lunged at Orochimaru with the ferocity of a tiger. The Awakens ninjas, witnessing their leader's valor, rallied behind him, roaring with high spirits. "Charge!" Orochimaru commanded, his tone cold and resolute. The ninjas of Konoha, undeterred by the order, surged forward, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle. Tension and intensity permeated the battlefield as both sides' momentum continued to escalate. Without hesitation, Orochimaru bit his finger, allowing blood to cascade to the ground as he swiftly formed the hand seals for the summoning technique. In an instant, a cloud of smoke erupted, and a colossal serpent's head emerged from the mist. This immense serpent opened its gaping maw, unleashing a deafening hiss. It was Orochimaru's summoning beast, Manda, the Wagakure. Prepare to meet your doom within the serpent's belly. The ninjas of Konoha drew renewed confidence from the summoning of Manda, as large summoning beasts significantly bolstered their efforts in battle. Even the slightest movement from such creatures could inflict tremendous damage upon their adversaries. Manda, indifferent to the opinions of the ninjas, coldly declared, Orochimaru, I require 100 sacrifices. The Wagakure ninjas, prepare to be devoured. Upon receiving Orochimaru's affirmative response, Manda began its advance toward the Iwagakure lines. Each of Manda's movements wreaked havoc on the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas. Tetsudo, witnessing this chaos, was consumed by rage. He immediately formed seals and invoked the Earth Release, Earth Spear, creating sharp rocks from the ground to assault Manda. Manda let out a series of anguished cries, thrashing violently upon the battlefield. Orochimaru understood his summoning beast well. Should it fail to reap any benefits or sustain significant injuries, Manda would not hesitate to retreat back to the summoning realm, perhaps even tauntingly reminding him of its required sacrifices before departing. Drawing the treasured sword, Toka Ichimonji, gifted by Nero, Orochimaru prepared to strike at Tetsudo, who, sensing the impending threat, feigned ignorance and made no immediate response, instead surreptitiously employing the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique. This technique allowed the user's body to harden like diamond, utilizing chakra flowing throughout to enhance the skin's resilience, thereby maximizing defense while simultaneously augmenting the destructive power of physical attacks. While Orochimaru recognized that the individual before him likely employed a similar hardening technique, he did not waver in the slightest. He placed his faith in the sword, while Orochimaru furiously infused the Tun-Ido with Yang Chakra before delivering a powerful slash. Iron, too, initially brimming with confidence, felt the ominous black glow emanating from the sword in Orochimaru's hand, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he realized he could not withstand that blow. Thus, he fortified his body further while swiftly retreating. It must be said that ninjas are fundamentally different from pirates. A man of the pirate world, armed with iron, would never easily back down. Ultimately, Orochimaru's blade was met by Iron To's arm. Yet the tremendous kinetic energy attached to the Tun-Ido did not dissipate. Instead, it violently surged into Iron To's arm. Although his skin was as hard as diamond, capable of withstanding most attacks, it could only endure so much against this overwhelming force. Within moments, a deep gash marred his skin, and blood began to flow profusely. Chapter 31. The Rock Ninja's Retreat. As the kinetic energy continued to erupt, Iron To was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His expression shifted dramatically, filled with shock and bewilderment. Originally, he had believed his techniques could easily shatter Orochimaru's sword and perhaps even inflict counter damage. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face, making him acutely aware of his misjudgment. To his astonishment, the sword wielded by Orochimaru was so razor-sharp that it could slice through his meticulously honed body and the formidable defenses of his Earth Spear technique. After all, based on experience, while the Earth Spear technique does possess the inherent flaw of limited mobility due to its hardening effect, it was generally believed that only lightning-based ninjutsu could counter it. There should be no ninjutsu capable of breaching the Earth Spear. Yet today, he found himself unceremoniously pierced by Orochimaru's blade. This situation was entirely beyond his expectations, but it would end here. A mere cut? Watch me swiftly seal the wound on my arm. Iron To immediately began to channel chakra, intending to seal the 20-centimeter gash on his arm. Unexpectedly, the small wounds that he could usually seal with chakra now bled profusely, as if a dam had burst. While Iron To attempted to heal his wound, Orochimaru relentlessly wielded the Tun-Ido, executing the Leaf Village's sword techniques he had long since perfected. With no other choice, Iron To was compelled to form seals and utilize the Earth Release, Earth Sphere technique, encasing himself temporarily within a sphere of earth. Orochimaru, observing the earthen sphere, did not attempt to breach it. Instead, he commanded the myriad snakes to ravage the rock ninja's position, while he himself casually selected nearby unfortunate souls to dispatch. Inside the Earth Sphere, Iron realized he could neither use chakra nor perform simple external wound management to seal the wound. He could only rely on the earth spear technique to completely seal the injury. Thus, that patch of skin hardened significantly, yet blood still seeped slowly from the wound. Despite this, he had no choice. He had to confront Orochimaru, for the damage inflicted by Orochimaru and his summoned beasts upon the rock ninjas was too grave. With determination, Iron exited the earthen sphere, witnessing Orochimaru bullying the rock ninja Chunin, and he immediately rushed to assist. Iron spat out a small stone, which rapidly expanded in midair, resembling a solid cannonball hurtling towards Orochimaru. This was the signature ninjutsu of the rock village, Earth Release, Iron Cannon Technique. Naturally, Orochimaru would not be struck by such an attack, easily evading it. In truth, ninja battles typically require precise timing for the use of ninjutsu. They are not akin to mages engaging in a spellcasting duel. Without the right moment, indiscriminate use of ninjutsu merely wastes chakra. This is the style of the vast majority of ordinary ninja of the shadow level and below. However, for those of the caliber of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, ninjutsu clashes are commonplace. What's this? You've emerged from your little sphere? Orochimaru taunted. This time, Iron suppressed his previously fiery temperament, choosing instead to harness his inner fury as he continued to battle Orochimaru. This time, Iron resolved to fight primarily using ninjutsu, with taijutsu as a secondary approach. This marked a significant reduction in his combat prowess, but Iron lacked the weaponry to contest Orochimaru's fearsome sword directly. The incessant bleeding was simply too repulsive. As Iron focused on utilizing ninjutsu in battle, Orochimaru was naturally unperturbed. In fact, one could argue this was to his advantage. Orochimaru was more of a ninjutsu-oriented ninja. Yet regrettably for him, Iron 2's defenses were impenetrable, rendering his snake-based secret techniques nearly ineffective. Although both rarely engaged in taijutsu combat, encounters of such nature were unavoidable. Iron understood that Orochimaru's ordinary sword strikes were unlikely to inflict widespread harm. Only when the sword glowed ominously with black light was it imperative to evade. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Orochimaru formed hand seals, unleashing a fire dragon directed at Iron 2. In desperation, Iron executed Earth Release, Earth Return, slamming his hands onto the ground to upheave a massive stone slab to shield himself from the opponent's physical assault. Unfortunately, this ninjutsu could not fully withstand the fire dragon technique, and he was sent flying by the force of the attack. At this juncture, he was nearly depleted, his previous severe wound on his arm continuing to bleed profusely. Reluctantly engaging in taijutsu against Orochimaru only added further minor injuries to his body. He was still attempting to staunch these small wounds with his hardening technique, which also consumed chakra. Had it not been for his high level of proficiency, he would have found it nearly impossible to balance the utilization of the hardening technique while simultaneously engaging in battle and employing other ninjutsu. Moreover, he had to forfeit his personal advantages to engage Orochimaru in ninjutsu, during which he appeared quite beleaguered. As the blood loss increased, his stamina and chakra dwindled rapidly. Iron surveyed the surrounding situation, his heart sinking. Their side had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. The detestable myriad snakes were voraciously devouring the rock ninjas on the battlefield. Meanwhile, they were unable to defeat the formidable Orochimaru before them. He realized that if this continued, they would soon be vanquished by Orochimaru. At that point, the rock ninjas on the battlefield would face utter annihilation. There would be no favorable outcome. Gritting his teeth, Iron finally made up his mind and shouted to the rock ninjas on the battlefield, "Retreat! Retreat!" His voice carried a hint of helplessness and reluctance. Yet he understood that preserving their strength was the only path to a potential resurgence. Upon hearing the command, the rock ninjas began to withdraw. Though some felt a pang of dissatisfaction, they recognized the precariousness of their current situation. They had no choice but to temporarily abandon the fight in search of new opportunities. As the rock ninjas retreated, chaos engulfed the battlefield. Orochimaru would not allow the rock ninjas to escape easily. He commanded the leaf ninjas, "Pursue the rock ninjas with all your might." Meanwhile, he focused on Iron 2, the leader of the rock ninja forces, knowing that slaying him would render the war a resounding success. Seeing that the retreat was not so easily accomplished, the rock ninjas began to frantically employ earth release techniques, particularly the earth release, iron cannon technique, which they utilized in droves, preventing the leaf ninjas from launching an immediate pursuit and forcing them to first defend. Some leaf ninjas, unable to evade the onslaught, were directly taken down. Orochimaru was well aware of this situation. However, such is the nature of war. Chapter 32, The Stone Falls. as the rock ninjas unleashed their barrage of earth release, iron cannon techniques. A cold smile crept across Orochimaru's lips as he swiftly formed hand seals, hidden shadow snake hands. As soon as the words left his lips, multiple colossal serpents were summoned from Orochimaru's arm, ensnaring Tetsudo while simultaneously seeking out vulnerable angles to strike. Infuriating, Tetsudo cursed inwardly, yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of options. He could only once more tax his physical strength, utilizing the earth spear to harden his body, and with great effort, he broke free from the coils of the serpents. However, when Tetsudo opened his eyes, he did not flee, but instead fixed his gaze intensely upon Orochimaru. In that instant, a profound resolve to confront death surged within him. Fully aware that escape was highly improbable, he resolved to engage Orochimaru in a desperate gambit of a duel. Willing to sacrifice himself to slow down Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of a Wagakure, ensuring that his demise would not be in vain. Orochimaru, recognizing the perilous glint in Tetsudo's eyes, understood that this was the most dangerous moment for him, prompting a shift in his tactics from offense to defense. Tetsudo, acutely aware of the uncontrollable wounds racking his body, locked eyes with Orochimaru and exclaimed, "Orochimaru, I never anticipated that you from Konoha would resort to the tactics of the mist." He continued, "It is that blade that allows you to triumph over me." Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru seemed to recollect something, a smirk curling at his lips as he replied, "Indeed. That blade has indeed proven to be of immense assistance, but it is merely a tool. The true reason for your defeat lies in your arrogance. However, since you wish to know, remember the name of this blade, Toikamanji." Listening to Orochimaru's words, Tetsudo was consumed by a sense of bitterness and fury. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on the blade in Orochimaru's grasp, as if to engrave it into his very heart. Yet he understood all too well that the situation was beyond redemption. Thus, Tetsudo relinquished all semblance of defense. He recognized that he had no opportunities left and could only muster a final struggle. Channeling all his strength into his fists and feet, he prepared to unleash one last strike. Though he realized this might be a futile endeavor, he was determined to try, vowing not to allow Orochimaru an easy victory. His body became exceedingly rigid. Each punch he threw carried tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble with every kick. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, deftly employing substitution and shadow clone techniques to evade Tetsudo's attacks with remarkable agility. As time passed, Tetsudo's movements began to slow, his stamina waning. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru infused more yang chakra into Toikamanji, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The moment Orochimaru raised the blade again, Tetsudo immediately perceived the ominous black aura surrounding it. Recognizing it as a harbinger of danger, he hastily attempted to distance himself from Orochimaru, unaware that this was precisely the trap set for him. Just as Tetsudo endeavored to retreat, he suddenly found himself ensnared in a quagmire. It turned out that Orochimaru had long since laid this trap, waiting for Tetsudo to unwittingly walk into it. The serpent's array, Orochimaru dropped to the ground, unleashing a torrent of serpents from his mouth, which rapidly slithered towards Tetsudo. It was evident that once the serpents completed their encirclement, Tetsudo would be doomed. Earth release, earth flow wall. Suddenly, 3 earthen walls rose around Tetsudo, thwarting the serpent's assault. "Ushishi, what are you doing here? Get away. Did you not hear my command?" Tetsudo glared at the hand that came to his rescue, feeling not gratitude but rather rage. Ushishi did not offer much explanation. "Tetsudo, you have saved me countless times. Let me return the favor this once. Remember, this is for the village. Bring the information back." With that, Ushishi leaped out from behind the earthen barrier. Orochimaru regarded the unfamiliar ninja with indifference, internally assessing, this must be Tetsudo's guard. He had no intention of engaging with him and aimed to bypass him to eliminate Tetsudo instead. In a flash, Orochimaru darted to the side. "Your opponent is me, Orochimaru." A flicker of determination flashed in Ushishi's eyes as he ceased to conserve his chakra, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, stone pillar prison. With Ushishi's authoritative shout, robust stone pillars erupted around Orochimaru, encasing him in a formidable cage. However, this so-called prison could not contain Orochimaru for long. A slight smirk graced his lips, revealing his disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, a razor-sharp wind blade easily severed the pillars. Yet, Ushishi remained undeterred. He took a deep breath and formed hand seals once more. Earth release, earth stone flow. After completing the seals, he struck the ground with a powerful punch. Instantly, the earth quaked violently, fracturing into countless tiny stones that surged toward Orochimaru like a tumultuous tide. Faced with this overwhelming assault of sand and stone, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. The earth release techniques could indeed be vexing. They were exceptionally useful for controlling opponents and delaying their offensive. Water release, water burst wave. Orochimaru shouted, unleashing a powerful torrent of water from his mouth, akin to a ferocious flood that instantly scattered Ushishi's sand and stone. Orochimaru concentrated chakra in his throat and spewed forth enough water to create a lake, countering Ushishi's earth flow. Ushishi did not consider whether Orochimaru could handle the previous earth flow. He expended the last of his chakra. Earth release, earth stone dragon. Ushishi harnessed earth chakra to form a dragon of tremendous stature and might, launching it towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru had no time to evade this attack, and the earth dragon struck him directly. The formidable force of the dragon slammed Orochimaru into the ground. At this moment, however, Ushishi did not rush in for a finishing blow. Instead, he gasped for air. As the strongest survivor among the Hokage, Orochimaru would hardly be vanquished by a mere earth stone dragon. He promptly activated the Great Serpent's substitution technique, allowing a duplicate to emerge from his mouth. Breathless, Ushishi witnessed Orochimaru reappear before him, summoning every ounce of strength to launch a desperate charge. Observing his opponent's tenacity, Orochimaru drew Toikamanji and swiftly severed Ushishi's head. By the time Orochimaru leaped back onto the earthen wall, Tetsudo had already employed the earth release, earth undersea navigation, transforming the solid earth into fluid, enabling him to swiftly escape underground. Even Orochimaru could not ascertain Tetsudo's whereabouts. Chapter 33, The Winds of Konoha. This time, the myriad serpents relished the thrill, swimming to Orochimaru's side, exclaiming, Orochimaru, call on me for such delightful events in the future. With that, they vanished in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas, unable to pursue their foes, retreated to their positions, their gazes fixed on Orochimaru, sparkling with admiration and excitement. All the Konoha ninjas gathered around Orochimaru, chanting in unison, Long live Lord Orochimaru. This roar reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the battlefield. Soon, the cheers morphed into a synchronized slogan, Long live Konoha. Long live the third Hokage. Each shout brimmed with love and pride for the village. Orochimaru merely lifted the corner of his mouth slightly. Shortly thereafter, Sarutobi Hiruzen received news of the frontline victory, though the specific casualties and enemy kills were yet to be reported. However, preliminary numbers indicated a casualty ratio of 3-1. Particularly noteworthy was the revelation that Toikamanji had directly penetrated Tetsudo's hardening technique, inflicting wounds that would not heal in a short span. While Tetsudo's overconfidence in his defenses played a role, it was undeniable that Toikamanji significantly contributed to Orochimaru's victory. As far as he knew, the Tokawatari blade, a ninja sword or rather a tool of the state, was not the pinnacle of Nariku's forging prowess. The legendary Murakumo and the Yamato that he was currently crafting might possess even more terrifying capabilities. His anticipation for the imperial tools mentioned by Nariku grew ever stronger. The increasing realization of Nariku's significance led Sarutobi Hizashi to recall the warnings imparted by Danzo. Sarutobi Hizashi lamented, Uchiha Nariku. If only you were not an Uchiha. If Nariku were to hear this, he could only retort, what are you dreaming about? Wanting it all? Do you think you are T0? Yet. Sarutobi Hizashi could not forsake Nariku, merely massaging his temples in mild frustration. Meanwhile, upon returning to Awagakure, the wounded Tetsudo briefly relayed some matters before succumbing to excessive blood loss and fainting. The medical ninjas of Awagakure, undeterred by adversity, attempted to utilize healing ninjutsu to mend Tetsudo's external injuries, only to discover that their techniques proved utterly ineffective. They were left with no choice but to stitch up his wounds physically and employ waterproof materials for emergency hemostasis, all while continuously administering blood transfusions. It was, without a doubt, their first encounter with such bizarre injuries. After receiving reports from his subordinates, Inoki grasped the general situation of the battle. Less than 20% of the Awagakure forces had returned, and even accounting for those yet to arrive, it was likely that the figure would not exceed 30%. For a localized conflict, a casualty rate of 70% was exceedingly brutal. Although Awagakure was not lacking in the deaths of 200 shinobi, the loss of his stone ninjas still tugged at his heartstrings. Despite the considerable number of ninjas in Awagakure, the proportion of those with the potential to ascend to elite jonin status remained relatively low. He believed that those among the stone ninjas could normally evolve into elite jonin. Regarding the Tokawatari, the cursed blade wielded by Orochimaru that could inflict wounds beyond healing, Inoki found himself at a loss, particularly since the only renowned blade from Konoha was the Ryūjin sword. It was implausible that Konoha had previously concealed such a formidable weapon. Inoki could only hope that this was a blade acquired by sheer luck. If a master craftsman capable of forging weapons rivaling the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were to emerge in Konoha alongside a new 7 ninja swordsmen of Konoha, the threat to other ninja villages would be considerable. Bring forth news. Investigate whether Konoha has acquired any new master craftsmen or the origins of the Tokawatari blade. Having dispatched his subordinates, Inoki gazed thoughtfully out of the window. At the Sand Village's encampment, Chiyo, who was only in her 40s, still bore traces of her youthful beauty, exuding a lingering charm. The Land of Rain was currently embroiled in a chaotic conflict among the factions of Wind, Fire, and Earth. Even though the Sand had not participated in the previous battles, they remained keenly observant of the fierce clash between Konoha and Awakens. Inoki had certainly experienced a minor setback this time. However, what was the situation in Konoha? Wasn't it previously at a slight disadvantage? How had they suddenly become so formidable? Chiyo expressed her puzzlement. Subsequently, she instructed her subordinates to investigate the specifics of the recent battle. The entire ninja world seemed to be on the brink of a grand conflict, with both major and minor countries expressing keen interest in this localized war, eagerly seeking detailed information. Returning to Konoha, unable to conceive a resolution, Sarutobi Hizashi resolved to inform the ordinary citizens and civilian shinobi of the news of their victory. He believed that a message of triumph was necessary to uplift the spirits of the populace and the shinobi, especially as the seeds of a larger war had already begun to sprout. The common shinobi of Konoha learned of their significant victory, while those with a keener sense of information became aware that the Tokawatari forged by Naruto had played a notable role in this localized battle. Naruto, your Tokawatari is beginning to gain a modicum of fame in battle. I cannot let my water dragon sword fall behind, pondered Hatake Sakomo as he polished his treasured blade. Meanwhile, the prominent clans aligned with the Hokage were privy to even more information, such as Naruto having forged 2 even more powerful ninja swords and preparing to select a suitable wielder for the Tokawatari within Konoha. In the Sarutobi clan's territory, the clan elder addressed the elite members below him, stating, Uchiha Naruto is on the verge of crafting 2 even more formidable ninja swords. Our Sarutobi clan has a relatively favorable opportunity to test whether we can attune to these blades. You must seize this chance. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who was still engrossed in his forge, his ninja swords had garnered the attention of several individuals even before their completion. However, with his rising renown, his status as a master craftsman was swiftly ascending. Uchiha Chikage, though not directly aligned with the Hokage, was informed of the frontline developments due to the unique nature of the Uchiha clan. Observing Orochimaru's triumph utilizing the Tokawatari forged by Naruto, he felt a bitter pang in his heart. More critically, he was concerned about the allocation of the 2 newly forged ninja swords. He could hardly bear the thought of these new blades being easily obtained by outsiders. Although he was not a hawk, he still valued his family's interests highly. He resolved to seek Uchiha men to discuss whether Naruto could prioritize allowing members of the Uchiha clan to test their compatibility with the ninja swords. Chapter 34. The completion of Murakamo. At this moment, Naruto was deeply immersed in the forging room, concentrating on the creation of the legendary Murakamo. Oblivious to the events transpiring outside, his heart brimmed with anticipation for this soon-to-be-born blade, as it was the weapon wielded by the female protagonist in the original narrative, its formidable attributes igniting Naruto's aspirations. This time, Naruto was particularly meticulous. He resolved to employ shadow clones to handle the biological materials. According to his recollection, the artisans who had forged Murakamo in the past numbered over 10, yet ultimately, only 1 survived. The sole survivor did not owe his endurance to superior strength, but merely to the fortunate timing of completing the forging of Murakamo. Thankfully, Naruto possessed the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to undertake the creation of this blade. With swift hand seals, he invoked shadow clone technique. As a plume of smoke dissipated, Naruto successfully conjured 5 clones. He then dispatched these clones into the room to handle the precious biological materials. Clone number 1 cautiously extracted the fangs of a cursed beast, employing tools to meticulously remove them. However, as clone number 1 steadily extracted a fang, an unforeseen incident occurred. The fang pierced through Naruto's gloves, embedding itself into his palm. Clone number 1 let out a scream before collapsing lifelessly. Clone number 2 took up the mantle, this time opting for reinforced gloves, and proceeded to extract the fang once more using the same method. To Naruto's delight, clone number 2 succeeded, carefully placing the Fang aside. Together with clone number 3, they began to etch the marks onto the cursed beast using the molten orichalcum steel. Yet, before they could complete their task, both clone number 2 and clone number 3 perished. Clones 4 and 5 stepped in to continue, and by fortuitous chance, clone number 5 managed to finalize the last stroke before succumbing. In the meantime, Naruto's original self stood outside, reciting incantations to transform the cursed beast's essence into a black biological extract. Within a mere hour, Naruto experienced the grim fate of perishing from poison 5 times. However, the results were evident. His forging speed had significantly improved. Subsequently, Naruto summoned 10 more clones to assist, providing materials akin in quantity to those used for forging the 8 rooms. Cursed beast essence, cursed beast fangs, 10 portions of orichalcum steel, 10 kilograms of refined iron, 1 portion of green gorilla scarlet sand iron, and 1 portion of gorilla scarlet ore. Clone number 1 began the process of smelting the orichalcum steel. Clone No. 2 was responsible for processing refined iron, as well as the verdant gorilla crimson sand iron and gorilla crimson ore. Clone No. 3 endeavored to forge a knife skeleton by amalgamating orichalcum steel and the fangs of the cursed poison beast. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed a series of secret forging techniques to hammer the mixed materials and inscribe specific patterns upon them. Afterward, Naruto retrieved the refined iron processed by clone number 2, along with the verdant gorilla crimson sand iron and gorilla crimson ore to fill the knife skeleton. In no time, the knife blank was formed. The next step was to infuse the biological essence of the cursed poison beast into the main body of the blade, meticulously engraving special patterns upon the material surface. Clones number 4 and number 5 perished, until clone number 9 finally succeeded in perfectly integrating the biological essence of the cursed poison beast into the blade. Just as clone number 9 gave itself a thumbs up, it too met its demise. Ultimately, clone number 10 conducted the final hammering of the knife blank, and gradually, under clone number 10's relentless efforts, the entire blade took shape. Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-grade weapon, the one-cut kill Muramasa. This marked Naruto's highest level weapon to date, surpassing even the endlessly evolving cursed beast, although Naruto still harbored special expectations for the latter. He sensed that the cursed beast's ultimate potential might transcend A rank to reach S rank. Naruto routinely examined the attributes of this blade. One-cut kill Muramasa, A-grade weapon. This knife utilizes extraordinarily fresh biological materials, flawlessly retaining the toxicity of the cursed poison beast. Additionally, it employs a plethora of rare materials: orichalcum steel, gorilla crimson sand iron, gorilla crimson ore, and refined iron. The forging process utilized standard techniques for blade-type imperial tools, taking an entire day to complete. Ultimately, it has surpassed the original weapon's caliber. This blade features a single-edged design, measuring 132 centimeters in length, possessing formidable sharpness, and demonstrating a strong capacity to conduct chakra. Skills 1. Instant kill. A wound inflicted by this demonic blade will become tainted with cursed poison, leading to swift death, with no antidote available. If certain conditions are not met, even the wielder will succumb to death from a mere cut. 2. Cursed poison possession. Once the wielder reaches a peak understanding of the weapon through a deep bond, they can use Muramasa to inflict a wound upon themselves, allowing for cursed poison possession. At this moment, the wielder will not perish. Rather, they will attain unprecedented terrifying speed. The lethality of the cursed poison will also rise rapidly. The drawback is that once possessed, the cursed poison becomes exceedingly difficult to remove, and the wielder will continually endure torment, with a powerful killing intent surging from within. 3. Enhancement of single attribute chakra. Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the 2 ninja blades before him. The relentless forging over 2 consecutive days had taken a toll on him, particularly with Muramasa, which had led to his demise from poison more than a dozen times in a single day. Now that the weapon was complete, the cursed poison of Muramasa had no effect on him, as his blacksmithing mastery granted him the passive ability to suppress weapon effects at will. In the Hokage's office, Naruto declared, "Lord Third, the weapon forging is complete." Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled upon observing the 2 similarly crafted ninja blades. "Little Naruto, when do you plan to begin selecting a wielder?" "Tomorrow." With Naruto's words, the entire Konoha began to stir with excitement. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, he informed Uchiha Min, "Elder, the weapon selection will commence tomorrow. Please gather the clan members." Uchiha Min inquired with some reluctance, "Does this weapon truly possess that level of compatibility? Is there anything we need to prepare in advance?" Naruto understood Uchiha Min's desire for him to manipulate the selection secretly. While he could indeed orchestrate such a scheme, he had no intention of being deceitful or entrusting his blade to someone entirely incompatible. The selection of these two blades necessitated the presence of numerous candidates. The more individuals attending, the better. He could only assure that similar compatibility would be present. But the blade must belong to the Uchiha. Hearing Naruto's assurance, Uchiha Min nodded in agreement. Chapter 35, The Blade Selection Event. At the Hyuga clan's compound, in the clan leader's meeting room, a branch family member was reporting to the main family about Naruto's impending selection of a wielder for the treasured blades. After hearing the report, the Hyuga clan elder, Hyuga Wakugai, disdainfully remarked, "Our Hyuga clan possesses the gentle fist. We have no need for these so-called ninja blades." The Uchiha clan is growing increasingly inept, now resorting to reliance on external artifacts. The clan leader, Hyuga Teramitsu, fought to restrain his anger after listening to the elder's remarks. Nearly bursting with indignation, does this old fool not hear the absurdity of his own words? No matter how formidable the gentle fist, it requires physical contact to incapacitate an opponent, and even then, skilled adversaries have countless opportunities to evade. Yet Naruto's ninja blade can kill with a mere scratch. How preposterous is that? This stubborn old man refuses to acknowledge the strength of others for the sake of the so-called honor and face of the Hyuga clan. He had long wished to alter the Hyuga clan's stagnant situation, yet the current power dynamics were firmly held by these traditionalist elders. Even he, as the clan leader, found it challenging to confront them directly. He could only concede, saying, "Indeed, let us invite some branch family members to attend. Moreover, since the Hokage has extended an invitation, let the branch family management bring along some of the ninja school students as well. I shall attend to observe." Hyuga Wakugai nodded at Hyuga Teramitsu's suggestion, and upon seeing the elder acquiesce, the other elders also voiced their agreement. At the Senju clan's compound, Shizuru was entangled with her older sister. "Sister, Master Naruto has forged powerful weapons again. This time, it's two formidable ninja blades. Please take me with you tomorrow." Tsunade regarded Shizuru's fervent enthusiasm and, for reasons unknown, felt an unexpected surge of irritation. She delivered a light smack to Shizuru's head and replied, "All right, we'll go together tomorrow." Meanwhile, Jiraiya, who was peeking at the open-air hot springs, overheard the news and decided to attend as well, intrigued by Naruto's forged ninja blades. The following day, at the Chunin Exam Coliseum, although it was not a Chunin exam, the entire venue was packed with eager spectators. Naruto stood at the center of the arena, with two ninja blades displayed upon the table before him. To the left and right of the arena, the Root and Umbu stood guard. In the stands, the Uchiha clan had sent the most representatives, nearly the entire clan, both those with and without Sharingan, alongside ninja school students. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Naruto with a sense of despair, feeling that he would likely be unable to avenge his wife, sensing that in his father's eyes, he was of lesser importance than Naruto. The Hyuga clan had sent only a few representatives, including the clan leader and several branch members. Others present included members of the Sarutobi, Shimura, Inazuka, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, while the remaining attendees were insignificant smaller clans and some civilian ninjas. A handful of renowned figures were also present, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Naruto glanced at the time and began to elaborate on the specific capabilities of his two ninja blades. The ninja blade to my left is called One Cut Kill Muramasa, belonging to the Imperial Tool series, a designation I have personally coined. This distinction serves to differentiate it from the ministerial tools I forged previously, such as the Kiraikamanji. The primary difference between Imperial tools and ministerial tools lies in the heightened requirements and compatibility expected of the wielder. When the capabilities and compatibility fall short, the weapon may even backlash against its owner. However, this often results in Imperial tools possessing significantly stronger abilities. As Naruto's assertion regarding the superiority of this weapon over the famed Kiraikamanji resonated, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Naruto paused before continuing. One Cut Kill Muramasa possesses the ability to deliver an instant kill as soon as an adversary is cut by this blade. The cursed poison will rapidly spread throughout their body, leading to immediate death. To my right lies the Requiem blade, the Dead Man's March, its primary ability being the manipulation of those slain by its edge through a curse. It can control up to 8 corpses, animating them as puppets resembling their former selves, which can be maneuvered freely. Once the ability is dispelled, they revert to ordinary corpses. Concurrently, these two blades possess the common attributes of the ninja swords I forge, strength and sharpness. I shall refrain from detailing further functionalities or flaws. In truth, The one-hit kill weapon, Murakamo, is a notably formidable initial assassination tool. Concealing its capabilities enhances its effectiveness. However, in pursuit of prestige, Naruto had to make certain sacrifices. After Naruto elucidated the abilities of the ninja blades, a palpable chaos ensued among the attendees. Each of these two swords harbors tremendous power. It can be asserted that any elite jonin wielding such a blade could directly contend with a shadow-level adversary. As Naruto raised his hand, silence enveloped the crowd. For he was the craftsman of these blades, and they afforded him due respect. Shortly, I shall select suitable bearers for these two swords. If one can grasp the Imperial artifact for 3 seconds without it resisting, they will have passed the preliminary assessment. One more stipulation. The use of chakra is strictly prohibited. Naruto emphasized the rules. Let the trials commence. As Ryūjin Sarutobi, the Grand Leader, issued the command, the participants began their experiments in the predetermined order. The first to step forward was Danzo's root, and Naruto observed as masked figures passed before him. Undoubtedly, none were a suitable match. In the world of ninjas, sheer chakra could forcibly suppress an Imperial artifact for use, yet Naruto deemed such coercion unnecessary. It was akin to Kakashi's Sharingan, useful, yet not recommended. Danzo watched as individuals failed one after another, casting doubt upon Naruto's integrity. Finally, it was Danzo's turn. His visage darkened with suspicion, convinced that Naruto was employing underhanded tactics. However, when he grasped the dead man's march, he was taken aback to find the weapon did not resist him. Could he be the fabled chosen one? Danzo's mood shifted from ire to elation. Naruto's raised eyebrow further confirmed this notion. Indeed, Naruto was quite surprised, considering the original owner of this blade was a short-haired, aloof Sundara beauty with black eyes, caring towards her comrades, yet ruthlessly cold towards foes, valuing those around her to the extent of eliminating a teammate to prevent their departure. Naruto regarded Danzo, a black-eyed, expressionless, Sundara youth, who, in his prime, was quite the handsome lad, cold towards enemies, yet resolutely loyal to allies, ensuring not to overlook anyone of use. Remarkable, indeed. Of course, Naruto himself was somewhat perplexed by the underlying reasons. After all, an Imperial artifact selection of a master could not solely be based on personality traits or appearances. Perhaps Danzo was merely fortunate. Chapter 36, Uchiha Iro. Naruto observed as Danzo clutched the dead man's march tightly, refusing to relinquish it. Naruto felt a sense of helplessness, but chose not to vocalize his thoughts. He attempted to convey a silent message to Danzo, hoping he would voluntarily release the blade. Yet, the old man either did not notice or pretended not to, showing no intention of letting go. Standing beside Naruto, Ryūjin Sarutobi expressed his dissatisfaction with the scene. He believed Danzo's behavior was excessive and that it would hinder the progress of subsequent evaluations. Was it possible that Danzo sought to monopolize the blades? Reluctantly, he called out, "Danzo, release the sword. There are others who need to be assessed." Danzo was acutely aware that, in the current situation, he could not simply seize the dead man's march and depart. Such an act would only exacerbate his humiliation, particularly with so many eyes upon them. Moreover, he could easily surmise that the Uchiha clan members were undoubtedly casting malicious and mocking glances in his direction. With this in mind, Danzo shot a scornful glare at Ryūjin, expressing his discontent. Ultimately, he had no choice but to release his grip, carefully placing the dead man's march back upon the table, as if it were an invaluable treasure. With Danzo's turn concluded, it was time for the Uchiha clan to step forward. The Uchiha were eager, with both hawkish and dovish leaders urging their members to make every effort to try for the blades, ensuring they would not easily be handed over to outsiders. The first to take the stage was Uchiha Min. Prior to grasping the sword, Naruto exchanged a knowing glance with him. Uchiha Min mused, "This future grandson-in-law is considerate of my position, but a mere ninja blade is hardly beyond my prowess. After all, I, Uchiha Min, have emerged from the crucible of blades and firearms. My will is unyielding. How could I not master a simple ninja sword?" He first seized the one-hit kill weapon, Murakamo, and his expression grew grave. It seemed as though the sword bore a terrifying power that surged forth to attack him. Had he been permitted to use chakra, he might have attempted to suppress it, but without chakra, he was instantly repelled by the blade's might. At that moment, Uchiha Min realized that mastering these two swords might not be as effortless as he had anticipated. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he believed his grandson-in-law had orchestrated everything perfectly, eagerly awaiting his chance to seize the other blade and thoroughly vanquish that old rogue, Shimura Danzo, in the second round of selections. However, when he grasped the dead man's march, he found it reacted just as the previous blade had. Uchiha Min felt as though the sword was on the verge of forcing him away. Seizing the moment, he quickly signaled Naruto, who returned a look of indifference. Uchiha men could only glare at Naruto before relinquishing the blade, fearing that failure to do so might lead to more than just a simple rebuff. Naruto, perplexed, thought to himself that he had merely indicated for Min to try without exerting himself, yet here he was, glaring at him. When the blade eventually struck him, he would not be casting such glares. Danzo, witnessing Uchiha Min, whom he regarded as the least favorable among the Uchiha, failing miserably, felt a surge of delight in his heart. After Danzo relinquished the sword, the Uchiha clan followed, then the Sarutobi clan. Uchiha Makoto approached Naruto with a sweet smile, asking, "Naruto, can I wield the ninja blade?" Naruto replied earnestly, "Give it a try. If you succeed, splendid. If not, I will forge a weapon suited to you in the future, and I will ensure your safety." Naruto's words left Makoto blushing deeply. Observing Uchiha Min seething with rage, what a scoundrel. He had shown me no respect earlier, causing me to lose face before that wretched Danzo. Now he is so brazenly flirting with my granddaughter. If I do not teach him a lesson, I shall not bear the Uchiha name. Subsequently, Uchiha Makoto attempted to wield the blades, but left with a hint of disappointment. Next were Uchiha Chiyū and his son. This marked Naruto's first encounter with the clan leader since his rebirth. He appeared quite similar to Uchiha Fugaku, now grown, distinguished by deep nasolabial folds. Uchiha Chiyū politely addressed Naruto. "I hope you will not hold my son's previous misdeeds against him." Naruto, displaying magnanimity, replied, "I bear no ill will towards children." However, internally, he mused, "Forgive me, but I must seize the position of clan leader. Your son shall obediently serve as a pawn to elevate the Uchiha clan and work diligently." Uchiha Chiyū, hearing Naruto's response, felt a mix of exasperation, for if memory served, Naruto was several years younger than his son Fugaku. As Naruto observed the dwindling number of Uchiha participants, a sense of disappointment washed over him. Could it truly be that the illustrious Uchiha clan could not find a suitable wielder for these two ninja blades? Naruto initially contemplated that if the second round of testing yielded only marginally poor results, he would manipulate the outcome discreetly. However, to his surprise, not a single individual had passed the first round thus far. Just then, a girl with long, straight black hair appeared at the back of the line, her face adorned with a naturally blank expression. Naruto felt a flicker of interest, sensing that this young lady might be quite suitable. As expected, she gradually lifted the ninja blade, Murakumo, and with a single decisive strike, she held it firmly in her grasp. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Murakumo remained steadfastly secured in her hand. A hushed murmur rippled through the audience. After all, compared to the abilities of the 8 houses, Murakumo's potential was evidently more striking. Naruto inquired about the girl's name. "What is your name? Please stand beside me shortly." The girl responded in a soft, mellifluous voice, "I am Uchiha Hyzui." She then obediently set down the ninja blade and moved to stand next to Naruto. Her action of taking up the blade eased the tension among the members of the Uchiha clan. Next, it was Sarutobi Hizashi's turn along with his umbu. But the outcome was disappointing. None of the umbu proved suitable for wielding the blade. Particularly, when Hizashi himself took the stage to test it, he discovered that it was not a fit for him. Danzo, with a sardonic tone, remarked to Hizashi, "Hizashi, put down the blade. There are others who need to be tested." The trials continued into the afternoon, with many familiar faces stepping up, such as Yuhi Kurenai and the Yuhi clan's Yuhi Shizun. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya attempted to test their compatibility, yet none were selected. Most unexpectedly, Dai also appeared, but he sought not the blade, rather requesting Naruto to forge some training equipment for him. Naruto was delighted to oblige, holding a deep admiration for the spirit of the Dai father-son duo. Chapter 37. The selection of the blade concludes. Hyuga Aya watched anxiously as even some capable commoner ninjas began to test the blades, fearing that in the end, her clan leader, Hyuga Terumi, would not allow them to try. Ever since she was marked as a caged bird, her despair had only deepened. Yet, upon witnessing the ninja blades forged by Naruto, she felt a glimmer of hope, as if they might offer a chance to alter her fate and escape her confinement. This instilled in her an urgent desire to grasp at this last, elusive straw. Perhaps sensing her fervent longing, Hyuga Terumi addressed a few students from the branch family, saying, "You all should give it a try. Remember to be respectful." Naruto also noticed Hyuga Aya, recalling that before she bore the mark of the caged bird, she had been a cheerful and charming girl. Alas, after the mark was placed upon her, she had transformed into a silent, invisible shadow. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Aya felt a momentary relaxation, only to grow tense again, uncertain whether she would be compatible with the ninja blade. Even if she were, How could she break free from her cage? As the preceding individuals failed, Hyuga Aya cautiously picked up the Murakumo blade, only to find it wholly incompatible. Despair washed over her until she subsequently grasped the Shinra Bansho, the blade of the deceased. A similar scene unfolded, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Shinra Bansho remained tightly held in the girl's grasp, as if she were unwilling to relinquish it. Hyuga Terumi, witnessing this, felt a deep conflict within him. His intention had been to counter the clan's elders and rally the clan members, bringing along those from the branch family. He had not anticipated this turn of events and now pondered how to extricate himself from this predicament, convincing himself that this was a necessary action to protect Hyuga Aya. Meanwhile, Danzo exuded an aura of menace, having believed himself the sole individual in Konoha compatible with the Imperial Blade, only to be surprised by the emergence of another. From the branch family no less. Danzo resolved that should this girl perform better than him in the second round, he would either eliminate her to seize the blade or, leveraging his status as a senior elder of Konoha, directly demand it from the Hyuga clan, confident they would not be so ungracious. Nailuo, intrigued, observed Hyuga Aya, astonished to discover that even the Hyuga clan possessed someone who could resonate with the Imperial Blade. He contemplated the possibility of obtaining the Hyuga clan's Byakugan bloodline through her. However, with Danzo's watchful gaze, Nailuo realized that he could not allow Hyuga Aya to succeed in the second round of assessments. Otherwise, her very survival until the next day would be in jeopardy. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's traditional rigidity might compel her to surrender the Imperial Blade. Thus, he was left with no choice but to momentarily disadvantage Hyuga Aya, kindly urging her, "Please set down the Imperial Blade and stand beside me." Hyuga Aya complied, taking her place next to Nailuo. In the end, no other compatible individuals emerged. Nailuo felt it was quite reasonable. Having uncovered 2 treasures was a delightful surprise, and he had not anticipated that these lesser-known ninjas possessed such unique abilities. He speculated that they might have faded into obscurity for various reasons, or perhaps fallen in battle. Furthermore, he firmly believed that those chosen by the Imperial Blade harbored some innate talent waiting to be unveiled. Ultimately, due to the absence of another individual capable of wielding the Murakumo, Uchiha Hyūjin became its rightful owner. Nailuo solemnly entrusted Murakumo to Uchiha Hyūjin, declaring, "From this moment forth, you are the master of Murakumo. I hope you become a formidable ninja." Uchiha Hyūjin nodded absent-mindedly in response. Nailuo then turned to Danzo and Hyuga Aya, stating, "Now, you two shall engage in the second round of trials. Infuse your chakra into the Imperial Blade, Shinra Bansho. The one whose blade radiates with greater brilliance will be deemed more compatible with Shinra Bansho." In truth, this was mere fabrication. The specific determination of compatibility did not rely on the luminosity of infused chakra. Danzo seized the Shinra Bansho, fervently injecting chakra into it. The blade emitted a powerful black glow in his hands. Meanwhile, Hyuga Aya timidly grasped the ninja blade, cautiously channeling chakra into it. Nailuo observed the dim but darker glow emanating from her hands, realizing that she was indeed the most fitting candidate for Shinra Bansho. Danzo, upon seeing the feeble radiance from Hyuga Aya's blade, erupted into laughter. Nailuo remarked to Danzo, "Lord Danzo, it is quite evident that you are more suited to wield Shinra Bansho." He mused to himself that he would first extract everything he could from Danzo before ultimately eliminating him. Before Nailuo could finish his thought, Danzo snatched the Shinra Bansho from Hyuga Aya's hands. Hyuga Aya felt an overwhelming sense of loss, comforting herself with the thought, "It's all right. There was never hope for me under the caged birdmark, was there?" Subsequently, she left the arena as if in a daze, returning to her family's ranks. Her steps were unsteady, as though all strength had drained from her, her complexion pale as paper. Upon rejoining her family, Hyuga Aya's body trembled slightly. Her lips pressed tightly together as she struggled to contain her emotions. Then, Nailuo began to expound to Danzo on the flaws and other abilities of the Shinra Bansho. The 8 houses is characterized by its robust and sharp nature, possessing a strong capacity for chakra conduction, a common trait among the ninja blades I forge. Moreover, the 8 houses enhances single attribute chakra. Its flaw lies in the fact that the more corpses manipulated during its activation, the greater the reduction in the host's inherent abilities. Essentially, this suppresses the host's attributes, resulting in the consumption of chakra and stamina. Thus, you must make your own choice wisely. Danzo was taken aback by Nailuo's words, but, upon reflection, realized it would not significantly impact him. As long as he utilized this blade to eliminate several powerful ninjas and leverage their synergy, he would not need to engage directly. Next, Naruto inquired about Uchiha Hishu's situation. The deadly artifact Murakumo, which guarantees a single strike, is exceedingly perilous. Even as its master, one risks immediate demise if inflicted with a mere scratch. Thus, utmost caution is imperative. Is there anyone in your household capable of imparting swordsmanship to you? Uchiha Hisho shook her head in response. Naruto, feeling somewhat exasperated, pondered the lack of parental figures in the ninja world. Reflecting on Team 7, which comprises 4 members alongside Sai and Yamato, a total of 6 individuals could barely form a parental duo. Naruto earnestly suggested to Uchiha Hisho, "You shall remain by my side henceforth. I shall diligently instruct you in the art of swordsmanship." After a moment of contemplation, Uchiha Hisho acquiesced. Naruto, meanwhile, contemplated how to cultivate Uchiha Hisho into a trusted confidant. He resolved to experiment with methods of nurturing her affection, hoping to penetrate the depths of her heart. Of course, he was also concerned about the potential for someone to seize the artifact, prompting his desire to keep her close for protection. It had been quite some time since Naruto had last gazed upon his death god hall, yet he was aware that the number of souls within had been steadily increasing. He planned to pay a visit soon. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest in the death god hall. Upon returning to the clan's territory with Uchiha Hisho, Naruto immediately spotted the elderly Uchiha Min, who bore a countenance reminiscent of someone suffering from constipation. Unable to resist, Naruto teased, "Shall I take my leave then?" Uchiha Min shot him a glare, discreetly signaling Uchiha Hisho to step away. The young girl obediently retreated, granting the two some privacy. Once Uchiha Hisho had departed, Uchiha Min addressed Naruto. "Do you think my vexation stems from the embarrassment of having failed to procure a ninja blade before Danzo? Let me enlighten you. My ire is directed at your apparent readiness. Had you disclosed your intentions from the outset, we would not find ourselves in such a passive predicament. Nonetheless, you executed this endeavor splendidly, not only achieving equilibrium between our clan and the Hokage's faction, but also deftly planting the seeds of discord between Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen." Naruto scratched his head, feigning innocence. In truth, I never intended to sow any discord between them. Internally, he mused that his sole aim had been for the Uchiha clan to acquire the ninja blade. Whether Danzo obtained the eightfold room mattered little to him. Furthermore, should Danzo manage to eliminate a dozen or so elite shinobi, Naruto would undoubtedly elevate him to a position of reverence. However, once Danzo's value diminished or he became obsolete, Naruto would be the first to eliminate him, especially considering how Danzo had dispatched his subordinates to the route for tea previously. This was merely a matter of enduring hardship for the time being. Yet, would Danzo truly have the fortitude to personally engage in battle? If he set his sights on the formidable individuals within the village, particularly those he could not ordinarily control, would he dare to strike? Naruto remained curious about the implications if Danzo were to utilize the eightfold room to vanquish enemies, followed by summoning them to his death god hall. Would the souls belong to him while their corporeal forms remained with Danzo? A rather intriguing scenario, indeed. However, Naruto then addressed Uchiha Min. "I had not anticipated that Danzo would be suited for that particular ninja blade. He harbors considerable bias against the Uchiha. Our upper ninjas must remain vigilant henceforth." Uchiha Min responded with profound significance. "I comprehend your perspective. Should Shimura Danzo dare to lay a hand upon our Uchiha, we shall assemble a coalition of ninja clans to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen, compelling him to dismiss Danzo. Even if Danzo does not act against the Uchiha, any aggression towards any clan or ninja within the village will warrant our response." To Naruto's surprise, such political acumen emanated from one so young. Feeling a sense of exasperation, Uchiha Naruto silently pleaded, "Elder, please refrain from elevating the stakes further. If this continues, the blame for the ninja world's turmoil may ultimately rest upon my shoulders." He hastily gestured to convey his lack of such intentions before taking his leave. Uchiha Min observed Naruto's retreating figure with a knowing gaze, as if to say, "I see through your facade." Upon returning to his chamber, Naruto accessed the death god hall. Inside, he beheld a densely populated assembly of souls, most adorned with the headbands of a Wagakure. It appeared that Orochimaru had been embroiled in fierce conflict with the Wagakure of late. Kakashi Hatake likely had not ventured to the borders recently. Thus, he had only been eliminating lesser foes. The peculiar headbands were likely trophies from Kakashi's conquests. If memory served, he would be occupied with routine missions in the village until the imminent assault from Sunagakure. Naruto promptly instructed the members of the Death God Hall to dispose of their headbands and don the black cloaks he provided, complete with masks. Observing the 2 upper ninjas and 30 middle ninjas, he resolved to designate the former as Upper 1 and Upper 2, while the middle ninjas would remain unassigned. As for the lower ninjas, he feared their presence would disrupt the harmony, considering not all of them were of the caliber of the Konoha 12. In fact, many from smaller villages might not even measure up to the students of the Ninja Academy. Reviewing the skill sets of the two upper ninjas, Naruto noted they possessed a repertoire of conventional awakens ninjutsu, which, while standard, proved quite suitable for control. Henceforth, he had acquired two upper-level awakens guardians. As he scrutinized the inhabitants of the Death God Hall, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. Typically, when an individual perishes, their soul transitions to the afterlife. Governed by the Sage of Six Paths, would his continuous accumulation of souls attract the attention of this ancient figure? However, Naruto currently lacked the means to confront the sage, and given the sage's pattern of remaining concealed until absolute desperation arose, it was unlikely he would take notice. Not to mention, his two sun souls had yet to be reincarnated. Just as this notion settled in, Naruto noticed two unread notifications within the system interface and decided to open them. Ding! Orochimaru's utilization of Tokiwa reaches intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Mastery of the eight-headed serpent technique incomplete. Eight-headed serpent technique, an S-rank forbidden technique that transforms its user into a white serpent possessing 8 heads and tails through biological modification and ninjutsu. This technique remains in its preliminary stage as Orochimaru has yet to fully optimize it. Ding! Orochimaru's utilization of Tokiwa reaches advanced level. Talent replication activated. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, incomplete. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, incomplete, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. This interdimensional summoning technique extracts a portion of a deceased's flesh and utilizes a living body as a vessel for the deceased soul, summoning them from the pure land to the present. The deceased spirit attaches to the vessel, cloaked in dust, thereby transforming into their former appearance. The resurrected possess indomitable traits and boundless chakra. They can only be sealed or released by their original master. Orochimaru has conducted further optimization on this technique. However, the strength of the summoned deceased will still be significantly diminished. Naruto accepted both notifications. Subsequently, a wealth of knowledge regarding forbidden techniques flooded into his consciousness. Although both techniques were classified as forbidden, Naruto had no intention of employing the eight-headed serpent technique. Now he understood why Orochimaru had developed such an affinity for his elongated serpentine tongue. The second technique, impure world reincarnation, incomplete, could prove somewhat useful if he were to acquire white zetsu. Nevertheless, one should seize opportunities without hesitation, especially since both forbidden techniques contained a wealth of knowledge regarding conventional ninjutsu and sealing techniques. When an individual possesses a lofty standing and extensive knowledge, mastering foundational ninjutsu becomes remarkably effortless. This explains why Sarutobi Hiruzen attained the status of a ninjutsu scholar. It is inconceivable to master the Great Fire Destruction while failing to grasp the Great Fireball technique. At this juncture, Naruto recalled Uchiha his hoe and wondered where she had wandered off to. As Naruto stepped outside, he encountered Uchiha Hyujin, who was engaged in conversation with Uchiha Mikoto. It was primarily Mikoto who was inquiring, while Hyujin responded. Upon noticing Naruto's arrival, Mikoto pulled him aside and remarked, "Naruto, I feel as though I am increasingly unable to keep up with you. You used to be a little boy that required my care. But now you have grown significantly taller than I." Chapter 39, All Attributes. With a bashful gaze cast upon Naruto, Mikoto continued, "I merely wish to assist you. I do not want to drift further away from you." Naruto, observing the diminutive yet undeniably charming Mikoto, realized that he had not been particularly attentive to her of late. Since Mikoto harbored such sentiments, he naturally would not decline. With utmost sincerity, Naruto replied, "Very well, Mikoto. Henceforth, you shall practice ninjutsu and swordsmanship alongside Hyujin. I also have some splendid items for you, including the forging of a weapon." Mikoto nodded with a flushed face. Naruto then presented each of them with a toy sword before commencing to impart the basics of the Kiki sword technique. He could only apologize to Kiki Sakumo, stating, "My apologies, brother. At worst, once Kakashi is born, I shall ensure he receives proper instruction. Or perhaps I can help safeguard your wife." Naruto suspected that Kiki Mitoko likely perished during Kakashi's birth, as she often appeared somewhat frail and seemed to lead a domestic life without undertaking missions, suggesting she did not meet her end elsewhere. As for why Naruto bestowed a Naruto-branded toy sword upon Uchiha Hyujin, it stemmed from his genuine fear that this little girl might inadvertently cause her own demise with the Muramasa, or worse, harm Mikoto in the process. In such an event, he would be left to mourn them both in his realm of death. Suddenly, a bold thought struck Naruto. He chastised himself mentally, "You shameless rogue." As Naruto elaborated, "The swordsmanship of our Uchiha clan is considered quite commendable within Konoha, although I have not studied it extensively. I shall teach you another style of swordsmanship, one that primarily focuses on techniques in its initial stages." This experience of teaching proved quite enriching for Naruto, particularly as he noted the admiration in Mikoto's eyes and the rapid progress displayed by Hyujin. He now understood why Muramasa would choose this seemingly unremarkable girl. Upon completing the instruction, Naruto treated the two to a lavish banquet, fully embracing a carefree attitude. At worst, he would grow to 3 meters tall, while Mikoto would reach 2.5 meters. The 8-foot lady would also possess her own unique charm, though it was uncertain whether she would ever reach such heights. After all, Luffy consumed food daily and had yet to grow to 3 meters. It was during this time that Naruto discovered Hyuji's profound fondness for grilled meat, which delighted him, for a chef who does not move their patrons is not a good blacksmith. Meanwhile, in the root prison where Danzo resided, he held a shuriken in hand, confronting a group of prisoners. With a swift motion, one by one, the prisoners fell before him. One prisoner cried out, "Lord Danzo, I truly did not intend for this. I merely urinated in that bush. Surely, the punishment does not fit the crime." Danzo did not engage in further discourse, employing wind release chakra to enhance the shuriken as he delivered a fatal blow to the hapless prisoner. To Danzo, the reasoning of someone merely relieving themselves in a bush was irrelevant. Why would one choose such a location at the root base? How could he not be a spy? As for the possibility of a misunderstanding, Danzo was resolute. The location of the root must remain unknown to enemies, and all actions were undertaken for the sake of Konoha. Soon, Danzo had dispatched 8 prisoners. Turning his back to them, he began to harness the power of the shuriken. Before long, a group of corpses stood unsteadily, their wounds gradually healing. This display of power sent shockwaves through the adjacent cell, causing the prisoners inside to panic. The reanimated corpses swiftly charged at the neighboring prisoners, and within mere minutes, they too had met their demise. Upon assessing his own chakra depletion, Danzo realized that if only Chunin were involved, he could easily control them with the shuriken. Yet, it was still insufficient. This level of capability did not significantly enhance his strength. Thus, he required stronger ninjas under his command. As his thoughts wandered, a dangerous glint appeared in Danzo's eyes. On the other side, having finished their meal, Naruto encouraged the two to practice their swordsmanship independently. Accidentally glancing at the system, he noticed a notification. Ding! Danzo's utilization of the deceased for the Shuriken's army has reached the beginner level. Talent replication activated. Host has acquired mastery over wind attribute chakra. Excellent. He had gained another chakra attribute, bringing him closer to mastering all attributes. Naruto stole another glance at the realm of death, noting the addition of 16 prisoners dressed as Chunin. Why 16? He could hardly fathom the scale of Danzo's operations, nor had he anticipated the experimentation with the puppet's combat effectiveness. Now, Naruto found himself reluctant to eliminate Danzo too swiftly. This man was truly audacious. Within 24 hours of acquiring the shuriken, he had achieved such remarkable results that Naruto felt inclined to bestow upon him the honor of champion. Ding! Uchiha Hyuji's utilization of the one-hit kill Muramasa has reached the beginner level. Talent replication activated. Host has acquired mastery over lightning attribute chakra. Soon, good news arrived from Hyuji. As she had obtained the lightning attribute chakra she so desperately needed, allowing her to truly utilize the Kiki sword technique. This also signified that Naruto had completely transformed into an all-attribute wielder. Naruto immediately stepped outside, brandishing his toy sword and channeling lightning attribute chakra to enhance the sword's attack. In an instant, he cleaved a nearby tree in half and inscribed various patterns on his several other trees. It could be said that Naruto's strength had now reached the level of a jonin. With further refinement of his swordsmanship experience and combat wisdom, he would soon ascend to the level of an elite jonin. The following morning, Naruto made the rare decision to visit the academy, primarily to connect with Hinata Aya. He sensed that Aya was a girl of considerable potential, and it would be a pity if she were to fade into obscurity due to the previous sword selection incident. Additionally, he wished to see Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. One possessed astonishing ninja talent, particularly in spatial abilities and reaction time, while the other was the host of the Nine Tails. Naruto had been contemplating any opportunity to obtain some Nine Tails chakra. Previously, he had employed shadow clones to attend school, but soon he grew bolder and ceased using them altogether. Perhaps his former homeroom teacher, Sarutobi Hiryu, had received a notification about him from Sarutobi Hisashi and had not intervened. Subsequently, Naruto took Mikoto with him to the academy, while Hyzai had already graduated and seemed somewhat socially anxious, disliking the school environment. As Naruto slowly entered the classroom, the curious gazes of the young students were drawn to him, for his transformation was nothing short of remarkable. He had evolved from a small child into a tall young man, at least in the eyes of the academy students. Were it not for his youthful appearance, they might have mistaken him for a teacher. That person is so handsome. Is he a senior? Wow, his smile is so charming. No way. He looks incredibly cool. Amidst the girls' flattery, Naruto took his usual seat. At that moment, only Hinata, Aya, and Uchiha Q recognized him from the previous sword selection event. His good friend, Minato Namikaze, continued to stare at Naruto, feeling an uncanny resemblance, though his rational mind insisted that no one could grow so rapidly. Naruto smiled at Minato and said, "What's the matter? Can't recognize me? It's me, Naruto." This left both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki utterly speechless, particularly Kushina, who had previously reveled in her height advantage as she had developed more rapidly than her peers, thus positioning herself as the tallest among the trio. This self-assuredness had led her to assume the role of the eldest sister. After a considerable passage of time, the three friends began to engage in conversation. In Chapter 40, titled For the Sake of Freedom, both Minato and Kushina listened intently, especially as Naruto spoke of the several imperial weapons he had forged, causing the stars of wonder to nearly burst forth from the eyes of the two young ones. While Naruto was engrossed in his boasting, Hiruzen surprisingly appeared, nearly taken aback by Naruto's presence, as he had assumed Naruto had lost interest in the life of the ninja academy. To his astonishment, Naruto had returned to the classroom after a 6-month absence. Hiruzen surprisingly attempted to adopt a congenial demeanor in addressing the esteemed blacksmith of Konoha. However, he soon realized that Naruto, Minato, and Kushina were engrossed in their own hushed exchanges, entirely disregarding him. Ultimately, after enduring half an hour of their chatter, he politely escorted the trio from the classroom, granting them their freedom. In keeping with tradition, Naruto treated Minato and Kushina to a feast of seafood and then presented them with 2 Naruto-branded toy swords. "What is this?" Minato and Kushina inquired with curiosity. "Surely, these cannot be the imperial weapons you forged?" Naruto playfully delivered a sharp retort to Kushina. "What are you thinking? People like you, mere students of the Ninja Academy, have no right to wield my imperial weapons. Perhaps when you become a jonin, we can discuss it." He explained that these were merely his conventional weapons, which, while lacking any extraordinary abilities, excelled in sharpness and durability, and even enhanced chakra properties. Kushina yearned for the ninja blade, but could not simply overlook Naruto's earlier jest. She declared defiantly, "Uchiha Naruto, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Do not underestimate the impoverished girl. I, Uzumaki Kushina, shall soon ascend to jonin." Naruto was taken aback by Kushina's use of this phrase. He pondered that while her words bore truth, it was a pity the butterfly effect had turned Minato into a competitor. By the time Minato might aspire to become Hokage, he might have already dismantled the village system to establish an empire. Thus, to fulfill Kushina's dream of becoming the Hokage's beloved, Naruto resolved to make another sacrifice, taking her under his wing to ensure she achieved her aspirations. Meanwhile, Hinata Hugo wandered alone through the halls of the Ninja Academy, her isolation reflecting the confinement of a caged bird. This solitary girl preferred to dine alone, retreating to a quiet corner where she consumed her bento, consisting of several large rice balls and a bit of miso soup. It was at this moment that Naruto found her. Hinata felt a rush of warmth upon seeing him, acutely aware that, according to the customs of the ninja world, a woman's hearty appetite was deemed unbecoming. Naruto wasted no time in launching a direct assault. "Hinata, have you given up?" "What?" she replied, caught off guard. "Have you relinquished your quest for freedom now that you lack the Hachiman?" Naruto pressed. Hinata's eyes widened, feigning composure as she responded, "I don't understand what you're saying." With a knowing smile, Naruto continued, "Even beasts recognize the value of freedom. How much more so for a human?" Observing Hinata's silence, he added, "In truth, you are more suited for the Hachiman ninja blade. Yet I cannot simply grant it to you. However, I see you seem to have abandoned your pursuit of freedom, willing to become a slave of the Hyuga clan, destined to bear another slave and devote your life to the clan. How blissful that must be. Is that your plan?" At this point, Hinata could no longer maintain her composure under Naruto's relentless barrage of piercing words. This seemingly reclusive girl raised her head to meet Naruto's gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Uchiha Naruto, what do you truly desire?" she demanded. Naruto did not answer her question, but instead gazed intently into her striking white eyes and posed another query. "Hinata, are you willing to fight once more for your freedom? For your destiny? or even for the fate of the branch family. Until your last breath? Hinata coldly replied, I will never give up. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, I would gladly sacrifice my life. But not for the sake of the laughable branch and main family, but for myself, for my freedom and dignity. Now, I ask you one final time, what do you intend to do? Naruto was greatly pleased by the spirited resolve exhibited by this young woman. He responded, I am preparing to establish an organization that will transform the ninja world, and I require capable subordinates who are not foolish. As for you, focus on becoming stronger, like a caterpillar diligently accumulating nourishment before its metamorphosis into a butterfly. I will assist you in breaking free of your cocoon and achieving that freedom. However, I will need you to work for me. Hinata, having composed herself, replied evenly, agreed. As long as you help me remove this wretched cage of a bird that confines me, I will do anything for you. But Uchiha Naruto, if you deceive me, I will ensure to take a piece of flesh from you, even in death. After declaring this, Hinata cast a dangerous glare at Naruto's neck and lower body, baring her small canine teeth. Had Naruto not been somewhat seasoned, he might have found himself quaking in fear. Naruto could only muse that her sharp teeth were quite the threat. He tossed Hinata a toy sword along with a prepared dried seafood delicacy, saying, I have no such malicious intent to deceive you. Focus on your training. Your opportunity will soon arrive. But do not forget the vow you made today. Hinata accepted the toy sword, staring blankly at Naruto, while he pondered in silence how to help her escape her cage. Should he provide her with the Shikigami mask to liberate her from her humanity, or obtain the Hachiman and encourage her to eliminate the main family? Or perhaps a combination of both. Meanwhile, at the Senju clan's headquarters, Tsunade was bidding farewell to her younger brother, Shinjuro. With a hint of concern, she cautioned, Shinjuro, be careful once you step onto the battlefield. Shinjuro responded confidently, I will be cautious. Do not forget, I have the assistance of Orochimaru-sensei and the Cursed Arm. As he spoke, he raised the Cursed Arm's transformation device, and the gem of the first Hokage's necklace glimmered with a faint green light. Tsunade suppressed her apprehension. After all, Shinjuro aspired to become Hokage and could not remain hidden behind his elders forever. Meanwhile, Inoki sat in his office, poring over documents, as the Umbu reported to him. Lord Third, we have gathered the information you requested regarding the Kodoame Tsukumi and the possible blacksmith behind it. The weapon was forged by Uchiha Naruto, who is said to have created several ninja blades and other weapons that surpass the Kodoame Tsukumi. Among these are several ninja blades and a set that can transform into armor. The specific capabilities remain unclear. Inoki furrowed his brow and instructed, continue to investigate. It would be best to uncover the abilities of those weapons, as well as Uchiha Naruto's specific preferences and habits. Oh, and place a bounty on Uchiha Naruto. Let's set it at 35 million. No, increase it to 70 million. Understood. The Umbu vanished in an instant from the Tsuchikage's office. Meanwhile, Chiyo's subordinates had also uncovered similar information, but lacking Inoki's financial resources, she could only direct her subordinates to continue their inquiries. However, Chiyo had firmly resolved that as long as Konoha's balance was disrupted by the cursed blade forged by Uchiha Naruto, she would not remain idle. Upon arriving on the battlefield, Shoju spotted his mentor, Orochimaru. Sensei, I have arrived. Orochimaru, observing his enthusiastic disciple, felt a measure of relief from his recent melancholia brought on by the weight of countless lives taken. He smiled at Shoju, saying, Stay close to me and follow my commands. I shall now inform you of the battlefield precautions. The following day, Konoha launched a surprise attack on the rock shinobi. The clash between Konoha and Awagakure was intense, with neither side yielding easily. During this tumultuous exchange, the Inin did not entirely lose their resolve, and continued to engage Konoha's forces. In this fray, Shoju adeptly harnessed the formidable physique of the Senju clan alongside the Cursed Blade's monstrous prowess, dispatching his Chunin adversaries with decisive strikes. Gradually, the Awagakure forces began to falter against Konoha's relentless assault, especially given that Konoha had initiated the ambush. As the shinobi retreated, Orochimaru commanded his troops to pursue. Shoju, taking the lead, surged ahead of the entire battalion. Orochimaru, observing his disciple's valor, praised Shoju. The enemy's morale has been utterly crushed. Shoju, brimming with confidence, charged forward, only to suddenly notice that his foot had stepped upon an explosive tag. In the fleeting moments that followed, he shouted, Cursed Blade. The explosion enveloped Shoju entirely, its tremendous force even causing a nearby Chunin to collapse onto the ground. Orochimaru stood transfixed, witnessing the eruption, feeling a profound realization of human fragility. Despite having subdued the enemy's spirit and witnessing their retreat, before he could fully contemplate humanity's vulnerability. A colossal armored figure materialized around Shoju. This overwhelming presence captivated the attention of both Konoha's pursuing shinobi and the retreating Iwagakure forces. As the armor closed in on Shoju, its mask shattered, revealing a gaping maw reminiscent of Tyron's fearsome visage. Ultimately, what emerged unscathed from the chaos was Shoju, now clad in striking armor, a green gem glowing ominously at the center of his forehead. In his hand, he wielded a spear with an exceptionally long tip. Orochimaru, witnessing this transformation, smiled anew and commanded, "Continue the pursuit." Shoju, touching his head in disbelief, had almost thought he would meet his demise in the explosion. Only to discover that the transformation had provided a measure of protection, he resolved to learn to transform in advance henceforth. Shoju swiftly employed his spear, launching a relentless assault against the enemy, dispatching numerous Iwagakure Chunin in his wake. Although these Iwa Nin attempted to retaliate, Shoju deftly evaded their large-scale attacks. However, their smaller, concentrated assaults merely bounced harmlessly off his armor, which proved impervious to their strikes. One by one, the Iwa Chunin fell before the unyielding Shoju, who, much like an ancient general upon a stage, was adorned with banners yet grew increasingly emboldened by the battle. Before long, Shoju's exploits attracted the attention of an Iwagakure Jonin, who, in an effort to shield his subordinates, swiftly performed hand seals to unleash the Earth Release, Mountain Earth technique. Instantly, two massive hemispherical constructs of earth encased Shoju. He was compelled to brace himself against the immense weight of the encroaching spheres with both arms. The Iwa Jonin, witnessing this spectacle, was nearly rendered speechless. He had never seen anyone forcefully resist such a jutsu with mere flesh and bone. The situation was akin to witnessing Captain America using his own strength to halt a helicopter, an unprecedented display. The Mountain Earth technique required not only chakra to initiate, but also to maintain, and as the Jonin intensified his chakra supply, the earth constructs began to grow larger, amplifying the pressure on Shoju. In response, he fervently channeled chakra and stamina into his armor, straining against the crushing force with every ounce of his being. Yet, as the pressure mounted, the armor on his arms began to fracture, splintering under the strain. Gradually, the Iwa Jonin, seeing Orochimaru drawing near, realized his impending doom and expended all his chakra on the Mountain Earth technique. Despite his desperate attempts to enhance its power, Shoju remained unyielding, akin to Rupert's tear, until he was ultimately decapitated by Orochimaru's swift strike. With the demise of the Iwa Jonin, the Mountain Earth technique ceased its constriction, allowing Shoju to finally escape. Gasping for breath, by this time, the surrounding Iwa Nin had long since fled, and Orochimaru promptly ordered the cessation of the pursuit. The surviving Konoha shinobi erupted in triumphant cheers, exclaiming victory, chanting Orochimaru's name, and even hailing Shoju as a hero. Throughout this battle, Shoju had effectively captivated the enemy's attention, absorbing a substantial amount of damage while eliminating numerous local Chunin. In the final stages, he had withstood the nearly insurmountable force of the Mountain Earth technique. Upon reverting to his original form, Shoju turned to Orochimaru and declared, "Sensei, we have triumphed." Orochimaru could only shake his head in response. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Naruto, who had been idly relaxing, suddenly received a system notification and sought a quiet place to accept it. Ding! Shoju has achieved a moderate mastery of the A-class weapon. Cursed Blade. Talent replication activated. Host gains the initial physique of the Senju clan. Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, akin to an eruption, yet devoid of any pain, instead imparting a profound sense of comfort. A powerful chakra emanated from Naruto, causing his eyes to snap open, brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Concurrently, he felt an unprecedented comfort in his physical form, nearly succumbing to a moan of pleasure, as if every cell in his body had been invigorated, teeming with life and vitality. As his Sharingan activated, the tomo within began to whirl frantically, ultimately transforming his right eye into a 3-tomo and his left eye into a double tomo. Chapter 42. Shoju's transition to new employment. Having calmed his emotions, Naruto resolved to revisit his system panel, eager to assess the recent changes in his strength. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Age, 9 years, 80 years. Chakra attributes, fire, water, new, earth, new, wind, new, lightning, new, yin-yang. Sharingan, single tomo in the right eye, 3-tomo in the left eye, double tomo. Physique, BA. Refinement, BA. Chakra, 2 cards, 10 cards, equivalent to the chakra amount of Konoha's Jonin, Kakashi. Chakra control ability, moderate. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, beginner to intermediate. Transformation technique, beginner to intermediate. Substitution technique, beginner to intermediate. Fire release, great fireball technique, beginner to intermediate. Mastery of summoning technique, triple gate of hell. Advanced mastery of the Konoha blade technique, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, beginner to intermediate. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, partial, mastery. Eight-headed serpent technique, partial, mastery. Shadow clone technique, beginner to intermediate. Taijutsu, Uchiha style taijutsu, intermediate. Jinjutsu, illusory Naruto-s vision technique, intermediate. Advanced weapons, Tuikamanji, master. Orochimaru, advanced mastery. Sword of Water Dragon, master. Kakashi Hatake, advanced mastery. Cursed Demon, master. Shoujo, intermediate mastery. March of the Dead, master. Shimura Danzo, beginner mastery. One cut kills Murasame, Uchiha Hayate. Beginner mastery. Evaluation. Your prowess has ascended to the level of a jonin, allowing you to engage even some elite jonin in direct confrontation. Your panel statistics have indeed surpassed the majority of elite jonin. However, your understanding and application of combat still require enhancement. Nevertheless, in the current shinobi world, you possess a certain degree of self-preservation capability. Naruto gazed upon his panel with immense satisfaction. It had only been half a year since he awakened the Forgemaster system, and he had already attained the combat strength of a jonin. He had now acquired all conventional chakra attributes, along with the bloodlines of both the Senju and Uchiha clans. His next objective for enhancement was to focus on the Mangekyo Sharingan and the forging of new weapons, especially considering the plethora of bloodlines within the Uchiha clan. He felt confident that he could indeed cultivate a Mangekyo Sharingan, and he could not overlook the Senju, Uzumaki, Kagaya, and Hyuga clans either. Given the opportunity, he would continue to evolve his bloodline, believing that ultimately, he could surpass even the Sage of Six Paths in resemblance to Otsutsuki. However, Naruto was acutely aware of his deficiencies, particularly his lack of experience in the brutal skirmishes among ninjas. Although there is an ancient Chinese proverb stating that in poverty one resorts to tactical maneuvers, while in wealth one utilizes overwhelming firepower. Yet, employing firepower also necessitates intellect. Consider Otsutsuki Kagaya, who descended upon the shinobi world after devouring Uchiha Madara, wielding a power even greater than Madara's. Yet the ensuing battle was nothing short of a tragedy. Naruto suspected that even a random chunin plucked from the battlefield would possess superior combat awareness compared to him. He deemed Otsutsuki Kagaya to be a natural fool. At that moment, a certain naive soul sleeping on the moon sneezed, and Otsutsuki Kagaya gazed at the shinobi world, declaring, "I shall return." After completing the aftermath of the war, Orochimaru summoned Shoujo before him. Shoujo was still basking in the joy of victory. But upon seeing his teacher's serious demeanor, his smile gradually faded. Drawing from his experience, Shoujo recognized that such a serious expression from a teacher indicated the need for earnest attentiveness to instruction. Orochimaru spoke earnestly to Shoujo. "Shoujo, your contributions in this battle have been significant. You have dispatched more chunin on the battlefield than I have." Shoujo scratched his head, smiling bashfully. "I'm not that remarkable. It was largely thanks to Master Naruto's forged cursed demon that I achieved such feats." Yet, Orochimaru did not smile. While it is indeed wise to utilize superior weapons, it is only through the unique physique of the Senju clan and your high compatibility that such impressive results can be attained. This is a reflection of your own strength as well. However, your combat awareness is severely lacking. From stepping upon explosive tags to being struck by earth release techniques. Even the Ninja Academy should have imparted the importance of observing the landing points of explosive tags. Even if you had stepped on one, your first reaction should have been taught in the academy. Thankfully, the transformation process of Cursed Demon provided some degree of protection, otherwise, you would have either perished instantly or retired prematurely. As for the earth release technique, you chose to withstand it head-on with your arms. Do you realize that this technique cannot even be classified as a rapid assault technique? It is often employed to restrict enemies and confront large summoning beasts. Indeed, you navigated through the crisis thanks to your armor, relying on the power of the Imperial tool to withstand a threat that could have been easily avoided. If you encounter an even stronger foe in the future, such as those wielding lava or dust release, will your armor still suffice to absorb their attacks? The outcome of this battle was commendable. However, as your teacher, I must declare that you have not met the standard. In certain respects, you resemble not a ninja, but a mere warrior. Henceforth, you shall remain in the rear until you rectify these fundamental errors, at which point I shall assign you further tasks. With those words, Orochimaru departed, leaving Shoujo alone in the tent to ponder. Not long after, Shoujo received his promotion notice, officially becoming a squad leader in the logistics unit. Orochimaru's decision to send Shoujo to the rear was not solely for reflection, but also a precaution against excessive rigidity. Especially on the battlefield, coupled with Shoujo's unique status, he was often exposed to extraordinary dangers. Unbeknownst to Shoujo, his previous battle had already secured his reputation. Some Awagakure ninjas had witnessed his transformation process, and after he donned his armor, which rendered him impervious to attacks from B-rank ninjutsu and below, he earned the moniker Iron Demon. After receiving reports from his subordinates, Inoki rubbed his temples once more, reflecting on the recent vexations caused by Konoha. Even in localized skirmishes, the Awagakure could not perpetually suffer defeats. Do you know the true identity of this Iron Demon? Is that armor indeed forged by Uchiha Naruto? Inoki questioned his subordinates once more. The Umbu responded, "The Iron Demon is likely Shoujo, a member of the esteemed Senju clan of Konoha, and the grandson of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. As for the armor, it is highly probable that it was indeed forged by Uchiha Naruto." Upon hearing Shoujo's identity, Inoki raised an eyebrow. Senju Hashirama was revered as the god of shinobi, deserving of that title in both martial prowess and magnanimity. The young Shoujo was already making a name for himself at such a tender age, and Inoki felt a tinge of concern. Chapter 43, Uchiha Madara. A bounty of 50 million ryo was placed on Shoujo's head, along with a 20 million ryo reward for his weapon. Inoki issued the final command. After the Umbu departed the office, Inoki contemplated his village's lack of capable young successors. Gazing out at the village, he lamented, "How unfair fate is." Konoha's formidable youth seemed to proliferate like rabbits. With one Uchiha Naruto still unresolved, another Senju Shoujo emerges. Consequently, despite the internal strife within Konoha's ranks, they maintained a steady grip over any ninja village in the shinobi world. The flames of war did not abate. They intensified, scorching the land of the Rain Country. At this moment, in a battle zone of the Rain Country, two Konoha Chunin were executing a mission. However, after several days of fierce combat, their stamina was nearly depleted, and their rations had long been consumed. Faced with hunger and exhaustion, they resolved to seek food nearby to sustain their lives. They arrived at a small cabin and indulged in a hearty meal, unaware that the Nagato family resided within. To evade unknown intruders, Nagato's parents had taken refuge in a corner. When the two Konoha Chunin arrived, they were oblivious to the presence of others in the cabin. Nagato's father urged him to remain silent and quietly exit. Yet, being so young, Nagato was overwhelmed with fear and unease. At that moment, Nagato accidentally knocked over a vase, producing a sharp sound that alerted the two Konoha Chunin. They swiftly dashed into the adjacent room, determined to eliminate any potential threat. Upon entering, the atmosphere in the darkness heightened their tension. One Chunin grappled with Nagato's father, while the other unhesitatingly brandished his kunai, aiming for Nagato's mother. She fell swiftly before Nagato's eyes, as his father shouted, "Nagato, run. Hurry." In a desperate attempt to protect his family, Nagato's father ultimately succumbed in a pool of blood. The two Konoha Chunin, regaining their composure, finally realized the gravity of their earlier actions under the dim light. It is utterly astonishing that commoners were mistaken for foes and met their demise. In the midst of this horror, Nagato witnessed the brutal murder of his parents before his very eyes, his heart engulfed by an abyss of sorrow and terror. The two Konoha Chunin, overwhelmed by guilt, expressed their heartfelt apologies to Nagato, claiming they had erroneously identified his parents as enemies. Nevertheless, Nagato found himself unable to reconcile with this grim reality. His eyes widened in sheer terror as he surveyed the blood-soaked scene, his body trembling uncontrollably. In a fleeting flash of lightning, he discerned the Konoha forehead protectors adorning the heads of the two shinobi. Having already been implanted with the Rinnegan by Uchiha Madara, Nagato, unable to suppress his fear, unleashed a fraction of the Rinnegan's power, which swiftly resulted in the demise of the two Konoha ninjas. He subsequently lost consciousness. Meanwhile, in an unknown subterranean chamber, the silver-haired maestro of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, glared intently with his Sharingan while seated. "White Zetsu, known as Black Zetsu," remarked Lord Madara. "Nagato has activated the power of the Rinnegan, and his parents are deceased. Should we continue to monitor their family?" Madara cast a sidelong glance at Zetsu and replied, "Continue the surveillance. Are there any intriguing developments from the outside world recently?" Immediately, Black Zetsu stood at attention and reported, "Lord Madara, a member of the Uchiha clan named Uchiha Naruto has recently emerged. It appears he has awakened a new bloodline limit, enabling him to forge powerful weapons. Previously, He crafted a weapon that causes an enemy's wounds to bleed incessantly. Madara, upon hearing this, let out a derisive chuckle. The Uchiha clan is indeed faltering, relying on other bloodline limits to gain notoriety, and through forging, no less. Such weapons are ultimately futile if they cannot strike true. The Sharingan is the ultimate weapon. However, Zetsu continued, he has also forged formidable armor that grants immunity to B-rank ninjutsu, which he presented to Senju Rope Tree, along with 2 ninja blades. They refer to them as imperial artifacts. One blade is imbued with a lethal curse. It is said that mere contact results in death. The other allows control over the corpses of those slain by it. Lord Madara, surely you possess the strength to withstand the curse of that blade. While Zetsu reveled in his rare flattery of Madara, he failed to notice the veins throbbing on Madara's forehead. At that moment, Madara was internally admonishing himself that this particular Zetsu was unique and should not be eliminated. After a brief silence, he stated, in the future, ensure you convey all pertinent information. Important matters must be communicated first. These trinkets are insignificant in the face of the Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. And to bestow armor upon a member of the Senju clan. Naruto, you had better not regret this. Madara felt a mix of anger and nostalgia towards Naruto and Rope Tree, reflecting on how this young boy's naivety mirrored his own in years past, inevitably leading to hardship. As for the matter of the curse, Madara dismissed Zetsu's suggestion. After all, the ninja world was rife with peculiarities, and even he lacked absolute certainty in confronting some of them head-on. Zetsu performed a deep bow and declared, Lord Madara, I shall strive diligently from now on. But could you enlighten me on the sensation of needing to relieve oneself? I have noticed you have not done so in several days. Hearing this, Madara could no longer contain his frustration. Even though he was currently sustained by the Outer Path's demonic statue, he still occasionally felt the need to relieve himself. The very thought of a Zetsu lewdly peering at him during such a moment, or possibly a multitude of them, was intolerable. Madara kicked Zetsu, who was promptly embedded into the wall of the chamber. He then instructed, from now on, ensure Nagato's safety and continue to monitor Uchiha Naruto closely. As Zetsu struggled to free himself, he exclaimed, Understood, Lord Madara, but could you please describe the sensation of needing to relieve oneself? Madara hastily exited the room, unwilling to engage in a debate with someone so dim-witted. In the black market, the legendary bounty hunter Kakazu, who had fought and survived against the first Hokage and was a master of his craft, perused the bounty listings. Upon discovering 2 new bounties, each amounting to 70 million ryo, he was instantly captivated. Chapter 44, The Imperial Artifact Dimensional Array of Shangri-La. Kakazu swiftly examined the bounties for Naruto and Rope Tree. Uchiha Naruto, member of the Uchiha clan, 9 years old, combat strength of a low-ranking ninja, profession, blacksmith. Capture price negotiable, killing yields 70 million ryo. He resides primarily within Konoha and the Uchiha clan's territory, seldom venturing outside. Senju Rope Tree, member of the Senju clan. 13 years old, combat strength of a mid-ranking ninja, possesses a longsword that can transform into armor. Currently engaged on the battlefield in the Land of Rain as part of the Konoha forces. Bounty for Rope Tree's head, 50 million ryo. The transformable longsword, 20 million ryo. After carefully reviewing the details of both bounties, even someone as seasoned as Kakazu found Uchiha Naruto's potential intriguing, a 9-year-old boy standing close to 1.8 meters tall. In contrast, the 13-year-old Senju Rope Tree appeared significantly younger than Naruto by 4 or 5 years. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against pursuing Uchiha Naruto. Despite Naruto's lack of combat prowess, he was still a member of the Uchiha clan and rarely left the confines of Konoha. Kakazu was confident in his abilities, but had no desire to court death. Conversely, targeting Senju Rope Tree seemed far simpler, as casualties on the battlefield were commonplace. However, if Rope Tree remained within the ninja army, opportunities would be scarce. Then he recalled the fine print on Rope Tree's bounty, assistance available at the Land of Earth black market. It was evident that this bounty was under the auspices of a Awakens. Perhaps by seeking out a Awakens, he could enlist their aid against Konoha's forces, allowing him to confront Rope Tree in a one-on-one engagement. With that thought in mind, Kakazu promptly departed the black market. Meanwhile, Naruto was enjoying a rather pleasant life, devoting his days to honing his swordsmanship and blacksmithing. After ample rest, he was determined to forge the dimensional array of Shangri-La, even if the process might attract the attention of a certain dangerous entity. However, as long as the speed of Murakumo was sufficient, he believed it could be resolved. Initially concerned about Uchiha Hisho's lack of strength, he later reminded himself that he had his own prowess to rely upon. By utilizing Murakumo in conjunction with the Konoha sword technique, he could swiftly dispatch the special dangerous entity with the passive ability of weapon sovereignty. Naruto was also untroubled by the prospect of mismanaging the weapons he forged. The might of weapon sovereignty would ensure that these proud weapons would conform to his design. The sole element lacking was a powerful barrier akin to the four purple flames formation for security. Thus, he approached Uchiha Min, who was basking in the sun, and requested, "Elder, I require 4 ninjas skilled in sealing techniques to assist me in employing the four purple flames formation." Uchiha Min, suddenly invigorated, replied, "At last, you reveal your ambitions. Are you preparing for a night raid on the clan leader's residence?" Naruto, exasperated, retorted, "No." Feigning surprise, Uchiha Min jested, "Are you planning to raid the Hokage's office instead?" Naruto, no longer in the mood for humor, asserted, "Yes, yes. Please arrange for a few trusted individuals. I intend to train them properly, as the future restoration of the Uchiha clan's glory rests upon us." As Naruto surveyed the 4 Uchiha before him, he felt a strange familiarity among them. He soon learned that they were cousins, named Uchiha Kaizen, Uchiha Kaikien, Uchiha Kaki, and Uchiha Kaze. Naruto prepared to address the 4, stating, "You 4 are the first batch of my subordinates. You will soon discover that I prioritize 3 principles: fairness, fairness, and once again, fairness." Naruto gazed at the 4 individuals before him, who refrained from inquiring why 3 matters were identical. He continued, "My notion of fairness is that commendation follows good performance, while poor performance invites reprimand. Those who contribute more shall reap greater rewards, whereas those who offer less will receive comparatively meager returns. Now, I have a crucial task for you. Outside the clan grounds, please invoke the 4 purple flames array for me, regardless of the circumstances. Do not open it unless I personally request it. Do you understand?" The 4 quickly nodded in agreement. In the small grove of Konoha, within the 4 purple flames array, Naruto, wielding Murakumo, was utilizing lightning chakra to continuously invigorate his physique. With his Sharingan activated, he fixated intensely on a point 3 meters ahead. Poised to unleash the thunder breath, lightning flashed the moment a special dangerous entity emerged. Internally, Naruto began a countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the special dangerous entity, Ko, materialized in the ninja realm, it had barely inhaled its first breath before Naruto's blade cleaved a significant gash into it. Almost instantaneously, the curse from Murakumo enveloped its entire being, and the special dangerous entity, Ko, perished. Only then did Naruto take a moment to observe the appearance of this special dangerous entity, which resembled an enlarged version of a pangolin. He noted with a mix of relief and disappointment that Ko bore no spatial stones. Initially, he had hoped to procure one from its grasp. Dismissing his disappointment, Naruto instructed the quartet to swiftly dismantle the 4 purple flames array and hastened back to the forge with the carcass of the dangerous entity. Subsequently, Naruto retrieved a spatial stone, 10 portions of orichalcum, and 1 kilogram of fine iron. True to form, he utilized the shadow clone technique to create several clones. His original self meticulously inscribed curse seals onto the body of the dangerous entity, while clone number 1 smelted the orichalcum, and clone number 2 processed the fine iron. Upon completing the seals, Naruto recited the incantation, causing the entire entity to gradually transform into liquid. He then infused this liquid into the spatial stone, which darkened significantly. Following this, Naruto layered the smelted orichalcum onto its surface. After inscribing additional seals, he covered it with the refined fine iron. Finally, he made certain enhancements to the external form of the new Imperial tool, drawing inspiration from various transformation devices. Ultimately, the new Imperial tool, the Dimensional Array, Shangri-La, was completed. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an A-ranked weapon, the Dimensional Array, Shangri-La. Naruto examined the attributes of this Imperial tool, Dimensional Array, Shangri-La, an A-ranked tool for spatial movement. This tool employs remarkably novel biological materials and incorporates numerous precious components, spatial stones, orichalcum, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, and fine iron. The forging process utilized unique secret techniques characteristic of spatial tools and took a full day to complete. It ultimately surpassed the original weapon's specifications. This tool is diamond-shaped, with a spatial stone embedded in the center, exhibiting remarkable durability and a strong capacity to conduct chakra. Skills. 1. Instantly relocate a target to a marked position, though requiring significant energy, resulting in an inability to activate it continuously. If energy consumption is minimal, it can be used consecutively. 2. Enhances chakra input. Chapter 45. Danzo's combat power greatly increases. Eager to test the newly forged dimensional array, Shangri-La, Naruto exited the forge without hesitation. He first marked a small location, watching as the tiny Taiji symbol gradually faded, confirming his success. Naruto distanced himself from the marked spot, and with a brief flicker, he suddenly reappeared at the exact location he had just marked. After gauging the recent energy expenditure, he estimated it to be around 0.1 cards, implying that, without chakra recovery, he could utilize this form of movement approximately 100 times at that distance. Naruto then experimented with shorter distances, discovering that chakra consumption remained unchanged. He subsequently affixed the dimensional array, Shangri-La, to his chest using a specially designed device crafted during the forging process. After all, a ninja's hands are paramount, essential for both hand seals and offensive maneuvers. It would be impractical to hold the dimensional array during combat. In essence, the dimensional array, Shangri-La, and the Flying Thunder God technique share a similar structure. The first step is placing a mark, the second is sensing the mark, and the third is teleportation. However, each possesses distinct advantages and disadvantages. Notably, the marking duration for the dimensional array is relatively lengthy, requiring 3 seconds, while the Flying Thunder God technique allows for much quicker marking, even amidst battle. This limitation significantly curtails the dimensional array's application in combat. Conversely, the array's marked location dissipates swiftly, appearing only upon activation, whereas the Flying Thunder God technique maintains a persistent mark. Furthermore, the dimensional array provides sensory assistance, enabling even non-sensor ninjas to perceive the mark, with a range extending up to 5 kilometers, an impressive feat compared to the Flying Thunder God's reliance on individual ninja capabilities, which seldom reach that distance. Nonetheless, Naruto intended to avoid long-distance teleportation, wary that a powerful adversary might await him at his marked location, poised with a weapon. Additionally, the dimensional array can banish enemies to the world's edge, an ability Naruto had only seen in anime and was reluctant to test in reality. Who knows what lies at the ninja world's end? He planned to enlist a sturdy ally for that experiment. Moreover, the array allows for marking in midair, a feature the Flying Thunder God technique lacks. With this capability, Naruto could release numerous marks in one location. Should an enemy dare to approach, they would soon experience the power of the domain, effortlessly moving within it, rendering them nearly invincible. Overall, Naruto was quite pleased with the dimensional array. With this tool, it would be exceedingly difficult for enemies to eliminate him. His personal combat prowess had significantly increased. However, he recognized the necessity of generating more marks. Additionally, he identified the need to enhance his reflexes and combat intellect. Otherwise, even if he teleported directly before an enemy, it could devolve into an embarrassing spectacle of instant teleportation followed by a humiliating pause. There were even foes who might eagerly anticipate his approach to unleash their own devastating attacks. In terms of reflexes, Minato Namikaze was likely among the most formidable in the ninja world. Yet, entrusting his life-saving measures to Minato felt like sacrificing the essence for the shadow. Naruto sensed that as his reputation grew, so too did the lurking dangers. Additionally, he considered leveraging other weapons to acquire some of Minato's talents. He also contemplated the Rasengan, planning to try learning it using the methods Jiraiya taught Naruto whenever he found the time. This no-hand seal ninjutsu was particularly suited for spatial movement attacks. Naturally, Naruto could also merge spatial movement with his swordsmanship, further refining it to create his unique version of the Flying Thunder God slash. In the Root Dungeon, Kurumataro was desperately pleading with Danzo. Lord Danzo, I truly have not betrayed the village. Danzo, while skeptical of Kurumataro's potential treachery, felt that his complacency was concerning. Despite possessing formidable genjutsu skills, he had chosen to remain isolated rather than assist the village. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate him with a ninja blade, thereby contributing to Konoha's cause. Now, the only missing link among his 8 puppet slots is a formidable illusionist ninja. He has hesitated for an extended period, lacking the courage to reach out to the Uchiha clan. However, with the impending war, the bloodline of the Uchiha may very well serve as his advantage. Without hesitation, Danzo's blade swiftly severed the throat of Arima Taro, killing him instantly. Yet, remarkably, Arima Taro rose once more, encircled by 8 ninjas at Danzo's side. Shimura Danzo surveyed his 8 puppets, each a seasoned jonin, with the weakest being a special jonin. Among these ninjas, there were masters of genjutsu, taijutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, and even puppet techniques, forming a well-rounded ensemble. Furthermore, the ninjas represented diverse elemental affinities: fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, allowing Danzo to deftly command them to execute Sarutobi Hiruzen's signature technique, the 5 elements Great Bomb technique. in Danzo's eyes. It was Sarutobi's mastery of taijutsu and the 5 elemental natures that ignited his envy. Additionally, perhaps owing to the capabilities of the 8-headed serpent, Danzo found that the chakra consumed by his puppets during ninjutsu was halved. This meant that if Sarutobi Ryūjin expended chakra to perform the 5 elements Great Bomb technique, Danzo could replicate it twice. Shimura Danzo smugly mused, "Ryūjin, you are leagues behind me now. My current strength is more than sufficient to crush you. Once I achieve merit in the forthcoming war, you shall inevitably yield your position to me." As Danzo indulged in such fantasies, the 8-headed serpent emitted a ghostly glow. On the other side, Naruto suddenly received another system notification. Ding! Shimura Danzo's utilization of the deceased's 8-headed serpent has reached the intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Danzo's right Sharingan gains Uchiha Mirror's right eye ability. With the infusion of Uchiha Mirror's right eye ability, Naruto's Sharingan activated once more, and ultimately, his left eye transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan. Naruto had never anticipated that he would receive the reward of Uchiha ocular power from Danzo. He could only curse, "Danzo, you truly deserve damnation. Uchiha Mirror was your beloved comrade, your brother. How could you gouge out his right eye?" Chapter 46, The New Spring of Rope Tree. After cursing Danzo in his heart, Naruto began to contemplate his current forging materials. The only A-rank weapon he could forge now was the Stone Ghost Mask, the Demon God Manifestation's demonic essence, or the Millennium Adamantine Tree. Once forged, the Stone Ghost Mask could transform the wearer into a vampire akin to Dio. Yet Naruto did not wish to fully replicate the Stone Ghost Mask from the JoJo universe. Instead, he envisioned infusing the mask with materials rich in in-release chakra. This way, would the vampire transformed by this Stone Ghost Mask possess a more mythical aura, rather than merely the physical enhancement and rapid recovery abilities depicted in the original work? Alternatively, he could merge the techniques akin to the Demon Seed technique with the Stone Ghost Mask. This could result in a mask that stores the bloodline and abilities of every previous master, leading to an infinitely evolving artifact. Perhaps, through continuous evolution, the wearer could attain the status of a perfect ultimate being without the need for the Philosopher's Stone. The Demon Seed technique was developed by Jiraiya and Orochimaru's peer, but Naruto wondered if it had been fully realized and how to acquire it. All of this required careful planning. The Demon God Manifestation's demonic essence necessitated the blood of a super dangerous ice beast, which Naruto felt could be exceedingly powerful, potentially rivaling the tailed beasts. He recalled the super dangerous species from the world of Slashing Sister, particularly the Northern Dragon, which boasted a body length of 15 kilometers. Its fur could produce an indestructible artifact. Thus, the strength of the Demon God Manifestation's demonic essence, derived from just a drop of blood, would likely not disappoint. Yet, Naruto remained uncertain whether Murakumo's cursed poison would have any effect on it. Nevertheless, he pondered that the Demon God Manifestation only required the blood of the ice beast. Though he felt somewhat reluctant, artifacts crafted solely from the blood of a super dangerous species could never match those made from the complete being. If he could utilize the entire super dangerous species, the artifact's power might reach S rank, rivaling the ice fruit. This was his complete vision. As for the Millennium Adamantine Tree, there was little need to elaborate. Naruto had searched extensively and found no method for its forging, as the materials were far too terrifying. He decided to directly augment the Millennium Adamantine Tree with some ordinary dangerous species and additional materials to forge a sword. With the Millennium Adamantine Tree as the sword's core, such a blade would surely remain unbroken, even if its outer metal were entirely stripped away. This forging process was akin to equipping the Millennium Adamantine Tree with an external armor that lacked the strength of its core. If suitable techniques and materials became available, it could be disassembled and reforged. Given Naruto's current forging prowess, he quickly envisioned 2 dangerous species, the Poison Dragon Beast and the Wood Beast, both of which suited the attributes of the Millennium Adamantine Tree. However, instead of the Wood Beast, should he consider the Hashirama cells? Naruto shook his head, realizing that overthinking was a curse. If he continued down this path, he would find himself with no need to forge at all, as there would always be a superior method for anything he attempted. It was akin to urging a friend to buy a car. Initially, he sought a modest wooing, only to end up persuaded into purchasing a sports car. While Naruto was entangled in such thoughts, on the other side, Kakuzu had already arrived at the black market in the Land of Earth, driven by the bounty on Rope Tree. Tintin gazed at the so-called most powerful bounty hunter before him, marked by a slash across the forehead protector of Takigakure, his face concealed by a mask and draped in a long robe, emanating an air of mystery. Tintin skeptically inquired, Can you truly guarantee that one person can eliminate Senju Rope Tree? Were it not for his eagerness to claim the bounty, Kakuzu would not have bothered with this rock ninja. Yet, for his beloved little money, he steeled himself and coldly replied, I have taken down several bounties worth 70 million. If you do not trust me, then seek someone else. Kakuzu took pride in his legacy as a legendary bounty hunter. Tintin contemplated that if Kakuzu failed the task, they would receive no payment, and given Kakuzu's impressive track record, he decided to discuss a safe plan for their collaboration. Tomorrow, our people will divert Orochimaru's forces. Then, you and I shall proceed to eliminate Konoha's logistics division, with your primary objective being Senju Rope Tree. Kakuzu firmly asserted. The 70 million bounty is solely for Rope Tree's head and weapon. Should you wish for me to slay others, additional compensation is required. Tintin, aware of the rules among bounty hunters, nodded in agreement, thus formalizing their collaboration. Initially, Tintin had intended to seek revenge on Orochimaru directly. Yet he had yet to devise a method to confront him, so he resolved to first eliminate Orochimaru's apprentice. Onishi, I will avenge you, Orochimaru. We shall not rest until one of us is dead. The following day, Rope Tree, serving as a team leader within the logistics unit, assisted his comrades in their tasks. Although he lacked medical ninjutsu, he had no trouble with transporting equipment and tending to the wounded. During this time, Rope Tree actively engaged with the community, blending in well. At least within the logistics department, he had become a familiar face. Rope Tree felt quite proud, believing he had earned the recognition of his peers, thus taking another step towards becoming Hokage. Of course, this was merely his own perception. Meiyazi, now a medical ninja under Rope Tree's command, harbored some grievances towards her younger superior, unreservedly stating, Rope Tree, could you handle the equipment with a bit more care? There's no need to rush. Rope Tree sheepishly rubbed his head and replied with a smile, Meiyazi, I will definitely be more cautious next time. Upon hearing Rope Tree's promise of next time, Meiyazi could only roll her eyes in response. Afterward, Meiyazi resumed her application of healing ninjutsu to the injured lying on the hospital bed. At this moment, Shangtian gazed blankly at Meiyazi, who was diligently tending to the wounded, his eyes irresistibly drawn to her. He fixated on her silky, golden hair, which shimmered softly under the sunlight. Beneath that golden mane lay a delicate visage, her flawless skin radiating a healthy glow, with a straight nose and lips subtly curved upward, adorned with a gentle smile. Initially, Meiyazi was oblivious to the fact that she had become the focal point of Shangtian's gaze. She was engrossed in her treatment, her hands flickering with a vibrant green chakra, infusing vitality into the patients. However, when she concluded her healing and exhaled softly, she suddenly sensed a penetrating gaze upon her. Intending to feign ignorance until Shangtian realized her awareness, she planned to turn away. Yet, to her surprise, Shangtian stared at her as if he had never seen a woman before. It could only be said that the affections of youth are indeed difficult to conceal. Or perhaps they simply do not know how to mask them. Chapter 47. The Attack of Kakuzu. At this moment, Jusher, lying on the hospital bed, observed as the nurse Meiyazi completed her customary healing ninjutsu, yet remained by his side, her hands wandering over him. Beside them, the daft young Shangtian continued to stare unabashedly. Jusher decided to break the awkward silence, addressing Meiyazi. Meiyazi, I would like some water. In truth, Meiyazi was aware that a man of Jusher's age would typically fetch water himself, and he had likely noticed her previous unintentional actions. She hurriedly stepped out to fill a water jug. As Shangtian attempted to assist in fetching water, Jusher called out to him, Shangtian, don't go. Come here. I have something to discuss with you. Shangtian, puzzled by Jusher's summons, inquired, Jusher, what is it? Jusher feigned mystery, saying, do you harbor feelings for Meiyazi? Shangtian was taken aback by this direct question, fumbling for words, unable to articulate a coherent response. Jusher, with a serious expression, continued, if you heed my guidance, winning Meiyazi's heart will be a mere trifle. Do not be deceived by my current unremarkable demeanor. In my youth, I was renowned as a handsome lad in these parts. Shangtian scratched his head and replied, but Jusher, haven't you always been single? Jusher, unable to withstand the bluntness of Shangtian's remark at 30, could only retort, I refuse to forsake an entire forest for a single tree. Do you understand what it means to be a rogue? Today, observe the expression on Meiyazi's face as she leaves. You are but a confession away from dating her. Were it not for your decent character and adequate strength, I would never impart this secret to you. Shangtian nodded, eagerly awaiting Jusher's further instructions. After building up Shangtian's anticipation, Jusher revealed, Meiyazi adores tulips and the moon. This evening, invite her out, under the moon's witness, present her with tulips, and confess your feelings earnestly. That should suffice." Although Xingtian harbored doubts about the simplicity of the plan, he nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude before diligently preparing. The moon shone exceptionally round that night, with Mei Yazi shyly standing there. Stealing his courage, Xingtian declared, "I like you, Mei Yazi. Will you be my girlfriend?" As he spoke, he unveiled the tulips he had prepared and offered them to her. Just as Mei Yazi was about to respond, a sudden cry echoed. "Ah! Enemy attack! Quickly report to Lord Orochimaru." The distant screams shattered the tranquility of the moment. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xingtian locked eyes with Mei Yazi, preparing to dash towards the center of battle. However, Mei Yazi grasped his hand, earnestly stating, "Xingtian, I like you too. When you return, we will be a couple. Promise me, you must come back alive." Xingtian confidently replied, "I will return, for I am destined to become Hokage." As Xingtian confronted the Iwnin slaughtering Konoha's logistics personnel, he roared, demon-possessed. A giant clad in armor appeared behind him, the mask of the armor cracking open to reveal a terrifyingly gaping maw. It swiftly enveloped Xingtian, who raised his spear and, in an instant, felled an Iwnin Chunin. At that moment, Xingtian's grand transformation had drawn the enemy's attention. Kakuzu immediately identified his target, vanishing before Xingtian in an instant. Simultaneously, Kakuzu swiftly dismantled the black threads, separating his wrist from his arm, releasing a barrage of dense black threads aimed at Xingtian. The attack landed brutally on Xingtian's heart, propelling him away with overwhelming force. Kakuzu, however, did not revel in his successful ambush. While he had previously pierced opponents' hearts with this strike, upon hitting Xingtian's armor, he felt his hand bones fracture. Moreover, he realized he had not penetrated the armor. Observing the slight dent in his armor, Xingtian understood the terrifying power of Kakuzu's previous strike and began to regard this adversary with newfound seriousness. Kakuzu slowly addressed Xingtian, "Humph. You must be the grandson of Senju Hashirama. I had the fortune of battling your grandfather once. I must say, you are vastly inferior to him. In comparison to me, you are no better." Xingtian, aware of his grandfather's prowess, candidly stated, "I have yet to hear from Granny Mito that my grandfather had a formidable rival like you. The only one who could match my grandfather was Uchiha Madara. You must be one of the countless underlings defeated by him." Kakuzu found it difficult to engage with the boy, yet he needed to protect his information. After all, for a ninja, losing information could be tantamount to a death sentence. Kakuzu held no trust in the Iwnin and desired to prevent Konoha from obtaining his knowledge. Coldly, he told Xingtian, "I had considered sparing you, but it seems your heart will now belong to me. Little boy, you wouldn't want these bystanders to perish during our battle, would you?" The ensuing clash saw Xingtian and Kakuzu exchange attacks while distancing themselves from the core battlefield. Xingtian did not believe he could defeat this formidable opponent. He felt that diverting the enemy's attention was a worthwhile endeavor. As they fought, they made their way to a secluded grove. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was fiercely battling on the battlefield. Sensing something amiss, the individuals before him appeared too disorganized, lacking the strong combat will and specialized ninjutsu systems of the Iwnin he was accustomed to. The ninjas before him resembled a ragtag group of mercenaries and fodder. Most importantly, there were no familiar Iwnin commanders among the enemies. With his battlefield instincts, Orochimaru sensed a discrepancy. He began to reflect on what he had overlooked. On the surface, it seemed advantageous, given that Konoha had suffered minimal losses while eliminating a significant number of enemy fodder. Eventually, he recalled Xingtian, who was stationed at the logistics unit. In Orochimaru's view, despite Xingtian's skills, he was merely a new generation ninja whose strength was not particularly outstanding. The Iwnin would not initiate a small-scale war specifically for Xingtian. Yet Orochimaru could not fathom any other schemes the Iwnin might have. Now, with the logistics unit and Xingtian involved, it was likely worth the Iwnin's attention. Observing the dwindling enemy forces, Orochimaru promptly commanded, "Retreat. Leave one person to tend to the wounded. The rest, follow me to the logistics unit." Chapter 48. To slay Kakuzu? Orochimaru's countenance was grave as he clasped his hands together, swiftly weaving hand seals. With the summoning technique, a thick plume of smoke dissipated, revealing an enormous python before him, its scales glistening ominously, flicking its tongue in a predatory manner, its gaze fierce. This was Orochimaru's summoned beast, the Serpent of 1,000. As the creature emerged, it expressed its displeasure. "Orochimaru, what do you require of me?" I was on the verge of seizing my prey. Orochimaru's expression darkened, his voice icy as he replied, "Silence. Your offerings are indispensable. Hurry, Proceed at once to the logistics division on the front lines. Sensing Orochimaru's seriousness, the serpent did not dare to utter another word, swiftly propelling itself forward. Orochimaru rode atop its back, his thoughts racing. I hope I am mistaken about Shoju. His eyes reflected his deep-seated anxiety. At that moment, Shoju was embroiled in battle with Kakuzu. Although Shoju seemed to be gaining the upper hand, he felt increasingly anxious. Since donning the cursed armor, he had not encountered anyone capable of matching him in direct combat, not even his mentor, Orochimaru. Moreover, Kakuzu's terrifying strength in both physical prowess and techniques was formidable, making it appear as though Shoju was suppressing him merely due to his lack of defenses. After a period of testing Kakuzu's martial skills, Shoju realized he could not hope to kill him before breaking through his armor. Noting the absence of nearby allies, Kakuzu leaped backwards, widening the distance, and remarked, "Humph. Your armor is indeed impressive. I dare say its worth exceeds 20 million ryo." Shoju recalled what Pain had previously instructed him, that they were merely Pain's moving billboards. To avoid showing any weakness, he retorted, "This is the most formidable armor crafted by the future foremost blacksmith of the ninja world, Master Pain." Kakuzu, recalling the boy who was also valued at 70 million ryo, pondered that this youth was likely worth even more, given his ability to forge weapons of such caliber. As Shoju charged towards him, Kakuzu smirked disdainfully and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release. Head of the fire dragon. A torrent of blazing flames erupted from Kakuzu's mouth, surging forth with the ferocity of a tempest. Thanks to Kakuzu's overwhelming chakra and years of precise control, the flames raged like a maelstrom, sweeping towards Shoju with blistering intensity. However, Shoju was unfazed by the inferno. He had anticipated this and nimbly dodged the initial onslaught of fire. Yet in doing so, he let down his guard. Kakuzu's ninjutsu would not be so easily thwarted. Upon hitting the ground, the flames did not dissipate. Instead, they expanded exponentially. What had once been a mere patch of fire transformed into a vast inferno, threatening to engulf the very world around them. The relentless flames consumed the surrounding trees, reducing them to charred remnants. The temperature within the fiery expanse soared, inducing a suffocating heat. Naturally, Shoju could not evade such a widespread assault entirely. Yet he discovered that his armor possessed an exceptional resistance to fire. The immense flames struck him, yet he felt only mild discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, this resilience stemmed from the fact that prior to donning the cursed armor, Jiraiya had subjected him to a fiery assault, enhancing his adaptability to fire-based damage. Although this resistance would only increase post-forging, the armor's innate resilience allowed it to withstand fire techniques with remarkable efficacy. Kakuzu surveyed the sea of flames, convinced that Shoju could not escape such a vast attack. Moreover, having not witnessed Shoju's resistance to water techniques, he assumed that Shoju was likely incapacitated, allowing him to pursue his prey. As Kakuzu advanced, he suddenly felt a spear protruding from his chest, crackling with faint lightning. It was then that Kakuzu noticed Shoju, who had previously concealed himself, gradually revealing his presence. As Shoju withdrew his spear, Kakuzu collapsed to the ground, utilizing the chaos of Kakuzu's fire technique as cover. Shoju had stealthily activated his armor's innate invisibility, successfully executing a surprise attack due to Kakuzu's oversight. Gasping for breath, Shoju realized during the skirmish that Kakuzu's formidable defenses were likely augmented by his Earth Release, Earth Spear. Since Lightning Release is particularly effective against Earth techniques, he had enveloped his spear with lightning chakra, allowing it to pierce Kakuzu's heart effortlessly. As Shoju cautiously approached the center of the battlefield, Kakuzu, lying lifelessly on the ground, suddenly kicked out, sending Shoju flying into a nearby tree. Rising to his feet, Kakuzu ceased holding back, discarding his long robe. On his back, four masks were affixed, with the one over his heart appearing damaged from Shoju's attack. As Kakuzu bent forward, countless black threads surged forth from behind him, or rather, the masks detached from his body. With Kakuzu's convulsions, the four distinct masks fully separated from him, forming four grotesque creatures of varying sizes, their bodies woven from innumerable black threads. Suddenly, one of the damaged masked creatures collapsed to the ground, leaving behind only a puddle of black liquid. Kakuzu remarked coolly, "You should have realized that you never truly evaded my fire technique. You merely withstood its damage thanks to that armor. And the invisibility you employed was also a capability of that armor, wasn't it?" Shoju, astonished, struggled to comprehend how Kakuzu had deduced his tactics so swiftly, feeling his experience was woefully lacking in the presence of such elite adversaries. Nevertheless, Shoju's intellect sparked an idea as he observed the mask he had pierced. He surmised that the key to defeating his opponent lay in dismantling all of Kakuzu's masks, and thus he attempted to bait Kakuzu, stating, "You truly are formidable. It seems that only by destroying all your masks can one hope to defeat you." Kakuzu, however, remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, 40 million ryo. What? Shoju expressed his confusion. Kakuzu reiterated, "That armor of yours is worth at least 40 million ryo. Shoju discerned that his adversary was obsessed with wealth, and thus, pointing to a small, unassuming green gem embedded in his armor, he exclaimed, "This is a gem bequeathed by my grandfather, the first Hokage. Just this gem alone could purchase several mountains. You would do well not to damage it." Chapter 49. Shoju vs. Kakuzu. Kakuzu's green eyes fixed intently on the inconspicuous gem at Shoju's forehead, his mind racing. Having known poverty, he could hardly fathom that a mere stone could command the price of entire mountains. Could it be worth billions? Kakuzu mused. It seems I underestimated the situation. The most valuable asset here is indeed that gem. Today shall be a bountiful harvest. Yet, the challenge remained. How to acquire the gem without damaging it. He found himself at a loss, ultimately saying, "Ugh, you little brat, hand over that gem atop your head, and I shall turn and leave. You may then go rescue your comrades." Seeing the earnestness in Kakuzu's tone, Shoju resolved to trust him this once. He attempted to pry the gem loose, only to discover that Pain's exceptional craftsmanship had fused the gem and armor into a single entity, rendering conventional methods futile. Relinquishing his only weapon was not an option. He could not abandon his resistance. Moreover, in Shoju's eyes, this weapon was personally forged by Naruto, embodying Naruto's expectations and serving as a testament to the bond between them. As Kakuzu observed Shoju's futile attempts to retrieve the gem, his expression gradually darkened. He felt as though Shoju was mocking him, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. However, he was reluctant to inadvertently damage the gem, and thus he prepared to unleash fire release, water release, and lightning release to assault Shoju. If wind release were to mar the gem, it would surely cause him great distress. Flickering arcs of lightning danced upon Kakuzu's lightning-emblazoned mask. Shoju, noticing the flickers of electricity, sensed that his adversary was about to employ lightning release. Lacking wind release chakra, Shoju immediately commenced high-speed movement, attempting to evade Kakuzu's impending attack. Following a brief preparation to unleash his ninjutsu, Kakuzu shouted, "Lightning release, false darkness." From the maw of the earth grudge fear mask, a sharp and formidable bolt of lightning surged forth, hurtling towards Shoju with terrifying force. The power of Kakuzu's lightning release, false darkness, was immense. In the original work, Kakashi had needed 2 Raikiri to neutralize it, and it is worth noting that Kakashi's Raikiri had once severed the very lightning from the heavens. Faced with this onslaught, Shoju found himself unable to fully withstand it, relying solely on his speed to evade. After dodging a majority of the attack's range, Shoju, with no other recourse, struck back by channeling lightning release into the spear he held, angrily swinging it towards the lightning. Although the bolt's potency was partially mitigated, the current still coursed through Shoju's spear and into his body. Shoju let out agonizing cries as he endured an electric shock far more potent than Yang Yongshin's electric chair. His body convulsed involuntarily, as if every inch of muscle and nerve was being subjected to excruciating torture. His complexion turned pale, and wisps of smoke began to rise from his form. Yet Kakuzu made no move to deliver a finishing blow. He merely stood by, coldly observing the unfolding scene. As a seasoned ninja, he was acutely aware of the myriad uncertainties in battle and understood the importance of remaining vigilant. His years of experience told him that such a display could sometimes be a ruse by the enemy, attempting to feign death to escape peril. Furthermore, even if the opponent was genuinely gravely injured, they might still unleash a final, desperate counterattack that could pose a threat. Watching Shoju crumpled on the ground, Kakuzu extended his right hand towards Shoju's head using the earth grudge fear. He was determined to seize that gem. As Kakuzu's repeated attempts to grasp the gem met with failure, his patience waned, leading Shoju to sever Kakuzu's arm with his spear. Kakuzu let out a pained cry. It could be said that he had underestimated Shoju, and even more so, the formidable spirit that clung to him. The terrifying lightning had indeed inflicted damage upon Shoju, protected as he was by his armor, but the Senju clan's innate resilience and rapid healing, combined with the tenacity of the spirit, granted Shoju an astonishing endurance. Kakuzu's habitual reluctance to deliver a final blow allowed the fallen Shoju to rally once more. As Shoju slowly rose to his feet, he noticed that the arm he had severed had been reattached by Kakuzu's earth grudge fear. Kakuzu acknowledged Shoju's armor, but considered it trivial in comparison to his own. Physical attacks are of no consequence to me. Don't question Kakuzu about why he divulged such information to his foes. It was merely a tactic to instill pressure, coupled with an inclination to boast due to his advanced age. Shoju, in a moment of grim realization, deduced the means to defeat his foe by exploiting elemental weaknesses to shatter their masks. Following the elemental order of water, fire, wind, earth, and water, he recognized that he would require water, fire, wind, and earth to accomplish this task more easily. However, Shoju possessed only earth, water, and lightning chakra, lacking both wind and fire. Of course, had he mastered more potent techniques, such as Naruto's wind release, Rasengan, or comparable ninjutsu, he might have forcibly disrupted the connection of earth grudge fear. Regrettably, he did not. Embracing a sacrificial resolve, Shoju prepared to stall the enemy before him, determined not to allow this adversary to harm others. His best hope lay in awaiting the arrival of his teacher, Orochimaru. He leapt behind a tree, gradually fading from sight. Alas, to a formidable opponent like Kakuzu, Shoju's concealment bore flaws. The earlier ambush had succeeded primarily due to Kakuzu's lack of awareness of Shoju's capabilities, compounded by the cover of fire release and the overwhelming threat posed by Kakuzu himself. At this moment, the two masks flanking Kakuzu opened their gaping maws, preparing to unleash their ninjutsu. Shoju attempted to move stealthily, only to realize that the masks mirrored his movements. He had no choice but to abandon his concealment, as invisibility also consumed stamina and chakra. Observing the flickering light and vapor above Kakuzu's mask, Shoju deduced that his enemy was likely preparing to execute water release and lightning release. He thrust his spear into the ground, channeling earth release chakra into it. This was a method Shoju had discovered through continuous experimentation. By infusing his weapon with various chakra types, he could utilize it as a conduit for ninjutsu, thereby hastening the release of his techniques, akin to a mage's wand. Earth release, earth flow rampart. In an instant, Shoju conjured a wall of earth to shield himself. This defensive technique countered water release effectively. In that moment, the mask launched its ninjutsu. Water release, water wall. Lightning release, false darkness. Chapter 50, The Death of Shoju. The Earth Grudge Fear's water release mask unleashed a formidable torrent of water, which collided with Shoju's earthen rampart, instantly thwarted. However, as the lightning followed, the terrifying bolt pierced through Shoju's earthen barrier, and the combined forces of lightning and water surged towards him. Because the lightning arrived simultaneously with the water, Shoju found himself unable to counter the damage with lightning release. He could only strive to evade the lethal electric strike. Ultimately, however, the water caught up to him. The powerful deluge slammed into Shoju, while the potent current electrified his flesh. Once more he suffered an electric shock more intense than Yang Yongshin's electric chair. Fortunately, having recently endured a similar lightning strike, the potency of this new shock was considerably diluted by the water. Shoju managed to prop himself up with his spear, barely managing to stand. Little did he know, this action startled Kakuzu. He had just unleashed a more powerful technique, and yet this young man, who moments ago lay incapacitated, was now standing. Kakuzu remained unaware that in the distant world of One Piece, a formidable sea emperor named Kaido had suffered defeats because he could not eliminate his enemies in one fell swoop, often boasting, which allowed the protagonist to grow exponentially stronger and ultimately prevail. At that very moment, the spirit clinging to Shoju was akin to Nika's fruit, while the Senju clan's bloodline resembled the indomitable lineage of the D clan. As Kakuzu pondered how to defeat Shoju without damaging the gem, Tadu arrived. Tadu observed the standoff between Kakuzu and Shoju, sensing that Shoju's life flickered like a candle in the wind. He demanded of Kakuzu, "Hurry up and defeat him. Don't you want the bounty?" Kakuzu, irritated by the inquiries of this insignificant creature, retorted, "That armor is worth far more than 20 million ryo, and the gem atop it commands an additional price." Tadu, fuming, exclaimed, "We had a deal. Now you're suddenly changing your tune. You useless, untrustworthy bounty hunter. If you won't help me, I'll handle it myself. Just remember, if I claim the kill, don't expect any payment." Kaku was incensed by the rudeness of Tetsudo, for he held money in the highest regard, followed closely by his esteemed professional ethics and sense of duty. The proud Tetsudo, however, was aggressively assaulting these very principles. Kaku positioned himself before Tetsudo, who, oblivious to the consequences, launched a direct attack. Tetsudo unleashed a powerful punch, enveloped in his earth spear technique, aimed squarely at Kaku. As a master of the same technique, Kaku was undeterred and retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact resounded, fracturing the ground beneath them. Both men staggered back from the force of their clash, with Tetsudo quickly realizing he had overstepped. His once proud earth spear technique failed to prevail against the bounty hunter before him. Glancing at the masked figures nearby, he understood he had struck a formidable obstacle. Shoju watched in shock as former allies transformed into adversaries, now engaged in combat. He could only muse that fortune had smiled upon him, providing a perfect opportunity to regroup. He seized this moment to recover some stamina. Calling out to Kaku, he implored, "Esteemed bounty hunter, if you would aid me in vanquishing this foe, I assure you the gem will be yours. It is merely difficult to extract due to its exquisite craftsmanship. I will enlist Master Naruto, the weaponsmith, to retrieve it. I guarantee it by the honor of the Senju clan." At this juncture, Kaku found himself believing Shoju's words, observing the tense silence. Tetsudo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow as he warily addressed Kaku. "Do not forget our agreement regarding that gem. Defeating him will ensure you receive it. Moreover, Orochimaru would soon return with his forces. Could Kaku truly contend with the Leaf Village's army alone?" Kaku cast a dismissive glance at Tetsudo, retorting, "I shall fulfill my contract." He then turned earnestly to Shoju. "It is a pity. Had you survived, you could have hired me to eliminate this man. But this time, it is he who has employed my services." Tetsudo regarded Kaku with a nauseating grin, his vengeance still unquenched. Shoju lamented the situation. Reflecting on the unwavering resolve of powerful ninjas, his great-uncle and second uncle had both exhibited the same tenacity. Steeling himself, Shoju raised his spear, declaring that this battle would end only in death. Tetsudo inquired, as if seeking permission, "Shall I join in?" Kaku coldly replied, "Just avoid damaging the gem in his head." Following Kaku's directive, Tetsudo charged at Shoju. As Shoju and Tetsudo exchanged blows, the latter found himself at a disadvantage without resorting to ninjutsu. Frustration mounted for Kaku. Delaying further might allow Orochimaru to arrive, and he could risk losing everything. If he did not act decisively, Shoju would prove as resilient as an indestructible cockroach, impervious to defeat. Unbeknownst to Shoju, his casual mention of the gem had introduced unforeseen variables into the battle. Had he not brought it up, Kaku would have swiftly annihilated him with a combined jutsu despite the specter haunting him. Dismissing the notion of an enemy impervious to all attributes of ninjutsu, Kaku resolved to test the winds. A gust of wind appeared on the face of the wind mask creature. Wind release, pressure damage. In an instant, a high-pressure wind ball erupted from the mouth of the ground wraith wind mask, sweeping through the battlefield with devastating force. A swirling tempest erupted, wreaking havoc across a vast area. Shoju and Tetsudo braced against Kaku's technique, but the wind soon sent Tetsudo hurtling away. Shoju planted his spear into the ground, struggling against the storm as wind-infused chakra relentlessly sliced through his armor, exposing his flesh and drawing forth blood. Kaku, astonished that Shoju still stood, experienced a rare moment of uncertainty. Noticing the unscathed gem atop Shoju's head, he took a deep breath and decided to escalate his assault. The Earth Wraith Fire Mask, Wind Mask, and Lightning Mask converged, each opening their mouths to gather formidable chakra. Fire Release, Head Carving Technique. The Fire Mask exhaled a torrent of flames, intertwining in the air to form a blazing column. Wind Release, Pressure Damage. The Wind Mask released a fierce gale that intensified the flames. Lightning Release, False Darkness. The Lightning Mask emitted a deafening crack of thunder as a powerful bolt shot forth, merging with the fire and wind. The amalgamation of these three elemental techniques birthed an immensely fearsome energy cannon, radiating a cataclysmic force directed at Shoju. His eyes widened in horror as he beheld the approaching onslaught, a wave of despair washing over him. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, attempting to evade the attack, but his body moved too slowly to escape. Chapter 51, Dragon. At that moment, Shoju clenched his teeth, channeling the final remnants of chakra within him into his spear and thrust it at the looming energy cannon. However, against Kaku's terrifying blow, Shoju's counterattack appeared trivial, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. His spear splintered against the energy cannon, shattering into countless fragments that scattered through the air. In the next heartbeat, the unstoppable energy beam pierced through Shoju's armor and bore through his abdomen, leaving a gaping wound. Blood and entrails spilled forth, rapidly carbonizing under the energy's influence. Yet, even after obliterating Shoju, the energy cannon surged onward, crashing into the forest behind him. A deafening explosion erupted, annihilating the woodland in an instant, leaving chaos in its wake. Amidst the ruins, Kaku's silhouette emerged, coldly observing Shoju's fallen form. until the unscathed gem atop Shoju's head elicited a satisfied smile. Shoju lay in a pool of blood, his life force dwindling. Suddenly, Mei and Jasiki burst forth from an unseen corner, with Mei commencing medical ninjutsu on Shoju's wound. Jasiki, despite his weakened state, stood defiantly against Kaku. Mei, tears streaming down her face, cried out, "Shoju, you cannot die. We promised to be together." Alas, Mei's feeble healing techniques proved futile against such grievous injuries. Even Tsunade would be powerless in the face of such devastation. Whether due to the malevolent spirit or the Senju clan's resilience, Shoju astonishingly reopened his eyes. He first glanced at Jasiki, who had been sent flying, before turning his gaze toward the slowly approaching Kaku, his eyes filled with cold indifference and murderous intent. Without hesitation, he struck Mei with a punch, sending her soaring into the air. Watching her ascend, his expression dimmed, ultimately closing his eyes once more. Kaku, observing Shoju's lifeless form, understood that this battle had reached its conclusion. As he pressed his hands against Shoju's head, attempting to extract the gem nestled within the tattered armor, a powerful force repelled him, causing pain to shoot through his hand. Startled, he pondered, could this armor protect its master? Just as Kaku prepared to try again, a soft thumping sound caught his attention. Initially dismissing it, he soon realized the sound emanated from Shoju's body, gradually intensifying over time. Kaku's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of astonishment. He could hardly believe his ears, for the sound was unmistakably that of a heartbeat. Even the usually good-natured Kakuzu found himself consumed by rage. Unable to restrain his fury, he cursed. Why? Why won't you die? His countenance darkened, and the flames of anger ignited within him. Never had he encountered such a tenacious adversary, which filled him with immense irritation. Kakuzu resolved to hold nothing back, preparing to unleash the full force of the Earth Grudge fear, intending to seize the heart of Shinsuke with brutal efficiency. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his hands tightly, readying himself for a lethal strike. However, at that moment, a more powerful recoil emanated from Shinsuke. It seemed as if Shinsuke had drifted into the depths of consciousness, where the cursed spirit forged by Naruto revealed a choice stemming from the very armor itself. This was the final skill of the cursed spirit. Now, Shinsuke could choose between the power of protection or the power of slaughter. Opting for the power of protection would entail relying on the evolutionary force of the armor itself to harness the primordial energy at his brow and continue the battle, whereas choosing slaughter would mean completely devouring the primordial force and merging it into himself. The latter could lead to irreversible changes, potentially resulting in a complete loss of self. Tyrant's power seized this opportunity to influence Shinsuke, urging him to consume the strength derived from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Coupled with the horrific deaths of countless friends and loved ones before Shinsuke seized that night, he unhesitatingly chose slaughter, yearning to annihilate all his enemies. At this moment, Shinsuke truly realized that only by possessing sufficient power could he effectively protect his comrades. He craved power. As Shinsuke and Tyrant's wills aligned, the armor and Shinsuke himself began to voraciously devour the primordial energy from his brow, which also attempted to seal the monstrous presence before him. Countless pale blue chakra threads entwined around Shinsuke. Meanwhile, Kakuzu felt an instinctual urge to flee upon sensing this familiar chakra. Ultimately, he suppressed his inner terror, for that man had long since perished. Alas, the pale blue chakra threads were ultimately insubstantial, combined with Naruto's forging and Shinsuke's Senju lineage. It culminated in Tyrant's boundless evolutionary potential. The primordial energy was being ravenously consumed. As Shinsuke amassed a vast amount of primordial energy and Tyrant rapidly evolved, the wound on Shinsuke's abdomen began to heal at a slow, yet resolute pace. As the primordial energy was nearly depleted, the gem at his brow shattered, scattering into countless fragments. Pain. Excruciating pain. Kakuzu's heart had never ached so intensely. Yet before he could fathom this agony, suddenly, a chilling force of attraction surged forth from Shinsuke, akin to a black hole, drawing everything nearby into its grasp. An overwhelming tide of natural energy rushed towards Shinsuke, which he greedily consumed. Accompanying this voracious power, flesh and blood began to rapidly proliferate upon Shinsuke, merging seamlessly with his original form. At this moment, Shinsuke's body grew increasingly colossal, becoming indistinguishable from the cursed armor. The two entities fused tightly together, as if they had melded into one. As natural energy continued to coalesce, a massive phantom of Tyrant slowly emerged in the sky. This apparition radiated an overwhelming aura, leaving onlookers in awe. However, this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the Tyrant phantom began to evolve continuously, gradually revealing an even more formidable form. This astonishing transformation caught the attention of both sides engaged in fierce combat, causing them to pause and gaze at the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before them. Chapter 52. The Power of Wood Release. In the distance, Orochimaru, standing atop the head of the great serpent, gazed at the apparition, sensing that Shinsuke was in peril, and anxiously urged the great serpent to advance. Alas, the serpent's tail appeared to be stuck, and it replied, "I sense a great danger ahead. Perhaps we should not proceed. I just remembered. I have a snake at home that hasn't been fed. I'll be leaving now." With that, the great serpent vanished in a puff of smoke. Orochimaru, though slightly vexed by the serpent's departure, merely leaped onto a high tree to observe the distance, muttering to himself, "Shinsuke, I hope you are all right. Naruto, what manner of terrifying armor is this? Why does it cause such transformations?" Subsequently, Orochimaru left a shadow clone to halt his teammates before hastening alone towards the heart of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kakazu, standing still, felt an unprecedented pressure. His legs trembled involuntarily, as if a creature at the bottom of the food chain instinctively feared a top predator. In mere moments, Shinsuke had completely transformed into an enormous mass of flesh, while the previous armor had turned into hard scales enveloping his form. Ultimately, a terrifying creature resembling a green western dragon manifested before them, albeit with a relatively short neck. This dragon, colossal in stature, was covered in pale green scales that glimmered with a cold light. Its eyes blazed like burning flames, exuding an endless murderous intent. This was the new form of the cursed spirit, the wood dragon form. The dragon flapped its wings and slowly ascended into the air. Kakuzu, recognizing the dire situation, turned to flee. The dragon surveyed the devastation below, noting that the entire logistics team had been nearly obliterated. With a roar, the dragon unleashed its first cry, causing the trees to writhe and ensnare all the leaf ninjas, watching their foes ensnared in wood, unable to break free. Even the rock ninjas realized that this monstrous entity was beyond their capability to confront. "Run," they shouted. "Where's the commander? Forget about that, just run." The rock ninjas scattered in terror, but their efforts were destined to be futile. With the dragon's second roar, the earth trembled violently, and countless thick tree trunks erupted from the ground, resembling a forest rising into the sky. Some of these trees acted like sharp spears, piercing through the bodies of the rock ninjas. Others formed massive cages, tightly enclosing their enemies. In any case, they swiftly stripped the rock ninjas of their lives. In merely 10 seconds, the once boisterous battlefield fell silent, all the rock ninjas having met their demise. Yet, this was not the end. The dragon in the sky seemed to expend its last ounce of strength. Its massive form could no longer sustain itself aloft and plummeted helplessly to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the dragon landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust and splintered wood. The power of Hashirama suddenly manifested upon the dragon's surface, as the previously devoured primordial force continued to influence its evolution. Now, faced with the utterly defenseless Shinsuke and Tyrant, the wood release entwined around the dragon's exterior, gradually shrinking until it transformed into a diminutive figure. Shinsuke himself, Tyrant, unwilling to be outdone, was once again suppressed by the wood release, transforming into a longsword. At this moment, where the primordial gem had previously rested, a new energy crystal lay quietly. As the wood that had ensnared the leaf ninjas suddenly splintered, they emerged from their wooden confines, gazing in astonishment at the countless trees and the corpses of their enemies interspersed among them. Orochimaru hurriedly approached the site where the dragon had fallen. Upon seeing Shinsuke collapsed on the ground, a pang of concern gripped his heart. But as he felt the warmth of Shinsuke's chest and the steady yet powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, he released a sigh of relief. It was then that his gaze turned to the cursed spirit, murmuring, "What manner of weapon are you?" Emerging from the wood, Mei and Jushiro were astonished to discover that their wounds seemed to have healed. As Mayatsu gazed upon the fallen Shinju, tears welled in her eyes as she rushed towards him. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow at the girl clinging to Shinju's body. Gyosure, scratching his head, offered a goofy smile to Orochimaru. At the edge of the forest, a dark figure, adorned with a nearly shattered mask, emerged under the moonlight, crawling slowly yet resolutely into the distance. Meanwhile, Naruto remained in a deep slumber. The following day, Naruto discovered several system notifications. Ding! Shinju's utilization of the cursed spirit has reached an advanced level, activating talent replication. Intermediate Senju clan physique. Shinju's utilization of the cursed spirit has reached a peak level. Activating talent replication. Intermediate would release power. Ding! Senju Shinju has evolved the A-rank cursed spirit into an S, pseudo, cursed spirit wood dragon. As the wood release power and intermediate Senju clan physique were extracted, they surged continuously into Naruto's body, allowing him to distinctly sense a formidable power spreading within him. His muscles began to tense, and his bones emitted faint creaking sounds, as though he were undergoing a profound transformation. Simultaneously, Naruto's eyes underwent a remarkable change. His originally black pupils morphed into the crimson Sharingan, which began to spin at an astonishing speed. Naruto awaited with a hint of anxiety. He understood that this was an indication of the Sharingan's imminent evolution into the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, at that moment, the rotation of the Sharingan suddenly slowed, as if it were running out of energy. Naruto did not feel overly disheartened. After all, his awakening of the Sharingan had not come from significant hardship. He reflected on how Toshi, with half of his body being white Zetsu, awakened his double Tomo Sharingan as a prodigy. Spurred on by the heartbreaking scene of slaying a loved one, he knew that he was merely a step away from the Mangekyo. As long as he diligently strengthened himself, the evolution to Mangekyo would soon follow. Naruto looked at the sapling on his finger and murmured, "Shinju, you have truly brought me a multitude of surprises." Indeed, the cursed spirit is most fitting for you. It seems that the cursed spirit has fused with wood release. You have even awakened a dragon form. Shinju, you certainly possess a touch of the protagonist's halo. Ha! In this moment, Naruto erupted into a hearty laughter, embodying the exuberance of a sunny young man. Little did he know that prior to Shinju's unconsciousness, he had delivered a devastating blow that resulted in the complete annihilation of the rock shinobi, leaving a multitude of rock shinobi standing densely in Naruto's death domain. Chapter 53, Aftermath of the Battlefield. The next day, at the frontline logistics department. Although Konoha had achieved a resounding victory yesterday, the atmosphere was far from lively. For even with Shinju's remarkable display, the logistics department had suffered near total annihilation. Moreover, the celebrated hero of the frontline, Shinju, remained in a deep coma, showing no signs of awakening. The defeat of the rock shinobi's surprise attack had significantly alleviated the pressure on Konoha. Since that failure, the rock shinobi had remained eerily quiet. Currently, Konoha's only adversary on the battlefield in the Land of Rain was Tsunegakure. Orochimaru and Mayatsu looked at the unconscious Shinju with furrowed brows. Although Orochimaru was not a medical ninja, his theoretical knowledge in biological science far surpassed that of Tsunade. He spoke to Mayatsu. Shinju should be in no immediate danger. However, two distinct powers within him are currently merging. Once this fusion is complete, he should awaken swiftly. So, there is no need for excessive concern. Furthermore, I have reported the situation at the front line back to headquarters. Tsunade should be on her way. What Orochimaru did not mention to Mayatsu was that there was a significant possibility Shinju could die or become a true vegetative state due to a failed energy fusion. Essentially, while Shinju appeared stable on the surface, internally he was a volatile chemical reaction vessel, capable of exploding at any moment. In Konoha's office, a small skit was underway. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at Danzo, "Twice as much? No way." However, he was interrupted by crucial intelligence from the front line. Hiruzen examined the information in his hands. The enemy's diversionary tactic, Shinju summoning the armored Shinju to face formidable foes alone, utilizing the cursed spirit. Possibly empowered by the initial necklace of the armor to summon a wood release to protect allies and eliminate all enemies. Shinju remained in a coma and required medical attention. After perusing the document, Hiruzen set it down and began to contemplate. Danzo observed the shifting expressions on Hiruzen's face and seized the document from the table. Danzo's expression fluctuated alongside the contents of the report. The Imperial tool possesses such power? The Shinju, now fused with the cursed spirit, exhibits strength comparable to the first Hokage. It is noteworthy that in Danzo's eyes, Shinju's innate capability was merely that of a chunin at best. With the Imperial tool Yatsukahagi, Danzo perceived his power as only slightly superior to Hiruzen's, with no significant amplification. Was this a difference in the Imperial tools, or a result of my own insufficient utilization? Yet, such matters are trivial. They can be explored later. Instantly, Danzo shifted his focus and addressed Hiruzen. Since Shinju has mastered the wood release power, we should mobilize forces to declare war on the remaining 4 great nations, leveraging wood release to secure benefits for Konoha. Hiruzen, still contemplating how to quell the situation, was taken aback by Danzo's audacious proposal. His astonished gaze seemed to convey, "Are you really that courageous, my young friend?" Hiruzen promptly rejected the idea, asserting, whether Shinju awakens remains uncertain. The wood release power's origin, whether from Shinju himself or the armor, is still ambiguous. Most importantly, relying solely on military force to conquer other great nations will result in countless deaths and wars. Ultimately, even if Konoha becomes the sole ninja village, it will not endure. In Danzo's view, Hiruzen's concerns stemmed from a fear for his Hokage position, prompting him to utter such grandiloquent words. Drawing from his experiences clashing with Hiruzen multiple times, Danzo quickly redirected his focus. Then I shall take command of this cursed spirit armor. As an Imperial tool wielder, I can fully utilize this power for Konoha. At this moment, Danzo was unaware that, under normal circumstances, only one person could wield an Imperial tool. However, if one could withstand the consumption and the compatibility was suitable, it was possible to wield two Imperial tools simultaneously. No, Hiruzen firmly rejected once more, unwilling to relinquish his position. He suspected that if he handed the armor to Danzo today, Danzo would soon come to persuade him to abdicate his position. Ultimately, Danzo slowly articulated, "Given the current tense situation, I fear other ninja villages may besiege Konoha. We are in dire need of intelligence and deterrent power. I need to enhance the route's funding by at least double." Hiruzen, who had already refused Danzo multiple times, found it difficult to turn down this seemingly reasonable request from an old friend, thus nodding in agreement. Danzo exited Hiruzen's office with a grim expression, satisfied that he had achieved his objective for the day. As for the wood release power, with funding and the first Hokage's cells, why couldn't he seek Naruto to create another weapon? Just as Tsunade was preparing to indulge in a brief gamble, she was approached by the Umbu, who informed her, "Lady Tsunade, the Hokage urgently requires your presence regarding Shinju." In the rock office, Inoki flung the documents on his desk in frustration. He recognized each word, yet collectively they made no sense. What did it mean to conduct a surprise attack while maintaining overwhelming dominance on the main battlefield? With the corpses of Konoha's logistics personnel piling up, the battle to eliminate Senju Shinju persisted without conclusion, dragging on until the commander, Tetsudo, arrived. A terrifying apparition appeared in the sky, culminating in the manifestation of a monstrous dragon. With just two roars, countless wooden projectiles descended upon the rock shinobi. And even Tetsudo failed to materialize. Ultimately, as the intelligence officer lay dying, he utilized a secret technique to transmit this invaluable information back. According to Inoki's speculation, it seems that an unforeseen incident occurred during Senju Rope Tree's mission, which inadvertently revealed either the trump card of Senju Rope Tree or Konoha's hidden strengths. No matter how hard Inoki racked his brain, he could not fathom that Kakuzu had transformed into a legendary trainer, employing powerful ninjutsu of various attributes to enhance the abilities of the cursed spirit, ultimately leading to the demise of Rope Tree's beloved and elders, thus provoking Rope Tree's spirit. This culminated in Rope Tree achieving a remarkable transformation. The foremost master and trainer of the ninja world, Kakuzu, has arrived. He requires more information. And the most credible sources of truth would likely be the mercenary Kaku, who has been battling Rope Tree, and the intervening Inoki, provided they are still alive. It can be said that a significant portion of the rock ninjas on the battlefield of the Land of Rain have perished, and the morale has plummeted following that fierce battle. Currently, they are unable to continue fighting. Inoki instructed his Umbu subordinates, "The battlefield in the Land of Rain is to undergo a complete rest. Additionally, offer a handsome reward for information regarding the mercenary who accepted the task to eliminate Rope Tree. Furthermore, inform the entire ninja world that Konoha possesses another wielder of wood release." The third Reikage, upon reading Inoki's announcement, couldn't help but burst into laughter. It appears Inoki has suffered a setback this time. But is it true that Konoha has another wielder of wood release? A name carries weight, as does the shadow of a tree. Although the third Reikage has never witnessed the power of Hashirama Senju firsthand, he holds a certain reverence for the wood release powers mastered by the god of ninja. Thus, he dispatched his subordinates to investigate further. Meanwhile, the Mizukage remained hidden within the village, oblivious to the events outside. The devastating defeat of the rock ninjas and the news that Konoha might have another wielder of wood release terrified the Sunigakure. In light of this, the still graceful Chiyo and the third Kazekage decided to observe the situation quietly, gathering intelligence. Chapter 54, Declaration of War. Tsunade was deeply worried. Yet she feigned nonchalance as she addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Old man, what is going on with Rope Tree? Has he achieved something notable?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade with a serious expression and replied, "Tsunade, Rope Tree has indeed accomplished a significant feat, but he is currently unconscious due to severe injuries." At this moment, Tsunade could no longer maintain her facade of cheerfulness. She turned to Sarutobi Hiruzen and exclaimed, "But Rope Tree has the cursed spirit, right? How can this happen? Did you assign him a task that was beyond his capabilities? At this juncture, Jiraiya placed a comforting hand on Tsunade's shoulder. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen informed Tsunade of the specific circumstances on the front lines. After contemplating for a moment, Tsunade thought of someone who might be able to save Rope Tree. Naruto. Perhaps Naruto can resolve this situation. Third Hokage, if you send Naruto to the front lines, he might be able to save Rope Tree. Tsunade implored Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the urgency in his pupil's eyes, acknowledged. Naruto is an invaluable blacksmith for Konoha. We cannot afford to lose him. I can allow you to request Naruto's assistance. If he is willing to go, you may take him, but Jiraiya must accompany you to ensure Naruto's safety. Jiraiya interjected. In that case, can we bring Rope Tree back from the front lines? Given Rope Tree's critical condition, bringing him back might be precarious. The previous battle had drawn too much attention, and without strong ninjas and an army for protection, it would be risky. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Naruto. Rope Tree is currently in a coma due to the excessive use of the cursed spirit. Although it may be presumptuous, I ask you to join me at the front lines to help treat Rope Tree. Jiraiya and I will guarantee your safety. State any demands you have, and I shall fulfill them. With that, Tsunade bowed deeply to Naruto. Naruto, who was practicing ninjutsu alone, gazed at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Oh, this white-haired boy is truly insufferable." Shaking his head to dispel some unsavory thoughts from his 9-year-old mind, Naruto suddenly caught wind of Tsunade's offer to fulfill any request. He mused, what if I ask her to bear me a child? Suddenly, a white-haired boy materialized in Naruto's mind. You wicked Uchiha brat. You dare to wish to marry Tsunade and have a multitude of children? Just watch me. Rope Tree is my esteemed client, and the cursed spirit was crafted by me. Naturally, I can go. As for my request, I would like to be taken on as Tsunade-sama's apprentice. Naruto smiled at Tsunade, feigning innocence as if his previous impure thoughts belonged to someone else. Tsunade, though surprised by Naruto's request, replied, if you are interested in medical ninjutsu and my taijutsu, then that is certainly acceptable. Thus, Tsunade and Naruto agreed to set off in the afternoon. In truth, Naruto's departure from the village was also motivated by considerations regarding the dimensional array, as he wished to leave a mark outside Konoha, in case the day came when the Ten Tails descended upon the village, allowing for a swift escape. Moreover, he was curious about the current evolution of the cursed spirit. As per tradition, Naruto prepared to leave a mark around Konoha, when he suddenly recalled the grand technique of his dimensional array, known as banishment to the ends of the world. Perhaps he could experiment with his shadow clones. He sought out a secluded grove. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared before Naruto, who patted clone number 1 on the shoulder. Clone number 1 responded with a rude gesture, but nodded in agreement. With a massive taijutsu symbol appearing beneath clone number 1, it heroically ventured towards the ends of the world, its middle finger raised defiantly. After waiting a full 5 minutes, Naruto dispelled the shadow clone. At that moment, he sensed the information relayed by clone number 1's sacrifice. The so-called ends of the world had no gravity, no land. Yet there was light and even air. This left Naruto utterly perplexed, yet he recalled that the original version of the dimensional array weapon seemed to function similarly. Arriving in the ninja world, this was understandable, as the moon in the ninja realm appeared to have gravity akin to that of the ninja world, not to mention air. Ultimately, one could not rely solely on the scientific perspectives of previous worlds. Having grasped the nature of the so-called ends of the world, Naruto contemplated whether he could utilize this realm as a relatively private storage space. However, given that he currently possessed a system space, which was sufficient for his needs, Naruto decided that even if the ends of the world could be utilized, he would only store some trivial items there. As for transforming this place into a refuge, Naruto resolved to test whether extended use might incur additional risks. He saluted his 2 clones, who returned the gesture with their own middle fingers raised in salute. Thus, clone number 2 and clone number 3 were dispatched to the ends of the world, ensuring they had company. Uncertain how long the clones could endure, Naruto resumed his pretense of jogging to install marks throughout Konoha's various corners. He decided to invite 2 lovely Uchiha girls, Mikoto and Fuyuki, to jog with him around Konoha. As he observed the 2 beauties before him, Naruto wondered if it was merely his imagination or if the recent surge in their nutrition, particularly from marine delicacies, had spurred their rapid growth. Upon reaching the village's edge, Naruto casually marked a bush, unaware that the last unfortunate soul to appear here had been executed by Danzo, who deemed him a spy. Soon, afternoon arrived, and Naruto, accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade, set off for the front lines. In the land of rain, within the office of Hanzo the Salamander, The latter glared at the list of destruction and casualties presented by his subordinates, slamming his hand on the desk in anger. The great nations of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure waged battles not on their own territories. The conflicts have all converged upon the land of rain. Yet the wars between them have wrought devastating consequences upon this nation. Numerous residential areas have been transformed into battlefields, forcing countless inhabitants to flee, while a significant number of civilians and Rain Village ninjas have perished in the chaos of war. Previously, Hanzo of the Salamander had denounced the actions of these great nations. But now it appears that the ninja villages show no sign of restraint. This is especially evident in the recent battle of the Wood Dragon, where the transformation of Shoju into a wood dragon resulted in the annihilation of all invading rock ninjas, an event that Konoha has dubbed the Battle of the Wood Dragon. The Wood Dragon has turned vast swathes of residential areas into forests, which are peculiar and strange, rapidly populated by ferocious beasts and venomous insects within just a few days. The region now resembles a rainforest, utterly inhospitable to human life. Attempting to clear all the trees would demand an immense expenditure of manpower and resources. However, Hanzo finds himself perplexed by the current situation regarding Konoha's Wood Dragon, and he considers the recent string of defeats suffered by the rock ninjas, compounded by the internal turmoil in the Land of Iron, which is beset by its own band of ninjas. Sunagakure, on the other hand, stands as one of the weakest among the great ninja villages. Thus, he makes a bold decision to simultaneously declare war on the three great nations of the Land of Iron, Konoha, and Sunagakure. This reflects his profound confidence in his own strength. After contemplating, Hanzo slowly addressed his subordinates. Due to the catastrophic destruction caused by the wars of the great nations upon our Land of Rain, we hereby declare war on the Land of Iron, Konoha, and Sunagakure. His subordinates were taken aback by Hanzo's audacious intentions, yet they gazed at him with admiration, proclaiming, "Truly, you are Lord Hanzo. If it is Lord Hanzo, we shall undoubtedly triumph over those great nations." Hanzo mused to himself, "Let this war demonstrate to the shinobi world the power of Hanzo of the Salamander. Let them witness the strength of our Land of Rain. Even as a small nation, we shall not be subjected to the whims of these great powers." Chapter 55, Mitsuba's Quest for a Path. With Hanzo's declaration of war, a tremendous uproar erupted throughout the shinobi world. Never before had a small nation dared to declare war on great nations, let alone simultaneously on two of them. Small nations within the shinobi world typically either depend on a single great nation or act as mere pawns. Hanzo's declaration sets a precedent. However, the great nations did not take the matter to heart. The most aggrieved was the Land of Iron, which had not even participated in the conflicts among the three great nations, yet Hanzo still directed his war declaration at them. Within the Land of Iron, Mitsuba, a warrior of some renown, was convening with fellow warriors of similar standing. "You arranged for your subordinates to covertly raid the Land of Rain amidst the chaos, provoking Hanzo's declaration of war against us." One accused, "Huh, how would you know if I went? You slanderer. No, you are the one slandering." Mitsuba observed the warriors of the Land of Iron exchanging blame without one willing to reflect on their own faults and unite against the enemy. They likely wished to avoid confronting Hanzo, hoping someone else would step forward. Mitsuba realized that relying on these individuals would not save the Land of Iron, and without further ado, he rose to leave. Noticing Mitsuba's departure, someone called out, "Where are you going?" Mitsuba replied without turning back, "I am off to seek true methods to save the Land of Iron, to unite with those who genuinely wish to rescue our nation." In response to Mitsuba's derision, some began to jeer, "Oh, what grand words about seeking a true solution. It seems he is merely fleeing in fear. Indeed, what right does that mere Mitsuba have to speak to us?" However, a small number of individuals chose to follow Mitsuba as he departed. In the courtyard, Mitsuba was vigorously wielding his sword, each swing infused with his resolve and strength, yet he was dissatisfied with the power behind his strikes. He continued to hack at the trees before him, seemingly seeking to vent his frustrations. Gripping the hilt tightly, he closed his eyes, concentrating on the chakra flowing within him, and then channeled it relentlessly into the blade. When he opened his eyes again, they shimmered with determination. With a fierce roar, Mitsuba unleashed a powerful slash, releasing a sharp blade of air that cleaved through the atmosphere and struck the massive tree before him. The tremendous force was too much for the trunk to bear. Splitting it cleanly in two, Mitsuba slowly sheathed his sword, letting out a soft sigh and shaking his head slightly. Despite exerting all his strength, the effect of that strike remained limited. He recognized that even with his utmost effort, he could only fell a single tree. a destructive capability comparable to that of a C-rank jutsu wielded by a ninja. There were few warriors of his caliber, and even an average chunin from a ninja village could match the destructive power of some high-ranking or even top-tier samurai. Stronger ninjas would utterly dominate many samurai. While samurai do not require hand seals for their sword techniques, they still fall significantly short compared to ninjas, particularly the elite ones who can execute rapid hand seals and minimize their use, excluding Kisame, who is an honest man. With despair, Mitsuba gazed at the sky, lamenting, is there truly nothing that can assist the Land of Iron in resisting Hanzo and the invasion of ninjas? If the strength of the samurai alone is insufficient for defense, what external aid could there be? Suddenly, as he looked skyward, Mitsuba recalled the recently renowned blacksmith from Konoha, Uchiha Naruto. Perhaps he could beseech this master craftsman to illuminate a path for the samurai of the shinobi world. Moreover, the samurai lacked the elaborate jutsu of ninjas. Yet Naruto's forged ninja blades could compensate for this deficiency. Mitsuba, being a man of decisive action, gathered his belongings and set forth on the journey to Konoha in search of Naruto, driven by the quest for the future of the samurai. Since escaping the battle of the Wood Dragon, Kakuzu had painstakingly reassembled 5 hearts. Yet he found himself increasingly troubled by petty thieves attempting to ambush him. While this annoyance vexed him, it also brought a modicum of joy, for such miscreants often came with bounties. Kakuzu arrived at the black market, ready to resume his money-making endeavors. Although his previous mission had failed, the need for income remained. He resolved that once he grew stronger, he would seize the opportunity to acquire that coveted gem. Confronted with the peculiar gazes of the black market staff, Kakuzu requested the bounty directory. After flipping through a couple of pages, he paused. Kakuzu, Identity Bounty Hunter, reward of 1,000,000 Ryo for providing the latest whereabouts of this individual. A reward of 40,000,000 Ryo for capturing him alive and delivering him to the black market of the Land of Earth. Kakuzu mused. This must be the rock ninjas seeking information about the specifics of the previous battle of the Wood Dragon, hence the bounty on me. This is bad. I must ensure my bounty does not fall into the hands of those petty thieves. Merely providing my address could yield 1,000,000 Ryo. That is far too easy a profit. After exchanging the previous bounty for funds, Kakuzu hastily made his way toward the Land of Earth. Chapter 56, The Bounty King. Upon arriving at the Rock Ninja Black Market, Kakuzu pointed to his bounty as he addressed the staff. I wish to claim my reward. The staff member politely responded. Are you in possession of Kakuzu's information, or have you brought Kakuzu himself? Kakuzu, growing impatient, retorted, I am Kakuzu. If you wish to know anything, simply ask me directly. Just hand over my bounty. The staff member, sensing that this fool might be causing trouble, decided to make one final polite inquiry. Do you have any evidence to prove you are Kakuzu? Do you have any evidence to prove you are Kakuzu? Do you have any evidence to prove you are Kakuzu? Do you have any evidence to prove you are Kakuzu? The words resonated in Kakuzu's mind. After all these years, he encountered such impudent and absurd inquiries for the first time. Had Kakuzu lived in a modern society, he would have understood the challenge of proving one's identity, how to validate that you are indeed you, and that your father is indeed your father. Reflecting on the day's events, Kakuzu retrieved the one item that could authenticate his identity, the Earth Grudge Fear, and tightened its grip around the staff member's throat, exclaiming, Can this now verify my identity? Meanwhile, a black market guard, intending to quell the disturbance, was swiftly sent flying by Kakuzu's other hand wielding the Earth Grudge Fear. The staff member, disregarding the veracity of the situation, hastily nodded in agreement, subsequently scrutinizing the bounty information. While outward appearance, attire, and name could easily be fabricated, the secret techniques were more challenging to falsify, especially since it seemed no one else in the ninja world possessed the Earth Grudge Fear. After handing over 40 million Ryo to Kakuzu, the staff member cautiously inquired, Will you accompany me to Awakens shortly? Counting his money, Kakuzu shot a glance at the staff member and replied, The bounty task specifies capturing me alive and delivering me to the IWA Ninja Black Market. I am, quite literally, already within the black market. Hence, my mission is complete. I never claimed I would go to Awakens. Although Kakuzu relished money, he was not entirely reckless. Besides, he had already secured his payment. Fearing retribution from his employer, the staff member mustered the courage to ask, Shall I have you wait here for representatives from Awakens? May I ask you a few questions in the meantime? Kakuzu, still counting his money, replied, Certainly, but ensure you finish your questions before I complete counting, or I shall take my leave. My time is invaluable. On the other hand, Inoki observed the enigmatic figure before him, with only his eyes visible. adorned with the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Takigakure. Since the handover had been conducted between Akatsuchi and Kakuzu, Inoki and his companions had never encountered Kakuzu. To Inoki, these bounty hunters were akin to wild dogs, easily acquired with a bit of cash. Thus he paid them little mind, typically delegating such matters to his subordinates. However, this information was of paramount importance due to the significant casualties among the frontline forces and the emergence of wood release, prompting him to handle it personally. Inoki inquired directly, "Are you truly Kakuzu?" Kakuzu responded emphatically, "I am indeed Kakuzu. Now, hasten with your questions." Amused by Kakuzu's brazen demeanor, Inoki suppressed the urge to reprimand him and instead asked, "What transpired that night?" Kakuzu, unreserved, replied, "I accepted the bounty to eliminate Senju Rope Tree, so that night I prepared to confront him alone. Speaking of which, your intelligence is utterly lacking. A mere chunin, as you described, with whom I engaged using fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water techniques to no avail. He, clad in armor, stood as if he were an unkillable monstrosity, rising time and again. I also observed that the same ninjutsu seemed increasingly ineffective against that armor. Eventually, I resorted to a combination of two elemental techniques, yet he remained unscathed. Your Akatsuchi and that chunin rope tree are incapable of besting each other in close combat. Such formidable armor. And you only placed a bounty of 20 million ryo, far too paltry for my liking. Ultimately, it was only through the combination of wind, fire, and lightning attributes that I managed to puncture a hole in that beast's abdomen." At this revelation, both Inoki and his companions were astonished. If Kakuzu spoke truthfully, his strength was indeed formidable. It should be noted that dust release is formed through the fusion of 3 elemental chakra types. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the overwhelming defense belonged to rope tree or the armor itself. Most likely, it was the armor's doing. That accursed armor finally shattered. And just as I was about to claim my prize and exchange it for the bounty, the prey suddenly rebounded, startling me, while that very armor, along with rope tree, began to evolve, slowly transforming into a colossal dragon. Amid the dragon's roar, countless wooden entities pursued me, and I narrowly escaped. Upon confirming that Kakuzu had finished speaking, Inoki swiftly activated dust release, and Kakuzu, caught off guard, suffered a substantial gash. As Kakuzu, infuriated, prepared to retaliate against Inoki, the latter stated, "I must assess your strength to ensure your honesty. Future collaborations may be in store." Kakuzu scoffed but begrudgingly acquiesced, acknowledging he had indeed withheld some information, such as the possibility that Akatsuchi perished beneath his jutsu. Subsequently, Inoki hastily returned, not out of a desire to further confront Kakuzu or pose additional inquiries, but rather due to a lack of confidence in his ability to overpower him. After a period of contemplation in the village, Inoki ordered the truth regarding the wood dragon battle to be disclosed, exaggerating the armor's significance, while increasing the bounty for capturing Uchiha Naruto to 400 million ryo. Given that the leaders of various villages typically do not attract bounties, Naruto swiftly ascended to become the highest valued target in the entire ninja world. Ultimately, he urged the ninja world to unite against Konoha. Otherwise, once Uchiha Naruto forged more potent weapons, all would face doom. Naruto, accompanied by Jiraiya and Tsunade, was unaware that he had become the bounty king, standing atop the ninja world, gazing at Rope Tree, who lay silently on a hospital bed, tended by Tsunade. And flanked by the affectionate Mei, Naruto began to perceive the immense pressure Rope Tree had previously endured. Later, Naruto noticed the ominous entity, the evil spirit, which, through the passive perception granted by his weapon, revealed a significant evolution, now harboring a terrifying amalgamation of powers within. Notably, a formidable and domineering force, seemingly imbued with a hint of green life energy, indicated the presence of wood release. After a period of experimentation, Tsunade looked eagerly at Naruto, hoping he might discover a viable method to save Rope Tree. Chapter 57. Healing Rope Tree. Naruto approached Rope Tree's bedside, keenly sensing the tumult within. The interior of Rope Tree was indeed a chaotic amalgamation. Wood release, Terran, pure natural energy, the essence of life, and impure energy were entwined, clashing, and merging within him. Naruto once again marveled at Rope Tree's resilience. He contemplated how to resolve Rope Tree's predicament. His Imperial Artifact's curse mark could directly refine these 5 powers. But such extraction would risk transforming Rope Tree into mere essence. Naruto wickedly pondered whether refining Rope Tree and integrating him into the evil spirit would instantly elevate the latter to a true S-rank weapon. However, Naruto was no devil. And since his own life was not at stake, compounded by the fact that Rope Tree was not only a beloved friend, but also his future brother-in-law. A profound bond had been established between them. Yet, such a promising method could not be squandered. The excessive and chaotic energy within Rope Tree hindered his control. A gradual and steady extraction should resolve the issue, albeit requiring careful balance. A balance only Naruto could master. As for the tool for extraction, the insatiable evil spirit beside him was ideal, and only Naruto's weapon could ensure the evil spirit's cooperation. If anyone else attempted this task, even Rope Tree himself, the evil spirit would not comply entirely. Others shared a cooperative relationship with the weapon, whereas Naruto's bond was one of master and servant. Thus, Naruto turned to Tsunade and stated, "The energy within Shoju's body is exceedingly chaotic. I can temporarily harness a cursed seal to control the malevolent forces afflicting him and extract that energy. I believe a weekly session should suffice, continuing until Shoju's life force is strong enough to manage that energy on its own, at which point he should awaken. Furthermore, I must forge an artifact to temporarily suppress the energy within Shoju, ensuring that he does not encounter any unforeseen complications during the recovery phase after energy extraction. However, once this artifact is donned, it cannot be removed under any circumstances. Otherwise, Shoju risks immediate death, or at the very least, the possibility of never awakening again." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the others present felt a modicum of relief. Nevertheless, Tsunade sought repeated confirmation, and after receiving Naruto's assurances, she exuberantly embraced him, applying a facial cleanser to his face. Naruto initially rejected such a cleansing treatment, primarily due to its potential to impede his breathing. However, considering Tsunade's immense relief at the prospect of her brother's salvation and the joy she could not share, he acquiesced to her gesture. Naruto was left to endure this discomfort alone, while Jiraiya watched in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. A minute later, as Tsunade felt the masculine aura at her nose and the warmth of Naruto's breath against her chest, she could not help but blush. Eventually, she released Naruto, who felt a lingering desire for more, yet maintained an air of righteousness, giving no indication of vulnerability, for he was merely a 9-year-old child. Following this, Naruto feigned searching for a location to forge the small artifact, retrieving a sensor from the system space, a trinket he had obtained from a previous lottery. Had he not inquired with the system, he would have remained unaware of its existence. With the sensor, Naruto would be alerted to any movement or damage to the small artifact. In truth, this artifact stemmed from Naruto's mischievous curiosity. He wished to ascertain whether anyone would attempt to harm Shoju while he lay bedridden. The original series hinted at the suspicious nature of Shoju's demise, yet did not clarify whether foul play was involved. Naruto resolved to conduct an experiment. After crafting the small artifact, he returned to the infirmary and shooed everyone out. He placed the artifact upon Shoju's head and then took up the weapon, the cursed spirit, for the second time since relinquishing his other weapon. At that moment, the cursed spirit was akin to a formidable artillery piece. Naruto positioned the cursed spirit on Shoju's body and commanded it to consume the chaotic energies within him. The cursed spirit primarily absorbed the impure energies, which tended to be rather disordered. Yet, as it devoured these impurities, the balance within Shoju began to shift. Naruto then instructed the cursed spirit to consume a small portion of other energies. Half an hour later, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, for with his control, Shoju could endure for at least a month, though he would not disclose this to Tsunade, primarily for the sake of his uncle's safety and to foster more interactions with her. Upon learning of the anomalies in the forest caused by Shoju's transformation into a dragon, Naruto was curious and ventured into the forest. Upon arrival, he sensed an abundance of Thalan's energy. Naruto understood that during Shoju's transformation, Thalan's energy had also been unleashed, resulting in the forest's peculiarities, or perhaps it was the creatures within the forest that had become strange. According to Naruto's theories, this forest could potentially give rise to dangerous species in the future. Just as he returned to the logistics base, Naruto was informed that his bounty in the black market had been significantly increased, necessitating his swift return. Thus, Naruto's inaugural journey beyond the village came to an end, and it was then that he realized he had become the most wanted man in the ninja world. Subsequently, Naruto returned with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Shoju, fortunate that he had stabilized the energy after having the cursed spirit consume some of it. Tsunade then treated Shoju's internal injuries, enabling him to be transported back to Konoha. While on the way back, Naruto suddenly stumbled, nearly falling from the tree. Tsunade quickly approached to steady him, asking, "Are you all right?" Naruto shook his head, indicating he was fine. The recent stumble was due to the disappearance of his 2 shadow clones, which had exhausted their chakra. Clone number 2 and Clone No. 3 had initially approached the so-called edge of the world with great enthusiasm, eager to explore the space, only to discover it resembled an air-filled environment with suitable temperature and lighting. They quickly lost interest and spent the next 2 days playing cards in this space. Naruku's recent stumble was a result of the influx of trivial information flooding his mind, especially upon discovering that both clones had been cheating at cards. He felt a deep embarrassment to be associated with them. Nevertheless, this also indicated that the 2 clones had safely existed in the alternate space for 2.5 days. Chapter 58, The Ambush. As Naruto and his companions continued on their journey, Jiraiya suddenly halted and raised his hand, exclaiming, "Stop!" The others sensed something amiss. And soon a group of nefarious bounty hunters materialized before them, encircling the group. The leader of the bounty hunters, with malicious intent, addressed them. "You must have just come from the Konoha camp. If you provide specific information about Senju Shoju, I may consider sparing you." One of the bounty hunters patted the leader on the back, and at that moment, the leader's gaze fell upon Shoju, who lay on Jiraiya's back. "We originally came to gather some intel, but it seems we've stumbled upon a big catch. Rushing off to Konoha, is Shoju on the verge of death? Or are you preparing to send him to a safe location for recovery? Brothers, we have a fortune to earn." Just as tensions escalated, one astute bounty hunter stealthily maneuvered behind the group, positioning himself in front of them. Their initial plan was to capture 1 or 2 straggling Konoha ninjas for information. A task that posed minimal risk provided luck was on their side. However, with Shoju rendered incapable of fighting, the ninjas surrounding him were likely to be exceptionally formidable. Jiraiya transferred Shoju to Naruto's care and prepared to confront the attackers alongside Tsunade. Yet, Naruto handed Shoju back to Mei, marking him with a seal, as he sought to expand his limited combat experience. Observing the puzzled expressions of the two, Naruto confidently declared, "Leave these weaklings to me. It's the perfect opportunity for me to hone my skills." Though Tsunade and Jiraiya harbored concerns, Naruto offered them no chance to dissuade him, charging forth with his blade in hand. In truth, Naruto possessed unwavering confidence. After all, he had the safety net of a dimensional space, his Sharingan, and would release at his disposal. Even if he were to sustain injuries, his body, enhanced by his previous talent replication, had acquired the mid-level physique of the Senju clan, affording him superior resilience and remarkable recovery abilities. With Tsunade by his side and the cursed spirit in hand, this battle would only be deemed victorious if he kept his trump cards concealed. The bounty hunters, incensed by Naruto's audacity, immediately launched their attacks. However, Naruto exhibited astonishing speed and agility, evading their shuriken assault with a swift body flicker technique. One of the ninjas, realizing he had become Naruto's target, hurriedly began forming hand seals in an attempt to disrupt Naruto's offensive rhythm. Yet, Naruto's movements were too rapid. After channeling his lightning chakra to stimulate his body, he zipped through the air like a bolt of lightning. The ninja was unable to complete his hand seals before Naruto, entangled by malevolent spirits, cleaved him in two. Perhaps due to Naruto's second kill, he felt only a slight twinge of nausea, overshadowed by the thrill of battle. Observing Naruto's lethal swordsmanship, Jiraiya and Tsunade refrained from intervening, instead focusing intently on Naruto, prepared to assist should the situation take a turn for the worse. The bounty hunters, intimidated by Naruto's blade work, hastily attempted to distance themselves from him. Seizing this opportunity, Naruto quickly performed the hand seals for a jutsu. Fire style, great fire destruction. As the last seal was completed, a torrent of flames erupted from his mouth. Although Naruto was not a master of chakra control, his impressive chakra reserve of 10 units rendered this technique astonishingly powerful. The flames of great fire destruction rapidly spread, engulfing several unfortunate souls within moments. Simultaneously, Naruto achieved an unprecedented feat, using fire style to take lives. However, at that moment, he suddenly recognized a critical flaw in this jutsu. It was better suited for open spaces. If he continued to unleash great fire destruction, the raging inferno would inevitably consume him as well. Realizing this, Naruto decisively halted the technique to avert a potentially embarrassing predicament. After all, being engulfed by a sea of flames would be an utter disgrace. As he watched the fleeing bounty hunters, Naruto swiftly utilized the shadow clone technique, creating 10 clones to pursue them. His original self chased after the lead ninja, who grew increasingly frantic as Naruto closed in. Unlike the previous fool, this ninja dared not attempt seals for defense or attack. He merely wielded his kunai with all his might, fixated on Naruto. Within a second, the lead ninja stared in disbelief as his weapon was severed as easily as tofu, followed swiftly by his own body being cleaved in two. blood splattering through the air and creating a gruesome tableau. The bounty hunters, still nearby, witnessed this and broke their already desperate speed records in a frantic escape. Indeed, human potential is often unlocked under duress. Before long, the battle came to an end. Naruto counted, realizing he had let 3 minor foes slip away. Through this conflict, he recognized his shortcomings. His conventional offensive and defensive techniques were lacking. For instance, when the enemy had thrown shuriken, he found himself without any particularly effective defensive jutsu. He certainly could not summon 3 mighty Rashomon gates just to counter a few shuriken. In terms of offense, aside from the powerful Great Fire Destruction, he only had the Great Fireball technique, which primarily served to hinder enemy movement. Naruto resolved to significantly enhance his mastery of jutsu upon returning to Konoha, especially given that he now possessed a Sharingan with 3 tomo and chakra of all natures. Finally, there was the issue of tactical shortcomings. However, since Naruto's jutsu repertoire was sparse, there were not many areas for tactical optimization. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of experience. Although he had never witnessed Kakashi Hatake in action, Naruto sensed that Kakashi would not resort to cleaving opponents in half, leaving their entrails strewn about. At this moment, Tsunade recalled her promise to become Naruto's mentor and said to him, "Your combat ability is already quite formidable for a student at the Ninja Academy. The skills you've just displayed are comparable to those of a seasoned chunin. However, there are still some issues. Your combat style is rather immature. Once we return to Konoha, I will diligently train you." Naruto responded earnestly, "I express my gratitude in advance for your guidance, sensei." Jiraiya, observing their exchange, felt something was amiss and reflected that perhaps his own thoughts were too lewd, leading him to perceive everything in that light. He then discreetly hoisted his rope tree. Subsequently, considering the possibility of encountering further attacks, the group quickened their pace to reach Konoha safely. As Naruto glanced back, he found himself unable to resist leaving markers along the way. Since the route taken differed from their arrival path, it meant Naruto now had 2 potential escape routes for the future. Chapter 59, Only Dominance. Upon arriving in Konoha, Naruto learned of a message. A samurai from the Land of Iron had requested to meet him and had been lingering at the shop's entrance for several days. Naruto was intrigued to discover who was so eager to see him, as many ninjas sought his forging skills. But this was the first time a samurai had come to him. Mitsuba approached Naruto respectfully, bowing deeply and greeting, "Lord Naruto, please, you must save the Land of Iron." Naruto was taken aback by the fervor of this encounter and replied, "This is not the place for such discussions. Let us find a more suitable location." After Mitsuba recounted the situation, Naruto grasped the essence of the matter. Mitsuba sought to leverage Naruto's weaponry to resist the invasion of Hanzo of the Salamander from the Land of Rain. Reflecting on the original story, Naruto recalled how the Land of Iron had dealt with Hanzo's invasion. It seemed that Mitsuba's unwavering spirit and willingness to sacrifice for his comrades had moved Hanzo, prompting him to cure Mitsuba's poison and cease his incursions into the Land of Iron. Naruto suspected that even if he were to share this method with Mitsuba, he would likely not believe it. It was akin to a nation declaring that to achieve freedom and democracy, it must reshape a small territory that happened to have discovered oil. Naruto found it perplexing how Hanzo had conceived his strategy. If he aimed to expand his territory, he could easily conquer the neighboring smaller nations, given that the Land of Iron was separated from the Land of Rain by half the distance of the Fire Country. Moreover, the Land of Iron's climate resembled that of Siberia, frigid and inhospitable, with scarce resources. This nation, situated by the sea, held a geographically advantageous position, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Additionally, the warriors of the Land of Iron were numerous, outnumbering the ninjas of any one nation. Even if their individual combat prowess was inferior to that of ninjas, they could easily employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers to prevail. Therefore, it was likely that Hanzo had not initially intended a full invasion of the Land of Iron. Of course, it was also possible that during his invasion, Hanzo discovered that the Land of Iron was a tasteless, yet regrettably wasteful morsel. However, if the original Hanzo's intent was to seek peace for the Land of Rain through warfare, it would make far more sense. By attacking the Land of Iron, he aimed to intimidate certain marauding samurai, and upon witnessing Mitsuba's character and strength, he believed that Mitsuba could restrain the warriors of the Land of Iron. Thus, he bestowed great renown upon the young Mitsuba, laying the groundwork for his future rise as a general of the Land of Iron. Why did Hanzo choose to engage the 3 legendary ninjas without killing them? Perhaps it was to leave a line for future encounters? As for why he declared war only against Konoha and Sunagakure while the battle raged among the villages of the Earth, Fire, and Wind countries, it might have been because Konoha was more amenable, or or that Sunagakure was relatively weak. Ultimately, the land of Earth was excluded. Could it be that the rock ninjas were formidable and united? These musings remained mere conjectures for Naruto. After all, war is complex, sometimes. Even those who instigate conflict cannot control the course of events. Observing Mitsuba's earnest gaze, Naruto pulled himself from his thoughts and said, I can assist you. Even to a great extent in helping the land of iron resist Hanzo's invasion. But what can you offer me in return? Mitsuba fell into deep contemplation, realizing he had little of particular value to provide Naruto. The land of iron possessed no remarkable resources to entice him. After a lengthy deliberation, Mitsuba finally recalled the one thing he could offer. If Lord Naruto is willing to help me, help the land of iron, I am willing to offer my very life. I am prepared to serve Lord Naruto without hesitation. At this moment, Naruto chuckled. Very well, Mitsubian. Wait for a few days in the Uchiha clan's territory, and then I shall bestow upon you a delightful surprise. Naruto's agreement to assist Mitsubian stemmed primarily from his desire to secure an escape route for himself, even if it was one that might never be utilized. The secluded environment of the land of iron was perfectly suited for him to conceal himself and stir up mischief. Mitsubian's character is indeed commendable, alleviating Naruto's concerns about aiding a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Naruto was not so foolish as to blindly obey a blacksmith merely due to his innate talent with weapons. It was conceivable that one day, Danzo might come wielding his blade against Naruto. Should Mitsubian ever ascend to the position of general in the land of iron, he would effectively wield power akin to that of a nation, given the military and political unification of the land. Naruto understood clearly that in Konoha, he would forever remain a mere worker. He must establish his own domain to truly embark on an entrepreneurial journey. Even if appointed as Hokage, Naruto would not be particularly inclined, for the authority of the Hokage was severely limited, encumbered by numerous restrictions. Each clan within the village spoke solely for its own interests. Should one's interests not align, there were many who would conspire against you or act duplicitously. Consider how no one came to the aid of Hiruzen Sarutobi when he met his demise. Rather than engage in a battle of wits with such individuals, it would be far more prudent to start anew from the ground up. The land of iron could very well serve as a fitting new beginning for Naruto. As for why Mitsubian was to wait for a while, that was because Naruto was preparing for a lottery. Previously, the use of the cursed tree had garnered Naruto considerable prestige. He arrived at the forge and summoned the system to open the blacksmith panel. Ding. System membership level, novice. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Blacksmith level, A level forge bonus. Weapon forging bonuses, 1. Talent replication, 2. Undead Legion, 3. Sovereignty of weapons. Blacksmith prestige, 15,761. Lottery instructions. Utilize blacksmith prestige to conduct a lottery. Every 10 points of prestige allows for one draw, which may yield rare biological materials, precious metals, and exclusive forging techniques. Evaluation. Due to having a dedicated forging space, your blacksmithing skills have received an enhancement. Provided conditions are met, you now possess the capability to forge nearly all A-level weapons. However, to craft S-level weapons, a new breakthrough is required. Naruto contemplated his blacksmith prestige, calculating that if he were to draw entirely, he could do so 1,500 times. Nonetheless, he decided to first draw 1,000 times, as this number guaranteed a minimum return. As it had been some time since his last lottery, Naruto meticulously prepared himself. He first ventured out to find Uchiha Akane, who was practicing her swordsmanship, and affectionately patted her on the head. She offered no resistance, merely gazing at him with a hint of confusion. This was primarily because Naruto recalled having seen somewhere that petting a coy girl's head could bring about good fortune. He felt that Uchiha Akane truly had excellent luck. After all, how else could she have encountered the illustrious and formidable version of himself who invested so heavily in her? Having completed the head patting, Naruto returned to his chamber and commanded the system, commence the lottery. Ding. 1 Golden Conqueror Cell. Material for creating Conqueror's Haki seeds. Platinum Conqueror's Seed Manufacturing Technique. A technique for producing Conqueror's Haki seeds, which can be infused into a person, granting them the potential to awaken the powers of observation and armament Haki. Through rigorous training, the strength of the infused individual can continuously increase. Chapter 60, Resurrection Items. 1100 Green 20M Sea King's Corpses. In the world of pirates, Sea Kings are formidable creatures, classified among the most colossal beasts. Golden Belt Type Imperial Tool Manufacturing Technique. Transformation of the Beast King into the Lion King. The transformation of the Beast King into the Lion King, a belt-type imperial tool that allows the user to beastify and significantly enhances physical abilities, including heightened senses to track enemies. Its ultimate technique, the Lion Never Perishes, increases the user's recovery capabilities, allowing them to staunch bleeding and reattach severed limbs, even if their eyes are gouged out. 122 Blue Orichalcum. 3 Blue Ordinary Dangerous Species. Golden Winged Imperial Tool Forging Technique. Miles of Flying. Mastema. Miles of Flying. Mastema, a winged imperial tool that enables the user to soar through the skies, with feathers capable of piercing foes. Its secret technique, Divine Feather, can reflect the opponent's flying tools back at them. Mastema is a fallen angel from the apocryphal text, the Book of Enoch. Golden Special Dangerous Species. Undying Lion King, alive. Special Dangerous Species, Undying Lion King. The Undying Lion is a perilous creature endowed with terrifying strength and vitality, and the Undying Lion King is a paragon among them. Possessing a physique that eclipses other undying lions, it can enter an enhanced state of immortality, significantly boosting its recovery abilities. Platinum Super Dangerous Species, Black Dragon. The Black Dragon, a fearsome super dangerous species of dragon. Its massive body stands as imposing as a small mountain, covered in a layer of hard, jet-black scales. Its expansive and powerful wings allow it to soar effortlessly through the skies. The Black Dragon possesses an extraordinarily resilient life force, rapidly recovering even from severe injuries. Its temperament is exceedingly savage. Once provoked, it unleashes relentless assaults. The Black Dragon can emit powerful explosive rays from its mouth, capable of devastating any adversaries that stand in its path. It is a biological material of the supreme throne of the guardian deity. Golden Special Dangerous Species, Feathered Beast. The Feathered Beast, a dangerous species of avian creature adorned with beautiful wings. Its 4 wings and pure white feathers resemble falling snowflakes, creating a breathtaking spectacle in flight. They inhabit lofty mountain peaks or deep valleys, reigning as the darlings of the sky. This dangerous species not only possesses formidable strength and speed, but can also use its feathers to strike at enemies. Additionally, the feathered beast delights in torturing its prey, particularly humans. Golden Demon Blade, Tokugen Forging Technique. This is a mysterious forging technique originating from the world of Inuyasha, requiring the collection of cursed blades and dragon scales from the battlefield as materials, which are then utilized to forge a demon blade capable of siphoning the strength from adversaries. To unlock the true potential of this demon blade, one must slay dragons and seize their power to complete the final forging step. This demon blade possesses a unique ability to continuously absorb strength from foes, thereby empowering itself. However, concurrently, the blade's power gradually erodes its wielder's body and mind. If the wielder cannot master this formidable strength, they risk becoming a slave to the blade. Moreover, if confronted by an adversary of significantly superior power, the demon blade will transfer the damage from the enemy's attacks back to its owner when they are unable to resist. Golden Dragon Man, alive. The Dragon Man, a creature with immense power and exceptional combat prowess. Their bodies are covered in tough dragon scales, which not only provide remarkable magical resistance, but also a degree of physical defense. Dragon men typically wield sharp longswords or battle axes, and their most distinctive equipment is a shield known as the Dragon Scale Shield, made from ordinary dragon scales. This shield can absorb the demonic energy released by enemies and convert it into their own energy reserves. However, the Dragon Scale Shield is not invincible. It has a capacity limit. When the shield begins to glow red, it indicates that the limit has been reached, marking the optimal moment for counterattack. The innate scales of the Dragon Man serve as excellent materials for crafting the Demon Blade. Golden Resurrection Cocoon Manufacturing Method. The Resurrection Cocoon, a one-time use item. Upon the demise of a user, their soul is transferred into a preordained resurrection cocoon, which possesses the remarkable ability to meld seamlessly with its surroundings, rendering it exceptionally resilient to destruction. However, this process necessitates a slumber lasting 25 years, after which the user shall awaken anew. Golden Cycle Worm, the primary material employed in the creation of the resurrection cocoon. Following the conclusion of the lottery, Naruto displayed a satisfied smile. What delighted him most was the acquisition of the secret technique for crafting the resurrection cocoon, signifying an augmentation of his life-preserving capabilities. Yet, there was an unpleasant caveat. The resurrection cocoon required a significant period of dormancy, implying that Naruto would need to secure an utterly safe haven and perhaps even a competent guardian of the tomb. He feared, however, that his precautions might be excessive, as the resurrection cocoon had become as indestructible as a stone embedded in the earth. The presence of onlookers could inadvertently reveal its location. As long as he buried the cocoon sufficiently deep, it was unlikely that anyone would excavate it to unleash devastation with tailed beast balls or assault it with seeking balls. Additionally, he had finally gathered all the materials necessary for forging the supreme throne of the Guardian machine, indicating that he could soon attempt to craft this S-rank Imperial artifact. Nevertheless, a formidable challenge loomed. The super dangerous species was not something Naruto could easily contend with at present. The description of that black dragon was daunting, with a massive form capable of unleashing powerful explosive rays. Naruto even speculated that its strength might rival that of the Nine Tails, and it could potentially engage with the Eight Tails. Yuki, however, he suddenly pondered whether he could employ sealing techniques to handle such a perilous creature and resolved to devise a more comprehensive strategy later. The subsequent ability, 10,000 miles of flight, could indeed be harnessed for his own use, granting him the power of flight. As for the Beast King transformation into the Lion King, Naruto contemplated presenting it to Tsunade, considering her status as a big sister. With the addition of ears and a tail, it would surely be splendid. Naruto emphasized to himself that this was not merely for the sake of embellishment, but primarily a tribute to his teacher while simultaneously indulging himself. The subsequent Demon Blade, dueling ghosts, posed a bit of a challenge for Naruto, as it necessitated the collection of broken swords. He intended to delegate this task to Mitsuba. Once forged, Naruto remained uncertain about to whom he should bestow this creation. Lastly, the dominant seed unveiled new possibilities to Naruto. It was foreseeable that with the dissemination of the dominant seed, rewards would continuously accrue to Naruto's essence, allowing him to achieve physical sanctity without the need to train in dominance. Moreover, the Iron Country was home to a multitude of warriors who favored physical training over ninjutsu, potentially outnumbering the entirety of the ninja population across the shinobi world, an expansive blue ocean for him. However, he was uncertain how many dominant seeds could be produced from a single dominant cell, and whether a single seed could only awaken one form of dominance. This called for new experiments on Naruto's part. Chapter 61, Gift of the Blade. It goes without saying that Naruto was prepared to hand the dominant seed directly to Mitsuba, who could be considered his first true subordinate in the ninja world. He would undoubtedly enhance his subordinate's combat prowess significantly. Upon returning to the forge, Naruto recalled the method for crafting the dominant seed and discovered that it was quite straightforward. All that was required was to inscribe the secret technique seal upon the dominant cell, followed by intense heat treatment and vigorous hammering. Afterward, it would simply need to cool down for oral consumption. Naruto, who had previously studied biology, was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that the size of cells on Earth varied by type, ranging from the minuscule mycoplasma cell with a diameter of only 0.1 micrometers to the largest ostrich egg yolk, which could reach a diameter of 5 centimeters. He produced a dominant cell roughly the size of an adult male's head. Lost in contemplation. Moreover, the manufacturing process involving high-temperature heat treatment combined with hammering was rather absurd. For instance, normal human cells and tissues can withstand temperatures up to 47 degrees Celsius. Yet, the dominant cell could endure such terrifying temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Naruto could only express his bewilderment at the biological principles of this extraordinary world. Next, Naruto summoned several high-level shadow clones to assist with the task. He first worked with 3 clones to inscribe the secret technique seal on the dominant cell, while the clones handled the hammering, with Naruto managing the heat treatment. Observing that the dominant cell remained black indicated that the heat was insufficient. He resorted to employing fire release to raise the temperature of the dominant cell. Recognizing that he would need to locate a volcanic site in the future, relying on ordinary coal for heating would not meet the forging temperature requirements for certain materials. 3 hours later, Naruto coughed twice. The prolonged use of fire release had left his throat feeling as if he had just consumed the most potent of peppers. He gazed at the dominant cell, now expanded to a diameter of 10 centimeters, and recalled from his ancestral memories that at this stage, the dominant cell was indeed ready for use. He contemplated whether to have Mitsuba exert himself and directly consume this 10-centimeter dominant seed. Ultimately, he refrained from being cruel, fearing that Mitsuba's throat might not accommodate such a thing. After another 3 hours, Naruto's throat was nearly devoid of sensation. The dominant seed had shrunk to a diameter of 5 centimeters, and he discovered that it became increasingly difficult to hammer as time progressed, especially under less than optimal temperatures. Although it still appeared large, Naruto was confident that Mitsuba could manage it. The average human on Earth could swallow objects approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. Now, at 5 centimeters, and considering this was an extraordinary world, it should be feasible. Moreover, Naruto felt compelled to gift Mitsuba a fine blade now that he had come all this way. Once again, he retrieved the ancient and indestructible wood, initially considering embellishing it with extravagant materials. However, since Mitsuba's path to dominance was already determined, he decided against any frivolities. This nearly indestructible ancient wood could grow stronger alongside Mitsuba's journey as a swordsman, ultimately transforming into his unique, unparalleled blade. Naruto added a touch of decoration to the ancient wood, inscribing the words Lake Toya. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for creating an A-rank weapon, Lake Toya. Naruto then proceeded to appraise the sword in hand. Lake Toya. This blade was forged by the forger in homage to Silver's beloved sword, Lake Toya. Utilizing ancient adamantine wood, and without infusing any personal essence, only a touch of decoration and marking. Although it is a wooden sword and lacks a sharpened edge, it is still capable of piercing flesh. The blade bears the inscription Lake Toya. Its length is 14 meters, possessing sturdy characteristics and capable of smoothly conducting chakra and other energies. Naruto disregarded the system's somewhat sardonic remarks, as the system failed to grasp the significance of not sullying the ancient adamantine wood with other materials. Moreover, the solidity of this singular material was evident. How could this astute system possibly comprehend his profound intentions? As for why it remained unsharpened, Naruto mused that sharpening it would be akin to attempting to grind a rebar into a needle using a roadside stone. It was nearly impossible. In any case, how many forgers could complete an A-rank weapon in just 25 minutes? What an international ultimate invincible forger. Naruto leaned back with satisfaction. The following day, within the reception room of the Uchiha clan, Mitsuba regarded Naruto with utmost respect. Naruto feigned reaching into his pocket, all the while retrieving the dominant seed from his system's spatial realm, before presenting it to Mitsuba. At that moment, Mitsuba's expression grew somewhat peculiar, for from his perspective, his leader appeared to extract a black iron egg from his groin and hand it to him. Naruto, oblivious to Mitsuba's subtle reaction, calmly and with a hint of a smile declared, "Mitsuba, the answer to saving the Iron Country lies within this sphere. Consume it." Mifune hesitated for a brief moment, but upon contemplating the chance to save the Iron Nation, he resolutely swallowed the 5-centimeter diameter iron sphere despite his discomfort. To his astonishment, the iron ball vanished upon entering his body, leaving him devoid of any discomfort, yet he felt no surge of strength either. Naruto, observing Mifune's seemingly unchanged state, deduced that he required a bit of stimulation. Thus, he took Mifune to indulge in barbecued Sea King delicacies. Although Mifune was perplexed by Naruto's actions, he believed that Naruto must have a profound purpose behind them. After they finished their meal, Naruto announced, "I am preparing to bestow upon you a formidable weapon. From this point forward, you shall grow alongside this weapon." This revelation ignited a fire within Mifune's heart. Who among swordsmen would not yearn for a weapon that could evolve with them? When Naruto handed Mifune Lake Toya, he felt somewhat numb. It resembled a child's toy sword, with only the inscription of Lake Toya on it, leaving Mifune bewildered as to its significance. Chapter 62. The Entwining of Armament Haki. Naruto ceased to be enigmatic. The iron sphere you consumed is known as the Conqueror's Seed. It grants you the potential to awaken both armament Haki and observation Haki. Observation Haki sharpens one's senses, allowing the detection of nearby beings' auras and emotional fluctuations, which can be used to anticipate and evade danger. Armament Haki enhances one's defensive and offensive capabilities, with its fluid nature allowing for various techniques, including hardening, flowing release, and internal destruction. The techniques of armament Haki vary in proficiency, but this does not denote the strength of the Haki itself, nor does it reflect one's overall might. It is, in essence, a distinct path of enhancement, unlike chakra, as Haki can grow stronger through continuous training. One could say that at its pinnacle, Haki can cleave mountains with a single stroke or shatter them with a punch. This path is particularly suited for a swordsman or a samurai. Listening to Naruto's descriptions of various Haki techniques and their devastating potential, Mifune felt a surge of excitement. He understood that if Naruto's words held true, then the era of the samurai had truly arrived. After all, he had never heard of any ninjutsu capable of a single blow to shatter mountains. Aside from the tailed beast balls, perhaps one day, he too could confidently declare that the era of the ninja was over. Naruto observed Mifune, who was lost in thought, and remarked, "The path of Haki encompasses many aspects, but that is a matter for later. Without awakening Haki, all else is mere talk. Now, grasp Lake Toya and engage me in battle." Mifune was taken aback. Could it be that Naruto, possessing such exceptional forging abilities, also wielded terrifying power? Nevertheless, He rationalized that since he was using a wooden sword, he could not harm Naruto, and thus he raised Lake Toya, assuming a combat stance. Naruto, too, retrieved a toy sword from an unusual location. He understood that Mifune might not unleash his full strength, so he initiated the duel with an astonishingly swift strike. Quick as lightning, Mifune, witnessing Naruto's fearsome speed and ferocity, instinctively lifted Lake Toya to defend himself. He anticipated that Lake Toya would be cleaved in two, resulting in his own injury, yet the outcome astonished him. Though merely an unsharpened wooden sword, Lake Toya exhibited an incredible resilience. Even when confronted with Naruto's razor-sharp blade, it bore no trace of damage. In that moment, Mifune began to cultivate confidence in Lake Toya. After executing his strike, Naruto refrained from further attacks, standing quietly with a calm gaze directed at Mifune. Mifune, fight with all your might. You cannot harm me. You are destined to become my future general. Must you always remain sheltered under my wings? Naruto's voice resonated with a steady authority that brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, Mifune's expression turned serious. He recognized this as Naruto's test and an acknowledgement of his potential. Lord Naruto, I shall give it my all. Mifune inhaled deeply, determination igniting in his eyes. He resumed his stance, channeling his energy to its zenith. With a sharp exclamation, Mifune dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, wielding Lake Toya with a fierce intent aimed at Naruto. Naruto's lips curled into a slight smile as he effortlessly sidestepped Mifune's assault, simultaneously countering with his own strike, which clashed with Mifune's blade. A resounding clang echoed through the air. Their figures intertwined in a rapid dance, swiftly separating again. Their movements were as swift as the wind, each strike infused with power and finesse. Naruto's onslaught was relentless, akin to a tempest, leaving Mifune struggling to withstand the barrage. Yet, he did not falter, gritting his teeth and pouring every ounce of strength into his defense. Stimulated by the lightning chakra, Naruto's speed escalated dramatically, with each strike infused with the force of thunder. Mifune began to accrue wounds, yet he persevered. As time wore on, Mifune's stamina waned while Naruto remained formidable. Ultimately, with a decisive blow, Naruto sent Mifune hurtling through the air. It is over, Mifune, Naruto murmured, a hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. Gasping for breath, Mifune gazed at Naruto with a mix of defiance and realization. At that moment, he seemed to grasp something profound. The dark Haki enveloped Lake Toya, transforming it into an ebony weapon. Mifune lowered his stance, recalling the tales of formidable swordsmen who became more powerful the closer they were to the ground, prompting him to crouch low. Although Naruto possessed no need to flee, he became more earnest in his approach. Mifune's face grew serious as he took a deep breath. Mentally chanting, sword technique, Aido. His body surged forward like a bolt of lightning, the blade in his hand slicing towards Naruto's neck with astonishing speed. Naruto's expression flickered with surprise, yet his movements remained unperturbed. He too raised his weapon at an extreme velocity, successfully blocking Mifune's strike. However, to effortlessly counter this final blow, Naruto activated his Sharingan. Clang! A crisp metallic sound reverberated throughout the space. Mifune's eyes widened as he focused intently on Naruto's face. His breakthrough attack had been effortlessly thwarted by Naruto. In that moment, he noticed that Naruto had only just activated his Sharingan to defend against his final assault. This indicated that Naruto had not utilized his full strength during their previous exchanges, merely responding casually. Mifune's admiration and reverence for Naruto deepened. Naruto, satisfied, remarked, "It seems your talent is commendable. You have begun to grasp the essence of armament Haki's weapon hardening." Mifune, in turn, expressed, "I can hardly take pride before you. My lord, your strength far surpasses mine." In that moment, Mifune fully accepted Naruto as his lord. Naruto experienced a sensation akin to that of Dong Zhuo acquiring a son, and he found Mifune's character to be far more reliable than Lu Bu's. Thus, with a nod of approval, Naruto continued, "In the future, you may further hone the intensity of your armament Haki. I shall also impart to you the other two techniques of armament Haki. Flowing release allows one to channel excess armament Haki to envelop the hands or weapons, converting it into tangible offensive or defensive power. Internal destruction is essentially a form of external release, enabling the Haki to penetrate the surface of objects, directly inflicting damage to their interiors." Chapter 63, The Undying Lion King. After finishing his instruction with Mifune, Naruto began to prepare for the next forging session. Before commencing the forging, Naruto opted to claim the rewards bestowed upon him by Mifune. Ding! Mifune's utilization of the Conqueror's Haki has reached the novice level, talent replication activated, basic armament Haki. Mifyun's mastery of Lake Toya has reached the novice level. Talent replication activated. Mifyun's swordsmanship. A wave of exhilaration surged from the depths of Naruto's being, leaving him momentarily dazed, his body trembling slightly. He then produced a thick, sturdy, jet-black object that gleamed with a hint of purple, its sinews visibly bulging. Indeed, it was his arm imbued with armament Haki. Sensing the inherent fluidity of the armament Haki, he decided to delay the forging for the time being. Perhaps due to Naruto's physique surpassing that of Mifyun, the volume of his armament Haki seemed to overflow. He experimented by covering his right arm, then his left, alternating between his legs, and ultimately enveloping his torso, all the while marveling at the formidable hardness, nodding in satisfaction. However, there lingered a vexation within Naruto. The complexity of his forging projects led to a high rate of wear on his forging hammer, necessitating frequent replacements, often every half day. With the advent of armament Haki, he could now coat his hammer with it, allowing for both forging and the enhancement of his armament Haki. Nonetheless, as a blacksmith, he yearned for a superior hammer. He mused about the day when a hammer of Thor would grace his hands, enabling him to cultivate alongside it. Should fortune not favor him, he would have to await the arrival of exceptional materials to forge one himself. As for Mifyun's swordsmanship, while its application of chakra was rudimentary, it demonstrated remarkable synergy with physical prowess. Surely, in conjunction with armament or conqueror's Haki, it would yield formidable results. After indulging in these thoughts, Naruto steeled his resolve. Preparing to first complete the forging of the belt, the Beast King transformation of the Lion King. To forge this, he needed to vanquish the undying Lion King. A task far from simple. He pondered whether this Lion King could withstand the poison of Murakumo, given its formidable immortality. Upon arriving at the Senju clan's territory, Naruto encountered his esteemed teacher, Tsunade. With Shinsuke recently incapacitated, Tsunade had noticeably tempered her demeanor, even refraining from gambling as frequently. Naruto greeted her with a warm smile. "Teacher." "Naruto, you've come," Tsunade replied, putting down the scroll she had been examining. Regretting her inability to save Shinsuke, she felt her medical ninjutsu was insufficiently potent. Thus she had been diligently studying it. Naruto quickly seated himself beside her, and Tsunade made no objection to her young disciple's affectionate proximity. For although Naruto now stood nearly as tall as an adult, he was still but 9 years of age. Hence, she generally overlooked his seemingly inappropriate behaviors. Inhaling the fragrance of Tsunade's hair, Naruto said, "Teacher, I wish to forge a new imperial tool, but I cannot procure that dangerous creature. Might you assist me?" Tsunade, now more serious, recalled her previous encounter with the formidable tyrant. "What is the strength of this dangerous creature? Should I summon Jiraiya?" "No need," Naruto replied. "This creature lacks Tyrant's infinite evolution capabilities. Its primary trait is its tenacious vitality. This time, I will have Uchiha Hyzai accompany me with Murakumo." Hearing Naruto's assurance, Tsunade stood and stretched, her exaggerated curves becoming even more alluring with the motion, momentarily captivating Naruto. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade smiled subtly at his reaction. Since the undying Lion King was not as easily escapable as the previous entity, they had opted against sealing it. "Hyzai, wait for your moment to inflict a wound on the creature," Tsunade instructed, her expression serious. Hyzai, expressionless, agreed, her gaze fixated on Tsunade's striking form, puzzled as to why. Among all the girls, Tsunade's secondary sexual characteristics were so pronounced while her own remained modest. Tsunade, unbothered by any youthful embarrassment, straightened her back confidently. "I am releasing it now," Naruto announced, prompting both women to focus intently. With a thunderous roar, a colossal, blood-red undying Lion King materialized before them. A stark contrast to ordinary lions, towering several meters high. The moment it appeared, it fixated greedily on the humans before it, its mind conjuring thoughts of devouring them for some anticipated benefit. Upon sighting the undying Lion King, Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smirk. She rubbed her itching fists and, without hesitation, charged at the beast. The Lion King, enraged by her audacity, bared its massive jaws, preparing to swallow her whole. However, just as the Lion King was about to consume her, Tsunade vanished, replaced by a wooden log. She had employed the substitution technique to divert the creature's attention. Meanwhile, the real Tsunade soared high, landing atop the Lion King's head. "Painful sky kick," Tsunade bellowed, executing her signature move. Her foot struck the Lion King's skull with tremendous force, the kinetic energy surging through it like a tidal wave. The Lion King let out a pained roar, struggling to free itself from Tsunade's relentless assault. Her astonishing strength unleashed a catastrophic impact, smashing the Lion King's head into the ground and causing the earth to crack, its brain matter seeping forth. Now, Uchiha Hyūjin swiftly leapt onto the Lion King, inflicting a deep wound. The cursed poison rapidly spread across the creature's body, and just as they believed it incapacitated, the Lion King's injuries began to heal slowly, a crimson liquid oozing from its surface. Naruto recognized this as the moment the Lion King activated its immortality. "Teacher, attack fiercely!" Naruto shouted. Tsunade, suppressing her nausea, unleashed a flurry of punches onto the Lion King's head. With each blow, the Lion King attempted to rise, but failed repeatedly. Ultimately, as its brain matter exploded, it collapsed, motionless. Chapter 64, Tsunade transforms. Naruto hurried to inquire, "Teacher, are you alright?" Tsunade, with a hearty laugh, replied, "A mere lion? How could I be harmed?" After confirming her well-being, Naruto began to extract the essence from the fallen, undying Lion King. Noticing that Naruto had kept his distance this time, Tsunade glanced at herself, realizing she was splattered with the Lion King's blood. Anger flared within her. After her tireless efforts to assist against the dangerous creature, he dared to recoil. Suddenly, Naruto embraced her from behind, and she felt the weight of his small form against her back. Uncharacteristically, the scent that met her was not the familiar fragrance of her body, but the metallic aroma of blood and brain matter. Perhaps feeling she had imparted a lesson to Naruto, Tsunade nonchalantly announced, "I'm off to take a bath," and walked away. With the essence of the undying Lion King refined, Naruto departed alongside Uchiha Hyūjin. Returning to the clan grounds, Naruto observed Mifune diligently honing his mastery of armament Haki, a satisfied nod escaping his lips. He mused internally, "Mifune, if you train well enough to attain advanced armament Haki, I shall claim a reward directly into my hands." Naruto made his way to the familiar forge, contemplating methods to further enhance the Beast King transformation of the Lion King. After considerable deliberation, he found himself thwarted by a lack of suitable materials. However, he resolved to optimize the Beast King transformation by allowing the user to choose whether to beastify their palms. This consideration stemmed from the nature of the ninja profession, which necessitates the ability to form hand seals. Although Naruto rarely witnessed Tsunade employing hand seals during combat, he felt compelled to incorporate this feature, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a scratch from Tsunade one day. Given that the Beast King transformation of the Lion King is a belt-type artifact, the new creation did not incorporate green gorilla scarlet iron or scarlet ore, relying instead on 10 portions of orichalcum and 10 kilograms of fine iron to enhance the chakra conduction capabilities of the artifact. With a resounding thud, his working clones, 1, 2, and 3, materialized before him once more, each assigned distinct tasks. One tended the fire, while the other two focused on the forging process. Naruto's original self was responsible for supplying materials and overseeing the entire operation. As time progressed, Naruto's mastery over the rhythm of forging iron improved, and his pace quickened. Within merely half a day, a beautifully crafted belt materialized before him. With utmost care, Naruto dripped the essence of the immortal Lion King onto the belt and began to chant an incantation. As his voice resonated, the essence swiftly permeated the belt's interior. At the moment the belt reached its final form, a lion's roar seemed to echo forth. Ding! Congratulations to the Forge Master for crafting an A-grade weapon. The Beast King transformation of the Lion King. Naruto routinely examined the attributes of the belt. Beast King transformation of the Lion King. A-grade weapon. This belt employs exceptionally fresh biological materials, in addition to orichalcum and fine iron. The forging process utilized standard secret techniques for belt-type artifacts, taking half a day to complete. It ultimately surpasses the original weapon's capabilities. This belt's length can be freely adjusted, possesses robust characteristics, and exhibits strong chakra conduction abilities. Skills 1. Beastification enables the user to beastify, significantly enhancing physical abilities and olfactory senses, allowing for enemy detection. 2. Lion Never Dies enhances self-healing capabilities. Even if limbs are severed or eyes are gouged, the user can staunch their own bleeding and regenerate. 3. Selective beastification. The user can freely choose which body parts to beastify. Upon reading the description regarding the regeneration of gouged eyes, Naruto's mind was beset by a wicked thought, capturing Uchiha Madara, repeatedly gouging his eyes, and then allowing him to regenerate through the Beast King transformation. Would this not enable the mass production of Rinnegan? Alas, Naruto knew such a notion was impossible, even if Uchiha Madara consented. The Beast King transformation could not compensate for the loss of ocular power. Naruto arrived at Tsunade's residence, where she was engrossed in her study of medical ninjutsu while sipping on sake. He couldn't help but wonder if such a state of inebriation would facilitate her learning. Tsunade, accustomed to her disciple's presence, continued her studies undeterred. Naruto settled beside her once more, only to be unexpectedly pushed away by Tsunade, who seemed to harbor a grudge over the morning's incident. This playful demeanor elicited a chuckle from Naruto, as Tsunade, unscarred by significant trauma at the age of 23, occasionally resembled a college girl, albeit one with a penchant for violence. Naruto nestled beside Tsunade again, and this time, she did not push him away. "Teacher, I have prepared a gift for you. Please close your eyes," he declared. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tsunade complied. Naruto then placed the Beast King transformation of the Lion King belt before her and instructed, "You may open your eyes now." As Tsunade gradually opened her eyes, she beheld the belt before her. Naruto elaborated, "This is the belt, the Beast King transformation of the Lion King, crafted from the essence of the previous immortal Lion King. By merely silently invoking Transform, Lion King, it allows the user to beastify, thereby enhancing physical prowess and olfactory senses. Additionally, it possesses a secret technique, Lion Never Dies, which significantly boosts healing capacity, enabling recovery even from severed limbs. With this, you can further enhance your survival capabilities, teacher." Tsunade, upon realizing that Naruto had previously requested her to battle the immortal Lion King so he could forge an artifact for her, felt a swell of gratitude. Especially in light of her elders having passed away, leaving behind only a foolish younger brother in need of her care, she had little time for self-care. Slowly, she embraced Naruto's head, leading him to wonder if a certain moment was upon them. Tsunade gently positioned her lips against Naruto's forehead, planting a kiss there. Embarrassment washed over Naruto's face as he flushed at the unexpected affection, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. As for the so-called death kiss from Tsunade, that was mere folly. Naruto, a proud Uchiha, feared nothing of the sort. He had indeed set the flag for such a moment. After the kiss, Tsunade regarded Naruto's slightly blushing visage and chuckled. "Good disciple, let us go witness the power of your new artifact. Transform, Lion King." Upon completing her silent invocation, a resonant lion's roar echoed. Tsunade began her transformation, sprouting two adorable beast ears atop her head, which occasionally twitched playfully. Her hands morphed into soft, furry lion paws, exuding an endearing charm. A cheeky tail emerged from the back of her garments, playfully swaying as if greeting those around her. Naruto could hardly contain himself, his fingers itching with anticipation. Chapter 65. The Confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade clenched her fists, feeling an exhilarating urge to strike. However, considering it was her home, she opted to merely unleash a punch against a nearby rock formation, shattering it into fragments under the force of her blow. One could not deny the wealth of the Senju clan. Unbeknownst to Naruto, while he and Tsunade reveled in their shared moment, Danzo was covertly maligning him behind the scenes. "Hiruzen, capture Uchiha Naruto at once. Look at his actions. Harboring a citizen from the land of iron within the Uchiha clan grounds, does he intend to bestow upon that individual another artifact? Is he plotting to collude with foreign powers or to secede from Konoha?" Danzo spat vehemently at Hiruzen, his envy palpable. Unsurprisingly, Danzo had once again acted as a soothsayer, accurately discerning Naruto's intentions. Hiruzen, while harboring some dissatisfaction towards Naruto, felt compelled to maintain decorum. Otherwise, Danzo might take his words as a command and truly seize Naruto. Raising his gaze, Hiruzen replied, "Naruto has likely been misled by outside influences. We shall evaluate the situation and expel that warrior if necessary." Danzo, undeterred, pressed further. "Hand Naruto over to me. I will cultivate him into Konoha's finest forging machine. I shall not allow our young talents to devolve into such a state. Enough. I have matters of state to attend to," Hiruzen declared, issuing his dismissal. Danzo glared at Hiruzen, occupying the Hokage's chair that rightfully belonged to him, managing affairs that should have been his responsibility. Jealousy gnawed at him, as the Hokage's position was akin to a stunning beauty. Watching Hiruzen toil day in and day out instilled within him a sense of longing. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he exclaimed, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively declared, "Danzo, I am the Hokage. I will not have any regrets." With a loud bang, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door. Hiruzen gazed at the now damaged door, contemplating the possibility of deducting the repair costs from Danzo's salary. Meanwhile, Naruto was on his way home when a member of the Umbu suddenly appeared before him. "Uchiha Naruto, the Hokage summons you." Naruto glanced at the sun overhead, bewildered that Danzo was so brazen as to attempt to abduct someone in broad daylight. Just as he prepared to shout, the Umbu vanished. It dawned on Naruto that this was indeed a genuine umbu. Thus, he made his way to the Hokage building alone. Little Naruto, how have you been lately? Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a benevolent expression as he inquired. Observing the interrogation-like demeanor, Naruto recalled a legendary figure from his previous life, Che Guevara, and adopted a classic expression, responding, "Quite well. The village is filled with friends to play with, and I don't have to attend school. I simply forge weapons daily to sustain myself." Hiruzen, misinterpreting Naruto's peculiar accent as a trend among contemporary students, paid it no mind. However, he seized upon the essence of Naruto's words and smiled once more, saying, "Little Naruto, you really ought to visit the Ninja Academy. It will foster your growth, and you can make many new friends there." Naruto, suppressing his irritation, thought, "What new friends at the Ninja Academy? You merely wish for me to endure your poorly crafted education, akin to the rancid teachings of the Uchiha's will of fire. Oh, God, if I weren't keen on avoiding confrontation, I swear I would kick your backside." But feeling somewhat reluctant to continue sparring with the old man, he replied, "Of course. Hokage-sama, I shall make it a point to attend regularly." Seeing Naruto appear compliant as usual, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief. He swiftly changed the topic. "Little Naruto, I have heard that you have taken in a samurai from the Land of Iron." "Indeed. He is a warrior seeking my assistance in forging a weapon. However, I informed him that as a leaf shinobi, I cannot easily craft weapons for outsiders. Yet, I felt it unfair to extinguish all hope. So I told him that if he could sever steel with a wooden sword, I would acknowledge him as a formidable warrior and forge him a blade free of charge." Naruto continued to portray himself as the exemplary heir of the will of fire. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was greatly pleased with Naruto's decision, appreciating both his politeness and his boundaries. He believed that while there might be individuals capable of cutting steel with a wooden sword in the shinobi world, they would certainly not be samurai. Hiruzen encouraged Naruto a bit more before allowing him to depart. Once outside the Hokage's office, Naruto gradually retracted the smile from his face, realizing that merely taking in a samurai had elicited Hiruzen's admonition. It seemed that in their eyes, his role was merely that of a compliant forging machine. As Naruto's strength grew, he felt increasingly disinclined to engage in verbal sparring with this duo from Konoha. He found no desire to linger and outwit these short-sighted individuals. So he resolved to seek a more secure path for himself. Upon returning home, Naruto witnessed Mitsuba severing steel with ease. He turned to Mitsuba and said, "Mitsuba, your abilities have significantly improved. You should depart from Konoha tomorrow. Upon your return to the Land of Iron, continue honing your Busashoka Haki and strive to awaken your Kinbunchika Haki. As a suggestion, try closing your eyes to sense the presence of this Haki." "Yes, my lord. Once I finish my business in the Land of Iron, I will promptly return to Konoha to be by your side." Mitsuba bowed respectfully. Naruto replied, "What I need from you is to manage the Land of Iron as a fortified entity, rather than merely serving as my guard. The Land of Iron may indeed serve as my escape route." Mitsuba's eyes gleamed with determination. "Does my lord feel that he cannot guarantee even basic freedom and safety in Konoha? I am willing to fight my way out for you." Naruto regarded the somewhat naive Mitsuba, who had grown since learning Busashoku, with a bemused expression. Yet, his loyalty was commendable. "Konoha is insufficient to restrain me. I merely have acquaintances here that I prefer not to harm. Moreover, there are still matters I need to conclude." Naruto then entrusted Mitsuba with a significant piece of news. He would be leaving Konoha with him and handed him a kunai marked with a seal. Later, back in his chamber, Naruto chose to claim a reward from Tsunade. Ding. Tsunade's utilization of the Beast King transformation into the Lion King has reached the initial stage. Talent replication initiated. Initial physique of the Senju clan. Given that Naruto already possessed a mid-level physique of the Senju clan, the initial physique provided him with some enhancement, though the quantitative change was not sufficient to induce a qualitative transformation. Chapter 66. Mitsuba's Display of Might. Early the next morning, Naruto bid farewell to Mitsuba. Previously, Tsunade had expressed her intention to teach him taijutsu and ninjutsu. It was rare for Naruto to witness Tsunade exude such authority. This time she adopted a notably stern demeanor. "Naruto, when I returned with Shoshin, I observed your combat prowess. While your strength as a student of the Ninja Academy is commendable, there are many aspects you are capable of that you have yet to execute." Naruto nodded in agreement. Naruto, first, you should sign a contract with the Shibakuzen. Sensing that Naruto might be unfamiliar with Shibakuzen, Tsunade elaborated. Shibakuzen is a place of inheritance, renowned alongside the Dragon Cave and Myaboka Mountain. It is home to numerous slug creatures, which are essentially the split forms of the slug sage. These slugs possess the ability to divide and can transmit medical ninjutsu chakra to heal the injured en masse, as well as expel corrosive liquids from their mouths to attack foes. If necessary, you can summon the slugs. The greater the chakra of the summoner, the larger the slug that can be summoned. As Tsunade unfurled the summoning scroll for Shibakuzen, Naruto noticed a plethora of names inscribed, the majority belonging to the Senju clan. He even spotted the names of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Naruto obediently inscribed his name, noticing the glaring Uchiha name nestled among the sea of Senju names. He couldn't help but envision a certain white-haired Senju, who would undoubtedly erupt in fury upon seeing this scene, exclaiming, "Damn, Uchiha brat. How dare you deceive little Tsunade? Just watch me." At that moment, Mitsuba was swiftly traversing the forest, his speed akin to that of a wild boar darting through the trees. Suddenly, he leapt to evade a barrage of shuriken hurtling towards him. Despite his rapid reflexes and agile movements, the sheer number of shuriken was overwhelming, like a torrential downpour, and several struck him, causing him to stumble to the ground. At that instant, a group of root ninjas stealthily emerged, gradually encircling him. The leading root ninja donned a distinctive eagle mask, sneering as he remarked, "What a mere warrior from the land of iron. How pitifully weak." In response to the enemy's mockery, Mitsuba erupted with fury. In that fleeting moment, he executed his signature Aido strike. In a world devoid of American-style Aido, Mitsuba's initial strike was executed with both precision and speed. His movements were remarkably swift as he wielded his katana with astounding velocity. The blade carved through the air with a chilling gleam, instantly penetrating the body of the eagle-masked ninja. The strike was executed with such swiftness that the root ninjas had no time to react. With a single slash, the eagle mask was cleaved in two. Bang! With a single sound, the eagle mask transformed into white mist and vanished. At that moment, the surrounding root ninjas also dispersed. "I knew you weren't dead. Attack together." Following the eagle's command, the surrounding root ninjas immediately began their ranged assaults. Fire-style, shurikens, and explosive tags attached to kunai flew towards Mitsuba. However, what the eagle mask did not anticipate was that Mitsuba, facing the barrage, showed no hesitation. It seemed that Mitsuba possessed a unique understanding that hesitation would lead to defeat. He charged forward with an unwavering momentum. Aido slash. With a resounding shout in his heart, Mitsuba unleashed another Aido slash. This strike was swifter and more powerful than before, leaving no room for evasion. The eagle mask finally realized how absurd his situation was. At such speed, he could not even utilize ninjutsu to interrupt or affect Mitsuba's assault, let alone counter it with a technique. Instinctively, he raised the kunai in his hand to block the blow. But he remained oblivious to the transformation of the weapon in Mitsuba's grasp. Mitsuba had long since coated his blade with armament Haki. In an instant, the eagle mask, along with the kunai, was cleaved in two by Mitsuba's strike, his body split diagonally. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He had never imagined he could be so effortlessly defeated, especially by someone wielding a wooden sword. Little did he know, Mitsuba's wooden blade had become as hard as iron, capable of effortlessly severing steel. The death of the eagle mask instinctively instilled a sense of fear in the other root ninjas, who began to comprehend that Mitsuba's strength far exceeded their expectations. However, for these ninjas, who had undergone countless brutal training under Danzo, such fear was negligible. Their emotions had been suppressed to the bare minimum, with only the thought of serving Konoha flooding their minds. These root ninjas quickly attempted to distance themselves from Mitsuba, preparing to eliminate him with ranged attacks. Yet, Mitsuba would not grant them that opportunity. He surged forward with a terrifying speed, unwilling to allow his enemies a moment to breathe. Fixating on one of the root ninjas, he sought an advantageous angle. The ninja felt the weight of Mitsuba's gaze, a chill coursing through him. Once again, a simple yet monotonous strike sent this root ninja to the realm of the dead. However, the remaining ninjas distanced themselves once more, forming hand seals. Earth style, earth flow river. This was a jutsu employed by a special jonin of the root, causing the soil beneath Mitsuba's feet to instantly transform into liquid, flowing like a great river. Mitsuba could only leap away. Observing Mitsuba's jump, the wolf mask smiled slightly, for he had been waiting for this moment. All the root ninjas aimed to concentrate their fire on Mitsuba. Yet, the airborne Mitsuba felt no fear. He was ready. Sword technique, sky splitter. Mitsuba focused his chakra and armament Haki at the blade's edge and swung forward with force. A wave of sword energy sliced toward the enemies, rendering their ordinary ninjutsu and weapon attacks utterly insignificant in its wake. In an instant, they were obliterated, the sword energy continuing its relentless assault toward the remaining root ninjas. Ah! With the echoes of their screams, 3 more ninjas fell. It must be noted that the fighting spirit of the root ninjas was commendable. Despite losing nearly half of their number, the remaining 5 continued their assault on Mitsuba. As Mitsuba landed, he pursued the remaining ninjas, and though his speed was remarkable, some of the root managed to maneuver behind him. However, Mitsuba seemed to possess a sixth sense, detecting every attack aimed at his back. A minute later, with the last of the root ninjas collapsing, this battle between samurai and ninja concluded. Mitsuba dared not linger, swiftly making his way away from Konoha. As he traveled further from the village, Mitsuba reflected on his awakening of observation Haki. Chapter 67. The Terrifying Sage of the Slugs. Having recently established a contract with the slug, Tsunade brought Naruto to the Wetbone Forest to report to the Sage of the Slugs. Naruto was quite curious about the sage, who is considered the most enigmatic among the 3 great sages in the original story, never having made an appearance. The only known fact was that the Sage of the Slugs was exceedingly large. During the 4th Great Ninja War, Tsunade and Sakura, enveloped in the Nine-Tails Chakra, managed to summon just 1/10 of the sage's presence under the influence of the Ein Seal. As Tsunade and Naruto walked through the Wetbone Forest, the ground was exceptionally damp, seemingly perpetually soaked, imparting an eerie sensation. The surface beneath their feet was not ordinary soil, but rather smooth stones, eroded by rainwater, requiring careful steps to avoid slipping. Strangely, these stones jutted out in various shapes and sizes, resembling a vast stone forest. Some looked like towering trees, while others resembled twisted vines, intertwining to form a unique landscape. All these stones were white, adding an air of mystery and eeriness to the Wetbone Forest. In addition to the ground and stones, a dense fog enveloped the forest, obscuring visibility and even making breathing difficult. Following her memory, Tsunade led Naruto to a massive mountain, respectfully calling out, "Sage of the Slugs." To Naruto's astonishment, a deep, gentle voice resonated from the mountain. "Ah, little Tsunade, what brings you here?" At that moment, Naruto realized that the immense white mountain before him was, in fact, the body of the Sage of the Slugs. Due to the low visibility of the Wetbone Forest and the sage's enormous size, Naruto could only see a patch of white flesh. "Sage of the Slugs. This is my disciple, Uchiha Naruto. He has also established a contract with the Wetbone Forest and has come to inform you," Tsunade explained. As Tsunade finished speaking, the Sage of the Slugs split off a small slug. Naruto, observing the seemingly slimy creature, felt a twinge of disgust. But the little slug showed no hesitation as it crawled onto Naruto, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. However, Naruto soon discovered that while the small slug appeared repulsive, it was actually smooth and even somewhat cool to the touch. It seemed that the little slug had noted Naruto's scent, as the Sage of the Slugs remarked, "Very well. Little Tsunade, this individual shall henceforth be recognized as a qualified contractor of the Wetbone Forest." Afterward, as Tsunade prepared to leave with Naruto, he felt a bit dazed. He had expected the Sage of the Slugs to express astonishment regarding his unique physique or some other aspect that might pose a threat, prompting him to prepare a few words and survival measures. Alternatively, he had thought the sage might recognize him as an extraordinary talent destined for the ninja world, perhaps even imparting some sage techniques to him. The least likely scenario he envisioned was that the sage would perceive him as a significant figure, destined to shape the future of the ninja world and thus bow to him. Yet, the Sage of the Slugs completely disregarded him, not even uttering a word. Naruto felt that if he were a passionate protagonist, he might have shouted, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth." However, Naruto was sometimes rather pragmatic. Considering the sage's terrifying size and the overwhelming chakra of sage techniques contained within, he ultimately decided against risking his life by challenging the entity. Meanwhile, Danzo sat in his office, awaiting news from his subordinates. His pursuit of Mitsuba stemmed from a simple belief that this outsider samurai, having spent a few days among the Uchiha clan, might have acquired sensitive information, particularly concerning the intelligence related to Uchiha Naruto. Coupled with Naruto's mention of gifting a wooden sword to an individual, Danzo was intrigued to discern the uniqueness of this sword, crafted by the master forger Naruto. Ever since discovering Naruto's exceptional talents, Danzo had harbored aspirations to recruit him into his fold, aiding his quest for the coveted title of Hokage. However, Uchiha Naruto had proven elusive and somewhat reclusive, residing at the home of the Uchiha elder ever since being invited by the root ninja during the late hours. He had forged numerous alliances with formidable warriors within the village, while Sarutobi Hiruzen kept a vigilant eye on him, rendering Danzo unable to resort to forceful measures. Suddenly, a root ninja appeared before Danzo, stating, This is information retrieved by number 17 before his demise. Danzo scrutinized the message. A formidable warrior approaching at a speed that renders ninjutsu ineffective, capable of negating shuriken defenses, wielding a black, unstoppable wooden sword that can unleash powerful blade energy. To Danzo, these seemingly mundane techniques of an ordinary warrior could only stem from the very wooden sword gifted by Naruto. Rather than lamenting the loss of his subordinate, Danzo chuckled, exclaiming, "Uchiha Naruto, at last, I have seized your weakness." Upon departing from the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade commenced a new training regimen for Naruto. Naruto, your swordsmanship and chakra are indeed formidable, yet you lack certain conventional ninjutsu. Before you leave, I shall bestow upon you some ordinary ninjutsu scrolls to refine your combat style. What is your basic chakra nature? Without hesitation, Naruto replied, my fundamental chakra natures are fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth. Tsunade refrained from inquiring about his yin and yang chakra attributes, as the Uchiha clan inherently possesses yin chakra. Yang chakra, however, is not an exclusive ability tied to a specific lineage but can be acquired through training and practice. In Boruto, Sarada, despite being an Uchiha, mastered this ability through diligent training and experience. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback by Naruto's revelation of possessing all elemental natures. The last renowned ninja known for their mastery of all elemental chakra was Sarutobi Hiruzen. His comprehensive chakra nature, combined with a vast arsenal of ninjutsu and formidable taijutsu, had cemented his reputation as the most powerful Hokage in the future. Naruto, should you choose to exert greater effort on your path as a ninja, your innate talent assures that you can attain power rivaling that of a Kage. Tsunade offered an emphatic endorsement. Subsequently, Tsunade elucidated her own situation. Here, we primarily focus on conventional medical ninjutsu associated with yin sealing, as well as the strength of 100 technique and the Senju clan's monstrous strength. You must acquire some basic medical ninjutsu, while yin sealing can currently only be utilized by females. Should you wish to employ it, you will need to innovate your own method. Lastly, you may experiment with the monstrous strength technique from our Senju clan, which demands exceptional chakra control and a substantial reserve of chakra. Chapter 68, Danzo's Threat. After contemplating for a moment, Naruto stated, Teacher, I wish to first refine my combat system. May I also learn the monstrous strength technique and medical ninjutsu in the process? Although the monstrous strength technique theoretically belonged to the Senju clan, Naruto possessed a physique superior to both Tsunade and Nawaki, suggesting he could master the technique. The power of the monstrous strength technique was formidable, while it could not break Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Tsunade's full-powered strike had only inflicted minor cracks upon Madara's Susanoo in its initial state during the Great Ninja War. Nevertheless, it remained one of the foremost taijutsu techniques in the entire ninja world. Tsunade then dedicated her time to providing hands-on instruction to Naruto. As the day waned, Naruto informed her, Teacher, I intend to seclude myself for the next 4 days to enhance my forging skills. Tsunade, caught off guard by Naruto's sudden withdrawal, chose not to impede his forging endeavors, saying, Very well. Do remember to return after your forging. You must come at least once in a week. Nawaki is still incapacitated. Had Tsunade not mentioned it, Naruto might have forgotten about Nawaki, being preoccupied with his sister, and, in truth, Nawaki only required a release once a month. Naruto was surprised to find that his initial reason for seeking out Tsunade had inadvertently become a constraint. However, he could later claim that Nawaki had shown improvement and that visiting once a month would suffice. While walking home, Naruto was approached by an individual in a secluded corner who handed him a note. Upon opening it, he discovered the message, Naruto, surely, you do not wish for others to learn of your forging of divine tools for foreign ninja? Followed by a marked location. Recognizing it as likely a scheme orchestrated by Danzo, Naruto's curiosity about Danzo's intentions was piqued. Currently, Naruto was unperturbed by Danzo, especially considering the pseudo-demon that had been transformed by Nawaki, which still lingered in Naruto's system space. Coupled with the escape capabilities of the dimensional array, Naruto felt confident, knowing that within the Death Goddess domain, a host of eager ninja awaited their opportunity. Following the marker, Naruto arrived at his destination, which turned out to be a thicket where he had previously carelessly discarded a marker. To his astonishment, it concealed a root base. Several root ninjas escorted Naruto inside. Upon entry, he spotted Danzo, who was equipped and had his back turned towards him, prompting Naruto to suppress the urge to unleash 1,000 years of pain. Uchiha Naruto, surely, you do not believe your actions are without flaw? Danzo bellowed angrily. What actions? Naruto feigned panic. Danzo pivoted, his aged visage fixed intently upon Naruto, declaring, It concerns your gift of divine tools to a warrior from the land of iron. You are committing treason. Do you not realize that merely this act could lead my root to classify you as a spy and eliminate you? Naturally, Naruto did not believe this. So he put on an act, pleading with Danzo, Lord Danzo. I truly did not intend to give it to him. I merely acquiesced without much thought. He persistently implored me, and I felt too embarrassed to retract my promise. Lord Danzo, please save me. I aspire to become the foremost blacksmith in the ninja world. I do not wish to die. Danzo shook his head internally, recognizing that children would be children. He still had many techniques yet to unveil, and here Naruto was, already breaking down. However, it was possible that his own imposing presence had intimidated the young boy. At that moment, Danzo forced a rather unflattering smile, patting Naruto on the back, saying, Naruto, I know you are a good child. You simply struggle to refuse. I shall retrieve that damned weapon from the land of iron. Naruto countered, Lord Danzo, are you aware that the individual who took the divine tool was not stopped? Danzo's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment as he replied, I did it for your sake. If I had made a fuss, Sarutobi Hiruzen would discover it. He would not spare you. He would certainly kill you. But if you are willing to join the root, I have always treated my subordinates kindly, and the work environment within root is quite relaxed. This matter will simply pass. Really? I perceive that the third Hokage seems quite amiable. Naruto intentionally prodded at Danzo's nerves. Danzo's temper flared. He believed himself to be as dark-hearted as Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet the majority perceived him as a villain while viewing Hiruzen as virtuous. In a fit of anger, Danzo began to regale Naruto with disparaging tales about Sarutobi Hiruzen. Meanwhile, Hiruzen, engrossed in administrative duties, suddenly sneezed multiple times, though he paid it no mind, continuing with his mundane tasks. Feeling somewhat nauseated, Naruto hastily interrupted Danzo's tirade. I understand now. It appears the third Hokage is not a good person. Henceforth, I shall heed Lord Danzo's commands. Your orders will be the guiding direction and goal of my efforts. Tawanzo, still lingering on the discussion of disparagement, summoned an object through his subordinates. He then instructed Naruto to unveil it. Upon opening, Naruto discovered what appeared to be a peculiar mass of flesh, which sparked a conjecture within him. This is a biological material I acquired previously. I believe you could integrate it into my 8 rooms, if you would. Tawanzo articulated slowly. Naruto shook his head, responding, Lord Tawanzo, the 8 rooms have been entirely forged. It is no longer feasible to incorporate new materials. However, if this biological matter possesses formidable attributes, I could craft you an entirely new weapon, perhaps an invincible suit of armor. Tawanzo's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. He had previously focused solely on enhancing his blade, never considering this avenue. If the new armor crafted by Naruto could wield the power of a malevolent spirit, and perhaps even transform into a dragon, he could ascend to the position of Hokage far more swiftly, circumventing the slow processes of elections and impeachment. When might you complete the forging? Tawanzo inquired. Impatience seeping into his demeanor, the facade of his earlier insincerity vanishing. Naruto replied, I am uncertain. I must plan meticulously, as this material is unfamiliar to me and requires thorough study. Tawanzo suppressed the urge to divulge the specifics of the material to Naruto, acknowledging that as Tsunade's apprentice, unexpected complications could arise. This perplexity rendered Tawanzo speechless. It was inconceivable that a Uchiha would maintain such a close relationship with a member of the Senju clan. I shall provide you with a specialized forge hidden within the root. You are to conduct your research on this biological material solely there, and you must, under no circumstances, disclose today's events to anyone, or even I will be unable to save you. Understand? Tawanzo threatened darkly. Yes, Lord Tawanzo. I shall return to my forge to prepare. It may take 4 days. With Naruto's final report, he was escorted away by the root ninjas. Chapter 69, The Resurrection Cocoon. After Naruto departed, a root ninja adorned with a demonic mask approached Tawanzo, stating, My lord, Uchiha Naruto has been safely escorted away. Tawanzo nodded, his earlier pretense of a smile long forgotten. He commanded his subordinates, closely monitor whom Uchiha Naruto associates with during this period. In the shadows, Tawanzo contemplated that as long as Uchiha Naruto did not seek assistance from others, Tawanzo could gradually lead him into darkness. Initially, he would use Naruto's act of gifting imperial treasures as leverage, followed by offering him Hashirama's cells, and then other forbidden materials, culminating in the Sharingan. He aimed to transform Naruto step by step into a pawn for his own whims, akin to a wanton being. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Naruto harbored no such thoughts. For him, this was merely an intriguing interlude in his life. After a restful slumber, he informed Uchiha Mikoto of his need to enter seclusion for forging. requesting not to be disturbed. Back in his forge, Naruto created several shadow clones to remain behind, while he himself utilized a dimensional array to teleport to a location 5 kilometers away, a mark left from his previous rescue of the rope tree. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, he donned a mask he had prepared in advance and then sprinted toward the Land of Iron. He refrained from using the dimensional array for travel, as he felt uneasy about the items marked with its signature being discovered by others, especially since he had been pressed for time during his earlier escapades. Ultimately, the Land of Iron was not far, with Naruto's speed. He could reach it in half a day. His physical form, bolstered by the dual forces of chakra and might, allowed him to rival even taijutsu specialists like Guy in terms of travel speed. After a half-day's journey, Naruto arrived in the Land of Iron. Surveying the icy expanse that characterized this sparsely populated nation, which had few ninjas, a satisfied smile graced his lips as he contemplated establishing the resurrection cocoon in this secluded region. The Land of Iron, vast and desolate, with perpetual snowfall and a lack of ninjas, had evolved into a neutral territory following its resistance to Hanzo's invasion. In terms of security, it was virtually unparalleled. Now, Naruto grappled with the decision of whether to place the resurrection cocoon in the sea adjacent to the Land of Iron or beneath its surface. Both options had their drawbacks. The sea presented uncertainties regarding the cocoon's density and durability. If it were to float or succumb to corrosion from seawater, it would be ill-fated. The worst-case scenario involved it being ingested by some unfortunate fish. Given his need to ensure a safe emergence from the deep, he could not bury it too profoundly. Even the sea did not guarantee complete isolation from scavengers. He recalled tales of an Egyptian queen who had once rested peacefully beneath the waves, only to be unearthed as a treasure. In contrast, the underground option seemed less fraught with peril, as anyone familiar with burial practices would attest. Those who often watch videos of others burying items know well that when concealing belongings underground, one must consider 1. How to eliminate one's scent. 2. How to mask the item's fragrance. 3. Lastly, how to ensure the displaced soil resembles that of the surrounding earth. After much deliberation, Naruto resolved to bury the resurrection cocoon underground, as the sea posed too many unknowns, while the underground would primarily face geological movements like earthquakes. He felt confident that a few years of burial would not result in significant displacement. Naruto scoured the Land of Iron for half a day, ultimately discovering a truly desolate location. After making the necessary preparations, he concealed his scent before employing earth release to burrow underground. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, 160 meters, 320 meters, 640 meters. At this depth, Naruto felt increasingly uncomfortable, and he stored the surrounding soil within his system space. He then commenced the creation of the resurrection cocoon. The method for crafting the cocoon was straightforward, with the only notably rare component being the golden rotation worm. Naruto regarded the worm in his palm with utmost care, meticulously observing every detail. The worm's body glimmered in golden hues, its plump form reminiscent of an adorable caterpillar, albeit a high-protein variant. Yet, its fearsome fangs and sharp claws exuded an aura of authority and ferocity. Gently caressing the rotation worm, Naruto sensed the latent power concealed beneath its resilient exterior. Taking a deep breath, he pricked his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the worm. As if sensing the essence of his blood, the once still creature began to quiver slightly. With each drop that permeated its skin, the worm's color intensified, as though imbued with newfound vitality. Naruto felt a surge of astonishment. He could perceive the rotation worm absorbing his blood and converting it into energy. This extraordinary phenomenon fueled his curiosity regarding the worm. Subsequently, Naruto, adhering to a secret technique, summoned forth his soul's power and gradually infused it into the rotation worm. The worm reacted violently, its body thrashing as it attempted to escape Naruto's grasp. However, Naruto held it firmly, unwilling to relinquish control. When his soul's energy fully merged with the rotation worm, it abruptly ceased its struggles, lying still in the palm of his hand. Naruto exhaled in relief. He recognized that he had successfully forged a connection with the rotation worm. Carefully, he placed the worm on the ground, where it seamlessly blended with the soil, quickly adopting a similar hue before gradually enlarging. It expanded until it reached the size of a soccer ball, at which point it ceased to grow. Observing the inconspicuous orb that now mirrored the surrounding earth, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of security. Thus, if Naruto himself does not mark the spot, after burying it with soil, even he would be unable to locate it again, let alone anyone else. However, Naruto gazed at the diminutive sphere, finding it hard to comprehend how such a small object could give rise to a human upon revival. Would the sphere continue to grow after the soul was transferred into it? To be on the safe side, Naruto decided to cover this soil sphere with the earth from his system space. Fortunately, the soil adjacent to the hole he created was quite loose. Otherwise, he would have had to leave a flaw in his plan. After ensuring that there were no vulnerabilities, Naruto returned to the surface. Regrettably, he lacked the technique to erase memories. Otherwise, he would have deleted any information regarding the location of the resurrection cocoon. Back on land, Naruto hurried to the capital of the Iron Country, using the dimensional array to sense the mark he had previously left with Mifune. In an instant, he found himself inside a room. Naruto then rang the bell within the chamber, patiently awaiting Mifune's arrival. Chapter 70. The Rain Ninja Approaches. Upon awakening his observation Haki, Mifune detected the bell's chime almost instantaneously. After giving instructions to those around him, he swiftly made his way to the concealed room. Naruto observed Mifune enter, close the window, and remove his mask, commenting, "Quick actions, Mifune." Mifune promptly knelt before Naruto in a gesture of respect, declaring, "My lord, after leaving Konoha, I was pursued by its ninjas. During that confrontation, I awakened my observation Haki." Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing this, as it signified an opportunity to reap further benefits. He encouraged Mifune, "I have high expectations for you. You are my first true subordinate. Henceforth, you must diligently practice both observation Haki and armament Haki, coupled with your swordsmanship. You will undoubtedly become the strongest swordsman in the entire ninja world." After saying this, Naruto helped Mifune to his feet, and Mifune proceeded to report on his recent activities since returning to the Iron Country. Essentially, he had utilized force to reclaim some samurai and began uniting various samurai factions to prepare for a confrontation with Hanzo. Naruto nodded in satisfaction upon learning that Mifune had already amassed a force of 3,000 samurai under his command. Though to some, these 3,000 might seem insignificant, their potential for the future remained uncertain. After hearing his subordinate's report, Naruto felt immensely gratified. No wonder his previous foolish superiors had insisted on frequent work reports. The feeling of effortless gain was simply delightful. Clearing his throat, Naruto solemnly addressed Mifune, "I will entrust you with several tasks moving forward. Are you capable of fulfilling them?" Mifune vowed earnestly, "I would gladly face 1,000 deaths for you." Naruto transitioned from seriousness to a smile, stating, "These tasks are not overly dangerous. Yet they are crucial for the future of the Iron Country. First, I need you to select 100 elite individuals from your 3,000 subordinates. These individuals will become your true right-hand men. Second, I require you to collect broken swords from the battlefield. Third, I will provide you with 10 sea kings. The flesh of these creatures is beneficial for physical training. 2 of them are yours, while the remainder belongs to that 100 individuals. You shall train rigorously, and you must also select those with true will and capability. Later, I will find a way to bestow upon them weakened versions of Haki seeds. Can you manage these tasks?" Mifune was more than capable of handling these assignments, and as Naruto's first formal task assignment, he was eager to prove himself. Subsequently, Naruto donned his mask, and together with Mifune, they proceeded to a warehouse. Naruto placed the 10 sea kings, each measuring 20 meters in length, into the storage area. Given that the capital of the Iron Country was perpetually covered in ice and snow, they could rely on the previously stored ice to keep the creatures frozen, thereby eliminating the need for a cold storage facility. After giving a few more instructions, Naruto prepared to return to Konoha. As he traveled, he contemplated methods for producing Haki seeds. With the increasing number of people, Naruto could not rely solely on lottery-based Haki cells. He theorized about the creation of Haki seeds. Once Mifune's Haki became stronger, he could potentially extract a small amount of Haki cells directly from Mifune's body to manufacture Haki seeds. This might affect the upper limit, but it would be a significant enhancement for the samurai. In the future, he could bestow true Haki seeds upon the genuinely exceptional talents among them. As for the Sea Kings, Naruto mused that they would be more than sufficient. The average whale shark on Earth measures approximately 20 meters in length and can weigh up to 45 tons. The muscle density of the Sea Kings far exceeds that of whale sharks, with weights reaching up to 100 tons. Typically, humans are advised to consume less than 300 grams of meat per day. Even if these individuals consumed 1 kilogram of Sea King flesh daily, it would take 27 years for 10 individuals to finish it. Naruto's stock of Sea Kings was measured in thousands. Had it not been for their strategic significance, he would have considered opening a barbecue restaurant in Konoha. However, as Naruto approached the border of the Iron Country, he suddenly sensed a faint presence. He cautiously turned to see several lowly ninjas stealthily approaching him. These ninjas were clearly attempting to ambush Naruto. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that he had already detected them. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he effortlessly dodged the shurikens they hurled, murmuring incantations. 9 mountains and 8 seas, for 1 world. Gather the myriad realms to form a small 1,000 worlds. This realm multiplied by 3, the selfless are ceaseless. 1 great 3,000 great 1,000 worlds. Initially, the ninjas paid little heed to Naruto's incantations, even finding them somewhat amusing. However, as they realized that Naruto was easily evading all their ranged attacks while reciting the names of his techniques, fear began to grip them. They understood that only a master swordsman could evade their assaults with such ease. Just as they contemplated fleeing, Naruto's voice rang out again, this time imbued with a more serious and solemn tone. With his words, a powerful sword aura was unleashed from his blade, imbued with unparalleled chakra and armament haki. The 3 Ray ninjas stood no chance against such an onslaught. They widened their eyes in terror as the sword aura surged toward them, yet it was far too late. The sword aura struck them instantaneously, cleaving them in half. Naruto stood motionless, his sword trembling slightly in his hand. He gazed coldly at the corpses on the ground, his heart as frigid as if he had been slaughtering fish for a decade. After savoring the thrill of being a swordsman for a moment, Naruto regretted that no new challengers had come to seek their demise. It would certainly pique curiosity as to when Naruto had mastered the concept of the Great 1,000 Worlds. In truth, it was merely him utilizing his chakra and armament haki to execute Mifyun's technique, the Rift Slash. Naruto could only express, Mifyun, put in the effort. One day, when you master your swordsmanship, you might even be able to replicate some of Zoro's techniques. Now, Naruto faced a dilemma. The incursion of the Rain Ninja reconnaissance team indicated that they were likely preparing to invade the Iron Country, and Hanzo the Salamander might be en route. He could return to Konoha, leaving Mifyun to confront Hanzo alone, and then hope for Hanzo's mercy to spare Mifyun's life. Alternatively, he could lurk in the shadows, ready to intervene. As long as Hanzo was unwilling to let Mifyun go, he could swiftly eliminate any threats. Ultimately, Naruto opted to turn back towards the capital of the Iron Country. He had invested too much to allow Mifyun to perish so easily. After all, this was merely the initial stage of his entrepreneurial journey. Chapter 71, Mitsubun vs. Hanzo. Mitsubun. Hanzo is likely on his way. I have spotted the Rain Shinobi at the border of the Iron Country, and these Rain Shinobi are attacking without any intention of parley. Naruto quickly articulated upon encountering Mitsubun once more. What? My lord, I must risk my life for the Iron Country this time. I earnestly hope for your permission. As long as I do not perish in battle, I shall serve you faithfully. Mitsubun implored sincerely. Naruto suddenly burst into laughter. Ha, ha. Mitsubun gazed at Naruto, puzzled by his Uchiha mirth. Once the laughter subsided, Naruto addressed Mitsubun. Is this the extent of your resolve in my presence? Mitsubun, it is precisely your loyalty that led me to accept you as my subordinate. Therefore, you need not worry about my refusal. Rest assured, in my view, Hanzo the Salamander's incursion is largely a show of intimidation. Engage him with all your might, regardless of the outcome. I shall assist you. I will be your support. And Hanzo cannot slay you, I assure you. Furthermore, the current Hanzo is not the ruthless killer he once was. Now, grant me a role to assume in this endeavor. Upon hearing Naruto's consent, Mitsubun was deeply moved, and Naruto's confident analysis alleviated the anxiety within Mitsubun. Naruto's steadfast assurance provided him with solid backing, and he prepared to fight valiantly for the Iron Country. He mused that his lord, who often concealed his true abilities, could become the mightiest blacksmith in the shinobi world. Surely, his true prowess was formidable. Perhaps Mitsubun could indeed confront Hanzo, the demigod of the shinobi realm, and emerge unscathed. Without hesitation, Mitsubun declared, My lord, I shall inform everyone that you are our strategist. Would that be acceptable? Naruto was taken aback that his inaugural leadership role would be as a strategist. Had he possessed a feather fan, he could have relished the experience. Naruto then observed Mitsubun as he coordinated his subordinates, allied with comrades, and assembled their forces. The shinobi realm was not devoid of those who feared for their lives, nor was it lacking in the audacious. After Mitsubun disseminated news of Hanzo's invasion, some cowered in fear, while others, brash and reckless, refused to unite with the alliance, instead opting to lead their own charge in pursuit of glory. As time passed, various samurai factions gradually integrated into the larger force. However, as this assembly was spontaneous, no one was inclined to submit to another's command. Ultimately, due to Mitsubun's widespread reputation for benevolence and formidable strength, he was appointed as the temporary leader. The assembled samurai, lacking significant battle strategies and bolstered by their numbers, surged toward the border. In truth, the might of the Iron Country's samurai could rival that of the Rain Village's shinobi. Yet, the presence of Hanzo, such an extraordinary figure, posed a grave threat. Everyone has perished. All have been poisoned or slain. A disheveled samurai frantically rushed toward the crowd. Upon hearing this news, the travelers felt a weight in their hearts. They had underestimated the power of the shinobi, the brash individuals who charged in earlier, while not the Iron Country's strongest warriors, had been relatively competent, and now they faced near total annihilation. This was undeniably dire news. Seeing the morale dip and sensing some were preparing to flee, Mitsubune solemnly declared, "If we encounter Hanzo, I am willing to face him alone. You need only contend with the ranged shinobi." Mitsubune's words somewhat assuaged the crowd's fears. Hanzo gazed at the vast assembly of samurai, taken aback, for he knew that the samurai of the Iron Country were typically fiercely independent, often embroiled in internal strife. Yet, here they were, united. His eyes fell upon Mitsubune at the forefront, pondering what distinguished this warrior. "Will you confront me together, or one by one?" Hanzo disdainfully addressed his adversaries, as if they were not thousands of foes, but mere ants. To Hanzo, the lesser foes held little significance. Had his salamander not just released its toxins, a mere breath could have decimated a multitude. Thus, even if he found himself isolated within enemy lines, he felt no fear. The assembled warriors, hearing Hanzo's taunt, were too intimidated to step forward. Were it not for the safety offered by their numbers, many would have fled. In the eyes of these samurai, the era of warriors had long passed. It was now the age of the shinobi. Mitsubune stepped slowly from the ranks, approaching Hanzo, and proclaimed, "Lord Hanzo, I, Mitsubune of the Iron Country, shall face you in battle." Hanzo could not help but admire the courage of this man, for at this juncture, he had not yet morphed into the cowardly figure he would become decades later. His motives for waging war were largely to secure peace for the land of Rain and to satisfy his own ambitions. Let us commence. Though Hanzo had words to share, the customs of the shinobi realm dictated that one must first engage in combat before any discourse could take place. Those who fall in battle have no right to reason. Mitsubune slowly drew his blade, the Lake Toya. Hanzo, upon noticing that Mitsubune wielded a wooden sword, was taken aback, prompting murmurs among some members of the samurai faction. "Do you look down upon me?" Hanzo's voice tinged with anger. Mitsubune caressed the Lake Toya and stated, "This is no ordinary wooden sword. It is my most formidable weapon." Observing the sincerity in Mitsubune's eyes and noticing the blade had transformed to a dark hue akin to iron, Hanzo assumed a combat stance. Both warriors, seemingly impatient, readied themselves for a decisive strike, as if prepared to attribute the outcome of this battle to a single cut. Draw and slash, draw and slash. In unison, they unleashed their respective draw techniques. Hanzo's scythe was coated with potent toxins. Their weapons clashed violently. As a demigod of the shinobi realm, Hanzo's mastery over chakra and swordsmanship was unparalleled, and his chakra reserves surpassed Mitsubune's. Though Mitsubune had honed his body and sword techniques over many years, he could not match Hanzo in reflexes and insight. Yet, he compensated for this shortcoming with his observation Haki, even gaining a slight edge in that regard. Moreover, the enhancement from his armament Haki mitigated his chakra deficiencies. Ultimately, the contest of their weapons ensued. Even though Hanzo wielded an exceptional weapon imbued with chakra-infused metals, it paled in comparison to the Lake Toya, forged from the ancient and resilient wood. In an instant, the two found themselves maneuvering to each other's rear. This time, Mitsubune did not collapse in a pool of blood, while Hanzo gazed at his once reliable weapon, now visibly deformed, and a large question mark appeared above his head. Chapter 72. The Mightiest Samurai of the Iron Country, Mitsubune. What manner of weapon is this in your grasp? Hanzo, filled with questions, could no longer contain his curiosity, utterly perplexed by the extraordinary wooden sword. Furthermore, he recalled the recent rumors of a master blacksmith from Konoha, whose creations were said to challenge even his own prowess. This blade is known as the Lake Toya. As for further details, I regret I cannot divulge any more, my lord. Mitsubune once again assumed a stance before Hanzo, resolute in his intent to sever Hanzo's scythe. While he could easily cleave through ordinary iron, the unique attributes of Hanzo's weapon, combined with its original wielder's power and chakra infusion, greatly increased the difficulty of his task. Had it not been for that previous strike, Hanzo might well have sustained an injury. In terms of ninjutsu, Mitsubune could not even be compared to Hanzo. However, in the realm of swordsmanship, Mitsubune held confidence that he could indeed contend with Hanzo. Mifune and Hanzo once again clashed in a fierce battle, a continuation of their previous swordsmanship encounter. Hanzo exhibited a heightened reverence for his weaponry. Mifyun's blade skills, honed through relentless training, were further empowered by the dual-colored aura he commanded, leaving no room for error. The surrounding samurai, witnessing Mifyun's ability to hold his own against the legendary demigod of the ninja world, could not help but cheer for him. Lord Mifyun, well done. Lord Mifyun, you're spirited. Lord Mifyun, no points lost. The skilled warriors, particularly those who had previously sparred with Mifyun, discerned a notable difference in him. His responses were markedly swifter, and the darkened fists he wielded suggested he had acquired techniques that transcended conventional ninjutsu. After some time, Hanzo realized that his usual tactics were ineffective against this formidable foe. He sensed that Mifyun's movements were somewhat unorthodox, often before Hanzo's strikes had fully manifested. Mifyun was already prepared to parry. Hanzo resolved to unleash his signature technique, the chain scythe's second strike. He planned to ensnare Mifyun with the chain attached to his scythe before delivering a devastating downward slash. What transpired next left everyone astounded. Mifyun faced Hanzo's chain without a hint of trepidation. He held his breath and, with a powerful swing of his sword, cleaved the chain attached to Hanzo's scythe in twain. Swiftly, Mifyun parried Hanzo's full-force strike with remarkable speed. In a twist of fate, Hanzo's scythe shattered completely due to the intensity of his own assault. Seizing this rare opportunity, Mifyun unleashed a decisive blade draw towards the now defenseless Hanzo. However, as a demigod of the ninja realm, Hanzo's capabilities extended beyond mere swordplay and the use of his pufferfish. He had achieved mastery over the elemental art of water release, with the unique ability to navigate freely underwater while donning a breathing mask. According to the lore of the Book of the User, Hanzo's command over water ninjutsu was unparalleled. Water instantaneous technique. Hanzo formed seals with one hand, transforming himself into a puddle to evade Mifyun's assault. At this juncture, Hanzo completely abandoned the notion of defeating Mifyun through swordplay alone. He distanced himself and quickly formed seals. Water release. Great water prison technique. A torrent of water erupted from Hanzo's mouth, attempting to shape a massive, elliptical water prison to ensnare Mifyun. In the face of this terrifying water ninjutsu, the samurai were scattered like leaves in the wind, and even Mifyun found himself struggling. He clung desperately to his sword, Lake Toya, and moved rapidly against the current. However, the ferocity of the water clouded his judgment, and Hanzo suddenly appeared before him. Launching a strike, Mifyun managed to narrowly block the blow and counterattack. After all, Hanzo wielded only a broken scythe. Yet, when Mifyun struck Hanzo, he found only a puddle, Hanzo's water clone. The true Hanzo lurked within the flowing waters, delivering a swift cut to Mifyun. Though Mifyun's observation Haki sensed the danger, he was unable to react in time, and a deep gash was inflicted upon his back. This battle marked the end of Mifyun's journey. As he lay fallen, he pondered that perhaps if his observation Haki or armament Haki had been stronger, the outcome might have been different. Regrettably, his path had reached its conclusion. He bore no resentment towards Naruto for not aiding him, merely casting a glance in Naruto's direction, contemplating he would no longer be able to serve his lord. Mifyun gazed at Lake Toya in his grasp, lamenting, "A man is but a blade. Was I merely a slow and dull knife? I am sorry, Lake Toya." Hanzo, while acknowledging the tumultuous nature of the battle, felt that he had achieved his goal of instilling fear. He held a certain admiration for Mifyun, recognizing that his victory had come through a somewhat underhanded ambush. Yet, this was the way of the ninja. Before executing Mifyun, Hanzo began to impart wisdom. The end of a man is not defined by death, but rather when he loses his conviction. Even if you were to perish here, you would not be a dull knife. I shall proclaim to the world that you are a hero. Moreover, in terms of swordsmanship, I, Hanzo of the Pufferfish, shall honor you as the strongest of the Iron Country. I wish to exchange my life for your promise. Mifyun, in his weakened state, made a slow request. Hanzo, with a stoic expression, replied, "Speak. Do not kill my comrades." Mifyun thought to himself that perhaps this was the last thing he could do as a subordinate. This plea struck a chord deep within Hanzo, compelling him to spare Mifyun's life. He approached Mifyun, produced an antidote, and said, "The presence of conviction in a person is not easily discerned. Some truths can only be revealed through battle. It has been a long time since I encountered someone like you, so I choose to let you go." Hanzo then administered the antidote to Mifyun. At that moment, Hanzo still harbored a hint of idealism, but after numerous battles devoid of hope for peace. Time's erosion would ultimately shatter the convictions of this demigod of the ninja world. Hanzo subsequently departed the battlefield, casting one last glance at Naruto, who stood silently beside him, masked. Whether it was merely his imagination, he felt that this individual was extraordinary, amidst his water ninjutsu. Naruto remained unfazed while lesser samurai were swept away. Moreover, Naruto emanated a palpable sense of threat, shaking his head in disbelief. He wondered what kind of person could evoke such feelings in a demigod of the ninja realm. Naruto, undeterred by Hanzo's presence, approached Mifune to assist him and then vanished in an instant. Hanzo's eyes widened. Naruto's terrifying speed was perhaps a rare manifestation of space ninjutsu in the ninja world. Chapter 73, Utilizing Hashirama Cells, safely returned to his abode. Mifune couldn't help but admire Naruto's astute strategy, marveling at how he had indeed survived beneath Hanzo's shadow. Yet, facing the demigod left Mifune somewhat perplexed. Could he truly overcome such a formidable ninja in the future? He understood that in this skirmish, Hanzo had not unleashed his full potential. Noticing Mifune's silence, Naruto assumed he had fallen into a state of despondency due to his defeat. He offered words of encouragement. Mifune, do not be disheartened by your failure in this battle. As long as your observation Haki and armament Haki reach advanced levels, you need not fear confronting Hanzo in his prime. And should both your observation Haki and armament Haki reach their peak, even a demigod of the ninja realm will not stand against you. With Naruto's words resonating, Mifune felt the fog of confusion lift. Indeed, he possessed a nearly invincible path before him. Perhaps one day, through sheer determination, he could become the preeminent swordsman of the ninja world. And in that time, he would be better equipped to assist his lord. After imparting a few more words of guidance, Naruto departed the Iron Country. Having marked numerous temporal coordinates along the way, his return was swift. As Hanzo spread word of his encounter, the entire ninja realm began to recognize Mifune as the strongest swordsman of the Iron Country. Moreover, due to Mifune's repeated severing of Hanzo's weapons during their clash, he earned the moniker the Black Blade. With the immense prestige gained from the National Defense War and his prowess as the mightiest swordsman, Mifune began to expand his ranks and eliminate foes. In the forge, a figure emerged, Naruto, who had hastily returned through the dimensional array. Upon entering the forge, he promptly seated himself to rest for a moment. The dimensional array's sensing mark allowed for a maximum distance of only 5 kilometers, and such long-distance teleportation consumed more chakra than shorter distances. Yet the results were evident. A journey that would typically require half a day was completed in merely 1 hour, despite the time spent on transit and respite. After a brief pause, Naruto opened a new weapon reward. Clink. Samboku's utilization of Lake Toya has reached an intermediate level, triggering the talent replication. Intermediate observation Haki. Ding. Samboku's mastery of Haki seeds has reached an intermediate level, triggering the talent replication. Intermediate armament Haki. Naruto once again experienced the exhilarating sensation of armament Haki coursing through his body, his gaze drawn to the now harder and darker colossal form before him. A profound sense of satisfaction blossoming within. As the intermediate observation Haki infused into him, Naruto perceived his senses becoming increasingly acute. After all, the essence of observation Haki lies in enhancing one's sensory perception, giving rise to an extrasensory awareness that allows one to detect the presence and emotional fluctuations of surrounding beings, enabling the anticipation and avoidance of danger. When Naruto activated his Sharingan, he discovered that his ability to discern through the Sharingan had seemingly intensified with the aid of observation Haki. He fantasized that perhaps one day, the combination of his Sharingan and observation Haki could allow him to foresee the future with terrifying accuracy. After a moment's pause, Naruto recalled the task entrusted to him by Danzo, to utilize Hashirama Senju's cells to forge a weapon for Danzo. Initially, Naruto contemplated his own interests, preparing to line his pockets. The only weapons he could forge immediately were the Shoki Men and the Mozidama of Endless Flight. The Shoki Men appeared to possess some compatibility with Hashirama's cells. After all, they both shared the trait of immortality. Naruto had initially considered merging the Shoki Men with Bairu's Oni-Yero technique to create a mask capable of infinitely consuming bloodline limits. However, he only learned during a previous conversation with Tsunade that Bairu had defected long ago, and his current whereabouts were unknown, presumably engaged in research in some obscure corner. While Naruto was uncertain as to when Bairu had defected, he was aware that Bairu had met his demise at the hands of Naruto's Rasengan Shuriken. Thus, without additional assistance, it could be quite some time before Bairu could fully develop the Oni-Yero technique. Given his current lack of time, Naruto resolved to expedite the forging of the Shoki Men Plus. He intended to infuse the Shoki Men with Hashirama cells and the Sharingan to observe the splendid results of this new creation. Currently, While he had access to Hashirama's cells, he lacked the Sharingan, and he was unwilling to sacrifice his own eye for the forging process. Additionally, he was not keen on the idea of exterminating members of the Uchiha clan. After considerable thought, Naruto concluded that this endeavor would still require the assistance of Lord Danzo. It must be said that throughout the entirety of Naruto, Shimura Danzo undoubtedly stands out as a prominent angel investor, providing funds, equipment, and information as needed. Conducting research under Danzo, one could procure all manner of contraband, even utilizing unfinished products for experimentation on Danzo himself. The Sharingan in Danzo's arm is surely a result of Orochimaru's experiments, for why else would he not utilize it himself? If not to deceive his benefactor with the notion that the technology was not yet mature, Naruto arrived at the research and forging chamber specially prepared for him by Danzo. He gazed upon the Hashirama cells, or more accurately, the second-generation Hashirama cells cultivated from the original. After pondering for a moment, he decided on the forging method. As this material was not particularly rare, he felt he could utilize this forging opportunity for experimentation. He resolved not to squander excessive amounts of orichalcum, aiming instead to craft a subordinate tool that closely resembled an imperial tool. Given that he lacked any other particularly compatible dangerous species for this second-generation Hashirama cells, he planned to experiment with a random wooden attribute dangerous species. Under these circumstances, even if he invested a significant amount of orichalcum, he could only produce a subpar imperial tool, or perhaps just a subordinate tool. At this point, Naruto had begun to consciously avoid wasting orichalcum. He sensed that forging an S-rank weapon could significantly enhance his capabilities, potentially even prompting an upgrade to the system. Presently, he remained a mere junior member. He anticipated acquiring the original Hashirama cells later to fully forge a complete suit of armor, starting with the breastplate this time. With the augmentation of observation Haki, Naruto sensed a prying presence above him. He pretended to retrieve a wooden attribute ordinary dangerous species from his sealing scroll and then introduced Hashirama's cells directly into the creature's body. Using a microscope, Naruto observed the tissue enveloping the Hashirama cells within the dangerous species, noting the cell's apparent fondness for the flesh of the creature, slowly proliferating and continuously eroding the dangerous species. It was evident that this process would require some time. Chapter 74, The Exhilarating Armor. Thus, Naruto began preparing other tasks. Once again feigning to extract a portion of orichalcum and 20 kilograms of fine iron from the scroll, he dispatched several clones to melt the fine iron, while he himself melted the orichalcum. Given that fine iron melts more easily than orichalcum, the clones quickly completed the melting process, collaborating to shape the fine iron into the form of a breastplate. Meanwhile, Naruto awaited the complete erosion of the dangerous species by the Hashirama cells. Finally, after several hours, he observed through the microscope that the Hashirama cells had entirely consumed the dangerous species before him. He hastily inscribed seals upon the creature's form using the melted orichalcum as ink. Drawing on his prior experience from forging the malevolent spirit, Naruto inscribed the seals with remarkable speed, completing the task in just 10 minutes. As he recited the incantation slowly, the dangerous species transformed into a black liquid, which Naruto then carefully applied to the breastplate. As the final drop of biological essence fell, the breastplate emitted a ghostly green glow, signifying its complete forging. Naruto had already conceived a name for this breastplate, the Exhilarating Armor. He had initially crafted it inspired by the appearance of the exhilarating armor from League of Legends. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for crafting an A-rank weapon, the Exhilarating Armor. Naruto routinely checked the attributes of this breastplate. Exhilarating Armor, A-rank breastplate. This armor utilizes a unique cell that erodes a wooden attribute dangerous species as biological material, along with orichalcum and fine iron. During the forging process, standard armor-type imperial techniques were employed. The forging took 3 hours. Unfortunately, due to the particular nature of the biological materials, this breastplate possesses the strength of an imperial weapon while also bearing requirements and side effects far exceeding those of ordinary imperial weapons. This breastplate can freely adjust its size, exhibits a resilient recovery characteristic, and possesses a robust ability to conduct chakra. Skills: 1. Infinite Vitality. Increases basic life recovery by 100, enhances all healing effects by 100, and accelerates chakra recovery speed by 100. 2. Wood Release. Grants the ability to master a certain level of wood release. Debuff 1. Requires both water and earth chakra attributes. 2. Mild usage accelerates cellular aging. Excessive use may directly shorten lifespan. 3. Exceeding the breastplate's maximum load may result in more severe side effects. Naruto stared at the breastplate before him, genuinely astonished by this unexpected delight. Aside from the notable side effects, the breastplate could be said to rival certain imperial tools. His anticipation grew regarding what he could forge if Danzo were to provide him with the true Hashirama cells. However, regardless of the circumstances, these cells were extracted from Hashirama after his death. One could only wonder what the potency of Hashirama's cells would be if he were alive. Naruto mused that as Hashirama's grandson-in-law, it would not be unreasonable to request some of those cells. Alas, how regrettable, as Naruto had not indulged in his fantasies for long. A root suddenly emerged before him. A cold smile crept onto Naruto's face. The surveillance of these individuals was far too obvious, almost as if they regarded him as a mere child of 9 years. It was as if they held him in utter contempt. Clutching the freshly forged invigorating armor, Naruto approached Danzo, whose visage transformed into a rather comical expression. Feigning friendliness, Danzo addressed Naruto. "Little Naruto, what splendid creation have you forged this time?" Naruto nearly choked upon hearing Danzo's words, realizing that his acting skills would require significant enhancement. This armor was of imperial-grade craftsmanship, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities while also enhancing the wearer's regenerative abilities, healing effects, and chakra restoration. Moreover, there was a function stemming from that cellular mass, which he believed he had preserved. The true capabilities of that grotesque mass of flesh, imbued with terrifying vitality, remained a mystery. Naruto spoke with pride. As he disclosed the armor's abilities, he artfully omitted any mention of its side effects. Listening to Naruto, Danzo's demeanor began to shift toward madness, his entire being trembling with anticipation. Could it be? Could he soon acquire the wood-release power of the first Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen, I see your tenure as Hokage has reached its end. With the power of the first wood release, I shall unify the 5 great villages of the shinobi world. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in his work, sneezed unexpectedly. Naruto observed Danzo, who appeared to be having a fit, and though he felt an urge to laugh, he restrained himself, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Seemingly enlightened by his own delusions, Danzo realized he needed someone to test the veracity of Naruto's claims, along with a more sinister plan to implement. Anticipating Naruto's inner hopes, Danzo prepared to conduct an experiment with the armor. Yet, whether it was disbelief in Naruto or a vestige of rationality concerning power, Danzo suddenly halted, summoning 2 nearby shinobi for a demonstration. He commanded one of the ninjas, possessing both earth and water attributes, to don the invigorating armor and ordered them to engage in combat. The 2 root ninjas unleashed their ferocity, exchanging shuriken until they swiftly transitioned to close combat. Given their comparable strength, neither could gain the upper hand solely through taijutsu, prompting them to resort to ninjutsu. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. One of the root ninjas exhaled a scorching torrent of flames. Water release, water wall. The other formed a vertical barrier of water. As the flames collided with the water wall, they were extinguished. From this exchange, it was evident that the root ninjas possessed considerable skill, as these 2 exhibited at least special jonin-level prowess. With both evenly matched, they succumbed to a war of attrition. As the battle progressed, the ninja adorned in the invigorating armor began to exhibit a distinct advantage. The armor granted him formidable chakra recovery, superior injury restoration, and exceptional defensive capabilities. This enabled him to gradually outmaneuver his equally matched opponent. Ultimately, the ninja clad in the invigorating armor cornered his adversary, emerging victorious with overwhelming superiority. Naruto gazed at the severely injured root ninja and could not help but admire Danzo's brainwashing abilities. The root organization resembled a sinister cult, willing to risk their lives for what was supposed to be a mere sparring match. However, this was not the outcome Danzo sought. He commanded the victorious ninja, infuse the armor with earth and water chakra, and prepare to advance. As the earth and water chakra merged into the invigorating armor, the root ninja sensed an unfamiliar, potent energy coalesce within him, instinctively channeling it through his arm. Astonishingly, a tree sprouted from the root ninja's arm, ultimately embedding itself into the ground. At this revelation, Danzo could no longer contain his elation, erupting into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. Naruto, witnessing Danzo's exuberance, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. How could this foreigner outshine him in mirth? After a brief moment of contemplation, Naruto resolved to enhance his own performance. He feigned a slow-witted outburst. The power of wood release. Lord Danzo, what exactly was that flesh you gave me? Naruto displayed an innocent yet skeptical expression, while Danzo, with a smirk, replied, The material you utilized was indeed the cell of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. What will you do? Inform Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or Tsunade? Naruto feigned a look of terror. his body trembling slightly. Lord Danzo, this is wrong. We should not forge weapons from the remains of the first Hokage. Danzo retorted coldly. You were the one who forged weapons from the first remains. Not I. Naruto, if this news were to leak, the villagers would scorn you. Even your beloved teacher, Tsunade, would despise you. Even the bonds with your friend, the comatose Shoten, would be severed. Every ninja you know would shun you, and even the seemingly benevolent third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would imprison you. No, no. I was unaware that mass was the cell of the first Hokage. It was you. You deceived me. Naruto exclaimed in a fit of rage, recalling all the grievances he had ever felt. Danzo, his expression impassive, countered. But I never claimed that it wasn't he the cell of the first Hokage. It is you. You, the greedy Uchiha, consumed by desire, have brought this upon yourself. And one must always present evidence. That armor imbued with would-release power is a testament to your greed. Naruto thought bitterly, damn it. That scoundrel Danzo is truly manipulating me. He charged toward the invigorating armor, declaring, then I shall destroy this armor. Although Danzo doubted Naruto's capability to obliterate the armor, he swiftly subdued him. He rubbed his sore fist, contemplating, this Uchiha brat's bones are remarkably resilient. Has he reinforced himself with iron? Observing Naruto weeping on the ground, Danzo deemed the atmosphere appropriate and stated, Naruto, do you consider me a villain? Everything I do is for the sake of Konoha. The great nation's shinobi villages are poised to undermine Konoha. My actions are for Konoha's preservation. You only witness its prosperity, yet you are blind to the darkness lurking beneath. It is the very existence of Root that allows Konoha to flourish. Naruto, you now face two choices. One is to disclose everything, leading to your judgment and execution by Root, perishing amidst public disdain. The other is to join Root and serve me, becoming an unsung hero for Konoha's prosperity. Choose. Danzo's fervor escalated with each word. Naruto felt a tumult within, yet he raised his head, his face still glistening with the tears he had conjured through chakra stimulation. He innocently inquired, Lord Danzo, can I truly be an unsung hero? Danzo flashed a deceptive smile. Yes, absolutely, and I will fully support your forging endeavors. As long as materials exist in the shinobi world, I can procure them for you. Very well, Lord Danzo. I shall join Root. The ninjas of Root possess the cursed seal of tongue erasure to safeguard secrets, so I shall refrain from adding more to your words. However, do ensure utmost secrecy. Otherwise, Danzo threatened once more. Naruto hastily assured, Lord Danzo, I shall not fail to protect the secret. Subsequently, Danzo inquired if Naruto had anything else to add regarding the invigorating armor. Naruto's eyes sparkled with opportunity. Lord Danzo, the current method of merely infusing chakra to wield the wood-release power is too weak, with excessive energy consumption and slow release. Do you possess any would-release ninjutsu? I endeavored to integrate ninjutsu into the seals, so that even if the armor's wielder cannot utilize wood-release, they can swiftly and efficiently employ it without expending excessive chakra. Danzo cast a skeptical glance at Naruto, sensing that his request seemed somewhat misplaced. However, recalling that he held two significant levers over Naruto, he ultimately decided to impart some wood-release techniques to him. Naruto examined the techniques handed down by Danzo, the wood-release, cutting technique, wood-release, wood-clone, wood-release, great forest technique, wood-release, wooden pillar wall, and a few others. While he appeared elated on the surface, internally he felt disappointed. How miserly Danzo was. What were these techniques? What about the flower tree world descending? The wooden man technique? The wood dragon technique? The supreme Buddha of the thousand hands? Naruto mused that he must not abandon other avenues to acquire more powerful wood-release techniques. Although Danzo's offerings were not particularly formidable, Naruto's current abilities only allowed him to wield intermediate wood-release techniques. He would not be able to master something like the wooden man technique even if it were granted to him. Danzo, on the other hand, harbored a different sentiment. Observing Naruto, who was utterly oblivious to the fact that the armor was crafted from Hashirama's cells, and instead was joyfully regarding the wood-release techniques, he couldn't help but internally scorn. The teacher was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Yet, Danzo's double standards led him to refrain from criticizing his own nefarious actions. Out of caution, Danzo forbade Naruto from taking the armor with him, opting instead to don it himself to learn wood-release. As for Naruto's suggested enhancements, those could only be undertaken during the interludes of his own use of the armor. Naruto thought to himself, go ahead, use it. Who could surpass you? I hope you won't kneel before me when your end approaches. Subsequently, Naruto returned home under the pretense of research. Upon arriving, he discovered an unexpected talent reward and hastily accepted it. Ding! The utilization of Armor 15 for the invigorating armor has reached the novice level. Talent duplication activated. Mastery of water release. Water barrier. Naruto could not help but lament. Ordinary ninjas truly do not offer much to exploit. It seems that in the future, I must entrust weapons to the powerful, relying solely on these weaklings. When will I ever dominate the ninja world? When will I become the cheerful, big-hearted boy? Chapter 76. Learning would release. While preparing to practice ninjutsu in a secluded forest, Naruto suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to demand compensation from Danzo. Although he was coerced into forging, this felt akin to being extorted after someone had seized his leverage. However, now that he had joined the route, he was ostensibly one of them. Surely, he should not be subjected to such exploitation. Yet, Danzo did not strike him as a benevolent figure, and it remained uncertain whether he could procure a salary. But if the old rascal refused, Naruto was prepared to take matters into his own hands. After pondering for a moment, Naruto redirected his focus to wood release. Spreading several scrolls on the ground, he intended to learn them sequentially, confident that his current wood release talent would enable him to master these techniques with ease. The first was the signature wood release, cutting technique, favored by the esteemed Uchiha. This technique allows wooden spikes to sprout from the user's arm, piercing the enemy with deadly precision. Once embedded, the user can channel their chakra to enable the wooden spikes to grow within the enemy's body, ultimately leading to a grotesque demise as the spikes rupture their vital organs. The overall effect is undeniably brutal. Moreover, the manner in which Uchiha executes this technique, once mastered, allows for instantaneous deployment without the need for hand seals, an immense advantage. Furthermore, this technique is not limited to close combat. It can also serve as a ranged attack. By condensing chakra into a wooden spear, one can launch it at the enemy. Once the spear penetrates the target's body, the user can remotely control the spikes within to grow rapidly, effectively circumventing the limitations of ordinary piercing damage and eliminating the need for follow-up strikes. After thoroughly examining the ninjutsu scroll, Naruto began his attempts, methodically following the seals depicted in the scroll. He raised his right arm forward, and to his amazement, wooden spikes erupted from his arm, piercing the towering tree before him. With Naruto's chakra infusing the spikes, they rapidly extended outward from within the tree. Perhaps due to the simplicity of the technique or Naruto's relatively high talent level, he only needed a few practice attempts to execute this ninjutsu with zero delay. Subsequently, he attempted a ranged assault, conjuring a wooden spear and hurling it from a distance, which swiftly pierced the unfortunate tree. Naruto then formed the necessary seals to activate the chakra within the spear. The internal spikes immediately erupted forth, devastating the tree. The remaining techniques, previously utilized by Yamato in the original narrative, are also considered quite practical ninjutsu. The wood release, wooden pillar wall is a defensive technique that forms a protective archway from a series of curved wooden pillars. Compared to the water release defensive techniques, this offers superior protection and a broader range of countermeasures. Logically, wood release should be countered by fire release. However, in the context of Naruto, the power of wood release, derived from the divine tree, possesses the ability to absorb chakra, thus rendering it particularly effective against most ninjutsu. Additionally, the established hierarchy of wood, earth, and water release means that wood release can often counter fire release. Ultimately, as long as one possesses an ample supply of chakra, they can withstand even the most formidable counters. The second technique is the wood release, great force technique, which allows multiple thicker wooden tendrils to emerge from the user's arm to ensnare enemies. In dire situations, this can also serve as a defensive technique, as Yamato has previously employed it to protect Naruto. The subsequent techniques, wood clone and wood substitute, can be regarded as enhanced versions of the shadow clone and substitution techniques. For instance, wood clones are more difficult to distinguish than shadow clones. While their combat ability may not match the original, they do not dissipate upon impact like shadow clones. Moreover, when dispelling the clones, they can instantly transform into wooden branches to ensnare or attack foes. The wood substitute technique, on the other hand, simply allows the user to switch places with a wooden dummy at the moment of impact, offering greater convenience and a reduced chance of being perceived by the enemy. After half a day, Naruto had mastered all 5 wood release techniques. Upon completing his training, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of strength, even contemplating a cross-dimensional challenge against a certain deity associated with plant-based ninjutsu. Observing the chaotic aftermath of his training session, Naruto disregarded the warnings of the police chief and unleashed fire release in the otherworldly forest to erase the traces of his wood release. Once the flames were adequately contained, Naruto employed water release to extinguish the fire. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to forge the final imperial artifact he could produce immediately, the soaring wings of Mashtima. Once crafted, Naruto would possess solidified wings. In the ninja world, the ability to fly is exceedingly rare, particularly when it comes to free and agile flight, rendering this artifact quite practical. To forge this imperial artifact, he would need to slay a flying, feathered beast. And Naruto planned to deploy the 4 purple flames formation to ensure its capture. Naruto then sought out his 4 subordinates, Uchiha Kaizen, Kakuan, Haki, and Zero. Noticing that they appeared somewhat plumper due to his prolonged absence and seeking their assistance, Naruto addressed them. You'll all execute the 4 purple flames formation as before. Under no circumstances are you to initiate the attack, understood? They nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Naruto proceeded to hunt down the special dangerous species alongside Uchiha Hyuujin. Although Naruto possessed the strength to easily defeat this formidable creature, he believed it essential to cultivate his subordinate skills further. As Naruto glanced at the adorably chubby face of Uchiha Hyuujin, he pondered whether her recent increase in training and hearty meals contributed to her newfound roundness. He realized that while he was solely focused on expanding his power and plotting against Danzo, he had become somewhat distracted from other matters. However, Uchiha Hyuujin remains too feeble at present to bear the weight of responsibility. Naruto, sensing the malice growing within, decided that if his subordinate could not provide assistance, then repayment would be made with her body. Naruto extended his hand, gently pinching Hyuujin's cherubic lips, savoring the soft sensation that emanated from his fingertips. Hyuujin widened her eyes, gazing vacantly at Naruto. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she remained still, allowing Naruto to toy with her face. A smirk of mockery graced Naruto's lips as he continued to knead Hyuujin's cheeks, attentively observing the subtle shifts in her expression. Her face gradually flushed, confusion dancing in her eyes, yet still, she exhibited no signs of defiance. Amused, Naruto persisted in his playful manipulation of Hyuujin's delicate visage. After a moment, he released her, considering it a brief utilization of this subordinate. The quartet ahead could only feign ignorance. Chapter 77, Uchiha Hyuujin versus the Winged Beast. As the Uchiha quartet activated the 4 purple flames formation, Naruto addressed Uchiha Hyuujin. Soon, I shall unleash a special dangerous entity. This creature possesses the ability to fly and can launch feathered projectiles from its wings, in addition to boasting formidable strength and speed. This time, I shall refrain from intervening. The task of hunting this dangerous being rests solely upon your shoulders. Are you capable of this? Hum. Uchiha Hyuujin replied with an endearing tone, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, Naruto released the winged beast, which stood 3 meters tall, adorned with 4 wings and cloaked in pure white feathers resembling snowflakes. Its beak was hard and its claws sharp. The newly arrived winged beast was bewildered, having just awakened from slumber, only to find itself in this unfamiliar realm. However, upon spotting the humans it most relished tormenting, it swiftly shifted its focus. It spread its wings, attempting to ascend, but was thwarted by the 4 purple flames formation, even suffering a burn from the flames above. It screeched in fury, seemingly intent on unleashing its pent-up wrath. Immediately, it began to attack using the feathers on its wings, targeting Naruto and Hyuujin. Countless feathers shot toward them like arrows, forming a dense barrage, rendering escape impossible. In response to this onslaught, Naruto formed hand seals, employing the earth release, earth-style wall technique. Instantly, a mound of earth erupted, creating a barrier that shielded Naruto entirely. The relentless feathers collided with the earthen wall, producing a crisp sound, yet they could not breach its defenses. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hyuujin exhibited her remarkable combat prowess, deftly maneuvering her body to evade the majority of the feather assaults. Armed with Muramasa, she swiftly sliced through the approaching feathers, one after another. It appeared the winged beast realized its AoE attacks were ineffective, or perhaps it was simply unable to gain altitude. The creature landed firmly on the ground, using its massive wings to fan at Uchiha Hyuujin. However, she displayed remarkable agility, leaping to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, she struck at the winged beast's wing with Muramasa, but the thick feathers provided substantial resistance, her blow merely grazing its defenses. The curse mark from Muramasa swiftly enveloped the winged beast, yet it did not succumb. Instead, it let out a couple of pained howls, its vitality waning slightly. Observing this, Naruto harbored suspicions. The poison from Muramasa, derived from the cursed poison beast, was effective against humans, yet it seemed inadequate against large creatures with high toxin resistance. Previously, he had failed to slay the undying Lion King immediately, believing its immortality suppressed the cursed poison. Now, it appeared otherwise. Uchiha Hyūjin, taken aback by her inability to fell the winged beast, quickly regained her composure and struck once more at its wing, which provoked the creature's ire. The winged beast raised its claw to grasp Hyūjin, but she evaded with a swift maneuver. Subsequently, it lunged, aiming its formidable beak at her. Hyūjin promptly parried with her blade. The impact forced her back, but she used the momentum to create distance. With resolve, Uchiha Hyūjin formed hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. She unleashed a straight stream of flames from her petite lips, igniting the winged beast. It emitted a piercing, mournful cry. Naruto, watching anxiously, feared that incinerating its wings might compromise the quality of the new imperial tool. Uchiha Hyūjin tightly gripped Muramasa, her gaze resolute and unwavering. She recognized this as a prime opportunity for offense. Without hesitation, she infused lightning chakra into Muramasa, allowing her body to absorb the electric energy. In an instant, she felt invigorated, as if merging with the storm. Her speed became astonishingly swift, dazzling the eye. The winged beast could not track her movements, becoming a mere target for her relentless assault. Hyūjin wielded Muramasa with precision, each strike imbued with a fierce blade aura and electric power. Her attacks fell upon the winged beast like a torrential storm, leaving a myriad of wounds across its form. The creature shrieked in agony, yet it remained ensnared within Hyūjin's range of assault. Ultimately, with her final strike, she severed the beast's head. Blood gushed forth as the winged beast collapsed, lifeless. Panting heavily, Uchiha Hyūjin gazed at the fallen creature. Naruto affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Well done. Now, go rest and enjoy some grilled meat." Following this, Naruto instructed the quartet to dissolve the 4 purple flames formation and transport the winged beast's carcass to the forge. Yet, he did not commence the forging process immediately. Rather, he prepared to claim his reward, noting that the system had granted him another boon. Ding! Shimura Danzo has achieved a novice level of proficiency with the A pseudo-grade Imperial tool, Invigorating Armor. Talent replication activated. Shimura Danzo has mastered all wind release techniques. As Naruto assimilated Danzo's entire arsenal of wind techniques, he quickly grasped the wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum serial waves, wind release, vacuum sphere, wind release, vacuum great sphere, wind release, vacuum shuriken, and wind release, vacuum blade. Each wind technique, honed through countless hours of training, was swiftly mastered by Naruto. Upon opening his eyes once more, Naruto mused that his wind chakra appeared to have been replicated from Danzo. He could never forget the favor Danzo had bestowed upon him. Thus, when the time came, he resolved to make Danzo's demise swift and merciful. Ding! Uchiha Hyūjin has reached an intermediate level of proficiency with the A-grade Imperial tool, 1/ to kill Muramasa. Talent replication activated. Intermediate Uchiha bloodline power. The intermediate Uchiha bloodline power from Hyūjin surged into Naruto's body, igniting warmth within him, though he felt a slight itch in his eyes. Regrettably, he never awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. As Naruto inspected the description of the intermediate Uchiha bloodline power, he realized it was not merely a simple ocular ability. He speculated it might elevate the limits of his own bloodline. He had always possessed a clear understanding of his talent. Without the infusion of ocular power and the enhancement from the Senju bloodline, he would likely never have achieved the 3-tomo state, let alone come so close to the Mangekyo Sharingan at the tender age of 9. The awakening of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is evidently contingent upon one's bloodline. Not everyone possesses the privilege to awaken such a power. Otherwise, during the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, one would expect several pairs of Kaleidoscope Sharingan to emerge. Reflecting upon this, Naruto concluded that in order to hasten his own awakening of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, he would require more formidable stimuli and the obsessions that arise from them. Additionally, he could enhance his bloodline purity to facilitate this awakening. Uchiha Sarada serves as the most compelling proof. Her single tomo Sharingan was a long time coming. While her double tomo was awakened out of anger during a confrontation with an enemy, and her Kaleidoscope Sharingan manifested when she wept before her father due to Boruto's predicament. Chapter 78, Wings of the Iron Angel. After calming his emotions, Naruto commenced preparations for forging a new imperial tool. As was his custom, he engaged in contemplative thought prior to the forging process, for imperial tools are artifacts from another realm, and now that he had entered the ninja world, he would not remain stagnant. The soaring mosquito from the sister world is a ring that attaches to its master's back, manifesting a pair of large white wings upon activation. While it possesses some capability for attack, it appears quite agile overall. However, in the ninja world, where ninjutsu is mastered, One can easily become a target while airborne. Despite having skills to counter aerial projectiles from foes, it still felt inadequate. Moreover, the large white wings exhibited insufficient defense. Even a chunin like Uchiha Hyaka wielding Muramasa could effortlessly breach such defenses. Thus, Naruto speculated whether the incorporation of more refined iron could enhance chakra conduction capabilities, allowing the user to synergize wind-style techniques with the imperial tool to unleash greater power. He pondered who in Konoha was renowned for their wind techniques, and the fierce visage of Danzo emerged in his mind, followed by the realization that he had replicated Danzo's wind technique legacy. Therefore, 1 Naruto equals 1 Danzo. Considering Naruto's chakra reserves should surpass Danzo's, the prospect seemed promising. Yet, the defense provided by these wings still left much to be desired. At this juncture, Naruto recalled the antagonist Vulture from Spider-Man: No Way Home, whose pair of metallic wings appeared strikingly impressive. Although the soaring mosquito boasted large white wings, its flight was not solely reliant on kinetic energy. It possessed an element of enchantment, allowing it to hover even when the wings remained still. Moreover, the so-called offensive feathers were not entirely corporeal. Otherwise, an imperial tool that does not grow feathers would eventually become bare after prolonged use. Thus, adding a metallic exterior to the wings might sacrifice a modicum of weight, yet this increased burden could likely be offset by chakra input. Did Uchiha Naruto lack chakra? Another drawback was that fully retracting the metallic wings into the imperial tool ring was unfeasible, but Naruto was unconcerned. The resulting enhancement in defensive capabilities would allow it to function as a shield against lower-tier ninjutsu attacks and further amplify chakra conduction efficiency. Resolved, Naruto eagerly set to work. For what boy would not desire a pair of stylish, flying iron wings? He hastily retrieved the carcass of a feathered beast, 10 portions of orichalcum, 20 kilograms of refined iron, and 1 portion each of the green gorilla's crimson, sand iron, and crimson ore. This time, Naruto innovatively employed the wood clone technique, assigning the wooden clones numbered 1, 2, and 3 to smelt the metals. He himself severed the wings of the feathered beast, directly refining its torso into biological essence. Meanwhile, to enhance the aesthetic appeal of the wings, he extracted the 2 smaller wings that served primarily for decoration. He then infused all of this biological essence into the large wings of the feathered beast. By this point, the 3 wooden clones had successfully melted the metals. Subsequently, he infused the orichalcum within the wings, establishing chakra pathways using the crimson sand iron and crimson ore, and encased the wings in refined iron. As the temperature of the wings began to decrease, secret technique seals commenced to cover their surfaces, culminating in a final flicker of ethereal light. The soaring mosquito was successfully forged. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for crafting an A-grade weapon, the soaring mosquito. Naruto gazed at the wings, which bore little resemblance to the original design, and decided to rename them. System renamed this imperial tool to Wings of the Iron Angel, shortened to Iron Wings. Ding! The soaring mosquito has been renamed to Wings of the Iron Angel. Next, Naruto began to examine the attributes of these wings. Wings of the Iron Angel, an A-grade winged imperial tool. This imperial tool utilizes the feathered beast as a biological material and incorporates orichalcum, refined iron, crimson sand iron, and crimson ore. During the forging process, the forger innovatively enhanced the standard winged imperial tool forging techniques. Ultimately, it was forged over the span of 7 hours. Due to the forger's creative application of refined iron over the biological material's surface, the imperial tool received additional enhancements while also experiencing some diminutions in certain aspects. Overall, it surpasses the original imperial tool. The wings of the Iron Angel can retract to the user's back, ultimately forming a sturdy shield, characterized by resilience and sharpness, and possessing strong chakra conduction capabilities. Functions: 1. Basic ability. Allows the user to fly. Feathers can pierce enemies. 2. Secret technique Divine Feather. Can rebound the opponent's flying projectiles. 3. Iron Wings. Can fold the wings for defense. 4. Single attribute chakra enhancement. 5. Shield form. Can compact the imperial tool into a shield, with razor-sharp edges capable of slicing foes. Naruto donned the iron wings upon his back and stepped outside, only to find Uchiha Mikoto seemingly in a state of melancholy. Approaching her, he gently patted her head and inquired, "Who has upset my dear Mikoto? I shall teach them a lesson." Naruto. Uchiha Mikoto gazed at him in astonishment, stammering for a moment before saying, "Naruto, you've changed so much. You've become increasingly formidable. I used to take care of you, but now it seems I can't even assist you anymore. Previously, you went to hunt the new dangerous species, the Crimson, without inviting me. Naruto contemplated this. On the surface, it was true that Uchiha Mikoto had not been of much assistance lately. However, what he truly lacked was not merely a powerful ally, but rather a trustworthy companion. Without a doubt, Uchiha Mikoto was worthy of his trust. He quickly reassured her, "You are still just an ungraduated student of the Ninja Academy. What you need is growth. In fact, I only brought the Crimson along to help her hone her skills. Besides, you possess something that can aid me," Naruto said with feigned mystery. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes widened. "What?" Naruto, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I am now your child husband. You must take good care of me. Once we are married, let us have 10 or 8 children. With our talents, they are sure to awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and the glory of the Uchiha clan shall rest upon us. At that time, I shall become the head of the Uchiha clan, and you will be the matriarch," he concluded with a self-satisfied smile. However, to Naruto's surprise, Uchiha Mikoto did not react with the anger or shyness he had anticipated. Instead, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she spoke in a voice so soft it was barely audible. "Is it really that impressive? I shall have to think carefully." With that, she lowered her head, seemingly a bit bashful. Chapter 79. Hanzo the Salamander unleashes his might. Now, observing Uchiha Mikoto, Naruto finally grasped the meaning of the phrase, "The most difficult to endure is the grace of a beauty." Alas, a damned cosmic entity, the river crab deity, was suppressing him, rendering him unable to strive immediately for the glory of the Uchiha clan. Naruto pointed towards the steel wings behind him and said, "Mikoto, would you like to take flight?" A month later, the summoning technique was unleashed. A colossal salamander appeared on the battlefield, unleashing a vast cloud of toxic gas that caused the already scarce rock ninjas in the Land of Rain to fall one after another. Ultimately, under the leadership of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander, a small village of rain ninjas managed to scatter the rock hidden forces stationed at the front lines of the Land of Rain. "We have triumphed. The Land of Rain is victorious. We have defeated the rock hidden forces. Long live Lord Hanzo." Unlike the previous suppression of the Iron Country's samurai, this time Hanzo led the diminutive rain ninjas to vanquish the mightier rock hidden, achieving a remarkable feat that ignited the fighting spirit of the entire rain ninja community. However, Hanzo was not entirely pleased, for despite his presence, the power disparity between the rain ninjas and the rock ninjas remained significant, with both sides suffering nearly equal casualties. The rock hidden, with its vast resources, could swiftly replenish its ranks, unlike the rain ninjas. Nevertheless, a victory is a victory. These great nations are not as invincible as they seem. His next target would be the sand hidden. Upon receiving news from the front lines, Inoki suppressed his fury, pondering, "Hanzo of the Salamander, you truly deserve the title of demigod in the ninja world. With your combination of the salamander and the pinnacle of water release, coupled with the climate of the Land of Rain, your prowess might even surpass mine. But for how long can you lead a small ninja village to glory? Do you dare challenge the great ninja villages? We shall see." Inoki commanded his subordinates, rock ninjas, retreat. In truth, the rock hidden's foundation remained formidable. Even with the Land of Rain's consecutive setbacks, they could only be deemed minor defeats. Inoki prepared to observe the situation further. As the cloud hidden village maintained a watchful eye, it was at this moment that the rock hidden declared a temporary withdrawal from the chaotic battles in the Land of Rain. A month later, a fierce battle erupted between the rain hidden village and the sand hidden village. Although the sand hidden village ranked lowest among the 5 great ninja villages, its ninja quality surpassed that of the rain hidden village. Nevertheless, Hanzo of the Salamander, a demigod of the ninja world, boldly declared war against the sand hidden village and even the leaf village, clearly well prepared. The sand hidden boasted formidable warriors such as Chiyo and her kin. Despite her son and daughter-in-law meeting their demise at the hands of Kakashi, they were nonetheless close to the level of Kage, and even their combined strength could outmatch an average Kage. In contrast, the rain hidden village appeared woefully inadequate, with Hanzo being their only significant powerhouse. As the battle commenced, the number of rain ninjas rapidly dwindled, placing them at a severe disadvantage. However, midway through the conflict, Hanzo revealed his astonishing strength. He sliced his finger, and immediately, an immense summoning beast, the salamander, emerged onto the battlefield. Towering like a small hill, the salamander opened its gaping maw and expelled a vast cloud of noxious mist, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The toxic fog spread, rendering visibility nearly impossible, and breathing became increasingly arduous. Yet, the rain ninjas were well prepared. They had equipped themselves with gas masks and antidotes, protecting them from the toxic fog and ensuring that they could continue to engage the enemy even under such dire conditions. This summoning beast's arrival turned the tide against the sand ninjas, who had previously held the upper hand, placing them under immense pressure. The potency of this toxic fog was akin to that of a biological weapon. Many sand ninjas succumbed after inhaling the poison, while those with higher resistance exhibited symptoms of paralysis and dizziness. Observing the heavy casualties within her ranks, Chiyo could only forcefully restrain Hanzo with her family of 4. Hanzo, confronted by the swarm of puppets, felt a twinge of unease. As he destroyed one with a scythe, another would immediately take its place. Moreover, the effect of his poison was minimal against the puppets, which were impervious to toxins. However, it was advantageous, as the enemy's 4 generals were now preoccupied with him, allowing his own forces to capitalize on the advantage of the salamander's poison. Witnessing Hanzo maneuver effortlessly among the puppets, Chiyo fully comprehended the tenacity of this demigod of the ninja world. Realizing that defeating him was impossible, she shouted, "Retreat!" Hearing the command for withdrawal, the sand ninjas hastily fled. Ultimately, this battle concluded with the rain-hidden village emerging victorious. This news sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. Although the rain-hidden had previously triumphed over the rock-hidden, that victory was due to the collapse of the rock-hidden's front lines, leaving only a few troops behind without formidable generals to support them. In contrast, the sand-hidden had nearly all its forces present, except for the so-called strongest Kazekage and the Jinchuriki, yet they still faced defeat. The third Reikage, laughed upon receiving news of the sand-hidden's loss. Is Hanzo of the Salamander truly that formidable? This is a disgrace to the 5 great ninja villages. With nearly their entire force deployed, the rain-hidden managed to defeat them. I believe such incompetence don't deserve to be counted among the 5 great ninja villages. If only the land of wind were not so desolate, my cloud-hidden could swiftly annihilate the sand-hidden. Beside the third Reikage, his secretary, Oanoki, replied with an impassive expression. The sand-hidden can only be considered to have suffered a minor defeat. Their elite ninjas did not sustain significant losses, and the outcome remains uncertain. Moreover, Lord Reikage, we have no effective means against Hanzo's poison, and it seems you are quite idle. The stack of unresolved documents on your desk is taller than you. Hearing this, the third Reikage hastily grabbed a dumbbell and leapt from the window, exclaiming, "Help me handle that. I must focus my energy on military matters." Other ninja villages also gained a profound understanding of Hanzo of the Salamander's formidable nature through this battle. Chapter 80. The Resumption of Hostilities. However, what surprised the onlookers was that despite the rain-hidden's initial victory, subsequent battles became fiercely contested. As a master of poison, Chiyo was able to concoct antidotes in a short period. Although her antidotes could not completely neutralize the Salamander's toxic mist, they significantly reduced the chances of her comrades succumbing to the poison. Some ninjas with only mild poisoning could still fight normally, and under these circumstances, the disparity in personnel quality between the large and small ninja villages began to manifest. It could be said that with the slight debuff of the poison, the sand-hidden could effectively achieve a 15-to-1 exchange rate against the rain-hidden. Yet, this was only possible because the sand-hidden had antidotes, while Hanzo continuously updated his toxins. The only solace for the sand-hidden was that Chiyo consistently managed to discover antidotes to counter Hanzo's poison in a timely manner. Furthermore, during the battles, Chiyo uncovered the salamander's critical weakness. It could not continuously emit toxic gas. After expelling the toxins within its body, it required 5 minutes to regenerate the poison using its chakra and biological functions. Initially, when Hanzo had easily secured victory in the first battle, he had hoped to seize the sand-hidden village and elevate it to one of the 5 great ninja villages. However, now he faced repeated setbacks, which greatly dampened his spirits, especially with Chiyo constantly countering his toxins. Thus, he nicknamed her the Puppet Granny, while she sarcastically referred to him as the old man with the breathing tube. Although Chiyo was capable of swiftly concocting antidotes during Hanzo's deployment of new poisons, a certain number of individuals were inevitably sacrificed, followed by the utilization of ninja subordinates to eliminate further foes. Additionally, the Sand Village, being relatively impoverished, faced significant limitations in their medicinal stockpiles, rendering it impossible to provide antidotes for the entirety of their forces. Thus, both sides engaged in a continuous war of attrition, with the Rain Village maintaining a precarious advantage. One day, however, both the Sand and Rain villages came to a sudden realization. Their relentless conflict would only serve to benefit other ninja villages. Initially, Hanzo of the Salamander had contemplated usurping the Sand's position to establish a new faction among the 5 great shinobi villages after his decisive victory in the first battle. Yet, as the prolonged conflict wore on, He observed the depletion of his own ranks and recognized that persisting in this manner would yield no fruitful outcome. Even if he were to vanquish the Sand, the Rain village would similarly be left in ruins. Regardless of territorial claims, other ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to encroach upon their weakened states. Moreover, Hanzo's original objective of expelling the Sand from the Land of Rain had already been accomplished. Now, instead of merely driving them away, he had advanced the battle into the Land of Wind. Thus, Hanzo was no longer inclined to continue the fight. Conversely, the Sand Village, already among the weakest of the 5 great villages, understood that persisting in this struggle against the Rain would likely result in their own absorption by other ninja factions, even if they managed to repel the Rain. Although their territorial holdings were not particularly advantageous, they were acutely aware that should the opportunity arise, other villages would not hesitate to take advantage of their plight. Famed military strategist Li Yunlong once stated, "I do not engage in ventures that incur losses." For the Sand, waging war in the Land of Rain had yielded no benefits, and being driven back to their homeland by a minor ninja village was indeed a significant humiliation. Thus, the Sand Village, ever the spineless entity, sought peace once more. It must be noted that the Sand Village has truly mastered the art of shamelessness. From the time their first Hokage signed the peace treaty, they not only sought financial compensation but even demanded land from the Leaf Village, which was indicative of their audacity. The subsequent ninja world wars were characterized by their swift initiation and even quicker capitulation, epitomizing a lack of shame. This time was no different. Disregarding their own embarrassment, they discreetly sent envoys to Hanzo, proposing a ceasefire. Hanzo, equally disinterested in further combat, readily acquiesced. Thus, discussions began regarding war reparations, during which Hanzo was nearly exasperated to the point of apoplexy. It was the Sand who had approached him for a truce, yet upon Hanzo's proposal for reparations, the Sand not only refused to comply but audaciously sought compensation. They claimed, "We have suffered greatly in this conflict, and our village is impoverished. Thus, for the sake of peace, Ryūjin must provide us with some form of recompense." Had Hanzo been more inclined to engage, he would have certainly dealt a lesson to this shameless village. Following the cessation of hostilities between the Sand and Rain, an eerie calm enveloped both factions. However, due to the relatively low depletion of military resources among the great nations, they still possessed the means to wage war. It was only upon the dissemination of news regarding the severe injuries and prolonged unconsciousness of Senju Rope Tree that the various ninja villages, like ravenous wolves, redirected their attention toward the Leaf Village. Previously, the transformation of Senju Rope Tree into a dragon had instilled considerable fear among several ninja villages. While his wood-release capabilities did not entirely match those of the legendary Hashirama Senju, they were nonetheless formidable enough to be likened to a lesser version of him. This led to a peculiar neglect of the Leaf Village's existence. With the recent news of Senju Rope Tree's incapacitation and subsequent reports indicating his absence for several months, the ninja villages began to reconsider their stance. Furthermore, bounty hunters in the black market began circulating information that, months prior, Senju Rope Tree had been carried back to the Leaf by the third Hokage's disciples, Tsunade and Jiraiya. This revelation lent credence to the earlier reports of his unconscious state. Yet the various villages were still hesitant to take the lead, instead seeking ways to procure the latest information or directly compel the Leaf to prove Senju Rope Tree's condition. Some even audaciously insisted that the Leaf must no longer confine Uchiha Naori, claiming that he belonged to the entirety of the ninja world and demanding a fair distribution of the weapons forged by him. In times past, the Leaf's allure lay in its territory. Now, with the addition of the master smith Uchiha Naori, their appeal had only intensified. In light of this temptation, the patience of the other ninja villages could only be deemed finite. In the Hokage's office, the entirety of the Leaf F4 was present. Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Gateflame engaged in a heated dispute. Danzo initiated the confrontation. "Hiruzen, the Leaf stands at a critical juncture. We must demonstrate our strength. Hand me the imperial tool of Rope Tree, and I shall teach those ravenous wolves a lesson on the front lines." No sooner had Danzo made his proclamation than 3 figures appeared in the office. Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded his 3 companions, his expression seemingly questioning how he could engage in politics alongside such insects. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered an official explanation. Rope Tree is currently in a state of unconsciousness, requiring the constant dispelling of chaotic energy caused by his transformation. Moreover, the Imperial Tool S selection is exceedingly selective. Even Tsunade cannot fully unleash its true power. And if you charge into battle recklessly, do you not fear being besieged by the other 4 villages? Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes momentarily lit up before reverting to their previous demeanor, as if the change had merely been an illusion. As Danzo fell silent, Ryūjin assumed he had understood and accepted his words, yet he harbored a lingering fear that should he lend Danzo the weapon by day, he might find him brandishing a sword during their evening discussions. The bespectacled Mito Gate Flame, sensing the tense atmosphere, inquired about their next steps. Should we not engage in combat? Or perhaps we should prioritize Uchiha Naori. Before he could finish, Ryūjin and Danzo simultaneously interjected with a resounding no. Ryūjin cast a surprised glance at Danzo, who, after a few seconds of contemplation, asserted, even if Naori is a wicked little demon of the Uchiha, we cannot allow those external wolves to profit from our misfortunes. Tsunade interjected, we must be vigilant not only of the great nations, but also of Hanzo of the Salamander. The poison of this half-god of the ninja world is no trifling matter. After pondering for a moment, Ryūjin remarked, Chiyo of the Sand is capable of producing an antidote for Hanzo's poison. Tsunade should be able to as well. I will arrange for Tsunade to be deployed to the front lines. Danzo reiterated his request. Since you are unwilling to take action, I shall lead the route to the front lines and decimate any wolves that dare to bare their fangs. However, the other three paid no heed to Danzo, persisting in their defensive planning. The four astute individuals continued their debate well into the night, culminating in Ryūjin's conclusion. We shall fortify our defenses, bolster our border forces, and dispatch Tsunade and Jiraiya to the land of rain. Danzo glared at the three individuals within his own camp, their unwillingness to strike first igniting his fury. And with his patience exhausted, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Having achieved 3 consecutive victories, Hanzo's reputation in the land of rain soared to unprecedented heights. Yet, he found himself glumly contemplating his circumstances in the office. Although the rain had maintained an advantageous position in the recent conflict, their resources were alarmingly scant. His aspirations to expand territory through warfare had ultimately proven futile. Engaging the Sand and Iron countries would not be an easy task. Even if he managed to seize a portion of their lands, it would not significantly benefit the development of the Rain Village. Furthermore, having stolen from others necessitated preparedness for retribution. The Leaf, possessing the most fertile lands, stood as an alluring target. However, Hanzo understood that he must exercise caution. The current military prowess of the Leaf ranked first across the ninja world, and a small village like his could easily find itself obliterated in a reckless encounter. Yet, the news of the Iron Demon Rope Tree's unconscious state brought him a modicum of solace. As Hanzo grappled with his thoughts, a report came in from his bodyguard. Lord Hanzo, a representative from Sunagakure wishes to meet with you. The Sunagakure envoy addressed Hanzo, saying, Lord Hanzo, I trust you have heard the news from Konoha. It seems that their shinobi have yet to depart from the land of rain. Our Kazekage seeks to ally with you in a joint effort against Konoha. Surely, the fertile lands of Konoha are the finest spoils of war, are they not? To the envoy's surprise, Hanzo remained unmoved, coldly responding, This is a matter between you and Konoha. If you wish to engage them, by all means, do so. I will not hinder your endeavors. As for Konoha's forces, I, Hanzo of the Salamander, am more than capable of driving them away. Hanzo's refusal stemmed from 2 primary concerns. Firstly, Sunagakure was not a reliable ally. Having recently subdued them, Hanzo feared that uniting with their ranks might lead to treachery from their side. Secondly, he perceived a fundamental difference in the nature of their conflict. Should they invade Konoha alongside other shinobi villages and subsequently face defeat, Konoha would likely refrain from retaliating against the great nations. However, the Land of Rain would be left to bear the brunt of any consequences. Currently, Konoha was not the same as it would become in the future, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was not yet the pacifist he would eventually be. The reputation of Sarutobi and Konoha still held a certain intimidation factor. In an unusual moment of leisure, Naruto visited Tsunade's residence once more, eager to engage in close combat training with her. It could be said that Naruto's proficiency in taijutsu had significantly advanced due to their previous exchanges. Upon entering the courtyard, Naruto was taken aback to find Jiraiya present as well. After greeting Jiraiya, Naruto stepped inside the house, where he observed Tsunade packing her belongings. He inquired, Teacher, where are you headed? Upon seeing Naruto, Tsunade's face lit up with a radiant smile. She approached him, affectionately ruffling his hair, disrupting his meticulously styled Uchiha locks, and said, News of Shotree's coma has spread, and the borders are far from peaceful. I must accompany Jiraiya to the Land of Rain to guard against Hanzo of the Salamander's invasion. Furthermore, many in the ninja world have set their sights on you. You must not stray from Konoha during this time. After delivering her caution, Tsunade playfully flicked Naruto's forehead, as if admonishing a mischievous child. Over the past few months, the bond between master and disciple had grown warmer under Naruto's formidable influence, leading to certain intimate gestures that felt entirely natural to them. Tsunade had contemplated curbing this seemingly unusual trend, but found herself unable to resist whenever Naruto initiated such closeness. After nodding in agreement, Naruto advised, "Teacher, please ensure your safety on the front lines. Make sure to activate the Beast King transformation ahead of time during combat. Don't charge recklessly into battle." Tsunade shot Naruto a knowing glance, replying, "Do you think I need your concern? I am the strongest medical ninja in the world. Equipped with the Baika no Jutsu and the Beast King transformation, no one can take me down in an instant. And when did it become your place to offer advice to your teacher?" She added, "And don't forget about Shotri's energy management." Outside, Jiraiya chimed in jest. "You remind your teacher, but you don't have a word for me? Also, since you've crafted exceptional weapons for Tsunade and Orochimaru, when will you make me a striking weapon worthy of a toad sage like myself? I'm willing to pay handsomely." Having interacted with Jiraiya on numerous occasions, Naruto held a certain admiration for this rare hero of the ninja world, provided he did not compete for Tsunade's affections. With that, Naruto politely responded, "Does the toad sage truly require such trinkets? I will seek you out when I have a suitable weapon." Jiraiya chuckled, ruffling Naruto's hair. As Naruto escorted Tsunade and Jiraiya to their parting point, Tsunade turned to embrace him, planting a gentle kiss on his forehead. Her lips brushed against his skin, and Naruto felt the warmth of her affection, sensing a hint of reluctance in her heart. With a smile, Tsunade remarked, "Remember to diligently practice your ninjutsu and taijutsu. I will be back to evaluate your progress." After their farewells, Naruto touched his forehead, reflecting on how he seemed to have received more than his fair share of death kisses. Yet, he, Naruto, would not be daunted by such trivialities. As Jiraiya and Tsunade traveled, after a period of silence, Jiraiya could no longer restrain himself. With a teasing tone, he asked Tsunade, "Are you and your pupil perhaps a tad too close?" During Jiraiya's earlier visit, he had noted the ease with which Naruto entered Tsunade's quarters, the way she affectionately tousled his hair, and the farewell kiss they shared. These gestures appeared to transcend the typical boundaries of a teacher-student relationship, and both seemed remarkably at ease in their interactions. Having teamed with Tsunade for many years, Jiraiya had never witnessed her display such intimacy with anyone else. Not even with Shotri. Tsunade did not respond immediately, but eventually insisted, "That's not the case. Stop saying such things." Jiraiya pressed on. "Naruto must be nearly 10 years old by now." Tsunade, slightly annoyed, retorted, "Enough already." Jiraiya trudged ahead, mulling over the implications. Troubles were brewing. He feared that the Uchiha boy had stolen a march on him. He struggled to comprehend why Tsunade and Naruto would wish to pursue a relationship under such immense pressure. There were family feuds to consider, a 14-year age gap, and the inherent teacher-student dynamic. However, as a longtime ally, Jiraiya understood what Tsunade's character and decisions entailed. Despite the turmoil and helplessness he felt, he recognized his inability to alter her choices. He silently accepted this reality, tears welling in his eyes, contemplating that once the war was over, he would seek solace in the company of some charming ladies to mend his wounded heart. Jiraiya reassured himself that he still had to find the one who would save the ninja world and craft a work that would captivate the entire realm. There would be no time for romantic entanglements. Entrusting Tsunade to Uchiha Naruto would at least ensure she was with someone who, while a bit brash, truly cared for her. Upon arriving at the Konoha encampment, guided by the camp staff, Tsunade and Jiraiya entered the site. They noted an atmosphere that was tense, yet not overwhelmingly so, leading them to wonder why the old man had issued orders so hastily if the situation were not dire. Their queries were answered upon entering the command room, where they found Orochimaru, visibly frazzled by the demands of war. Although he was accompanied by Akimichi Choji, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ally was largely unconcerned with the military affairs, leaving the command in Orochimaru's hands. This was Orochimaru's first time fully commanding such a large force. Initially, the scale of conflict had been manageable, as he possessed the requisite skills. However, with the escalation of hostilities between nations, any future engagements would not resemble the small skirmishes of the past. Upon seeing his two comrades, Orochimaru finally allowed a smile to break through, saying, "You have finally arrived. Hanzo of the Salamander, riding high on a streak of 3 victories, has set his sights on us in Konoha." Both Jiraiya and Tsunade responded with grave expressions, and Jiraiya interjected, "What can we do now?" Orochimaru then turned his attention to Tsunade, stating, "Tsunade, we need an antidote for Hanzo's poison. Can you create one?" Tsunade did not immediately acquiesce, instead replying, "I can likely concoct an antidote for Hanzo's toxin, but I will need a sample of it first. Moreover, judging by Hanzo's previous engagements with Sunagakure, he tends to update his poisons periodically. Thus, even if an antidote were to be developed, it would likely be effective for only a few battles. The prospect of creating a definitive antidote for the poison of the salamander is one I can only advise attempting, but do not harbor excessive hope. Upon hearing Tsunade's response, Orochimaru found himself at a loss. Initially, he had hoped that Tsunade's medical prowess could yield a permanent antidote, significantly alleviating the pressure of future conflicts with the Hidden Ring. Although he himself was not on Tsunade's level as a medical ninja, his extensive research had afforded him a substantial understanding of human biology, leading him to recognize that a universal antidote is not a feasible reality. The crux of the matter is that acquiring the salamander's poison necessitates engaging in battle with Hanzo. But without an antidote, a large-scale confrontation with the rain-summoning Hanzo's forces is out of the question. To make matters worse, Hanzo continually updates his poisons, meaning that even if they obtain a sample of the salamander's toxin, it would be ineffective against his newer concoctions. After Orochimaru communicated the current predicament to the two, Tsunade contemplated for a moment and proposed two potential solutions, the first being to engage in smaller skirmishes to obtain a sample of the salamander's poison and swiftly manufacture an antidote, as Hanzo would likely refrain from updating his poison during this time, paving the way for a decisive battle thereafter. The second option would involve defeating Hanzo while he was still in the process of updating his poison and before he could mass-produce an antidote, all while ensuring that neither side's ninja armies were involved. Orochimaru had no particularly brilliant strategies to offer, as any plan he might devise would likely encounter unforeseen complications during execution. Just as they were deliberating tactics, Hanzo formally declared war on Konoha, demanding that they immediately withdraw from the Land of Rain and pay a substantial sum in reparations, threatening that should they refuse, the Hidden Rain would not only vanquish Konoha, but would also launch a counter-invasion. Barely had Hanzo issued his declaration when both Sunagakure and Iwagakure issued statements vehemently condemning Konoha for the destruction wrought upon the Land of Rain, urging them to promptly withdraw and compensate for the damages. Seeing the commotion, Hyomogakure joined the chorus of condemnation, even suggesting that had it not been for the fear of retaliation, smaller nations might have rallied to join the denunciation as well. Among the great ninja villages, only Kirigakure remained secluded, oblivious to the unfolding events. The news of Hanzo's declaration of war placed immense pressure on Konoha. Orochimaru promptly reported the details to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet the Konoha F4 deliberated for an extended period without arriving at a viable solution. Danzo repeatedly volunteered for combat, only to be rebuffed by Sarutobi. It was not until a day later that the village relayed its strategic decisions. Orochimaru gazed at the orders detailing a retreat to the borders of the Land of Rain and the Fire Country, advising heightened vigilance and the rapid production of a universal antidote, adding that reinforcements were en route. Orochimaru's face turned a shade of green with frustration. Retreating to the borders would only facilitate attacks, as Hanzo could strike at Konoha's forces at any moment, claiming that Konoha had caused destruction in the Land of Rain without compensating for it. Without resolving the issue of the salamander's poison, an increase in ordinary troops would only serve as fodder. However, with Sarutobi, the Hokage, dictating this course of action, Orochimaru had no choice but to comply and retreat to the borders of the Land of Rain. Chapter 83, The Great Battle Against Hanzo Lord. Konoha's forces have retreated to our borders and have not returned to the Land of Fire. They remain silent on the matter of reparations, reported Shinda to Hanzo. Hanzo inquired, "Is it raining where Konoha is currently stationed?" Shinda replied, "Indeed, my lord, it is raining." The Land of Rain, known for its perpetual downpour, meant that the rain ninjas were adept in water-based jutsu, rendering the muddy terrain a significant impediment to Konoha's movements. In contrast, for the rain ninjas who thrived in such conditions, the current weather was decidedly advantageous. Hanzo addressed Shinda, stating, "It appears we must compel Konoha to vacate the Land of Rain entirely. As for the subsequent developments of war, let Konoha fend for itself. Assemble the troops." A multitude of rain ninjas surged towards Konoha's encampment, ruthlessly eliminating any scouts they encountered along the way. Orochimaru and his companions were soon aware of the rain ninjas' invasion and could only prepare their forces for battle. A reckless retreat at this juncture would merely present an opportunity for the enemy. The pressing situation exacerbated by the weather and the debilitating effects of the salamander's poison was beyond remedy. Recognizing the urgency, Orochimaru turned to Akimichi Choza, stating, "Lord Choza, you will lead our forces into battle. I, Jiraiya, and Tsunade will hold off Hanzo to minimize our losses." The conflict in the Land of Rain approached with alarming swiftness. leaving Konoha with little time to prepare. Choza, understanding the gravity of the situation, readily agreed before taking his position. Soon, the forces of the Land of Rain infiltrated Konoha's camp, with a surge of rain ninjas pouring forth, led by the semi-divine Hanzo of the Salamander. At this moment, Hanzo had summoned his beloved pet, the Salamander, to join the fray. Upon his arrival, Hanzo surveyed the encircled Konoha ninjas and ordered his massive, grotesque summoning to unleash a cloud of potent poison. The noxious purple mist erupted from the Salamander's maw, enveloping the surrounding area. The Konoha ninjas caught in the heart of this toxic cloud bore the brunt of its effects, with many ordinary ninjas succumbing instantly, unable to withstand the newly upgraded toxin. Even with the antidote provided by Tsunade, faced with the enormous salamander, Orochimaru and his companions recognized the imperative to swiftly neutralize the summoned creature, or at the very least, contain Hanzo to prevent him from unleashing further toxins elsewhere. Summoning jutsu, summoning jutsu, summoning jutsu. On the battlefield, a colossal, purple, horned serpent, a red-skinned toad named Fukasaku donning a smoking pipe and short sword, and a blue-backed slug materialized. Upon appearing, the serpent clamored for 100 sacrifices, while Fukasaku merely scoffed at its audacity. The slug obediently declared, "Lady Tsunade, I shall assist you to the best of my abilities." The three figures atop their respective summoned beasts assumed their stances, with Orochimaru producing the cursed sword, Kusanagi. Tsunade, summoning her inner strength, exclaimed, "King of beasts, transform into the Lion King." As she metamorphosed, feline ears and a tail sprouted from her form, her hands also exhibiting feline characteristics. Although the cursed sword had granted her the option to alter her palms, primarily to avoid hindering her jutsu hand seals, Tsunade typically refrained from hand seals and relished the enhanced strength and durability afforded by her transformation. Jiraiya, glancing at his comrades who wielded impressive weapons while he remained empty-handed, felt a surge of exasperation. He mused, "Are you all secretly enhancing yourselves without including me? Are we still a team? Upon our return, I shall commission Naruto to forge me an unparalleled weapon." Perhaps due to his confidence in his own abilities or a desire to linger and release more toxic gas, Hanzo did not impede the transformations and summoning of the three. Calmly, he addressed them, "You three are the disciples of the third Hokage, are you not? Allow me to test your strength today and see what confidence Sarutobi has in your ability to withstand me." As Jiraiya observed Hanzo continuously exhaling poison into the air, he shouted, "Fukasaku." The determined toad unsheathed his short sword and, utilizing the extraordinary leaping ability of his kind, launched himself into a fierce assault against Hanzo. He leapt high into the air, gripping the short blade tightly, poised to cleave the giant salamander in half with a decisive strike. Yet, the salamander exhibited an agility that belied its massive form, swiftly adjusting its stance and maneuvering with remarkable finesse, whipping its tail with precision. Just as Wanta was about to land his blow, the salamander suddenly lashed out with its tail, propelling him far away. Wanta tumbled through the air, nearly crashing into Manda, provoking the serpent's furious outburst. "You wretched, ugly toad. Witness how a true warrior fights." Though Wanta was in considerable pain, he understood that he could not let it affect Jiraiya's battle. He gritted his teeth and bore the agony in silence. Manda advanced towards the salamander with an air of arrogance, his massive body accelerating as he drew closer. With a gaping maw, he opened wide to strike. The salamander responded with a powerful tail strike, yet fortune smiled upon Manda as the salamander's tail, charged with energy, narrowly missed him. As Manda's fangs sank into the salamander's flesh, though the bite was not deep, he viciously injected his precious essence into the creature. However, to Manda's astonishment, the salamander displayed no overt reaction to the infusion. In fact, as Manda made contact, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if he were succumbing to poison. This was a grave miscalculation. Even Hanzo, who possessed immunity to the salamander's toxins, would be affected by its venomous sac, underscoring the salamander's formidable toxicity. Under such lethal capabilities, the salamander also exhibited a terrifying resistance to poison. Nevertheless, Manda did not relent. He continued to coil around the salamander's physique, intent on strangling it to death. The salamander, aware of Manda's movements, opened its massive jaws and sank its teeth into Manda. Ensnared by the salamander's bite, Manda retaliated fiercely, disregarding the excruciating pain as he wrapped his form tightly around the salamander, striving to suffocate it. Hanzo, standing atop the salamander, finally sprang into action. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had buried numerous explosive tags in the ground. Manipulating these tags, he cloaked Manda in them, preparing to unleash his signature fire release, exploding flame array. Hanzo swiftly performed the necessary hand seals. Fire release, exploding flame array. A tremendous explosion erupted around Manda, severely injuring him amid the chaos of the blast and the salamander's relentless gnawing. To mitigate the damage, Manda retreated back to the summoning realm. Orochimaru paid no heed to Manda's plight. Their relationship was tenuous at best. Instead, he seized the opportunity while Manda absorbed the impact, gathering his yang chakra into the Tun Ichi Manji and delivering a deep, nearly 1 meter long gash upon the salamander. The wounded salamander writhed in pain, its massive form capable of wreaking havoc with every movement. Orochimaru found it impossible to deliver a second strike, opting instead to utilize the body flicker technique to distance himself. The reason he refrained from striking Hanzo was that he believed the so-called demigod would not fall so easily to a blade, making Manda's distraction an excellent opportunity for output. Initially, Hanzo had paid little mind to the wound on the salamander, considering its thick skin and towering height. The injury inflicted by Manda had ceased bleeding, and the recent strike from Orochimaru appeared superficial. Yet, Hanzo soon noticed something amiss. The seemingly shallow wound created by Orochimaru was bleeding steadily, albeit slowly, which caused him a pang of concern. Hanzo seemed to have an epiphany as he gazed at Orochimaru's weapon, exclaiming, "This must be the renowned weapon forged by Uchiha Naruto of Konoha. Indeed, it possesses remarkable capabilities that even the salamander cannot swiftly heal from." The transformation of the iron demon thousand-handed rope tree into wood release is truly terrifying. Konoha produces exceptional talent. He then turned to Tsunade and inquired, "Was your recent transformation also a form of extraordinary weaponry?" However, Tsunade and her comrades found little time for idle chatter, as the salamander's poison continued to seep into their bodies. Even with Tsunade's antidote, Jiraiya and Orochimaru felt its effects diminish significantly after Hanzo renewed the salamander's toxins. Only Tsunade, fortified by the Beast King transformation belt, exhibited a strong resistance to the poison, feeling no adverse effects. Stepping forward, she declared, "I shall take the lead in this battle. You two assist me." She exchanged knowing glances with her companions. The trio, in perfect harmony, understood Tsunade's intentions. Tsunade and Orochimaru charged at the salamander from opposite sides. At this moment, Wanta had managed to rise to his feet. Jiraiya leapt atop his head once more, signaling a covert signal that Wanta understood implicitly. Wanta puffed up his cheeks, unleashing a torrent of toad oil. Meanwhile, Jiraiya formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a fire release. Hanzo, observing Jiraiya's movements, recognized the intent behind the actions of the seasoned warrior. The toad's actions further suggested that Jiraiya's fire release would not be a simple attack. Thus, Hanzo hastened to form his hand seals. Fire release, toad oil flame bullet. The combination of Wanta's oil and Jiraiya's flames birthed a colossal oil flame projectile, its attack radius vast and its potency immense. The terrifying conflagration, saturated with oil, clashed against the deluge of the land of rain, roaring towards the salamander and Hanzo. Water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water erupted from the salamander's maw. Ordinarily, one might assume that a standard water technique could not withstand Jiraiya's combined oil flame projectile. However, bolstered by the salamander's immense chakra, its mastery of water techniques, and the prevailing weather conditions, the great waterfall technique functioned like a high-pressure water cannon, effectively staving off the flames unleashed by Wanta and Jiraiya. The collision of fire and water generated an enormous cloud of steam, enveloping the battlefield. Both Wanta and Jiraiya felt an overwhelming pressure, their bodies instinctively pushed backward. Wanta widened his eyes, astonished by the scene before him. He had not anticipated the formidable prowess of the salamander's water release, capable of countering their assault. A grave expression crossed Jiraiya's face. He recognized the salamander's significant strength, but was unprepared for the sheer skill demonstrated in its water techniques. Such mastery could only be rivaled by the second Hokage. Wanta, you and the slug will need to restrain the salamander while I engage Hanzo and Tsunade. With that, Jiraiya leapt off Wanta's head. Under the cover of steam, Jiraiya stealthily maneuvered, seeking an opening to strike. Having just completed the great waterfall technique, Hanzo was suddenly flooded with an intense sense of danger. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly formed hand seals and activated the water body flicker technique. Just as he teleported away, Tsunade's fist and Orochimaru's Tun Ichi Manji were already upon him. Had it not been for Hanzo's quick reflexes, he would surely have sustained grave injuries. Yet, Hanzo's abilities surpassed mere evasion. His water body flicker technique was executed with astonishing speed, making it difficult for even Tsunade and Orochimaru to keep pace. Enraged, Tsunade prepared to unleash a devastating punch upon the salamander below, while Hanzo, having narrowly avoided their assault, swung his scythe and hammer in retaliation. The three were soon embroiled in a fierce melee. Due to its proximity to the venomous fish well, the toxicity of the fish has intensified. Tsunade and Orochimaru deliberately maneuvered away from the well, a fact that Hanzo naturally noticed. However, Tsunade's sudden intention to strike the fish with a punch startled Hanzo, as he could not ascertain the terrifying power her fist might possess under the enhancement of the Imperial artifact. The technique Lion's Mane was invoked by Jiraiya, who had been waiting patiently at the side, allowing his hair to elongate into a lion's head in an attempt to ensnare Hanzo. Yet, Hanzo adeptly evaded the attack with a water body technique, leaving Jiraiya seething with frustration. Soon after, Jiraiya joined the fray. The battlefield transformed into a legendary scene reminiscent of the three heroes battling Lu Bu. No, it should be the three Sannin versus Hanzo. In Chapter 85, Tsunade unleashed her might. She leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful kick that Hanzo narrowly evaded. Empowered by the Beast King, Tsunade's heavenly foot of pain was even more formidable than before. Hanzo gazed in trepidation at the ground where he had stood moments ago, now reduced to rubble. Even a powerhouse of his caliber could not withstand the full force of Tsunade's strikes, prompting him to prepare for a concentrated counterattack. Before he could gather himself, however, the offensive from Jiraiya and Orochimaru commenced. Hanzo was not particularly intimidated by the physical prowess of the two opponents before him. He swung his scythe towards Orochimaru while the chains targeted Jiraiya. At this stage, the combat capabilities of the trio, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, had yet to be fully realized. Orochimaru's physical enhancements were still in their infancy, and the concept of the substitute technique had only recently emerged due to the butterfly effect. Jiraiya had not yet mastered sage arts, and the all-important Rasengan had yet to be conceived by Minato. Tsunade had not fully grasped the Ein sealing technique, and she lacked the distinctive blue crystal that would later adorn her forehead. Thus, despite Orochimaru wielding the scythe and Tsunade transforming into the Beast King, they were still unable to easily defeat Hanzo. Yet, at least they now had the capacity to engage him. Unlike in the original narrative where Hanzo effortlessly dispatched them as though instructing novices, Tsunade raised her fist once more, aiming to strike Hanzo, who narrowly dodged yet again, only to find himself ensnared by Jiraiya's hair. Just as Tsunade prepared to deliver her second punch, a shocking event unfolded. Hanzo executed the water body technique without forming any seals. The speed at which he performed this technique seemed almost comparable to space-time ninjutsu. Hanzo let out a pained grunt, his face contorted in agony as his body trembled slightly. It turned out that Orochimaru had been lying in wait, akin to a cunning serpent, biding his time for the opportune moment. With Hanzo's attention entirely captivated by Tsunade and Jiraiya, Orochimaru seized the chance to strike, delivering a vicious slash across Hanzo's back. While Hanzo's sturdy armor absorbed much of the blow, the sharp edge of the scythe still drew blood, causing crimson droplets to seep forth. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Hanzo immediately distanced himself from his adversaries, warily surveying his surroundings. Instinctively, Hanzo attempted to use chakra to staunch the wound, a common reaction among those who had suffered similar slashes. However, he soon discovered that this method proved ineffective, as the wound continued to bleed profusely. In that moment, he finally understood why his beloved pet fish had bled uncontrollably. Hanzo realized that had the injury been any larger, he might have already been unable to continue the fight. Nevertheless, he could still sense the gradual depletion of his physical strength, darkening his expression further. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Hanzo, Orochimaru had coated the edge of the scythe with potent poison, yet it seemed to have little effect on Hanzo, who possessed a formidable resistance to toxins. On the other side of the battlefield, the struggle involving the summoned beasts intensified. Fukasaku was once again sent flying, his short blades soaring far from his grasp. The fish seized the opportunity to viciously bite down on the slug, forcing it to split into numerous smaller slugs to evade the attack. At that moment, the toxic mist within the fish had fully replenished. It opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of purple poison that surged forth like a raging flood, quickly enveloping the entire battlefield. Under the corrosive effects of the toxin, Fukasaku and the slug were nearly sent back to the summoning realm. The human combatants on the battlefield inhaled the noxious fumes once again, leaving Jiraiya and Orochimaru struggling to maintain their footing. Hanzo seized this advantageous moment. Having been wounded by Orochimaru's scythe, he could no longer afford to prolong the battle nonchalantly as he had in the original tale. Now, Hanzo was determined to conclude the fight swiftly. Tsunade would not allow Hanzo to attack her comrades unimpeded. She charged forward once more, her fist raised. Tsunade's strikes were powerful and formidable, yet the intricacies of ninja combat, laden with various techniques and abilities, meant that despite her efforts, Hanzo had yet to suffer from any of her blows. As Hanzo observed Tsunade's persistence, he skillfully evaded her punches and retaliated with his scythe, inflicting a deep cut across her abdomen. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya exclaimed in alarm, witnessing his comrade being wounded by Hanzo. They were all acutely aware of the potency of Hanzo's poison. Even the ordinary toxin was formidable, let alone that which followed a wound. Although Tsunade had transformed into the Beast King, she succumbed temporarily to the repeated onslaught of toxins and injuries. Hanzo performed another water release technique, executing the jutsu with merely 3 hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Hanzo conjured a water dragon behind him, launching it towards Orochimaru and sending him flying across the battlefield. Jiraiya, aware of Hanzo's relentless assault, recognized his own physical techniques were inferior and resorted to ninjutsu once again. Ninja art, needle of the earth. By channeling chakra, Jiraiya hardened his silver hair, transforming it into sharp spikes akin to a porcupine, attempting to strike Hanzo. In response, Hanzo unleashed the toxic gas from his belly, engulfing Jiraiya and rendering him completely incapacitated. With his arms crossed, Hanzo surveyed the fallen trio of Konoha ninjas, exuding an air of superiority, just as he prepared to gloat and bestow titles upon them. The downed Tsunade activated her technique, Lion's Never-Ending. Having just been struck by the lethal poison, Tsunade's injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate, even adapting to the vast amounts of poison coursing through her veins. Hanzo watched in disbelief as Tsunade began to rise, a colossal red lion apparition seemingly manifesting above her head. Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Tsunade, now nearly defenseless, charged at Hanzo once more. Hanzo, perplexed by Tsunade's audacity, feared that he might inadvertently slay this princess of the Land of Fire, granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, an esteemed pupil of the Hokage. If he had to choose one among them whom he least desired to kill, it would undoubtedly be Tsunade. In mere moments, Tsunade closed the distance to Hanzo, who, once again, swung his scythe, delivering a vicious cut to her body. The poison permeated her, yet it proved ineffective against her current state. The gash healed before Hanzo's astonished eyes. Just as Hanzo attempted to retract his scythe, Tsunade's claws, for a big cat is still a cat, seized Hanzo's weapon, and an overwhelming force surged from the scythe. Hanzo felt himself being pulled, forced to relinquish his weapon in disgrace. In Chapter 86, Konoha emerges victorious. Deprived of his weapon, Hanzo would not submit easily. He executed another flawless series of hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The moisture in the air coalesced under Hanzo's control, forming a water dragon that surged towards Tsunade. Yet, Tsunade's forthcoming action would once again astonish Hanzo. She struck the dragon's head with a powerful fist, nearly obliterating it. Even though the dragon's head remained intact, its power had diminished significantly as it propelled Tsunade along for a while. Remarkably, Tsunade maintained her stance, merely gasping for breath, her exaggerated curves twisting continuously. This spectacle stirred a sense of envy in Naruto, who observed from a distance. Indeed, Naruto harbored doubts about Tsunade's ability to confront Hanzo, recalling how effortlessly Hanzo had defeated the 3 Sannin in the original narrative. He feared that Hanzo might irrationally decide to eliminate the trio this time. Thus, he utilized dimensional displacement to position himself discreetly nearby, cloaked in the stealth of his form, silently watching the unfolding confrontation. Meanwhile, the salamander had just finished dealing with Bunta and the slug, quickly rushing over to protect its master. After catching her breath for a moment, Tsunade once again charged forward. Fists raised, the eager salamander swatted Tsunade away with its tail, sending her flying. Yet she rose once more, eyes glinting with determination. Hanzo hastily commanded the salamander to retreat from Tsunade. Naturally, Tsunade understood who her target was, and like an indomitable creature, she charged again with her fists held high. Faced with this seemingly impervious being, who could withstand blades, toxins, and ninjutsu, Hanzo felt an unprecedented sense of difficulty. However, a demigod of the ninja world is not to be underestimated. Hanzo swiftly devised a strategy to counter Tsunade. He hurled several shurikens imbued with explosive tags, then formed hand seals. Fire release, exploding flame array. Under his control, the explosive tags raced towards Tsunade, detonating upon contact. As Tsunade fell to the ground, she attempted to rise once more, but Hanzo, having completed his seals, extended his left hand. Water release, water prison technique. Hanzo's left hand formed a water prison. Aiming to bind Tsunade, once ensnared, Neither the caster nor the target could move or perform seals. Yet, Tsunade was not to be underestimated. Before the water prison fully formed, she swiped with her claw. Although she missed, the force of her strike grazed Hanzo's left eye, leaving a claw mark that would forever mar his visage. Enduring the pain, Hanzo employed a chakra absorption technique, slowly siphoning Tsunade's chakra. After a considerable duration, Hanzo observed Tsunade emerging from that peculiar state and dispelled his ninjutsu. Tsunade lay on the ground, gasping for the precious air. Hanzo elegantly leaped onto the salamander's head, resuming his air of superiority, arms crossed as he arrogantly proclaimed, "It seems this battle has ended in a victory for Konoha. I shall grant you a chance to escape." Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya, who had yet to rise, suddenly shouted, "We do not require your pity. We can continue to fight." Hanzo paid no heed to the novice Jiraiya, continuing his monologue. "You three are indeed formidable, managing to survive in such dire conditions. I shall henceforth refer to you as the Konoha Sannin. Claim this title, earned through your very lives." After uttering these words, Hanzo felt the sting of blood seeping from his back and the searing pain in his left eye. He addressed Tsunade and Orochimaru, stating, "You two are even more impressive. I bestow upon you, Tsunade, the title of Konoha's Fierce Tiger, and upon you, Orochimaru, the title of Konoha's Giant Python." Some of our country's table tennis athletes are also quite renowned in Japan, where they have been given formidable nicknames. Su Xin is called the Imperial Python, Ma Long the Imperial Destruction Dragon, and Zhang Jike the Imperial Fierce Tiger. After delivering these titles, Hanzo turned his back and departed with the salamander, sensing that lingering any longer might lead to his downfall, as defeating the trio without taking their lives proved exceedingly challenging. Jiraiya, still sprawled on the ground, realized their safety was likely assured and stubbornly exclaimed, "What about my nickname? What about my title?" Tsunade, observing Jiraiya's comical demeanor, approached and playfully kicked him. She then proceeded to heal both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Naruto, witnessing this, felt reassured. He had prepared himself to deliver a harsh lesson to Hanzo if the salamander decided to forsake martial ethics. He vowed to teach Hanzo a lesson, even contemplating his demise. With patience and readiness, Naruto was indeed justified in making such a statement. Hanzo remained oblivious to the fact that he had just narrowly escaped death. As he journeyed onward, he self-deprecatingly questioned when he had become so lenient, sparing the lives of enemies due to various concerns. However, he quickly rationalized that he had intentionally spared the trio and conferred upon Tsunade and Orochimaru their distinctive titles, anticipating that as their names spread throughout the ninja world, larger nations would succumb to greed, leading to a dog-eat-dog scenario. They could no longer afford to play around in the realm of large nations. Riding the salamander, Hanzo arrived at the actual battlefield, where Akimichi Chozo was currently engaging in a fierce rampage, while the elite rain ninjas could only attempt to restrain him. Upon spotting Hanzo, Chozo realized that Tsunade and the others were nowhere in sight, causing his heart to skip a beat. Had Tsunade and the others perished? If so, Konoha would suffer tremendous losses. Even if he had slain numerous rain ninjas, it would not compensate for the loss of Tsunade and her unique stature. The rain ninjas, witnessing Hanzo's arrival, felt their morale surge, immediately launching a counterattack. Yet Hanzo coldly declared, "Retreat. Your Konoha Sannin are indeed formidable, particularly your Fierce Tiger and Giant Python. However, do not recklessly engage in battles within the heart of the land of rain again. Otherwise, our wrath will not be easily quelled." This proclamation astonished both Konoha and the rain ninjas, yet the latter obediently followed Hanzo's lead in departing. Hanzo's words offered Chozo a sigh of relief. Although he was unaware of who the Fierce Tiger and Giant Python were, he was reassured that Tsunade and the others had likely survived. As the Konoha ninjas watched the enemy retreat, Jiraiya and Orochimaru supported each other, and Tsunade emerged before them, signaling that Konoha had emerged victorious in this battle. The surviving ninjas either expressed joy at their survival or celebrated their victory, joining in a chorus of cheers. Jiraiya, hoping to seize the moment and embrace Tsunade, was unfortunately rebuffed, leaving him to forcibly hug a compliant but unresisting Orochimaru, who had been knocked unconscious by a water dragon bullet and was still dazed from inhaling toxic fumes. Orochimaru, feeling utterly despondent, endured Jiraiya's embrace, internally vowing, I must develop a technique that guarantees my survival." This battle had reminded him of the fragility of the human body. It was astonishing that a mere water dragon bullet had rendered him unconscious. Chapter 87, Ononoki's Decision. Fortunately, Konoha had withstood the onslaught, achieving a superficial victory. Meanwhile, Hanzo deliberately propagated the titles of the Konoha Sannin, particularly the fierce tiger Tsunade and the giant python Orochimaru, along with their weaponry. This battle marked the ascent of the younger generation within the ninja world, gradually propelling them into the spotlight. Inevitably, these two titles further elevated the notoriety of the weapons forged by Uchiha Naruto. Whether it was the unhealable blade, the Toikamanji, or the newly emerged Imperial Gear Belt, they captivated the attention of ninjas across the ninja world. Previously, aside from the Mizuki's unique ninja swords, most weapons were quite ordinary, composed of standard kunai, shurikens, and ninja blades. Now, Konoha's ninja tools were far ahead in terms of quality. Ninjas have their limits, unless one masters a particular forbidden technique. Most individuals will plateau at a certain level due to their inherent talents and personal development. Acquiring exceptionally fine ninja tools seems to be the simplest method of enhancing one's strength, which is undoubtedly enticing, especially considering the terrifying synergy of Shinosuke's previous combination with the evil spirit technique. One could argue that the significance of Uchiha Naruto's weapons is, in some respects, on par with that of the tailed beasts. If this situation continues, should Konoha summon more malevolent spirits or weapons of such caliber? How will the other hidden villages ever hope to contend with Konoha in the future? Even though Konoha once boasted the presence of Senju Hashirama, it is important to remember that even he was mortal and would eventually succumb to death. Now, Konoha relies on these weapons. Who knows how long they can be utilized? The Hidden Mist Village has wielded its ninja swords for countless years, demonstrating that the blade outlives its wielder. The ninja world is not devoid of individuals with foresight, such as Inoki, who sat gravely in his office chair, taken aback by Konoha's effortless triumph. Particularly concerning were the three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already proven themselves capable of bearing great responsibility, having managed to hold their ground against Hanzo and earned the title of the three legendary ninjas. It is worth noting that the majority of ninjas peak in power around 35-50, yet Konoha's legendary trio are all still under the age of 25. The heights they may achieve in the future are something Inoki is reluctant to contemplate. He then considered the circumstances of his own village, feeling overwhelmed. Hastily, Inoki penned a message and handed the sealed envelope to his subordinate, instructing, "Go and inform the other ninja villages that we, the Wagakure, wish to convene a meeting of the 5 Kage. Deliver these letters according to their respective signatories." In the depths of the land of water, Uchiha Madara sat with a grimace, plagued by discomfort. Even a being of his caliber could suffer from constipation after prolonged periods of inactivity. Recently, he had once again discovered White Zetsu's surveillance, and by the time he noticed, it was already halfway through. He faced a choice, to sever the connection or ignore it and allow White Zetsu to continue observing. Ultimately, Madara opted to eliminate all the ordinary White Zetsu he encountered. Following that, he deliberately reduced his trips to the restroom, which, combined with his extended sitting, resulted in his current predicament of constipation. Suddenly, the face of Black Zetsu appeared before him, handing over a letter. "Lord Madara, this contains a message from Inoki for the Mizuki, along with the latest updates regarding Uchiha Naruto." Madara accepted the letter, feeling the monotony of his existence without Hashirama's presence in the underground. He often found himself passing time by perusing updates about Naruto, Nagato, and events occurring in the ninja world. He wondered how Naruto felt knowing that his ancestor, Uchiha Madara, was a fervent admirer of his exploits. As he read through the letter, he murmured, "Senju Rope Tree, plagued by malevolent spirits. The Salamander Hanzo, the three legendary ninjas. The Fierce Tiger, the Giant Python. Imperial Artifacts, Ministerial Tools. Uchiha Naruto." Upon seeing that Madara had completely finished reading the letter, Black Zetsu, with his characteristic gravelly voice, remarked, "Lord Madara, your junior is quite remarkable. The weapons he has forged are capable of stirring the nerves of the entire ninja world. Will his actions interfere with your plans? Or do you intend to select him as your future successor?" At that moment, Black Zetsu played his part as a villain adeptly, always prioritizing Madara's interests above all else. Uchiha Naruto indeed proved to be an exceptional young man, while he did not focus solely on the Sharingan. His intelligence and capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, coupled with a cheerful and lively disposition. He would make a fitting candidate for a planning agent. However, his brilliance and capability also rendered him lacking in the necessary obsession. Madara mused. At that moment, Obito began to act comically, saying, "I understand. Lord Madara. What you mean is that you can't easily manipulate Uchiha Naruto. You cannot fully control him." He continued to disregard the veins bulging on Madara's forehead, wearing a proud expression. Madara clenched his fist, then relaxed it, saying to Obito, "From now on, you are to monitor Uchiha Naruto 24/7, returning to report every month. Understood?" Obito immediately saluted, exclaiming, "Lord Madara, you have finally recognized my shining qualities. I shall not disappoint. I will diligently observe Uchiha Naruto, even monitoring him closely during his most private moments." Black Zetsu, watching this fool, felt a surge of disdain. Indeed, a foolish individual without a goal. Unlike me, I have always strived to save my mother. Even if it means pushing the ninja world to its brink, I will not relent. That is what a meaningful existence entails. You, simpleton, think yourself significant despite your banishment. After arranging for Obito, Madara stated calmly, "Let us wait a while longer. If Uchiha Naruto truly poses a threat to my plans, I shall speak with him before my demise." Meanwhile, back in Konoha, Naruto was happily enjoying his life, blissfully unaware that Madara might seek a conversation with him. Naruto engaged in a round of fly swatting, subsequently receiving a reward from Tsunade. Ding! Tsunade's utilization of the Beast King transformation has reached intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Senju clan physique intermediate. Naruto underwent another physical enhancement. With this, he had now received 2 instances of intermediate Senju clan physique enhancement, along with 2 instances of basic enhancement. Unfortunately, he was still a bit short of evolving into the advanced Senju physique. Naruto promptly opened his system panel, checking his chakra reserves, and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, he had reached 20 cards. He could proudly declare, being under 10 years of age in the ninja world, he possessed 20 cards, an abundance he could hardly exhaust. Chapter 88, The Necessity of Urgency. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally received Inoki's invitation for the 5 Kage meeting. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant to attend. Yet he felt obligated. He sensed that if he did not go, Konoha might very well face an onslaught from 4 ninja villages. However, attending could mean he might be directly surrounded by those very adversaries before the war even commenced. Danzo, as the underground Hokage of Konoha, would not hold back in his confrontation with Hiruzen. He seized Inoki's letter and scrutinized it. Upon reading the demand for Konoha to surrender Uchiha Naruto, as well as the shared distribution of the weapons he forged with the 5 great nations, Danzo erupted in fury, slamming his hand forcefully onto Hiruzen's desk. This action caused Hiruzen to cease his smoking, staring blankly at Danzo, his eyes seemingly conveying, "Is it not somewhat impolite to strike my desk?" Which is the desk of the Hokage. Danzo now regarded Naruto as his subordinate, and the other village's desire for Naruto's weapons, even for Naruto himself, felt like an assault on Danzo's very roots. "Hiruzen, we absolutely cannot hand over Uchiha Naruto. We merely need to give him some time to do our utmost to prolong the war. Once Naruto forges a sufficient quantity of weapons, those 4 ninja villages are nothing but a pack of worthless curs." Danzo fixed his gaze intensely on Hiruzen. Hiruzen chose to ignore Danzo, who was somewhat agitated, instead looking to Mito Kazumi and Togakure Koharu, hoping to gauge their opinions. Togakure Koharu, gazing at Hiruzen, suggested, "If the situation becomes dire, we might consider relinquishing Uchiha Naruto. In that case, the fragile alliance of those 4 ninja villages would crumble in an instant, especially since the Hidden Mist village has always been reluctant to involve itself in the affairs of other villages." Mito Kazumi also expressed his thoughts. "Perhaps we could utilize the weapons forged by Naruto to attract some allies, subsequently continuing to build our strength." Hiruzen observed his 3 advisors, lamenting the quality of their suggestions. What kind of level were they operating at? Their recommendations were either mindlessly aggressive or marked by constant retreat, attempting to evade problems through their own withdrawal. Yet, he found himself devoid of any better alternatives, knowing full well that war was likely inevitable. Hiruzen addressed the 3 before him. "It seems that war is unavoidable. We shall convene a meeting of the Jonin tomorrow." This time, Danzo listened attentively as Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed inclined to agree with his proposal. He praised Hiruzen, saying, "Excellent. Hiruzen, you have finally heeded my counsel." As Danzo slowly exited the Hokage's office, he glanced at the slightly ajar door and gently closed it behind him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, engrossed in administrative affairs, awaited the expected slam of the door, which never came, leaving him somewhat disconcerted. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered that Danzo had already departed. Having concluded the meeting, Danzo promptly returned to his base and instructed his subordinates to summon Nagato. Nagato, who was currently tinkering with Hashirama's cells in Danzo's office, heeded the call and made his way over, recalling that he had yet to receive payment for the last enhancement of the invigorating armor. Upon seeing Nagato arrive, Danzo forced a smile, attempting to mimic Hiruzen's manner of speech. "Nagato, do you have any needs of late?" This was precisely what Nagato had been waiting for. He seized the opportunity to boldly request, "Lord Danzo, I find myself lacking inspiration lately. Might you provide me with some cells from the first Hokage, and perhaps allow me a glimpse at the Book of Seals? I have heard it contains numerous forbidden techniques created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju." Danzo internally scoffed at Nagato's audacity, noting how he had shamelessly become enamored with such inhumane pursuits after merely utilizing Tobirama's cells once. It was as his teacher had said, the Uchiha clan was indeed a malevolent lineage. As for Nagato's request regarding the Book of Seals, even Danzo could not access it freely. He would require Hiruzen's approval, and for a mere ninja like Nagato, it was an impossibility unless one had achieved significant merit and was a direct descendant of the Hokage. The Uchiha boy before him was undeniably insatiable. Danzo replied, "I may be able to provide you with a small quantity of the first Hokage's cells, but you must use them sparingly. As for the Book of Seals, the forbidden techniques within are far too perilous for someone of your age. It is simply too soon for you." Nagato's expression soured at this. Feeling indignant at being deemed too young, in a moment of indignation, he thought to himself, "If you're so sure, let us compare sizes." Reflecting on Danzo's childless life and his peculiar relationship with Hiruzen, he wondered if Danzo might be homosexual, possibly suffering from erectile dysfunction, rendering him only capable of being submissive. With a gaze of pity directed at Danzo, Nagato left him feeling perplexed. Noticing Nagato's silence, Danzo assumed it was dissatisfaction and continued to placate him. "Are you aware that Hiruzen intends to transfer you to another ninja village? Recently, the Wagakure convened a 5-Kage summit, and they desire you. Otherwise, they threaten to launch an assault on Konoha, and Hiruzen is considering handing you over." Danzo spoke ill of Hiruzen with practiced ease, even contemplating that if Hiruzen refused to comply, he would argue vehemently with Nagato, claiming he had to fight for his cause, risking his life to protect him. Upon hearing this, Nagato suddenly feigned despair, lowering his head and using chakra to redden his eyes. It seemed he had made a resolute decision as he lifted his gaze, eyes now resolute, and declared, "Lord Danzo, if Hiruzen intends to cast me out of Konoha, I must rely on you for assistance. I have a vision of forging a mech that surpasses the Imperial tools, one that possesses the power to unify the ninja world. I have gathered many materials for this mech. I now require your aid." Danzo's greed surged at the prospect. He had not anticipated that speaking ill of Hiruzen would yield such a significant opportunity. After all, Nagato had never failed to create a weapon, and his proposals were typically conservative, exceeding expectations each time. If he could harness this power capable of unifying the ninja realm, he would no longer need to rely on cunning. He could act freely. True strength would compel the weak to gravitate towards him. Nagato, observing Danzo nearly drooling, remained blissfully unaware that his mere words had instigated such ambitions in Danzo. "What do you require? I shall support you wholeheartedly," Danzo declared, attempting to regain his composure. Nagato elaborated, "Given the enormity of this weapon, the workload is substantial, necessitating the use of the shadow clone technique for assistance. Furthermore, I have a foreboding sense that this new danger is immensely formidable. It serves as the biological core of the new weapon. Thus, I will also require potent sealing techniques. Lastly, due to the complexity of this endeavor, I will need a considerable number of talents, vast sums of money, and abundant materials." Upon hearing this, Danzo immediately promised that Nagato should return and await his arrangements, which he would expedite. On his way back, Nagato could not suppress a triumphant smile, his lips curling uncontrollably. He had managed to secure numerous advantageous resources and even contemplated revealing the secret of the supreme throne to Hiruzen later, in hopes of extracting more. With Konoha's resources, he envisioned crafting this S-rank weapon, convinced that its creation would facilitate another upgrade of his system. As for the weapon's ultimate ownership, Nagato had concealed his true strength well enough that no one had suspected he might abscond with it. Nevertheless, he did not mind providing the higher-ups of Konoha with a semblance of security, allowing them to invest with peace of mind. After all, in the face of weaponized supremacy, every weapon he forged would yield itself to him, much like a courtesan. Nagato fantasized about his Susanoo mech, even contemplating the possibility of confronting the aging Uchiha Madara. Should fortune favor him and he succeed in defeating Madara, he would become the true emperor of the ninja world, unless the Sage of Six Paths intervened. Of course, he could always wait for Madara to perish of natural causes before making his move. As these thoughts swirled, Nagato realized a pressing concern. Had Madara begun to take notice of him? Chapter 89, The Jonin Meeting. Nagato pondered the likelihood of Madara's attention being drawn to him, concluding that, given his recent activities, particularly the incident with the dragon transformation, there was at least a 50% chance that Madara had noticed him. Contemplating this, Nagato reasoned that even if Madara were aware of him, it might not necessitate alarm, for Madara was likely still in search of suitable executors for his plans. Next, Nagato reflected on his capacity to confront Madara, recognizing that with his current abilities, defeating Madara was unrealistic. Yet, he felt no fear. His arsenal of escape tactics would ensure his survival. As long as Madara remained alive, he could still aspire to be the leader of the ninja world. Moreover, once the guardian deity was constructed, he might just be able to contend with Madara, for he was not the type to shy away from strengthening himself out of fear of adversaries. Nagato's upbringing, steeped in a fervent ideology, endowed him with a formidable sense of agency. He would pursue any opportunity that presented high returns for himself. This was evident from his past dedication to accessing educational resources online. No one could hinder his progress. The following morning, Konoha convened a long-awaited Jonin meeting. While the original narrative suggested that Konoha had only a dozen or so Jonin, the reality was that there were indeed many, filling the conference room to capacity. This discrepancy was understandable, considering the numerous bloodlines and secret clans within Konoha, each boasting robust training methodologies, supplemented by generations of common ninjas development. While elite Jonin might be few, the overall strength of the Jonin was substantial, far exceeding the limited numbers presented in the original work. However, due to the penchant of various bloodline clans to conceal their strengths, certain families within Konoha have not attained the ranks of Jonin, resulting in a relatively sparse number of such elite shinobi. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo occupied the central positions at the head of the meeting room, flanked by Nara Shikaku and Mito Kaminari on either side. As Sarutobi Hiruzen articulated the theme of the meeting, the atmosphere in the room erupted into a cacophony of voices, reflecting the urgency of the current predicament. Should Konoha be besieged simultaneously by the other four villages, even the mighty Hidden Leaf would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. The question of victory was rendered moot. Even if they triumphed, it would come at an enormous cost, potentially claiming the lives of more than half of the shinobi present. As Danzo pounded the table, eager to interject, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily recounted the strategies discussed in their previous gathering. He then opened the floor for free discussion. Although Hiruzen was skeptical of the proposals put forth by his three advisors, particularly Danzo's notion of confronting the entire shinobi world head-on, he understood the precariousness of their situation. Konoha may appear united, but excessive sacrifices to the interests of the shinobi could lead to his own downfall. If he were to step down, the future leadership of Konoha would become uncertain. Unlike politicians on the Blue Planet, the shinobi world dealt in assassination as a common practice, and Hiruzen had no desire to be memorialized as a failure, ultimately meeting a grim fate himself. In truth, such a demise would be considered a relatively lenient judgment. If future generations, driven by ambition, were to tarnish his legacy in a bid for power, it could lead to a situation where not only he, but also the Sarutobi clan would be vilified. Thus, Hiruzen convened this meeting, hoping to distribute the burden of responsibility among all present, ensuring that whatever course they chose would be a collective decision. After a brief pause, Hiruzen inquired, "Does anyone have a better solution?" A silver-haired man stood up, Kato Dan, and proposed, "Shunti, we invite Uchiha Naruto to share his perspective on the matter." A brash young shinobi muttered under his breath, "What qualifies a mere student from the Ninja Academy to participate in this meeting or make such decisions?" This remark drew the ire of Uchiha Jonin, who glared at him menacingly. Kato Dan, with a friendly smile, responded, "Uchiha Naruto is, after all, the focal point of this issue and a master craftsman in Konoha. His insights could prove invaluable. He might even provide a breakthrough." Uchiha Chiyuki added, "Indeed. While Uchiha Naruto is young, he possesses a wisdom that transcends that of ordinary children." He shot a withering glance at the impudent young man, who immediately fell silent, intimidated by the authority of the Uchiha clan leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged puzzled glances at Chiyuki's assertion. They had always perceived Uchiha Naruto as a child with overt emotions, and if Chiyuki's words implied that Naruto's childish demeanor was a guise, it warranted further consideration. However, they also recognized that Naruto's power was woefully inadequate. Even if he harbored clever thoughts, without strength, they would amount to little. Unbeknownst to Chiyuki, he had nearly placed Uchiha Naruto in a precarious situation. He was merely seeking to improve relations with Naruto, unaware that Naruto had adeptly played his role, making him seem aligned with Konoha's interests. In truth, Naruto had never intended to remain in Konoha for long. Everything he had done was aimed at gaining strength, the kind that would allow him to stand unyielding even against the likes of Otsutsuki. After contemplating Naruto's situation, Danzo cast a wary glance at Kato Dan. noting his affable demeanor as he endeavored to win favor at the Jonin meeting while the Uchiha remained silent. Danzo recalled that this individual had aspirations of becoming Hokage. Perhaps it was the result of lingering in the shadows, but Danzo felt an innate jealousy towards such ambitious figures. However, he had no intention of interfering with Kato Dan. Recognizing him as a Jonin with mastery of forbidden techniques, and doubting his potential to truly ascend to the Hokage position due to a lack of political resources, Naruto, still bewildered, was escorted into the Jonin meeting room, where he was greeted with polite smiles from Uchiha Chiyuki and Kato Dan. Oblivious to the fact that these two astute individuals had inadvertently placed him in a challenging predicament, he returned their gestures of courtesy. Following that, Kato Dan recounted the specific matters under discussion to Naruto. Upon realizing that the meeting would determine the village's future actions, Naruto feigned ignorance and stated, "I am uncertain of the best course. I am willing to heed the village's perspective." Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged him warmly. "Young Naruto, there is no need to hold back. Speak boldly. Your clan leader just praised your wisdom beyond that of ordinary academy students." Naruto observed Uchiha Chiyuki's somewhat smug expression, as if to say, "No need for thanks." He pondered whether he should voice a thought that lingered on the tip of his tongue. After some contemplation, he recognized the mediocrity of the Konoha advisors. The situation could be resolved by drawing from history, specifically the strategies employed by Qin to conquer the 6 states. Those acquainted with history would know that Qin's approach to dismantling the coalition of the 6 states included utilizing the strategy of luring and dividing, employing distant alliances while attacking proximal foes, and resorting to bribery and subterfuge to undermine unity among the states. The order of annihilation was also predicated on weakening the lesser powers before confronting the stronger ones, thus applying this to the shinobi world. Konoha should foster relations with the distant Kirigakure, which had always been somewhat aloof from external interactions. If memory served, during the Second Shinobi World War, Kirigakure did not participate, preoccupied with its bloody mist policies, likely influenced by Uchiha Madara. Subsequently, Konoha should relentlessly target Sunigakure, weakening it significantly. Even territories that may not seem desirable could prove advantageous in the long run, as figures like Hanzo of the Salamander would certainly desire them. This strategy would simultaneously intimidate potential aggressors among smaller nations and fracture fragile alliances. Of course, the plan's execution would require careful adjustments based on real circumstances. Adhering to the principle of pragmatism. Noticing that Naruto appeared to have conceived an idea, Sarutobi Hiruzen encouraged him once more. Naruto chose to retain some of his insights, intending to instill a sense of urgency within Konoha, thereby facilitating the allocation of resources towards him, ideally positioning himself as their last lifeline. However, he was cautious not to exert too much pressure on Konoha. If he were to be betrayed midway through the creation of the protective seat, it would lead to an awkward predicament. Yet, he remained confident in his ability to navigate the situation, albeit with some complications. Naruto addressed the assembly, stating, "I believe Konoha should focus solely on Sunigakure until we have utterly decimated them. This way, other shinobi villages will inevitably be compelled to intervene. We can then leverage this situation as a threat, making the weaker members of the enemy alliance even more vulnerable. Such coalitions are inherently fragile. Moreover, I possess a secret weapon." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the eyes of nearly everyone in the room lit up, astonished that he had proposed a strategy capable of dismantling the potential enemy alliance. Danzo, however, regarded Naruto with a predatory glare, as though to silently warn him against revealing the existence of the protective seat. Nailuo deliberately averted his gaze from Danzo, internally lamenting, "Apologies, little Tuan. Although your offerings are plentiful, it appears that Sarutobi Hiruzen may provide even more. It is indeed your own fault for lacking ambition. After all, you are not the Hokage. You require Sarutobi's approval to even peruse the Book of Seals. While Sarutobi can marshal the entire village's resources, you can only scrape together meager offerings from the roots." Sarutobi, having caught wind of Nailuo's final remark, inquired, "Little Nailuo, what is this secret weapon you speak of?" His question captivated the attention of everyone in the room. As Nailuo had previously forged numerous formidable weapons, could this secret weapon rival the cursed blades? Nailuo replied, "That is a secret, and I cannot divulge it to everyone." This response left the curious somewhat disheartened, while it eased Danzo's tension and filled Sarutobi with elation. The subsequent meeting concluded swiftly, with the majority endorsing Nailuo's proposal, bolstered by Sarutobi and others' vigorous support. After the meeting, Kato Danzo attempted to establish rapport with Nailuo, leaving him somewhat speechless. How could a potential rival approach him with empty words of camaraderie? Did he think himself Tsunade, or that Nailuo was akin to her? After a polite farewell, Nailuo made his way to the Hokage's office, where only Sarutobi and Danzo remained. Initially, Sarutobi had intended to hear the secret in solitude, but Danzo shamelessly intruded. Nailuo reiterated his earlier conversation with Danzo, who nearly erupted in anger, making several attempts to expose Nailuo's secrets. Sarutobi, observing his friend's flustered demeanor, initially assumed he was merely excited by Nailuo's ideas. Unlike Danzo, however, he grasped the crux of the matter and asked, "How long will it take to forge this new weapon?" Nailuo pondered for a moment before responding, "If all conditions are met, I am confident I can complete it within 2.5 years. If all goes smoothly, 2 years will suffice." Sarutobi then inquired further about various details before allowing Nailuo to depart. As Nailuo left, Danzo followed closely behind. Reflecting on the day's events, Sarutobi realized that Nailuo was far from ordinary, prompting him to arrange for Tsunade to return to Konoha to keep a watchful eye on the Uchiha. Initially, he had been somewhat displeased with her decision to take on Nailuo as a pupil without informing him, especially given his Uchiha lineage. However, it now seemed like a stroke of genius. Unbeknownst to Sarutobi, this surveillance was precisely what Nailuo desired. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Great Crab, Nailuo could have easily amassed a large following. Meanwhile, Nailuo reflected that although Danzo's offerings were meager, they were still necessary at times. He ventured to the roots, where it is said that money is a man's courage, and in a world beyond the ordinary, strength is a man's true valor. With newfound power, Nailuo was in a position to appreciate the decor of the roots. Danzo arrived, reprimanding Nailuo. "Uchiha Nailuo, what do you intend to do?" Nailuo feigned innocence, saying, "Lord Danzo, I am merely considering your interests. In such circumstances today, I had no choice but to speak, otherwise Sarutobi would have surely sold me out." Danzo softened slightly, but remained irate, retorting, "You doubt my ability to protect you?" Nailuo replied, "I am just a bit apprehensive. And moreover, Lord Danzo, the resources required for this new weapon are considerable, and the roots may struggle to supply them." In truth, Nailuo had omitted a crucial detail from Sarutobi. The weapon's core could recognize its master during the forging process. All that was needed was for Danzo to drop his blood on the core, ensuring that only he and his descendants would wield it. In due time, he would sense the ability to control the weapon, rendering Sarutobi's efforts for the roots futile. Upon hearing this, Danzo was filled with delight. Not realizing there was such a contingency plan, he eagerly urged Nailuo, "Then bring forth the core." Nailuo theatrically retrieved the core of the Guardian Throne from his scroll, stating, "This is the core of the new weapon, but it requires fusion with biological materials to be effective." Danzo, still unconvinced, dripped his blood onto the core, soon realizing Nailuo spoke the truth. He instructed, "You may put away the core, but you must conduct the fusion of biological materials under my supervision." However, today's events had instilled a certain wariness in Danzo towards Nailuo. He called for his subordinates, and soon a timid yet charming girl appeared before Nailuo. Danzo remarked, "Nailuo, you have done well. I happen to have a capable subordinate who can serve as your personal assistant. She is of your age and will masquerade as your maid." In an effort to curry favor, he instructed the girl, "You must always obey Nailuo's commands, no matter the request." The adorable girl nodded earnestly and approached Nailuo, introducing herself, "Lord Nailuo, I am Yakushi Nanoyu, your maid and assistant from now on. Please feel free to command me at will." Nailuo stood there, bewildered by the unfolding scenario. Was this some sort of slave trade? The illegal use of child labor? It was his first encounter with the notion that working in the roots came with a servant. Afterward, Nailuo feigned enthusiasm for this new assistant, reassuring himself that it was to alleviate Danzo's concerns and to rescue the poor girl. Chapter 91. Izanagi and Izanami. Nailuo felt disinclined to explain the identity of Yakushi Nanoyu. Thus he debated with Danzo, allowing the maid to defer her close attendance for now. After a long day's work, Nailuo returned home, unaware of why he felt as though someone was observing him while he was preoccupied. However, the sensation did not resemble Sarutobi's telescopic technique, and it dissipated too quickly for him to take it seriously. He dismissed it as mere illusion. Such illusions were not uncommon, akin to the feeling that one could turn the tide after inadvertently delivering a head. Meanwhile, Obito hid underground, dramatically muttering to himself, "That was close. I thought he had spotted me." Truly, the task personally assigned by Lord Madara is extraordinary. Nailuo suddenly recalled that the Uchiha clan possessed two secret techniques he had yet to learn, Izanagi and Izanami. Thus, He sought out Uchiha Min and Uchiha Sanyue to convene a meeting. Nai sensed that war was imminent, and it was time to bolster the Uchiha clan's strength. Every Uchiha member could potentially serve as Nai-Luo's wings. Minimizing casualties was paramount, and at the very least, he needed the Uchiha to slay more enemies to enrich his own realm of the dead. Additionally, considering his future escape, it was prudent to gain the support of the populace, so he would not end up like Uchiha Madara, with no one willing to follow him. He intended to focus his efforts on breaking through to S rank, realizing that merely forging A-rank weapons, barring those capable of evolution like the cursed blades, would not yield high returns. Furthermore, he was immensely curious about the potential transformations that awaited him after his system upgrade. I wish to learn Izanagi and Izanami. Can you impart these forbidden techniques to me? Nai-Luo stated with calm assurance. Absolutely not. Uchiha Min immediately countered, while Uchiha Sanyue seized upon a critical point. Nai-Luo, have you awakened your Sharingan? And is it already at 3 tomo? Generally, the earlier one awakens their Sharingan, the greater their talent. For instance, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke awakened theirs at ages 8 and 7, respectively. At the tender age of 9, Naruto awakened his 3 tomo Sharingan, a feat seemingly unmatched within the entire Uchiha clan. However, this does not imply that the timing of awakening equates to a lack of talent. For instance, Uchiha Madara manifested his powers at the age of 15. Uchiha Min, recognizing this point, inquired, when did you awaken your Sharingan? Why haven't you mentioned it to me? Naruto, somewhat impatient, retorted, there's no need for you to fixate on such trivial matters. My future will undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary Mangekyo users. Right now, I must learn those 2 forbidden techniques, as they will serve as a crucial means of survival in dire circumstances. Moreover, I plan to forge a set of tools for the Uchiha clan. Can you identify the 5 strongest members of our clan? Based on this list, allow them to freely choose the capabilities of their weapons, and I shall assist in customizing them. Although Uchiha Chiyue harbored many doubts, he refrained from pressing further. Instead, disregarding the dignity of his position as clan leader, he humbly expressed gratitude to Naruto, saying, the Uchiha clan appreciates your contributions. With wings of ambition, Naruto did not hesitate to jest. How about you relinquish the position of clan leader to me in 2.5 years? I shall restore the glory of the Uchiha. Uchiha Chiyue's expression stiffened, and he could only manage a smile in response. Subsequently, Naruto departed with a scroll in hand, cautioning Uchiha Chiyue against recklessly disclosing information about himself. Lacking interest in lecturing the clan leader, Naruto delegated the subsequent tasks to Uchiha Min. As he observed Uchiha Min and Uchiha Chiyue engage in a classic exchange reminiscent of Konoha, a smile of satisfaction graced Naruto's face. Upon returning to his quarters, Naruto meticulously examined the forbidden technique scroll. The first technique was Izanagi, a jinjutsu capable of manipulating reality, allowing the user to alter events they have experienced to align with their desires. By transforming unfavorable situations into favorable ones, it can even change the outcome of death. In the narrative, figures such as Shimura Danzo and Tobi have employed Izanagi to evade fatal strikes. Conversely, Izanami is an equally intricate jinjutsu, the sole technique capable of countering Izanagi. Izanami can record a sequence of actions involving both the opponent and the user, compelling that same sequence to replay. An adversary ensnared by this jinjutsu becomes trapped in a cyclical reality between the initial and repeated sequences, entering a realm of infinite repetition. To escape Izanami, the opponent must accept their predetermined fate and genuinely repent. Uchiha Itachi utilized Izanami during the Fourth Great Ninja War to control Kabuto, leading him to realize the errors of his ways, ultimately resulting in Kabuto's cessation of the impure world reincarnation technique. It can be asserted that both forbidden techniques possess formidable capabilities, albeit with significant side effects, requiring a 3-tomo Sharingan to execute. Perhaps due to the terrifying repercussions of these techniques, or perhaps owing to Naruto's extraordinary innate talent as a rare prodigy in ninjutsu, he felt he had mastered both techniques in a remarkably short time. Subsequently, Naruto's survivability enhanced considerably. As the looming specter of war approached, Sarutobi Hiruzen increased his efficiency, which was evident that afternoon. Naruto was summoned to the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him. The multi-shadow clone technique is an A-rank ninjutsu invented by my teacher and the second Hokage. Utilizing a vast amount of chakra, it allows the creation of thousands of shadow clones at once. However, due to the excessive chakra consumption involved, those lacking a substantial chakra reserve risk severe injury or even death when attempting this technique. Hence, it is classified as forbidden and recorded in the Book of Seals. Naruto, I was initially reluctant to permit you to learn such a perilous technique, but the village is now in a precarious state, leaving us with little choice. You may practice this jutsu in my presence, but you must be cautious with the number of clones. Do not be greedy and create too many. Begin by fully refining your chakra so I can gauge your chakra capacity. Naruto mused, if I fully refine my chakra, wouldn't your Hokage hat be blown off? He then cautiously released a modest amount of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised, Naruto, your chakra capacity rivals that of some upper ninjas who are notably low on chakra. As you mature, you should possess an even greater total chakra reserve. However, when utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, it is advisable to refrain from creating 10 or more clones until your proficiency with this technique and your chakra control improve. Chapter 92, The 5 Kage Summit commences. Following this, Naruto diligently studied the specifics of the scroll's abilities, discovering that the multi-shadow clone technique bears a resemblance to the shadow clone technique. Mastering the latter would render the former's difficulty relatively manageable. Nevertheless, for a student at the Ninja Academy, particularly one with only a chakra capacity of 1 card, it would typically require a considerable amount of time to learn. Naruto's rapid acquisition of the technique could only be attributed to sheer luck. Naruto promptly decided to reveal a fragment of his extraordinary talent. With a deliberate, turtle-like pace, he completed the hand seals and subsequently produced 5 soft-shell shrimp clones and 5 non-human entities. After forming the clones, Naruto feigned a semblance of weakness. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat astonished, realizing he may have previously underestimated Uchiha Naruto's ninja aptitude. However, based on his current display, he would likely only become an elite jonin in the future. Furthermore, considering the unwavering loyalty and dedication to the village exhibited by his beloved student Tsunade, it was unlikely that Naruto would stir any significant upheaval. Naruto, it appears your talent for ninjutsu is quite promising. In the future, when utilizing the multi-shadow clone technique, you must exercise caution. Only when you can perfectly create 5 shadow clones should you consider increasing the number. Sarutobi Hiruzen reiterated, reminding him of the feeling of nearing exhaustion. Yes, replied the obedient Naruto, thoroughly agreeing. For the upcoming 5 Kage Summit, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided to arrive early. Accompanied by his former teammates Akimichi Choza and Shimura Danzo, along with several AMBU guards. Given the mutual distrust among the various villages, the group set off for the Land of Iron to convene. Although the Land of Iron had not yet fully established itself as a neutral nation, under the leadership of Mifune, a significant portion of its power had declared its intent to refrain from meddling in the conflicts between ninjas. Thus, the Ninja Assembly convened on samurai territory. Mifune was invited to serve as the moderator for this meeting. Interestingly, during this period, the leaders of each village were all 3rd Hokages, several of whom bore the title of the strongest throughout the ages. In the conference room, the attendees included the 3rd Reikage A, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, the 3rd Kazekage, and the 3rd Mizukage. The 3rd Reikage was a muscular man with long golden hair and a hint of facial hair beneath his chin. The 3rd Kazekage was a middle-aged man with blue hair and yellow eyes, his hair slightly tousled. The 3rd Mizukage was a middle-aged man with long black hair and narrow eyes. Among the individuals standing nearby were Mifune, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Choza, Chio, and several guards not present in the original narrative. Let the meeting commence, Mifune declared as the meeting began. In light of prior conflicts, only Tsunade emerged as the weakest, suffering the greatest losses. Chio immediately posed a question. When will you Konoha relinquish your confinement of Uchiha Naruto? Danzo, already simmering with frustration due to his inability to sit, could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Chio's audacity. He bellowed, when did we Konoha ever imprison Uchiha Naruto? If you wish for me to speak, when will you Tsunade release the Land of Wind's daimyo? In a sudden surge of emotion, Chio's demeanor shifted as she threatened. Do you wish to test the sharpness of my puppet's poison needles? Instantly, Shimura Danzo unsheathed his blade, fixing an intense gaze upon Chio, declaring, my sword is equally formidable. The atmosphere in the conference room became palpably tense, charged with hostility. Onoki, maintaining his composure, remarked with a hint of disdain. It appears the leadership of both the Hokage and the Kazekage leaves much to be desired, while we, the Kage, have yet to utter a word. Your guards have already begun to speak. Onoki's words were sharp, drawing the ire of the assembly towards him. All eyes turned to Onoki, particularly Danzo, who, accustomed to being on equal footing with Sarutobi Hiruzen within the village, was taken aback by such an affront. He resolved that in any future gatherings, he would ensure he held the position of authority. The 3rd Reikage redirected the conversation back to Uchiha Obito, demanding once again that Konoha surrender him. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally interjected, asserting Konoha will never relinquish its ninjas so freely. The only concession we can offer is that for the next 3 years, Uchiha Obito shall not forge any imperial tools. Fearing the assembly might not grasp the concept of imperial tools, Hiruzen provided a brief explanation, which had been prearranged prior to the meeting. Given Obito's impending need to focus on the creation of new weaponry, it was highly unlikely that he would produce any new imperial tools, thus making this a fitting concession for the conference. Onoki, unfazed, retorted, "How can we be certain that Uchiha Obito will not forge any weapons? It would be better to hand him over, and we shall share any weapons he creates." Hiruzen resolutely rejected this proposal. The third Kazekage threatened, "Are you not afraid of the combined assault from our 4 villages?" With newfound vigor, Hiruzen responded defiantly, "Even if we were to share, Sand will receive nothing. Should an alliance of villages attack Konoha, we will turn our sights upon you, the Sand, and pursue you relentlessly until your village is no more. Konoha possesses the strength to achieve this. At that point, we would be willing to divide your territory with other ninja villages." His words left the third Kazekage momentarily speechless, as he realized Konoha truly had the capability to follow through. The third Kazekage, who had meticulously crafted his reputation as the strongest Kazekage, found himself humiliated at this conference. Onoki sensed the fragile alliance was on the brink of collapse and quickly added, "Should you Konoha dare to launch a full-scale attack on the Sand, we shall unequivocally assist the Sand in retaliating against the Fire Country." Danzo scoffed, "Is that so? You truly believe Konoha would relinquish its hard-earned territory? I suspect you are merely vying for the title of Kazekage. As for the Sand, with merely half our forces, we could obliterate them. Afterward, we would direct our full might against the stone. At that point, the ninja world would be left to the rule of the cloud and mist. Onoki, what say you to this proposition?" Danzo's hawkish stance rendered Onoki momentarily speechless. Onoki scanned the room, noting that the Mizukage had remained silent throughout, and promptly urged, "Third Mizukage, do speak your mind." The third Mizukage responded, "We of the Mist have long resided in the islands, and wish not to involve ourselves in the conflicts of the ninja world." Onoki was nearly driven to fury by this declaration. How could such a promising alliance dissolve so easily? Fools unworthy of counsel. Chapter 93, An Interception. Onoki, now enraged, threatened, "Do you not fear being unable to leave the land of iron?" Beside him, Mifune expressed exasperation. These ninjas displayed a distinct lack of decorum, as this meeting threatened to devolve into an assassination. Thankfully, they had not promised safety. Otherwise, 5 Kage might arrive, but only one would return, leaving the land of iron vulnerable to an ambush. In truth, Onoki sought to maintain some semblance of dignity, intending merely to intimidate Konoha into tempering their arrogance before resuming negotiations. However, his words spurred Chiyo into action. With a fierce declaration, she proclaimed, "Let us slay the Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and then divide the spoils of Konoha and Uchiha Obito's arsenal." Danzo, brandishing his blade, stepped forward, furiously retorting, "Old hag, what did you just say? Do you dare to challenge me?" As the meeting descended into chaos, the individuals present found themselves with divergent intentions. Yet, either out of respect for the reputation of the great ninja villages or the fear of retaliation from Konoha, no one moved to strike. The third Reikage, witnessing the prolonged bickering without action, grew increasingly frustrated. Their philosophy in the cloud was to resolve disputes through action rather than words, which minimized internal strife. Any real disagreements were settled in the arena. Now, the proceedings resembled a cacophony of quarrels. Given the time wasted, the cloud could have elected a new Reikage. The Reikage, observing the escalating confrontation between Chiyo and Danzo, intoned gravely, "If you are so eager to fight, why not engage in a duel? Let us determine superiority and fate through combat." Upon hearing this challenge, Chiyo, surprisingly, appeared to shrink back, her earlier fury dissipating into an unexpected submission. Onoki, noticing her capitulation, gleefully remarked, "Surely, you jest at our expense?" At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having remained largely silent, discerned the reluctance of the mist to engage and the cloud's lack of aggressive intent. The stone and sand, however, displayed a fervent desire to attack, likely with greater ambitions. In this moment, Hiruzen revealed his conciliatory side, proposing to win over the cloud and mist by offering them each an imperial tool, contingent upon their commitment to refrain from attacking Konoha for the next 3 years. He emphasized that this was the anticipated production of imperial tools by Uchiha Obito during that time. The Reikage, however, lacked the patience for such lengthy negotiations, insisting, 3 years is far too long. What if you fail to deliver? I propose 1.5 years. For the cloud, while the land of fire was indeed tempting, the territories of the land of earth also held their appeal. They had engaged in numerous skirmishes previously, recalling the Second Great Ninja War when two major ninja villages united against Konoha. The cloud, rather than attacking Konoha, contemplated exploiting the stone's vulnerabilities, prompting the stone to rush back to defend itself. The duo of Anoki and the sand were left seething. After securing the promises of the cloud and mist, Ryūjin departed with a sense of satisfaction, apprehensive about the potential for an ambush. Anoki and Chiyo exchanged knowing glances. Following this, the Konoha delegation made their exit. At the border of the Land of Iron, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. A rectangular attack suddenly materialized before Sarutobi Ryūjin and his entourage. Fortunately, the lengthy preparation time of the Dust Release attack allowed them to evade it with relative ease. The figures of Anoki, Chiyo, and the third Kazekage slowly emerged before them. The current situation placed Ryūjin and his companions at a significant disadvantage. Although Akimichi Choza possessed considerable strength, he was fundamentally outmatched against the trio before him. Thus, Sarutobi Ryūjin signaled Danzo, yet Danzo misinterpreted this as a question of who would engage whom, declaring to Ryūjin, "In this battle, you hold off Anoki and the third Kazekage while I eliminate that old hag." Without heeding the protests of the others, he charged forward, emboldened by his superior equipment. It was clear that Danzo, empowered by his arsenal, sought not merely to assist Ryūjin and the others, but to eliminate every individual present. Even in the absence of Naruto's secret weapon, he remained confident, relying on himself and 4 other elite shadow-level ninjas to swiftly gather 8 shadow-level warriors, ultimately aiming to unify the 5 great villages of the ninja world. This was the ambition of Shimura Danzo. Chiyo swiftly unleashed her puppets from the scroll. However, to everyone's astonishment, Danzo too obediently retrieved his own puppets from the scroll. Had Shimura Danzo somehow mastered the art of puppetry? Chiyo mockingly exclaimed. You from Konoha can also play with puppets? Playing puppetry before the sand-hidden village, and now before me. Danzo, you better think this through. Danzo revealed a classic smile reminiscent of a Dragon King, replying, you'll find out if you try. Subsequently, Chiyo produced 10 puppets, each of which bore a remarkable lineage. Crafted by the esteemed puppet master, Monzaemon, known as the 10 machine puppets. Each puppet possessed its own distinct weapon, ninja tools, and offensive techniques. Collectively referred to as the Chikamatsu 10, Danzo, in turn, summoned 8 puppets of his own. To conceal their identities, these 8 corpse puppets, although varying in size, donned similar black garments resembling those of nocturnal travelers, complete with masks obscuring their faces. To facilitate her victory over her opponent, Chiyo initiated a barrage of taunts. Is that all you've got? Just 8? Perhaps feeling embarrassed by the insufficient numbers, Danzo employed a summoning technique to bring forth his spirit beast, the Dream Taper, to bolster his presence. As Chiyo affixed her chakra strings to her puppets, they began to move slowly. Danzo raised his 8 puppets towards the sky, summoning a black energy orb above the tips of their blades. The power of this orb extended to Danzo's 8 puppets, causing them to spring into action as well. Observing that Danzo could manipulate his puppets without chakra strings, Chiyo expressed her surprise. Danzo, what technique is this? You can control puppets without chakra strings. Danzo bellowed. This is the power of the Imperial Tool. Perish beneath this might. His 5 puppets charged forward immediately. Chiyo, relying on her keen eyesight, discerned that these so-called puppets possessed legs, and the footprints indicated they bore weights akin to those of ordinary humans. Thus, she was skeptical about their true nature as puppets. In response, several of Chiyo's puppets opened their maws and unleashed a barrage of poisonous needles. Regrettably, her toxins had no effect on the corpse puppets before her. Not even the cursed poison of the Murakumo could harm these constructs. Danzo deftly maneuvered his 5 corpse puppets, encircling Chiyo in the process. As she surveyed the scene, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Chapter 94, Danzo's Display of Power. The reality began to unfold unfavorably, as the 5 corpse puppets surrounding Chiyo swiftly formed hand seals. In response, Chiyo quickly repositioned herself, arranging 3 of her puppets into a triangular formation, their mouths opening to activate the mechanism of the Buddhist monk. 5 elements, great bullet technique. The 5 corpse puppets of Shimura Danzo unleashed fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, each embodying a different elemental ninjutsu, simultaneously hurtling towards Chiyo and her 10 puppets. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. At the last moment, Chiyo formed seals and executed her secret puppet technique. A fierce tornado erupted, drawing the 5 elemental attacks into its center. Chiyo observed the terrifying convergence of elemental forces, sensing an ominous indication that it might exceed the limits of her three treasures absorption. Typically, this technique would compress the absorbed materials at the center of the formation and then discharge them from behind. However, she was unable to execute such a maneuver this time. She could only abandon 3 of her puppets in the final moment before collapse. As the different elemental attacks collided and fused together, a devastating explosion occurred instantly, obliterating Chiyo's 3 puppets. Furthermore, she employed one of her remaining puppets to cast the mechanized light shield technique, positioning it firmly before herself. This technique, utilizing the mechanisms of the puppet as a medium, transformed her chakra into a shield capable of defending against all forms of assault. In the original work, it could even withstand the enhanced iron sand of Sasori. Yet, against the 5 elements great bullet technique, this defense proved inadequate, as the puppet before Chiyo was shattered and she herself was forcefully thrown to the ground. The terrifying spectacle astonished those nearby, drawing their attention toward Danzo's battlefield. The third Kazekage and Oanoki felt a surge of urgency. They had initially underestimated this ninja, who appeared weaker than Sarutobi Hiruzen, only to witness such formidable power. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of being undermined, perceiving that Danzo's simultaneous deployment of 5 puppets to execute the 5 elements great bullet technique seemed even more potent than his own. When had Danzo learned the 5 elements great bullet technique? However, as the assault from his opponent intensified, Hiruzen had no choice but to refocus on his own battle. For Oanoki's dust release offered little defense. After a brief respite, Danzo immediately commanded his sword-wielding corpse puppets to deliver the finishing blow. Among his 8 puppets, 5 adept at basic ninjutsu remained, while the others included a top-tier swordsmanship ninja from the Karasuma clan and a transparent bloodline ninja. Meanwhile, the struggling Chiyo gradually rose, sending her remaining 6 puppets to confront Danzo's 5 elemental corpse puppets and swordsmanship puppets. Unfazed, Danzo directed his own corpse puppets to engage, resembling a venomous serpent lying in wait for the opportune moment. It wasn't that Danzo wished to deploy all 8 corpse puppets simultaneously. Controlling 6 at once already exerted considerable pressure on his body. The chakra consumed by these puppets was partially drawn from Danzo himself. Moreover, the use of the Imperial tool also drained his physical stamina. At that moment, Danzo was not only unfit to summon more corpse puppets, but he was also hardly in a position to engage in direct combat himself. Yet, Danzo reveled in the fact that his corpse puppets, retaining much of the combat instinct of their former selves, fought with an advantageous stance. As long as Danzo continued the battle, Chiyo would inevitably fall to his blade. However, at that moment, Akimichi Choji let out a cry as he was sent flying by the third Kazekage's iron sand. The third Kazekage did not pursue the finishing blow, but hurried towards Danzo's position. Cursing the incompetence of his ally internally, Danzo promptly relinquished control over 2 of his puppets, allowing them to fight instinctively. He then struggled to manipulate the Karasuma clan puppet to cast an illusion on Chiyo, while the transparent puppet gradually turned invisible. Since this Karasuma ninja had not awakened their bloodline limit, Danzo had to resort to using Konoha's traditional genjutsu, illusory tree-binding kill. In Chiyo's view, she found herself ensnared by trees, rendered utterly immobile. As a seasoned shadow-level powerhouse, she recognized that she had fallen victim to an illusion and hurriedly attempted to dispel it. However, the genjutsu employed by the Karasuma clan ninja proved challenging to break. Just as Chiyo momentarily rejoiced at having dispelled the illusion, a transparent ninja appeared behind her, thrusting a long blade toward her heart. Fortunately, the third Kazekage arrived just in time, using his iron sand in an attempt to deflect the strike aimed at Chiyo. He succeeded, albeit partially, as the transparent puppet's blade pierced through Chiyo's side. As the puppet observed its weapon coated in iron sand, it hastily relinquished its grip and vanished once more. The third Kazekage leaped in front of Chiyo, forming a protective shield with his iron sand while inquiring about her condition. Gritting her teeth, Chiyo withdrew the long blade from her side with a painful gasp, blood flowing from her wound. Enduring the intense pain, she addressed the third Kazekage, Kazekage-sama. Hold off Danzo for now. I will join you shortly. Subsequently, Chiyo employed her medical ninjutsu, mastering the art of healing, to mend the puncture wound on her waist. This technique possesses the remarkable ability to repair certain cells and accelerate cellular regeneration, proving quite beneficial given her current injuries. Seizing the moment, Danzo unleashed a combined ninjutsu of fire release and wind release against the formidable iron wall conjured by the third Kazekage. However, it must be acknowledged that the defensive strength of this iron wall was quite impressive. Although it was gradually dissolving, it continuously replenished itself, steadfastly standing before him. Ultimately, as the ninjutsu controlling Danzo's puppets was executed, the iron wall remained largely intact. To Danzo's astonishment, the iron sand before him suddenly dispersed, ascending into the sky. In that fleeting moment, Chiyo retreated to a distance. Magnet release, iron sand world technique. The third Kazekage utilized the iron sand to form a massive, spiked barrier in the air, launching a piercing assault upon the ground. Many of Danzo's puppets were caught unawares, instantly pierced through, rendering them immobile, though they would not perish. Moreover, the third Kazekage cunningly fashioned a pair of wings from the iron sand behind him, soaring freely within the barrier while launching attacks. Chapter 95, Danzo's Bloodlust. Danzo, witnessing the onslaught of the third Kazekage, recognized that he must first eliminate this adversary if he harbored any hope of slaying Chiyo. While he could dispatch puppets to ambush her, Chiyo's heightened vigilance following the earlier surprise attack would render such tactics futile, even with the use of body flicker technique. Success would be improbable. Furthermore, should Chiyo venture beyond the limits of Danzo's control over his puppets, he would be left at a loss. Surveying the 4 remaining puppets capable of independent movement, those specializing in fire release, swordsmanship, body flicker, and illusion techniques, he promptly commanded the fire release puppet to rescue the others while the remaining 3 would engage the Kazekage in battle. At the forefront, the swordsmanship puppet clashed fiercely with the Kazekage. The third Kazekage, utilizing iron sand, formed a sharp iron spike and continuously collided with the long blade wielded by the swordsmanship puppet. It must be said, Danzo's swordsmanship puppet was exceptionally formidable. Crafted from the prowess of a master swordsman handpicked from the very roots of his clan, it was only due to his advanced age, poor health, and reclusive lifestyle that his reputation had waned. Observing the fire release puppet assisting the other puppets, the third Kazekage realized he could no longer afford to engage with the skilled swordsman puppet. Skillfully evading the puppet's strikes while continuously condensing iron sand to create disturbances, he soon found the swordsmanship puppet struggling to maintain its ground. Despite its prowess, the surrounding iron sand constrained its movement, while the Kazekage took to the skies. After a failed sword strike, the puppet was swiftly pierced by the Kazekage's iron sand. No longer waiting for the opportune moment, Danzo dispatched the illusion puppet to cast a genjutsu on the Kazekage. Illusory, tree-binding death. Meanwhile, the concealed body flicker puppet, akin to a venomous serpent, lunged at the third Kazekage for a surprise attack. As the Kazekage transformed into sand, Danzo felt a wave of dread. The iron sand, which had been lying in ambush, ensnared the body flicker puppet as well. Simultaneously, the Kazekage formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. The Kazekage's mouth morphed into a cannon, relentlessly firing blasts of air at Danzo's 2 puppets. Observing the Kazekage's swift execution of wind release, Danzo retaliated with his own vacuum great sphere. After shattering the swordsmanship puppet into pieces, the Kazekage was struck by Danzo's attack, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, at the last moment, he had formed a robust shield of iron sand to mitigate some of the damage. The third Kazekage, eyeing Danzo, who maintained his distance and only executed ninjutsu from afar, felt a profound sense of disdain for Danzo's combat style. He mused that had this been a battle between real individuals, Danzo would never dare to so casually sacrifice his subordinates. To make matters worse, the 4 previously ensnared puppets had been rescued. The Kazekage had initially considered prioritizing their destruction, but had deemed the moment ripe to eliminate Danzo himself. Meanwhile, in the distance, Inoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen were locked in a fierce duel within the imperial city, exchanging blows with fervor. Hiruzen even held a slight advantage, wielding his staff with commanding prowess. Any strike from Hiruzen would leave Inoki reeling. However, Inoki's dust release was not to be underestimated, though it took time to initiate. Few techniques in the ninja world could withstand it. With his hands clasped together, Inoki opened a transparent cubic barrier between his palms. Dust release, original world separation technique. Instantly, Hiruzen was disassembled into atomic particles, resulting in a massive explosion. Inoki attempted to discern Hiruzen's silhouette amidst the smoke, only to narrowly evade a dark staff that shot forth from the haze. When the smoke cleared, he found Hiruzen unscathed. At that moment, Inoki realized that engaging Hiruzen in a battle of attrition would likely lead to his defeat, as Hiruzen's taijutsu far surpassed his own. If he resorted to conventional ninjutsu, he would be at a significant disadvantage against Hiruzen, a veritable master of ninjutsu. However, employing dust release was excessively taxing on his chakra. He believed that with a few more years of experience, as Hiruzen's stamina waned, he would be able to overpower him. If he could wait another decade, he was confident he would easily defeat Hiruzen. Thus, he resolved to retreat, soaring towards the battlefield of the third Kazekage, and unleashed the Dust Release, original world separation technique, upon Danzo's back. Danzo narrowly evaded, but the illusion and fire release puppets were instantly reduced to atoms. Though he emerged from the ensuing explosion covered in soot, Danzo remained unscathed, his invigorating armor withstanding the blast. Observing the tardy Hiruzen, Danzo felt a surge of frustration. Inoki, addressing the third Kazekage, declared, "We must retreat." Without a glance back, he took his leave. The Kazekage, witnessing Inoki's swift departure, refrained from cursing and instead hastily withdrew, retracting the iron sand while dragging the still recuperating Chiyo along with him. Danzo yearned to pursue, but feared a desperate counterattack from the duo of Suna and Inoki, as well as the threat of Dust Release. He watched as Hiruzen approached, supporting a Kimichi Choza, and lost his temper. "Hiruzen, why aren't you rushing to assist me? Together, we could surely eliminate those three." He then turned his ire towards Choza. "And you, Choza, why are you so weak? You can't even restrain a single third Kazekage?" At that moment, Choza was in excruciating pain and could hardly muster a response to Danzo's accusations, regretting his earlier impulsiveness in joining the battle without coordinating with his team. He found himself facing the most formidable Kazekage alone. He even contemplated retiring altogether, realizing that if such battles continued, he would surely meet a grim fate. Hiruzen observed Danzo's frantic demeanor and retorted, "Then why didn't you deal with the two from Sunagakure? Inoki has already fled." Danzo, recognizing Hiruzen's observation that he had hesitated to pursue the enemy, could only indignantly respond, "Hiruzen, you will come to regret this." Hiruzen instinctively replied, "I am the Hokage." Unlike his usual self, Danzo refrained from throwing a tantrum and instead, with his left hand, caressed his 8 trigrams. He contemplated whether he could eliminate both Hiruzen and Choza, subsequently framing Inoki and the Sand Village for the deed. Hiruzen, observing Danzo's silent and brooding demeanor, felt an unsettling sense of vigilance. Ultimately, Danzo chose to relinquish his ambitions, with only 5 puppets remaining at his disposal and a considerable depletion of his own chakra. In contrast, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not contemplated vanquishing his adversaries. He still retained a substantial reserve of chakra and stamina, despite lacking the confidence to eliminate the 2 individuals before him. Given the precarious situation that Konoha found itself in, where a single misstep could lead to the village's annihilation, he was unwilling to inherit the chaos that would ensue should he assume leadership. Thus, even with the invigorating armor as his trump card, Danzo refrained from making a move. As Sarutobi observed Danzo retracting his puppets into a scroll, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, he resolved to impose restrictions on Danzo's combat capabilities in the future. Chapter 96. Uchiha Madara's Roar of Laughter. The latter part of Sarutobi's journey back to Konoha transpired without incident. Upon their return to the Hokage's office, Sarutobi summoned Mito Kazama and Tono Komatsu, both of whom oversaw Konoha's finances and served as advisors to the Hokage, necessitating their awareness of certain matters. Meanwhile, Akimichi Torafu, cognizant of the impending meeting, excused himself under the pretense of injury. Before Tono could inquire further, Sarutobi succinctly elucidated the situation. Both Tono and Mito exchanged glances with Danzo. For Sarutobi's account detailed how Danzo had first gravely injured Chiyo before subsequently overpowering the third Kazekage. Their understanding of Danzo's strength was well-founded, having emerged from the same ranks. This encounter afforded them yet another clear insight into the formidable power of the Imperial tools. Danzo's 8 rooms could manipulate 8 corpses, allowing for seamless coordination among them, while also granting immunity to certain toxins and standard bleeding injuries. As Danzo's control over these corpses intensified, their potential for even greater terror loomed large. Their insatiable desire for the Imperial tools persisted, yet they recognized that acquiring them at present was unattainable. Uchiha Nariku's output in this regard remained dismally low, compounded by the fact that Imperial tools chose their wielders. They redirected the discourse back to the impending conflict, and upon learning of Sarutobi's successful deterrence of Kumobikure and Kirigakure, both expressed profound relief. Yet, the prospect of Sarutobi offering 2 Imperial tools stirred unease within them. At this moment, Uchiha Nariku remained oblivious to the fact that his unrefined Imperial tools had already been sold. The subsequent meeting concluded with Tono and Mito tasked with procuring funds from the daimyo. Danzo's roots intensified their intelligence gathering, and Sarutobi once again assigned the legendary 3 ninjas to fortify the borders, enhancing security. The third Kazekage returned to Sunagakure with the injured Chiyo, where her brother, Izo, and her son and daughter-in-law surrounded her. Observing this family reunion, the Kazekage occasionally felt a pang of solitude, as the upper echelons of Sunagakure were predominantly comprised of this singular family unit. Chiyo instructed everyone to disperse, disregarding her injuries as she relayed intelligence regarding Danzo. The ninja blade he wielded was likely the imperial tool Sarutobi had mentioned, which Danzo had initially utilized to activate the powers of his puppets. Not merely puppets, she asserted, they resemble corpses more closely. Upon hearing this, the Kazekage concurred, indeed. Upon piercing them with my iron sand, I discovered flesh and blood beneath the dark attire. These entities are decidedly not alive. My iron sand nearly reduced their innards to a pulp, yet they continued to move. Chiyo continued, there must be drawbacks to wielding that weapon. Based on my observations, Danzo seems unable to simultaneously command all 8 puppets, suggesting that while they do not require chakra threads, they are still at some cost to him. Perhaps during the extensive use of multiple puppets, Danzo's true self is at its most vulnerable. Through their brief discussion, they discerned several characteristics of the 8 rooms, yet fell silent when the topic shifted to warfare. Konoha had issued a statement. Should they face concentrated aggression, their initial target would be Sunagakure, continuing until the latter was thoroughly incapacitated. Ultimately, the third Kazekage established the tone. They would continue to await the opportune moment. He did not believe that other villages in the shinobi world would idly observe Konoha's rise in strength, especially with Danzo possessing an imperial tool that dramatically augmented his combat prowess. If Konoha's formidable figures all acquired imperial tools, and more superlative players akin to Senju Hashirama emerged, their prospects would become bleak. Such straightforward logic was not lost on others. Kumogakure envisioned seizing an imperial tool before initiating hostilities. As for the 3-year pact, for these shinobi villages, it was rendered a mere scrap of paper. No, even less than that, as no contract had been signed. Inoki tapped his fingers rhythmically against the table, reflecting on past events. Although it appeared that he had gained little from the recent 5 Kage summit, at the very least, he need not worry about his own interests being compromised by Kumogakure. As long as they remained empty-handed regarding the imperial tools, they would continue to fret over Konoha's unwillingness to yield. Thus, should other shinobi villages declare war on Konoha, the latter would likely concede to prevent Kumogakure's involvement. However, if Awagakure were to engage in a protracted conflict with Konoha, it would undoubtedly incur losses. After contemplating this, Inoki chuckled. He perceived Konoha's promise of weaponry to Kumogakure as a desperate measure. Regardless of whether they delivered, the repercussions would be dire. Hence, the most prudent course of action now was to bide his time. Inoki strode purposefully out of his office, resolved to invest this year in nurturing the ninjas within his village. In tandem, he aimed to cultivate his son, Kori, aspiring to produce a formidable successor for Iwagakure in the future. He also intended to prioritize his health, recalling the adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. He firmly believed that by maintaining his well-being, unlike those taijutsu practitioners who squandered their bodies and chakra recklessly, he could preserve his invaluable combat potential. In a subterranean chamber within Kirigakure, Black Zetsu had just assumed control of a new white Zetsu. He reported to the aged Uchiha Madara regarding the information relayed by the third Mizukichi. Oh, Konoha intends to furnish the mist with an imperial tool forged by Uchiha Naruto? When the so-called imperial tool arrives, I shall be eager to witness its extraordinary powers that compel a Uchiha to forsake the development of their Sharingan in favor of forging. By the way, has Obito uncovered any pertinent information? Inquired Madara. Black Zetsu remained silent for a moment, not out of a desire to deceive Madara, but rather due to the deluge of trivial information Obito had provided, much of which was utterly useless. Eventually, Black Zetsu discerned a morsel of valuable intelligence. Uchiha Naruto has been incessantly engaged in forging and training. 13 hours at the Uchiha compound, 13 hours in the forge, and 13 hours at the Senju clan's territory. Obito mentioned witnessing Uchiha Naruto and Tsunade embracing and sharing kisses on multiple occasions. Recently, when Tsunade returned, Naruto displayed filial piety befitting a disciple, often accompanying her and demonstrating his devotion. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. The quality of Obito's intelligence was lamentable, rendering him akin to a gossiping busybody. It was only when Black Zetsu mentioned the irregularity of Naruto and Tsunade's relationship that Madara's interest was piqued. Tsunade, Madara was aware, was the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama. Previously, Hashirama had boasted before Madara about having a lovely granddaughter. He would occasionally share updates about Tsunade's growth, which had irked the solitary and childless Madara. When he next learned of Tsunade's development into a formidable medical ninja, followed by her emergence as Konoha's legendary succor, a smile crept across Madara's face, one he could not conceal. Madara unleashed the aura of the foremost among the Uchihas, 4 heavenly kings, laughing heartily. Ha! Hashirama. Who would have thought that an Uchiha would take an interest in a member of your Senju clan, no less, your granddaughter? At this moment, Uchiha Madara found himself contemplating the expression of that damned white-haired Senju. If only he could witness this scene, it would surely be quite a spectacle. Chapter 97. The Ambitions of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, once Uchiha Madara regained his composure, he recalled a significant truth. Previously, the Senju and Uchiha clans were sworn enemies, and the prospect of a romantic union between their members was virtually non-existent, let alone intermarriage among direct descendants. Yet now, should Uchiha Naruto and Tsunade form a bond, would it not lead to intriguing developments? While most may be oblivious to this secret, Uchiha Madara remembered all too well the origins of his own Rinnegan. Moreover, Madara reflected on the fact that Senju Hashirama and other members of the Senju clan were practically a different breed altogether, possessing chakra comparable to that of the Nine Tails, terrifying regenerative abilities, and an extraordinarily potent would-release technique. All of these attributes underscored Hashirama's uniqueness. Thus, Madara felt little cause for concern. He could even utilize their descendants as a banner to advance the ambitious project of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Unlike the usual summons to the Hokage's office, this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally sought out Naruto. Upon seeing the disingenuous smile of the elderly man before him, Naruto could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Sarutobi Hiruzen proceeded with his customary hollow pleasantries. Little Naruto, how have you been lately? Is there anything I can assist you with? At this, Naruto felt a surge of anger. He had been developing a close relationship with Tsunade, and just as their bond seemed poised to deepen, this old man had dispatched Tsunade to the front lines with a mere decree. However, given his reliance on Konoha's resources and manpower to expedite the forging of the Guardian Mecha's supreme throne, it was not the time for a confrontation. Naruto redirected the conversation towards the project, stating, Lord Third, you previously promised to assist me with the sealing techniques. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen recall that such a promise had indeed been made, though he had intended to prepare a sealing team to address the matter. He relayed this to Naruto, who shrugged it off, knowing he would take what he needed when he departed from Konoha. Yet, he felt it necessary to emphasize, I anticipate that the new biological material possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of the Nine Tails. So it is imperative that it be sealed at the very moment of its emergence. Swift action is essential. Observing Naruto's earnest expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to take the matter more seriously. It is often the case that people do not truly heed matters until they have been reiterated multiple times. Thus, he assured, I will ensure it is arranged, but this endeavor requires careful planning. Naruto, the village has a matter for which I must apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart sank. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, during the previous 5 Kage summit, the other villages expressed their intent to jointly attack Konoha. To buy time for the forging of the new weapon, I could only promise to provide Yunin and Kirigakure with an imperial tool in a year and a half. This was a slight against the village, and he asked Naruto what compensation he desired. Initially, Naruto felt a flicker of anger, thinking he had been sold out. However, he quickly reconsidered. This situation meant he no longer needed to hide the provision of imperial tools to other villages. Additionally, he could leverage this opportunity to negotiate compensation from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet, he had to maintain the facade. Thus, Naruto's expression shifted from anger to disappointment, then to indifference, and ultimately to understanding. At times, Naruto pondered the nature of the shinobi world. The most rapid ascent seemed to stem from one's acting prowess. He felt he could easily pin a guide on the self-cultivation of an actor in the grand stage of the shinobi world. Without the peak-level skills of deception and adaptability akin to those in a game of werewolf, survival was far from guaranteed. Finally, he remarked, Lord Third, I do not have any particular desires. I am simply intrigued by some impressive ninjutsu. As for providing weapons to other villages, I must caution you that this will enhance the combat capabilities of our adversaries, leading to potentially unforeseen consequences. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied innocently, Little Naruto, can you not control the strength of the imperial tools? Naruto clarified, I summon whatever is inherent to my bloodline limit. I merely utilize what I call forth. However, typical imperial tools do not deviate excessively from the norm. They merely enhance the abilities of the already powerful. Unless the weapon is particularly unique or exceptionally compatible, such as the one possessed by the malevolent spirit, there is only one of its kind to date. Inwardly, Naruto mused, I wish to see rivers of blood flowing through the shinobi world. In any case, we would all reunite in the realm of the Shinigami, and perhaps one day, upon achieving divinity, that realm could transform into a hall of heroes. By then, if I attain enlightenment, those within the Shinigami realm would also rise to prominence. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt somewhat reassured, offering Naruto a consolation. Little Naruto, in the future, I will grant you access to the vast majority of sealing techniques within the village, except for the forbidden ones, as compensation. To this, Naruto could only exclaim, Sarutobi Hiruzen, you truly are a dog. You use a single payment multiple times. Would he only need to pay once to enjoy several days of service? If the ladies were to find out, they would undoubtedly call the authorities. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. Naruto was keenly aware that he was nothing like Jiraiya and would never indulge in such establishments. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having successfully deceived the youth, suddenly shifted to personal matters, melancholically stating, Little Naruto, do you believe my life has been a precarious endeavor? Will I ever reach the other shore? Naruto wondered what had prompted this old man to wax philosophical. Perhaps he should take a page from the Cadillac owners and devote more attention to the downtrodden maidens. After all, he could manipulate chakra. If the ice were to break, he could traverse it. Realizing that Naruto did not grasp the depth of his meaning, he resorted to plain speech, implying he felt that Shimura Danzo harbored ulterior motives, having even harbored murderous intent towards him during their last outing. He sought a way to restrain Danzo or bolster himself. Naruto contemplated that there seemed to be little value to exploit from Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, he was indeed somewhat tempted by the vast array of basic ninjutsu at his disposal. Should he manage to acquire them, he would save considerable time on his studies. In truth, Sarutobi Hiruzen also possessed the forbidden technique, Shiki Fujin, but Naruto would never resort to using that jutsu. After pondering for a moment, Naruto decided not to dwell on it. At present, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who was seeking his expertise in forging. There was no need for him to rush. Although he was indeed interested in acquiring the 5 nature transformations from Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was not an overwhelming desire. He informed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Lord Third, I currently lack precious biological materials. If you could procure powerful biological materials for me, I could craft suitable weapons for you. The stronger the materials you provide, the more formidable the weapons I can forge. As for Shimura Danzo, the 8 Tails has a weakness. The more puppets the host controls simultaneously, or the stronger the puppets, the more the host's combat power will be suppressed. Beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen's calm demeanor, a glimmer of greed for power flickered. He was not the type to be devoid of desire. If he were, he would never have reached his current position. He had merely excelled at suppressing such urges. Now that Naruto had offered such a splendid opportunity, he felt it might be permissible to slightly breach his own boundaries. All in the name of the village. Chapter 98, The Great Forging. Naruto observed the somber and unpredictable Sarutobi Hiruzen depart before returning to the forging chamber. At that moment, Naruto was unaware that several other ninja villages were preparing for a temporary truce. He intended to forge some weapons to bolster the Uchiha clan. Naruto opened the requirements from the client and discovered that most of the Uchiha requests were quite ordinary, primarily consisting of ninja swords. The most extravagant request was for armor, but amidst these relatively standard weapons was an unusual request for a fan. Naruto was immediately intrigued, wondering which clever individual was trying to make a fool of him. Upon realizing it was the elder Uchiha Obito, he felt a mix of irritation and amusement. Naruto could no longer contain his frustration and stormed into Uchiha Min's room, forcefully kicking open the door. Startled while indulging in fruit, Uchiha Min choked on a piece, coughing for a considerable time before exclaiming, such disrespect towards the clan's elder. Even you, Naruto, must provide me with an explanation. Naruto, incensed by this demand, retorted, an explanation? While others seek standard ninja blades and armor, you alone desire an Uchiha fan. Are you even aware of the materials required to forge one? Even if it were crafted, do you possess the skill to wield it? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Uchiha Min adopted the demeanor of a cynical old man. Naruto realized that distance had indeed fostered admiration. Once, this elder appeared imposing, but familiarity had unraveled that facade, revealing a carefree spirit. Uchiha Min teased, is it true that the strongest blacksmith in the ninja world cannot forge an Uchiha fan? Naruto scoffed, this isn't a matter of capability. Rather, the cost is exorbitant and demands additional payment. Observing that Naruto seemed to be intrigued, Uchiha Min continued, you see, my mother always told me from a young age. No, I have always idolized Lord Madara, honing my Uchiha rebounding technique with the desire for a fan akin to his. Cannot you fulfill this modest request? I possess little of value. Perhaps I could offer my granddaughter, Mikoto, in marriage to you. Additionally, I have merely 2 remaining 3-tomo Sharingan. You may take them if you wish." With that, Uchiha Min spread his hands in a mockingly lewd gesture. In truth, he felt that the cohesion of the Uchiha clan had diminished over time. He yearned for the re-emergence of a weapon symbolizing the Uchiha, one that might rekindle some positive influence. Moreover, he had genuinely practiced the Uchiha rebounding technique. Nero derisively responded, "Mikoto and I share a mutual affection. What right have you, old man, to interfere? As for your 3-tomo Sharingan, keep them in your head. I may lay claim to them when the time is right." He added, "Since you hold such admiration for Madara, perhaps you should seek him out. He is likely hiding in some basement." Uchiha Min found himself at a loss for words. How could his son-in-law be so dismissive? He had merely been jesting, yet Nero took him seriously. Reflecting on his own mortality, he reluctantly acquiesced. Nero further clarified that the Uchiha fan he would forge would possess distinct functionalities and characteristics. He hoped to avoid any dissatisfaction later on. Uchiha Min readily agreed. Upon returning to the forge, Nero meticulously set about crafting ordinary weapons. He retrieved the necessary materials and summoned 10 wooden clones. He noted that the wooden clones, emblematic of the noble wood release technique, were superior to standard shadow clones, exhibiting at least 3 to 4 times their efficacy. Next, Nero oversaw the process, assisting as needed. Given that these were merely B-grade weapons, his progress was swift. He tailored the weapons according to client specifications, having previously gathered their preferences. Nero suspected that, among 10 Uchiha, 9 would desire fire element weapons or armor, with the remaining 1 seeking lightning attributes. However, he lacked an abundance of fire element dangerous species. He decided to forge the water dragon blade and the Tenoichi sword from the dangerous species of the flying mantis and the water dragon beast. The fire-scaled beast would yield a fire element long sword for the first requester, identified as Uchiha Chitake, the clan leader. Remarkably, the Uchiha clan was indeed replete with talent. Those in high positions either engaged in frivolities or received special treatment. Yet, considering Uchiha Chitaki's formidable combat prowess, Nero felt no need to dwell on it. The lightning element beast would be utilized to forge a lightning element longsword. The poison dragon beast would produce a venomous blade, while the armored beast would yield armor. Finally, the earth dragon beast was destined to provide a life-saving measure for Uchiha Mikoto. Soon, an array of weapons was successfully forged. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging the B-grade Tenoichi sword, 2nd generation. Tenoichi sword, 2nd generation, B-grade weapon, single-edged, measuring 12 meters in length. Characterized by its sturdy and sharp nature, capable of smoothly conducting chakra. Skills: 1. Stores a certain quantity of lightning element chakra, delivering a strike to enemies with cutting, paralyzing, and penetrating attributes. 2. Standard Tenoichi bleeding passive. Nero admired this 2nd generation weapon, noting that his enhanced forging skills had elevated it beyond the weapon wielded by Orochimaru, transforming it into a B-grade masterpiece. The chakra attribute shifted from needing yang to lightning, though even Uchiha clan members could acquire yang through cultivation. However, the conventional attribute allowed for immediate usability, reflecting Nero's philosophy of human-centered craftsmanship. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, while the old is relegated to the shores of time. What? Both the old and the new army? Ah, well, that has nothing to fret over. It simply means I have grown stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging the B-grade water dragon blade. Water dragon blade, B-grade weapon. This sword is single-edged, measuring 121 meters, characterized by its sturdy and sharp nature. Capable of smoothly conducting chakra. Skills: 1. Activates the water dragon eye, enhancing combat power for 3 minutes. However, it induces extreme fatigue afterward. 2. Activates the main body of the sword, significantly improving agility and speed for 3 minutes. Usage results in relative fatigue. 3. Enhances single attribute chakra, though named the water dragon blade. It was essentially the 2nd generation of the water dragon sword. Compared to the original, both versions possessed unique characteristics, with Nero's increased proficiency resulting in sharper and sturdier craftsmanship than the original. However, it lacked the substantial chakra metal found in the original water dragon sword, leading to reduced chakra conduction capabilities. Other than that, the shapes differed slightly. Chapter 99, Discovery of White Zetsu. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging the B-grade fire element ninja sword. After a moment of contemplation, Nero recalled a sword from a pirate tale that bore similar effects and rank, aptly naming it the fire-scale sword, given that it was crafted from the biological material of the fire-scaled beast. He sensed this blade would rise to prominence alongside Uchiha Chitake. Fire Scale Sword, B-grade weapon, double-edged, measuring 119 meters, its blade enveloped in scales of the fire-scaled beast. Displaying a dark red hue, it possesses sturdy, sharp, and burning characteristics, capable of smoothly conducting chakra, exhibiting exceptional heat resistance and thermal conductivity. Skills 1. Flame Absorption. Utilizing the precious scales of the fire-scaled beast, this weapon can absorb fire element damage while retaining flames, further amplifying the sword's damage. Flame absorption has a certain limit. Exceeding this limit will render the fire scale sword fragile. 2. Fire Attribute. Infusing fire element chakra amplifies the sword's offensive capabilities, potentially creating fiery trails during swings. 3. Blazing Technique. Infusing a certain amount of fire element chakra allows the sword tip to release flames, with the specific effects proportional to the chakra amount. 4. Self-Purification. The sword may possess self-purification abilities, capable of eliminating any substances adhering to it through fire. Naruto gently grasped this weapon, filled with a sense of pride. Regardless of its strength, it was undeniably magnificent. The sword itself was visually stunning. Even without chakra, the blade radiated a flowing dark red glow, and the scales adorning the blade were remarkably striking. As Naruto gradually infused fire element chakra into the weapon, it illuminated brilliantly, enhancing its effects. With a graceful swing, a fiery trail lingered in the air. The effect of this weapon upon enemies is akin to a belt dipped in iodine, simultaneously striking and disinfecting. As soon as a wound emerges, it is seared to a state of carbonization. Moreover, the blade typically reaches a temperature close to 50 degrees Celsius, serving as a makeshift warm compress during the winter. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that this sword exudes an excess of flamboyance, appearing less like a ninja's weapon and consequently attracting concentrated fire on the battlefield. With immense willpower, Naruto laid down the fire scale sword. Forcing its use would merely transform it into a mere collector's item. Ultimately, it remains a mere subordinate tool, bearing its own imperfections. Naruto resolved to forge a better weapon for himself in the future, ideally utilizing materials from a fire dragon or something equally formidable. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for crafting a B-rank lightning attribute ninja blade. In keeping with tradition, he named it the Thunderstrike Blade. Thunderstrike Blade, B-rank subordinate tool. This sword features a single-edged blade, measuring 122 centimeters in length. The blade exhibits a striking purple hue, with the edge manifesting a dark violet shade. It possesses formidable sharpness and a paralyzing quality, exhibiting exceptional conductivity for lightning attribute chakra. Skills 1. Lightning Reflection. Utilizing the Thunder Beast as a biological material, it can reflect lightning attribute attacks and natural lightning back at foes. The natural reflection of lightning has its limits. In critical situations, the wielder must inject a substantial amount of lightning attribute chakra, lest the lightning flow through the wielder's body into the earth. 2. Attack Enhancement. Infusing the blade with lightning attribute chakra enhances its cutting, paralyzing, and penetrating capabilities. It can also be charged with a large amount of chakra for a powerful strike in a short duration. 3. Conductive Property. Weapons that come into contact with this blade will paralyze the enemy. 4. Lightning Ball Technique. By injecting a certain amount of lightning attribute chakra, the blade's tip can release a lightning ball to strike foes, with effects proportional to the chakra amount used. In truth, Naruto harbored particular expectations for this weapon, pondering whether a lightning attribute weapon might surpass its predecessor, yet it ultimately failed to ascend to a rank. While it lacked the striking appearance of the fire scale sword, it possessed its own unique charm. As Naruto infused chakra into it, the blade shimmered more brilliantly, though its overall purple hue rendered it less eye-catching than the fire scale sword. Checking the time, Naruto noted that night had fallen and decided to postpone further forging until the following day. Despite having numerous shadow clones, his limited equipment meant that even his prowess could not facilitate the simultaneous completion of all weapons. Accomplishing the forging of 4 B-rank subordinate tools in one day was indeed a remarkable feat. As Naruto dismissed his wooden clones, a torrent of information flooded his mind, causing him to rub his dizzying head. Suddenly feeling a slight urge to relieve himself, he made his way to the restroom. However, the flow of water that should have gushed forth abruptly slowed, not due to urgency or an inability to finish, but because he sensed something unusual. Recently, he had felt such sensations intermittently, perhaps because he had not experienced them often before, or due to the presence of figures like Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen nearby. This time, however, it felt distinctly abnormal, as this sensation of perceptual distortion had been particularly frequent during his bathroom visits. In an instant, he recalled Obito's companion, White Zetsu. It was this thought that caused his stream to falter. He realized he was utterly unprepared to confront Uchiha Obito, and should Obito attempt a surprise attack, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Thus, even as he faced this situation, a flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. However, he quickly reassured himself that he was likely merely under surveillance, indicating that Obito was merely observing him, and there was no need for excessive concern. Such white zetsu were not uncommon throughout the ninja world. These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant as he controlled the flow to continue. Subsequently returning to his room after completing his usual routine. Lying on his bed, Naruto began to reflect. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that he need not dwell excessively on this matter. If he behaved overtly suspiciously or attempted to eliminate white zetsu, it would likely backfire. The only course of action he needed to take was to conceal the things that could not be revealed, while proceeding with the rest as usual. The only dilemma was the slight discomfort he felt while using the restroom, unaware that his observer was none other than the commander of the White Zetsu army, Shinju no Ko Akatsuki. Later, Naruto prepared to send off the 4 crafted subordinate tools, only to be informed by Uchiha men that this presented an excellent opportunity to win hearts and minds. It would be best to complete the forging and then personally deliver the weapons to their respective owners. Naruto suddenly realized the naivety of his previous thoughts. When it came to politics, he had much to learn from these old-timers. In truth, he had never considered genuinely gifting the weapons to their owners. He had always thought that if the owner's abilities did not match the weapon's caliber, he would certainly reclaim it. Chapter 100, Black Rhinoceros Armor. On the following morning, Naruto gazed upon the grotesquely shaped and hideously ugly poison dragon beast, understanding that he could not treat it as he would a standard weapon. His knowledge base did not contain specific plans for utilizing this perilous creature in weapon forging. He had to rely on his elevated skill level to determine how to proceed. Soon, a concrete plan materialized in his mind. One option was to directly utilize its venom sac to create a specialized tool for administering poison, while the other was to craft a ninja blade from its fangs. This would effectively address the shortcomings of the fangs' inability to produce poison autonomously and the venom sac's incapacity to withstand high temperatures. Without delay, Naruto set his clones to work, recognizing that while the poison of this creature was not as insidious as the cursed poison of the Murakumo, it was still quite formidable. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for crafting a B-rank poison attribute ninja blade and venom sac, inspired by the poison dragon beast's 2 sharp fangs. He named the blade Fong of Poison. Fong of Poison, B-rank subordinate tool. This sword features a single-edged blade, measuring 115 centimeters in length. The blade and edge exhibit a purple-black hue. It possesses sturdy, sharp, and highly toxic attributes, allowing for smooth chakra conduction. Skills 1. Venom Absorption. The poison dragon beast's fangs can store venom, allowing the crafted weapon to evenly coat its blade with poison. 2. Venom Injection. By infusing chakra into the blade, the venom within can be injected into enemies at an astonishing speed. 3. Poison Addition. The ability to infuse water attribute attacks with potent toxins. Debuffs 1. Following significant consumption of venom, replenishment from the venom sac is necessary. 2. The effects of the venom are indiscriminate, affecting both foes and allies alike. Venom sac, a tool for replenishing the venom of the Fong, which can consume chakra to accelerate its venom production. Observing the ninja blade, Naruto quickly identified its critical flaw. Its indiscriminate toxicity rendered it somewhat impractical. However, there were means to mitigate this shortcoming, such as pre-manufacturing an antidote. Otherwise, it would become an instrument that could potentially harm allies as much as enemies. Alternatively, should enemies retain samples to create antidotes? If they were to invest in producing a substantial quantity of antidotes for a single blade, it could yield a groundbreaking effect in warfare. Moreover, there remained the possibility of updating the poison. Naruto mused that those who wielded such weapons might be dubbed Little Hanzo, thus achieving a certain legendary status. As for the subsequent 2 creatures, the perilous Iron Shell Beast and the perilous Earth Dragon Beast, they were both intended for armor crafting. And since these entities bore no toxic attributes, Naruto could personally partake in the process. Upon encountering the iron-shelled beast, Naruto discerned that the products forged from this creature would undoubtedly be ill-suited for the Uchiha clan, perhaps even for ninjas who specialized in ninjutsu. Rather, they would be more fitting for taijutsu practitioners like Guy and Lee. However, the physical ninjas in Naruto do not engage in combat by merely enduring damage. Rather, they leverage their extraordinary physical prowess to evade their opponent's attacks while simultaneously counterattacking. Thus, an excessively heavy ironclad beast would impede their agility. Nevertheless, Naruto conceived an alternative purpose for it. utilizing this perilous creature to forge weapons for training. This indeed represents a commendable ability. As for the one desiring armor, Naruto could only express his apologies. Depending on the circumstances, he may consider compensation later, especially since he had not previously made any promises, merely conducting a simple inventory. At this point, Naruto could not help but admire Uchiha Shin, who was often meticulous in his approach. Ding! Congratulations, Blacksmith has forged B-rank heavy armor. The corners of Naruto's mouth tilted upward as he named the armor black rhinoceros armor, inspired by the ironclad beast's resemblance to a rhinoceros, particularly its dark hue. Since this armor was primarily intended for training purposes, Naruto felt free to make extensive modifications to its surface, resulting in a striking piece that now stood before him. Black rhinoceros armor, B-rank heavy armor. This armor employs the forging techniques of the Imperial Gear armor, allowing for size adjustment, featuring resilient recovery properties, and possessing a strong chakra conduction capability. Skills: 1. Heavy pressure. By infusing chakra, the armor's weight can be increased. The more chakra infused, the more exaggerated the armor's weight becomes. 2. Enhanced defense. Chakra can be infused to further augment the armor's defensive capabilities. The more chakra infused, the more formidable the armor's defense becomes. Naruto could hardly contain his excitement as he donned the armor. After all, what boy would not desire a stylish black rhinoceros armor? Once clad, he began to move his elbows and shake his head, reminiscent of the dramatic portrayals he had seen on television. He could not help but feel genuinely impressive. The armor he crafted was not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably comfortable. Then came the main event. Naruto continuously infused chakra into the armor, causing it to grow progressively heavier. Struggling to take a few steps forward, he realized the utility of this feature. Those who have trained know that to achieve rapid muscle growth, one must lift significant weights. Similarly, in the ninja world, to grow stronger and faster, one must also engage with substantial weights. Otherwise, they would only progress slowly, relying on incremental improvements like the Guy family. After experimenting for a while, Naruto began crafting the final piece of armor. This one was intended for Mikoto. Although she had expressed her desire to assist Naruto, he genuinely wished to shield his childhood friend from excessive danger. Thus, this armor was designed primarily for protection. Before long, the armor was completed under Naruto's skilled hands. Ding! Congratulations, Blacksmith has forged B-rank armor. When it came to naming this armor, Naruto found himself in a quandary. Had it not been intended for Mikoto, he could have whimsically named it Earth Dragon armor, but since it was for a girl, he felt compelled to choose a more fitting name. After some contemplation, he decided on Guardian. Guardian armor, B-rank Earth attribute armor. This armor employs the forging techniques of the Imperial Gear armor, allowing for size adjustment, featuring resilient recovery properties, and possessing a strong chakra conduction capability. Skills: 1. Hardening. Infusing chakra can further enhance the armor's defense. 2. Earth walking. Infusing chakra allows the armor's wearer to move freely underground. 3. Earth assimilation. Infusing chakra enables the armor to merge with the earth, making it difficult for enemies to discern. Observing the intricately designed armor, Naruto felt it epitomized the essence of concealment. When donned, the wearer could evade danger by burrowing underground and merging seamlessly with the earth. This way, enemies would find it exceedingly challenging to locate and eliminate the armor's wearer, particularly for most ninjas. The only drawback Naruto perceived was that the armor's earthy hue might not suit a female aesthetic. However, he could not apply paint, as it would compromise the armor's earth assimilation effect. Chapter 101, A Bounty of Weapons. Uchiha Shin gazed eagerly at Naruto as he unveiled an array of weapons. Yet conspicuously absent was the Uchiha fan he desired. After witnessing Naruto's impressive display of forged weaponry, he inquired, "What of the Uchiha fan?" Naruto casually replied, "Such an iconic item cannot merely be of servant-grade quality. I need to devise a proper plan and procure better materials." Observing Naruto's earnestness, Uchiha Shin felt a surge of gratitude. Indeed, this young man shared his commitment to the family's legacy. He resolved in his heart that he would ensure Uchiha Naruto ascended to the position of clan leader. Make the Uchiha great again. The outcome of this endeavor rested in Naruto's hands. The following day, the Uchiha Shrine hosted a grand weapon distribution ceremony. This event was monumental for the clan, with all Uchiha ninjas in attendance. Onlooker A remarked, "Who is that handsome figure beside the elder?" To which Onlooker B replied, delivering a light tap to A's head. "That is none other than our Uchiha clan's prodigy, Uchiha Naruto." Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Q stood by like ants. Despite Fugaku being the clan leader's son, he remained a junior, lacking the privilege to stand before the crowd. They watched as Uchiha Naruto commanded the ceremony with grace. Beside him stood Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Hai, with Mikoto's affection for Naruto almost spilling from her eyes. Uchiha Q observed his idol, Uchiha Fugaku, and a hint of sorrow flickered in his gaze. Hurriedly, he reassured, "Brother, I believe you will undoubtedly become a great Uchiha. In our clan, strength is what we value most." In the eyes of young Uchiha Q, it was clear that the strongest would assume the role of clan leader, entirely oblivious to Naruto's strategic significance. Perhaps he understood somewhat, but as an unwavering supporter of his brother, he could only feign ignorance. Uchiha Fugaku, glancing at Uchiha Q, mused indeed. Although I may lack the contributions of Naruto, I have this loyal little brother. Plus, I have awakened my Sharingan at such a young age, now boasting the 3 Tomo. And I am even the squad leader of the Konoha Guard. And as for Uchiha Naruto, he has yet to awaken his Sharingan, if he even can. Given the chance for a grand battle, he would undoubtedly achieve great feats, ultimately surpassing Uchiha Naruto. Though it seemed unlikely he would win Mikoto's affections, it was imperative not to expend all his energy on matters of romance. Having resolved this in his mind, Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Q's shoulder, and the two shared a meaningful gaze. Naruto inadvertently caught sight of them, feeling a shiver run down his spine. He never expected that Uchiha Fugaku, disheartened by his own circumstances, might develop an inclination toward other men. It appeared he would need to exercise caution, as his striking looks could inadvertently attract attention. Soon, the moment for the weapon distribution arrived, as Uchiha Shin announced with great solemnity. From the first recipient, clan leader Uchiha Chikage, to the last, Uchiha Mikoto, each individual received a piece of servant-grade equipment. Naruto thoughtfully provided each recipient with a manual, aiding them in mastering their newfound weapons. This would allow him to reap the rewards more effectively. Satisfied, Naruto surveyed the audience. If a favorability system existed, he imagined icons indicating rising favorability would be appearing all around the crowd. He contemplated that when he departed from Konoha, should any among the gathered wish to remain behind, he would not hesitate to reclaim their weapons, leaving them to languish in the decay of their beloved Leaf Village. That night, the Umbu discovered Naruto and informed him that the Hokage wished to meet with him. As Naruto followed the Umbu, he pondered what valuable materials Sarutobi Hiruzen might present, perhaps the first Hokage cells or some other extraordinary treasures. Upon meeting Sarutobi, Naruto observed the man's furrowed brow as he addressed him. "Naruto, can I trust you?" Witnessing Sarutobi's moment of introspection, Naruto felt a sense of exasperation but resolutely replied, "Lord Hokage, you can trust me. For the sake of Konoha, I am loyal. I am gratified that you can see this. Were it not for Konoha, I would not present these materials. The village stands at its most perilous juncture. A mere misstep could allow the ambitious Danzo to seize control. Naruto, the future of Konoha rests in your hands. Come with me," Sarutobi declared, leading Naruto to a hidden chamber. Upon entering, Naruto was taken aback to discover that this seemingly principled Hokage had established a secretive space akin to Danzo's. He contemplated the items laid out on the table as Sarutobi began his introductions. The first is the corpse of the former leader of the Sarutobi clan, a request from both me and the clan. The second is the chakra of the 9 tails, collected during the transition of the Jinchuriki. The third is the Thunder God sword, wielded by the second Hokage. As for the last item, well, let's refrain from using that. Naruto was thoroughly astonished by Sarutobi's audacity. It was evident that he was far more generous than the miserly Danzo. The 9 tails chakra, which Naruto had coveted for so long, had been delivered to him on a silver platter by none other than the Hokage. The other 2 materials were equally formidable. The Sarutobi clan's physical form was a fearsome entity, capable of rivaling Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword when transformed into the adamant staff. Sarutobi had indeed faced many formidable foes wielding that staff, and Naruto speculated whether this corpse belonged to his own summoning beast. If so, he could only lament the fate of the Sarutobi king. The Thunder God sword was a prized weapon of Senju Tobirama, which had met its demise at the hands of a mere ninja after being subjected to multiple assaults from the Chidori and Rasengan. As for the final, shrouded item, it was likely the cells of Hashirama, as Naruto had previously surmised. Noticing Sarutobi's hesitance regarding this material, Naruto decided to press the issue. With a feigned air of reluctance, he addressed Sarutobi, "Lord Hokage, I must confess something. Previously, Lord Danzo threatened me into forging armor for him. Upon completion, I discovered that it was crafted from the second Hokage's cells, cultivated from the first Hokage's essence. This breastplate possesses the power of wood release. Danzo threatened me that should I reveal this, you would end my life. Now, for the sake of Konoha, I can no longer remain silent." If I must pay with my life, so be it. Sarutobi's fury ignited. He comprehended the full extent of the situation. It was no wonder that despite suffering significant losses in the Eight Tails puppet battle and the depletion of chakra, Danzo still harbored murderous intent. It became clear that Danzo had acquired the power of wood release. As for the authenticity of Naruto's claims, Sarutobi could only conclude that it was indeed characteristic of Danzo to exploit others' vulnerabilities for his gain. Chapter 102. The initiation of the S-class foe weapon. Once Sarutobi regained his composure, he recognized the urgency of arranging for the Hashirama cells. Without them, the weapons forged would inevitably succumb to wood release's counteractive properties against the tailed beast chakra. Although the wood release Danzo possessed was likely inferior, the nine tails chakra Sarutobi had acquired was similarly subpar. Resolute, Sarutobi entrusted all the materials to Naruto and inquired if he could forge them in this chamber. The primary concern was not that Naruto might abscond, but rather that these materials were not meant for public scrutiny, and the barrier within this room could conceal them. Additionally, Sarutobi feared that Naruto, in possession of these materials, might once again fall prey to Danzo's machinations. Naruto readily agreed, his spirits lifted by the abundance of precious materials, and he immediately commenced preparations for forging. Sarutobi assumed the role of sentinel, ready to labor through the night alongside Naruto. As Naruto meticulously examined the materials, he continuously devised forging methods in his mind. Unlike the meager resources provided by Danzo, this time Sarutobi had gone all out. He even contributed some chakra-infused metal. After much contemplation, Naruto resolved to initially forge a stick-like summoning tool, which could later summon full armor. He understood that these materials might not suffice to forge an S-class weapon outright, yet he decided to imbue this new armor with the potential for evolution. Thus, he informed Sarutobi that he would need to retrieve additional materials. Rushing home, Naruto summoned the cursed spirit and wielding the power of the Weapon King, he brutally harvested a substantial piece of Tyrant's flesh. This act incited furious howls from the tyrant power within the cursed spirit, yet it was powerless to retaliate. Naruto speculated that had it been anyone else, even someone like the armor-evolving Shinsuke, such an act might have prompted a violent confrontation. However, due to the cursed spirit's unique properties, the flesh could absorb the host's inherent power and gradually regenerate. Of course, the cursed spirit would not consume Naruto's essence. He could only pity his unfortunate little brother. Upon returning to the forging chamber, Naruto found Sarutobi exhaling a sigh of relief. Although the likelihood of Naruto fleeing was slim, it was not entirely absent. Just moments prior, Sarutobi had restrained himself from employing the telescope technique within the Uchiha clan's territory. Naruto, having not used the shadow clone technique in quite some time, promptly assigned each clone specific tasks, one to forge the Thunder God sword, another to inscribe seals on the Sarutobi, and yet another to place the Hashirama cells onto the tyrant flesh. At this juncture, Sarutobi closely observed Naruto's seals. Despite Naruto's openness in sharing his forging techniques, and even imparting knowledge about blacksmithing and ninja arts, the progress of the others was slow. This realization illuminated Sarutobi to Naruto's extraordinary talent in this domain. As for Naruto's willingness to share certain forging techniques, it was a strategy to cultivate talent in advance. It was foreseeable that as his forging skills advanced, he would become increasingly reluctant to forge even B-class weapons. If it were for system rewards, he could arrange for others to complete the basic forging, leaving the final touches to be executed by the master Naruto himself. Talent is often like this. Without prior cultivation, it becomes a challenge when the need arises. The Hashirama cells could be considered longtime rivals to Tyrant. When the two substances came into contact, it was as though dry kindling met fierce flames, consuming each other in a frenzied embrace. This surge of power obliterated one of Naruto's shadow clones nearby, prompting Sarutobi to swiftly reinforce the chakra supply to the barrier, observing the mutual consumption of the flesh. Naruto recalled an intriguing comment he had encountered in his previous life. In reality, the only cells capable of rivaling Hashiramas in strength were mutated cancer cells. Cancer cells possess the ability to proliferate indefinitely, demonstrating remarkable vitality, which aligns perfectly with the characteristics of Hashirama cells. Some even speculated that Hashirama did not succumb due to weakness, but rather due to the intense battles that caused his cells to multiply uncontrollably, ultimately leading to his demise. Perhaps the flesh originated from the cursed spirit, and the balance between the tyrant power and wood release had already been established. Thus, while it was referred to as tyrant flesh, it also harbored the power of wood release. Swiftly, Tyrant and the Hashirama cells found their respective positions, achieving a state of equilibrium. Subsequently, Naruto placed the vessel containing the Nine-Tails chakra within the abdomen of the simian creature. He then instructed Sarutobi Ryūjin to release the chakra from the vessel, and as Ryūjin dismantled the sealing technique, the Nine-Tails chakra began to overflow continuously. This resulted in the formation of a tailed beast cloak upon the surface of the simian's body. Naruto then gradually enveloped the now stabilized tyrant and Hashirama cells over the surface of the creature. During this process, he stimulated the curse seal, extracting the essence of life. The Nine-Tails chakra exhibited an audacious demeanor, and Naruto even witnessed a small fox snarling at the Hashirama and tyrant cells. Its provocation was ill-advised, as it challenged them. The would-release power from the Hashirama cells and the formidable devouring ability of the tyrant cells joined forces to retaliate, forcing it to retreat step by step. However, this alliance was fleeting, soon devolving into a chaotic free-for-all among the three forces. It can be said that this extraction of biological essence was the most arduous for Naruto, as the three powers clashed violently upon the battlefield of the simian's corpse. Ultimately, a temporary balance was reached among the three forces. Naruto then utilized the already refined orichalcum, fine iron, and chakra metal to forge a staff as the primary weapon. He etched patterns using the molten metals from the Sword of Thunder God at both ends of the staff, ultimately infusing the staff with the essence of the three powers. As the final curse seal inscribed in orichalcum was completed, Naruto chanted the incantation to harmonize all the powers. At last, the weapon was complete. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for forging an pseudo-level weapon. Chapter 103, Infinite Armor Complete. Naruto gazed upon this ultimate amalgamation and found himself at a loss for a name. Typically, weapons are named according to their abilities or materials. But this weapon possessed a multitude of both. Thus, he could only refer to it as the Black Staff for now, intending to confirm its name once he witnessed its transformation. Naruto began to examine the weapon's attributes. Black Staff, pseudo-level weapon, primarily inspired by the forging techniques of the armored demon, utilizing a wealth of precious materials, orichalcum, fine iron, chakra metal, Nine-Tails chakra, Hashirama cells, and the evolved flesh of tyrant. It exists in both staff and armor forms. The staff measures 2 meters in length, entirely black, with gray patterns enveloping both ends. It possesses remarkable durability, exceptional chakra conduction capabilities, and is highly resistant to heat and electricity. Staff form skills. 1. Thunder's Call. By inserting the staff into the ground, it can attract natural lightning. The weapon's wielder can freely control the lightning coursing through the staff to strike foes until the thunder dissipates. 2. Heavy Strike. Infusing the staff with yang attribute chakra allows for a powerful blow, delivering a staggering force proportional to the amount of chakra used. The weapon's formidable strength and hard material can directly obliterate enemies' weapons and defenses. 3. Size and Proportion. A talent inherited from the simian clan. The wielder can relatively freely manipulate the staff's length and girth. 4. Devour. Direct contact with an enemy enables the absorption of their chakra, and physical contact will gradually consume their flesh. The wielder can summon armor to envelop their entire body using the Black Staff. The armor's secondary weapon remains the Black Staff. The armor manifests in a profound ink green. The surface of the armor is etched with enigmatic runes and patterns. A massive red gem, pulsating with the power of the Nine Tails, is embedded in the helmet. The chest of the armor features a grand depiction of Tyrant. The gauntlets can be chosen to either facilitate ninjutsu casting or provide robust defensive capabilities. The armor possesses innate durability and regenerative properties, allowing for smooth chakra conduction. Armor form skills. 1. Tyrant form. The armor's initial form, directly enhancing the wielder's strength and speed, with commendable defensive capabilities. 2. Wood release form. Overlaying the tyrant form with wood release power grants the wearer advanced mastery over wood release techniques. 3. Forceful healing. The armor can forcibly mend the wielder's injuries, stimulating their resolve and igniting their fighting spirit. 4. Tailed Beast Cloak. By augmenting the tyrant form with Nine-Tails power, the armor's surface is enveloped in a layer of Tailed Beast Cloak, further enhancing its defensive and offensive prowess. The armor's wielder can freely utilize Tailed Beast Chakra for ninjutsu or execute physical attacks, or condense a relatively weaker Tailed Beast Bomb. 5. Final Transformation. Simultaneously activating the Hashirama cells, Tyrant Flesh, and Nine-Tails Chakra, the wielder transforms into a terrifying monster. This creature wields immense power with every movement, capable of freely controlling multiple forces. However, after utilizing the final transformation, if the wielder loses their will, they will irrevocably become a monster, unable to revert to their original state. 6. Energy recovery. The armor autonomously restores the chakra expended within, employing various methods to expedite chakra recovery, such as consuming flesh or directly absorbing high-quality chakra. Consuming flesh enhances recovery speed, while doing so can accelerate the armor's evolution, resulting in greater difficulty in controlling the weapon for its wielder. Special skills. Evolution. The contained Tyrant cells can further strengthen the armor. Devouring can expedite the weapon's evolution. Debuffs. 1. The wielder must possess Yang, Yin, Water, Earth, and Lightning chakra attributes. 2. The weapon possesses a trait of consuming its master during use. It will gradually erode the wielder's will. Should the wielders will be too feeble, they will be entirely consumed by the weapon. 3. The weapon's immense power and the complex forces within impose certain physical strength requirements on the wielder, with greater exertion impacting their lifespan. Upon reviewing the attributes, Naruto was elated. The wielder of the armor would revel in its might. With such an array of formidable skills, it was undeniably extraordinary. Thunder's call could transform into a cannon, unleashing relentless barrages upon adversaries. To ensure that the skies bore lightning, one could emulate the second Hokage's fire release technique to gather clouds. The combination of heavy strike and size and proportion guarantees that any swing of the weapon would possess destructive power comparable to conventional B-level ninjutsu. The subsequent transformations of the armor were even more fearsome. Naruto meticulously read through the details, discovering that the armor boasted 3 tiers of transformation states: the primary tyrant form, the intermediate wood release or tailed beast form, and the ultimate transformation state. Particularly evident from the wood release form was the attainment of advanced mastery over wood release techniques. Naruto speculated that this advanced wood release might rival the combat prowess of the likes of Obito with the Uchiha power. At the very least, it should enable the casting of the wood dragon technique. The wood dragon technique, Naruto recalled, involved the summoning of a massive dragon from trees, ensnaring enemies with formidable binding strength. Hashirama's wood dragon had even elicited cries of agony from the bound Nine Tails, and once ensnared, the enemy would have their chakra absorbed. As for techniques like the wood release, birth of the world tree, those would be trivial. These 3 transformation states would ensure that the armor's wielder becomes an absolute meat grinder on the battlefield. However, such immense power also necessitated high standards from the wielder, requiring a robust physique, a requisite amount of chakra, various chakra attributes, and formidable willpower. Naruto believed that Sarutobi Hiruzen, as a legendary shinobi, the strongest Hokage of Konoha and a master of ninjutsu, would undoubtedly possess all these attributes. Regarding the minor side effects resulting from the amalgamation of various powers, they are of little consequence, especially considering the strength acquired. At the very least, with this armor, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer has to rely solely on the Shiki Fujin to engage in one-for-one exchanges with his foes. Just imagine the embarrassment of a Shinigami, summoned through life itself, ending up sealing only 2 hands. Naruto's overall assessment of the armor is quite favorable. Henceforth, he need not seek out Sarutobi Hiruzen for it, thus avoiding the awkward situation of having to return a gift. It is evident to Naruto that Hiruzen would not be the sole master of this weapon. As for the name of the armor, Naruto laments his lack of creativity. He settles on the simple title of Infinity, symbolizing his boundless aspirations for the weapon's future as its forger. In his view, the completion of a weapon's forging is not merely an end, but rather a new beginning, suggesting that both the Infinity armor and Sarutobi Hiruzen possess a promising future. Chapter 104. The Death of Rope Tree. Upon regaining his senses, Naruto realizes that nearly a week has passed since the forging commenced. Although they have not been confined to the basement throughout this time, both he and Hiruzen are quite fatigued. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazes intently at the black staff in Naruto's hands. As an observer of the forging process over the past few days, he is aware of the circumstances surrounding the staff's creation and the terrifying power it harbors. As Naruto hands the staff to Hiruzen, he remarks, "Lord Hokage, you need not worry about the possibility of Danzo's betrayal any longer." Naruto then swiftly informs Hiruzen about the weapon's attributes, naturally downplaying certain side effects, a testament to his unwavering trust in the Hokage. How could the 3rd Hokage, so vital to Konoha like the sun, fear such trivial sacrifices? After all, the essence of the will of fire is to burn oneself, is it not? With each skill Naruto describes, Hiruzen is taken aback, from the staff form to the armor transformation, and the various tiers of metamorphosis culminating in the final transformation. Hiruzen is utterly astounded, his mind overwhelmed by the revelations. As Naruto falls silent, Hiruzen remains in a daze for an extended moment. Eventually, He notices the yawning Naruto and suppresses his excitement, reassuring Naruto, "The village will not forget your contributions. As for the sealing techniques within the village, you can come to learn them tomorrow. Young Naruto, you must be exhausted. Go rest now. I will handle the remaining matters." Suddenly, Naruto recalls something and addresses Ryūjin. "Lord Third, I wish to request your assistance in sealing the creatures summoned by my bloodline limit using the power of the infinity armor." Fearing that Ryūjin might grow complacent with such a formidable armor, Naruto reiterates, "Lord Third, while this armor boasts immense power, it is ultimately the result of multiple forces converging. Each use carries the risk of losing control, potentially endangering the village. In contrast, the giant armor I am preparing to forge will possess a stable and formidable strength, one that even the jonin of our village can wield. Furthermore, it will allow for the recognition of its master, enabling the key to this power to be passed down through generations of Hokage. This way, Konoha can remain secure." With Ryūjin's affirmative response, Naruto departs swiftly. He understands that his presence might hinder Ryūjin's willingness to let go, as Ryūjin likely wishes to verify the truth of Naruto's claims and investigate other matters. As Naruto walks along the path, he realizes he may have taken a significant risk, unexpectedly crafting this weapon that disrupts the balance. Fortunately, Ryūjin does not strike him as overly aggressive, compounded by the weapon's instability. Otherwise, Konoha might overpower other ninja villages entirely, leaving Naruto to ponder what would remain for him to do. Even if he were to seize control and stabilize such a decaying organization, he is not overly optimistic about the future. Great leaders have taught that revolutions must be thorough. Naruto reflects on his future, which likely extends towards the stars and seas, considering he is still merely a novice. Thus, maintaining a stable and well-functioning organization is paramount. After all, he lacks the innate talent to directly control subordinates. Should they feign compliance, it would lead to considerable inconvenience, and Naruto detests complications. Moreover, he suspects that if he possessed such a talent for controlling subordinates, the more thoroughly he governed them, the less potential they would have for growth. A heart tightly bound finds itself akin to a caged bird, inherently flawed. Later, Naruto contemplates that perhaps, a year and a half from now, he could enhance the combat capabilities of other ninja villages, such as Kirigikure and Kumogikure. Subsequently, he dedicates each day to studying sealing techniques at the locations assigned by Ryūjin, feeling that sealing arts are among the most overpowered ninjutsu, capable of sealing even the likes of Kaguya Otsutsuki. With a mindset of maximizing benefits, Naruto diligently immerses himself in the study of sealing arts. While engaged in his studies, Naruto receives a reward from Ryūjin and chooses to claim it immediately. Ding! Sarutobi Ryūjin has mastered the pseudo weapon infinity at an introductory level. Talent replication activated. Sarutobi Ryūjin's top-tier chakra control ability. Naruto suddenly realizes that his control over chakra has vastly improved. This reward significantly reduces the time needed for him to train in chakra control. He eagerly anticipates future rewards from Ryūjin, although it seems Ryūjin possesses little of particular value. However, since the weapon merely gathers dust in Naruto's hands, it would be wiser to leave it with Ryūjin for the time being. If he could acquire all 5 elemental natures from Ryūjin, it would be a commendable enhancement. Should Ryūjin exert himself to unleash the ultimate transformation, advanced release would be within reach. After reviewing his progress for the day, Naruto returns home contentedly. Not long after his return, he discovers that the device he left on Rope Tree to suppress his injuries has been taken away. As for why the enemy did not simply eliminate Rope Tree entirely, it is clear that Naruto had implemented additional measures to protect Rope Tree's essence. The enemy's reluctance to destroy the suppressor may stem from their belief that it is a valuable object worth studying. Observing the GPS location, Naruto realizes they are nearing the borders of the Fire Country, heading towards the Land of Water. Feeling a tinge of boredom, he initially expected someone from the village to intervene, curious to see which clever individual would take such action. To his surprise, it was a member of the Mizuki's faction. Naruto immediately thinks of Uchiha Madara. Could it be that Madara believes that Rope Tree, coupled with the curse of the evil spirit, would jeopardize his plans? Naruto hastens to the Senju clan's territory, and upon seeing Rope Tree, whose internal powers are surging, alongside the oblivious Meitarumi, he breathes a sigh of relief. After all, as his little nephew, it is preferable for him to remain unharmed. Observing the unscathed Rope Tree, Naruto ponders his next steps. He realizes that as long as Rope Tree is alive, the shadowy hands may return, and other village members might come as well. Thus, Naruto seeks out Sarutobi Ryūjin. Naruto finds Ryūjin seated in his office, sensing a newfound confidence in him since acquiring the infinity armor. Indeed, It is often said that in an extraordinary world, strength is the most empowering asset for a man. Naruto briefs Ryūjin on the situation regarding rope tree, to which Ryūjin praises him. Naruto, you have done exceptionally well this time. You exploited the information gap to confuse the enemy. Let us proceed as you suggested and arrange a funeral for rope tree. That very day, Tsunade receives urgent news and rushes back to Konoha from the front lines. Chapter 105. A Grand Funeral. Naraka held the weeping Tsunade, who resembled a helpless child seeking the shelter of her parents, tightly in his embrace. At that moment, Tsunade clung to Naraka as if he were her sole refuge. Observing the curious gazes of onlookers drawn to the poignant scene before him, Naraka realized his plan was working. He then led Tsunade into the Senju clan grounds. Once he ensured there were no prying eyes, he disclosed the truth to her. Tsunade, upon seeing the still warm corpse of Shinju, felt as if the taut strings of her heart had snapped, compelling her to sit down on the ground. Quick as lightning, Naraka caught her ample form. His thoughts reduced to 2 words, soft and abundant. Tsunade expressed her gratitude, saying, "He was my only brother, Naraka. Thank you for saving Shinju. It's truly comforting to have you here." With that, she embraced Naraka's head, seeking a kiss. Naraka, glancing at the nearby Shinju, initially intended to refuse, but found himself unable to deny the request of his mentor, surrendering to the moment with closed eyes. Expecting a gentle peck on the forehead, he was taken aback when he suddenly felt her warm lips upon his. A clumsy and aggressive tongue invaded his mouth, leaving him astonished. As a proud man, he had never anticipated such an affront. The audacity of his current adversary was utterly disrespectful, as if he were inconsequential. Despite his own inexperience, he knew that in a confrontation, the brave would prevail. Ultimately, Naraka emerged victorious. Afterward, both blushing, they exchanged furtive glances, and Tsunade had unequivocally expressed her feelings. Noticing Shinju's feigned death beside them, Naraka was reminded of how he had deliberately concealed Shinju's life force to enhance the ruse. It was as if Shinju appeared to be a recently deceased body. Naraka assured Tsunade, "Rest easy, sensei. We shall hold a funeral for Shinju today, and afterward, I will secure a safe haven for him. As long as he lives, our enemies will not relent." Tsunade, preoccupied with her own thoughts, questioned Naraka. "What did you just call me?" With a teasing smirk, he replied, "I called you sensei. What's the matter?" At the realization of her previous actions, Tsunade's cheeks flushed crimson. And feeling a wave of embarrassment, she delivered a punch to Naraka's chest. He watched in astonishment as her formidable strike landed, knowing it could have easily crushed Jiraiya. The impact resonated with a loud thud. Although she hadn't used her full strength, it would have broken ribs if it had struck an ordinary person. Naraka noted the precision of Tsunade's punch, expertly aimed to inflict pain without causing injury. Truly, she was a renowned medical ninja, impressive. Tsunade, with a gentle tone, asked, "What should you call me?" Naraka stammered, "Wife." Tsunade retorted, feigning indignation, "I haven't agreed to marry you yet." She then exited the room. Observing her departure, Naraka mused that he wouldn't abandon the entire forest for a single precious tree. He felt the weight of the future pressing upon him. The subsequent funeral for Shinju commenced with much fanfare. Given the recent tranquility in the ninja world, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru attended, particularly since Orochimaru was Shinju's mentor. The gathering was small, and Tsunade, aware of her lack of acting skills, merely utilized chakra to redden her eyes, sitting silently beside Shinju's coffin. Nearby sat a despondent Mei, who, due to confidentiality, had not been informed of the truth. Concerned for the child's emotional well-being, Tsunade decided to take Mei as her pupil. It was evident that aspiring to be a member of the illustrious Konoha clan was no simple endeavor. Sakura had labored diligently, yet found herself overshadowed by Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto in terms of combat prowess. The pressure to pursue Sasuke weighed heavily on her, and had the Uchiha clan not faced extermination, the assistance of Naruto would have been insufficient for her aspirations. The reception was managed by the maids of the Senju household and Naraka. Upon entering the hall, Orochimaru sensed something amiss, but the sight of Shinju's lifeless form, resembling a corpse, confirmed his suspicions of underlying intrigue. He intended to discuss the matter with Naraka later. Shinju had fallen unconscious after a significant defeat against the Rock Village and ultimately perished heroically due to an enemy ambush. Numerous clans sent representatives to the funeral, including Uchiha Shin, who became curious about Naraka's frequent visits to the Senju grounds. Upon entering, Shin observed Naraka energetically attending to guests, and one might mistake him for the head of the Senju clan. With a scowl, Shin approached Naraka, letting out a derisive snort. Naraka, feigning politeness, greeted him, "Ah, the esteemed elder of the Uchiha clan. Thank you for attending Shinju's funeral. The elder's irritation grew at Naraka's presumptuous demeanor. How could such a peculiar youth emerge from the illustrious Uchiha lineage? He pondered whether Naraka would care as much if he were to pass away. This was a misunderstanding. Had Shin died, Naraka would undoubtedly ensure his grand send-off. Naraka would guarantee that his eyes would remain his own, his soul would report to the realm of the dead, and all his political and material legacies would be inherited wholly by Naraka, preventing any outsiders from claiming them. It would be a grand display of filial piety. Ultimately, Shin remained mindful of appearances, grumbling next to Naraka before entering the hall. Naraka found the elder's behavior perplexing, wondering if he was suffering from a throat ailment. In Konoha's hero cemetery, the ceremony for Senju Shinju was underway, with Sarutobi Hiruzen delivering a slow yet heartfelt eulogy. He concluded with, "The village shall never forget the sacrifice of Senju Shinju. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall persist." As the funeral reached its denouement, Shinju's coffin was hoisted by a group into the burial ground. Naraka contemplated that Shinju would likely awaken after a year. Chapter 106, Winning Hearts. The funeral for Shinju was not intended to be concealed from outsiders. Other ninja villages had been keeping a watchful eye on the formidable warrior. Shinju's demise marked a significant relief for many villages, yet they were aware that the circumstances were not of their doing, and they quietly commended each other. In a basement, Uchiha Madara stared blankly at Naraka's GPS, unable to fathom how it could suppress would release. His lack of understanding in technology was evident. He had whimsically instructed his subordinates to create it. Hoping to discover something unique in Naraka's craftsmanship, Madara ultimately found nothing of interest and handed the device to Black Zetsu, who discarded it. Unfortunately, Madara often underestimated Black Zetsu's boredom, as the latter repurposed the odd device as a prop for cosplay, mimicking excrement. In the aftermath of the Shinju incident, Konoha issued a bounty. Naraka had placed a remarkably convincing dummy of Shinju within the coffin, which would undoubtedly fool no true expert. However, it sufficed. All he required was merely a brief period of time. Subsequently, Naraku concealed Shoju in the Land of Iron, forging for him an advanced coffin that amalgamated early warning, defense, offense, spirit communication, purification, and breathability. Naraku even personally reclined within it for a while. The experience was not overwhelmingly intense, but rather exceedingly comfortable. It was not that Naraku wished to place Shoju in the dimensional array at the world's end. After all, there could be unforeseen dangers in that realm. Should any issues arise in the ninja world, he could still intervene. If he were to accidentally bring about Shoju's demise, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his relationship with Tsunade. Naraku approached a somewhat shabby courtyard. Upon seeing someone tending to Kai, he understood why Might Guy had recently been absent from his training routines. It was highly likely that Kai's mother had passed away, leaving Guy to care for the young and helpless Kai alone. The world of Naruto often portrayed many supporting characters with rather unfortunate backstories. This suddenly reminded Naraku of Kakashi Hataki's wife, Mikoto. It seemed her health was also failing. He had previously mentioned repaying Kakashi, after all, as he had somewhat inherited the Hataki style of ninjutsu. Naraku resolved to find time for Tsunade to pay a visit. Guy noticed Naraku outside the courtyard. Although he was a low-ranking ninja, he recognized the esteemed Uchiha Naraku. Might Guy nervously fidgeted with his hands, while Kai was peacefully slumbering. Naraku took the initiative to speak. "I have not seen you training in the village recently. You previously mentioned requesting me to forge a training apparatus for you." Upon hearing this, Might Guy expressed his excitement and shame, saying, "Thank you, Lord Naraku, for remembering my earlier request. However, my wife has recently passed away, and I must care for Kai. I have had little time for missions, and I cannot afford to ask for your assistance in forging. I am truly sorry, Lord Naraku." After saying this, Guy bowed deeply before Naraku. Naraku felt admiration for such a man. More importantly, he recognized this as a splendid opportunity to win over a subordinate. Observing the disarray in Guy's home, Naraku addressed him, "You need not concern yourself with these matters any longer. I can provide you with support and arrange for someone to assist you in caring for Kai. Your talents must not be squandered here. I have already forged a specialized training tool for you. Focus solely on your training." Guy remained silent for a moment before finally responding, "I must respectfully decline." He understood that nothing in this world comes without a price, and he had never resorted to begging. Naraku smirked, fully aware that Guy would refuse. Yet he relished in watching the proud transform into something more subdued. Naraku also understood that Guy's relentless training was not solely for martial prowess. He was a man who embodied the will of fire, dedicated to protection. Thus, Naraku organized his thoughts and spoke, "Might Guy, you underestimate my generosity. Do you believe I am one who demands repayment for favors? I merely wish to see Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja not languish in idleness. Moreover, your son Kai requires ample nourishment, does he not? Surely, you would not want your child's growth or future as a ninja to be hindered by a lack of sustenance. Seeing Guy begin to waver, Naruto added, consider this a transaction. Devote all your time to training, perfecting the 8 gates. Ultimately, you will teach me the perfected 8 gates as compensation. I firmly believe that one can ascend to the pinnacle of the ninja world solely through taijutsu. I will not be your enemy in protecting your comrades. Am I not your ally as well? At last, Guy's resolve was shattered. He knelt before Naruto, overwhelmed. In all his years, no one had acknowledged his path or invested so greatly in him while respecting his commitment to his comrades. With tears of gratitude, Guy proclaimed, Lord Naruto, I shall diligently follow your guidance. Naruto understood that winning over such a fierce warrior as Guy would not be straightforward. However, today's progress was commendable, and fortunately, he had ample time. Primarily, Naruto was eager for the future of the father-son duo. He was curious about the heights they could achieve after gaining mastery over their abilities and the substantial rewards that would yield for him. Naruto produced the Black Rhino armor and elaborated on its characteristics. As a training-oriented armor, its primary feature was the ability to enhance its weight and defense through the infusion of chakra. Guy discovered that the Black Rhino armor, which conformed perfectly to the wearer's physique, was exceedingly comfortable once donned. As he infused chakra into it, he felt a powerful gravity bearing down upon him. Faced with this simultaneous drain on both chakra and stamina, Guy sensed he would be thoroughly exhausted in less than half an hour. Previously, he often struggled to reach his limits even after half a day of training. As Guy earnestly endeavored to utilize the armor, Naruto discreetly left behind a sum of money and departed. It was only later that the martial enthusiast Guy realized Naruto's absence. Vowing to diligently refine the 8 gates and serve Lord Naruto without breaching his principles. As for Naruto's stealthy exit, it was due to Guy's rewards already being processed in the background. Ding! Might Guy's utilization of the Black Rhino armor has reached the novice level. Talent replication activated. Acquired mastery of Konoha's steel fist style. Ding! Might Guy's utilization of the Black Rhino armor has reached the intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Acquired mastery level of Might Guy's 8 gates. Chapter 107, The 8 Gates. Eager to test the Konoha steel fist style, Naruto hurried to a secluded corner. He began to recall the knowledge within his mind, realizing that the steel fist style was, in fact, a counterpart to the Hyuga's gentle fist technique. This steel fist style was primarily based on the 8 gates and involved complementary techniques, with the main developments being the whirlwind kick and finger strike. Naturally, the whirlwind kick was not a mere spinning kick. It commenced with a low kick, transitioned into a high-speed rotation that culminated in an upper kick, and concluded with a heel strike, showcasing high-speed continuous taijutsu. It emphasized speed and strength. Subsequently, Naruto followed the mental image of Might Guy's abilities to open the first gate. Perhaps due to Naruto's robust physique, he found the process surprisingly bearable. He then proceeded to open the rest gate and the life gate. The life gate further enhanced his attack power and speed, causing his body to flush with blood, marking the final safe zone of the 8 gates. Naruto noticed a green energy emanating from his body. With this newfound energy, Naruto leapt high into the air, executing the Konoha Great Whirlwind against a distant tree. As his foot made contact, the tree shattered beneath the force of his strike. Observing the damage, Naruto felt confident that even his strong fist technique could achieve similar results. However, the initiation of strong fist was not as swift as that of the 8 gates. Initially, Naruto contemplated whether he could stack the strong fist technique while activating the 8 gates, only to discover that once the gates were opened, his chakra became exceedingly chaotic. The strong fist technique required precise chakra control, making it impossible to execute under these conditions. Damage gate. Open. Death gate. Open. The damage gate further enhances attack power and speed, but at the cost of bodily harm, entering the perilous territory of the 8 gates, truly embodying the 8 gates state. At this moment, Naruto noticed that even his body began to sustain injuries. Despite his innate attributes being maximized, his acquired training remained insufficient. Nevertheless, given his foundation, the duration of his 8 gates activation should be significantly prolonged. As Naruto began to traverse the expanse of the forest before him with a reckless abandon, he soon discovered that his velocity was nothing short of terrifying, capable of stirring the air and upheaving the ground beneath him. He resolved to experiment with a further transformation. Kumon. Open. Naruto found that the Kumon allowed him to enter a semi-buffered state, wherein he could maintain the gate's opening while emanating green energy without any physical alteration. This state effectively mitigated his consumption and damage, enabling him to unleash his full combat prowess in an instant if necessary. He recalled that activating the Kumon required the technique known as Chokeikiai, yet he observed that Dai had yet to master this maneuver. Reflecting on the principles of Chokeikiai, it involved unleashing a rapid succession of jabs with the friction against the air generating flames, utilizing the shock waves and fire produced to deliver continuous assaults upon his adversary. Naruto, undeterred, directed his attention towards the massive tree he had just felled and began to shout, "Mokudai? Mokudai? Mokudai? Mokudai?" Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of precise punches, the intense shock waves and flames trailing in his wake as he surged towards the distant woods. After executing this series of attacks, even Naruto found himself panting heavily, uncertain if it was due to his insufficient mastery of the Eight Gates technique. Naruto felt that his body struggled to endure the exertion from these maneuvers. Yet, he yearned to attempt the opening of the seventh gate. Thus, he summoned the armed color of Haki to envelop his form. To his astonishment, he noticed a reduction in the side effects of the Eight Gates technique once his body was enveloped in Haki. Shinmon, open. Naruto directly activated the final gate before the deadly one, his entire physique beginning to emanate a blue steam produced from evaporating sweat. The seventh gate typically had an accompanying technique known as Shiro, yet the complexity of Shiro required compressing air before releasing it in an expansive burst, resembling the form of a tiger. Moreover, while the locale for his practice was concealed, it was still inadequate for him to unleash his full potential. After all, the shockwaves generated by Shiro could destabilize individuals several kilometers away. Naruto subsequently closed the Shinmon, feeling an overwhelming soreness throughout his body, yet he still managed to persevere. He even sensed that the side effects he endured from opening the Shinmon were less than those experienced by Might Guy, indirectly reflecting the feasibility of combining Haki with the Eight Gates. Naruto gazed at the smoldering trees before him, swiftly forming hand seals to execute the water release, fire suppression technique, subsequently using wood release to restore the trees to their original state, and finally employing earth release to solidify the ground. Satisfied with the near restoration of the forest, he nodded approvingly, recognizing this as the true utility of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu should be employed to enhance productivity rather than engage in perpetual conflict. Upon returning home, Naruto realized that Orochimaru had been waiting for him for quite some time. He greeted the still somewhat untainted Orochimaru enthusiastically. "Master Naruto, you have returned. I have come to consult you on certain matters." Orochimaru remained his usual suave and affable self. "There is no need for such formality, Orochimaru. Please, speak freely of your concerns." Naruto then ushered Orochimaru into the house, mindful that beneath his abode lurked White Zetsu, who occasionally lingered nearby. After calming his emotions, Orochimaru gazed intently into Naruto's eyes and inquired, "Is it true that Shinju has perished?" Recognizing that he could not deceive such an astute individual, Naruto divulged the truth. Upon learning the reality, Orochimaru sighed in relief. Naruto suspected that if Shinju had indeed died, Orochimaru's darkness would increase by at least 50%. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Orochimaru took his leave, though he harbored curiosity about Naruto's forging techniques, believing them to be a trade secret. While he did not mind observing Naruto's work, he felt it would be impolite to impart such knowledge, especially as he lacked Naruto's unique connections to otherworldly materials. Naruto refrained from calling out to Orochimaru to stop him. He had initially considered presenting the Shokumen to Orochimaru, but since the latter had not yet succumbed to darkness, Naruto felt it inappropriate for his current state. In Naruto's mind, the Shokumen was suited for an irredeemably wicked individual, one of resolute will and undeniable charisma. Regrettably, as he reflected on the entirety of the ninja world, he could not recall a fitting candidate. After all, villains of the caliber of Dio were rare indeed. Even Danzo paled in comparison to someone like Dio. Naruto decided to broaden his horizons, contemplating that perhaps such individuals existed within the ninja realm, merely lacking an opportunity. With some time to spare, Naruto promptly set about preparing to forge the next weapon, the Toki from the world of Inuyasha. Chapter 108, Toki and Uchiha Fan, Beggar's Version. The forging of Toki diverged from conventional imperial tools, as it was not an artifact of the same world. Naruto retrieved the battlefield's cleaved blade, painstakingly collected by Mitsuhashi, along with fine iron and orichalcum. Employing his shadow clone, he melted the metals, and although the original blade was merely an ordinary cleaved sword, Naruto infused it with additional elements to enhance the new sword's overall attributes. Meanwhile, his main body sought out a familiar concealed corner, summoning the Golden Dragon Man. The Dragon Man's body was ensconced in resilient green scales, with stout limbs and a head reminiscent of a Western dragon. Armed with a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, he let forth a roar that echoed into the sky, as though announcing his arrival to the ninja world. However, before the Dragon Man could fully survey this new realm, Naruto completed his hand seals. Would release, great force technique. A dense thicket of trees began to encircle the Dragon Man. Only then did the Dragon Man notice the living being before him, swinging his battle axe. He severed some of the encroaching trees and boasted, "Exorcist, you cannot contain me, the great Dragon Man," he declared. "Watch as I reduce you to mere fragments and devour you piece by piece." Yet, before he could continue his braggadocio, he found himself ensnared by the multitude of trees. As he attempted to break free with his unparalleled strength, he soon realized that the accursed trees were gradually siphoning away his power, rendering him incapable of escape. Panic began to set in, and he sought mercy. Naruto had no time for the bluster of his forging materials. He swiftly commanded the wood to silence the Dragon Man's mouth, delivering a deep wound to its chest with the cursed blade and extracting its vital scales. He also utilized saplings to remove its dragon scale shield. This shield was no ordinary artifact. It was crafted from the typical dragon scales shed by dragon men, capable of absorbing the demon energy released by enemies and converting it into the wielder's energy reserves. Furthermore, it could directly unleash the accumulated energy. However, the dragon scale shield was not invincible, as it had a capacity limit. Upon laying eyes on this dragon scale shield, Naruto recognized it as an excellent material for forging the Uchiha fan. Subsequently, he utilized a dimensional array to return to the forge. By this time, his shadow clone had successfully fused the previous materials into a single entity. Employing the secret technique exclusive to Toki, Naruto seamlessly integrated the dragon scales into the blade. Following this, he wielded his version of the ragged cloak hammering technique, creating a cacophony of ringing as he hammered away. Soon, a demon blade adorned with a spine of dark green dragon scales emerged. Naruto once again teleported to the Dragon Man's location. With a swift thrust, he pierced the demon blade into the Dragon Man's body, who had no chance to scream in agony before being completely consumed and reduced to ash by the blade. At that moment, it signified the completion of this demonic blade's forging. Ding! Congratulations, the forger has crafted an A-rank weapon, Toki. Naruto immediately examined its attributes. Toki, A-rank weapon. This blade employs the classic forging techniques of the demon swords from the Inuyasha world, combining the malevolent essence of the Dragon Man and cleaved blade along with other precious materials like fine iron and orichalcum. The blade measures 19 meters in length. With a single-edged cutting surface, its spine enveloped in dragon scales. It possesses formidable resilience and a devouring characteristic, along with enhanced chakra conduction capabilities. Skills 1. Evolution. Enhancements can be acquired by devouring the bodies or energies of foes. The higher the quality, the greater the enhancement. 2. The wielder of the cursed blade may directly harness the draconic power contained within, yet such utilization renders the individual susceptible to the blade's control, leading to a murderous disposition and a transformation into a dragon-like entity. 3. Devouring. The ability to directly absorb attribute-based attacks from adversaries and subsequently unleash them once more. There exists a limit to the energy that can be absorbed. 4. Transfer. Should a weapon sever this blade, the malevolent thoughts contained within shall perish, and the blade's power will transfer to the new weapon. 5. Momentum kill. By perceiving the nodes of an enemy's aura, one can sever these nodes to diminish the enemy's momentum. Debuff. 1. Damage transfer. If the wielder is manipulated by the possessed spirit, the spirit will transfer unbearable damage back to the wielder. Nailuo swiftly perused the attributes of this blade, and it was clear that it lived up to its reputation as a cursed weapon, particularly with its formidable damage transferability, which was a first for Nailuo. However, the weapon also possessed the advantage typical of cursed blades, having minimal requirements for its wielder. Even an individual devoid of chakra could wield this blade. Nailuo had the distinct impression that this weapon was designed to bestow enhancements upon the protagonist. In the anime Inuyasha, Inuyasha unintentionally severed the possessed spirit, leading to the evolution of Tetsusaiga into the dragon scale Tetsusaiga. This form of Tetsusaiga possessed the ability to devour spirits and could also slay the enemy's demon cores. Given that this occurred in the ninja world, it transformed into a momentum kill. Nailuo resolved to cast this cursed blade onto the battlefield, allowing it to grow stronger amidst the chaos. Ultimately, He envisioned a scenario where a weapon imbued with malevolent spirits would fully consume this cursed blade. Subsequently, Ryūjin produced the dragon scale shield, which could be considered a completed weapon. Any further forging would yield minimal enhancements. However, having previously promised Uchiha men, he decided to forge an Uchiha fan. This would allow him to flaunt his craftsmanship. Ryūjin retrieved fine iron and orichalcum, and considering the fan's singular function, he added some crimson gorilla iron and crimson gorilla ore. With the aid of several clones, he swiftly forged a beggar's version of the Uchiha fan. Ding! Congratulations to the blacksmith for creating an A-grade weapon. Uchiha fan, beggar's version. Uchiha fan, beggar's version A-grade weapon. This fan incorporates certain forging techniques from imperial artifacts, combined with precious materials such as the dragon scale shield, fine iron, orichalcum, crimson gorilla iron, and crimson gorilla ore. The fan measures 15 meters in length, adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, and features a subtly sharpened edge. It exhibits exceptional durability and resilience, boasting a strong chakra conduction capability. Skills 1. Rebound. Can directly absorb attribute-based attacks from enemies and unleash them again. There exists an energy absorption limit. Exceeding this limit will result in shattering. Enhanced effects when used in conjunction with Uchiha's rebound technique. 2. Strengthens single attribute chakra-based attacks. Ryūjin then approached Uchiha Min, adopting a signature Uchiha pose to toss the fan into Min's hands. Uchiha Min, brushing away non-existent sweat from his brow, nearly had his head severed by Ryūjin's toss. Before he could express his fury, Ryūjin informed him of the fan's capabilities. Following this, Ryūjin exited the room, contemplating his next steps. With his materials nearly depleted, he resolved to set aside all trivial matters and focus entirely on forging an S-grade weapon to complete the system upgrade. Chapter 109. Hunt for the Black Dragon. Ryūjin soon discovered that his system had granted him new rewards, prompting him to claim them immediately. Ding! Intermediate Mastery of Sarutobi Hizashi's S. Pseudo Weapon Unlimited. Talent Replication activated. Collection of 5-element ninjutsu. Ding! Advanced Mastery of Sarutobi Hizashi's S. Pseudo Weapon Unlimited. Talent Replication activated. Advanced Mastery of Wood Release. Recognizing the significance of these rewards, Ryūjin decided it was time to seek out Sarutobi Hizashi. He promptly visited the Hokage's office to express his eagerness to commence the forging of the National Defense Mecha's supreme throne. Sarutobi Hizashi understood the urgency. Each day of delay in forging the throne meant an additional day of danger for Konoha, to combat the formidable and terrifying breed that Ryūjin had mentioned. The war machine of Konoha began to operate quietly under Hizashi's command. The sealing team of Konoha, being a pivotal role in this battle, was prepared for action. Perhaps out of a desire to keep the existence of the infinite armor under wraps, Hizashi refrained from inviting non-direct descendants of the clan. Ryūjin suspected that, had it not been for the necessity of sealing this super dangerous species, Hizashi might have chosen to confront the creature alone. However, Ryūjin felt it was nearly impossible for Hizashi to keep this matter concealed. The Black Dragon seemed to him a creature slightly weaker than the Ninetales. Though the Black Dragon was marginally inferior, it possessed an advantage that the Ninetales lacked: the ability to fly. Once airborne, hope would be all but lost. Additionally, the Ninetales might be susceptible to Genjutsu due to its origins, a weakness the Black Dragon likely did not share. Ultimately, Ryūjin chose to warn Hizashi of the new creature's comparable strength to the Ninetales. In response to Ryūjin's repeated warnings, Hizashi abandoned the idea of hiding the infinite armor, calling upon the 3 legendary ninjas who had attended the funeral of Shogaku. He also mobilized most of the Umbu, even insisting that the remaining 3 members of the F4 join in. Shimura Danzo coldly remarked to Hizashi, "I thought such an important matter would not warrant my inclusion." Mito Minyen and Tono Kamaki attempted to persuade Hizashi to reconsider their plans, but they were swiftly rebuffed by both Hizashi and Danzo. Akimichi Torufu stood somewhat awkwardly amidst the group. As a retired ninja, he found himself once again dragged into action. He felt that having teamed up with Hizashi and Danzo was a stroke of unfortunate luck. Once everyone had gathered, Hizashi gestured for Ryūjin to present the situation. Ryūjin stepped forward, stating, "The creature I am about to summon is a being far more formidable than any I have previously called forth. I even have a premonition that its combat prowess rivals that of the Ninetales." Upon hearing this, murmurs rippled through the crowd, as those present were somewhat familiar with the power of the Ninetales. Ryūjin quickly reassured them, "While its power may exceed that of the Ninetales, we possess our own advantages. We can freely choose where it descends, allowing us to fully unleash our potential. Additionally, we can set up sealing techniques and traps in advance. Furthermore, I have arranged a secret weapon with power akin to that of a malevolent spirit. Lastly, should the creature take to the skies, we must ensure to incapacitate its wings first. As Luo concluded, the crowd's attention was captivated by the mention of the secret weapon, especially Danzo, who fixated on Luo, wondering how he, as his subordinate, could possess such a remarkable item without his knowledge. Subsequently, Luo turned to Hisashi, who began meticulously organizing the preparations. This included arranging for the sealing team to set up seals in advance and instructing the ninjutsu team to release swamp techniques at the location where the super dangerous species would land. Finally, Hisashi coordinated fire release ninjas to unleash fire techniques into the sky, gradually darkening the heavens with gathering storm clouds. Danzo also arranged for the 5 elemental ninjas he had prepared in his 8-man team, while the other 3 ninjas remained hidden from view. Luo discreetly took Tsunade's hand and whispered, "Teacher, be cautious. This creature is genuinely perilous. Do not charge ahead so recklessly. You wouldn't want to be dragged out by that creature, would you?" Tsunade remarked, casting a stern glance at her rebellious disciple. Showing little regard for the sanctity of their master-student relationship, and promptly delivered a swift reprimand to Naruto. Jiraiya forcibly averted his gaze from the 2 individuals engaged in their antics. Subsequently, the legendary 3 ninjas summoned their respective signature beasts. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, Wanta realized that the impending battle would be anything but trivial. As customary, Manda bellowed, "Orochimaru, who shall I target? 100 sacrifices to start." Orochimaru, observing the audacious Manda, responded with a smirk, "I shall provide you with a worthy adversary to feast upon, provided you can manage to consume it." Manda let out a triumphant laugh, declaring, "In the entire shinobi world, there is no creature I cannot devour." Sarutobi Hiruzen drew forth the infinite and plunged it into the ground. As the infinite activated, thunderous roars echoed from the heavens, signaling that a storm was imminent. "Let the battle commence," Sarutobi commanded. Naruto positioned himself strategically and unleashed the fearsome species, the Black Dragon. With a thunderous roar, the Black Dragon's emergence sent forth a shockwave, whipping up a gale that rustled the garments of all present. The onlookers beheld the formidable creature hovering above, the Black Dragon, colossal in stature, resembling a mountain, towering at least 50 meters even while grounded. Its body was enveloped in a layer of hard, obsidian scales, with 4 ebony limbs ensnared in the mire. Though its wings were yet to unfurl, their vastness was evident. The most terrifying aspect was the dragon's menacing head, wide and formidable, adorned with robust scales that glimmered ominously even in the daylight. Its deep, piercing eyes and twisted, thick horns arched upwards like 2 lethal crescent blades, poised to rend any foe asunder. The gaping maw revealed serrated teeth, sharp as daggers. "Engage," Sarutobi commanded, initiating the assault. Lightning, drawn by the infinite, surged forth, striking the Black Dragon's right wing with a force akin to that of an adult woman's arm. As the crowd witnessed Sarutobi's onslaught, they too unleashed their fury upon the dragon's right wing. 5 elemental Great Bomb technique. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Acid attack. Earth style, Falling Cover. The overwhelming barrage of elemental attacks rained down upon the creature. The sealing team executed the 8 trigram seal. Although individually they lacked the prowess to perform this technique, originating from the Uzumaki clan, their collective effort forced the seal into manifestation. Once invoked, the 8 trigram seal exerted tremendous pressure upon the Black Dragon, hampering its ability to ascend, compounded by its entrapment in the swamp. Chapter 110, The Black Dragon's Slaughter Mode. The Black Dragon howled in agony as it endured the relentless assault of ninjutsu. After a wave of attacks, the onlookers paused to assess the situation, save for Sarutobi, who continued to channel the infinite, embodying the King of Lightning. Like an unceasing engine, he summoned bolts of lightning to strike the dragon's wings. Yet, as the smoke cleared, an astonishing revelation unfolded. The dragon's wings appeared impervious to the ninjutsu, remaining only superficially damaged despite the barrage of attacks. Naruto urgently called out, "Look, the Black Dragon's wings are regenerating slowly. We must sever them, or once it recovers and ascends, Konoha will be doomed." Upon hearing this, Akimichi Choza employed the multiplication technique. Orochimaru commanded Manda to attack, but to their surprise, Manda seemed to be immobilized, as if facing a natural enemy. Even Orochimaru, known for his audacity, felt a flush of embarrassment. Wanta, ever the loyal comrade, brandished his short blade and charged forth. Tsunade, perched upon the slug, completed her transformation into the Beast King and leapt into action. As Sarutobi observed everyone rushing towards the black dragon's wings, he noted the dark clouds above beginning to dissipate. He grasped the infinite firmly, enlarging it until a massive black rod, measuring 50 meters in length, materialized above the battlefield. The black dragon, now thoroughly enraged from the continuous onslaught, opened its maw slightly, gathering a terrifying energy. Recognizing the imminent threat reminiscent of a tailed beast bomb, Sarutobi knew he had to act swiftly to disrupt the attack. He infused a colossal amount of yang chakra into the infinite. With a resounding impact, the black dragon, still grounded, spotted the immense rod above, yet was unable to evade. It unleashed a beam from its mouth with alarming speed. However, the cataclysmic force struck the dragon's head, driving it deep into the earth, while the energy it had been gathering detonated within its maw, leaving the dragon momentarily dazed. Wanta transformed his blade into a bone cleaver, while the enlarged Akimichi Choza exerted all his might to pull at the dragon's wings. Tsunade unleashed a flurry of punches against the dragon's appendages. Suddenly, the dazed black dragon lifted its head and roared, causing the spectators to gasp in shock. In an unforeseen turn of events, Orochimaru managed to command Manda to target the dragon's vulnerable underbelly. Manda clamped its massive jaws around the dragon's vulnerable spot and injected a torrent of venom. Meanwhile, those grappling with the dragon's wings strained with all their might to tear them free. Feeling the encroaching danger, the black dragon entered a frenzied slaughter mode. Its once deep and dark pupils ignited with a furious crimson glow, emanating a powerful radiance from between its scales, as if a great force was brewing within. The onlookers sensed the peril and hastily retreated. Within moments, a colossal wave of energy erupted from the black dragon, sending frogs, snakes, and people alike hurtling through the air. The sealing team's efforts faltered, but fortunately, they had retreated in time. Had it not been for their prior sealing pressure, this assault would have inflicted catastrophic casualties. Yet even so, many present were left incapacitated. At this juncture, Sarutobi understood it was his moment to shine. Grasping the infinite in its staff form, he summoned forth a fearsome, grotesque creature that manifested behind him, a being with the limbs of tyrant, yet cloaked in verdant skin, adorned with a semblance of a tailed beast's outer garment. The creature's terrifying power instantly captivated the attention of all present. Those knowledgeable recognized the creature's characteristics. And Shimura Danzo clenched his teeth, his fingers digging deep into his palm. He had previously convinced himself that his strength surpassed Sarutobi's, believing he could eliminate him with minimal cost, only to discover that Sarutobi had concealed his true capabilities so deeply. The creature enveloped Sarutobi, who felt the incredible power surging within him, igniting the blood in his veins. Unbeknownst to him, this was the influence of the armor's power. With the infinite in hand, Sarutobi leaped into the fray. Seizing the moment, the black dragon, taking advantage of the distraction, utilized its left wing to extricate itself from the mire, its fury boiling over as it had never been so enraged before. It could not comprehend that the minuscule creatures it once regarded as insignificant could inflict harm upon it, even tearing off its wings. Now, it was consumed by a singular desire to annihilate every living being before it, leaving not a single survivor. With its mouth slightly agape, the black dragon entered a state of slaughter, unleashing terrifying rays of destruction in an instant. The dark ninja attempted to counter with earth-based techniques, but their efforts were swiftly obliterated, their very form evaporated by the searing beam. Retreat. This battle is beyond your capabilities, Naruto urgently commanded. As his words echoed, nearly all the ninjas began to withdraw. Affirming Naruto's warning, the black dragon transformed, spewing forth an overwhelming barrage of rays akin to a Katusha rocket. Those rays, if evaded too late, resulted in instantaneous vaporization, and their explosions upon impact rendered the ground a chaotic battlefield. Some unfortunate ninjas were hurled into the air only to be pierced by the relentless beams. Fortunately, the majority of higher-ranked ninjas managed to evade these assaults. Yet they fled desperately, for the black dragon could afford to fail countless times, while a ninja could only afford one misstep. As they retreated to a relatively secure position, they turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that moment, he resembled a deity of war, skillfully dodging the black dragon's rays with his agile movements. When avoidance proved impossible, he deftly adjusted the trajectory of the infinite weapon in his grasp. Eventually, he leapt onto the black dragon's head, attempting to pierce its eye with the infinite weapon. To his dismay, even with the cumulative force of his blows, he could not penetrate the accursed dragon's eye. Once more, the black dragon unleashed a shockwave using its scales, sending Sarutobi Hiruzen flying, followed by a powerful ray that struck him fiercely. Chapter 111. The Wrath of the Nine Tails. Witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen being flung by the ray stirred a sense of dread in many hearts. Tsunade and Mito Minion shouted for immediate assistance. However, they were halted by Danzo, who understood better than anyone the formidable defense of the armor forged by Naruto. Moreover, the armor adorning Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared even more robust than the invigorating armor. As the smoke dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen emerged, and unlike the ninjas who were vaporized in an instant, he, protected by the infinite armor, was merely dazed from the impact. Quickly regaining his footing and evading further attacks, he found the Black Dragon's onslaught relentless. Upon realizing Sarutobi Hiruzen still stood, the dragon unleashed a torrent of rays. In the midst of this chaos, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed that the armor which had withstood the rays bore a few cracks, signaling that he could no longer remain concealed. However, he feared that utilizing would release might tarnish his illustrious image. Thus, he activated the second phase of his armor, enveloping himself in the form of a tailed beast cloak. The red gems on his armor pulsated with the chakra of the tailed beast, gradually enveloping his armor and even his dark green attire in a fiery crimson hue. Is that the chakra of the Nine Tails? Orochimaru mused, astonished by the spectacle. He marveled at Naruto's unparalleled forging skills, capable of harnessing even the chakra of the Nine Tails. Those knowledgeable around him quickly grasped the significance, and none were more incensed than Danzo, who lamented that Sarutobi Hiruzen had thwarted his ambitions to seize the power of the tailed beasts, while now he himself was hoarding it. Meanwhile, within the womb of Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine Tails, Kurama suddenly awoke, his crimson eyes flaring with rage as he sensed his chakra being misused by humans. Enraged at the audacity of these wretched beings, he roared and cursed from his cage. Upon discovering this disturbance, Kushina approached the Nine Tails prison, admonishing, "What madness is this?" In a fit of fury, Kurama bellowed, "Those accursed humans are stealing my chakra. All of them deserve to perish. How dare you shout at me?" Kushina retorted, employing the adamantine sealing chains to silence the Nine Tails, akin to placing a muzzle on a pet dog. Kurama whimpered in frustration, seeking an outlet for his wrath. Perhaps influenced by Naruto, this incarnation of Kushina was notably stronger in suppressing the tailed beasts. As the crimson cloak of the Nine Tails fully enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen's armor, he ceased his evasive maneuvers and charged at the Black Dragon. The creature, recognizing this boldness, furiously concentrated various energies to unleash upon Sarutobi Hiruzen, its attack speed surpassing that of before. Yet, the tailed beast form rendered Sarutobi Hiruzen impervious to harm. His speed had further intensified. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen utilized the tailed beast cloak to form two claws, amplifying his weapon's reach to a staggering 70 meters. However, he found that while he could extend the weapon, its girth increased concurrently, and 70 meters was the maximum thickness he could manage. With a heavy strike, he brought the weapon crashing down upon the Black Dragon's head at a terrifying velocity. By the time the Black Dragon noticed, it was too late to evade. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the very fabric of reality, generating an astonishing shockwave that radiated outward with immense force. The collision was akin to a tempest, obliterating all in its path. Trees surrounding the Black Dragon succumbed to the cataclysm, collapsing under the tremendous power. These once mighty trees toppled as if swept away by a fierce gale. After landing a decisive blow, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to follow up with additional strikes, only to find that the Black Dragon had clamped down on his infinite weapon. The dragon's head thrashed violently, sending Sarutobi Hiruzen soaring into the air. In a desperate bid for survival, he rapidly retracted the infinite weapon, narrowly escaping the dragon's vicious jaws. What troubled Sarutobi Hiruzen as he hovered in the air was the unsettling fact that the Black Dragon had ceased its assault, refraining from both physical attacks and rays. Instead, it began to gather energy within its maw. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could touch down, the energy orb was rapidly launched toward him, unable to evade in midair. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again summoned all his strength, wielding the infinite weapon against the energy sphere. Upon contact, the orb detonated violently, propelling him downward. Yet, after catching his breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged forward once more. Nearby, several dark ninjas were inspired by his valor, rallying around him with fervent cheers. A half-hour later, panting heavily, Sarutobi Hiruzen surveyed the Black Dragon, which bore light injuries yet continued to regenerate, while the chakra of the Nine Tails adorning his armor had diminished considerably. He has only now come to realize the formidable nature of the Black Dragon before him. Its seemingly boundless rays, its unyielding physique, and its terrifying regenerative capabilities and endurance. each movement possessing a power comparable to that of the tailed beasts, had he not previously torn off its wings. Sarutobi Hiruzen would have found it hard to conceive any strategy to vanquish this creature. As he continued to evade the dragon's rays, he pondered possible countermeasures. The black dragon, thoroughly vexed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence, shifted its crimson gaze towards the onlookers, or perhaps towards the hidden leaf village behind them. Hiruzen soon perceived a shift in the dragon's target. Resolute in his decision to no longer conceal himself, he watched the roaring black dragon and felt the red chakra of the tailed beast dissipate from his armor, transforming the once brilliant red into a deepening green. Over time, this verdant hue intensified, even sprouting tiny green plants and leaves atop the armor. Naruto observed the diminutive green figure before him and smacked his forehead. Though he possessed a certain aesthetic sensibility, his relentless pursuit of power fusion during the forging of the armor had rendered it somewhat unsightly. Chapter 112. The Final Transformation. Tsunade gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen's armor as it turned a dark green, adorned with greenery, a foreboding thought creeping into her mind. The onlookers, however, had no time to contemplate Hiruzen's transformation. Their focus shifted to the advancing black dragon. Just as the dragon was about to charge into their midst, it abruptly halted. With a series of hand seals, Sarutobi Hiruzen invoked, would release. Birth of the woodland realm. Trees erupted from the ground at an astonishing rate, as if uprooted, creating a forest in an instant, with the trees ensnaring the black dragon's body. Hiruzen sensed that this would release might not suffice to subdue the beast, and thus continued forming seals. Would release, wood dragon technique. He channeled chakra into the seeds, and a colossal wood dragon materialized, ensnaring the black dragon and sinking its fangs deep into the creature's neck. Mito Minion thought to himself, how did Hiruzen suddenly master wood release? I was unaware. It was the wood release of the first Hokage. All is well. The black dragon is doomed. Tsunade clenched her fists. Knowing well that Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly of the Sarutobi clan, a genetic mutation could not awaken wood release. The wood release before them must have been acquired through extensive research. Naruto noticed Tsunade's tense fists and slowly stepped back. Another individual consumed by rage was Shimura Danzo. Lamenting that he could only perform rudimentary wood release techniques with his forged armor, while Sarutobi Hiruzen had executed the wood dragon technique. He must have utilized cells from Hashirama Senju. This was what the third Hokage had often cautioned him against being overly aggressive. At that moment, the black dragon struggled against the wooden bindings. It had never encountered such tenacious wood before. For every piece of wood it broke, two more would sprout in its place. The wood dragon tightened its grip, seemingly intent on choking the creature. Furthermore, the wood dragon gradually siphoned its strength. Yet, none of this seemed to matter. With a violent surge, the black dragon unleashed a shockwave that left the leaf villagers in stunned silence. The dragon shattered the wooden restraints, and the wood dragon was forced back. Applying its powerful forelimb, it stomped down upon the wood dragon and clamped its jaws around its neck, tearing it apart with brute force. Naruto smiled slyly at this sight. It seemed that wood release and Sharingan were remnants of the Otsutsuki clan's cheat codes, capable of effortlessly dealing with tailed beasts. However, against this black dragon, which lacked chakra, the effectiveness was not as pronounced. It could also be that Sarutobi Hiruzen's wood release paled in comparison to that of the first Hokage. Once again, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, feeling a tinge of regret. He lamented not taking Naruto's warnings about the super dangerous species seriously. While the black dragon might not possess the raw strength of the nine tails, many of the tactics effective against tailed beasts proved ineffective against it. Hiruzen doubted that with his current preparations, even the nine tails would fare well against him. Yet the black dragon thrived. He understood that to defeat the black dragon, sheer strength was imperative. He also sensed the formidable nature of the armor forged by Naruto. He had hesitated to unleash his full power, as he felt the armor's corrosive influence on his will. He was uncertain whether using his final transformation would lead to his complete consumption by the armor. Yet, he had no choice. If he did not act recklessly, the Leaf Village would face annihilation. Final transformation. As Sarutobi Hiruzen internally declared, the red chakra of the tailed beast surged forth once more. At this moment, he simultaneously activated Hashirama's cells, Tyrant's flesh, and the chakra of the nine tails. The armor enveloping Hiruzen underwent a grotesque proliferation of flesh, ultimately morphing into a colossal titan. No, a gigantic titan measuring 60 meters. However, this titan's surface was cloaked in green fur, resembling not just fur, but rather a collection of wooden tendrils. Additionally, the titan was adorned with various shades of red, green, and black skin. Naruto nearly averted his gaze. He felt the transformation might inflict psychological torment on enemies, and prolonged observation could diminish one's sanity. The black dragon turned its head, utterly astounded. What manner of green-furred simian is this? As a dragon, it could discern the beauty and ugliness of many species. Yet, the green-furred creature before it was the most hideous being it had ever laid eyes upon. Undoubtedly so. So repugnant that it almost lost its appetite. The titan leaped onto the back of the black dragon, opening its massive jaws to sink its teeth into the dragon's neck. The verdant fur of the titan extended, weaving through the gaps in the dragon's scales, directly consuming its flesh and blood. The titan's canines dug deep into the black dragon's neck, drinking its lifeblood. The black dragon writhed in agony, its wails echoing through the skies. After half an hour, both the titan and the black dragon ceased their struggles. The spectators were left in utter astonishment. They had never imagined that a ninja, paired with Naruto's weaponry, could unleash such a level of power. Naruto, observing Sarutobi Hiruzen still perched upon the dragon's back, felt a surge of anxiety. He worried that if Hiruzen continued feeding, he might evolve into an S-class entity, which he could not foresee. However, the biological material was likely to be ruined. To save the third Hokage, they needed to perform a sealing technique to extricate him from his transformation. Naruto urged urgently. Toka Shorin and Mito Minyan exchanged glances, and upon receiving Naruto's confirmation, they commanded the sealing team to proceed. This left Shimura Danzo, who was preparing to denounce the third Hokage, utterly dumbfounded. It did not take long for the titan to shrink under the sealing team's jutsu, ultimately reverting back to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Hiruzen's skin bore the marks of battle. Some areas were torn while others appeared layered. Tsunade, suppressing her anger, approached to heal him. The onlookers gathered around Tsunade, deeply concerned for Hiruzen's injuries. After a thorough examination, Tsunade declared, "The old man is fine. It's merely a light injury. A few days of recuperation should suffice." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the crowd collectively sighed in relief. After all, the ninja world was in turmoil, and if the Hokage were to fall ill, replacing him would undoubtedly lead to complications. Naruto, however, was unconcerned with such matters. Upon discovering that the system space could not contain the black dragon, he was infuriated. So, this creature could be extracted but not stored. Without regard for revealing the dimensional array, Naruto utilized it to directly store the black dragon at the world's end. With the black dragon's corpse, he would not remain in the Leaf Village for long. Chapter 113, Danzo's night shift at the hospital. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen lies unconscious, while Nara Shikamaru and Mito Karin have commenced their meticulous arrangements for the concluding tasks. To their astonishment, they had anticipated that Danzo would emerge at such a critical juncture. Yet he departed the battlefield in silence. Naruto, having finally acquired the long-coveted biological materials, was in a fervent rush to prepare for the forging process. With his head bowed, Naruto suddenly glimpsed two white watermelons. No, rather, two enormous white entities. Tsunade cast a cold gaze at her obedient disciple, Naruto, and inquired with a smile. "What does my beloved pupil wish to do? Are you eager to create something remarkable once more? May I observe this time?" Upon seeing Tsunade's seemingly calm demeanor, which concealed a potent undercurrent of intensity, Naruto felt a twinge of discomfort in his ribs. Subsequently, Tsunade twisted Naruto's ear as they departed. At the Senju clan's premises, Naruto knelt upon a mat, lifting his gaze to behold two milky white snowflakes. No, rather, Tsunade brandishing a disciplinary rod. It appeared she was poised to enact a stern lesson akin to that of a formidable, voluptuous blonde instructor reprimanding her underage pupil, prepared to accept his punishment. Naruto reasoned that using the remains of Tsunade's grandfather for forging was rather unethical. After all, Tsunade would likely merely give him a thorough beating, from which his resilient physique would swiftly recover. Even his thick-skinned nature felt a pang of guilt for his previous actions. To his surprise, Tsunade tapped the disciplinary rod a few times, but refrained from striking, instead querying, "Do you have anything to say? If you cannot present a reasonable request, you may forget about forging for the time being. I will break your arm." Naruto, seizing the moment, declared, "This is all a requirement from the third Hokage. I have been compelled into this." Moreover, with Konoha surrounded by formidable adversaries, there existed the imminent threat of an assault from the other four villages. Thus, it is imperative to forge a weapon capable of withstanding such challenges to safeguard Konoha. "Teacher, you surely do not wish for Konoha to face obliteration, do you?" Naruto's argument reached its zenith, yet Tsunade slammed the rod onto the table, her anger palpable. "Then why did you not inform me? Did I give my consent? Am I not entitled to know of this matter?" Tsunade's fury unleashed Naruto's latent potential. He retorted, "Is your approval truly paramount? The pivotal issue lies with the first Hokage's consent. I am confident he would not oppose this endeavor. He might even endorse it. And let us not forget, even the second Hokage would undoubtedly agree." Tsunade's attractive brows furrowed in derision. "Then go summon the first Hokage you speak of and inquire if he consents. Oh, and do not forget the second Hokage. Just utilize the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, to ask both Hokage if they are in agreement. I believe it is essential. Only with the consent of all three Hokage would it be deemed appropriate." "Edo Tensei?" Tsunade inquired, momentarily perplexed. Naruto realized that Tsunade seemed unaware of this technique, having been tempted by Orochimaru in the original narrative. Thus, he explained, Edo Tensei is an S-rank summoning technique invented by the second Hokage, which can resurrect the deceased and manipulate them. What are its drawbacks? How do you know this? Tsunade immediately pressed for details. Naruto responded, "The downside is that resurrection requires a living sacrifice, either the cells or soul of the deceased. The resurrected cannot exhibit their full power. I have not utilized it myself, so I am uncertain of the specifics." This concept had recently emerged in Naruto's mind. Perhaps, with the assistance of Senju Hashirama, he could alleviate the afflictions of aging and focus on reconstructing the ninja world. Nevertheless, the current iteration of Edo Tensei was rather feeble. Initially, the technique was designed to summon the deceased and then implant explosive tags upon them, transforming them into human bombs to assault opponents. Enhancing the combat prowess of the deceased necessitated further research by later generations, a task that Naruto believed Orochimaru could accomplish adeptly. Ultimately, capturing a few white Zetsu was essential. Naruto had not forgotten the lecherous white Zetsu lurking within the Uchiha clan's territory. As for whether the Sage of Six Paths would perceive the Edo Tensei and subsequently discover the realm of the Shinigami, Naruto found the answer within the extensive system manual. Even if the sage sensed an anomaly in the number of deceased, he would not be able to locate the Shinigami realm. However, within the worldview of the Naruto universe, disturbing the dead was considered inappropriate, which left Tsunade in a state of turmoil. This inner conflict afforded Naruto an opportunity to make his escape. He returned to the Uchiha clan's territory, rubbing his hands together in excitement before receiving the talent reward from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen has mastered the pseudo weapon infinity, talent duplication activated. Sarutobi Hiruzen version Ultimate Transformation. Ultimate Transformation consumes chakra and vitality to transform into a terrifying titan. Upon reading this, Naruto discarded the notion into the depths of the sewer, deeming the transformation grotesque and a drain on his life force. It was utterly beneath him. The following night, in a VIP hospital room in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Pehiko, had just departed. At this late hour, another visitor arrived. The Umbu at the entrance saluted Danzo before granting him entry. This individual was a spy assigned by Danzo to the Umbu, fortuitously on duty that day. The outer Umbu would not obstruct Danzo's entrance to the hospital. Danzo gazed at the unconscious Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarking coolly, "You've called yourself a monkey for most of your life, and yet you truly have transformed into one. Alas, the power you possess is what I require." With his spy network, Danzo was well aware that Hiruzen's infinity had been tightly grasped by him. Danzo's late-night visit was driven by his covetous desire for the terrifying potency of infinity. He placed his right hand upon infinity, greed nearly spilling from his eyes. However, an awkward predicament ensued. Despite his efforts, he was unable to extract infinity from Hiruzen's steadfast grip. Reluctantly, Danzo resorted to using his left hand to pry open Hiruzen's fingers. Yet, as he attempted to detach the third finger, a voice resonated through the stillness of the hospital room. "Danzo, it is good to see you visiting me in the dead of night. But is prying my fingers loose your method for assisting me in performing the palm sage technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, unbeknownst to when he had awakened, squinted at Danzo. Even Danzo, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a twinge of anxiety. He could hardly confess that his midnight visit was to apply nail polish on Hiruzen's fingers. He glanced at the seemingly frail Hiruzen, and a surge of malevolent intent surged within him. Just as Danzo contemplated the optimal angle for his next move, he imagined the terrifying colossal ape behind Hiruzen roaring at him. Overcome by trepidation, Danzo could only utter a few casual remarks before hastily vacating the hospital room. Hiruzen rolled up his sleeve, observing the strange fuzz sprouting beneath it, muttering to himself, "Naruto, this after effect is rather severe, don't you think?" Chapter 114, The Prophecy of Gamamaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and sensed his body, discovering that while he had aged, he had also become stronger. More alarmingly, some of the energy from his transformation lingered within him, gradually altering his physique, resulting in the growth of peculiar fuzz. Naruto scurried to a small grove and addressed the air. "Come forth, Orochimaru-senpai." "Heh, as expected of you, Naruto-kun. Your perception is truly keen." Orochimaru emerged from a shadowy corner. "What business do you have with me, Orochimaru-senpai?" "My time is quite precious," Naruto replied in a monotone. "Orochimaru-senpai, it appears you have concealed numerous secrets from the villages. However, that is of little consequence. I wish to propose a collaboration," Orochimaru began, having been struck unconscious by Hanzo's water dragon technique, and since then, he had been engrossed in research, deeming the human body to be exceedingly frail. Regrettably, the progress of research has not been smooth. Previously, he had glimpsed boundless potential for power. Hence, he sought to collaborate with Naruto. Additionally, Orochimaru inadvertently stumbled upon some of Naruto's dark secrets. At this juncture, Orochimaru, who still held a degree of allegiance to the village, wished to ascertain Naruto's intentions. However, Naruto harbored a modicum of admiration for Orochimaru, yet lamentably, Orochimaru had not undergone the requisite trials, leaving his resolve somewhat unrefined. He had not yet experienced disillusionment with Konoha or the third Hokage. His desire for scientific inquiry was also not particularly intense. Naruto, uninterested in engaging in convoluted games with Orochimaru, stated bluntly, "Do you desire immortality?" Orochimaru's pupils dilated in an instant, fixating intently on Naruto, attempting to discern something from his gaze. Unfortunately, all he encountered was the confident visage of Naruto. Trembling, Orochimaru inquired, "What is the price? What is the cost of immortality?" Naruto replied with a smile, "Serve me for 30 years. The price of immortality is the relinquishment of your humanity. You will forever be unable to face the sun. Even ultraviolet rays may harm you. Meanwhile, other threats to your existence will diminish. Even if you are left with merely a head, you can still draw blood to heal. Your personal will may be eroded, but I believe you can overcome that. Your blood will transform into your favorite sustenance. As for the advantages, they are plentiful." Orochimaru closed his eyes, wishing to refuse, yet even in his incomplete form, his yearning for longevity remained fervent. Ultimately, after inquiring about the benefits of forsaking humanity, he still declined. Seemingly fearful of Naruto's allure, Orochimaru hastily departed. Naruto regarded Orochimaru's retreat with the impression that the current snake sage lacked the necessary depth and required further trials. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was summoned to Mayaboko Mountain. He was escorted by the sages Shima and Fukasaku to the Great Sage Toad. The Great Sage Toad, as ever, sat upon his throne with his orange-hued body, adorned with a necklace of prayer beads, featuring a pale purple cat's eye stone inscribed with the word oil, and donned a doctoral cap. He addressed Jiraiya, "Who are you?" This simple inquiry left Jiraiya and the two sages momentarily stunned. After an extended explanation, the seemingly senile toad finally recognized the young Jiraiya. "I summoned you because there have been changes in the future," the great sage toad stated. "What changes? Has the prophecy concerning the child of destiny altered?" Jiraiya asked anxiously. His work had barely begun, and now he was confronted with this so-called prophetic shift, which left him quite agitated. The great sage toad, appearing quite frail, replied, "I do not know. My visions of the future have grown increasingly hazy. However, one thing is certain. I have seen formidable weapons emerging within the ninja world, heralding endless warfare. Many will perish, and all ninja villages will vanish. In such circumstances, I can no longer perceive the figure of the child of destiny. This may be my final prophecy." Jiraiya had rarely been so certain about the identity of the great sage toad's prophetic figure. The mention of powerful weapons in the ninja world nearly brought to mind Uchiha Naruto's identification card. Yet, the outcome of this prophecy was exceedingly dire. From Jiraiya's limited understanding, the disappearance of ninja villages equated to the annihilation of the ninja world. However, just as Jiraiya was about to press further with his inquiries, he discovered that the old toad had already fallen asleep. Shima and Fukasaku expressed concern, urging Jiraiya to take this prophecy seriously. Filled with trepidation, Jiraiya returned to Konoha, where he learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had awakened. Torn over whether to inform Hiruzen and Tsunade, he repeatedly contemplated the true nature of Naruto. The more he pondered, the more enigmatic Naruto appeared. Yet, on the surface, Naruto's actions seemed beneficial to Konoha, and it was evident that he held genuine affection for Tsunade. Thus, if Naruto were to encounter any issues, it was reasonable to assume that he would temper his behavior for Tsunade's sake. Nevertheless, according to the great sage toad's prophecy, Naruto would bring ruin to the ninja world. Unable to devise a solution, Jiraiya resolved to disclose this matter to Sarutobi Hiruzen. smoking a cigarette. Ryūjin was also aware that Naruto appeared to harbor numerous secrets. However, the benefits bestowed by Naruto were simply too substantial. He could not treat Naruto as he would an ordinary individual. Sometimes, particularly within certain organizations, if one's value is sufficiently high, even the leadership must carefully consider the ramifications of any betrayal, despite being aware of numerous flaws. Furthermore, with key projects pertaining to Konoha's future underway, it was impractical to sever ties at this juncture. Consequently, Ryūjin could only reassure Jiraiya, promising that Tsunade would ensure Naruto was guided appropriately. Jiraiya had no choice but to acquiesce, and subsequently, he departed with Orochimaru to the front lines. However, the two remained stationed at the front for an extended period without encountering any significant combat assignments. Eventually, IWA and Suna submitted a ceasefire agreement to Konoha, expressing their willingness to halt hostilities, provided Konoha compensated them for the war. Otherwise, they would continue to harass or even collaborate in invading Konoha's borders. In Chapter 115, a year and a half later, it became apparent that IWA and Suna's request for compensation was merely a test. However, they were unprepared for Ryūjin to actually grant some form of recompense. This led to several theatrical exchanges between Danzo and Ryūjin in the office. While Naruto could finally commence the forging of the Platinum Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne, he had acquired the necessary components: Platinum Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne, Energy Core, Platinum Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne, Forging Techniques, and Platinum Super Dangerous Species, Black Dragon. The forging square, specially constructed for him by Konoha, was also completed, and Ryūjin established a dedicated forging department. Moreover, most of Naruto's requests were met with acquiescence. At this critical juncture, Naruto ceased to conceal his capabilities, deploying over 100 shadow clones to assist in the work. It was not that Naruto could not create more clones, but rather that the meticulous nature of forging proved overwhelming. Even he could not withstand the mental strain of having over 100 shadow clones dispel simultaneously. Naruto speculated, albeit somewhat maliciously, that a significant reason for Naruto's aptitude with multiple shadow clones was his exuberant foolishness. Nevertheless, these 100 shadow clones surprised Ryūjin, and coupled with Jiraiya's warnings, they led Ryūjin to suspect that Naruto was concealing much more than he revealed. However, with the commencement of Naruto's forging, he found himself unable to pursue any further inquiries. He could only allocate more personnel within the forging department. In the first month, Naruto divided the Platinum Guardian Mecha Supreme Throne into head, chest, arms, and legs, assigning specific forging skills to different teams, hoping they could handle simpler tasks. Naruto himself, along with his clones, dedicated their efforts to inscribing seals upon the body of the Black Dragon. It was unclear whether it was due to the Black Dragon's status as a super dangerous species, but inscribing the seals proved exceedingly challenging. Additionally, the dragon's immense size and the precision required for the seals resulted in Naruto spending an entire month to complete the task. Yet, upon finishing, he no longer needed to worry about the decay of the Black Dragon's corpse. Naruto gazed at the seemingly identical Black Dragon. Yet he understood that its interior was now filled with orichalcum and fine iron. In the second month, Naruto's subordinates could officially assist him, and the work transitioned from forging to manufacturing. Half a year later, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru found themselves granted a brief respite due to the cessation of war. Jiraiya, ever troubled by the prophecy of the great sage, made numerous pilgrimages to Mount Myaboku to seek the counsel of the great Toad Sage. Yet, since imparting his last prophecy, the sage had remained silent. However, according to the sage himself, such occurrences had transpired several times throughout his protracted existence. He urged Jiraiya to continue seeking the child of prophecy, for only this child might have the power to thwart the boy who possessed extraordinary forging abilities. Thus, Jiraiya embarked on a journey through the shinobi world, searching for the right ideals to secure the future of the shinobi realm while simultaneously seeking the prophesied child. It was not long before fate, or perhaps a serendipitous coincidence, led Jiraiya to the Land of Rain, where he encountered the young Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Initially, Jiraiya intended merely to care for the three children until they could stand on their own. However, upon witnessing Nagato's Rinnegan, he became convinced that this child was indeed the one foretold by the great Toad Sage. Consequently, Jiraiya devoted himself to teaching the trio the ways of ninjutsu, during which he discerned their distinct personalities. Nagato was deeply concerned for his companions but often lacked resolve, appearing somewhat timid. Yahiko embodied the archetype of a vibrant individual, possessing great initiative yet occasionally too idealistic. Lastly, Konan struck Jiraiya as a perceptive young lady, displaying a delicate affection for her comrades. Moreover, Jiraiya discovered that all three children possessed remarkable talent in ninjutsu, particularly Nagato. Despite his timid demeanor, Nagato's speed of learning surpassed that of both Konan and Yahiko by a significant margin, which only heightened Jiraiya's interest. After the war, Orochimaru returned to Konoha. Following an agreement with Naruto, he joined Naruto's forging team. However, his intentions were not to become a blacksmith, but rather to absorb knowledge regarding biological materials from Naruto. In Naruto's eyes, Orochimaru was a valuable asset, demonstrating abilities far beyond that of an ordinary individual even while learning. In contrast to the medic ninjas sent by Danzo, Orochimaru was nothing short of a genius. Meanwhile, Tsunade, in a rather lackadaisical manner, devoted most of her time to the development of medical ninjutsu, spending her leisure hours gambling and accompanying Naruto. During this period, after earning the notorious title of Konoha's Fierce Tiger, Tsunade also acquired the moniker Konoha's Fat Sheep. Upon learning of this new nickname, Tsunade was incensed and dragged Naruto to the gambling den, vowing to rid herself of the disgrace associated with being called Konoha's Fat Sheep. Thus, an unusual spectacle unfolded in the casino, where Naruto, well-versed in the corrupt practices of professional gambling, shamelessly prepared to cheat. Embracing the gambling philosophy that as long as one is not caught, it is not truly cheating, he emerged victorious. Tsunade, emboldened by Naruto's support, displayed a rather reckless demeanor, leading to her leaving the gambling establishment with flushed cheeks, exclaiming to Naruto, "Together we are invincible. Today, we have wreaked havoc in the casino. Who would dare call me Konoha's Fat Sheep again?" Naruto, left speechless, had never witnessed someone with such abysmal luck. It could be said that Tsunade excelled in misfortune. The speed at which Naruto earned money through cheating nearly matched Tsunade's losses, and it seemed inevitable that the title of Konoha's Fat Sheep would only gain further notoriety. A year after the forging began, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Naruto with a serious demeanor, stating, "Naruto, you may need to forge an imperial tool for both the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist. If possible, it would be best to create tools whose effects are not immediately apparent or require extensive development. Is that feasible?" Naruto found himself bemused by Hiruzen's naivety, but wholeheartedly agreed. Continuing his work, Naruto found that crafting an A-rank weapon no longer demanded significant time. After a year and 5 months, he halted his forging, not due to completion, but because he had exhausted his supply of orichalcum. The Guardian Machine God, Supreme Throne, indeed, was an imperial tool that could only be forged by harnessing the power of an empire, in contrast to the single portion of orichalcum required for an ordinary B-rank weapon. An A-rank weapon necessitated approximately 10 portions. The Supreme Throne required a staggering 200 portions of orichalcum, depleting Naruto's reserves entirely. Thus, he set aside his current task, preparing for another grand draw. As he strolled along the path, he spotted Tsunade, confidently delivering money to the casino. A sudden premonition struck him. Was today truly an auspicious day for such a gamble? He promptly chastised himself, reminding himself that with a guaranteed divine being at his side, he had little to fear from ill fortune. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan's luck on his side, he felt reassured that the advantage lay with him rather than the unfortunate Tsunade. Chapter 116, Uranium, 235? After patting the head of Uchiha Akane, Naruto entered the forging chamber and opened the long-neglected blacksmith panel. Ding. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Blacksmith level, A, S-rank forging room bonus. Weapon forging bonuses, 1. Talent replication, 2. Undead Legion, 3. Weapon sovereignty. Blacksmith reputation, 16, 718. Lucky draw instructions. Utilize blacksmith reputation for draws. Every 10 points of reputation allows for 1 draw, potentially yielding rare biological materials, precious metals, or exclusive forging techniques. Due to possessing a dedicated forging location, your blacksmithing skills receive a boost. If conditions are met, you now possess the ability to effortlessly craft all A-rank weapons, and you even have the potential to forge S-rank weapons. Naruto marveled at his blacksmith reputation, which had unknowingly surpassed 15,000. Subsequently, he reverently commanded a customary draw of 1,000 times. Ding. Green 1,000 Sea Kings. 20M. Corpses. Sea Kings from the pirate world are formidable creatures, classified as colossal beasts. Golden. Demon Blade, Thousand Blades Secret Technique. The Thousand Blades is a powerful weapon from the world of the King's Avatar. It is a national treasure of the Divine Forging Kingdom, where its thousand-blade fragments can morph into various shapes to assault enemies. It is purely offensive, unrivaled in aggression, yet if mishandled, it becomes an exceedingly fragile broken sword. The secret technique is crucial for controlling the blade fragments, Blue, 124 portions of orichalcum. Blue, for ordinary dangerous species. Golden, malevolent spirit demon, living. An essential component in the forging of the 1,000 blades. It is one of the keys to controlling the blade fragments. Golden, 1 portion of obsidian. An essential material in forging the 1,000 blades, possessing the ability to contain and seal malevolent spirits. Platinum, mouse talisman. The mouse talisman, a treasure from Jakka adventures, originally belonged to the demon lord of fire and is one of the 12 talismans of magical power. It embodies the essence of life, granting vitality to inanimate objects and bestowing movement to the still. It can be used for forging or direct application. Golden, red demon fan forging technique. The weapon of the red demon from the Inuyasha world, capable of unleashing vast flames with each flap, transforming the entire battlefield into a sea of crimson fire. Golden, fire feather. A necessary component for forging the red demon fan, formed from the feathers of a great fire demon that have lain in a volcano for a millennium. The secrets of crafting the platinum Swift Scout Teemo's blow dart and poison mushrooms. The Swift Scout Teemo serves as the chief reconnaissance officer responsible for the safety of Bandle City in the Valoran continent, and is a member of one of Bandle City's most prestigious special forces, the main scout unit. His blow dart can launch arrows imbued with blinding effects, while the poison mushrooms he creates possess the ability to become invisible, rendering enemies defenseless. Golden Valoran special toxic plant, alive. Essential raw materials for crafting the blow dart. 1 portion of golden dominant cells. Raw materials for crafting dominant seeds. 1 portion of golden dominant cells. Raw materials for crafting dominant seeds. Golden high concentration uranium, 235, exalted version. Uranium, 235 is a radioactive isotope of uranium with 143 neutrons, the only isotope capable of undergoing controlled fission in nature, primarily used as nuclear fuel in reactors and as a key ingredient in the manufacture of nuclear weapons. The exalted version enhances the speed of radiation intensity, though it reduces the duration of environmental contamination. Golden uranium, 235 protective equipment. Equipment that can freely withstand the radiation of uranium, 235. Golden longevity stone, can extend life by 10 years without side effects. Naruto was taken aback by the delightful surprises this lottery brought him. He had assumed that he was past the need for low-tier lotteries. However, the system still managed to astonish him. The Demon Blade Shinrin seemed to Naruto to be an intriguing weapon, based on the anime he had watched. He understood it to be exceedingly flexible and demanding in terms of skill. He felt that with some magical modifications, it would be ideally suited for the world of ninjas, given that assassins utilize similar weaponry. Moreover, the 124 portions of orichalcum would finally enable Naruto to complete the forging of the National Guardian's Supreme Throne. Having previously consumed 101 portions, which meant he only required 99 more. The mouse talisman possesses the power to transform stillness into motion, while it lacks the ability to resurrect. It can imbue statues of humans and deities with life, as well as the legendary powers they once possessed. Of course, these statues remain merely statues, and their strength pales in comparison to that of the original beings. However, the ninja world has the reanimation jutsu, and Naruto planned to collaborate with Orochimaru at some point. As for the Red Evil fan, it also appeared to be quite an entertaining tool. Based on crafting techniques, this fan could serve as a fierce incendiary device, allowing users to fully experience the thrill of fire. Naruto suspected that if this item were to be created, every man from the Uchiha clan would go wild, as they are particularly fond of fire release techniques. This left Naruto feeling quite vexed, given that in his past life, as a seasoned player of League of Legends, one of the heroes he despised most was Teemo. Nonetheless, he had to admit that while Teemo was indeed bothersome to him, crafting this item would allow him to annoy others in turn, making it a profitable endeavor for Naruto. Additionally, receiving 2 dominant cells instantaneously conjured images of 2 men in his mind, and he believed they would assist him in their development, later enabling him to replicate their talents. As he continued, Naruto felt a dissonance with the introduction of uranium-235. This substance, as one of humanity's most formidable weapons, the atomic bomb's primary material, is characterized by its almost lethal properties for ordinary individuals. Under the influence of this radioactive material, humans could suffer from radiation sickness, gene mutations, and an increased risk of cancer. Now, this item had found its way into a fantastical world, and he wondered what miraculous transformations might ensue. Chapter 117, Nuclear. The Longevity Stone, capable of extending life by 10 years without side effects. While this may not be significantly beneficial for someone as young as Naruto, it could hold great value for others. Given that this item had emerged, could it also serve as a material for weaponry? What effects might it yield? A slash that adds to one's lifespan? Naruto ultimately decided to retain these items for further research when time permitted. He glanced at his remaining balance of over 6,000 prestige points. After the lottery, he prepared to gather offerings for both villages, deciding to present the dominant seeds to the third Reikage, allowing this man, capable of facing the Eight Tails directly, to wield an even mightier spear. This would prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from lacking opponents, and that brat Shinjuro should be awakening soon. Should the strength of Konoha compel Sarutobi to halt the forging of the National Guardian's supreme throne and come to investigate what he was concealing, it would pose a bit of a dilemma for him. Indeed, merely a dilemma. Naruto's accumulation had now sufficiently empowered him to establish a foothold in the ninja world. Independent of Konoha, he then proceeded to craft the dominant seeds, utilizing the same method as before. After inscribing the secret technique seals on the dominant cells, Naruto roasted and vigorously pounded them until each dominance seed measured 5 centimeters in diameter. At one point, he contemplated what might happen if he directly infused the high-concentration uranium-235 into the dominant seeds. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea, fearing that should he successfully forge such an item, the host might perish upon consumption, wasting his materials. The system had indeed provided a practical method for the high-concentration uranium-235 to forge formidable equipment paired with protective gear. Thus, a nuclear ninja could emerge. Even in mere skirmishes with enemies, it could provoke a myriad of symptoms, including full-body symptoms, dermatological symptoms, immune system symptoms, hematological symptoms, and genetic system symptoms. It could even transform the Sharingan into red-eye disease or the Byakugan into cataracts. The mere thought of these possibilities sent chills down his spine. Of course, mutations induced by nuclear radiation need not always be detrimental. As Marvel posits, even the most unremarkable could achieve greatness through mutation, and perhaps fortune would favor someone, granting them a superior bloodline transformation. Naruto's mind raced with the potential uses of a nuclear radiation weapon, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to forge one. However, given the peril it posed, he resolved to conduct the forging elsewhere. Utilizing a dimensional array, Naruto arrived at an uninhabited area in the Land of Fire. After some contemplation, he decided to forge underground. Naruto then created 10 wooden clones and employed earth release to excavate a cubic space underground, subsequently encasing it with steel to form a shelter, leaving only a small opening. He recalled that lead, steel, and other heavy metals possess high atomic numbers and densities, enabling them to effectively absorb and shield against X-rays and radiation. Finally, Naruto stood outside the shelter, laying down the other materials needed for forging. After releasing the high-concentration uranium-235 and the uranium-235 protective equipment, he swiftly sealed the exit and returned to the surface. At that moment, clone number 1 immediately activated the protective equipment to suppress nuclear radiation, while the other clones began extracting orichalcum, fine iron, and other materials for smelting. Initially, Naruto pondered whether he could incorporate biological materials. However, considering the intense radiation from uranium-235 would jeopardize their stability, he ultimately abandoned the notion. Naruto aimed to reference the concept of the one-certain kill from the Muramasa to forge a ninja blade. Although lacking biological materials, some principles from one-certain kill were still applicable. Thus, clone number 1 cast seals on the uranium-235 akin to those of the Muramasa. Once clone number 2 had successfully smelted the orichalcum, the high-concentration uranium-235 and the protective equipment were placed at the core, forging a nucleus. The remaining fine iron and orichalcum were then poured over the core, shaping the blade. Ultimately, through the collaboration of all the clones, a wicked blade emanating a luminous green glow was forged. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for crafting an A-grade ninja blade. After acquiring the ninja blade, Naruto's doppelganger outside completely melted the forge, and soon the weapon was in Naruto's grasp. At this juncture, the blade had been expertly controlled, and with Naruto's dominion over weaponry, the radiation emitted from this weapon no longer posed a threat to him. Observing the blade's form, Naruto promptly decided to name it Nuclear. He then proceeded to appraise the weapon. Nuclear. This ninja blade is a creation of a terrified blacksmith who entrusted his wooden doppelganger with its full crafting, primarily drawing inspiration from the forging techniques of the legendary blade Muramasa. Ultimately, under the formidable forging prowess of the blacksmith's doppelganger, the blade attained a quality rating of A. Measuring 12 meters in length, it features a single-edged blade with robust, sharp radiation properties, capable of fluidly conducting chakra and other energies. Skills 1. Blood radiation, When inflicted with a wound by this weapon, the formidable radiation will flow into the enemy's body through the injury. Depending on luck, personal strength, and the quantity of radiation absorbed, varying horrific side effects may manifest, some of which could be lifelong, including but not limited to severe vomiting, fatigue, mucosal ulcers, bleeding, hair loss, fever, and diarrhea. Formation of various cancers, reproductive system damage leading to mutations in reproductive cells, thereby increasing the risks of infertility, miscarriage, and fetal deformities. Psychological issues such as depression and anxiety, leukemia, gradual physical deformities. 2. Radiation field. Infusing chakra creates a powerful radiation field around enemies. The specific range determined by the chakra amount. During this time, enemies will experience the effects of diminished blood radiation, but if sustained long enough, they can endure effects comparable to blood radiation. 3. Ninjutsu combination. Conventional ninjutsu, such as water and fire techniques, can be combined with radiation to inflict amplified damage upon foes. 4. Annihilation. By infusing chakra, all limitations of the radiation weapon are lifted, significantly enhancing the radiation intensity. 5. Mutation. Following the absorption of excessive radiation, individuals may undergo either benign or malignant mutations. Debuffs. 1. Despite protective devices, users will gradually receive an excess of radiation, eventually succumbing to its effects. 2. For unknown reasons. Radiation dissipates rapidly in this world, albeit reducing environmental pollution duration. Chapter 118. The Future of Taijutsu. Upon reviewing the capabilities of nuclear, Naruto drew a sharp breath. The blade was not merely terrifying, it was exceedingly perilous. The various effects of blood radiation alone were profoundly alarming. While lacking the fatal prowess of Muramasa, even the weakest radiation effect, vomiting and diarrhea, was exceedingly repulsive. Imagining a brawl where one participant suddenly succumbed to such ailments, how much combat efficacy would remain? Of course, these were merely the least severe side effects. As the saying goes, killing is merely a matter of striking the head. To be struck by this blade and lose the ability to procreate, or to have offspring that are deformed, would be dreadfully grotesque. Or to survive the battlefield only to discover a slow transformation into deformity or succumbing to cancer. What profound psychological trauma would this inflict upon an adversary? Naruto had not anticipated that radiation could directly induce psychological harm. A single deserter on the battlefield could significantly influence morale, and a comrade turning mad could destabilize the mental state of his allies. Moreover, the fact that this ability had an area of effect was unsettling. Both the radiation field and ninjutsu combination could allow numerous individuals to experience the profound impact of nuclear energy. The ultimate skill, annihilation, alongside the debuffs, clearly illustrated that the blade's master was but a consumable. After placing nuclear into his system space, Naruto began contemplating whom to bestow this treasure. As a core member of the Roots, he immediately thought of his superior, Danzo Shimura. Considering Danzo's childless existence, his already fragile mental state would only deteriorate further. As for deformities and cancer, it was likely that Danzo would be willing to make such sacrifices for Konoha. However, Naruto ultimately decided against it. He did not wish for Danzo to wield this blade during his time in Konoha, while Naruto himself was unafraid. He was concerned about the potential repercussions on the women around him, a far graver sin. Thus, Naruto resolved to present this remarkable weapon to the Mizukage, ideally for it to end up in the hands of Uchiha Obito, who could place it by his bedside and caress it nightly before slumber. At this moment, Naruto had completed the equipment for both villages. He then made a long-awaited visit to Might Guy's home, and upon arrival, he saw Might Guy clad in his black rhinoceros armor, diligently training. The instant Might Guy spotted Naruto, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he rushed to Naruto, respectfully exclaiming, "Lord Naruto, you've come." Naruto responded with a smile. At that moment, the already walking guy came running out, calling for his father. Naruto observed this future champion of taijutsu, still clad in his infantile garments, with a snotty nose. Despite his tender age, the child's bright eyes and vigorous running revealed a hint of extraordinary potential. Naruto found it somewhat amusing. Had he possessed a camera, he would have captured this moment to use against Guy in the future, inflicting psychological damage. Oh, and he must not forget about the future 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, and arrange for some photos of him in his infantile state as well. Might Guy suddenly remembered something and slapped his forehead, saying, "Lord Naruto, forgive me. Please, come inside." Once inside, Might Guy noticed Guy staring at Naruto in awe, and he introduced, "Lord Naruto, this is my son. I believe this child will surpass you on the path of taijutsu." Naruto offered his assessment. Might Guy, misinterpreting Naruto's words as praise, bashfully scratched his head. Yet, he too held confidence that Guy would surpass him, as he intended to refine the 8 Gates technique to optimize its side effects and training efficacy. This way, Guy would avoid many pitfalls, and his potential would greatly increase. Ultimately, however, it would depend on Guy's own will and talent to see how far he could go. Yes, Guy, I have something important to entrust to you, Naruto stated solemnly. What is it? Might Guy inquired, while ushering Guy outside, fearing the child might inadvertently reveal something. Naruto produced the Haki seed and handed it to Might Guy, declaring, "This is the future of taijutsu." Upon receiving the Haki seed, Might Guy appeared somewhat bewildered, questioning how a mere iron sphere could symbolize the future of taijutsu. This orb is known as the Haki seed. The one who consumes it possesses the potential to awaken both armament Haki and observation Haki. Armament Haki can enhance physical weapons and even enable attacks from a distance. Observation Haki sharpens one's senses, allowing the perception of surrounding beings' auras and emotional fluctuations, aiding in the anticipation and evasion of danger. Of course, the aforementioned functions are just a glimpse. Many more intricate capabilities await discovery. This can be viewed as a path independent of chakra. Guy, are you willing to explore the limits of taijutsu? Naruto gazed intently into Guy's eyes. Might Guy was taken aback by Naruto's words. After pursuing taijutsu for so many years, he had always believed it had to be intertwined with chakra. Yet today, Naruto had unveiled an alternative path. Recognizing that Might Guy might struggle to grasp his explanation, Naruto led him to a nearby grove. This. In the face of Might Guy's astonished gaze, Naruto's fair arm transformed into a deep black. Subsequently, Naruto, without utilizing chakra, effortlessly shattered a large tree with a single punch. As a master of taijutsu, Might Guy naturally comprehended the terrifying physical prowess this displayed. In his eyes, even the formidable Senju clan could not achieve such a feat. Naruto then closed his eyes, inviting Might Guy to attack him. Initially hesitant, Might Guy found himself reluctant to strike. However, upon realizing that Naruto could accurately counter his attacks, even with his eyes shut, he was left astounded. After a while, the two returned to Might Guy's residence. As both a father and a ninja, Might Guy inquired, "So, Lord Naruto, what must I sacrifice for this power? What is the price of such strength?" Naruto appreciated this sense of gratitude and responsibility. Though Might Guy appeared to ponder deeply, it ultimately highlighted his commendable character. At times, Naruto felt exasperated by the corruption among the higher-ups in Konoha, who conspired for their own gain. In stark contrast, it was often the lower-ranking ninjas, many of whom could hardly access the upper echelons, who possessed admirable qualities. Now, I urge you to fully develop your Haki. Ascend to the pinnacle of Haki. Furthermore, I promise that once you reach the zenith of Haki, I will bestow the same Haki seed upon Kai, Naruto declared confidently. Following this, Might Guy closed his eyes and swallowed the Haki seed. Chapter 119, The Six Forms. However, Might Guy found it peculiar that he did not sense any immediate change. While Naruto was aware that Might Guy might soon unlock something significant, he lacked both the time and resources to instruct him further. Thus, Naruto imparted all he knew about Haki to Might Guy, allowing him to selectively optimize it. True to his reputation as a taijutsu master, Might Guy awakened the armament Haki while absorbing Naruto's teachings. Naruto then pondered whether the Navy's 6 forms could be replicated in the ninja world. Recalling the principles of the 6 forms, he prepared to share this knowledge with Might Guy. "Guy, I have some taijutsu techniques, which are merely my concepts. Whether they can be realized or even optimized depends on your abilities. Do you have confidence?" As for whether these ideas were originally Naruto's, he could only assert that he was the first to propose them in the ninja world, thus claiming them as his own. Oda-sensei cannot come from another realm to collect royalties. At this moment, Might Guy's eyes seemed to blaze with fervor as he spiritedly replied, "Lord Naruto, I will strive with all my might to optimize these techniques." Naruto reminisced about the knowledge in his mind and continued, "The Soru, one of the 6 forms, allows one to rapidly stomp the ground multiple times within a mere moment, 36 seconds, generating explosive reactive force for high-speed movement, making it appear as if one is teleporting to the enemy's eyes. The Tekkai, another 6-form defensive technique, enhances the body's strength through rigorous training, rendering it as hard as iron. However, while employing Tekkai, one cannot move freely. This technique primarily serves as a defense against unavoidable attacks, accelerating blood flow to hasten muscle movement. The Kami-e, a defensive technique from the 6 forms, allows one to shed all bodily weight, becoming as light as paper, thus enabling fluid control over one's body to evade incoming attacks with remarkable grace. The Jeppu, another technique, utilizes powerful leg strength to tread upon the air, generating significant buoyancy, allowing one to walk in the air as if on stairs, though one cannot remain airborne for too long. By employing this aerial movement, one can launch attacks from the enemy's blind spots. The arashiashi, a foot technique, does not inflict damage through kicks, but instead creates vacuum blades through high speed. Powerful kicks that can effortlessly cleave a target in two. The shurgan, another of the 6 forms, is a technique with the power of a bullet fired from a gun. It channels all of one's strength into the fingertip, releasing a strike with hardened fingers in a flash. The fingertip possesses formidable striking power, capable of easily penetrating the human body. Lord Naruto is indeed remarkable. I will surely double my efforts. The fire of youth burns within me, Might Guy proclaimed, clenching his fists. Excellent. Your enthusiasm is commendable. When the time comes, compile the specifics of the 6 forms, armament haki, and observation haki into a book. Thus, you will become a foundational figure in the Haki system of the ninja world. This is a groundbreaking endeavor. Naruto fervently encouraged Might Guy, who was left utterly exhilarated. Observing Might Guy enthusiastically departing with Kai, Naruto could not help but shake his head slightly. Indeed, the ninja world is filled with pure-hearted individuals. My ability to inspire enthusiasm surpasses even that of my boss. Naruto subsequently departed, claiming Might Guy's replication reward. Ding. Might Guy's utilization of the Haki seed has reached the beginner level. Talent replication activated. Beginner armament Haki. Unfortunately, the beginner armament Haki did not significantly enhance Naruto. Afterward, Naruto returned to the forging of the Guardian Machine's supreme throne. A week later, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Naruto once more. Understanding the purpose of his visit, Naruto accompanied Sarutobi Hiruzen to the Hokage office. Naruto first produced the Haki seed. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the iron sphere in Naruto's hand with great curiosity, for it hardly resembled a weapon. This is a Haki seed, essentially a one-time use weapon. It provides a slight enhancement to defensive and observational capabilities. But developing this ability requires a considerable amount of time. The method of use is to consume it, ensuring that this weapon does not get passed on. Considering all this, I believe it is quite suitable for the Cloud Village. Their brutes enjoy physical training and should not refuse it. To Naruto's surprise, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "What if the Cloud Village rejects this item? Fear not. I will exaggerate the strength of this item. I'll also provide them with a manual. Thus, even if they discover the product is not as described, they can claim they simply did not develop it adequately, even if they manage to unlock some potential. The Guardian Machine's supreme throne has already been perfected," Naruto replied nonchalantly. Naruto then produced a ninja blade encased in steel, not waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to inquire before stating. This ninja blade possesses the offensive power of a divine tool. However, it indiscriminately harms both foe and ally during attacks, and will slowly erode the wielder's and those nearby bodies. Therefore, when not in use, it must be securely sealed. It would be perfectly suited for the Mizukichi. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured him, "Naruto, you have worked hard. The sacrifices you have made for the village are immense. And creating these less-than-ideal weapons may impact your reputation, but Konoha will not forget you." On his way back, Naruto once again felt that Konoha was beyond salvation. After working for the organization, he was dismissed based on loyalty and righteousness. Half a month later, Konoha delivered the 2 divine tools to the respective villages. The third Reikage, A, glared at the iron sphere before him and erupted in fury. "This broken iron ball is what Konoha sent you off with." The voluptuous secretary shot a glance at the third Reikage before saying, "Regardless, we will be able to communicate with Konoha and obtain more resources. And this item is not simple." She then handed the third Reikage Naruto's specially crafted manual, which thoroughly explained the relevant knowledge of armament Haki and observation Haki. Upon reading it, the third Reikage's excitement surged, eager to consume it on the spot to test which was superior, the so-called armament Haki or his own formidable ninjutsu. Perhaps the mastery of observation Haki would yield greater advancements for him, as he bore no bloodstains and occasionally found himself troubled by his own swiftness. This limitation confined his combat style. With the introduction of this new ability, his fighting technique might elevate to unprecedented heights. However, the remaining vestiges of his resolve prompted a sense of unease. Why would Konoha entrust something so befitting to him to Kimogikure? Even if it were merely a one-time affair, it still felt amiss. In Chapter 120, "I, Madara, shall call you the strongest," the voluptuous secretary spoke coldly. This is likely not the desire of Konoha's high-ranking officials, but rather the intention of the illustrious forging master, Uchiha Naruto. It seems Konoha compelled him to forge some rather lackluster items for the village. Yet, this master of forging unwilling to betray his true nature, left a hidden mechanism in the instructions. We stumbled upon it quite by accident. As the secretary spoke, Ryūjin smiled, contemplating that even if they could not vanquish Konoha, perhaps they could entice this Naruto, who did not fully align with Konoha, to join their village. Ryūjin grasped the Haki seed and inquired, "Is this substance highly toxic?" "No," the voluptuous secretary replied just as Ryūjin swallowed the Haki seed whole. This act may have stemmed from his confidence in his own strength, a belief in the village's researchers, or perhaps it was merely a display of recklessness. After consuming the Haki seed, Ryūjin closed his eyes, and in the astonished gaze of the voluptuous secretary, his arm gradually transformed into a lustrous black hue. Initially intending to test the seed's power in the office, he instead leapt through the window, racing urgently to a nearby hill. Throughout the day, a significant portion of Kumogakure felt the tremors emanating from the small hill. By evening, after toiling on the hill, Ryūjin gazed at his robust right arm and the devastated hill in the distance, laughing heartily. "I once believed my physique had reached its zenith within the ninja world. Yet I discover there lies further potential ahead. Uchiha Naruto, your kindness shall not be forgotten. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of power in the ninja realm and bring you to Kumogakure." Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had caught the attention of a brawny individual. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara observed as White Zetsu eagerly presented the ninja tool core forged by Naruto. Picking up the core, Madara scrutinized it, commenting, "Is this the weapon of that young lad? It appears rather unimpressive." Yet, perhaps due to Madara's own biases, he felt a flicker of distaste towards the blade in his hand. He chuckled to himself, pondering how a mere ninja tool could evoke such discontent. Was it possible that his prolonged time underground had sparked a yearning for a thrilling battle? White Zetsu, intrigued by the weapon, remarked, according to the manual, "This ninja tool possesses terrifying offensive capabilities. Its attacks indiscriminately harm both foes and allies, even inflicting damage upon its wielder." It seemed the young lad had no intention of aiding his enemies. How amusing, to wield a weapon that could harm both its user and their companions. White Zetsu, "Unleash the full capabilities of this ninja tool before me," commanded Madara, tossing the weapon to one of the White Zetsu. Madara believed that, with his strength, the techniques of a mere ninja tool could not possibly harm him. The White Zetsu, without examining the manual closely, infused a substantial amount of chakra into the ninja tool core. As a weapon of war, White Zetsu was abundant in chakra. Soon, a radiating field enveloped everyone, including Madara, with White Zetsu's injection of chakra amplifying the intensity of the radiation. The field predominantly targeted Black Zetsu and the other White Zetsu. Suddenly, Madara felt a wave of discomfort coursing through his body, compelling him to activate his Susanoo. Yet, to his astonishment, he still felt unwell. Blood erupted from his mouth as he staggered. Nearby, Black Zetsu, who absorbed the majority of the damage, felt a strange sensation, as if he were reunited with his mother. Realizing that his true mother had yet to be rescued, he dispelled the illusion and fled to a safe distance. After expelling blood, Madara observed the fallen White Zetsu beside Black Zetsu. Shockingly, the bodies of the White Zetsu began to contort grotesquely, with some arms swelling disproportionately, while others shrank to the size of infantile limbs. White Zetsu 1 gazed innocently at his companion's plight and at Madara, contemplating approaching him. Unable to contain his rage, Madara unleashed a fire technique, obliterating all the White Zetsu before him. With the demise of White Zetsu 1, the radiating field dissipated. Madara, eager to assert his superiority, attempted to stand but coughed up more blood. To his further astonishment, although the repulsive field had vanished, the lingering, nauseating force continued to assail his body. Clutching his chest, Madara hastened to exit the base, mimicking Black Zetsu's swift retreat. Upon distancing himself from the base, he finally felt liberated from that oppressive aura, allowing him the opportunity to contemplate calmly. Based on his deductions, that ninja tool likely released a potent toxin that could bypass Susanoo, lingering in the environment for a period. The peculiar effects of this poison intrigued him. Regaining his former confidence, Madara mused, "Uchiha Naruto, I shall proclaim you the strongest of forgers. With this ninja tool, you have indeed left a formidable legacy within the ninja realm." Subsequently, Madara reluctantly resolved to relocate and assign the White Zetsu to continue experimenting with the ninja tool's other functionalities at the previous base. Unbeknownst to him, his once proud and lush hair, now completely white, had begun shedding several strands in a short time, remaining adhered to his scalp due to friction. Black Zetsu soon arrived at Madara's side, contemplating, "How can a creation of mine will be so fearful of death? It flees at the first sign of danger, abandoning even its creator, or does it sense its own helplessness?" Madara dismissed such thoughts. However, Black Zetsu interjected, "The weapon forged by Uchiha Naruto is truly remarkable. Should we not consider eliminating him?" Madara shook his head, replying, "There is no need. It is merely a blade imbued with a strange toxin. This ninja tool could serve future plans, and we must utilize Naruto's weapons to deplete the strength of the ninja world." Black Zetsu, reluctant to oppose Madara's wishes, complied. Chapter 121. The Second Ninja World War resurfaces. In the time following the delivery of the weapons, the ninja world remained tranquil. One day, while forging, Naruto sensed that Shouju was beginning to stir. Realizing that Shouju was likely awakening, Naruto hurriedly traversed through the dimensional array to the Land of Iron. Sensing the situation within Shouju, he discovered that several forces had achieved equilibrium. However, due to Shouju's prolonged slumber, Naruto noted signs of muscle atrophy. Without delay, he transported Shouju from the Land of Iron to Konoha, laying him on a bed. Shortly thereafter, Meiyazi arrived. After awakening, Shouju conversed with Meiyazi for a time, regaining clarity about events preceding his unconsciousness. He understood that he had vanquished their foes with the aid of a malevolent spirit, thereby safeguarding his comrades. Shungshu expressed his gratitude to Naruto, saying, "Thank you, Master Naruto. Had it not been for the malevolent spirits, I could never have rescued Meiyazi and the others." "No need to thank me," Naruto began to reply, but before he could utter another word, Tsunade approached. After ensuring that Shungshu was not gravely injured, she enveloped Naruto in a warm embrace, planting a kiss on him. With her eyes slightly reddened, Tsunade said, "Thank you, Naruto. I truly do not know what I would have done without you." Shungshu, watching from the side, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had just awakened from unconsciousness, only to find his sister sobbing in Naruto's arms and kissing him. Nearby, the third Reikage, A, was vigorously punching a small mountain, causing it to tremble under the force of his blows. Although he had only recently awakened his armament Haki, he had already grasped several techniques for honing it. His brief experimentation revealed that enhancing armament Haki could be achieved through direct confrontation with formidable foes. However, the only entity capable of exerting pressure on him in Hidden was the Eight Tails. Presently, the host of the Eight Tails, Burubi, was not a perfect Jinchuriki. In fact, Burubi harbored a sense of fear and aversion towards the Eight Tails' power. Consequently, he could not safely unleash the Eight Tails to engage in an exhilarating battle. Yet if the Eight Tails went berserk, he would have a legitimate excuse to unleash a thorough beating upon it. At this moment, he could only take steady steps in his foundational training. While the third Reikage continued to pound the mountain, he muttered, "Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's important? Lord Reikage, Tsuchikage Inoki has matters he wishes to discuss with you. That audacious fellow dares to come to my Hidden?" Inoki had not entered the village but was preparing to negotiate at the border. "Humph, I understand." With that, the third Reikage's robust form was suddenly enveloped in crackling blue lightning as he activated his lightning release chakra mode, greatly enhancing his speed and strength. He then wrapped the armament Haki around his arms, rendering his already formidable fists even more impervious. With unwavering determination, the third Reikage fixed his gaze upon the mountain, inhaled deeply, and with a mighty swing of his right arm, channeled all his power into a single point. With a resounding crash, his fist struck the mountain with tremendous force. In an instant, the mountain was obliterated, sending countless fragments flying and enveloping the area in dust and debris. The Umbu nearby stood frozen in shock at the Reikage's display of power. Meanwhile, the third Reikage stood firm, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. For as long as he continued to train diligently each day, Hidden would soon establish a major thoroughfare connecting to the outside world. Subsequently, under Inoki's persuasion, the villages of Iwa, Yunin, and Suna united. What surprised Inoki most during this process was the swift agreement from Yunin and the resistance he faced from Kirigakure. Despite Inoki's persistent efforts to convince them, Kirigakure remained adamant about not participating in the war, offering only a promise not to assist Konoha and to intervene should the subsequent war go awry. A month later, both Iwa and Yunin declared war on Konoha, accusing them of coercing Uchiha Naruto into weapon fabrication and demanding his release along with compensation for previous losses incurred during the ninja wars. They called upon all ninja villages to join in the effort to overthrow Konoha. This sudden declaration sent shockwaves throughout Konoha, especially since they had only just gifted 2 imperial weapons to Yunin the previous month. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced immense pressure from the populace and lower-ranking ninjas. Yet Konoha was ultimately not governed by the grassroots. The lower ranks were easily swayed, and Hiruzen utilized various methods to incite hostility towards the external threat. The upper echelons of Konoha understood that the previous weapon donations were merely a strategy to placate their enemies and buy time for Naruto. As the war machines of the various villages began to churn into motion, it became evident that even without Naruto's involvement, the Second Great Ninja War would have unfolded. After years of peace, the military might of each village had significantly strengthened. Overwhelming numbers of ninjas made it challenging for each village to sustain itself. Concurrently, the martial factions within each village had gained considerable power, exacerbating internal strife, as everyone sought a target to divert their infighting. Now, attacking Konoha appeared to be the political correctness of the ninja world, with many villages closely monitoring the actions and achievements of IWA and Ryūjin. Konoha urgently dispatched the legendary three to the front lines, while Sarutobi Hiruzen mobilized the village. Orochimaru had to halt his research, and Jiraiya, who was teaching in the Land of Rain, left his 3 students to guard the border. Tsunade also abandoned her time with her boyfriend to return to the front lines. This upcoming war would likely differ significantly from the previous conflict in the Land of Rain, promising to be a large-scale battle, necessitating the mobilization of various clan forces within the village. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was diligently forging weapons, was aware of the brewing war, yet he remained indifferent. With Konoha's current strength, they could undoubtedly engage in a bloody clash with the other villages. And Naruto relished the thought of watching the ninja world turn into a river of blood. Fellow comrades, why not join me in my imperial banner? And together we shall embark on the path of the great Tao. Tsunade, heading to the front lines, had no cause for concern, for with the Beast King, the Lion King, at her side, she was undoubtedly a formidable presence on the battlefield. Naruto had set a contingency plan in place for Tsunade. As for the potential involvement of the Uchiha clan in the war, Naruto was primarily concerned about Meichin and Hyzai. He would not allow them to set foot on the battlefield. Chapter 122. Uchiha joins the fray. Before long, a large contingent of IWA and Ryūjin ninjas arrived at the border, and this time, the battlefield chosen by the 3 great nations was once again the Land of Rain. Even the legendary Hanzo the Salamander could not intervene, though the fighting factions intentionally engaged in the peripheral areas. However, the Ryūjin and IWA forces struggled to advance toward Konoha without overwhelming strength. After a year and a half of rigorous training, the 3 legendary ninjas had each experienced significant improvements in their abilities. Coupled with their formidable summoning beasts, they managed to temporarily suppress the ninjas from the 2 villages, despite being outnumbered. Nevertheless, as the enemy began to intensify their efforts, the situation grew increasingly dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to send the noble clans into battle, with the Uchiha clan being the first to face the fray. Consequently, Hiruzen briefed Naruto on the situation. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, a meeting was underway to discuss their deployment to the front lines. This is wonderful. Our Uchiha clan will undoubtedly shine brightly this time. Indeed, we must showcase the prowess of Konoha's premier clan of visual jutsu. What of the Hyuga clan? They are nothing compared to us Uchiha. Uchiha Chikage observed the fervor of the gathered clan members and nodded in satisfaction. The Uchiha clan, at times, exhibited excessive pride and other character flaws, which, compounded by their role in the Konoha military police, rendered them somewhat out of sync with the village. As a member of the moderate faction, Uchiha Chikage hoped to alter the village's perception of the Uchiha through this war. Yet, he was unaware that the biases of the populace were akin to insurmountable mountains. When others begin to disdain you, if you are powerful, they will feel apprehensive and harbor resentment. If you are weak, they will become greedy. It could be said that since Uchiha Madara's departure from Konoha, taking the Nine Tails with him to destroy the village, followed by Uchiha Obito's failed rebellion and subsequent imprisonment by Senju Tobirama, the succeeding leaders were all executors of Tobirama's will. The Uchiha in Konoha would forever remain marginalized. Seeking recognition through effort and sacrifice was an unrealistic endeavor. In this regard, the elder Uchiha men had a clearer understanding. However, this war could not be avoided by either the doves or the hawks. Standing on the platform, Uchiha Chiyue began to appoint his generals. Uchiha Chuanyuan, Uchiha Yanbin, Uchiha Buqiang, Uchiha Zisong, all 4 of you wield the formidable artifacts forged by Naruto. I expect you to perform admirably in this battle. Strive to achieve great feats. And I shall request Naruto to forge even more powerful weapons for you afterward. Uchiha Chiyue seemed to have regained the imposing aura of a clan leader. Yes, 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 yes. Due to the presence of Uchiha Min and Uchiha Naruto, his status had long been suppressed, and the authority of the clan leader had been curtailed. He perceived this war as an opportunity, a chance to restore the grandeur of the clan leader. Thus, Many of the Uchiha clan's warriors, under Uchiha Chiyua's leadership, surged towards the battlefield with great momentum. Uchiha Buchiang surveyed the hidden ninjas on the battlefield and felt no fear, even a tinge of excitement. He possessed two sources of confidence, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes and the raikage blade in his hand. As a lightning attribute artifact, Uchiha Buchiang believed he would unleash formidable power on this battlefield. Clutching the raikage blade, Uchiha Buchiang swiftly targeted a special jonin from the Cloud Village. This special jonin was also a swordsman, with solid swordsmanship and decent mastery of lightning release, currently bullying the Chunin from Konoha on the battlefield. Uchiha Buchiang charged forward with the raikage blade, and the special jonin, undaunted, met his challenge. As a special jonin who had risen through the ranks with his swordsmanship, he was confident that his skills would not be easily vanquished. He infused his chakra into his ninja sword and swung it at Uchiha Buchiang. This was a lightning release technique developed by the Cloud Village, which required no hand seals, allowing lightning to be conducted through metal. With a clang, their weapons clashed. Both sides were confident. The special jonin believed that his enchanted sword, capable of conducting electricity, would incapacitate his opponent. However, he soon discovered that Uchiha Buchiang's sword was also imbued with lightning chakra. To his shock, his beloved sword had chipped off a large piece of iron during the collision. Just as he prepared to unleash a series of attacks, Uchiha Buchiang activated his three-tomo Sharingan to cast an illusion, and the special jonin was horrified to find himself paralyzed by electricity. This was the result of Uchiha Buchiang utilizing a combination of lightning point rebound and enhanced attack effects, transmitting the lightning from his blade into the special jonin's body. Subsequently, Uchiha Buchiang executed a stylish sword technique, decapitating the special jonin. At that moment, the elite jonin from the Cloud Village, Zaluta, noticed the situation and was dismayed to see his promising junior easily defeated in swordsmanship by the enemy. Even though he was of the Uchiha clan, it shouldn't have been so effortless. He couldn't help but feel that this enemy was a troublesome opponent. So he approached Uchiha Buchiang. Zaluta addressed Uchiha Buchiang, saying, "Uchiha, you are quite impressive. However, your luck ends here, facing me." Uchiha Buchiang regarded the dark-skinned figure before him. Sensing the formidable presence of this individual, he understood that this opponent was likely not to be trifled with, yet he felt only exhilaration. Having awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Buchiang possessed the strength of a jonin, and with the enhancement of his Sharingan, he was more than capable of contending with a typical elite jonin. Moreover, equipped with the raikage blade bestowed by Naruto, he was eager to test his limits on this battlefield against the Cloud Village. Zaluta unleashed his killing intent, utilizing his lightning chakra to invigorate his body while employing an even more potent lightning release technique to enchant his sword. In an instant, Uchiha Buchiang was struck by the terrifying speed at which Zaluta charged towards him. He used his three-tomo Sharingan to observe the enemy's trajectory, although slower than his opponent. The insight granted by his Sharingan allowed him to anticipate a portion of the incoming attacks. With ample time to prepare, he utilized the lightning point rebound and attribute enhancement. With a resounding clash, their swords met. To Zaluta's astonishment, a surge of lightning chakra coursed from his beloved sword into his body. Given his expertise in lightning release and his formidable chakra, this should have been impossible. He could only amplify his lightning chakra to counteract the electrical surge. Yet, as he struck with several successive blows, to his horror, his beloved sword chipped off another piece of iron. Although Zaluta's sword, crafted by a master, was formidable and had previously severed enemy weapons even while enchanted with chakra, it was now being suppressed by his opponent's blade. After creating some distance, Zaluta carefully examined Uchiha Buchiang's weapon and noted that it bore a purple hue with a dark purple blade. It appeared to be forged from precious metals and, under the stimulation of lightning chakra, emitted a dazzling and enticing purple aura. Zaluta shouted, "This must be a weapon forged by Uchiha Naruto." Chapter 123. The Uchiha artifacts shine brightly. Uchiha Buchiang felt a surge of pride upon hearing his enemy's words. It was akin to riding an electric scooter while classmates were limited to bicycles, or driving a sleek Xiaomi SU7 while others were on electric bikes. It was all about the thrill. Previously, when he had not acquired a weapon from Uchiha Naruto, he had looked down upon the so-called clan artifacts, stubbornly believing that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan was the ultimate weapon, until he received the raikage blade and realized how naive he had been. He fully recognized his past immaturity and inexperience. In the world of ninjas, many possess limitations once they reach their peak, unless they acquire and master exceedingly rare techniques. Their combat abilities plateau. Much of their subsequent growth comes from experience alone. However, Naruto's weapons granted these ninjas wings, enabling the unenhanced to rapidly grow stronger, while those who had already grown stronger found further room for enhancement. From that moment on, Uchiha Buchiang became a fervent admirer of Naruto, determined to continue improving himself and achieve remarkable accomplishments, with the hope of following Naruto to obtain even greater weapons. Uchiha Buchiang proudly declared, "Indeed, this is the weapon forged by our Uchiha genius, Master Naruto. Your demise is imminent." In response, Zaruta's next move revolted Uchiha Buchiang. He summoned 3 additional special jonin. There was no choice. This was the disadvantage of Konoha. While Konoha boasted strong individual combat capabilities and a sizable number of ninjas, they were still engaged in a conflict with 2 villages and needed to remain vigilant against others, resulting in inadequate troop distribution across various battlefields. Uchiha Buchiang surged forward with his purple raikage blade, while the nearby ninjas besides Zaruta remained oblivious to the situation. 2 of them unleashed their lightning techniques, leading to an unforgettable moment. Uchiha Buchiang faced their lightning release without fear, merely swinging his purple blade to absorb their attack, and with a swift motion, he rebounded their lightning back at them. The 2 ninjas were utterly unprepared for such an outcome, and the speed of the rebound left them no time to defend. Ultimately, one ninja, quicker on his feet, managed to evade the attack, while the other was struck directly by the technique, leaving him charred and blackened. Completely devoid of combat capability, the ninja's battle unfolds in such a manner that even a shadow-level powerhouse may inadvertently falter. What then of a mere special jonin? Hisharuda shouted once more. Do not employ long-range lightning techniques against him. Subsequently, he could only advance with his blade to engage Uchiha Boko in a skirmish. It must be said that as an elite jonin from the hidden cloud, Hisharuda's prowess is commendable. Yet, he finds himself pitted against Uchiha Bokuo, who possesses a powerful tool. And in the company of 3 allies, Bokuo navigates the fray with remarkable ease. The pace of battle is neither hurried nor languid. He awaits the moment Hisharuda's blade shall shatter. At last, after a series of relentless strikes, a fine crack appears on Hisharuda's weapon. Uchiha Bokuo channels a substantial amount of chakra into his lightning technique, executing Uchiha's swordsmanship to its zenith. With another strike aimed at the fissure, Hisharuda's blade splinters, and he receives a deep gash across his chest from Bokuo's attack. It is worth noting that Hisharuda is currently in lightning chakra mode, yet still cannot withstand the edge of Bokuo's onslaught. Bokuo refrains from pursuing the advantage, aware that even should he press forward, slaying Hisharuda would prove difficult. Instead, he turns his attention to the 2 special jonin beside him, dispatching one with a swift blow. And then, summoning a lightning sphere, he strikes down the second special jonin. Witnessing the demise of his 2 subordinates and the destruction of his cherished blade, Hisharuda is overcome with despair, pondering if this is the true weight of the Uchiha's tools. Simultaneously, other Uchiha jonin, having obtained their own powerful tools, showcase their formidable capabilities. Uchiha Zamatsu, wielding the 2nd generation of the Toikamanji, stands resolute against a multitude of cloud ninjas. Many of them succumb to a single cut, while stronger adversaries bleed profusely from their wounds inflicted by the Toikamanji. In a matter of moments, they lose their will to fight. Only the most elite of jonin can hope to contend with him, yet even their weapons quickly succumb to damage. This is infuriating. Is this truly the caliber of weapons forged by the Uchiha? My once reliable ninja blade has shattered after years of companionship. I feel as though I am bleeding to death. This cursed wound refuses to close. Uchiha Yinbin's water dragon blade may not command a grand spectacle, yet he bides his time, as activating the water dragon would leave him in a vulnerable state. Thus, he must unleash his full power in one decisive strike. Though his name suggests a fiery youth, Yinbin possesses a demeanor that is strikingly calm and meticulous. Upon noticing the scarcity of elite jonin in his vicinity, he activates the water dragon eye along with 2 skills from his sword. Consequently, the attack power of his water dragon blade surges dramatically, while his agility and speed reach astounding heights. In this moment, his speed surpasses that of the hidden cloud jonin in lightning chakra mode, allowing him to descend upon his foes with the grace of a celestial being. Like a pack of ravenous wolves upon a flock of sheep, he begins to mercilessly eliminate his enemies. The surrounding special jonin cannot withstand even a single blow, let alone the middle-tier ninjas. Only ordinary jonin might endure a strike or 2, while elite jonin manage to preserve their lives. Soon, Uchiha Yinbin finds himself amidst a sea of fallen foes. As the duration of his ninja sword skill wanes, he is left utterly fatigued, gasping for breath, yet the remaining enemies hastily retreat from the area. Uchiha Chuanyuan, brandishing a venomous fang, adopts a rather macabre fighting style, his adversaries often succumb to a mere scratch, swiftly succumbing to an influx of toxins that lead to a harrowing death. These ninjas, before their demise, exhibit profound agony, deterring even their comrades from lingering nearby for fear of being poisoned. As one of the rare Uchiha capable of water release, he enhances his techniques with a toxic infusion. Although this approach consumes a significant amount of his toxins and diminishes their lethality, it ensures sustained effects. Unwittingly, the Cloud Ninjas, upon observing that the area appears devoid of allies, bravely charge forward, only to discover they have been poisoned. When they attempt to inject a universal antidote, they find it largely ineffective, ultimately falling to Uchiha Chuan Yuan's blade, which incites a widespread rout among their ranks. Run! The water is poisoned. Cursed Leaf Village. Flee towards the area occupied by Leaf Ninjas. Chapter 124, The Wrathful Reikage. As the head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Qianyu possesses a well-honed combat style and a profound mastery of Uchiha swordsmanship. Grasping the flame phosphor sword, flames cascade along the blade's trajectory as he executes exquisite Uchiha techniques, akin to a dancer weaving through the enemy ranks. The Cloud Ninja commander, Degua, cannot abide Uchiha Qianyu's wanton slaughter of his men and promptly activates lightning chakra mode to confront him. However, engaged in combat with Qianyu, he fails to swiftly recognize the shifting tides of battle. The morale of the Uchiha rises exponentially due to the presence of their tools, emboldening their resolve. By the time Degua realizes the dire situation, it is too late to recalibrate. He can only order a retreat. Although the hidden Cloud Ninjas are typically valiant, they are rendered timid in the face of the Uchiha wielding their powerful tools. Upon hearing the command for retreat, they promptly flee. Leaf Ninjas, having pursued for a distance, eventually halt. This encounter serves as a significant triumph for the Uchiha, managing to confront an entire village's forces with a single clan. Yet, this only pertains to the front line. The main forces of the Cloud have yet to fully arrive. Uchiha Qianyu is thoroughly pleased with this outcome. However, he remains oblivious to the considerable losses suffered by the lower-tier Uchiha warriors. Meanwhile, in the Leaf Village, Naruto gazes vacantly at the fallen Cloud Ninjas in his Death God Hall and the sporadic rewards bestowed upon Uchiha warriors wielding their tools, realizing the likelihood of a Cloud victory on the battlefield. At that moment, Naruto suddenly senses that as the war progresses, it is possible that the Sage of Six Paths may take notice. Previously, their numbers were few, but now they have swelled. He cannot rule out potential danger. Although he has thoroughly researched the system and discovered that it cannot be detected, it remains uncertain whether a trail may lead to discovery. Naruto can only adjust the threshold for the souls accepted in the Death God Hall to ensure they are at least special Jonin level. In stark contrast to the jubilant celebration of Leaf's victory, the third Reikage, finds himself in a fit of rage upon receiving reports from his voluptuous secretary. The losses at the front will undoubtedly affect morale moving forward, and the Uchiha's warriors are indeed not to be trifled with. While most may not possess shadow-level strength, they can effortlessly vanquish elite Jonin. He has never encountered such a despicable individual as Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would send a single clan to confront the Cloud Ninjas. It is evident that as the war continues, the enmity between the hidden Cloud and Uchiha will only deepen. Aware of the tensions between Uchiha Naruto and the Leaf Village, contemplates whether he might draw Naruto closer to their cause. If Uchiha Naruto could be swayed, it would be the optimal outcome. However, the Leaf has severed that path, yet perhaps he can explore alternative routes. With newfound determination, A declares to his advisor, "We can no longer engage in mere games with the Leaf. I shall directly enter the battlefield against them." He also instructs that Inoki be notified, as it is imperative that others do not merely observe while their village bears the brunt of the conflict. Additionally, the Sand Village should be informed. Such an opportunity lies before us. I refuse to believe they will not seize it. The voluptuous secretary, Sarai, anxiously interjects. But will this not lead to excessive casualties among our ninjas? And if you personally engage, what will become of the village should we suffer defeat? We have already gathered intelligence that the Iron Demon Senju rope tree has awakened, though we are uncertain if he has regained his combat prowess from that battle. There are even rumors suggesting that Sarutobi Reikage has acquired a formidable weapon forged by Uchiha Naruto, endowing him with terrifying power. The third Reikage, said little, instead slowly enveloping his entire being with the armor of Busashoko Haki. Even without the use of chakra, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Once again, he unleashed a punch against a small mountain, leading to a shocking occurrence that astonished Sarai. Although Reikage's fist did not physically strike the mountain, it was obliterated as if it were mere dust. At that moment, the third Reikage proclaimed, Only Haki can reign supreme overall. Having surpassed the rapid growth phase of Haki, the third Reikage sensed that achieving the pinnacle of Busashoka Haki would require more than merely repetitive strikes against the mountain. He needed a far more formidable adversary. Sarai, recognizing the magnitude of his power, ceased to impede him, as she could not fathom any foe capable of vanquishing this mightiest of Reikages. Observing the entire spectacle, the fourth Reikage, looked upon his father with admiration and envy. Approaching the age of 20, he was already a renowned prodigy of the Yagami clan. Initially, he believed he could gradually ascend to his father's level through the family's ninjutsu inheritance. However, since his father's acquisition of Haki, he felt utterly bewildered, as it had transcended the limits documented in their clan's records. Father, is this truly the power of Busashoka Haki? Was that strike the apex of Haki? The fourth inquired. The third Reikage shook his head, stating, I sense that this is not yet the pinnacle of Busashoka Haki. Moreover, I must continue to hone my Kinbunchika Haki. Then, Father, will you ultimately attain the strength of a god among ninjas? The fourth exclaimed. However, the third refrained from providing a direct answer, for the ninja god had long since passed. The documented prowess of such a figure was indeed terrifying, and he was uncertain if he could reach that realm. Yet, he understood his son's motivations, and, with a playful rebuke, urged the fourth go train diligently. I will procure new seeds of Haki for you. Remember, the more powerful the body, the quicker it can elevate Haki. Do not neglect the lightning release chakra mode. For now, it possesses power that rivals Haki. Moreover, you are greatly underestimating the perceptive capabilities of Kinbunchaku. I believe that with continued enhancement, it could surpass the insight of those so-called Byakugan and Sharingan. In this manner, the third Reikage sent the fourth on his way, pondering how he had come to focus so heavily on Haki. Perhaps it was because his ninja abilities had reached their zenith, or he sensed that the ninja profession was too heavily reliant on lineage, evident in many aspects of ninjas, where numerous ninjas' potential was closely tied to their bloodlines. Thus, he yearned to explore a different path. Meanwhile, Inoki quickly grasped the Reikage's intentions, becoming increasingly concerned as he contemplated the situation. The strength of Konoha had surged considerably, and if they continued to develop in such a manner, he could not envision a future for Awagakure. As the inheritor and promoter of the Will of Stone, Inoki swiftly formulated a plan. He would personally head to the battlefield. The mobilization for battle was ongoing, and Naruto had also gleaned the approximate timeline. The rewards bestowed upon the third Reikage had arrived, reinforcing his reputation as one of the most formidable figures among the Hokage. In the realm of Haki, he was a prodigy. Having received the seeds of Haki only recently, he had already mastered them at a high level. Naruto rubbed his hands together, choosing to accept the rewards. Ding! The third Reikage's mastery of the Haki seed has reached the initial level, talent replication, Busashoka Haki, initial level. Ding! The third Reikage's mastery of the Haki seed has reached the intermediate level, talent replication, Kinbunchika Haki, intermediate level. Ding! The third Reikage's mastery of the Haki seed has reached the advanced level, talent replication, Busashoku Haki, advanced level. The powerful Busashoku and Kinbunchaku Haki instantly enveloped Naruto, who attempted to shroud himself entirely in Haki. At that moment, a hard, reflective Naruto appeared before him. Gazing into the mirror, he was astonished to discover that his Haki was no longer the unremarkable black it had once been, but rather a striking black laced with red. Naruto contemplated this familiar hue of Haki, scratching his head in confusion, wondering why it resembled that of the King Luffy. He then recalled the teachings of his former life, where his elder brother Kuin had imparted wisdom about what it meant to be a true man, one who knows his purpose. Thus, he resolved to find a place to test his newfound abilities. Arriving at the forge, Naruto began using his fists to forge components for the sovereign throne of the Guardian Mech. To his astonishment, he discovered that his fists were now more effective than a hammer, exhibiting remarkable resistance to high temperatures. After a long absence, Naruto prepared to open his status panel, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. System membership level, beginner. Name, Uchiha Naruto. Age, 11. Chakra attributes, fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, yin-yang. Sharingan, 3 Tomo. Body, AA. Spirit, A. Chakra, 20 cards, 30 cards, card. Equivalent to Kakashi's chakra in the first season of Naruto. Chakra control ability, top tier, intermediate. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique, transformation technique. Substitution technique. Konoha's 5 nature transformations, summoning technique, triple gate of the underworld, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation, partial, mastery, 8-headed serpent technique, partial, wood release, cutting technique. Wood release, wooden substitution, wood release, wood clone, wood release, great forest technique, wood release, wooden barrier, Izanagi and Izanami, multi-shadow clone technique, 8 gates technique, vortex sealing technique. Taijutsu, Uchiha style taijutsu, advanced beginner, Konoha steel fist style, advanced. Haki, Kinbunshika Haki, intermediate, new, Busashoka Haki, advanced, new. Swordsmanship, flagwood blade technique, advanced mastery. Sambian swordsmanship, Jinjutsu, magical Naruto's vision technique, hypnotic eyes, inherent to Sharingan. Transformation, ability to transform into the Titan Kong form of Sarutobi Hizashi, new. Evaluation, your strength has completely reached the level of a Kage. Combined with a special weapon, your combat prowess is at the pinnacle of Kage, even surpassing it. However, your understanding and application of combat still require improvement. After reviewing his status panel, Naruto contemplated the direction of his future. In terms of combat experience, he had seldom engaged in battles, leaving little room for growth. Nonetheless, the replication of numerous talents, particularly those derived from the Uchiha clan's subordinates, had substantially enhanced his combat experience, albeit with slight deficiencies when facing top-tier opponents. As for other cost-effective enhancements, wood release stood out. Although he had acquired the talent for advanced mastery of wood release, he had yet to learn top-tier ninjutsu, such as the wood human technique or the wood dragon technique. Most importantly, he aimed to forge the guardian mech's sovereign throne, which would grant him the leverage to turn the tables. Naruto gazed at the rudimentary form of the biomechanical construct before him, fervently thinking that with just one more year, he could forge this S-rank weapon. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Konoha's F4 engaged in fervent discussions as the forces of Kumobikure and Iwagakure advanced towards the borders of Konoha. Such a large-scale mobilization could not be concealed. As the hawkish faction, Danzo pressed Sarutobi Hiruzen for action, believing this was the opportune moment to showcase his ambitions, garner fame, and secure political capital for himself. More importantly, the prowess of Sarutobi Hiruzen had instilled fear within him, rendering him hesitant to cause undue turmoil within the village. Consequently, his eightfold puppets could not be further enhanced. Meanwhile, recently, Danzo had been evading him, and Sarutobi Hiruzen had intensified his protection over Danzo. This situation thwarted Danzo's ability to coerce Danzo into forging more powerful weapons for him, while the matter of the guardian deity took precedence. Thus, he contemplated participating in the Great War to gather formidable figures from the ninja world to bolster his eightfold. With a grim expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally uttered a single word, proceed. Danzo, who had been on the verge of uttering a retort, quickly suppressed it. Upon arriving at the front lines, Shimura Danzo immediately began consolidating power, leveraging his seniority to usurp command from the legendary 3 ninjas. To everyone's surprise, Orochimaru, who was supposed to be the supreme commander, surrendered authority without any resistance. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya felt a sense of injustice for Orochimaru, but they found themselves without a valid reason to intervene. Subsequently, Danzo, aiming to further marginalize the legendary 3 and wary of potential claims to glory, cast them and the Uchiha clan he disdained into a localized battlefield against the Rock Village. Although both Rock and Cloud villages had declared war on Konoha, the forces of the Rock Village had been notably sluggish. However, unbeknownst to Danzo, on the very day he arrived on the battlefield, the third Reikage, A, had also made his entrance. It must be said that Danzo had some merit. He spent 2 days positioning his root operatives in crucial roles, subsequently analyzing the battlefield maps before issuing combat orders. He commanded the forces led by the legendary 3 to launch a night raid against the Rock Ninjas, intending to strike before Inoki could arrive at the battlefield. Meanwhile, he himself aimed to lead a night raid against the Cloud Village. Orochimaru and the others disregarded Danzo's orders, forced only to report the situation back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping he could rein in the impetuous Shimura Danzo. However, the ambitious Danzo offered no opportunity for Hiruzen to intervene, initiating the night raid that very evening. Coincidentally, the third Reikage A had similar intentions. Thus, that night, the Cloud and Konoha ninjas collided with one another. Chapter 126. The third Reikage A explodes against Shimura Danzo. Danzo frowned as he observed the Konoha ninjas engaging with the Cloud ninjas. He did not believe that the combat prowess of the Cloud ninjas could rival that of the Konoha ninjas, nor did he think their commander could outmatch him. Thus, he grew curious about the audacity of the Cloud ninjas to launch a night raid, until he caught sight of the imposing figure of the third Reikage A amidst the fray. In the thick of battle, he was fearlessly dispatching enemies, each punch and kick causing ordinary ninjas to meet swift demise. A wicked smile crept across Shimura Danzo's face as he mused. So the cloud's courage rests solely in the Reikage. Regrettably for him, aside from Sarutobi Hiruzen, no other village's leader could stand against him. He could conveniently seize the third Reikage as a puppet. He vividly remembered the Reikage's mockery during the last 5 Kage summit. Danzo slowly unsheathed his eightfold and released his puppets, having repaired those damaged in previous battles. This time, he deployed 5 elemental puppets, illusion puppets, swordsmanship puppets, and stealth puppets. He first directed the elemental puppets to disperse, while the stealth ninjas concealed themselves for surprise attacks. The illusion and swordsmanship puppets flanked him. At that moment, the third Reikage, who was busy decimating enemies, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his side as the stealth ninja's figure gradually materialized. To Danzo's astonishment, the stealth ninja, channeling a surge of lightning chakra, managed to stab the unguarded third Reikage, surprisingly halting the blow. Unbeknownst to Danzo, the reason the stealth ninja succeeded was not only due to the surprise attack, but also because the third Reikage had not activated his observation Haki. The blade, which appeared to have pierced the Reikage, was ultimately halted as he unconsciously tensed his muscles, applying his armament Haki. The Reikage smirked slightly at the puppet, swiftly shattering the stealth puppet's ninja blade with a flick of his left finger, and with a single punch, obliterated the upper half of the stealth puppet. The grotesque remnants of the puppet splattered across the sky, and the third Reikage inhaled the odor, finding it somewhat unpalatable. Danzo, of course, quickly comprehended that the third Reikage's strength was far from trivial. He disregarded the presence of Konoha ninjas surrounding the Reikage and commanded the elemental puppets to execute the 5 elemental great bullet technique. Each of these puppets had been meticulously chosen by Shimura Danzo, each an elite shinobi exceptionally skilled in their respective elemental ninjutsu. Each puppet could unleash elemental techniques surpassing the learning curve, akin to how Kakuzu's lightning puppet could produce a B-rank lightning technique with power exceeding that of Kakashi's Raikiri. Kakashi needed 2 Raikiri to counter it. Furthermore, the chakra consumed by the puppets only required Danzo to expend half of his own chakra, allowing this iteration of the 5 elemental great bullet technique to reach a level of strength exceeding that of the original Sarutobi Hiruzen's execution. The formidable flames, lightning, water blades, wind blades, and earth spikes converged towards the third Reikage at the center. The ninjas caught in their path merely screamed before being swept away by the elemental force. The third Reikage found himself unable to evade this onslaught. He had never witnessed anyone deploy ninjutsu in such a manner. He even perceived that the Konoha ninjas outnumbered the Cloud ninjas significantly. He could only unleash his lightning chakra mode to its zenith, activating the strongest lightning armor. His hair stood on end, and the power of lightning surged to its maximum, providing him with exceptional damage resistance. Yet, that was insufficient. He simultaneously enveloped himself in armament Haki, transforming into a figure of pitch black. The final effect was that he appeared as a robust man clad in a suit of lightning armor. Though the operations appeared numerous, they transpired in an instant. Subsequently, a terrifying explosion erupted, the forces of the 5 elements swirling around the center of detonation. Shimura Danzo displayed a chilling smile as he observed the position of the Reikage, now worried that this man, dubbed the strongest shield, might be reduced to mere fragments. However, as the smoke cleared, Danzo beheld the Reikage, who merely spat blood. With his hair and clothing in tatters, his body charred, the third Reikage opened his eyes wide, internally exclaiming disbelief. How could a ninja withstand such a level of attack? The third Reikage felt a twinge of fear. This technique was indeed the signature move of the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, and it was executed by Shimura Danzo through his puppets. Truly impressive, as even his own formidable lightning armor paired with armament Haki had nearly left him severely injured. It was only at the last moment that he recalled to accelerate his blood flow, enhancing muscle movement for potentially better defensive efficacy. Little did he know that this very technique was akin to a block of iron. Thus, he had only sustained minor injuries, and he would not afford his opponent a second opportunity to execute the 5 elemental great bullet technique. The third Reikage unleashed his lightning chakra mode with renewed vigor, activating armament Haki. Simultaneously, he fully engaged his intermediate observation Haki, firmly locking onto the 5 puppets that had just attacked him. Meanwhile, Danzo hastily maneuvered his puppets to unleash the 5 elemental great bullet technique once more. With the passive ability of the invigorating armor, which enhanced chakra recovery by 100, Shimura Danzo was entirely untroubled about the possibility of insufficient chakra to continue fighting after releasing the 5 elemental great bullet technique again. However, he underestimated the third Reikage. now recognized as the swiftest ninja in the world, the bearer of the title Strongest Spear, the hell-piercing armed Haki four-fingered thrust. This technique was originally intended to concentrate a vast amount of lightning onto four fingers, then rapidly thrust towards the enemy. With the infusion of the armament Haki, the Hell Spike's fourfold thrust has transcended the previous limitations of piercing attacks, transforming the Reikage's palm into an indomitable ninja blade. Furthermore, the dynamic flow of armament Haki has significantly enhanced the range of this attack. He has even devised a variant of the Hell Spike utilizing internal destruction alongside the armament Haki's fourfold thrust, completely alleviating the former shortcomings of insufficient destructive power against larger targets. Although Naruto did not disclose the 6 forms to the Reikage, he generously imparted insights on the applications of armament Haki and observation Haki. It is precisely this knowledge that has led the Reikage to behave like an ultimate sycophant, believing Naruto would willingly come to the hidden cloud village. In just 5 seconds, Shimura Danzo's 5-element puppet was utterly annihilated. At this moment, Danzo's earlier confidence had evaporated. Despite still having the wood release techniques granted by his invigorating armor, the overwhelming speed, defense, and perceptive abilities of the third Reikage were terrifying. Danzo shouted for the surrounding root ninjas to employ ninjutsu to restrain the third Reikage's speed. However, the ensuing spectacle once again startled Danzo, as the third Reikage appeared to possess a Byakugan-like ability, seamlessly weaving through various ninjutsu. He could even anticipate and evade attacks from behind, effortlessly shattering weaker earth release techniques with a single punch. Thus, he approached Danzo at a leisurely pace. A bead of sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead. It was his first encounter with such direct and brutal combat. This fighting style reminded him of the tailed beasts, which similarly engaged in combat with little evasion, easily obliterating their foes' ninjutsu. He commanded his Jinjutsu puppet to ensnare the third Reikage with illusions, while directing his swordsmanship puppet to shield himself. Unfortunately, under the frenzied lightning-released chakra mode of the third Reikage, the Jinjutsu puppet's illusions proved utterly ineffective. Perhaps caught up in the thrill of battle or merely seeking to draw Danzo's attention, the third Reikage smirked at Danzo, saying, "Isn't that Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's assistant from Konoha? It seems we've run into an old friend. Why not come over and say hello?" Danzo did not respond, fixating intently on the third Reikage. "Hey!" In that moment, as Danzo witnessed the third Reikage leap into the air, he swiftly performed hand seals to utilize wood release. Wood release, great force technique. Numerous wooden vines sprouted from Danzo's arms, seeking to ensnare the third Reikage, successfully wrapping him in their grasp. With unwarranted confidence, Danzo orchestrated his swordsmanship puppet to inflict severe damage on the third Reikage, preparing to claim his head with the 8 rooms technique. Mockingly, he exclaimed, "Once struck by wood release, your chakra will be drained. Without chakra, can you still maintain your lightning release mode? Just resign yourself to being my puppet." The third Reikage remained unfazed. He indeed sensed the wood release siphoning and suppressing his chakra. However, he noticed that the absorption and suppression were not rapid, and he had an alternative solution. The third Reikage simply exited the lightning release chakra mode. Haha, third Reikage, has your chakra been suppressed by wood release? Our wood release from Konoha is truly invincible. As Danzo's taunts echoed, the sword of the swordsmanship puppet lunged at the Reikage. He even worried momentarily whether the puppet might accidentally kill the Reikage before he could use the 8 rooms technique to turn him into a puppet. However, this concern soon became irrelevant. Danzo's mouth fell agape as he witnessed the sword of the swordsmanship puppet strike the third Reikage's chest. With a clang, the chakra-infused sword shattered, and the Reikage's right hand easily broke free from the wooden restraints. A dark, robust arm emerged from the wood, crushing the puppet's neck. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You clearly aren't using chakra. How can you possess such defensive power and strength? Danzo's defenses crumbled. Remember this. Only Haki reigns supreme. The third Reikage revealed a dangerous glint in his eyes. With a thunderous crash, he shattered all surrounding wood. In that instant, Danzo recalled Naruto's mention of the Haki seed. According to Naruto's explanation, the Haki seed merely enhances a small degree of defense and strength, along with a slight increase in insight, requiring considerable time for development. Yet, he was now facing a third Reikage who had honed his abilities for a month, achieving defensive capabilities that could withstand the 5 elements, great bullet technique. Capable of shattering the swords of elite swordsmen even without utilizing chakra, his strength could effortlessly obliterate wood release techniques, and his perceptive skills, while not as extensive as the Byakugans, were comparable at close range. He regretted dismissing Naruto's Haki seed, unaware that the path to greatness lay so close. As the third Reikage, Approached with unwavering resolve, Danzo, feeling cornered, prepared to chastise him from a moral high ground, denouncing the Hidden Cloud Village's lack of contractual integrity for seeking to invade Konoha despite possessing imperial treasures. How shameless. But then he witnessed the third Reikage preparing to strike. With a surge of lightning coalescing around his fist, slowly rising, Danzo could only muster all his strength to execute a defensive ninjutsu. Wood release, wood pillar wall. A row of wooden columns arched up from the ground, shielding Danzo. Immediately, the third Reikage's attack descended upon him. Hell Spike, armament Haki, internal destruction. The Reikage's fist collided with the wood. It seemed his skill was not yet sufficient. The wooden pillars were instantly obliterated, creating a massive crater in the earth behind them. And the force propelled Danzo away. In the final moment before being launched, Danzo did not think of his dear friend Sarutobi Hiruzen, but of Uchiha Naruto. Uchiha Naruto. Indeed a naturally malevolent member of the Uchiha clan. How foolish I was, fully aware that the Uchiha are an inherently wicked clan. And yet I placed my trust in him. This so-called Haki seed, which Naruto claimed was of little use, clearly concealed much more. Danzo's mind raced through memories of Naruto's various vulnerabilities, yet he found himself powerless to alter his fate. Fortunately, the internal destruction from the third Reikage was relative to the wooden pillars, compounded by the protection of the invigorating armor. Thus, Danzo did not become mere pulp. Though his condition remained dire, his internal organs had been thoroughly displaced by the opponent's punch, with some even shattered. This injury was comparable to that of Kato Danzo and Shoshuro before their demise in the original narrative. However, the invigorating armor continued to voraciously consume Danzo's flesh, eroding his lifespan and vitality to sustain his life. Yet, the cost was not limited to that. The power of wood release caused green plants to sprout from Danzo's body, piercing through his limbs and rendering him immobile. The third Reikage gazed disdainfully at Danzo, who had now become a mere mass of greenery, overgrown with weeds. As he prepared to seek out the imperial treasure, the 8 rooms, that had fallen from Danzo, he was suddenly interrupted by the summoning technique. 3 colossal summoned beasts materialized in the Hidden Cloud's territory, wreaking havoc. Ordinary ninjas had no means of resisting such formidable summoned creatures. Anger surged within him as he charged forward, fists clenched. However, 2 of the large summoned beasts, upon noticing the third Reikage pursuing them, hastily retreated. Only the colossal snake, Manda, continued to feast without concern. Then, with a mere punch, the third Reikage shattered the outer shell, continuing his pursuit of the other 2 summoned beasts without a second thought. Meanwhile, the great serpent retreated to the dragon cave to shed its skin, having feigned death moments earlier. When the third Reikage caught up to Gamabunta, he was dismayed to find that no ninja was present on the toad's head. It suddenly dawned on him that he had fallen into a trap. Turning around, he saw Orochimaru issuing a retreat order to his team, leading the now plant-like Danzo to flee. Chapter 128, The Puppet Plan. Upon receiving the order to retreat, the Konoha ninjas immediately took flight, each employing their utmost speed. The Reikage cast a glance at Orochimaru, who was not with the main Konoha force, and commanded, "Everyone, pursue the Konoha ninjas with full force." He charged ahead, transforming his fists, elbows, feet, and fingers into lethal weapons. It was evident that if the third Reikage continued his rampage, only half of those retreating would manage to escape. As the third Reikage unleashed his fury, a group of root ninjas began sacrificing their lives to hinder his advance. This had been orchestrated by Orochimaru under the pretext of saving Danzo's life. Half an hour later, the Reikage observed that his forces were nearing their limits, while the fleeing ninjas dispersed in various directions, prompting him to order a halt. Orochimaru, having returned to the camp with Danzo, presented the plant-like Danzo to Tsunade, who watched with keen interest from the sidelines. Upon seeing the vegetation enveloping Danzo, Tsunade's anger flared, clenching her fists and glancing around. She remembered that her precious apprentice was not on the front lines. Jiraiya, standing nearby, felt a chill. Orochimaru's cold voice cut through the tension. Is there still hope for Danzo? His primary thought was that if Danzo were beyond saving, he would have a valuable specimen for his experiments. Tsunade, suppressing her fury in adherence to her principles as a medical ninja, began to examine Danzo meticulously, discovering that his insides were like a chaotic stew. Yet this turmoil was paradoxically sustaining his life, brimming with vitality. Faced with such a predicament, Tsunade felt powerless. It was evident that the old fool deserved his fate for recklessly acting on the battlefield. She emphasized, her voice deliberate and measured. Jiraiya, sensing the sharpness in Tsunade's words towards the village's higher-ups, attempted to defuse the situation. Given Danzo's current state and the dire circumstances, Perhaps we should refrain from excessive criticism. It would not bode well if the lower-ranking ninjas overheard. Orochimaru, disappointed by Tsunade's comments, summoned the root members, stating, Lord Danzo is beyond Tsunade's help. If we wish to save him, we must transport him to Konoha and consult Uchiha Naori. The root ninjas then took the plant-like Danzo away. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving news from Orochimaru, slammed his hand on the table at the sight of the nearly plant-formed Danzo. Danzo had acted without permission on the front lines, and now he lay in a half-alive state. While Danzo had brought this upon himself, he was still a long-time close friend. Seeing him in such a state filled Hiruzen with a sense of sorrow for the loss of a companion. Moreover, Konoha had suffered significant casualties, and the defeat would dampen morale on the front lines, intensifying Hiruzen's anger. He noted that the third Reikage, A, had acquired the terrifying power of the Imperial Artifact Seed, leading him to question Naori's loyalty. Recalling Jiraiya's mention of the prophecy from the Great Toad Sage, Hiruzen felt a surge of vigilance. However, Konoha could not afford to lose Uchiha Naori, who might still be able to revive Danzo. Thus, Hiruzen resolved that once Uchiha Naori forged the National Guardian Mecha's supreme throne, he would immediately place him under house arrest. Following that, an interrogation would ensue, employing whatever means necessary to extract the truth from Uchiha Naori. It was crucial that Naori did not gain control over the National Guardian Mecha's supreme throne. Hiruzen prepared to personally oversee Naori's surveillance. Additionally, he intended to ensure that his own people seized control of the throne before Naori could, even if it meant settling for an incomplete product. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Naori beheld the nearly plant-like Danzo, and joy turned to sorrow as his expression shifted dramatically. It was a remarkable transformation for an ordinary person, one that would astonish even a seasoned director. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Naori's apparent grief, solemnly inquired, Is there still hope for Danzo? Naori approached to examine Danzo, noting the chaotic state of his insides and the stark whiteness of his hair. Just as Naori was about to declare Danzo beyond saving, a thought struck him. The weapon in his hand, the Duogue, had yet to disperse, and it siphoned parts of the strength and vitality from those it killed. However, the more one relied on such a weapon, the more they risked becoming its thrall, transformed into a grotesque entity, devoid of humanity and haunted by the weapon's will. Might he not use the Duogue to control the monstrous form Danzo had taken, while simultaneously wielding the weapon's power to dominate the Duogue itself? This could yield him a formidable puppet. Moreover, he could effortlessly reclaim the 8 rooms from the puppet Danzo. As Naori contemplated this strategy, he feigned hesitation. Hiruzen, forcing a smile, urged, Speak freely. I will support you. Naori began to fabricate a story. Lord Danzo's predicament arises from the chaotic energies within him due to the vibrant armor and the 8 rooms. I possess an imperial artifact known as the Duogue, which may offer salvation. Initially, I hesitated to wield this blade, as it possesses a sinister nature, even being dubbed an evil sword. The Duogue, when it slays, absorbs part of the opponent's strength and vitality, enhancing itself in the process. As the Duogue grows stronger, it can suppress the energy within Lord Danzo, while simultaneously replenishing his life force. However, Lord Danzo would no longer be able to use the 8 rooms, as it would be challenging for the Duogue to subjugate another imperial artifact. Lastly, the weapon's wielder may experience a slight alteration in appearance. Hiruzen regarded Naori again, pondering the implications of a weapon that could gain strength from killing and severing foes. A fitting title of an evil sword indeed. But what is the limit of this evil sword? Hiruzen queried. The Duogue's potential approaches infinite armor, but can never surpass it, as dictated by its materials. Naori reassured the third Hokage, instilling a measure of confidence. Ultimately, Hiruzen resolved, Naori, I entrust Danzo's fate to you. Chapter 129, Danzo Awakens. Naori did not immediately acquiesce, but instead withdrew the Duogue from its scroll. Hiruzen regarded the blade, named Duogue, its spine adorned with a layer of mystical and majestic dragon scales. Though he had yet to wield it, merely gazing upon it was enough to feel a faint aura of malice emanating from it. This peculiar energy was not intrinsic to the Duogue, but stemmed from its unique forging process, which had incorporated numerous broken blades from samurai and ninjas. When these weapons shattered, their wielders often faced the specter of death. In the final moments of life, the resentment and bitterness harbored within these individuals melded into the severed blade. These negative emotions occasionally clung to the Duki, causing it to exude a chilling aura. Subsequently, Naruto entrusted the Duki to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As for the means to wield the Duki to slay adversaries and consume their vitality, Naruto bore no responsibility to tarnish his own hands. Ryūjin, upon receiving the Duki, found himself in a rather awkward predicament, as the tasks at hand diverged significantly from his esteemed and righteous image as Hokage. Naruto, indifferent to such incongruities, discreetly took his leave with the Uchiha, leaving Ryūjin behind. Upon returning to his homeland, Naruto attempted to manipulate the Uchiha, only to discover that all 8 control slots were vacant. This posed a slight dilemma for Naruto, yet it was not of great consequence. He planned to quietly pass the Uchiha to Hinata Niji in due course and engage in a thorough discussion with her. There was no need to fret about the possibility of the main branch seizing the weapon, for his status as Uchiha Naruto was quite formidable. Should they attempt to take it, Naruto would simply reclaim the weapon. Moreover, the main branch might not even attempt to do so, as a stronger branch would better protect the main family, would it not? In the end, Ryūjin did not arrange for anyone to assist the half-dead Danzo. Instead, he left the matter to the Root. In the dark underground chambers of Root, Danzo's subordinates forcefully propelled his hand, clutching the Duki, forward, mercilessly executing a hapless prisoner. The screams of the prisoner quickly transformed into silence as he became a mere husk. This scene was undeniably horrifying. Yet, Root coldly thrust a second prisoner toward the blade. Thus, one after another, the carnage unfolded. The process was brutal, with Root ensuring that the victims remained conscious to heighten the effectiveness of the sacrifice. As they witnessed their companions being devoured by the blade, they cried out in despair, only to quiet down after Root selected the one who screamed the loudest, leaving them trembling in fear. Just as Root's subordinates prepared to slay the 10th prisoner, the Duki had already absorbed the life force and energy of 9 individuals, including several ninjas. The Duki radiated an unusual joy, enveloped in a faint crimson mist. It seemed dissatisfied with the meager pace of its killings, and thus, powerful energy began to flow back into Danzo's corporeal form. Moreover, it detected even more delectable sustenance. Residual would release chakra and Danzo's own chakra, slowly siphoning it along the handle of the blade. Though there was resistance, it proved to be like water without roots, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force of the Duki. Once the Duki's power firmly established dominance, it ceased its consumption. At that moment, the greenery upon Danzo's body visibly withered, and his hair transformed from a ghastly white to a deep black. Suddenly, Danzo's right hand, gripping the Duki, tensed with newfound vigor. Root, sensing the change, released its grip and knelt beside him, awaiting Danzo's command. In an explosive moment, the withered plant life on Danzo's body shattered completely, and he opened his eyes. Danzo sensed an unprecedented strength coursing through his body, accompanied by a lingering trace of would-release power. He turned his gaze toward his subordinates, who proceeded to recount the events that had transpired. Upon learning of Naruto's possession of the Duki, Danzo's face lit up with elation, for this represented a more direct path to power than the Uchiha. Despite having uncovered Uchiha Naruto's true nature during the events at the Kage Summit, experience had proven that he remained insatiably covetous of the strength bestowed by Naruto. With this thought in mind, Danzo attempted to reach for the Uchiha, only to be informed by his subordinates that it had been taken by Naruto, as the 2 weapons could not be wielded simultaneously. The nearby prisoners, witnessing Danzo's awakening, felt a flicker of hope, believing they might temporarily escape death. The 10th prisoner seized the moment to plead, "Lord Danzo, I swear I have not leaked any Leaf Village secrets. If you spare me, I shall offer my entire fortune to Konoha." Danzo promptly silenced the 10th prisoner with a swift stroke, sending him to meet the Sage of the 6 Paths. The moment of relief felt by the prisoners was abruptly replaced by despair. Danzo infused the Duki with a surge of chakra and slashed at the line of prisoners standing in the distance. A colossal wave of sword energy cleaved them in two, returning a torrent of energy and vitality to the blade, which in turn fed Danzo. He sensed his body growing stronger, with both his physical prowess and chakra intensifying. "More. I require more," Danzo commanded his subordinates, even as he continued to eliminate prisoners in a frenzied state, fixating on a few key names in his mind: Uchiha Naruto, Reikage A, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the supreme throne of the guardian deities. "Just wait. I will amidst the carnage." Danzo remained oblivious to the emergence of tiny green scales upon his right hand. Later that evening, Naruto observed Danzo's new round of rewards. Ding. Shimura Danzo's utilization of the Duki has reached the novice level. Talent replication activated. Pure life, force acquired. Ding. Shimura Danzo's utilization of the Duki has reached the intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Dragon scale power. Dragon scale power enhances weapon attack power and grants the ability to sense the weaknesses of supernatural beings. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Danzo's relentless tenacity. It was evident that he had been diligently fulfilling his grim tasks. Eagerly, he prepared to welcome Danzo. The wielder of the weapon, whether Naruto's vision of controlling it could come to fruition, now rested on Danzo. Chapter 130. Departing for the front lines. Naruto began to accept the first reward, pure life force. As the essence flowed into his body, he felt as though every cell within him was sighing in ecstasy. A sensation that transcended mere procreation. His internal injuries appeared to mend as a result. At that moment, he instinctively felt the urge to press his fingers against his temples. Alas, the euphoria was fleeting. After savoring the sensation for a brief while, Naruto shifted his focus to the second reward, dragon scale power, which promised an increase in attack potency along with the ability to discern the vulnerabilities of supernatural beings. Well, that may prove somewhat useful, he mused, and accepted it. Considering the existence of the three great sacred lands in the ninja world, he could refrain from engaging the slug, but if the toad sage, who had close ties with the sage of the six paths, dared to provoke him, he would seize the opportunity to obliterate it, swiftly refining it into equipment. Naruto was curious whether the toad sage had foreseen his eventual transformation. Of course, if the toad sage refrained from causing trouble, Naruto had no intention of pursuing it. He then felt a surge of power within him, gripping the Uchiha and channeling that newfound energy into it, resulting in a delicate coating of dragon scales adorning the weapon. Meanwhile, Root's prison had been completely emptied by Danzo, who reveled in his newfound, unparalleled physical strength and terrifying chakra. His long-suppressed emotions erupted, and he began to laugh maniacally like an Uchiha. Ha! After a moment of laughter, Danzo opened his eyes, which were inexplicably tinged with red, and glanced at his right arm. To his astonishment, it was covered with a dense array of green dragon scales, prompting him to wrap his arm in bandages. With thoughts swirling in his mind, he pondered, what cost is too great for the sake of Konoha? Subsequently, Danzo sought out Naruto. Naruto greeted Danzo with a smile, warmly inquiring, "Ah, Lord Danzo, you have awakened." Yet, it seemed that Danzo's resentment towards Naruto lingered deep within him, as he contemplated the malevolent Uchiha brat. Waiting for the moment, he could ascend the throne of the guardian machine and swiftly eliminate him. However, Danzo, in his current state, was still aware of the necessity for decorum, and he coolly asked Naruto, "Where's my Shichibukai?" Naruto began to attempt to influence Danzo with the power of the weapon, only to discover that the doki was remarkably astute for a weapon. It was precisely this cleverness that made Naruto's control over it feel incredibly natural. With a smile, Naruto remarked, "Lord Danzo, the Shichibukai and the doki possess distinct attributes. Utilizing them simultaneously will unleash your power uncontrollably. Besides, you already possess the doki, do you not? As a weapon with growth potential, the doki might eventually surpass the third Hokage's infinite armor. Thus, your immediate focus should be on enhancing the doki." Suddenly, a feeling of disdain towards the Shichibukai surged within Danzo. He snorted coldly, "From now on, focus on forging weapons for Konoha. I will provide you with what you desire." With that, Danzo made his exit. As he left, his mind was consumed with the determination to enhance the doki's power, believing that with strength, he could easily dominate Uchiha Naruto. He entirely forgot the fervent desire to slay Uchiha Naruto that had surged through him upon awakening, as well as his previous fondness for his beloved blade, the Shichibukai. Naruto watched Danzo's departing figure, unfazed by the harsh words he had just uttered, much like one would disregard the harmless yapping of a puppy. The displays of the weak only served to amuse the adversary. This was largely due to the doki's influence over Danzo being insufficient, as well as Naruto's lack of comprehensive control over him. At Danzo's current state, Naruto could not exert complete control. For instance, if commanded to harm himself, Danzo would undoubtedly resist. Yet, it should not be long before that changes. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at the transformed Danzo, who had previously been a frail old man with white hair and shriveled muscles, now appearing before him with a head of black hair and a visage even more youthful than before his injuries. Hiruzen even sensed that Danzo had grown taller and more robust. For Hiruzen, who was beginning to feel the weight of age upon him, this newfound power sparked a desire within him, contemplating whether he might request Naruto to bestow him with a share of it. Hiruzen remained oblivious to the fact that his gradual aging was intricately linked to the infinite armor, as under normal circumstances, his aging would not be so accelerated. Moreover, neither Hiruzen nor Danzo fully comprehended that Naruto's weapon could sometimes act as a poison. However, the pressing concerns on the front lines swiftly pulled Hiruzen's thoughts back to the present. He addressed Danzo, stating, "The third Reikage, A, is rampaging on the front lines, currently. None of my 3 disciples can match him when united. If this continues, our forces will collapse. No sooner had Ryūjin finished speaking than Danzo retorted fiercely. Then we shall eliminate him. Ryūjin observed the newfound confidence radiating from Danzo, recalling the latter's former pitiable state. He lamented that his old comrade seemed to have learned nothing from his past experiences. If only Ryūjin were aware of the peculiarities of the current situation, he would surely understand that the clouds of fortune had shifted for Danzo. Although Shosuke had awakened, his combat prowess had yet to fully recover after years of unconsciousness. I plan to personally confront and incapacitate the Reikage. You should accompany me. The village will be entrusted to Toko Kamachi and Mido Gate. Ultimately, Ryūjin was still reluctant to leave Danzo alone at Konoha. Danzo readily acquiesced, promptly departing the Hokage's office without hesitation. His sole desire to reach the front lines and turn the battlefield into a river of blood. Ryūjin watched Danzo's retreating figure, murmuring, "Naruto, what is it that your weapon cannot accomplish?" Meanwhile, hiding underground, Akatsuki's Zetsu danced with excitement, exclaiming, "Great news, great news. Lord Madara will surely appreciate this revelation." Utilizing the unique abilities of the white Zetsu, he transmitted the information step by step, soon reaching Uchiha Madara's hands. At this juncture, Madara had relocated to a new base, leaving the Ninja Blade Core at his previous location, where he had set the white Zetsu to guard it. The bizarre poison and unconventional methods of poisoning associated with the Ninja Blade Core remained a mystery to Madara, yet he was wise enough to keep his distance. As Madara perused the information provided by Zetsu, he was astonished to discover that a single ninja blade could bestow youth upon its wielder. While others were unaware of his circumstances, he pondered the necessity of his elaborate plans, all stemming from the fact that his strength had waned considerably after his battle with Hashirama. His only recourse lay in his ocular techniques, and even now, his life was sustained by the Outer Path's Golem. Chapter 131, Pre-Battle Negotiations. However, one should not underestimate Uchiha Madara. A withered camel is still larger than a horse. He could still unleash the might of the Outer Path's Golem, though each time he did so, the opportunity diminished. As time passed, the frequency of his actions would inevitably decline. Thus, the Doki appeared to hold considerable value for Madara. Yet, years of experience led him to believe that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed, prompting him to observe further. He instructed Zetsu to continue monitoring Danzo's specific circumstances. On the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo arrived together at the command center. At that moment, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade wore expressions that reflected their discontent, as they faced the overwhelming power of the third Reikage, who had yet to reach his peak. Their attempts to confront him had proven utterly futile, with Tsunade needing to rely on her Imperial tools as the main tank, while Orochimaru provided support and Jiraiya attempted to deal damage. Unfortunately, their efforts could not contain the third Reikage, and each encounter resulted in Konoha suffering a defeat. In order to minimize casualties, they were forced to retreat repeatedly, with the battlefield now having shifted from the land of rain to the land of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen was acutely aware of the pressure on the front lines, and he reassured his 3 disciples, "Danzo and I will confront the third Reikage head-on. You 3 must hold off Inoki. I received word that he arrived on the front lines yesterday. Now that the Awagakure and Kumogakure forces have merged, it's truly a tumultuous time." The 3 Sannin were well aware of Hiruzen's capabilities. Previously, he had transformed into a titan and vanquished the Black Dragon. His prowess had undoubtedly surpassed that of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Although the third Reikage's strength seemed to eclipse that of Hanzo, Hiruzen was confident he would not face utter defeat. As long as he could restrain or even suppress the third Reikage, Konoha would still have a chance. Meanwhile, they overlooked Danzo, who, despite appearing lively once more, had previously suffered grievous injuries at the hands of the Reikage. On the other side of the front line, Inoki encountered the third Reikage, having been aware of the latter's fearsome reputation on his way to the battlefield. "Third Reikage, I have received intelligence that Sarutobi Hiruzen has also arrived on the battlefield. Shall we join forces?" Inoki cautiously probed the Reikage. Despite being a brash individual, the Reikage had spent many years in governance. Thus, he remained vigilant, quickly discerning Inoki's underlying intentions, realizing that Inoki sought to have him deal with the troublesome Sarutobi Hiruzen. "You can leave Sarutobi Hiruzen to me, but we of the Kumogakure shall reap the greater rewards." The Reikage brazenly asserted his claim over the fragile alliance. Inoki was quite pleased, as the intelligence he received indicated that Sarutobi Hiruzen's strength had evolved significantly from what it once was. Coincidentally, the Reikage's prowess had also reached new heights. and he resolved to incite a fierce conflict between the Reikage and the Hokage. Furthermore, the Reikage's remark about eating the big piece resonated deeply, for even a mere fraction more was indeed substantial. Until the moment the cake was seized, no one could predict the unfolding events. Truly, the Reikage exuded a remarkable bravado. Thus, Onoki readily agreed to the collaboration. "Oh, do have a discussion with my secretary, Sarai, regarding the specifics of the allocation," the Reikage added before departing, leaving Onoki feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. The following day, the skies cleared, presenting a rare opportunity for a direct confrontation among ninja legions amidst the backdrop of an immense war. The Awagakure dispatched 10,000 rock ninjas, while the Kumogakure, although fewer in number, sent forth 8,000 ninjas. Konoha, however, bled resources profusely, fielding an astounding 110,000 leaf ninjas. According to the Book of All, the figures for the ninja villages, including Konoha, Awagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure, reflect discrepancies due to varying estimations, with some relying on registration numbers suggesting a historical total of 11,000 to 12,000 ninjas in Konoha alone. Yet, the tales of the Third Reikage facing 10,000 rock ninjas during the Third Great Ninja War complicate matters further. Others estimate based on information from the Chunin exams and the Fourth War data. Ultimately, the number of ninjas fluctuates across different eras, influenced by the military and economic strength of Konoha at various stages. The three village leaders stood at the heart of the battlefield. Reikage A observed with surprise as he noted Shimura Danzo standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, having thought he had rendered Danzo a mere shell of a man. To his astonishment, Danzo had not only recovered, but seemingly enhanced his strength as well. A twinge of greed flickered in A's mind, contemplating whether this was the work of Uchiha Obito. Sarutobi Hiruzen, brimming with vigor, addressed the Third Reikage, stating, "Reikage, since you have acquired the Imperial tool and witnessed such a considerable enhancement in your abilities, coupled with our prior 3-year truce, there is no need to join forces with Onoki against Konoha. Continuing this conflict will only lead to mutual devastation." Onoki glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen, incredulous that he dared to stir discord on the battlefield, and retorted vehemently, "I have never encountered such shamelessness. You and Konoha have forcibly confined Uchiha Obito, and I see your true intentions to monopolize him for the creation of weapons of mass destruction, aiming for dominion over the ninja world." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. Onoki's insights struck a nerve. It is widely acknowledged that if one is suspected of harboring weapons of mass destruction, it is prudent to possess them. Konoha's situation was indeed precarious, as the weapons were not yet fully developed. The Reikage, locking eyes with Sarutobi Hiruzen, spoke earnestly, "Then you and Konoha must relinquish Uchiha Obito. If you are willing to do so, I will turn and leave immediately." Naturally, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not acquiesce to such a demand. The guardian deity's throne would be completed within a year. Parting with Uchiha Obito at this juncture would be sheer folly. Although Obito was a master craftsman, his annual output of weapons was limited. In the past year and a half, he had forged 2 imperial tools, which were already allocated to Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to feign poverty. The Third Reikage A was not so easily deceived. He pointed at the demon blade in Danzo's grasp and remarked, "This imperial tool has never been seen before, and surely the staff you wield is also an imperial tool. What say you to that? There is no point in further discussion. Surrender Uchiha Obito, or we shall declare war." Chapter 132, The Great Battle of the Three Villages. Commence. Danzo's fury was barely contained. He had yet to avenge the grievous wounds inflicted by the Third Reikage. With so many ninjas on the battlefield, Danzo's mouth watered at the prospect, for in his eyes, they were no longer foes, but mere sources of experience points. He urged Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Do not heed this fool. When have we in Konoha ever been afraid? If they dare to trouble us, we shall annihilate them all." Sarutobi Hiruzen endeavored for one last attempt, addressing Onoki and the Third Reikage. "Konoha is willing to bestow 1 imperial tool to each of your villages after a year and a half. This is our final concession." Onoki remained contemplative. The Third Reikage had indeed gained formidable strength, and even if they united to consume Konoha, their share of the spoils would be minimal. However, should he secure an imperial tool that resonated with his own abilities, it could lead to a significant enhancement in his power. Onoki realized that if Uchiha Obito's imperial tool aligned with his essence, it would grant him a terrifying boost in combat prowess. Otherwise, it would be akin to Danzo and Tsunade, where there were improvements, yet limitations remained. The Third Reikage, however, flatly rejected Sarutobi Hiruzen's terms, asserting, hand over Uchiha Obito. And we shall negotiate the distribution of the weapons he forges among our ninja villages. Otherwise, there shall be no further discussion. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his fists tightly, his voice steady. Then let us commence battle. The situation had escalated, with the Reikage believing that engaging Konoha would yield greater rewards, while Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to convey that Konoha was not to be trifled with. War is merely the continuation of politics by other means. Konoha must prove its strength to gain leverage in future negotiations. The weak have no standing to dictate terms. They can only acquiesce. The third Reikage, hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's proclamation, broke into a wild grin. He had longed for this confrontation. Without hesitation, he activated his armament Haki and charged at Sarutobi Hiruzen, confident in his close combat prowess. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, summoned the infinite to undergo his armored transformation. Soon, he appeared before all clad in armor adorned with the intricate designs of Tyrant. Onoki, recognizing his own limitations in close combat, especially against titans like Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Reikage, swiftly shielded his comrades and took flight. He feared being inadvertently harmed. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo, abandoning his previous reliance on the 8 rooms technique, charged into the enemy ranks with the demon blade in hand. Aware that he could not match the third Reikage strength, he sought to consume more of the chakra and life force from the enemy ninjas. In the heat of battle, he deftly evaded or cleaved through enemy ninjutsu. Some attacks were even devoured by the demon blade, only to be repurposed against their originators. Onoki watched in astonishment as Danzo displayed an unprecedented ferocity, feeling as if Danzo's mind had taken a turn for the bizarre. Just as he prepared to confront Danzo, 3 Sannin closed in on him. The constraints of this battle weighed heavily upon them. With Onoki present, any attempt at summoning would be met with swift retribution. Even if a slug could split, it would suffer severe losses against dust release, and the chances for the likes of Futon and Manda were even slimmer. Meanwhile, the clash between the third Reikage and Sarutobi Hiruzen unfolded with a stunning parody. They eschewed ninjutsu, resorting instead to brute force, exchanging blows like reckless warriors. The third Reikage embodied a weapon of destruction, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon the first form of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wielded the infinite with masterful finesse. Its form adaptable and formidable, as he retaliated with equal fervor. However, what struck Sarutobi Hiruzen as peculiar was that every time he struck the third Reikage, instead of responding with anger, he seemed to derive joy from the encounter. Even after being sent flying, he would rise again without a moment's hesitation, eager to engage. The third Reikage, for his part, relished the attacks from Sarutobi Hiruzen, perceiving him as an exceptional mentor aiding in the cultivation of his prowess. It was only now that he recognized the superficiality of his previous understanding. How could one expect to master one's strength merely through brute force against a mountain? The swift enhancement of one's abilities, it appeared, necessitated enduring punishment. Once again, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his infinite technique, sending the third Reikage hurtling into the distance. Observing A.S. unwavering vigor upon his return, Hiruzen felt an unsettling premonition as he noted that A.S. sit-up speed had significantly accelerated. At that moment, he recalled Naruto's explanation regarding the enhancement of defensive capabilities through the cultivation of the will, leading him to a bold hypothesis. If this continued, would A.S. defenses only grow stronger? Resolute in his decision to no longer hold back, he affixed a tailed beast cloak to his armor. According to the intelligence provided by Shimura Danzo, while wood release could somewhat suppress the chakra of his opponent, it was capable of breaking free from it using sheer will. The third Reikage gazed at the additional layer of the tailed beast cloak enveloping Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hint of astonishment. In his memory, Hiruzen was not the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, prompting A to speculate quietly. Had Uchiha Naruto developed a method enabling those without tailed beast lineage to harness their chakra? A shadow of unease fell over him. His own strength had always been on par with the 8 tails. During his tenure as Reikage, he had subdued the 8 tails rampage several times, even once severing all 8 of its tails with the strongest spear technique. However, the battle had been so fierce that both he and the 8 tails had succumbed to exhaustion before he could deliver the final blow, leaving him with a lightning-shaped scar on his chest, a mark of shame he had never wished to revisit. Having struggled against the 8 tails, he now found himself lacking confidence against the 9 tails. Historical accounts suggested that even summoning all 8-tailed beasts together might not suffice against the 9 tails. And now, Konoha possessed the capability to exploit the power of the 9 tails. What a terrifying prospect that was. It was well known that a perfect Jinchuriki, combined with a tailed beast, could unleash formidable power. While perfect Jinchuriki were rare, the weapons forged by Uchiha Naruto could circumvent that requirement entirely. At that moment, the third Reikage began to take the battle seriously. He enveloped his dark skin with a layer of lightning-release chakra, further enhancing his speed. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that even if he condensed the tailed beast bomb, he could not reach A. Instead, he allowed the chakra of the nine tails to manifest 4 agile claws upon his armor. The Hell Stab technique unleashed its destructive force. Hiruzen was acutely aware of the third Reikage's signature move. He elongated and thickened the weapon in his grasp, leveraging the claws from the tailed beast cloak to drive the massive staff toward A. On one side was the lightning release chakra mode, enveloped in armed Haki, and on the other, the infinite weapon encased in the tailed beast cloak. In an instant, their palms and weapon collided with a resounding crash. A powerful explosion erupted, accompanied by a blinding flash. The point of contact unleashed a tremendous force, causing the ground beneath the Reikage to cave in, forming a colossal crater. Ninjas in the distance were knocked down by the shockwave, their eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle before them. So powerful, someone murmured. This confrontation had surpassed their expectations. They had never witnessed such a display of might. Yet, they ultimately had chosen the wrong opponent. The hardness of the infinite was beyond his current capacity to shatter. Furthermore, the internal destruction capabilities of Haki could not be transmitted to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the onlookers beheld the third Reikage again, a trickle of blood escaped his lips. However, his expression was one of sheer delight as he spat out the blood, which was immediately carbonized by the surrounding lightning. He activated his observation Haki with all his might, utilizing the terrifying speed granted by the armed Haki and lightning release to circle around Sarutobi Hiruzen, seizing every opportunity to launch surprise attacks. In the face of the Reikage's incredible speed and resilience, Hiruzen found himself at a disadvantage. Even with the tailed beast cloak and the infinite weapon, he was unable to land a hit on the elusive third Reikage. Each time he was struck, he flailed at the surrounding air in vain. Realizing he could not best A, Hiruzen contemplated attempting a transformation into the second stage of wood release. If possible, he would avoid resorting to his final transformation. The memory of that last transformation still haunted him, and he even questioned whether his accelerated aging was linked to it. The Reikage watched as the tailed beast cloak around Sarutobi Hiruzen dissipated, yet his armor became greener, sprouting green shoots. He refrained from immediate attack, instead mockingly taunting, "Third Hokage, are you preparing to surrender?" Hiruzen remained silent, swiftly forming hand seals. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. Unlike Danzo's previous use of the wood release technique, which primarily ensnared foes with wooden vines from his arms, the birth of the world of trees rapidly summoned multiple trees from the ground, creating a forest in an instant. The combatant controlled all offensive and defensive maneuvers within the forest, and Hiruzen sought to ensnare the ever-fleeing third Reikage. Nearby, Inoki was left astounded. This was one of the legendary techniques of the first Hokage of Konoha. He had never imagined Uchiha Naruto could wield such formidable wood release through a mere piece of equipment. Did this imply that anyone could become a bloodline ninja in the future? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's battle did not unfold smoothly, even with control over the entire forest. He could not seize the third Reikage. As time passed, Hiruzen felt his chakra waning. Thus, he abandoned the pursuit of A and commanded the forest to consume the surrounding cloud and rock ninjas. One by one, they were ensnared amidst their cries for mercy, with some Konoha ninjas seizing the chance to strike while their enemies were entangled. Hiruzen's wood release differed from the original. While the original merely absorbed chakra, his version, imbued with the power of Tyrol and other mysterious forces, not only siphoned the enemy's chakra, but also devoured their flesh to sustain the infinite. The third Reikage bore witness as his fellow villagers transformed into desiccated husks before his eyes, his fury boiling over. He could accept the deaths of his village's ninjas at the hands of enemies. Perhaps that was the fate of a ninja. Even someone as powerful as he could one day perish on the battlefield. Yet, Hiruzen's grotesque wood release was not merely killing, it was consuming. He was devouring each ninja to replenish his chakra and sustain himself and his weapon. The third Reikage ceased evading and charged directly at Sarutobi Hiruzen in a deathly rush. He relied on the advanced observation Haki he had acquired through combat to sense the surrounding trees. When evasion was impossible, he resorted to shattering them with his fists or feet. However, as he drew nearer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the density of trees around him increased. Ultimately, he became ensnared by several trees, yet he managed to break free using his formidable physique. Nevertheless, as time passed, an ever-growing number of trees continued to bind him. For every one he escaped, 2 more would ensnare him, and for every 2 he freed himself from, for more would emerge, until he was thoroughly bound like a rice dumpling. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed this scene with a smile, though he couldn't shake the feeling that a voice was urging him to utterly annihilate the third Reikage, to consume him completely. Unlike Shimura Danzo's would release, which suppressed, Hiruzen's would release devoured chakra at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, it forced the third Reikage to abandon his lightning release chakra mode, and the branches began to feverishly burrow into him. Though hindered by Busashoku Haki, they could not penetrate the body of Reikage A. These trees commenced a direct assault on his flesh, attempting to consume him from the outside in. Subsequently, Reikage A found himself embroiled in a tug-of-war with the wood release that sought to devour his very essence. His Busashoku Haki was gradually worn down, yet he persistently reinforced it. The third Reikage was willing to confront Sarutobi Hiruzen's wood release head-on for the sake of his subordinates and the Cloud Shinobi. Witnessing their leader ensnared by wood release, were not contemplating retreat, but rather furiously attacking Hiruzen's arboreal domain, striving for a breakthrough at its core. However, more often than not, they would destroy a tree or two only to be ensnared and consumed by Hiruzen's wood release. Nariku observed Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in eerie armor while consuming flesh with his wood release, and glanced at Shimura Danzo, who was ruthlessly slaughtering and devouring flesh with his dojutsu. Particularly, Danzo had become almost unrecognizable, his entire body covered in dense green scales. Even sharp teeth had sprouted from his mouth. He suddenly felt that these two from Konoha were hardly human. As for why he found himself on the battlefield, it was evident that this war held immense significance for his subsequent forging endeavors. He aimed to ensure that the weak did not suffer unduly while also wishing to witness the performance of his various exceptional creations. As the third Reikage watched his subordinates fall one by one, an inexhaustible fury ignited within him. He would not allow himself to die here in such a pitiful manner. He would not permit Sarutobi Hiruzen's wood release to consume his flesh and turn him into sustenance for Hiruzen, nor would he allow Hiruzen to devour all his subordinates. The third Reikage may be deemed warlike, cruel to other villages, and ambitious, but he held an unwavering affection for the people of the cloud. Otherwise, he could not have accomplished the feat of single-handedly confronting 10,000 stone shinobi for 3 days and nights. Yet now, Sarutobi Hiruzen had utterly touched his sore spot. Chapter 134, The Peculiar. A powerful heartbeat resonated from the Reikage's heart, and he suddenly felt a surge of enlightenment, gaining a deeper understanding of Haki. In that moment, his Busashoku Haki reached its pinnacle. He squeezed every ounce of chakra from himself and enveloped his lightning release chakra with Busashoku Haki. As he released the chakra pulsating with Haki from within outward, it differed from the usual blue lightning release. This time, he unleashed the black lightning release he had painstakingly developed. This type of lightning release could concentrate its attack on a single target and then spread outward, inherently passed down to Durui after the third Reikage's demise. The combination with the black Busashoku Haki produced a black sphere that expanded outward, instantly obliterating the wood release it encountered, reducing it to nothingness. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils instantly locked onto the third Reikage, astonished that it could still execute the lightning release chakra mode despite the consumption of his chakra. Even while his flesh was being devoured, he managed to break through the encirclement. The third Reikage once again beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen and bellowed in rage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your end is nigh. He then formed seals with his hands and unleashed a punch. Instantly, a panther-shaped black lightning erupted from his body, enhanced by Busashoku Haki. At that moment, the apparition of a panther seemed to solidify, donning black iron armor, roaring as it charged towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The sequence of actions appeared intricate, yet the speed was remarkable. By this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already manipulated a multitude of new trees, directing them toward the third Reikage and the Black Panther. However, when the trees obstructed the panther's path, they could not withstand its charge. Meanwhile, the trees that threatened to envelop the third Reikage were thwarted by him once again. The third Reikage activated the lightning release chakra mode once more, but unlike before, he did not merely attach Busashoku Haki to his flesh. Instead, he directly affixed it to the surface of his lightning release armor. In that moment, it seemed as if his lightning release armor had materialized. And faced with the amalgamation of Busashoku and lightning release chakra, Hiruzen's wood release could only be continuously obliterated. The Black Panther drew ever closer to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who resolutely relinquished control of the wood release. He tightened his grip on his weapon, Infinite, attempting to utilize its ability to absorb a portion of the lightning release or even rebound it to withstand the Reikage's Haki-infused ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen enlarged and thickened Infinite, swinging it down with all his might at the panther. However, What transpired next left Ryūjin wide-eyed. The panther, possessing terrifying speed, leaped aside, evading Ryūjin's strike, and thrust its body against his abdomen with all its might. In the moment the panther collided with Sarutobi Ryūjin's would-release armor, the mixed black lightning release, infused with Busashoku, swiftly enveloped Ryūjin's entire being. Even someone as powerful as Ryūjin felt a painful grunt escape him, momentarily losing the ability to act. Moreover, the now smaller panther had increased its penetrating power and momentum, relentlessly driving against his armored abdomen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The panther pierced through the armor, burrowing into Sarutobi Ryūjin's abdomen. The enhanced black lightning release, infused with top-tier Busashoku Haki, exploded within Ryūjin, instantly devastating his internal organs and body. The charred remains of Sarutobi Ryūjin collapsed to the ground, his flesh seemingly fully carbonized, with pieces of armor crumbling and falling away to reveal his charred form. Strangely, the armor on his head remained intact. "Teacher!" The three shinobi entangled with Inoki shouted upon witnessing this scene. Inoki laughed heartily. "Sarutobi Ryūjin is dead." Shimura Danzo cast a glance at Ryūjin and then continued his frenzied slaughter of nearby shinobi to feed to his dojutsu. The morale of the Konoha shinobi plummeted upon seeing their Hokage downed, while the morale of the IWA and Kyumo shinobi soared. Especially the Cloud shinobi, who, while chanting the praises of their raikage, charged fiercely toward the Konoha shinobi. Did the IWA shinobi not shout? A few bold ones called out a couple of times before they caught sight of their leader's deathly gaze, hastily falling silent. Naruto regarded the raikage performance with a nod of satisfaction. He had creatively conceived the idea of affixing Busashoku to the 5 elemental ninjutsu, applying it to the lightning release armor, and even managed to attach it to detached ninjutsu, achieving remote control of Busashoku Haki to evade attacks with the assistance of lightning release ninjutsu. While these concepts might not be particularly difficult to comprehend, executing them was an entirely different matter. The chasm between understanding and execution was immense. Naruto could intuitively grasp that the third raikage had attained the pinnacle of Busashoku Haki. Through unparalleled talent, formidable will, and terrifying fortune, Naruto transcended to the pinnacle of the advanced armament Haki. At the tender age of merely 12, he stood atop this formidable power. As for Sarutobi Hizashi, Naruto believed that the time for his demise had not yet arrived. From a distance, he commanded the infinite armor, which had transformed into the infinite helmet, using a thread of bizarre flesh and blood to connect with the shattered fragments of armor lying beside Sarutobi Hizashi. Subsequently, they burrowed into Hizashi's body. The armor's forced healing properties began to take effect. Hizashi's form began to grotesquely swell, as countless strange vines indiscriminately ensnared the surrounding ninjas. Many of these unfortunate souls were devoured into desiccated husks before they could even let out a scream. The third raikage, A, who had turned to leave, suddenly felt a jolt of perception. He swiftly grasped a peculiar vine. Turning back, he beheld a sight that shattered sanity. Countless vines radiated outward from Hizashi, who was no longer recognizable as a human, now merely a grotesque mass of red and green flesh. These vines were punctuated by the bodies of ninjas, their mouths agape, transformed into horrifying corpses. Chapter 135, Stalemate. The ninjas on the battlefield witnessed this terrifying spectacle and fled from the grotesque mass. The Sannin frowned at the bloody and brutal scene, feeling it was a stark violation of the will of fire. On seeing this grotesque tableau, Inoki found himself devoid of any urge to mock. As the bizarre vines continued to extend and consume flesh, the central mass grew ever larger. Naturally, the third raikage sensed the increasing strength of this mass and endeavored to approach it. However, the vines were far more repulsive and resilient than the previous would release, which would dissipate upon contact with his armored lightning release. Yet, these damned vines, upon contact, would tug him back, making them even harder to sever. Moreover, their terrifying vitality meant that for every one he destroyed, 2 or 3 more would sprout in its place. This significantly impeded the third raikage's approach to the mass. He was compelled to form seals once more and unleashed a powerful punch, summoning a new Black Panther. The Black Panther, both tangible and intangible, proved to be more agile than the raikage himself in evasion. Ultimately, it arrived before the mass of flesh, which had now swelled to a height of 10 meters. The panther leaped into the mass without hesitation. Infused with armament Haki, its black lightning release rapidly spread across the grotesque form, unleashing devastating force that tore chunks of flesh from it. However, the destruction was fleeting. Within mere seconds, the energy the panther brought dissipated entirely. The mass now bore numerous pockmarks, emitting smoke that seemed to originate from carbonization. Suddenly, the mass began to undergo violent deformation, as if something was about to emerge. With a thunderous roar, a colossal titan emerged from within, its flesh gradually morphing into its form. This titan was crimson all over, adorned with dark red vines. Its scarlet eyes fixated on the third Reikage. I gazed upon this bizarre behemoth, towering nearly 50 meters, yet he felt no fear. This height was still dwarfed by the eight tails. Without hesitation, the third Reikage charged at the titan. The transformed Sarutobi Hizashi, embodying the titan, was equally undeterred, roaring as he charged towards the Reikage, seemingly intent on avenging his near demise. As the two approached, the titan swung its fist, with the vines on its arms rapidly extending, aiming to ensnare and restrict the enemy's movement. Drawing upon his experience facing large beasts like the tailed beasts, the third Reikage chose not to engage directly. Instead, he leaped into the air. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the lightning release, Chidori dance. This technique, honed through countless trials and tribulations, was as sharp as lightning itself. In the past, this very technique had enabled him to sever the tail of the eight tails. Now, when combined with top-tier armament Haki, its destructive power reached unprecedented and terrifying levels. The Reikage's roar was deafening, his gaze filled with fury and cold determination as he aimed a devastating strike at the Titan's descending arm. The vines that attempted to impede him were severed as though they were mere paper. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled violently, as if it were about to split apart. Dust filled the air, obscuring the view ahead. High above, Inoki observed the scene clearly. The third Reikage had indeed severed the Titan's arm. Witnessing the sheer destructive power of the two leaders, a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps without a fitting and powerful imperial artifact, one was unworthy of the title of Kage. The battle raged on, and as the smoke cleared, the surrounding onlookers realized that the Titan's arm had been entirely severed. Gasping for breath, the third Reikage nodded in satisfaction. However, the Titan's other fist came crashing down with terrifying force right before him. Though he sensed the impending danger in advance, the Titan's fist descended too swiftly, and the damned vines once again obstructed him. The third Reikage absorbed the full brunt of the Titan's punch, forcing him to unleash his peak armament Haki and lightning release to their utmost limits, employing the techniques he had learned from his battle with Danzo. In an instant, a deafening explosion echoed as the third Reikage was propelled away like a cannonball. The ninjas he collided with were obliterated as though struck by a freight train, reduced to mere pulp. With a thunderous crash, he was embedded deep within a massive boulder. Many cloud ninjas felt their hearts leap into their throats, and even some leaf ninjas were drawn into the unfolding spectacle. This war had taught them just how terrifying the might of a top-tier Kage could be, a force capable of directly altering the course of battle. Some pondered whether the high-ranking leaders should simply battle it out first, and then whoever emerged victorious would dictate the terms. Yet, the third Reikage did not keep his subordinates waiting long. He emerged with a hearty laugh. Watching the Titan's movements, he discarded pretense and dashed toward the Titan at a sprinting speed. He had observed the Titan using vines to pull its severed arm back, and even stitching it back together with the very same vines. It resembled a scene where a warrior, having lost an arm, simply applied some hand sanitizer to restore it. The third Reikage would not allow his hard-won victory to vanish so easily. However, by the time he drew near again, the Titan had completed its arm restoration and swung its fist anew. The two engaged in battle for a while longer, but the third Reikage struggled to find an opportunity to sever the Titan's other arm or leg. It was not that he did not wish to strike at Sarutobi Hizashi's head. Rather, the height of Hizashi made it exceedingly difficult to reach without becoming a target. Yet, through repeated probing, he discerned a weakness. He realized that Sarutobi Hizashi's intellect had significantly diminished upon transforming into the Titan. It had previously been the case that he simply preferred not to overthink, but now he recognized that relying solely on brute strength would not suffice, prompting him to finally engage his mind. However, after transforming into the Titan, Sarutobi Ryūjin seemed to possess boundless vitality, with the third Reikage unable to defeat him no matter the effort. The third Reikage's fury was ignited once again as the Titan, amidst the chaos of battle, would periodically extend its tendrils to ensnare nearby cloud shinobi, using them as sources of sustenance. Thus, the conflict between these two esteemed leaders devolved into a stalemate, transforming the skirmish into an endurance contest. Meanwhile, the war was abruptly redirected by Inoki's thunderous roar, capturing everyone's attention anew. Chapter 136, Despair. Shimura Danzo. You must perish. Inoki. who had been constrained by the three legendary ninjas, discovered that the silent Shimura Danzo had plunged into the heart of the IWA shinobi forces. In just a fleeting moment, several promising juniors he had nurtured had already fallen victim to the carnage. To him, these were invaluable talents from the Awakens, especially since not every village boasted an abundance of powerful bloodline clans and secret techniques like Konoha. At this moment, Shimura Danzo resembled Sarutobi Hiruzen in his monstrous transformation, his form now unrecognizable as human. His muscles had grotesquely expanded, towering at 3 meters. The remnants of his clothing lay in tatters, with only a few strips clinging to his frame. Occasionally, in the throes of battle, he would inadvertently reveal a rather diminutive appendage in stark contrast to his massive physique. His body was now encased in green, hardened dragon scales, with limbs of considerable girth. His head had morphed into something reminiscent of a Western dragon. The Sharingan he possessed, originally from Uchiha Kagami, had been proportionately magnified. At this point, the 19-meter-long Toketsu in his grip no longer seemed out of place. Danzo charged through the battlefield, wielding Toketsu with lethal precision, taking down one IWA ninja after another. There were times when he would even open his gaping maw, consuming IWA ninjas as if they were mere mushrooms. The ninjutsu of the foes he encountered was effortlessly absorbed by Toketsu and returned with a vengeance, while the earth techniques attempting to hinder him were easily shattered by his formidable physique. This unrestrained slaughter, coupled with his terrifying appearance, transformed Danzo into a veritable meat grinder. The weaker ninjas screamed in agony as they fell, their lives extinguished and bodies rendered into husks, while even the more formidable IWA ninjas proved no match for him. Succumbing one after another, Inoki yearned to assist, attempting to soar toward the chaos, but was suddenly intercepted by Tsunade, who had hurled a massive boulder onto the battlefield. The three legendary ninjas clung to him like leeches. In a fit of rage, Inoki exclaimed, "Look at your Konoha leadership. Do they even resemble humans anymore? I watched as Shimura Danzo crushed the skulls of our villagers. These monsters do not resemble humans. Are you willing to be led by such abominations? That accursed Danzo still possesses a 30-centimeter diameter Sharingan in his right eye. Can you not see?" The three legendary ninjas exchanged awkward glances before Orochimaru stepped forth to declare, "Even if they have countless issues, those are matters to be addressed post-war. Our current stance is that of the enemy. We must give our all against the foe." Inoki realized he could not sway these three and felt an urgent need for a new war treaty in the shinobi world. The methods of Konoha's leadership had become profoundly inhumane. With no choice but to draw closer to Danzo, Inoki found the three legendary ninjas obstructing his path. Although they could not kill him, they continuously drained his chakra. When he was within 20 meters of Danzo, he swiftly amassed chakra to unleash an extraordinarily long and powerful earth release, aerial severance technique. The three legendary ninjas could only retreat from its ferocity, showing no intent to protect Danzo. At that moment, 20 meters away, Danzo had just opened his gaping maw when half of his head was obliterated into atomic particles by the dust release. Then, a colossal explosion erupted, propelling Danzo's figure far away. Yet, even in such a state, Danzo did not perish. His sole instinct now was to survive. He wielded Toketsu to cleave through any ninja that obstructed his escape, fleeing from the battlefield as the ninjas he encountered trembled in terror, unwilling to pursue him. Inoki, observing Danzo's retreat, could not pursue further, having expended a considerable amount of chakra, and with the three legendary ninjas closing in on him, he had no means to chase after Danzo anymore. Upon reaching a forest, Danzo suddenly clasped his head and began to wail in despair. The loss of half his head seemed to trigger memories of the bonds forged with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the loss of the Hokage title, and his subsequent ambition to lead Konoha to greatness, culminating in his relentless pursuit of the Hokage position. Then came the accursed Uchiha Obito. In that instant, he realized that the last time he had been gravely injured, he had regretted not killing Uchiha Obito. Yet upon awakening, he had been once more deceived by Obito, inadvertently losing the Eight Tails. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was amiss. Even if the Eight Tails proved useless to him, he could have entrusted it to his subordinates. The overwhelming desire to annihilate Uchiha Obito had inexplicably vanished. A chilling hypothesis took form in his mind. Uchiha Obito had cast a genjutsu upon him, but then he recalled his own Sharingan, his strength, and the considerable time that had elapsed, alongside the numerous bloody battles he had fought. Surely, even Uchiha Madara could not maintain such control indefinitely. Gradually, Danzo's gaze shifted to Toketsu in his grasp, and a horrifying realization dawned upon him. It was the weapon. It was the weapon. That accursed Uchiha Obito had manipulated him through the weapon. He recalled the strange occurrences following his acquisition of Toketsu, when he had seen Sarutobi Hiruzen in dire straits. His only thought had been to slaughter enemies to sustain Toketsu. Though he was a bloodthirsty and brutal individual, he would never consume another human. At times, he even felt as if his weapon were alive. And now, Shimura Danzo was becoming a slave to the weapon. As the threads of Uchiha Obito's actions began to weave together in his mind, he pondered why Obito exhibited no greed towards his weapon. It was as though he had bestowed it upon the strong or those he deemed compatible. He recalled forcing Uchiha Obito to forge weapons using the first Hokage's cells, and Obito's unwilling demeanor. Yet he had directly utilized the first bodily cells to craft weapons for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thus, Uchiha Obito had no reluctance. He desperately sought to forge powerful weapons to control others. Then, Danzo thought of the divine guardian mecha, destined to be completed after years of Uchiha Obito's craftsmanship. When it was finally forged, would it still belong to Konoha? Whether he wielded it himself or controlled the weapon's master, who in Konoha could impede him? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already utilized his weapon. That terrifying, grotesque titan mirrored his current ghastly visage. Perhaps, he must divulge everything to the village. He must. In that moment, Shimura Danzo frantically sought to discard Toketsu, only to discover that his right hand had become fused with the weapon. He extended his left hand, attempting to sever his right hand along with Toketsu, but found that his left hand seemed to lack control, unable to exert sufficient force. He resorted to drawing a kunai, incessantly slicing at his right hand, yet its astonishing hardness rendered him incapable of inflicting damage. He touched the vacant space where half his head once resided, uncertain of when he might again fall under Uchiha Obito's control. He sensed that had Inoki not fortuitously severed half of his brain, he might have remained oblivious to Obito's manipulation until death. He gripped his own brain matter, enduring excruciating pain, while fear gnawed at him, compelling him to remember critical information. He muttered incessantly, Uchiha Naruto, the village, control, weapons, destruction. In a frenzied state, he yearned to return to the village to unveil Uchiha Naruto's sinister plot. It was imperative that he warn the villagers about the emergence of a creature within the inherently malevolent Uchiha clan, one far more wicked than Uchiha Obito. He intended to annihilate Konoha. After only a few steps, Shimura Danzo caught sight of a striking figure. Naruto wore an amiable and cheerful smile, reminiscent of the expression he had upon first meeting Danzo as an 8-year-old. With genuine concern, he inquired, Lord Danzo, what brings you to seek me? What are these dreadful words? My name, control, weapons, and destruction. Chapter 137. The curtain falls on Danzo. Shimura Danzo, who had long reveled in his tyranny over the village, felt his heart skip a beat at the sight of Naruto. At that moment, he perhaps comprehended the mentality of the insignificant souls soon to face his judgment. It was akin to a timid mouse confronting a tabby cat, one that must tread with utmost caution, employing every ounce of cunning and effort to grasp even a fleeting chance of survival. Danzo forced a ghastly smile, grotesquely contorted by the absence of part of his skull, and feigned calmness as he addressed Naruto. An unforeseen incident occurred on the battlefield, leaving me gravely injured. I was about to return to the village to ensure your safety. If the enemy were to seize control of you and wield your forged weapons to obliterate the village, it would be disastrous. I must hasten back to prepare. Naruto feigned realization, responding to Danzo. I thought you were going to Konoha to speak ill of me. A bead of sweat trickled down Danzo's forehead as he anxiously replied. Naruto, let us return together to fortify our defenses. Though Danzo was desperate to distance himself from the embodiment of his nightmares, Uchiha Naruto, he knew he had to bring him along to maintain the facade of his earlier statements. Thus, the two made their way toward Konoha. Their conversation flowed intermittently. Lord Danzo, why do you keep scratching at your brain matter? My head itches a bit. Lord Danzo, are you aware of the numerous flaws you are exposing? There are so many inconsistencies. What flaws? Be silent, Uchiha Naruto. At that moment, Danzo recalled certain things, hoping to assert his authority as a high-ranking member of Konoha to intimidate Naruto. Naruto, however, disregarded Danzo's concerns and continued, I observed the battlefield situation throughout. The third Hokage currently holds the upper hand. Inoki has exhausted a significant amount of chakra and is cowering in the sky, hesitant to attack recklessly. While Konoha's ninja count may not match the combined forces of the Cloud and Rock ninjas, their individual prowess is vastly superior. Moreover, it is foreseeable that if the third Hokage emerges victorious, he will decisively suppress the opposition. Most importantly, you are the Hokage's aide, the leader of the Roots. In the past, you would have vociferously reprimanded me rather than methodically explaining so much. And your smile just now was truly repulsive. Lord Danzo, you are afraid of me. Haha. At that moment, a surge of fury welled up within Danzo. He mentally screamed, Why? Why is it that despite my cautious demeanor, choosing to engage in a facade with Uchiha Naruto, I am subjected to such humiliation by this wicked Uchiha? The most disheartening part is that my previous attempts at subterfuge were utterly futile. He had once relished playing with people's hearts, toying with those who would resort to any means for survival in his presence, only to shatter their spirits and seize everything they possessed. The dynamics of offense and defense had shifted, and he could now feel the weight of despair. At this moment, Danzo understood he could no longer feign ignorance. He gazed at Uchiha Naruto's neck, his inner fury and primal instinct for survival compelling him to act, to slay him with a single stroke. This insufferable boy was reveling in his triumph. If only he could end him, everything would conclude, and Danzo could continue his reign as the leader of the Roots. Perhaps even ascend to the position of Hokage. If he killed Naruto, Konoha would not fall. He could save himself. Danzo had never felt such strength in his right hand. He swung his weapon, the Kusanagi, with all his might. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the thicket. Clutching his left arm, Danzo realized he had intended to sever Naruto's neck, but had instead amputated his own left arm. Naruto, feigning concern, remarked, Lord Danzo, how careless of you. Is there an enemy lurking nearby? Why did you wield your blade? Danzo's psyche shattered completely at that moment. He was now 100% certain of Naruto's insidious nature. That wretched Uchiha could freely manipulate the weapons he had forged. It was he who had guided the Kusanagi to sever Danzo's own left hand. Danzo roared at Naruto. Stop the charade. You, the inherently malevolent Uchiha brat. It is you. It is you who controlled the Kusanagi to sever my left arm. Anyone who wields your weapons will gradually be ensnared by your control, becoming your puppet. Sarutobi Hiruzen was subjected to this, as am I. All those who acquired your weapons will share the same fate. That abominable guardian machine of the nation you forged will ultimately fall under your dominion. What are you truly after? Naruto fell silent. Although Danzo's assertions were not entirely accurate, he was surprised by how much he had deduced. At times, Naruto found Danzo's assistance rather beneficial. Despite the minor troubles he had caused initially and his excessive greed, it was precisely due to his cunning that he could repeatedly exploit the resources of his foes to attain his true desires. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished countless times. Danzo, seeing Naruto's silence, mistakenly believed he had struck a nerve. He realized there would be no chance for a peaceful resolution today. As he charged at Naruto, he activated the four-symbol seal. Danzo shouted, Let us descend into hell together, Uchiha Naruto. Yet, before he could take 2 steps, he discovered he had lost control over his own body, and despair engulfed him. So this was Uchiha Naruto, a being who generally masqueraded as gentle and amiable, yet once engaged, turned enemies into helpless prey ensnared in a web, with no hope of escape. What filled Danzo with even greater despair was the thought that if he died or fell completely under Naruto's control, who could possibly stop Uchiha Naruto? Did Konoha still have a future? Naruto regarded Danzo, fully aware that today he must kill him. However, he had no intention of offering extensive explanations. The world of shinobi still possessed the ability to allow the dead to speak. Suddenly, a twisted sense of amusement surged within him, and he spoke in a narrative tone. Do you wish to know my true purpose? Then allow me to enlighten you. Danzo, with the last vestiges of his remaining eye, fixated intently on Naruto, yearning for an answer. The blind, foolish god Azathoth descended into an eternal slumber. The realm of dreams birthed the primordial cosmos. The blind and foolish Azathoth initially gave rise to darkness, from which the supreme mother goddess Shub-Niggurath emerged, endowed with the power of creation. She birthed all forms of life. The nameless mist birthed the key to the gate, Yog-Sothoth, the omniscient entity of time and space, the existence of the silver key. And chaos manifested as Nyarlathotep, often referred to as the messenger. The 3 aforementioned beings are known as the Great Old Ones. The essence of the universe lies in the slumber of that which cannot be perceived or defined. Should he awaken, all shall cease to exist. Nyarlathotep, as Azathoth's messenger, brought forth the significance of existence for all living and non-living beings within the cosmos. That is to incite chaos and disorder, leading to destruction. And I am but one of the countless manifestations of Nyarlathotep. I intend to plunge the shinobi world into ceaseless chaos and warfare. This is my purpose. Toby, despite knowing he should not place his trust in the nonsensical ramblings of Naruto, found himself grappling with a troubling realization. What if Uchiha Naruto had not spoken falsely? Was everything he had done truly devoid of meaning? Was endless slaughter, destruction, and chaos the only path that lay before him? In that moment, Toby's heart succumbed to despair. He ceased to resist and relinquished control of his body to any entity that sought to dominate it. He even endeavored to extinguish his own consciousness, yet found himself utterly incapable. Ultimately, a fragment of his soul penetrated the weapon, merging with its power. As Naruto remained oblivious to the unfolding events, he was suddenly confronted with the shocking news of Toby's demise. Had he perished from fear induced by his own feeble horror tales? Then, a curious occurrence transpired. The consciousness of the weapon consumed Toby's memories, seizing control of his corporeal form. Chapter 138, Victory for Konoha. The eyes of Toby, now under Naruto's dominion, glinted with a feral and primal intensity, stripped of the cunning human essence he once possessed. Toby, kneeling in deference, addressed Naruto as master. Should I continue to call you Toby, or shall I refer to you as the weapon? Naruto inquired with keen interest. I beseech you, grant me a name. I have devoured Toby's memories, and the former Toby has been entirely transformed into the spirit of the weapon. Then you shall be known as the weapon henceforth. However, upon returning to Konoha, you must maintain the guise of Toby. Command the root. Now go forth and engage in slaughter. Your power remains insufficient. Naruto commanded. Oh, and refrain from revealing our connection to others. Do not kneel indiscriminately. What I require is a useful subordinate. The weapon swiftly returned to the battlefield, bearing Toby's essence. Meanwhile, underground, Akatsuki's Obito found himself lost in contemplation, muttering to himself, is our existence ultimately devoid of meaning? Are we merely here to appease the blind and foolish deity, Azathoth? This crucial revelation must be conveyed to Madara. Realizing the urgency of the matter, Obito resolved to personally return to Uchiha Madara's new stronghold. Upon encountering Madara, he exclaimed, "This is grave news, my lord. I possess significant intelligence that warrants my personal report." Madara regarded him with a puzzled expression. Obito proceeded to summarize the creation myth of the Cthulhu mythos, concluding with a self-satisfied stance, hands on his hips, as he glanced at Black Zetsu. Though lacking intellect, he had sensed Black Zetsu's disdain for him on several occasions. He envisioned earning Madara's favor, confident that he would finally understand the meaning of existence. Little did he expect, after hearing his account, that both Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu would look upon him with incredulity. Black Zetsu mocked. From where did you hear such a tale? You assert that the world originates from dreams. How utterly ludicrous. And what of these so-called three pillars? I have never encountered such a concept. Though Black Zetsu possessed considerable knowledge, he had never heard of any cosmic three pillars. Perhaps the infinite Tsukuyomi is akin to a more powerful dream, one that transcends reality. Obito countered, a sudden spark of defiance igniting within him. Enough, Madara interjected, his patience wearing thin. He had no interest in their squabbling, nor did he care whether reality was merely another's dream. His singular goal was to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and realize the infinite Tsukuyomi. Moreover, he deemed Obito's claims to be sheer nonsense. I shall prove the truth of this world to you. At that moment, Obito felt as if he had discovered a purpose beyond obeying Madara's commands and seeking the meaning of existence. Begone. Monitor Uchiha Naruto and Shimura Danzo closely. Madara issued his decree. Just as Obito prepared to depart, he suddenly halted, reporting to Madara, "Oh, my lord, Danzo appears to be deceased." Before his demise, he claimed that Uchiha Naruto could control others through his weapon. He attempted to dispose of the weapon multiple times, but failed each time. Ultimately, he resorted to a sealing technique for self-destruction, which also failed. The consciousness within the blade consumed Danzo's memories, and his soul's essence was swallowed by the weapon. Furthermore, he unwittingly remarked that Uchiha Naruto is a more malevolent Uchiha than you, my lord. It seems Danzo was courting death by daring to imply that Naruto is more sinister than you. Madara, upon hearing Obito's report, fell into deep contemplation. A weapon devouring its master? Becoming a slave to Uchiha Naruto? This presupposes that the weapon itself possesses the conditions for generating a soul. Could it be that Naruto wields a uniquely forged weapon capable of such feats? Or was it a matter of his own insufficient research? Pondering these possibilities, a smile crept across Madara's face. He had never held much fondness for Danzo. It appeared that Naruto had indeed sensed the discrimination the Hokage faction held against the Uchiha. Selectively avenging Danzo might also extend to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Were it not for Uchiha Naruto's cunning, he would have been the most suitable candidate for executing the Eye of the Moon plan. Additionally, the restoration of lifespan should serve as bait for Naruto to entice the Hokage faction. Having analyzed these thoughts, Madara spoke to Obito with a dispassionate tone. For now, let us prioritize matters concerning Uchiha Naruto. Continue your surveillance of him. If time permits, investigate the nature of Danzo and his weapon. Obito promptly saluted Madara, declaring, "As you command, my lord." He then strode past Black Zetsu, casting a disdainful glance at the latter, who neither ate nor labored. On the battlefield, Inoki, the Tsuchikage, was on the verge of nausea from the relentless assault of the Sannin when he caught sight of the infuriating return of Danzo. The wounds on Danzo's head had nearly healed, and more disturbingly, he seemed to have become even more ferocious. With the blade in hand, his movements were instinctual, slicing, thrusting, and piercing with remarkable agility, sowing chaos across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the third Reikage, found himself in a dire struggle. Having just reached the pinnacle of his mastery in armament Haki, he was already fatigued from expending a considerable amount of chakra and sustaining his form. Facing the transformed Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had become a titan, his energy was rapidly depleting. Yet, Hiruzen continually replenished his strength, causing A's condition to deteriorate further. After a moment of internal conflict, Inoki shouted to A, "Delaying further is detrimental. We must retreat." Though A was a combative spirit, he recognized the unfavorable circumstances and lacked any strategy for a turnaround. Reluctantly, he ordered a retreat. As the enemy forces began to withdraw, the Sannin turned their attention to Hiruzen, who, at that moment, appeared to have lost his wits and was recklessly pursuing the fleeing foes. Simultaneously, Danzo, now a relentless killing machine, charged at the enemy without hesitation. After a brief pause, Orochimaru commanded, "We shall pursue them for a distance." The Konoha ninjas understood that this was the opportune moment to strike down their adversaries. As they pursued the Cloud and Stone ninjas, Inoki felt a surge of anger upon witnessing Danzo's utter disregard for dignity, ruthlessly slaughtering ordinary IWA, shinobi, and their juniors without a second thought. Dust release, detachment of the original world. Inoki, having exhausted his chakra, unleashed his dust release technique once more. However, Danzo evaded the attack with an uncanny awareness, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. The third Reikage, witnessing Danzo's monstrous transformation, felt a surge of destructive impulse. Contemplating that he could not defeat Hiruzen, he wondered if he might vanquish the now monstrous Danzo. Addressing Inoki, he questioned, "What has become of the higher-ups in Konoha?" Then, with a fist imbued with the finest of armament Haki and lightning release, he struck at Doki. However, as soon as his fist made contact with the ninja blade, the third Reikage realized with growing alarm that his armament Haki and chakra were dissipating at an alarming rate. He could not help but curse vehemently, delivering a powerful kick to Doki that sent him flying a considerable distance. At this moment, the Reikage had no inclination to assist Inoki. Instead, he returned to his own team, remaining ever vigilant against the potential return of Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 139, The Rift Among the Three Sages. While keeping a watchful eye on Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the third Reikage could not fathom that Hiruzen was merely observing him intently without taking further action. Thus, the pursuit of the IWA and Kumo ninja by Konoha continued unabated until they reached the Land of Rain, where it finally came to a halt. At this juncture, Inoki and A convened, realizing that their forces had suffered nearly half of their original numbers in this fierce conflict. In contrast, the IWA ninja had sustained greater losses, with preliminary estimates suggesting over 4,000 casualties, leaving them with fewer than 6,000 remaining. The Kumo forces had fared slightly better, losing around 3,000. With just under 5,000 still standing, Inoki clenched his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn Shimura Danzo. If I encounter him again, I shall eliminate him." He lamented the overwhelming power exhibited by Konoha's two leaders, whom he likened to monsters. The Reikage, nodded in agreement, stating, "The weapon wielded by Uchiha Naruto is indeed terrifying. Those two inept individuals have managed to display such formidable combat prowess solely through the assistance of Naruto's weaponry. This matter cannot simply be allowed to rest." In the mind of the third Reikage, although he too had utilized Uchiha Naruto's potent seed, it required his own training and comprehension to wield effectively. Conversely, Danzo and Hiruzen relied purely on the might of their weapons. However, A's ambitions were steadily inflating. He envisioned bringing Uchiha Naruto to the hidden cloud, forging dozens, if not hundreds, of those potent seeds to elevate the military strength of Kumo to unprecedented heights. Likewise, Inoki yearned for weaponry from Uchiha Naruto that suited his own capabilities, feeling that his once unparalleled strength among the five Kage was now somewhat inadequate. Furthermore, the equipment from Uchiha Naruto could significantly compensate for the deficiencies in bloodline and secret techniques within the IWA ninja ranks. Thus, both men harbored ulterior motives, persuading one another not to relinquish their ambitions. After all, the power of Konoha loomed large, not something any village could easily contend with. Watching as the Kumo and IWA forces retreated, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally exhaled, slowly dispelling his shadow clone. Although he appeared to possess remarkable endurance in battle, capable of continually utilizing medical supplies, the constant strain on his will during the process of infinite transformation had taken a significant toll. Unbeknownst to him, the previous command from Naruto had enforced an unending healing, resulting in a considerable amount of blood and flesh from the village's ninja remaining within him. The use of fellow ninjas as medical supplies weighed heavily on Hiruzen's conscience, even for someone of his stature. As the three sages approached the now diminished Hiruzen, he stumbled unsteadily after completing his transformation. Jiraiya rushed to support him, yet in that fleeting moment, he revealed a look of astonishment. It felt as though he was supporting not a man, but a great ape, as he sensed something akin to fur beneath Hiruzen's garments. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Jiraiya's right hand. Instinctively, he recoiled. Upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock, for it was a dark, branch-like appendage that had pricked him. Yet, upon further scrutiny, he discerned that it was not fur, but rather a long, vine-like tendril resembling hair. Furrowing his brow, Jiraiya inquired, "Are you all right, sensei?" Hiruzen, feeling an odd state of being, mentally drained yet physically vibrant, gazed at him with his crimson eyes and replied, "I am fine." "How many ninjas did we lose this time?" Orochimaru stepped forward, stating, conservatively, "Konoha has likely lost close to 5,000 ninjas, leaving us with just over 6,000. The precise figures will require further assessment." Hiruzen nodded. Recognizing that Orochimaru's estimation was commendable, he then gestured for the three sages to attend to the retreat. However, as he turned away, Jiraiya cautioned, "Sensei, please refrain from using the infinite imperial tools in the future. That weapon is far too ominous." And Elder Danzo as well. Before Jiraiya could finish, Hiruzen interjected, "Enough. I am weary." With that, he hurriedly departed. Just as Jiraiya intended to leave, he was confronted by Tsunade, who fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "Are you doubting Naruto? And what was it that you hesitated to say just now?" Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head, and joked, "No, not at all. I was merely about to tell Sensei that I was considering applying for a post-war vacation." Tsunade, however, did not share in his levity. Her tone was cold as she replied, "We have been friends for many years. Tell me the truth." Listening to Tsunade's insistence, Jiraiya fell silent for a moment before continuing to smile and insisting, "There really is nothing to it, just a matter of post-war travel." He even teased, "Are you planning to join me on my journey through the ninja world?" A surge of fury welled up within Tsunade, yet she refrained from striking him. Instead, she calmly stated, "Do not speak of such things to me in the future. I fear Naruto may misunderstand." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Jiraiya in contemplative silence, accompanied only by the observing Orochimaru. Jiraiya watched as Tsunade departed, exchanged a brief farewell with Orochimaru, and then left as well. Orochimaru observed his two departing companions, acutely aware that the bond among the legendary Sannin could never return to its former state. It was not solely that Tsunade had developed feelings for Naruto, or that Jiraiya's pursuit of her had ended in failure. Rather, the three of them had become numb amidst the unending warfare, each now harboring new aspirations. 3 hours ago, Sunagakure in the Land of Wind. The Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone had already engaged Konoha in battle, with both Inoki and Reikage taking the field personally. The Konoha side was represented by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the three sages. The combined forces exceeded 20,000 ninja, with Konoha contributing over 10,000. Chiyo was briefing the third Kazekage on the situation at the front lines. Upon hearing that Konoha's most formidable ninjas had seemingly all deployed to the front, and that the majority of their military strength had followed suit, the third Kazekage interjected, "So, does this mean Konoha's defenses are quite vulnerable? Can we attempt a surprise attack on them?" Chiyo pondered the Kazekage's suggestion, weighing the likelihood of success, but she recalled Konoha's previous threats and replied apprehensively, "Konoha has claimed that should we engage, they will annihilate Sunagakure." The third Kazekage was well aware of this, and he articulated his reasoning. The financial support from the feudal lord to Sunagakure has diminished. The village is increasingly struggling to sustain itself, especially after training a large number of ninjas over the years. We can no longer support such a vast population of shinobi. Moreover, do you truly believe that Konoha, IWA, and Kumo will allow us to sit idly by? Both Inoki and Reikage have reached out to me multiple times, urging me to mobilize, even hinting at subtle threats. We cannot easily align ourselves with Konoha. For with the vast arsenal of Uchiha Naruto, a single misstep could result in us being besieged by the entire ninja world. If we could seize some of Uchiha Naruto's weaponry, it would bolster our village's foundation. We cannot afford to bear the humiliation of being defeated by the land of rain any longer. Most importantly, if it comes to it, we can always surrender. Can we not? Chapter 140, Tsunagekyu's Offensive, Konoha's Shikamaru prepares. Chiyo contemplated the Kazekage's assertions, finding merit in his words. At present, the Hidden Leaf Village finds itself in an unprecedented state of vacancy, presenting an opportune moment for lucrative endeavors amidst war. The Sand Village, in dire financial straits, is in desperate need of seizing valuable resources for survival and development. Even in the worst-case scenario, surrender is merely an option. She firmly believes that the Leaf Village would not relentlessly pursue the already capitulated Sand Village. The third Kazekage, observing Chiyo, concurred and commenced issuing orders. This time, we shall dispatch an initial force of 3,000 troops, primarily for a preliminary assault to mitigate excessive losses. Elder Chiyo, who do you deem most suitable to command the troops? This was the third Kazekage's way of reciprocating Chiyo's support for his opinions, for even as a Kazekage, he could not assert his will unilaterally within the village, often needing to consider Chiyo's faction's perspectives. After a moment of contemplation, Chiyo responded, "Let my son and daughter-in-law undertake this mission together. Their combined prowess has already surpassed the elite jonin within the village." The third Kazekage smiled, remarking, "They are indeed formidable ninjas cultivated by Elder Chiyo, evidently capable of operating independently. The future of the Wind Village will undoubtedly rely on such exceptional ninjas." Chiyo felt a twinge of pride. While her son and daughter-in-law may not individually match her strength, together, they were no less formidable. Moreover, they had ample time ahead to grow, potentially surpassing her. Now, with the prestigious position of battlefield commander bestowed upon them, should they achieve great merit, they could carry with them the momentum of victory, even harboring hopes of ascending to the position of the fourth Kazekage. The very thought of her family becoming the next generation of leaders filled Chiyo with exhilaration. Due to the nature of the surprise assault, the troops quickly gathered. Within half an hour, 1,000 sand ninjas were assembled, with the remaining 2,000 expected to arrive within a day. The extraordinary world of ninjas differs vastly from conventional warfare, necessitating the timely provision of resources. For ninjas, it takes merely 2 days to traverse from the Leaf Village to the Sand Village. As for their current endeavor, traveling from the Sand Village to the borders of the Land of Fire conservatively requires just 1 day. Regarding armaments, many ninjas prefer to carry their own weapons. These factors collectively expedite the assembly of the ninja forces. The third Kazekage, Chiyo, and Chiyo's brother stood before the parents of Sasori. After a brief war mobilization, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law departed with 1,000 sand ninjas. During their journey, they began deliberating on their subsequent plans. Chiyo Sasori said to his wife, Chiyo Mei-ling, "We shall first infiltrate the borders of the Leaf Village, awaiting the arrival of the 3,000-strong army. After a 5-hour respite, we will launch a full-scale assault. Seizing the moment of Leaf's vacancy will prove more advantageous than preserving our strength." Chiyo Mei-ling nodded in agreement, gazing at her husband with admiration. A day later, the Leaf forces remained stationed at the border, recuperating from a multitude of injuries sustained. They also had to remain vigilant against potential counterattacks from the Cloud and Rock ninjas. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a rather precarious situation, feeling mentally unstable and unable to return to the village at will. Thus, when the Sand forces completed their assembly, the Leaf Village remained in a state of unpreparedness. Subsequently, the Sand Ninja forces, led by Chiyo Sasori, surged through the Land of Fire. Upon receiving word of the incursion, Mito Gate Kurenai and Uchiha Koharu learned that the Sand had already invaded significant portions of the Land of Fire. Mito Gate Kurenai anxiously exclaimed, "Both Hiruzen and Danzo are still at the front lines, and the transmission of intelligence requires time. Should we wait for their return?" Uchiha Koharu immediately countered, "No. If we wait for Hiruzen and Danzo to return, we will render ourselves entirely passive, and the daimyo will hold us accountable. More critically, our lack of resistance will convey a dangerous message to other villages, that the Leaf Village is devoid of capable defenders. If this incites further aggression from other villages, we will be doomed." Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Mito Gate Kurenai acknowledged the necessity for decisive action. After a moment of reflection, he proposed, "Let us send Hatake Tsukumo to lead a contingent of ninjas to intercept the Sand forces. We can then inform Hiruzen, directing him to launch a counteroffensive against the Sand forces at the border. What do you think?" Uchiha Koharu considered this a viable plan as well. At this point, While Hatake Tsukumo's reputation had yet to reach its zenith, he was still widely regarded as a formidable warrior. In the eyes of the higher-ups, he was indeed more capable than any individual among the legendary Sannin. Thus, the Leaf Village hastily mobilized over 1,500 ninjas under Hatake Tsukumo's command. Tsukumo, bewildered by this sudden assignment, had been enjoying a peaceful day at home. He had never before been tasked with leading more than 200 subordinates. However, upon Mito Gate Kurenai and Uchiha Koharu explaining the dire situation, he solemnly accepted the mission, fully aware of the village's critical juncture. Upon returning home, Hatake Tsukumo caressed the water dragon's sword in his hand, murmuring, "They say a sword is honed over 3 years, Naruto. Since you forged this ninja blade for me, I have yet to engage in a true battle. This time, the water dragon's sword must truly be unleashed. I cannot bring shame upon my comrades." He then bid farewell to Hatake Mikako and young Hatake Kakashi before departing. Mikako, being an understanding wife, refrained from discouraging Tsukumo from undertaking the mission. 2 hours later, Hatake Tsukumo led 1,500 leaf ninjas to intercept the sand forces. He addressed the assembled ninjas with a commanding voice. "We are heading to confront the sand. Behind us lies the leaf. This battle is ours to win. We cannot retreat any further. Are you capable of achieving this?" The leaf ninjas chorused in unison, "Yes." In their eyes, the sand were mere trifles. As long as they could hold their ground, victory would surely follow once the Hokage's main forces arrived. Meanwhile, Hatake Tsukumo felt a surge of self-encouragement. Though lacking experience in commanding large forces, he still possessed a modicum of knowledge in this regard. Chapter 141. Encounter. Run. At this moment, a leaf outpost was being pursued by the sand ninjas. Though the sand had only 3,000 troops, the numerous isolated outposts of the Land of Fire were unable to mount an effective counterattack. As Hatake Tsukumo led his forces forward, he soon spotted a severely injured leaf sentry. The sight of Tsukumo's troops filled the sentry with hope, but before he could approach, he was intercepted. Someone in the ranks recognized the identity of the sentry, and after Tsukumo signaled, they allowed him to pass. Gasping for breath, the sentry implored, "Lord Tsukumo, the sand is systematically eliminating our outposts. You must rescue our comrades." Listening to the sentry's words, Tsukumo contemplated whether he should intervene. Had it been merely his small team, he would have charged in without hesitation, for these bonds were precious to him. Yet now, leading 1,500 men, he had far more to consider. If they were to fall into a trap set by the sand, the consequences would be dire. After a moment of contemplation, Tsukumo turned to his aide, Yuhi Kurenai. Understanding Tsukumo's unspoken concern, she replied, "I will lead the team forward cautiously. You should take a small squad to provide assistance." Tsukumo nodded in agreement, and the medical ninjas within the ranks proceeded to treat the injured. Sometimes, the world of ninjas is truly enchanting. Kakashi Hatake, as the commander, finds himself contemplating leading his team to annihilate the enemy, even as a large force can become a shackle for him. This is, of course, a consequence of Kakashi's unique fighting style. He excels at severing supply lines and engaging in skirmishes with smaller units, rather than facing large armies head-on. In this regard, the legendary Sannin perform admirably. Yet, the reality is as fantastical as it is daunting. Upon following the previous century's instructions to the outpost, Kakashi witnesses a couple, reminiscent of a married pair, from Sunagakure, having just dispatched the last living soul within. Calmly, he draws the sword of the water dragon, his gaze serene yet perilous, fixed on Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Observing the 4 ninjas accompanying Kakashi, Chiyo remarks scornfully, "Meirei, more have arrived. Let us deal with them together." However, Chiyo Meirei's expression betrays her unease as she recognizes the man before her. Urgently, she exclaims, "Distance yourselves. This is Kakashi Hatake." Chiyo is taken aback. For those who manipulate puppets fear ninjas with exceptional close-quarters combat abilities, and the Hatake clan's swordsmanship is notorious for its prowess in such confrontations. Kakashi, too, recognizes the couple as notable figures within Sunagakure, though their specific names elude him. He suspects they are high-ranking commanders, warranting his full attention. Yet, Kakashi remains unflustered, his dangerous gaze counting the heads of the sand ninjas while observing their positions, instructing his subordinates, ensure no one escapes. His subordinates, unfamiliar with him, would normally expect a furious retort from Chiyo, but sensing Kakashi's deep-seated murderous intent, he refrains from responding, focused instead on creating distance and deploying his puppets. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team finds the situation bewildering. Despite being outnumbered, it seems they are poised to eliminate the opposition. At this moment, Kakashi has meticulously noted the positions of all 18 sand ninjas, estimating 5 of them to be Jonin. With this knowledge, he resolves to unleash his full power. Kakashi swiftly channels his lightning chakra, stimulating his physique and infusing the sword of the water dragon with this energy. Owing to the blade's material, reminiscent of the Nichiren blade from Demon Slayer, it shimmers with a golden hue upon the infusion of lightning chakra. Inwardly, Kakashi silently chants, Skill 1 activated. Skill 2 activated. The skills attached to the sword of the water dragon are as follows. Skill 1 enhances combat prowess for 3 minutes, but results in extreme fatigue afterward. Skill 2 significantly boosts agility and speed for 3 minutes, though it also induces fatigue post-activation. In an instant, a terrifying golden flash darted among the 18 sand ninjas. Kakashi first delivered a strike to each of the 18 ninjas present. His subordinates merely perceived a blur of gold weaving through the ranks of the sand ninjas. When Kakashi's figure reappeared, 14 of the 18 sand ninjas lay lifeless on the ground. Observing the remaining 4, Kakashi realized he had overestimated his opponents. Those who could not withstand even a single blow were unlikely to be jonin, perhaps merely specialized elite jonin. Although the 2 jonin were unharmed, their respective puppets had been destroyed. They hastily summoned new puppets while loudly urging Chiyo Meirei and Chiyo to flee, declaring, Go, we'll hold them off. You are the commanders of this operation. You cannot fall here. Chiyo and Meirei understood the gravity of their predicament. They had not anticipated encountering such formidable jonin while merely clearing a sentry outpost. Internally, they cursed Konoha for allowing such powerful adversaries to exist without the renown of the legendary Sannin. After this battle, Kakashi's reputation would no longer be a concern. Listening to the jonin's words, Kakashi realized he had underestimated the situation. If the Chiyo couple was indeed the commanding officers, he could not afford to let them escape. Counting down the time remaining for the Sword of the Water Dragon skills, he noted, 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. Once more, Kakashi moved, the golden flash returning to the battlefield. The Golden Spectre swiftly encircled Chiyo and Meirei, who were now distanced from him. The jonin would not allow their commanders to be easily slain, maneuvering their puppets to shield their allies. To eliminate Chiyo and Meirei, Kakashi would need to dismantle their puppets. Instead of targeting the puppets directly, he approached the 2 jonin. With a swift strike, both jonin fell before Kakashi. Chiyo and Meirei's eyes filled with darkness and rage as they watched their subordinates perish in the line of duty, sacrificing themselves to protect their commanders. Kakashi's overwhelming presence rendered the once powerful jonin as vulnerable as any lower-ranked ninja when deprived of formidable defenses. This was precisely the swordsmanship Kakashi pursued. Killing did not require numerous strikes. With terrifying speed, lethality, and reflexes, one could achieve the effect of a decisive blow. Chapter 142, The Choice. The sacrifice of their comrades was not in vain. Chiyo and Meirei had drawn forth all their puppets, creating a sufficient distance from Kakashi. Kakashi mentally noted the countdown, 120 seconds remaining. He instructed his subordinates to check for any remaining threats, then pursued the Chiyo couple. Each Chiyo drew 5 puppets, totaling 10, designed to mimic the illustrious Jinsaku Hunin of their grandmother, Chiyo. Although their skills paled in comparison, they could only manipulate 1 puppet with 2 fingers. Crafted by the legendary puppet master, Bunzaman, the Jinsaku Hunin boasted versatile capabilities. Now that Chiyo and Meirei had established distance from Kakashi, they could finally engage in a more measured combat. They weren't recklessly refusing to flee. Leaving their backs exposed to Kakashi was tantamount to inviting doom. Thus, they believed the best strategy was to fight while retreating, knowing their main force was not far behind, requiring merely 2 minutes to arrive. Should they succeed in encircling Kakashi with a formidable number of puppets, they might yet survive or even turn the tide. Yet, fate is indeed curious. Kakashi aimed to eliminate the 2 within 2 minutes. Observing Kakashi's momentary pause, Chiyo whispered to Meirei, I suspect he cannot maintain this state for long. Look, the eye on his sword is slowly closing. If we can hold on, we may have a chance. As the couple exchanged their thoughts, Kakashi surged into action once more. Chiyo and Meirei, witnessing his movement, aimed their puppets' poison needle launchers. A torrent of poison needles was unleashed toward Kakashi. However, Kakashi did not employ the signature defensive technique of the Hitaki clan, the Inuzuka Earth Wall. Instead, amidst the relentless downpour of poison needles unleashed by the young couple, Chiyo and Chiyo Mei swiftly maneuvered, directing their puppets to flank the sides of the toxic barrage. The 2 puppets, wielding razor-sharp blades laced with venom, advanced rapidly towards Tsukumo Hitaki. Undeterred by the lethal weapons, Tsukumo maintained his composure, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to sever the 2 puppets before him. Countless fragments scattered at his feet. Now, Chiyo and Chiyo Mei exchanged a knowing glance. The puppet technique, Triad collapse. The three puppets converged, forming a triangular formation, which soon spawned a ferocious whirlwind, drawing Tsukumo into its center. Chiyo and Chiyo may believe that even Tsukumo would find it impossible to evade such terrifying suction. Indeed, Tsukumo was swiftly drawn in by the overwhelming force. Once within the heart of the formation, he would be utterly crushed, and his mangled remains would be expelled from the rear of the array. Both were engulfed in excitement. Could they truly slay a prominent figure from Konoha today? Their anticipation heightened as Tsukumo, nearing the center of the triad collapse, transformed into a mere wooden effigy. In truth, after shattering the two blade-wielding puppets, Tsukumo had cleverly utilized the momentary cover provided by the debris to perform the body replacement technique. Thus, what stood in his place was nothing but a wooden replica. However, Chiyo and Chiyo may dared not confirm this. They hastily decided to seize this seemingly fortuitous opportunity to launch their assault, lest the hard-won advantage dissipate. At that moment, their available puppets had diminished significantly. Initially 10, 2 had been destroyed by Tsukumo, while 2 others had previously launched poisonous needles to restrict his movement during the triad collapse. This left them with only 3 puppets for protection. Faced with Tsukumo's terrifying speed, Chiyo and Chiyo may had little time to react, managing only to encircle themselves with the 3 remaining puppets. In an instant, the puppet on Chiyo's right shattered, causing Chiyo May to momentarily falter. In a panic, she summoned the sand shield to envelop Chiyo, while the last remaining puppet moved to protect him. At that moment, Tsukumo shifted his target, delivering a lethal blow to Chiyo May. Although Chiyo had swiftly maneuvered his puppet to her side, Tsukumo's blade still grazed her. A deep gash extended from her chest to her lower abdomen, blood pouring forth profusely. May, Chiyo roared in anguish. Ignoring all caution, he commanded his remaining puppets to attack Tsukumo, who had no choice but to create distance. Changing his approach, Tsukumo, having detected the use of the body replacement technique, dismantled the triad collapse and gathered all remaining puppets to his side. Chiyo May collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from her wounds. Yet Chiyo could not rush to her aid. As she slipped into unconsciousness, she smiled weakly and urged, "Sa, you must survive. Our son is still so young. Grandmother is not adept at caring for a child. Scorpion is truly delightful, with his lovely red hair. May, don't say that, staunch your bleeding," Chiyo implored, glancing anxiously at his beloved. So cold, so cold," Chiyo May murmured, her voice fading into silence. As a seasoned ninja, Chiyo understood that May might not yet be dead. Losing 20% of one's blood can lead to hypovolemic shock. At her current rate of blood loss, she could succumb in 1 to 2 minutes. However, with the Sand Village forces nearby, there remained a slim chance of saving her, provided Tsukumo refrained from delivering a final blow. Chiyo cast another glance at Tsukumo, realizing that in their previous confrontation, neither he nor May had matched Tsukumo's prowess. Now, they were even less equipped to contend with him. Yet as Chiyo, the son of Chiyo, he would never surrender to Konoha. He silently vowed to himself. Whispering an apology to Chiyo May, he resolved to sacrifice his own life to grant her a chance to live. Observing the tormented couple before him, Tsukumo said nothing. Believing that this was the nature of a ninja, he found solace in the notion that he was killing for the peace of Konoha, for the will of fire, which alleviated some of his guilt. Yet, this may have also contributed to his eventual despair and suicidal resolution upon realizing that the will of fire was not as noble as he had believed. Tsukumo mentally counted the seconds. Approximately 50 remained. He could not afford to grant them any further opportunity. Chapter 143, Aftermath of the Battle. As Tsukumo raised his hand once more, Chiyo sensed that his time was likely up, yet he exerted every ounce of strength to buy time. With all his might, Tsukumo cleaved the puppet protecting Chiyo in half, and in doing so, bisected Chiyo himself. With only 30 seconds remaining until the status ended, Tsukumo's subordinates arrived on the scene. Their reverence for Tsukumo had reached a fever pitch. In less than 3 minutes, he had slain 18 sand shinobi, including 2 commanders from their ranks. One subordinate, after inspecting Chiyo and May, announced, "Lord Tsukumo, this woman still lives." Without hesitation, Tsukumo ordered her rescue, recognizing that a living prisoner was far more valuable to Konoha than a dead one. Whether for intelligence gathering or prisoner exchanges, it was a prudent choice. However, capturing enemies alive is typically more challenging than slaying them. The 30 seconds slipped away in an instant, and Tsukumo stumbled, his calves weakening as he nearly fell to his knees. At that moment, he fully comprehended the side effects of the water dragon sword at full capacity. Nonetheless, as the commander, he could not display personal frailty. He commanded a swift cleanup of the battlefield, planning to retreat to a safe position to recuperate for 1 hour before launching a full-scale assault on the sand shinobi within Konoha. He would lead the charge himself. An hour later, bereft of their commander, the sand shinobi faced Tsukumo, who charged boldly into battle. They had no capacity for resistance, and soon they were driven out of Konoha. In this conflict, Konoha's ninjas had eliminated 2,000 sand shinobi with a force of 1,500, primarily due to the deaths of Chiyo and Mei. Furthermore, Tsukumo earned the moniker Platinum Fang due to the golden lightning that adorned his weapon and his striking white hair. Tsukumo Hataki, Platinum Fang, I will see you dead. Chiyo's fury ignited entirely, just as she had soothed her son Scorpion, who had been missing his parents. The third Kazekage arrived with the grim news of Mei and Chiyo's demise at Tsukumo's hands. Ebi concealed himself nearby, comforting his sister, while the third Kazekage somberly remarked, "This strategic miscalculation falls upon my shoulders. I never anticipated that Konoha would still harbor a powerhouse like the Platinum Fang." Chiyo recognized that this decision had been a collective one, yet as an elder of the Sand Village, she felt powerless to drag her village into a vendetta for personal revenge. To put it bluntly, in the ongoing ninja wars, every clan had suffered losses. If they were to retaliate against a neighboring village for the deaths of their elders, the populace would inevitably voice their dissent. Unbeknownst to the trio, a small boy with crimson hair was nearby, quietly absorbing every word in the adjacent room. Days later, the news of the conflict between the 3 or 4 villages finally permeated the shinobi world. This monumental event could be said to have ignited a fervor throughout the entire ninja realm. Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who could transform into a beast with his mastery of wood release, or the third Reikage, who wielded formidable physical augmentations, both attracted the attention of the onlookers. Awagakure and Kumogakure escalated the situation further by launching a media campaign, condemning Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen for their monstrous transformations. The secondary scandal involved Kakashi Hatake, who had slain the son and daughter-in-law of Chiyo from Sunagakure, leading a contingent of 1,500 to triumph over a force of 3,000 from Sunagakure. Hanzo of the Salamander, a keen observer of the ongoing village conflicts, learned of the events promptly. He even dispatched operatives to surveil the previous 3-village clash. Listening to his subordinates' reports, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. The terrifying power exhibited by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his transformed state, alongside the ominous black aura surrounding the third Reikage, filled him with dread. He had an inexplicable sensation that, in just a couple of years, his strength had plummeted from a godlike supremacy to merely standing amongst the elite. It felt as though the formidable powers of those great nations had surged forward without him. Now, he feared that he could hardly match Sarutobi Hiruzen or and even the shape-shifting Danzo seemed poised to surpass him. Conversely, he believed he could likely contend with Kakashi Hatake, who exhibited a straightforward speed and thrust-based combat style. He quickly discerned that they were all wielders of powerful artifacts. At the very least, those of subordinate status. Each had undergone a profound transformation upon acquiring their respective artifacts. Previously dismissive of Tsunade's artifact, he now found himself acknowledging, in retrospect, his earlier superficiality after witnessing the strength of those with comparable artifacts. Hanzo now worried about the potential emergence of such formidable figures in the future. If that were the case, small nations like his own would be in peril. The nation of Rain, which had attained relative peace solely through his own strength, could easily be shattered. Murmuring to himself, Hanzo pondered the prospect of acquiring an artifact that matched his own. Upon returning to the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen also received detailed operational intelligence concerning Kakashi Hatake. Unlike the lethargic Hiruzen depicted in the original narrative, the battle-hardened Hiruzen was not apprehensive about Kakashi's influence over his reign. However, he was far from jubilant, as his physical condition was deteriorating. The bizarre, unyielding vines entwined around him, and the white hair sprouting from his head indicated a gradual unraveling of his body. At just under 45, he was still in the prime of life for a ninja. These afflictions were the result of the weapons unleashed by Danzo, and he intended to discuss the matter with him at the earliest opportunity. Gazing at the closed door, Hiruzen recalled that Danzo had not sought him out in several days. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that should Danzo appear, he would likely find himself with a headache. Meanwhile, Danzo, upon returning to the village, eagerly activated the system. He had yet to capitalize on the spoils of the previous battle. A's mastery over the Conqueror's Haki has reached its zenith, talent replication, supreme armament Haki. In an instant, a formidable force surged through Danzo's body like a tidal wave. This power erupted like a volcanic explosion, imbued with immense pressure and momentum. Danzo felt his control over Haki ascend several levels, as if he had entered an entirely new realm. He closed his eyes, carefully attuning himself to the slow, flowing Haki within. This Haki resembled a slumbering dragon, brimming with boundless strength. With a deep breath, he channeled this Haki throughout his entire being. As he did so, the Haki rapidly permeated his limbs and bones, inducing a tingling sensation. He could distinctly feel his physique transforming. His muscles became firmer and his bones denser. At that moment, Danzo discerned that the augmentation to his strength and defense brought forth by Haki was at least thrice that of his previous capacity. More significantly, the Haki could now be infused into certain ninjutsu, such as lightning release chakra mode. To his embarrassment, he realized he did not possess the requisite ninjutsu. Danzo resolved to seek further opportunities to provide weapons to Kumogakure. Chapter 144, The Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Awakening. For Danzo, the most pressing concern was to continue forging the supreme artifact and to engage Orochimaru in certain endeavors. He swiftly located Orochimaru in the forging department. Diligently immersed in his research, Danzo inquired, "Orochimaru-senpai, have you come to any conclusions?" Unlike his previous outright rejection, Orochimaru, having experienced numerous battles and the estrangement of allies, seriously contemplated accepting the power of the stone demon and serving Danzo. Ultimately, Orochimaru resolved to leave himself an avenue of escape. With a rare smile, he addressed Danzo. "Master Danzo, please feel free to tell me what you wish for me to do." Danzo was pleased by Orochimaru's perceptiveness, yet faced with the current, less potent version of Orochimaru, he decided to reward him with a piece of information. Danzo said, "Do you know why Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are so formidable?" Orochimaru's pupils constricted. As a researcher, he had studied Hashirama exhaustively, yet the reason for Hashirama's uniqueness eluded him. Even among his own clan, Hashirama stood apart. Danzo proceeded to recount tales of the Sage of Six Paths. Orochimaru, initially viewing it as mere myth, became increasingly astonished as he witnessed Danzo's earnest expression. He had not anticipated that another opportunity for eternal life would manifest before him. The Uchiha and Senju clans inherited the Sage of Six Paths Sage Eyes and Sage Body, with Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama being the apex embodiments of those powers. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru was struck with revelation. The source of the power he had studied for so many years was rooted in the Sage of Six Paths. He began to grasp why Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were so extraordinary, though he also recognized that Danzo had withheld much information, such as how the two had maximized the potential of the sage's bloodline. Yet, he felt satisfied with what he had learned. Danzo, too, had his own considerations, choosing not to divulge information about Ashura's reincarnation, as the Sage of Six Paths was still residing in the afterlife. The previous snippets of information he shared were plausible, while the latter would seem rather peculiar. "Orochimaru-senpai, I hope you can assist me in researching the impure world reincarnation." This was a small test Danzo set for Orochimaru, to see if he would report back, for logically, Danzo should not have been aware of this ninjutsu, let alone know it in such detail. "I have dabbled a bit in that ninjutsu, but the second Hokage seemed to use it in conjunction with explosive tags. The summoned individuals are quite weak. That is precisely what you must address. Enhance the strength of the puppets. Here's a hint. Altering the sacrifice might significantly boost the power of the reincarnated." Danzo revealed a mysterious smile to Orochimaru. "I eagerly await to see what this intriguing thing you speak of is," Orochimaru readily agreed. Just as Danzo intended to continue conversing with Orochimaru, he abruptly spotted something, causing him to halt mid-sentence and rush back to the Uchiha clan. Naruto gazed upon the now even more exquisite Uchiha Hikari, and without hesitation, he dashed forward to bestow a gentle kiss upon her delicate visage. Uchiha Hikari looked at Naruto with a bewildered expression, to which Naruto responded with a smile, saying, "This is a reward. Today, I am filled with joy." He then sought a secluded spot, trembling with anticipation as he activated the system. After a brief moment of fidgeting, he chose to claim his reward. Ding! Uchiha Hikari has achieved advanced proficiency in the utilization of the A-rank Imperial tool, Muramasa. Talent replication activated. Uchiha Hikari's 3-tomo Sharingan ocular prowess and bloodline power. Indeed, Uchiha Hikari's mastery over Muramasa had reached an advanced level. Astonishingly, she had directly bestowed upon Naruto an advanced Uchiha bloodline power along with a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan abilities. Naruto felt that at this moment, he was on the verge of breaking through his innate limitations. As the adage goes, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan is undoubtedly contingent upon one's bloodline. Otherwise, how could so many 3-tomo Uchiha, facing life-and-death crises and the loss of comrades over the years, fail to awaken their Mangekyo? Uchiha Hikari had provided Naruto with the key to unlocking the Mangekyo. Naruto's foundation was already quite substantial, boasting formidable mental strength, a powerful physique, and the wood release capability, alongside the Senju bloodline power. Yet, he had not awakened the Mangekyo, perhaps due to insufficient stimulation or inherent limitations. Soon, the Uchiha bloodline power and ocular abilities from Hikari surged into Naruto's body. He felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, and an itch began in his eyes. It was coming. Uchiha Naruto's cheeks flushed, and his lips curled into a grin, brimming with anticipation for his newfound Mangekyo abilities. Accompanying the infusion of ocular power, Naruto's own bloodline strength began to surge. Before long, his three tomo began to spin at an astonishing velocity, forming the shape of a black clock. Ha! Uchiha Naruto laughed exuberantly, relishing the awakening process, which was devoid of pain, purely a result of overwhelming numerical superiority. Naruto closed his eyes, attuning himself to the capabilities of his Sharingan. He soon realized that both of his eyes were intricately linked to time. Perhaps it was related to his deep-seated obsession. His ultimate dream remained eternal life, to savor all that the world has to offer. However, it seemed that due to the extraordinary nature of his abilities, the powers of his eyes could only be applied to himself. The left eye bestowed the ability to slow down time. Oh, a splendid ability indeed. What? It only applies to oneself? How foolish. Just as Naruto was about to express his frustration, he discovered the true utility of this power. It is well known that the number of times human cells can divide is finite. Thus, the ability to slow time upon oneself could effectively reduce the passage of time on Naruto's physical body. Although this might result in diminished training effects. What a joke it would be to think that Uchiha Naruto ever relied solely on personal training to grow stronger. Now, Naruto comprehended why he had awakened this capability. After all, what he had sought in this ninja world was nothing less than longevity. While considering that his current level of Mangekyo could not sustain time dilation indefinitely, Naruto conservatively estimated that it would at least extend his lifespan by 50%. Furthermore, as his abilities grew stronger, it might even allow time to cease its passage upon his corporeal form. The second ability was rather straightforward, the acceleration of time. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, envisioning how he could proudly declare, "Time shall accelerate." The result would be a terrifying enhancement of his reflexes and speed, granting him a unique experience akin to possessing his own bullet time. Most astonishingly, Naruto discovered that when both eyes were utilized simultaneously, they granted him a new ability. Distinct from Susanoo. Chapter 145, Experimenting with New Abilities. Initially, both powers could only affect himself due to their overwhelming nature, but when both eyes were employed together, they could create a localized area of temporal deceleration extending around him. In this space, all objects or beings within a 3-meter radius would experience a slowdown. While Naruto could activate his acceleration ability, this would enable him to move freely within this decelerated realm, resulting in an effect akin to time suspension. The duration of this time halt would depend on the energy levels of all individuals within the area, typically ranging from 3 to 30 seconds. Although Naruto had yet to test it, he speculated that if the area contained ordinary humans or even no living beings, he could achieve a 30-second freeze. Conversely, if powerful entities such as perfect Jinchuriki or the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were present, it might only last 3 seconds. If even stronger beings, like the Sage of Six Paths, were within range, the time stop could be even shorter. Nevertheless, Naruto was not anxious. After all, his eyes were merely ordinary Mangekyo, yet they could already perform such feats. He believed that as his strength grew, the time suspension ability would become even more formidable. The world? He chuckled. It is akin to a talent similar to the world. Who among the young boys has not fantasized about the exhilarating experience of halting time, particularly in those whimsical school scenarios or amidst the pursuits of certain enthusiasts? Next came the ultimate power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Susanoo. As the tomo within Naruto's Sharingan began to spin wildly, transforming into clock-like eyes, he infused a substantial amount of chakra, manifesting the power of shadow. Golden skeletons began to materialize around him, the first form of Susanoo taking shape, with a half-skeletal figure brandishing a long spear. Admittedly, Naruto found it somewhat absurd. As for those without a modicum of luck, wielding a spear was deemed ominous. As Naruto increased the chakra supply, the golden skeleton rapidly developed veins and flesh, taking on a more human-like appearance, enveloped in a simple chakra cloak. His specialized weapon, the spear, became increasingly formidable and distinct. At this moment, Naruto suddenly realized that the time acceleration from his right eye could be applied to this spear, allowing him to hurl it at terrifying speeds. However, he suspected that this technique would require immense energy. Simultaneously, this state of Susanoo enabled the use of the universal long-range attack technique, Yasaka's Magatama. Nero continued to amplify his chakra supply, when suddenly, he sensed a pressure descending upon him. Blood trickled down his tear ducts, and Nero was not surprised. After all, in his youth, the second Hokage had barely lasted 10 seconds in this mode before losing his sight. The other Uchiha, Itachi, had also bled profusely while activating his own Susanoo. Under the influx of chakra, Susanoo donned the armor of the Tengu, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The only aspect that left Nero feeling somewhat exasperated was the absence of new weaponry. His spear merely appeared more imposing than before. However, Nero speculated that once he forged sufficiently powerful weapons, they might seamlessly integrate with Susanoo. As for the fourth form of Susanoo, known as the complete form, it was not something an ordinary Mangekyo could achieve. Nero hastily deactivated Susanoo, and upon closing his Mangekyo Sharingan, he experienced a moment of blurriness. However, after a few blinks, his vision cleared considerably. This revelation made Nero understand that even with his unique constitution, he could not recklessly wield the third form of Susanoo. Nevertheless, he possessed a significant advantage over ordinary Uchiha, the formidable Senju bloodline coursing through his veins. This lineage considerably reduced the chakra consumption and aftereffects associated with using the Mangekyo Sharingan. More importantly, even if his eyesight deteriorates severely, it should gradually recover later, bolstered by his own yang release powers. Of course, to achieve the kind of Mangekyo Sharingan prowess that Uchiha Obito possesses, Naraku is acutely aware that he still falls short. He speculates that Obito's Mangekyo abilities are likely among the less taxing ones, considering this individual can utilize his powers even without activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. This realization gives Naraku a tinge of envy. However, he is confident that he can acquire Uchiha Obito's abilities. He even contemplates the legendary Uchiha Fugaku, whose Mangekyo Sharingan was long speculated by fans to possess the ability to glimpse fragments of the future. This capability intrigues Naraku, as it tangentially relates to the concept of time itself. As for his experiments with time-stopping abilities, Naraku plans to recruit a female actress for the trials. Thus, he sought out Uchiha Shursui, finding her engrossed in her meal at that moment. Naraku decided to accompany her until she finished dining, then explained, "Shursui, shortly I shall employ one of my abilities. Activate your Sharingan and attempt to break free." The girl with long black hair nodded eagerly. Observing the three-tomo pattern in Uchiha Shursui's eyes, Naraku mused whether this prodigious talent, absent from the original narrative, had met an untimely demise. Once Shursui was prepared, Naraku silently chanted in high spirits, "The world." Within his Mangekyo, a clock spun rapidly. An intangible domain expanded to a radius of 3 meters around him. He swiftly approached Shursui, only to discover that she seemed frozen in place. Even with her Sharingan activated, she could not muster a single movement. While counting the seconds in his mind, Naraku gently caressed her hair, followed by her forehead, cheeks, and delicate little nose, finally resting his hand on her chin. By this point, 10 seconds had elapsed. Gazing at her youthful beauty, he felt a moment's hesitation before proceeding with the experiment. Despite his actions, Uchiha Shursui remained completely still. Suddenly, Naraku sensed that his ability was nearing its conclusion, hastily retracting his hand behind his back and standing nonchalantly before her. After a thorough assessment, he concluded that in confronting a ninja of Shursui's caliber, he could halt time for a remarkable 20 seconds, an extraordinary feat indeed. As time resumed, Uchiha Shursui regained her mobility. Naraku was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his eyes and instinctively clutched them, exclaiming in discomfort. Shursui hurried to his side, her expression filled with concern. Naraku reflected on the nature of his time-related abilities, acknowledging that despite their numerous limitations, they consumed more energy than the third form of Susanoo. After a brief respite, he turned to the naturally innocent girl, inquiring about her experience. Shursui, composed, replied, "I saw you appear right before me, and then it felt as though my head, face, and, well, you touched them. What a remarkable technique. Naraku, do you have a penchant for such touches? Just let me know if you want to do it again, but please don't interrupt my meals." Hearing Shursui's playful words, Naraku was overwhelmed by a wave of guilt. Realizing the impropriety of his actions, his face flushed with embarrassment as he hurriedly excused himself and departed. Chapter 146, Divergence. Having escaped the scene of his misdeed, Naraku prepared to attend to another pressing matter, seeking out Danzo, or rather, Toby. He returned to the route, where masked personnel escorted him to Danzo's office. Unlike before, upon seeing Naruto, Danzo commanded everyone leave. Though the root members were perplexed, they dutifully obeyed. Once they had vacated the room, Toby knelt before Naruto, asking, "Master, what task do you wish to assign me?" Naruto casually took a seat in Danzo's chair and instructed Toby, "Show me all the sealing techniques under Root's control. And I require more potent wood-release techniques." Though the chair was undeniably comfortable, Naruto reminded Toby not to kneel unnecessarily in the future. While revealing himself posed little risk, it was best to maintain discretion. Naruto surveyed the office that once felt intimidating when he stood there as a mere 8-year-old. Now transformed by the reality that Toby had commandeered Danzo's body and memories, while Danzo's soul had become the main essence within a ninja blade. The true soul had been dispatched to the realm of the death god. No, rather, to the emperor of man's banner. In his own emperor's banner, Naruto caught sight of Danzo. "Ah, Danzo, if only you hadn't been so avaricious back then, you might still be alive," Naruto murmured. Yet, he understood that was an impossibility. Once individuals grasped power, they often succumbed to arrogance, leading them to usurp the achievements of others and coerce them into unwelcome tasks. Moreover, Danzo's character destined him to be an obstacle for Naruto. Oh, and Sarutobi Hiruzen as well. "Fear not, Danzo. Your old comrade Sarutobi may soon join you." After acquiring the wood release and sealing techniques, Naruto departed the root. The sealing arts were a hobby for him, particularly intrigued by the 5-element sealing and the 4-symbol sealing. However, upon examining the sealing techniques, he realized they were more complex than anticipated, requiring a substantial investment of time and effort, something Naruto wished to avoid. Thus, he resolved to forego further study. Having initially intended to learn these as supplementary skills, he could easily replicate the sealing techniques through his inherent talents. The optimal target for this endeavor would be Uzumaki Kushina. Suddenly, Naruto recalled he hadn't visited the Ninja Academy in quite some time. He wondered if Uzumaki Kushina might be at risk of being usurped by Namake's Minato. So, he decided to pay a visit to the academy, only to unexpectedly encounter Minato and Jiraiya en route. Upon spotting Naruto, Minato approached with a smile. "Naruto, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately?" Naruto was not entirely out of touch with his companions at the academy. He made a point to visit every couple of months to unwind for a day. However, it seemed Minato had been heavily influenced by the teachings of the Land of Fire, and despite Naruto's occasional influence, he had become somewhat lackluster, especially when it came to his deep respect and admiration for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I've been preoccupied with forging," Naruto politely replied. "Your weapons have become quite renowned in the shinobi world," Minato exclaimed. "Oh, I forgot to mention, this is the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? Recently, Lord Jiraiya has taken me on as his apprentice," Minato introduced proudly. Jiraiya laughed heartily, scratching his head. "Your classmate is exceptional. I knew him before you did." Minato gazed at Naruto with admiration, while Jiraiya nudged him. "You should hurry along with today's training tasks. I'd like to have a chat with Master Naruto." With that, Jiraiya led Naruto to a secluded spot. Recognizing the location, Naruto understood that Jiraiya no longer trusted him as he once had. Otherwise, they would have met in a more public venue, like a restaurant. He did not feel that he had revealed any irredeemable secrets. So the only conclusion was that the old toad had been chattering away. It seemed that this ancient frog genuinely was on a path towards his own demise. Subsequently, Jiraiya engaged Naruto in a lengthy conversation, discussing everything from women to the village, politics to military affairs. As Jiraiya's gaze grew increasingly solemn, he discerned that Naruto was not particularly adept at concealing his intentions. The thoughts swirling within Naruto's mind had not only strayed from the will of fire, but had diverged significantly from it. Jiraiya, contemplating the prophecy of the Sage of the Toads, was even seized by an impulsive notion to eliminate Naruto at once. Although Jiraiya was regarded as a hero of the ninja world, he was still bound by certain limitations, especially upon realizing that Naruto could pose a threat to Konoha, compounded by the prophecy involving Gamamaru. Not to mention that Naruto's menace could extend to the entirety of the ninja villages, potentially leading to their obliteration. At this juncture, Jiraiya could not remain passive. For Konoha's sake, he would even be willing to exchange his life for Naruto's. If it came to it, he thought, he could kill Naruto and then take his own life. Ultimately, however, Jiraiya refrained from acting upon his urge, as he feared that the absence of Naruto at this stage might lead to greater troubles for Konoha. Later, Jiraiya playfully patted Naruto on the shoulder and remarked, "Master Naruto, I shall keep a close eye on you. The future of Konoha lies in the hands of exceptional young talents like yourself. Do not act foolishly." Naruto, Catching Jiraiya's subtle hint, smiled and promised in return. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Naruto let out a sigh, realizing that Jiraiya had, in pursuit of the so-called will of fire, positioned himself in opposition to him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya approached Minato, who was engaged in training, and cheerfully suggested, "Minato, let us go for some barbecue." "Really?" Minato exclaimed with delight. "Could you perhaps share some insights about Uchiha Naruto?" Jiraiya casually inquired. Though Minato sensed something amiss, he placed his trust in his teacher and began discussing Naruto with Jiraiya. Meanwhile, Naruto had arrived at the Ninja Academy and directly took Kushina Uzumaki away, asserting that his current standing was even more significant than that of Kushina herself. It was entirely unproblematic for him to take her out for a meal, especially given that with Danzo gone and Hiruzen Sarutobi overwhelmed by the dire effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi and the ravages of war, no one would dare to challenge Naruto anymore. Chapter 147. The Determination of Kushina Uzumaki. Upon re-entering the Ninja Academy, Naruto could not help but feel a surge of nostalgia, particularly upon seeing the stern countenance of his homeroom teacher, Hiruzen Hirako, who bore the weight of grievances despite being merely in his 30s, his fate seemingly stagnant. "Hey, you there, come here," Naruto called out casually. Hiruzen Hirako, initially prepared to chastise the audacious student, found himself disarmed by the sight of Naruto's grin. His wrathful expression dissipated abruptly, feigning ignorance. While there were indeed some students within the Ninja Academy who lacked respect for their teachers, most instructors had their own methods of discipline. They would educate those who were open to learning and tactfully avoid confrontation with those who were not. However, Naruto Uchiha stood apart. Since his entrance into the academy, he had consistently evaded any semblance of being a model student, primarily due to his astonishing speed, which rendered him impervious to any setbacks, even amidst his peers who were merely children in comparison. Naruto approached Hiruzen Hirako with a playful demeanor, exclaiming, "Teacher Hirako, why pretend not to recognize me? We are bound by a profound teacher-student bond. The lessons you imparted are forever etched in my memory." Hiruzen Hirako, taken aback by Naruto's flattery, couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Yet, gazing into Naruto's earnest eyes, he wondered if perhaps he had overlooked some hidden merit of his own. Tentatively, he inquired, "What exactly did I teach you?" Naruto suddenly perceived Hiruzen's line of questioning as somewhat impolite. While mutual flattery was acceptable, pressing for specifics felt inappropriate. After racking his brain, he finally retorted, "Teacher Hirako, the only lesson you imparted was the art of not teaching anything at all. For a genius like me, what I truly required was a mentor willing to grant me the freedom to flourish." Hiruzen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He had never anticipated that after years of teaching, he would receive acknowledgement from such an exceptional individual as Uchiha Naruto. Should Hiruzen Sarutobi ever dare to label himself mediocre again, he would be met with a swift reprimand. "Oh, where's Kushina Uzumaki?" Naruto inquired. "Over there." Hiruzen instinctively responded before suddenly realizing that Naruto had called him over for more than just directions. Sensing Hiruzen's realization, Naruto hastily declared, "Teacher Hirako, I must take my leave. In the future, I shall ensure to craft equipment suited to your needs." Following Hiruzen's guidance, Naruto soon found Kushina Uzumaki seated alone, resting her chin in her hand, gazing out the door. An invisible barrier seemed to surround her, deterring anyone from approaching. Suddenly, as if sensing a familiar presence, Kushina's eyes lit up upon recognizing Naruto. "Naruto, what brings you here?" she exclaimed joyfully. Her voice drew the attention of her classmates, who turned to gaze at the renowned Uchiha Naruto, curious about his visit to the academy. Some of the younger girls appeared starstruck. Naruto felt as though he had transformed into a spectacle in a zoo, as he took Kushina's hand and led her out of the classroom. Naruto brought her to their secret hideout, a place where he often played with Kushina and Minato, before finally turning to face her. At that moment, Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly as she haughtily remarked, "Even if you have come to school in person, it is unforgivable. As my subordinate, it has been 2 months since you last paid your respects to your big sister, and that little blonde-haired subordinate of yours is no better. You little subordinates are becoming increasingly audacious." Observing Kushina's commanding demeanor, Naruto instinctively replied, "Should I take my leave then?" "You dare." Kushina's brief facade of composure crumbled, her fiery spirit igniting. Naruto presented her with a scroll of sealing techniques he had procured from Danzo, stating earnestly, "Kushina, this contains vital knowledge of sealing techniques. You must study it diligently. My future relies upon you." As Kushina gazed into Naruto's captivating eyes and listened to his words, she felt an inexplicable sensation, as though he were confessing his feelings. Just as she pondered her response, The Ninetales within her suddenly interjected, "Humph. Little brat, you aren't developing feelings for this Uchiha kid, are you?" Instantly incensed, Kushina retorted, "Idiot." Naruto, bewildered, only understood the source of her ire after Kushina explained what the Ninetales had said. Thus, Naruto utilized his Sharingan to enter Kushina's consciousness space, where she expressed her delight. "Naruto, how can you be here?" Pointing to his three-tomo Sharingan, he boasted, "Before my eyes. You shall find no refuge." "Huh, Uchiha brat, spare us the bravado. You can only fool this red-haired girl." The Ninetales mocked. Naruto intensified the flow of chakra into his eyes. The Ninetales, bound by seals, began to bristle, sensing that the Uchiha Sharingan was not quite ordinary. Its power felt extraordinary. It began to speculate whether this little brat had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, it ceased to underestimate the Uchiha boy before it. Observing the old fox's newfound seriousness, Naruto quipped, "At your age, still eavesdropping on the conversations of the young? How shameless. Have you lived all these years without ever having mated with a female fox?" The Ninetales, realizing the implications of Naruto's taunt, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Uchiha brat, do not overstep your bounds. Do you think I wish to witness the two of you lovebirds here? How could a being of my exalted stature harbor the same carnal desires as you lesser beings? In this realm, I alone am the sole Ninetales. Kurama, do you believe that one day I could release you? Furthermore, you must learn to coexist harmoniously with Kushina Uzumaki." Naruto spoke enigmatically. The expression of the Ninetales suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. The name Kurama is not commonly known to ordinary individuals. When the Sage of Six Paths bestowed names, he was not accompanied by anyone else. Over the years, typically only a tailed beast that genuinely acknowledges its Jinchuriki would divulge such knowledge to others. Seeing that the Ninetales wished to inquire further, Naruto grasped Kushina Uzumaki and exited the realm of consciousness. After a moment of hesitation, Kushina whispered in Naruto's ear, "If you release the Ninetales, I will perish. I possess a method to extract the Ninetales from within you while ensuring your safety. However, it will require patience," Naruto asserted confidently. Kushina's eyes sparkled with hope. If for the Hyuga clan, the caged bird represents confinement, for her, the seal of the Ninetales is akin to her own caged bird, rendering her subject to the village's constant scrutiny. Were it not for her two friends, the mischievous yellow-haired boy and Naruto, she might have found herself utterly alone. Thus, she naively aspired to become Hokage, believing that such a title would liberate her from being watched and restricted. Kushina, strive to grow stronger. In this ninja world, only with sufficient power can one secure personal freedom. Naruto spoke earnestly to Kushina. She nodded solemnly, realizing that she had found a new purpose through Naruto. Chapter 148. The Decision of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After spending some time with Kushina, Naruto departed. Upon returning to the forge, he observed his clones laboring diligently. A twinge of embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to join in their efforts. Naruto was aware that if his clones discovered their original had absconded to pursue frivolities, they might rebel, or at the very least, engage in collective apathy. Not long after, Naruto received news from Sarutobi Hiruzen. In recent days, several ninja villages had convened to discuss peace negotiations and had presented their conditions, which brought joy to Hiruzen. After all, there were still 8 months until the completion of the Guardian Machine's supreme throne, meaning that if they could delay for 8 more months, Konoha would acquire the means to stand unafraid before any adversary. Hiruzen pondered the formidable might of the Imperial tool, Infinite, crafted by Naruto, should the Guardian Machine's supreme throne, anticipated to take 2.5 years to forge, come to fruition, it would likely rival the strength of the gods of the ninja realm. Naruto could only urge him not to overthink it, were it not for the need to upgrade the system. He would not invest such time in crafting such an enormous mech. As Naruto examined the documents handed to him by Hiruzen, he noted that Sunagakure and Awagakure sought a suitable Imperial tool from Konoha, while Kumogakure desired more chakra seeds. "What is your perspective on this, Naruto?" Hiruzen inquired. Naruto recognized Hiruzen's subtle nudging, but was disinterested in engaging in that game. Thus, he replied, "I defer to the third Hokage." Hearing Naruto's words, Hiruzen appeared somewhat satisfied, but soon posed another question. "Naruto, this chakra seed is rather complex. Did you not previously assert that it merely enhances defensive capabilities? Has the fourth Reikage, awakened other powers?" Naruto regarded Hiruzen's gaze, contemplating whether the man was on the verge of turning hostile, yet upon reflection, he found that unlikely. Currently, Hiruzen had not been completely ensnared by Infinite's control, and Naruto preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. After all, should Hiruzen unleash Infinite's full potential even once or twice, he would be entirely subjugated. Thus, Nero explained, I have yet to utilize this ability myself. Originally, I estimated that even acquiring enhanced defensive perception would require a foundation of 20 or even 30 years. Hence, it is likely that Ryūjin possesses exceptional talent in this regard, coupled with a solid background. Ryūjin feigned understanding, responding with a disingenuous smile. Ah, Nero, I am not casting blame upon you. My primary concern is whether the third Ryūjin has mastered other abilities. Finally, Nero, how do you intend to designate a master for the Guardian Machine's supreme throne? Nero now confirmed that he had yet to achieve success, while Ryūjin was eager to reap the rewards. Although Nero had initially suggested that the supreme throne be exchanged for forbidden techniques, the multiple shadow clones provided by Ryūjin were merely a fraction of what was necessary for forging. Midway through, Ryūjin had painted a picture of promises, asserting that the village would not forget his contributions. Yet, Nero had long since grown weary of such empty rhetoric. Frankly, Ryūjin's ability to spin tales fell far short of what Nero had encountered in his previous life. Nevertheless, he had prepared a counter-strategy and stated, the Guardian Machine's supreme throne is a weapon inherited through bloodlines. Bloodline? Ryūjin appeared both puzzled and intrigued. Initially, he had envisioned that the control of this weapon would alternate among the various Kage, and if the weapon proved discerning, it might develop into a Jinchuriki-like paradigm. To his astonishment, the mastery of this weapon presented both simplicity and complexity. Simple in that it required merely a bloodline, allowing even a child to wield it. Yet complex in that without a bloodline, no amount of innate talent would suffice. Indeed, it is bloodline. The master of the Guardian Machine's supreme throne must infuse a portion of Black Dragon's blood into themselves, and then inject the blood of the individual who has integrated the Black Dragon's blood into the core to establish ownership. Thus, upon the weapon's complete forging, only the individual who infused the Black Dragon's blood and those inheriting their new bloodline will be able to wield this weapon. None other may use it. Even disassembling the Guardian Machine's supreme throne and repeating the process would be futile, Nero asserted emphatically. Internally, he added that before my weapon's sovereignty, all other weapons he crafted were mere harlots. Any restrictions imposed would be inconsequential. Moreover, in the extraordinary world of ninjas, countless possibilities existed. Even Orochimaru's future creation of the impure world reincarnation could potentially resolve this dilemma. At that moment, Ryūjin's lips curled into a sardonic smile. As an overwhelming greed surged within him, he yearned to seize control of the Guardian Machine's supreme throne, envisioning a future where only he and his descendants would wield such a devastating weapon. The Sarutobi clan would ascend to become the preeminent clan in the ninja world. In that instant, Ryūjin comprehended why Nero occasionally referred to this as the ultimate imperial tool. Possessing it would enable the establishment of a vast empire. Of course, Ryūjin felt no desire to become an emperor himself, believing that should he ascend to the role of daimyo, he would lack anyone to assist him in governing the nation. However, he could content himself with being the man behind the daimyo, which represented his limitations. Nero, were he to know, could only feel a profound sense of embarrassment. How pathetic to dream with such timidity. At that moment, Ryūjin's intellect seemed to revive. Will infusing Black Dragon's blood pose any dangers? No danger exists. The Black Dragon is already deceased. Infusing its blood primarily serves to imbue one with its essence. The true challenge lies in the subsequent ownership. Nero informed Ryūjin. Do you trust me, Nero? Ryūjin appeared to retain a shred of dignity, unable to express his desires candidly. Directly addressing Nero would only disgust him. Nero had no intention of indulging Ryūjin in some insipid game of false humility. Thus, he stated plainly, I believe that the only suitable candidate for the Guardian Machine's supreme throne in the current Konoha is none other than the third Hokage. Only the Hokage can embody the will of the village. No, I think I shall consult the opinions of others within the village first. Ryūjin began to feign reluctance. Yet, Nero offered Ryūjin no quarter, choosing instead to remain indifferent. Observing Nero's lack of response, Ryūjin inwardly lamented how this child displayed no discernment, questioning whether he even aspired to improve. At this moment, Sarutobi Ryūjin cast aside his pretenses and laid bare his embarrassment. He understood that the history of Konoha was inscribed by his own hand. Even if Naruto discerned his avarice, it mattered little to him. He hastily declared, It is all for the village. I am concerned that spies may cause unforeseen complications. Therefore, I shall hasten to acknowledge my dominion. He assured Naruto that he would devise a method to pass on the legacy of the guardian deity's throne to the next Hokage. Chapter 149. Hyuga Aya, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed as Naruto extracted the blood of the black dragon, which, despite the creature's demise long ago, still pulsated with formidable vitality. Hiruzen resolved that should he find the dragon's blood intolerable, he would promptly resort to his infinite transformation technique. As the blood coursed through him, he felt a searing warmth enveloping his body. He even sensed that he had grown stronger under this fiery essence, stirring a dormant energy within him. However, he remained oblivious to the increasing blood vessels staining his eyes. Once Naruto had drawn Hiruzen's blood with a syringe. It dripped onto the energy core of the guardian deity's throne. Hiruzen's blood swiftly dispersed along the intricate patterns of the core, ultimately merging with it. He felt the burgeoning control over the core and cunningly proposed, Naruto, this core constitutes the most vital aspect of the guardian deity's throne. Let it be overseen by the Umbu. Hiruzen's ambition was laid bare, almost without concealment. Naruto smiled in agreement, pondering that he was not the only one shedding his pretenses. Hiruzen had also embraced a more audacious disposition. The growing strength had instilled a sense of hubris within Hiruzen, prompting Naruto to wonder why he had not inquired about the side effects of the infinite technique. Yet, as Hiruzen remained silent, Naruto felt no inclination to enlighten him. Satisfied, Hiruzen responded to the conditions laid forth by the other ninja villages, reiterating his intention to delay compliance. He had resolved that once the guardian deity's throne was forged, he would breach the agreements. Due to the previous village's lack of advantage in the war against Konoha, they had no choice but to acquiesce to its demands. Ryūjin, though somewhat displeased, could not resist the consensus for negotiations from the other villages, thus dedicating himself to rigorous training in Busoshoku. Despite reaching the pinnacle of this technique, he still found room for improvement. Inoki was diligently working to advance his village, hoping to reassess the prospect of another conflict after Konoha's next distribution of arms. After suffering successive defeats in the Second Shinobi World War, Tsunagekyu's numbers had dwindled significantly, yet they managed to endure, begrudgingly agreeing to Konoha's terms. Mizukage, meanwhile, remained ensconced in the village, enacting a blood mist and showing little interest in worldly affairs. As the time for the forging drew nearer, Naruto prepared to set his plans in motion. In the Hyuga clan's territory, Hyuga Hizashi once again visited the residence of Hyuga Aya, bearing bouquets of flowers. However, upon receiving them, Aya felt no joy. Since graduating from the ninja academy, she had been pursued by Hizashi's brother, Hyuga Hinata. Her thoughts drifted back to a few years prior, to an afternoon when Uchiha Naruto had approached her with words that ignited a flicker of hope amidst the darkness. Had she never encountered Naruto, she might have succumbed to the cage of expectations and accepted Hizashi's advances. Yet, Naruto had offered her a glimmer of hope, a beacon in the shadows, prompting her to hold herself to a high standard and train relentlessly. With the aid of Naruto's assistance and her innate talent, she had graduated from the academy with the prowess of a special jounin, earning the title of genius within the Hyuga clan, which drew Hizashi's attention. "I am sorry, Hizashi, but I do not share those feelings for you," she declared once more, rejecting his advances. Hizashi did not display overt anger or sorrow, but instead inquired with concern before taking his leave. As she watched him depart, Aya prepared to return to her abode, only to find herself confronted by two members of the branch family. One, a sharp-tongued woman, mocked, "Lady Aya, you truly are the renowned genius of our branch," even turning down the brother of the future clan leader. In her view, Aya was ungrateful, deliberately refusing the pursuit of someone destined to lead their branch. Relishing the vanity that came with such attention, jealousy gnawed at her. The other woman, of unremarkable appearance and short hair, chimed in. "Perhaps Lady Aya dreams of defying clan rules to marry a main family member. Have you finished?" Aya coldly regarded the two tiresome women, an imposing aura emanating from her. Since graduating from the academy, they had squandered their training, fixated on marrying powerful ninjas to lead a blissful life. Their envy towards Aya was palpable, as she shunned the very aspirations they coveted. Faced with Aya's formidable presence, they faltered, but then the short-haired woman, Hyuga, cast a scornful glance at Aya and said to her companion, "Hyuga Baiwa, let us see if this genius can indeed marry into the main family." Returning to her courtyard, Aya's expression was shrouded in darkness. Her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms. Who desires this cursed position of a high-ranking branch family wife? Who wishes to beg for a marriage to the main family? What I seek is freedom. The freedom I would embrace even at the cost of my life. Aya vented her emotions, her voice low yet filled with fervor. For years had passed since Uchiha Naruto had approached her, propelling her to strive for strength in anticipation of a chance. Yet, those 4 years had seen Naruto not return to seek her out even once. At times, she wondered if he had merely been toying with her or if he had forgotten her altogether, perhaps even fearing that their connection would jeopardize his standing within the village. Or worse yet, had he ascended to the ruling class while she remained a fool, tirelessly striving due to his words? Every day, she watched as Naruto progressed, training under Tsunade and gaining immense renown throughout the shinobi world, even prompting Konoha to wage war to protect him. Meanwhile, she, Hyuga, could only struggle in the mire of the branch family. Just at that moment, she noticed the communicator Naruto had given her, emitting a soft green glow. Chapter 150, Hyuga Aya's Progress. Aya gazed in delight at the green light, for she had awaited this moment for 4 long years. During countless sleepless nights, she had clutched the communicator. Tidying her appearance, Aya departed the Hyuga compound, ensuring she was not being followed. She feigned nonchalance as she arrived at the designated meeting place. If an ordinary Hyuga Jounin Byakugan could perceive objects within a kilometer radius, she could extend her vision to 15 kilometers. Thus, she felt confident that no one was tailing her. Upon reaching the appointed location, Aya quickly spotted Uchiha Naruto, beaming with a warm smile. Naraka stepped into Hinata Yaya's presence, grasping her hand and instantaneously transporting them to a location 5 kilometers away. Without inquiring about the mechanics of Naraka's ability, Hinata Yaya gazed intently at Uchiha Naraka. The intensity of her stare made Naraka feel somewhat uneasy. However, it must be acknowledged that after several years apart, Hinata Yaya had blossomed remarkably. Her delicate features, porcelain skin, and lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders presented a captivating sight. Although her figure did not boast the voluptuousness typical of an adult woman, it possessed its own unique charm. Her pristine white eyes, albeit somewhat fixated on him, emanated an undeniable cuteness. Seemingly aware of Naraka's gaze, Hinata Yaya unzipped her outer garment, revealing an expanse of alabaster skin. Her modest bosom was bound by bandages, adorably small but undeniably charming. A tiny navel adorned her flat abdomen. As she prepared to continue disrobing, Naraka slapped his forehead, chastising himself for his inappropriate thoughts. What was he doing? Moreover, was Hinata Yaya so eager for advancement? He hastily intervened, halting her actions. With a puzzled expression, Hinata Yaya looked at Naraka, who awkwardly exclaimed, "That's enough." After ensuring that Naraka harbored no ulterior motives, she reluctantly donned her jacket once more. "Naraka, I find myself unable to resolve the matter of the caged bird," he declared bluntly. Upon hearing this, Hinata Yaya fell into utter despair, muttering to herself, "Naraka, do you remember what I said 4 years ago? If you help me resolve the caged bird, I will do anything for you. But not like this. I must take a bite of flesh from you, even if it costs me my life." "Oh, and how do you intend to achieve that?" Naraka inquired with genuine interest. In response to his flippant demeanor, Hinata Yaya assumed a stance ready for combat. Naraka, curious to assess her current abilities, refrained from offering an explanation. Instead, he provocatively remarked, "What can the weak Hinata gentle fist possibly accomplish? Attack me with all your might." With Naraka's derision ringing in her ears, Hinata Yaya activated her Byakugan and charged at him. Upon closing the distance, she unleashed the 8 trigrams 64 palms, a spectral image of the 8 trigrams appearing beneath her feet. As a member of the branch family, she was not typically permitted to learn this technique. Branch family members were usually limited to the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Yet through sheer determination and clandestine study, she had managed to execute this move. As Hinata Yaya approached Naraka, a flurry of strikes rained down upon him. However, after completing her 64 palms, she was astonished to find Naraka utterly unmoved. According to Hinata tradition, striking all 64 chakra points should incapacitate an opponent, rendering them unable to rise. Observing Naraka closely with her Byakugan, she confirmed that she had indeed hit all his vital points, if not for the overwhelming chakra reserves of Uchiha Naraka, which seemed to render her attacks ineffective. What power does the dull Hinata gentle fist possess? Naraka declared imperiously. In desperation, Hinata Yaya withdrew a ninja blade, fearful of injuring Uchiha Naraka and thereby forfeiting her chance to resolve the caged bird issue. "Surely you don't think that a mere Hinata Yaya can defeat me, the strongest blacksmith in the ninja world. A slight miscalculation in my equipment could easily vanquish your clan leader." Naraka's words dripped with arrogance. Faced with Naraka's audacity, Hinata Yaya resorted to the carefully honed techniques of the Leaf Village sword style to launch her attack. Yet, as her blade approached Naraka, she sensed no fear from him. Just as her weapon was about to make contact, Naraka did not resist. She was forced to halt her strike. The blade grazed Naraka's body, yet it felt as though she had struck steel. The toy knife gifted to her by Naraka, initially keenly sharp, failed to draw even a single drop of blood from him. With a swift motion, Naraka seized Hinata Yaya's blade, and to her astonishment, his right arm transformed into a strikingly red-black hue, appearing incredibly resilient. He then grasped her weapon with ease. With a flick of his wrist, Hinata Yaya, along with her blade, was sent hurtling through the air. It became abundantly clear to her the vast disparity in their strengths, compelling her to exert every ounce of her energy in an attempt to fight Uchiha Naraka. However, the more she attacked, the more despair she felt. Through her Byakugan, she observed that Naraka had yet to utilize his chakra, relying instead on that enigmatic black tattoo during their skirmish. His body remained ensconced within the confines he had imposed upon himself. Naraka regarded Hinata Yaya with a measure of satisfaction, as a freshly graduated ninja from the ninja world. Her skills in taijutsu, kenjutsu, ninjutsu, and even jinjutsu were commendable, untainted by the decay of Hinata's education. Yet, he was displeased with her aggressive approach, albeit one he had inadvertently encouraged. As Hinata Yaya lunged at him once more, Naraka's left hand suddenly clasped the blade's edge, while his right hand executed a downward chop, shattering her weapon with overwhelming force. As Hinata Yaya attempted to distance herself from Naraka, he delivered a punch to her abdomen, marking the cost of her aggression. Instantly, she crumpled to the ground, incapacitated, tears and saliva streaming forth as if she had been thoroughly defeated. After a moment of waiting, Naraka noted that Hinata Yaya had not risen, merely lying on the ground with vacant eyes fixed on the sky. "Why don't you get up?" he inquired. Hinata Yaya had never felt such a sense of injustice. Naraka had offered her hope, but after 4 years of relentless effort, she found herself mocked and toyed with. Not even her desire to take a bite of flesh from him could be fulfilled. It seemed her fate had been a cruel jest since the moment the caged bird seal was inscribed upon her. Feeling somewhat awkward, Naraka realized he may have gone too far, having unintentionally reduced her to tears. "While I presently lack the means to resolve the caged bird issue for you, I can offer you the opportunity to escape the clan's control," he said softly. Hinata Yaya's once vacant eyes regained a spark of determination. Chapter 151, The Plan to Clear the Ruler's Side. "What method?" she asked, curiosity piqued. Was it merely Naraka's imagination? Or did a hint of red begin to appear in Hinata Yaya's formerly pristine white eyes? "Do you know why the branch family despises the caged bird?" Naraka raised an eyebrow, prompting her to ponder. Hinata Yaya found herself momentarily speechless, confronted by Uchiha Naraka's inquiry regarding the branch family's disdain for the caged bird. Was it the mark upon their foreheads? Or perhaps the caged bird rendered the branch family's Byakugan somewhat flawed? Or was it the fear of having their eyes destroyed posthumously by the caged bird? Naraka guided her step by step. Hinata Yaya began to contemplate. Wasn't the caged bird intended to protect the Hinata clan's Byakugan? Why did the branch family harbor animosity toward this system? Naraka, akin to a devil seducing the masses or an insidious uncle attempting to deceive a naive girl, coaxed her thoughts. Under his insistent whispers, Hinata Yaya finally responded. "What we despise is not the caged bird, but the main house." "Precisely," Naraka exclaimed. The caged bird, meant to safeguard the Hinata clan, had been distorted and exploited by the contemptible main house. Those who should have been the protected ones, instead of kneeling in gratitude, acted with haughtiness toward the branch family. Such reasoning was nonsensical. The protected ought to possess a sense of their own vulnerability. As Naraka's fervor mounted, akin to a rejected student delivering a rousing speech in a tavern, his words grew increasingly impassioned. His gestures and eloquence caused Hinata Yaya's heart to race. After all these years, only Naraka had offered her that exhilarating sensation of breaking free from constraints and transcending the rules. Nero clenched his fists and remarked, "If the caged bird truly symbolizes a blessing, then why has the Hyuga clan not arranged for themselves to bear this curse mark? Do their Byakugan not require protection? Even with the branch family safeguarding, it cannot guarantee that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan will not fall into the wrong hands. And if they are devoid of the caged bird, should they not remain obediently within the confines of the family?" Hyuga Aya became increasingly exhilarated. It seemed as if Nero's words had unveiled a profound truth to her. All the branch families had been deceived, and the main family ought to apologize to them. Thus, all that was needed was to obliterate the method of activating the caged bird technique and eliminate the entire Hyuga main family. From that point onward, the Hyuga main family would be compelled to remain within the Hyuga territory, dutifully accepting protection. Should they wish to venture beyond, they must willingly bear the caged bird. Nero's words were startling. Observing Hyuga Aya, who neither rebuffed nor questioned him in anger, he could not help but feel a twinge of boredom. Nero presented her with the already prepared 8 rooms and slowly stated, "The ability of the 8 rooms is that those slain by it become puppets of this blade. The activation range of the Hyuga clan's caged bird technique is less than 5 meters, while your Byakugan can perceive images from a kilometer away or even farther. You merely need to command the puppets of this blade from a distance and eliminate them all. Without hesitation, Hyuga Aya accepted the 8 rooms from Nero, given the circumstances. Despite the numerous dangers inherent in Nero's plan, she was willing to take the risk even if the chances were but 1 in 100. If possible, spare Hyuga Hizashi. But you can gather the Byakugan of all the main family members. I shall provide you with a surprise. Let this operation be dubbed Cleansing the Monarch. The malevolent Hyuga elder coveted the clan leader's power and sought to exterminate the leader's family. Ultimately, with Hyuga Aya's assistance, both the elder faction and the leader faction suffered devastating losses, leaving only Hyuga Hizashi alive. Henceforth, the Hyuga main family would not step outside their territory. All political maneuvers would be executed by the branch families. Konoha would refrain from excessive interference in the internal matters of the Hyuga clan for their assistance. I will find you a special opportunity. For now, focus on mastering the 8 rooms. As Nero's words settled, the confusion in Hyuga Aya's eyes dissipated, replaced by fervor. She knelt before Nero and declared, Lord Nero, once this matter is accomplished, I shall come to offer myself to you. After uttering her words, Hyuga Aya swiftly departed. Nero pondered how, despite being an innocent youth, he was so often misunderstood by others. Once he confirmed no one was around, he hastily left. Upon returning to the forge department, Nero noticed that Sarutobi Hizashi seemed to believe the position of the guardian machine god was secure and had arranged for numerous auxiliary staff. Under the arrangement of the clones, they could save one of Nero's physical forms. It was at this moment that Orochimaru found Nero. Nero, I have improved the Edo Tensei. Following your instructions, I prioritized enhancing its ability to manifest the summoner's former strength, resulting in a significantly upgraded version compared to before. However, the binding power over the summon has also been greatly diminished, making it considerably easier to break free. Nero was indifferent to whether the control could be undone. For the individual he wished to summon was Senju Hashirama. This thought struck him suddenly. He feared that Uchiha Madara might confront Konoha, while Nero himself was not overly concerned. His broad affections meant that Konoha still had its vulnerabilities. Thus, he contemplated whether he could summon Senju Hashirama to counter Uchiha Madara. After all, Madara was on the brink of death, while Hashirama was a deceased soul returning. Whenever Nero had the chance to capture a white Zetsu, he would let these 2 comrades have a proper duel. Although Nero himself was not entirely innocent, in Hashirama's eyes, he certainly posed a lesser threat than Madara. Nero was quite pleased with Orochimaru's endeavor and had another experiment in mind, so he brought Orochimaru to the Valley of the End. Nero extracted an item from his sleeve, piquing Orochimaru's curiosity, for Nero often produced curious objects from peculiar places, leading Orochimaru to suspect he possessed a particularly extraordinary storage equipment. However, Orochimaru could not risk taking it, as he sensed that the Uchiha Nero before him was no ordinary figure. He scrutinized the object in Nero's hand, which appeared to be a stone inscribed with a rat motif, seemingly remarkable. Just as Orochimaru pondered the purpose of this small stone, Nero discarded pretense and revealed. This talisman possesses the power to transform stillness into motion. As Orochimaru contemplated the meaning of transforming stillness into motion, Nero pointed the rat talisman at the statue of Uchiha Madara. A faint red glow emanated from the rat design on the stone. To Orochimaru's astonishment, the enormous statue of Uchiha Madara suddenly stirred. Upon awakening, Madara gazed at Senju Hashirama before him and uttered, "Ha, Hashirama?" only to then realize that the figure before him was merely a statue, and he seemed to have grown considerably larger. Chapter 152, The Marvelous Power of the Rat Talisman. Then he noticed Nero, who was grinning beneath him. The statue of Uchiha Madara inquired, "What is this technique? I distinctly remember battling Hashirama. How did I end up like this?" Listening to the words of the statue, Nero pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that the memories of the transformed individual were not entirely comprehensive. "You are but a statue," Nero stated, lacking the time to converse further. Enraged, Uchiha Madara prepared to unleash a ninjutsu attack on the ant before him. But Nero once again employed the rat talisman. The already initiated Madara froze in place, reverting to his statue form. At that moment, Nero sensed a powerful gaze directed at him from the side. Turning to look, he found Orochimaru staring intently at the rat talisman in his hand like a lovesick fool. Only upon realizing Nero's gaze did Orochimaru retract his stare. With a smile, he remarked, "Master Nero, you are truly the foremost blacksmith in the ninja world, capable of crafting such extraordinary items." Nero refrained from elaborating on the origin of the rat talisman and instead addressed Orochimaru. If we could merge Edo Tensei with the statue of Senju Hashirama before us, using the rat talisman as a lubricant, could we potentially create a formidable Senju Hashirama? Orochimaru's eyes brightened with each word Nero spoke. However, after a moment of careful consideration, he replied, in theory, it should be feasible. If Master Nero can provide the most suitable sacrifice, we might just be able to create an unprecedented Senju Hashirama. Hearing this, Nero broke into a satisfied smile and tossed the rat talisman to Orochimaru, warning him, "You understand what I mean, right? Lord Orochimaru, do not make things difficult for me." Orochimaru responded with a reassuring expression. With this strategic move, Nero effectively alleviated his concerns regarding Konoha being besieged by the ninja villages, allowing him to initiate his next plan, to refine the explosive cells of Reikage A to augment his warrior legion. Currently, Samboy's level of explosive power was merely advanced, ultimately inferior to Reikage A, who had pushed to the pinnacle of advanced armament color through sheer effort. Coincidentally, he had previously collected some of Reikage A's cells and intended to experiment with them. Nero returned to the exclusive laboratory provided by Danzo after a long absence, only to find another individual diligently conducting experiments within. It was none other than the long-missed Yakushi Nono, whose appearance, while not particularly striking, exuded a certain charm. Her demeanor was gentle and harmonious, naturally inspiring trust in those around her. It is evident that this individual possesses the potential to become an adept spy or a cunning charlatan. However, as it stands, Neriku lacks any missionary tools otherwise. It would undoubtedly be impressive to send this young lady to engage in such activities. The girl suddenly noticed a new figure in her peripheral vision. "Lord Neriku, I noticed you were absent, so I wish to practice my skills, enabling me to serve you better in the future." Neriku, listening to the girl's peculiar remarks, waved his hand dismissively, indicating his indifference. He then commenced his experiments, with the apothecary Yano accompanying him to provide attentive assistance. Neriku first utilized a microscope to examine the cells of Reikage AI, only to discover that they bore no significant difference from those of an ordinary person. He surmised that the magnification of the microscope was insufficient, preventing him from observing anything particularly extraordinary. Consequently, he resorted to a more transcendent method, employing a spell to extract biological essence directly. Soon, a minuscule amount of Reikage AI's tissue vanished from his sight. It was not that Neriku lacked the desire to cultivate Reikage AI's cells. Rather, not all cells were imbued with the terrifying vitality akin to that of Senju Hashirama. Nevertheless, possessing biological essence indicated that Reikage AI cells indeed held some merit. Hence, Neriku injected the essence into a small white mouse. At this juncture, observation was imperative. Before departing, Neriku turned to the attentive Yano and said, "Be sure to nurture this little mouse well. Otherwise," before Neriku could finish his sentence, Yano transformed into a vigorous nodding machine, fervently affirming his intent. Afei returned to the base once more, this time with his chest held high and head held aloft, resembling a triumphant general as he approached Uchiha Madara's stronghold. Upon seeing Madara seated upon the platform, Afei immediately declared loudly, "I have a report to make." Having followed Neriku for an extended period, Afei had even pilfered some of Neriku's catchphrases. Moreover, Neriku's endeavors to alter the ideology of the ninja world through the creation, or rather, imitation, of certain literary works had also been surreptitiously observed by Afei. Afei's relentless and shameless surveillance had prompted Neriku to contemplate employing a mouse talisman to ward off Uchiha Madara. Yet, Afei's genuine curiosity lay not in the seemingly ornate words, but in the true meaning behind Aki na and Senahai. Madara gazed down at Afei with a hint of exasperation. Initially, he had exiled Afei in hopes of seeing some semblance of change, perhaps a touch of seriousness. However, after Afei began to monitor Neriku, he fully embodied the adage, "One who stays close to vermilion becomes red, one who stays close to ink becomes black." Afei awaited a response from Madara, but the latter remained silent, prompting Afei to look up in astonishment. At that moment, Kurizetsu coldly mocked, "Speak up." Afei clenched his fists, feeling akin to a talented but unrecognized minister, oppressed by the nefarious eunuchs under the emperor's command. It was only after Madara finally spoke that Afei hurriedly exclaimed, "It is about Neriku. I have discovered that Uchiha Neriku is engaging in illicit affairs." Kurizetsu initially thought Madara would be disinterested in such gossip and was about to reprimand Afei. However, upon witnessing the smile playing at the corners of Madara's mouth, he realized that Madara was indeed intrigued. Afei animatedly detailed how Uchiha Neriku was romantically entangled with Senju Tsunade, while also maintaining two wives, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Hinata. within the Uchiha clan, not to mention his affair with Uzumaki Kushina at the Ninja Academy. The most repugnant revelation was his illicit relationship with Hyuga. Afei recounted these tales with fervor. While Madara initially felt a sense of satisfaction at Naruto's apparent moral decline, he soon experienced a surge of frustration, lamenting that Naruto squandered his talents on trivial pursuits rather than honing his skills. Unlike Madara, who dedicated his time to battling his dear friend Senju Hashirama, Naruto seemed to be wasting his precious moments. Chapter 153, Byakugan. Naruto observed as Hyuga diligently achieved a commendable intermediate mastery in a remarkably short time, prompting an approving nod from him. As the Uchiha who specialized in extraction, Naruto particularly valued such tenacity. However, if one were to claim the title of the most industrious, that honor would undoubtedly belong to Shimura Danzo. This old fellow possessed both the willpower and resources, allowing him to master any weapon quickly. Unfortunately, Danzo had nearly exhausted his resources, and given the circumstances, he had no business confronting Naruto. Naruto mentally intoned, "System, activate. Let me, Uchiha Naruto, discern the limits of Hyuga." Ding. Hyuga's utilization of the 8 trigrams reaches the novice level. Talent replication activated. Hyuga has mastered the full set of Gentle Fist. Ding. Hyuga's utilization of the 8 trigrams reaches the intermediate level. Talent replication activated. Hyuga clan's Byakugan Intermediate, Caged Bird. The first reward may not be entirely useless, yet it is rather insignificant. In Naruto's view, the Gentle Fist technique seemed somewhat ludicrous. One could practically massage their opponent with their hands, so why not employ other methods? Even without using long-range techniques, one could easily pierce their opponent with close-range poison needles, rendering chakra suppression unnecessary. While the Kaiten and 8 trigrams air palm within the Gentle Fist had some merit, Hyuga was not skilled in them. However, the intermediate reward brought forth by Hyuga piqued Naruto's interest, albeit he harbored reservations regarding the content within the parentheses. Although he assured Hyuga that the caged bird was nothing to fear, he certainly did not wish to impose such a fate upon himself. Naruto meticulously examined the system's explanation, scrutinizing whether the caged bird would transfer to his own being. After a thorough review, Naruto discerned the system's intent. The caged bird was detrimental to the eyes of the Hyuga clan's members, diminishing their field of vision and ultimately impairing the normal development of the Byakugan. Moreover, this side effect was irreversible. The implication of the caged bird was that Naruto would acquire the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan members after suffering the consequences of the caged bird, which alleviated his concerns. He chose to accept the reward. Yet, Naruto felt disheartened to find that the Sharingan and Byakugan did not merge. Under normal circumstances, his eyes remained black orbs, and utilizing any ability necessitated a change in his eye color. Byakugan. Naruto's dark irises suddenly transformed into a brilliant white, with the veins around his eyes becoming pronounced. Employing his newfound Byakugan, he surveyed his surroundings, quickly spotting the elderly Uchiha men, who was idly slacking off. How dull. Redirecting his focus, he then observed Mikoto and Hinata in the midst of bathing. At that moment, Mikoto was scrubbing Hinata's back. What on earth? Bathing in broad daylight. It is widely known that Uchiha Naruto, as a Cadillac owner, possesses a unique understanding of bathing rituals. He has often scrutinized the works of the bathing king, Xiaoshan. Thus, he observed with a critical eye, ultimately concluding that the Byakugan had its shortcomings, lacking both clarity and vibrancy of color. After a brief observation, he decided to shift his perspective. As he did so, Naruto noticed a foolish Kurizetsu lurking below, seemingly eager to observe him. Anger surged within him. This grotesque creature was showing him no respect. Whether it was Naruto's feigned ignorance or Kurizetsu's desire for sensational news, the latter grew increasingly bold. With Naruto's perceptive abilities, he could sometimes sense an individual lurking behind him, a situation that most often arose during his most vulnerable moments. Naruto resolved that he could no longer tolerate this. Which Uchiha could endure being toyed with in such a manner? Coincidentally, Naruto needed a Kurizetsu for his experiments. Thus, Naruto arrived at a desolate location. At this moment, his wings had largely unfurled, and he felt confident that capturing a white Zetsu would be a trivial endeavor. Uchiha Madara would likely not take notice. Even if he were to care, Naruto had ways to maintain his dignity. The white Zetsu, indeed, followed the stealthy Naruto into the secluded grove. Emerging from an unknown place, it scrutinized its surroundings before crouching down, seemingly tinkering with something. Akatsuki observed Naruto's cautious demeanor, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. However, his current position rendered it inconvenient for him to observe closely, prompting Akatsuki to cautiously approach Naruto. Years of surveillance had dulled his instincts, and to Naruto, Akatsuki's proximity felt akin to an older brother tapping him on the shoulder and asking, "Are you here to relieve yourself?" A swift strike. Naruto combined Tsunade's monstrous strength with A's unparalleled armed Haki in a single punch, unleashing an unparalleled force against the ground beneath him. The instant his fist made contact, a thunderous roar reverberated, as if the earth itself were being rent asunder by an unstoppable power. Countless fissures rapidly spread, and the ground began to collapse, forming a colossal pit. The sheer force of the impact warped the surrounding air, creating a howling wind that toppled nearby trees. Leaves whirled in the air, branches snapped, and chaos ensued. Had Naruto not chosen to conduct his capture outside the village, such a commotion would undoubtedly have drawn the attention of numerous ninjas. Hiding underground, Akatsuki realized the situation had turned dire and that fleeing was imperative, all within a heartbeat. Though the shifting technique allowed him to meld with the earth and vegetation for rapid movement, Naruto's punch was too swift, potent, and extensive for Akatsuki to evade entirely. Naruto, gazing at the white zetsu before him, felt a nagging sense of familiarity. Nevertheless, he unwaveringly approached the white zetsu, his fist raised, consumed by a fervor to seize this peculiar being. Activating the acceleration ability of his right Mangekyo Sharingan, he surged toward Akatsuki with terrifying speed. Naruto had initially intended to cast an illusion, but he hesitated, uncertain if the white zetsu would be susceptible. Hence, he refrained from using Jinjutsu to avoid alarming the creature. The infinite Tsukuyomi could influence all living beings except the caster, but it had no effect on the white zetsu, indicating a certain degree of immunity to illusions. Akatsuki, witnessing Naruto's rapid approach and the glint of the Mangekyo in his eyes, inwardly cried out, "I haven't even grasped the sensation of relief, nor completed Lord Madara's task. How can I fall here? Move, move." Frantically, Akatsuki urged his body to once again unleash the shifting technique. Alas, he failed to notice that Naruto was now less than 3 meters away. A smirk crept onto Naruto's lips. The world, under the influence of Uchiha Naruto's ocular technique. The might of time descended upon the area before him in an instant. Time froze, and Naruto stepped before the white zetsu, employing sealing techniques, and would release in an attempt to subdue it. It was not that Naruto was unguarded. Rather, the white zetsu's peculiar nature prompted caution. In the original narrative, white zetsu could even negate Orochimaru's curse techniques. 15 seconds later, with an ethereal force dissipating, Akatsuki found himself enveloped in sealing techniques, with Naruto's would release continuously siphoning his strength. Chapter 154, Jiraiya's Surveillance. Akatsuki struggled to rise, producing only meaningless sounds. Ugh, ugh, how on earth did you manage this? He questioned Naruto. Looking at the spiral-formed white zetsu before him, Naruto suddenly realized he might have caught a significant prize. This was indeed an anomaly among the white zetsu. A remnant of the first Hokage's biological armor, a child of the god tree, and the peculiar Akatsuki. Naruto felt a wave of relief for not having acted rashly and mistakenly captured Akatsuki as an ordinary white zetsu. Had he done so, it would surely have drawn Uchiha Madara's unwelcome attention. At that moment, Naruto recognized the weight of Uchiha Madara's regard for him, as he had orchestrated for Akatsuki to come forth. Little did Naruto know that Akatsuki was exiled due to Madara's fear of being spied upon while attending to his needs. The peculiar twists of fate here rendered Naruto a new victim. Today, Uchiha Madara had triumphed twice. As Naruto contemplated how to respond to Akatsuki's inquiry, had it been an ordinary white zetsu, he would have seized it without hesitation and swiftly refined it. However, Akatsuki, being a unique white zetsu, could not simply serve as a mere offering. That would be a waste. Would you be willing to serve under me as a loyal companion? Do you harbor any dreams? Naruto inquired earnestly. Naruto had a semblance of understanding regarding Akatsuki. The latter, like most white zetsu, lacked humanity, yet yearned for an understanding of it. As artificial beings, they could not partake in meals or relieve themselves, experiences that ordinary humans took for granted. This very absence fueled their curiosity about the sensation of relief. Seemingly resonating with Naruto's words, Akatsuki, despite being bound, began to ponder his own aspirations. Ultimately, he arrived at an answer, gazing at Naruto with the determination of a warrior. Articulating each word, "I wish to experience the feeling of relief." What a grand dream. Are you willing to sacrifice everything for it? Naruto responded, both bemused and understanding. Akatsuki felt exhilarated at Naruto's acknowledgement, for no one had ever held the white zetsu in such high esteem. Today, he, Akatsuki, had encountered a true master. Alas, he was already bound to Uchiha Madara. As for why the white Zetsu obeyed Madara, two theories circulated in the past. One posited that they were artificial beings created from the first Hokage's cells, while the other, voiced by Kuro Zetsu, suggested they were the remnants of humanity that had succumbed to the infinite Tsukuyomi in ancient times. Regardless, Madara wielded immense authority over them. Even if the white Zetsu were remnants, in the absence of Kaguya and her progeny, Madara maintained the highest command. Thus, Naruto resolved to find a method to control Akatsuki, occasionally extracting a sample of white Zetsu cells for experimentation. At present, Uchiha Naruto had no intention of forcing Akatsuki to serve him. I apologize, Akatsuki. I will impose certain restrictions on you, but I promise that one day you will experience the feeling of relief. Will you trust me? Naruto coaxed. Akatsuki gazed into Naruto's earnest eyes, feeling an unfamiliar sensation. Inwardly, he mused that this might be the bond of humanity. Naruto swiftly devised a suitable confinement for Akatsuki, the infinite space of his dimensional array, where he could initially keep him. After a series of maneuvers, Naruto transported Akatsuki to a peculiar realm known as the World's End. Wow, what an odd place. In this strange space, seemingly devoid of gravity, Akatsuki effortlessly executed a handstand, exclaiming in delight. As he reveled in the peculiar surroundings, Naruto addressed him. I will find new companions for you to play with. If you grow bored, simply slumber. With that, Naruto returned to the ninja world, exhaling a sigh of relief. Finally, he was free from that exasperating sensation while attending to his needs. Subsequently, Naruto handed Akatsuki's cells over to Orochimaru, hoping he could optimize them through the reanimation jutsu. It must be said that Orochimaru truly deserved the title of the foremost scientist in the ninja world. When Naruto beheld him, Orochimaru had not closed his eyes for several consecutive days. His mind was wholly engrossed in the study of the rat curse seal. Meanwhile, a certain commotion had arisen in Konoha, as the statue of Uchiha Madara had changed its posture. Originally, the statue had been in a position of reconciliation, but it now assumed an aggressive stance. Subsequently, Naruto was summoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi for a conversation. It seemed that Shimura Danzo had become unusually obedient, preoccupied with enhancing his own power and refraining from causing trouble. In Sarutobi's eyes, the shadow of Konoha had directly transformed into that of Uchiha Naruto. However, Naruto adamantly refused to acknowledge this, leaving Sarutobi with little recourse as he lacked concrete evidence. As time progressed amidst Naruto's diligent efforts in forging, he found himself less than content. The forging process had reached its near completion, with only the assembly of the mecha remaining. This led Sarutobi to entertain other thoughts, prompting an investigation into Naruto. Jiraiya was designated as the principal force in Sarutobi's inquiry concerning Naruto. Initially, Naruto was oblivious to Jiraiya's surveillance, only becoming aware of it when he used his Byakugan one day. He noticed that Jiraiya frequently drew near to him. In light of this situation, Naruto could only sigh in resignation. Ah, the illustrious Jiraiya, you have finally found yourself at odds with me due to Sarutobi and Gamabunta. Faced with this dilemma, Naruto had no particularly effective solution. After all, he could not simply eliminate Jiraiya in Konoha. Though Jiraiya appeared carefree, once he set his mind on something, he would press forward unwaveringly, even in the face of potential death. Thus, Naruto found it challenging to alter Jiraiya's convictions. After considerable contemplation, Naruto ultimately resolved to deal with Sarutobi first. Shortly thereafter, with the aid of Toki, he disseminated some intriguing information. Have you heard? The Hokage is consuming people. Chapter 155. Rumors arise. What nonsense are you spouting? The Hokage could never eat people. I have some information for you, but you must not share it with anyone, especially the Kurama family. Who do you think I am? In all of Konoha, who doesn't know that I keep my mouth sealed tighter than anyone else? Anyone could spill the beans, but it certainly won't be me. Do you remember when the third Hokage went to the front lines and defeated the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage? How could I forget? The village made a great deal of noise about it. Sarutobi became a massive ball of flesh on the battlefield, and from within that grotesque mass, numerous tentacles emerged, devouring many Konoha ninjas. Is that true? Isn't the third Hokage supposed to be the strongest Hokage in Konoha? How could he possibly resort to such methods? Am I lying? This was witnessed by the nephew of my uncle's sister's friend, and the Kurama kid was right beside that ball of flesh. Could it be? Indeed. The Kurama kid was devoured whole. Not a single corpse was left behind. We must remember, he was the sole heir of the Kurama clan. Though the elder Kurama is quite aged now, he was known for his explosive temper in his youth. You mustn't say a word about this. Rest assured, I will return home first. A few minutes later, Kurama's wife, I must tell you something, but please make sure to inform your husband. Thus, such messages began to circulate throughout Konoha. The initial version of the tale evolved from Sarutobi consuming people to the claim that he devoured a ninja every day. Eventually, the rumor morphed into Sarutobi first committing heinous acts before devouring a virgin. Sarutobi sat in his office, his expression dark as he perused the intel presented by the Umbu. He had learned afterward that during the battle with the third Reikage, the infinite armor had absorbed nearby ninjas to save his life. Fortunately, most of the ninjas present had perished, and those who survived were coerced into signing confidentiality agreements. He had believed the matter had been laid to rest. But in recent days, the rumors had suddenly resurfaced, and not among ninjas, but rather among civilians. Such occurrences had transpired on the battlefield before, for shadow-level powerhouses like him. It was not unusual for wide-ranging jutsu to inadvertently harm fellow ninjas. Moreover, he fought for Konoha, a fact that was a tacit understanding among ninjas. This was why he had previously managed to suppress the issue so easily. However, now that the civilians had become aware, and the rumors had escalated to claims that he devoured people daily, with even more outrageous assertions of him transforming into a monster each night to feast upon them. The situation was dire. Some even claimed he had consumed half the inmates of Konoha's prison. In short, the rumors grew increasingly absurd. If this continued, Sarutobi would inevitably be branded a monster. Any disappearance in Konoha would be pinned on him. Sarutobi was now certain that someone was orchestrating this behind the scenes, and his foremost suspicion fell upon his old friend, Shimura Danzo. Yet, these considerations were not of paramount importance. What mattered most was to quell the unrest. Sarutobi instructed the Umbu before him. Monkey, go find the deputy captain and apprehend those who spread this news. We can enlist the help of the security department. Additionally, reach out to some prominent figures to soothe the populace, claiming this is misinformation spread by enemy village spies, who have more sinister plans against Konoha. Upon hearing Sarutobi's orders, the monkey mask did not respond affirmatively. Sarutobi raised his gaze to scrutinize him. The monkey mask, undeterred, met Sarutobi's gaze and said, "Father, how much of this information circulating in the village is true, and how much is false? You have not returned home in quite some time." In an instant, Sarutobi's fury erupted, his expression turning menacing as he exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a lion confronting its rival. How many times must I say it? Use titles during work. Sarutobi Shinji. As an Umbu squad leader, you must unconditionally execute the Hokage's commands. And as my son, you should never doubt your father. Go. Then please, Hokage-sama, tell me everything, so I may assist you in resolving this matter. Sarutobi Shinji stood his ground, unwavering in his challenge. The once furious Sarutobi suddenly gathered his composure, his demeanor shifting to one of quiet intensity as he said, "Very well. If you still consider me your father, then go." Ultimately, Sarutobi's authority as a stern father and Hokage remained intact, leading Sarutobi Shinji to exit the office. Sarutobi slumped at his desk like a dog deprived of its spine, bewildered as to why his own son would be the first to question him. This left him feeling a blend of disappointment, grievance, and anger. After a moment of reflection, Sarutobi murmured, "I do all this for Konoha. What do you all understand? How could you insects comprehend politics?" In the subsequent days, the entirety of Konoha's forces began to mobilize. In the Umbu deputy captain's office, Kakashi Hitaki was diligently handling paperwork. Kakashi had essentially reached the pinnacle of the Umbu. The Umbu captain had traditionally been held by the Hokage, while the deputy captain was a trusted confidant of the Hokage. Due to his previous accomplishments, having killed Chiyo's son and captured her daughter-in-law, Sarutobi had intended to promote Kakashi to an unprecedented position as the Umbu captain. Thus, Sarutobi first elevated Kakashi to the role of deputy captain. As Kakashi worked alongside a colleague in the office, upon learning of the Hokage's specific intentions, he involuntarily furrowed his brow. On one hand, he was outraged by the slander against the Hokage, yet on the other, he felt the Hokage's approach was somewhat heavy-handed. However, he had no viable alternatives and could only strive to execute the orders given. Upon discerning the clandestine messages from the Umbu, Uchiha Chiwe instinctively recognized an opportunity to curry favor with the Hokage. Thus, he resolved to execute Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders with utmost diligence. Within a mere day, Uchiha Chiwe apprehended a considerable number of civilians and shinobi. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Minato berated Chiwe for his lack of intellect. Conversely, Naraku remained notably composed, perceiving that such actions could very well yield counterproductive results. However, the discomfort of Sarutobi Hiruzen did little to alleviate Naraku's spirits. That very evening, Hiruzen sought out Naraku, forcing a benevolent smile as he addressed him. "Naraku, Might you assist me with a task? After a prolonged exchange, Naruto discerned Hiruzen's intentions and understood the predicament he faced. Due to prolonged usage of the infinite technique, particularly two extensive transformations, Hiruzen found himself tainted by the infinite power, his physical form grotesquely altered. To put it plainly, red fur had sprouted from his body, which instinctively consumed any flesh it came into contact with. This affliction had caused Hiruzen to refrain from sharing a bed with his wife for quite some time. Hence, he sought Naruto's assistance in remedying this issue. As a bearer of the will of fire and the esteemed legacy of Konoha, Naruto, the ultimate devotee of Hiruzen, naturally displayed the smile reminiscent of Shimura Danzo's final moments as he replied, "Of course, my Hokage." It was uncertain whether it was merely Hiruzen's imagination, but it seemed Naruto placed an emphasis on the word my. Chapter 156, Night. Subsequently, Naruto diligently crafted a remarkable ring for Hiruzen. Upon donning the ring provided by Naruto, Hiruzen was elated to discover that the previously uncontrollable fur had receded entirely. The mental strain that had been gnawing at him due to the infinite technique also began to dissipate. Hiruzen clapped Naruto on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Naruto. Once this matter is resolved, I shall reward you." Hiruzen felt a surge of emotion and planned to investigate Naruto thoroughly once the rumors were settled. Watching Hiruzen depart, Naruto brushed his shoulder where Hiruzen had just patted him. He mused to himself that Hiruzen was hardly a virtuous man, after forging a device to suppress Hiruzen's physical aberration. Hiruzen had audaciously used him as a test subject. Despite assisting him immensely, Hiruzen only offered empty promises. Yet, Naruto felt no anger. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. Naruto strolled over to the Senju clan's residence, deciding to spend the night at his mentor's home. Upon seeing Naruto's mischievous grin, Tsunade remarked, "You little Uchiha? Have you no home to return to? Coming here to sleep while Shoju is still in the house. If one seeks excitement, one must fully commit." Naruto retorted, "My house was burned down last night by someone's fire techniques." Leaning against the wall, he cornered Tsunade, gazing upon her exquisite features and inhaling her faint milky scent. Naruto could no longer contain himself and leaned in closer. Tsunade, surprisingly, did not resist, exhibiting a softness uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor, and they shared a kiss. After 2 minutes, an uninvited guest burst into the living room, exclaiming, "Nai-chan's sister." "You know I." The moment Shoju entered and witnessed the shocking scene, he sprinted away as if a ravenous demon lurked within the living room. After running for some distance, Shoju hid in a corner, muttering to himself, "My sister is my only sibling. She wouldn't kill me to keep me quiet, right?" Meanwhile, Naruto was not faring much better. He realized once again that Tsunade was not so easily won over. She precisely broke one of his ribs and, after administering treatment, left without a backward glance. Naruto retreated to his usual guest room, and while his injuries were not trivial, they were nothing he couldn't handle. That evening, Tsunade stealthily entered the guest room. Observing the usually cunning Naruto peacefully asleep, she checked his injuries and remarked, "You little rascal, I never expected you to be so compliant while asleep." As Tsunade gazed at Naruto's handsome visage, she prepared to bestow upon him a goodnight kiss. However, she was abruptly seized by Naruto, who swiftly enveloped her in the covers. With a mischievous grin, he said, "Teacher, you broke one of my ribs today, so I require your company throughout the night to prevent any recurrence of my injuries." Tsunade, eyeing Naruto's grin, replied, "You better take care of yourself tonight. If you dare to cause any trouble." She grasped Naruto's vulnerable spot, sending a chill down his spine, prompting him to nod in agreement. It appeared that he would have to settle for a restful night. Although Naruto and Tsunade's relationship had rapidly intensified, Tsunade insisted that Naruto must reach the age of 18 first. Thus, he embraced the fragrant Tsunade and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had sought Naruto earlier, did not return home, but instead went directly to the roots of Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, with a grim countenance, gazed upon Danzo, who was swathed in bandages, and slowly declared, "Danzo, this matter ends here. I am a superstitious man. Should any new rumors arise within the village, or if any remnants of the roots persist, I shall hold you accountable. You wish to usurp my position as Hokage? I assure you, I will strip you of your post before I resign and immediately appoint my apprentice to the role. And you are not blameless either. Cease your actions, Danzo. Our internal strife serves no purpose." After delivering his speech with confidence, Hiruzen regarded Danzo with unwavering resolve, certain that he could once again suppress him. As Danzo listened, he did indeed respond as Hiruzen had anticipated, slamming his fist on the table in frustration. "I understand," he replied begrudgingly. As Hiruzen departed, Satisfied with the outcome of their conversation, he sensed an unsettling change in his old friend. The Danzo of the past would have argued fiercely, and recently, Danzo had visited his office far less frequently. However, Ryūjin had no inclination to ponder the reasons behind Danzo's transformation. He hastened back to the clan grounds. Upon arriving, Ryūjin found no solace, for with his Hokage-level abilities, he overheard the whispers of his clan members. The fury he had suppressed surged anew as he contemplated their ingratitude. They seemed oblivious to who had fostered the Uchiha clan to its current stature. Ryūjin resolved to convene a meeting of the clan elders the following day. Upon returning home, he beheld his wife, Sarutobi Pihahiko, soothing their son, Asuma, to sleep. Pihahiko, noticing her husband had returned after a week's absence, displayed little emotion, simply continuing to lull their child. Slowly, she closed the door and joined Ryūjin in their quarters. As a middle-aged couple, with Ryūjin's responsibilities as Hokage, their relationship had evolved into one resembling that of two cohabiting friends rather than a married couple. Ultimately, Ryūjin broke the silence. "Are you aware of the recent rumors circulating within the village?" Sarutobi Pihahiko replied calmly. "I wish I could trust you, but how can I believe you when you tell me nothing?" Ryūjin clenched his fists tightly. He had hoped for his wife's unconditional trust, but this was the outcome. The heartfelt words that had once lingered on his lips were now retracted, replaced by a serious, almost commanding tone as he stated, "Please help me address the rumors within the clan tomorrow." Pihahiko felt a pang of disappointment. She had intended to support Ryūjin wholeheartedly, regardless of the circumstances. Yet he had divulged nothing. Thus, she merely nodded and returned to her bed. After a while, Sarutobi Ryūjin lay down on his bed as well. The two of them sleeping under separate blankets, akin to two unfamiliar individuals sharing a communal space. In the dead of night, root operatives arrived at Kiden Masakazu's home, presenting him with a video. As Kiden watched the footage, tears began to flow slowly from his eyes. Shadows of root began to loom over many corners of Konoha. And for Shimura Danzo, or rather for Toka, executing the orders of Naruto had become the utmost priority. Chapter 157. The Sophistry of Sarutobi Ryūjin. The following day, Sarutobi Ryūjin arrived early at the Hokage's office, poised to listen to reports from his subordinates, as he was quite concerned about the spread of rumors. After all, the supreme throne of the guardian deity had nearly been forged, and he could leverage this most formidable artifact to achieve great endeavors. Yet, in this current situation, he might inadvertently find himself resigning in disgrace. The security department had apprehended numerous ninjas and civilians disseminating rumors, inciting public discontent. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Shinjiro spoke up. "It's nothing." Sarutobi Ryūjin replied calmly. Inwardly, Sarutobi Ryūjin mused that this might serve to suppress the Uchiha's reputation. After all, due to the existence of Uchiha Naruto, the relations between the Uchiha and other clans had improved significantly. This phenomenon was not one that Sarutobi Ryūjin wished to witness. The Umbu had already dispatched personnel to publicly address the matter, indicating that the explanation would be personally delivered by his father. Sarutobi Ryūjin nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his son was quite attentive to his father's affairs. He believed that under the explanation from the strongest Hokage in Konoha, the populace would comprehend his intentions. However, the previous night, there had still been root ninjas wandering about spreading their agenda. Danzo. Sarutobi Ryūjin's expression turned grave. He had initially thought Danzo would not act so unwisely. In that case, he would not hesitate to dismiss Danzo. Just then, Mito Gate Kane and Tenkai Koharu rushed in, and Sarutobi Ryūjin knew well their purpose for coming. He was relieved that he had sought Naruto's assistance the day prior, despite his dissatisfaction with his two companions' suspicions. Nonetheless, he managed to convince them of his integrity. As soon as Mito Gate Kane and Tenkai Koharu departed, Jiraiya also arrived, exuberantly inquiring, "Teacher, are you alright lately?" His gaze seemed to subtly scrutinize the situation. Sarutobi Ryūjin, feeling a surge of irritation from the incessant doubts, replied stiffly, "I am your teacher, the Hokage of Konoha. You should focus on investigating Uchiha Naruto." As Jiraiya attempted to explain, Sarutobi Shinjiro suddenly interjected, "Some citizens have arrived outside. Should we avoid them?" At this moment, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Shinjiro looked eagerly at Sarutobi Ryūjin, awaiting his decision. Sarutobi Ryūjin felt confident that he had no issues to hide, and it seemed he also sought to prove himself before them. Moreover, spreading rumors was easy, but quelling them required effort. If he did not address the matter head-on, who knew how far the rumors might spread? Although Sarutobi Ryūjin had strived diligently as Hokage over the years, he was aware that he too had his share of imperfections. Standing tall and resolute, he ascended to the second floor of the Hokage building. gazing down at the gathered citizens and ninjas. His mind drifted back to the day he announced his ascension as the third Hokage. The corners of his mouth twisted in thought. Perplexed as to why everyone was discussing and doubting him as Hokage, it felt as though this incident of rumors was destined to spell his doom. 20 years prior, he had embarked on his journey from Kumogakure, appointed Hokage by Senju Tobirama. Wherever he went, the people welcomed him wholeheartedly. It was indeed a time of great fortune. The vibrancy and flourishing of life were still vivid in his memory. Yet, merely 2 decades later, had this place transformed into his grave? Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and began to deliver the prepared speech to defend himself. However, barely into his address, Kiden Masakazu interrupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned indifference and signaled to the Anbu to allow Kiden to speak. Kiden Masakazu, with red-rimmed eyes, stared defiantly at Sarutobi Hiruzen and proclaimed, "Hokage-sama, you just stated that the accusations of cannibalism were merely a ploy by enemy villages. Then what do you make of this?" With that, he distributed numerous photographs. And the Root had even provided him with a playback device. The technological marvels of the Hokage are truly bizarre. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed danger and gestured for the Anbu to swiftly intervene. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Kiden tore open his clothing, revealing an array of explosive tags affixed to his body. Kiden frantically declared, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you won't even grant me this opportunity? If I die, these explosive tags will detonate. If my consciousness is seized, they will explode as well. I merely ask Hokage-sama for a chance to finish my words." Kiden retained a semblance of confidence. Bolstered by the assurances from the Root ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression faltered. He realized that this man had come prepared. It was likely that the Root ninjas were orchestrating this entire scenario from behind the scenes. The surrounding citizens were also keenly attentive to the unfolding drama, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen with no choice but to hypocritically soothe Kiden Masakazu. As the playback device activated and the photographs circulated, everyone witnessed how Sarutobi Hiruzen had transformed into a monstrous entity, consuming the surrounding ninjas, ultimately morphing into a titan-like figure. Rage surged within Sarutobi Hiruzen as he seethed internally. Shimura Danzo. Yet, he understood that anger would not resolve the situation. It was evident that this matter could not be easily settled. It was often said that every formidable politician was a fine actor. Before he knew it, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed affectionately at the citizens of Konoha below. Bowing deeply, he uttered, "I am truly sorry. My strength is not as formidable as it should be. When faced with the joint assault of the third Reikage and the third Tsuchikage, I was gravely injured and on the brink of death. It was in my unconscious state that my weapon, in its desire to protect me, devoured the surrounding ninjas. Had I been aware, I would have endeavored to avoid harming the ninjas of Konoha. In truth, since this incident, I have been filled with regret, sorrow, and even despair. Each night, I have prayed and repented in the Hokage office, lamenting the fate I caused them. However, such collateral damage on the battlefield is nearly unavoidable. Every powerful ninja has inadvertently harmed their comrades to some extent. Yet we cannot refrain from taking action out of fear of misfires, for that would lead to even greater sacrifices. Furthermore, in such circumstances, retreat was not an option, for I bore the weight of countless villagers and ninjas of Konoha behind me. Those sacrificed ninjas are the true heroes of Konoha. It is through their sacrifices that we have emerged victorious from war. Once again, I extend my apologies, Mr. Kiden. I intend to resign from the position of third Hokage in 2 months. Here, I offer my sincerest apologies to all of you." Acknowledging that he could not escape unscathed, Sarutobi Hiruzen straightforwardly presented his apology and resignation, adhering to the philosophy of small concessions. "I have apologized. What more can be done? While you have lost your son, I have lost the Hokage's seat. Moreover, incidents of collateral damage are not uncommon in the world of ninjas. Indeed, the third Hokage acted solely for the sake of Konoha, and he too feels deep remorse. Yes, the Hokage has been despondent, even foregoing his return home at night to pray and repent for those who sacrificed themselves. The Hokage has apologized to us." The third Hokage, surprisingly, was willing to resign for a fault that was not his own. Would there ever again be a Hokage in Konoha capable of defeating 2 of the strongest shadows from other villages? Sarutobi Hiruzen, listening to the shifting public opinion below, could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps he would not need to resign after all. Even if he did step down, he would do so having attained the mightiest relic, the sacred throne of the guardian mechanism. With this artifact, he would merely control Konoha from the shadows. Chapter 158. The conclusion of Sarutobi Hiruzen's political career. At that moment, Quentin Masakazu observed the public sentiment gradually turning in favor of Sarutobi Hiruzen. A profound sadness enveloped him. He understood that while Hiruzen professed remorse, he harbored no genuine contrition within. If that were the case, why wait for the matter to explode before allowing his son to assume the role of the so-called hero? At this juncture, he recognized that he had become a pawn in this struggle, yet he could not stand the hypocritical facade of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once more, Quentin Masakazu addressed the Hokage. My lord, this fault lies with me. However, others claim that you have transformed into a monster, one that needs to consume human flesh daily, with skin that unconsciously devours the blood and flesh of others. This must surely be mere nonsense. May I touch you? If you fear the explosive tags on me, you may check another. A wave of relief washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen. The dark rumors circulating were merely exaggerated tales about his skin's unsettling property. He felt confident that he could easily evade this individual, even eliminate the retired ninja without effort. However, he was wary of this adversary's second scheme and felt capable of suppressing it, which was why he had refrained from striking. With genuine sincerity, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Quentin Masakazu and proposed, "Would you kindly ask those around you to step back? I cannot allow you to threaten the safety of the villagers from other villages. I assure you that I will personally engage with you." Quentin Masakazu, witnessing Hiruzen's attempt to win the hearts of the people, could not help but smirk coldly. His initial plan had already borne fruit, and now all that remained was for him to sacrifice himself. It could be said that he was alive solely to avenge his son. He could only hope that the route would not deceive him. As Quentin Masakazu consented, most of the surrounding residents dispersed. However, one overly clever individual remarked, "I trust the Hokage. Hokage-sama, why not come over and touch me? I fear this man may harm you." "Indeed," echoed the surrounding clever ones, as if with Hiruzen present. No threat could endanger the residents of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback by the audacity of these individuals. They truly had no fear of death. Ultimately, he managed to persuade most of the clever ones to leave, with one remaining who declared he would not fear death nor complain. As Quentin Masakazu's hand slowly reached for Sarutobi Hiruzen's, nothing transpired, which brought a collective sigh of relief. After all, it was terrifying to think that the shadow of a village could turn into a monster that required daily human consumption. Yet, in a sudden motion, Quentin Masakazu lunged for a peculiar ring on Hiruzen's right hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying his shadow-level prowess, swiftly seized Quentin Masakazu's hand, preventing him from grasping the ring. As if he had found a weak point in Hiruzen, Quentin Masakazu cackled maniacally, "Hokage-sama, may I have that ring?" Cold sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow. He believed that his request for the creation of the ring would remain a secret. Had Shimura Danzo threatened Uchiha Naori, or had they formed an alliance? No matter how hard Hiruzen pondered, he could not fathom that Shimura Danzo had already transformed into a weapon spirit, and the current incarnation was, in fact, the ghost of the demon. A clever one disdainfully addressed Quentin Masakazu. "You truly are amusing. The Hokage has allowed you to touch him, and now you dare to ask him to remove the ring? What's next? Asking him to take off his clothes? Hokage-sama, quickly remove the ring for this person to see." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to comprehend why people were reluctant to befriend fools. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Quentin Masakazu transformed into a human bomb. He understood that he likely could not kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, but if he could shatter the Hokage's ring, that would suffice. As Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Quentin Masakazu charging toward him, he realized the gravity of the situation. He immediately summoned his fastest speed, pulling the nearby clever one away from Quentin Masakazu. With a resounding explosion, Quentin Masakazu was engulfed in flames. Looking at the intact ring in his hand and the clever one beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled in relief. The clever one, undeterred by the near brush with death, exclaimed, "Thank you for saving my life, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned a warm demeanor, patting the clever one's shoulder and assuring, "I will never forsake any resident of Konoha." Just as he engaged in his political theatrics, his expression suddenly shifted. A grave realization struck him. The worst was yet to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched in horror as his ring shattered into fragments. Due to his deliberate choice not to wear his official attire today, it was apparent that dark red tendrils began to sprout from his body. These tendrils rapidly elongated, relishing in the feast before them. The clever one gazed in horror as the tendrils swiftly consumed Sarutobi Hiruzen's flesh. He let out a horrified scream before perishing. Only the echoes of his mournful cries lingered in the air. All present were stupefied, not only those who had come to seek answers, but also the observing clan ninjas. And even the Umbu were taken aback by the scene. Could it be true? Did Sarutobi Hiruzen truly consume humans daily? With a heavy heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes, fully aware that his political career had reached its end. While others may have been oblivious to the circumstances, he certainly was not. Just moments ago, his ring had shown no signs of damage. Had it been harmed, the clever one standing before him would have already turned to ash. Thus, this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by Uchiha Naori. He couldn't comprehend how someone who appeared so easily manipulable could dare to scheme against a Hokage. As the crowd began to regain their wits, those lacking strength shouted that the Hokage was consuming people and fled. Meanwhile, some capable ninjas slowly encircled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya leaped before him, gravely stating, "Sensei, an explanation and the truth are required." Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a daze, muttered, "It's too late." The crimson vines extending from his body surged forth, indiscriminately devouring all living beings in proximity. Chapter 159. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Escape from Konoha. As the blood-red vines continued their expansion, countless ninjas and civilians of lesser strength were consumed. It was as if the attack was a retaliation against the oppression Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously exerted. This onslaught was entirely beyond his control. Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that his political career had definitively concluded, and even his once glorious life might be nearing its end. Having committed such atrocities beneath the Hokage building, he doubted anyone could save him, having devoured a significant amount of flesh in a short time. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, while the influence of the infinite began to intensify. Unbeknownst to him, violent thoughts began to flood his mind. After repelling Jiraiya with a single punch, he struggled to maintain his remaining rationality while contemplating an escape strategy. Surrounding him, figures of Konoha's backbone, Kakashi Hatake, Jiraiya, and Akimichi Choza, began to converge upon him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew he had to flee immediately, otherwise, even his formidable strength may not suffice for escape. In a fit of madness, he roared at those before him, "Why? Why does everyone doubt me? My comrades, my wife, my disciples, my son. This is the conspiracy of Shimura Danzo. Can you not see it?" Throughout this entire ordeal, only Hiruzen's Sarutobi himself, Naruto, and Toki are aware of how wronged Sarutobi truly is. Alas, for Naruto, it is merely an obstacle in his path. With his wings now fully spread, he naturally cannot allow Sarutobi to remain a hindrance. Just moments after being sent flying, Jiraiya leapt forth once more, addressing Sarutobi. "Sensei, please lay down your weapons. I will seek justice for you." Sarutobi, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his own blood. Was there still a chance for reconciliation in this dire situation? With each word carefully enunciated, he declared to the assembled crowd, "In my capacity as the third Hokage, I hereby announce that Jiraiya shall assume the role of the fourth Hokage. Jiraiya, this is my final request before I depart this world. If you still believe in me as your third Hokage, then keep your distance. I can no longer control my circumstances. I do not wish to harm the people of Konoha any further. I must undertake one last task for the village." Without regard for those present, Sarutobi hastily departed from the heart of Konoha. Initially, he had intended to seek vengeance against Danzo, but now his rationality was overwhelmed by primal instincts. All he could think of was obtaining assistance from Uchiha Naruto to suppress his injuries. His insatiable greed for the Guardian Mecha-S Supreme throne led him to believe he could conceal this ultimate artifact behind Konoha's facade. After Sarutobi's departure, those remaining exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to Jiraiya. The tardy Orochimaru smirked coldly before retreating. In truth, among the legendary Sannin, it was he who possessed the greatest qualifications to assume the Hokage position, with Kakashi Hatake being a close second outside their ranks. Yet, Sarutobi had chosen Jiraiya over him. A decision laden with implications that Orochimaru, with his keen intellect, readily understood. Though his mentor outwardly valued him, doubts had begun to fester within. The relentless warfare had left him somewhat fatigued, and the allure of Naruto's projects beckoned him. The temptation of the stone demon was considerable. Imagine possessing endless longevity to master all ninjutsu and explore the truths of existence. This path appeared far more appealing than squabbling for power among a horde of insects. The scene shifted back to Jiraiya, who understood his mentor's strength. Although he had no desire to become Hokage, the gravity of his teacher's terminal request left him with no choice but to acquiesce. Furthermore, he sensed an undercurrent of strangeness within the situation. Addressing the gathered crowd, Jiraiya proclaimed, "Leave this matter to me. I will handle it from here." With a respectful bow, he made his exit. The others present were more than willing to comply with Jiraiya's request. They themselves had no interest in venturing into such perilous waters with little to gain. Kakashi wished to assist, but with Jiraiya already gone, He began to clean up the mess left by Sarutobi. Uchiha Chitake arrived late to the scene, expressing his disbelief upon discovering the situation. After going to great lengths to appease Sarutobi, now the security cells were overflowing. And for what? Unbeknownst to him, the troubles were far from over. Upon arriving at the forge department, Sarutobi encountered Uchiha Naruto and, without hesitation, swiftly abducted him from Konoha. To avoid harming Naruto, Sarutobi crafted a wooden binding to facilitate their escape. Naruto, nonchalantly, inquired, "What does the third Hokage require of me?" Sarutobi barely restrained himself from biting off Naruto's head as he continued on his way. Naruto soon realized that they appeared to be free from surveillance. Using dimensional space to teleport himself and Sarutobi outside of Konoha, and feeling unsatisfied with the distance, he teleported them 4 more times. They found themselves over 20 kilometers away from Konoha. Naruto surveyed the area with his Byakugan, sensing that it was a prime location suitable for bidding Sarutobi farewell. He resolved to test his current prowess, setting a modest goal to defeat Sarutobi within 25 minutes. Sarutobi fixed a steely gaze upon Naruto, deducing that the Uchiha must possess a spatial attribute artifact hidden within him. What perplexed him was why Naruto did not utilize this artifact to flee, opting instead to assist him in distancing from Konoha. Then he noticed the Byakugan manifesting within Naruto's Uchiha eye, which filled him with a sense of foreboding. Just as Sarutobi was about to threaten Naruto for an explanation, Naruto, under the influence of his domineering aura, transformed his right hand into a crimson-black hue. With a single punch, he struck Sarutobi in the abdomen. Though Sarutobi attempted to evade, he was far too late. Naruto's fist plunged deep into Sarutobi's gut, evoking a sense of nausea within him. Nevertheless, Naruto was no novice. Having witnessed such gruesome sights over the years, he was not easily shaken. Sarutobi, gritting his teeth against the pain, distanced himself from Naruto. Fortunately, Sarutobi's prior consumption of numerous ninjas had granted him accelerated healing, and without hesitation, he summoned his armor. He challenged Naruto. "Uchiha Naruto, you are indeed a wicked little Uchiha, conspiring against the village. What is your true intention?" Naruto pointed to himself and replied, "I am a loyal servant of Konoha. Do not speak carelessly, third Hokage. In that case, you shall never return to the village." Sarutobi darkly asserted. He no longer relied on Naruto to suppress his condition. Initially, he had believed Naruto to be a meek lamb easily manipulated. But now he realized the situation exceeded his expectations, and he dared not trust Naruto to aid him any longer. However, in this vast ninja world, with his status and power as the third Hokage, he would undoubtedly find someone to assist him with this bizarre affliction. Without delving into the likes of Orochimaru and Tsunade, he clung to the hope that, despite his current predicament, his strength and Jiraiya's loyalty might yet allow him to rise again. Chapter 160, Naruto vs. Sarutobi. Uchiha Naruto, you and Danzo have conspired to bring me to this point. What further schemes do you have? Speak, and I shall spare your life. Sarutobi still sought information from Naruto. There is nothing to reveal. It is not merely Danzo and myself, but rather me alone. I have already eliminated Danzo. He is now but a puppet. Naruto replied with a sense of ease. With one misfortune begetting another, Naruto had prepared to ensure that Sarutobi's soul would no longer exist in this world. One could not blame him for his audacity. After all, he was merely seeking the thrill reminiscent of video games where one might farm for 20 minutes to experience euphoria. As the old saying goes, returning home in wealth and honor is akin to wearing fine clothes in the night. Reflecting upon his past, Uchiha Naruto had awakened his memories and system, striving for rapid growth. In Sarutobi's presence, he feigned a cheerful, somewhat foolish demeanor to ensure Sarutobi perceived him as easily manipulable. Back then, he had access to numerous weapons, and although he did not distribute them freely, he dared not hoard them for himself. Most importantly, he wished to grow swiftly without letting the weapons gather dust. Meanwhile, Sarutobi had often dismissed him with trivial rewards, and even after forging the most powerful artifact, Sarutobi had readily acknowledged its ownership, while Naruto had not even broached the subject. He now somewhat comprehends why those malevolent antagonists of your relished the moment of unveiling their nefarious schemes just before the protagonist's demise. The exhilaration of confession is indeed intoxicating. Of course, some overly astute villains take pleasure in expounding upon their techniques, or even their vulnerabilities, a folly he would decidedly eschew. A brief revelatory moment suffices. There is no need to indulge in ostentation and disclose everything, such as his weaponry, the sovereignty, and the ability to replicate talents. The eyes of Sarutobi Ryūjin within his armor suddenly turned crimson, as he finally grasped why he perceived a change in Danzo. What have you truly done? I have not been unkind to you during your time in Konoha. Why act in this manner? Sarutobi Hiruzen questioned, his voice laden with disbelief. Indeed, Konoha has treated me well. I recall forging but 2 items of fealty, and Danzo arranged for his subordinates to invite me for tea. Subsequently, he coerced me into crafting weapons for him. Where were you during all this? I have forged countless weapons for Konoha. Yet what have you offered me in return? Do you genuinely believe I enjoy crafting weapons solely for others, as if I were a mere automaton? You only paint dreams for me. Oh, recently. You even enlisted Jiraiya to investigate me. It appears you are preparing to dispose of me once I have outlived my usefulness. I would be remiss not to confront you for the tremors of my vulnerable youth. Had I been in a village that truly respects talent, I would not have been led down this path. Konoha has rotted from within. In an instant, an avalanche of words cascaded from Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's retorts, yet he harbored a stubborn disposition, refusing to accept the blame, and reverted to his customary mantra. This is all for the will of fire. What do you intend to do to Konoha? The will of fire represents the sacrifices made by predecessors for the benefit of future generations, not the reckless exploitation of power to oppress them. Oh, not only do you delight in oppressing the younger generations, but you particularly relish the subjugation of the Uchiha, treating Uchiha Chikage as a fool while ensuring he never has a chance to progress, do you not? Your little circle in Konoha is formidable. Those outside your clique are also ruthlessly suppressed. It is only because I spread rumors that the whispers reached your ears. Otherwise, they would eventually have reached Hatake Sakumo's as well, Naruto scoffed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating the implications of Naruto's words, felt a twinge of fear that he could indeed be that sort of person. Yet, it is often the case that villains do not perceive themselves as such. If reason were effective, why wield a fist? As for Konoha, this decaying village, I have little regard for it. Soon, I will endeavor to extricate myself from Konoha and establish my own village. Will that please you, Hokage? Naruto taunted once more. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, even without deep contemplation, realized it was Konoha that could not afford to lose Uchiha Naruto, rather than Naruto being utterly dependent on Konoha. Uchiha Naruto possessed the strength to stand alone. Konoha is the place that nurtured you. Why would you entertain such thoughts? Sarutobi Hiruzen admonished. Naruto retorted instantly. It was my parents who gave me life and sustenance, or at the very least, it was the Uchiha clan. Besides, I have crafted weapons for Konoha, have I not? And since I am destined to be an Uchiha who cannot integrate into Konoha, why not leave? Hokage, it seems you have forgotten Konoha's essence. It is merely a village established by the union of the Uchiha and Senju clans for the sustenance of all. Konoha is not a nation, and now, the Senju have waned while the Uchiha are suppressed. You truly know how to play the game. With Naruto's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Although he stubbornly believed he was in the right, he could not persuade Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's rebellious spirit had become evident, and he could no longer be controlled. He must eliminate Naruto today. Even in killing Naruto, he could not allow Uchiha Naruto to operate independently, nor could he permit Naruto to join another village. Without hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen charged at Naruto with infinity in hand, his murderous intent soaring as he anticipated turning Naruto into mere pulp. However, to his astonishment, Naruto single-handedly grasped infinity, and an overwhelming force surged through the staff, affecting Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naruto wielded the staff, relentlessly smashing Sarutobi Hiruzen into the ground, ultimately launching him and infinity away. Sarutobi Hiruzen crashed through 3 large trees before he managed to rise again. This time, he recognized that Naruto possessed an uncanny strength and a formidable haki that could rival the third Raikage. He lamented his previous failure to recognize Uchiha Naruto's rebellious nature, feeling profound regret. Yet, he overlooked how his previous greed for Naruto's weaponry clouded his judgment. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately transformed infinity into its wooden form. Wood release, birth of the world tree. Countless trees sprouted rapidly from the ground, creating a forest in an instant. An abundance of trees extended toward Naruto, entwined with eerie vines. While Naruto could have subdued this with his own wood release, he opted for a more direct and exhilarating approach. Naruto activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, enhancing his perception, bolstering his strength with top-tier haki. Like a bulldozer, he advanced swiftly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Trees crumbled to wood shavings upon contact with Naruto. Chapter 161, Second Stage Susanoo enhanced with haki. Thus, Naruto approached Sarutobi Hiruzen with rapidity and determination, and Hiruzen's expression shifted from indifference to horror. Today, he faced a foe reminiscent of his previous encounter with the third Raikage, perhaps even more brash. In no time, as Naruto closed in. Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared a new wood release. Wood dragon technique. A wood dragon summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen fixated its gaze on Naruto, poised to charge at any moment. Naruto's lips involuntarily curled into a smirk. Indeed, summoning a wood dragon was exhilarating, but shattering it with a single punch would surely be euphoric. Naruto charged towards the wood dragon. The dragon, undeterred, opened its maw wide under Sarutobi Hiruzen's command, hurling itself at Naruto. The two combatants, akin to star-crossed lovers who had not met in centuries, yearned for rapid contact. Naruto concentrated an immense reservoir of chakra and haki into his right fist, fixated on the colossal wood dragon. At the moment of contact, he swung his fist with unyielding determination. Serious punch. As Naruto mentally declared this, a formidable power erupted forth, infused with a terrifying aura directed towards the dragon's head. The sheer force of the punch generated a gale that mercilessly severed nearby trees, prompting Sarutobi Hiruzen to squint to comprehend the unfolding scene. The wood dragon thrashed in the air, but as the black-red haki and that intangible force enveloped it, the world seemed to freeze. Then, a thunderous explosion reverberated across the sky. Boom. The wood dragon disintegrated midair. Sarutobi Hiruzen was left astounded, as such raw brutality was a rarity in a world dominated by cunning ninjas. Fortuitously, he had witnessed it twice in a short span. With the wood dragon shattered, Naruto did not slow his momentum, continuing his relentless advance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Recognizing that the wood release form could not contain Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly transitioned to his nine-tails form. The cloak of the tailed beast enveloped him instantaneously, and the claws of the tailed beasts aided Sarutobi Hiruzen as he gripped infinity. As an overwhelming surge of chakra flooded in, a formidable power coalesced within the infinite stick. Upon witnessing the colossal staff descending from the heavens with unparalleled might, Naruto felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through him, his smile more audacious than ever. He was eager to test the limits of his current physical form. With his hands enveloped in chakra and armed with the color of Haki, he swiftly raised them, firmly grasping the infinite stick in a manner reminiscent of a titan holding the heavens aloft. In an instant, an indescribable force transmitted through the infinite stick to Naruto's hands, cascading down his body and ultimately plunging into the earth. Naruto seemed to transform into a harbinger of destruction, fissures appearing in the ground beneath him, spreading like a spider's web. As time elapsed, the earth began to sink, forming a profound pit. Even Naruto could not easily withstand the immense recoil, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His reckless actions revealed the minuscule limits of his physical form. That terrifying impact had only cost him around 5 hit points, and with the passage of time, his injuries were rapidly mending. On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood was far from pleasant. The formidable power of Naruto before him was terrifying, and most alarmingly, this boy was merely 12 years old. This realization only intensified Hiruzen's murderous intent. This child must not be allowed to live, or the ninja world would know no peace. However, before Hiruzen could act, Naruto's fist was already thrust before him. A simple punch. Naruto's fist struck Hiruzen squarely in the abdomen. Though it was a blow infused with an infinitesimal amount of chakra and haki, it possessed earth-shattering power. Hiruzen was sent flying like a rag caught in a tornado, soaring through the air before crashing down, deeply embedded in the earth. The entire sequence unfolded like a flawless parabola. At that moment, Hiruzen, trapped in the soil, glanced at his severed lower half, realizing with shock that Naruto's punch had bisected him. This was only possible due to the infinite defense he had in place. Hiruzen suspected that had it not been for that defense, an ordinary ninja would have been reduced to mere pulp. No, even blood mist. This was precisely why Naruto had refrained from delivering a more serious blow. He feared it would kill Hiruzen. At this juncture, Hiruzen could no longer afford to hold back. Even if the infinite transformation might entirely consume him, he had to activate it. As Hiruzen invoked his infinite transformation, strange red vines extended from his upper and lower body, connecting his form. Subsequently, flesh and armor bulged as the intertwining flesh and chakra vines coalesced into a colossal titan of gold in the ninja world. Unlike the initial transformation of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this titan had become increasingly grotesque and bizarre. Its crimson skin glistened, its eyes radiated a fierce red glow, and sharp claws sprouted from hands that had once bore resemblance to humanity. Enormous scarlet vines slithered along the titaness skin, swaying erratically in the air. Observing the small boss's final transformation, Naruto understood that Hiruzen's story was nearing its conclusion. All he needed to do was to strip the Titan of its last vestiges of reason to fully dominate this beast. As Naruto beheld the immense creature, he resolved to enter his high god form. The tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly, ultimately revealing the kaleidoscope adorned with a clock motif. With Naruto's invocation, bones, flesh, veins, and outer garments manifested layer by layer. A golden giant wielding a long spear rose from the ground. Susanoo, second phase. Activate. Although it lacked the aesthetic appeal of Susanoo's third phase with its smaller armor, the height difference of over 50 meters compared to the Titan was notable. However, a dashing 20-meter-tall golden giant was still impressive. As Naruto's body emanated a copious amount of Haki, the surface of his once golden Susanoo gradually transformed into a striking red-black hue. Only the eyes of Susanoo shone forth with a golden light. Haki-enhanced Susanoo, second phase. Activate. Just then, both parties had completed their transformations. Naruto commanded his Susanoo while Sarutobi Hiruzen, now a Titan, charged forward. In contrast to the brutish Titan, Naruto's Susanoo fought with remarkable agility. With a mere sidestep, he evaded the majority of the Titan's assault, subsequently concentrating his strength and lunging towards the Titan's midsection. The long spear, enhanced by Haki, pierced deeply into the Titan's body. A resounding howl erupted from the Titan's mouth. The Titan's hand then attempted to grasp Naruto's Susanoo, but Naruto, undeterred by the Titan's madness, drove the spear even deeper into its form, infusing it with a surge of Haki that ravaged the Titan's insides. This immense damage rendered the Titan momentarily immobile, retracting its earlier offensive strike. The Titan, struggling with its surface vines, endeavored to ensnare Naruto's Susanoo, attempting to absorb its power. Again, the Titan extended its hand, but this time not to attack, but to seize Naruto's spear. Sensing the impending danger, Naruto withdrew his spear and evaded the Titan's grasp with his relatively smaller frame. Thus, Naruto continued to weave between attacks, fully outmaneuvering the Titan. The pain, injuries, and humiliation from the relentless taunting ignited an inferno of wrath within the creature, ultimately leading to the complete consumption of Sarutobi Hiruzen's consciousness by the Titan's primal instinct. This signified yet another foe had been vanquished. Naruto gazed solemnly at the now utterly frenzied Titan, releasing a sigh. As he dispelled Susanoo, the Titan, bewildered by its enemy's sudden diminishment, was driven by fury to charge forth, intent on annihilating its adversary. When the ferocious Titan's fist was less than 10 meters from Naruto, he observed the Titan's frenzied assault culminate in the activation of the weapons of royal authority. The Titan's attack abruptly halted. The lost rationality seemed to have returned. Clarity restored to its gaze. With a resounding thud, it knelt before Naruto, uttering in a low, rumbling voice, "Master." Naruto chose to ignore the Titan for a moment, contemplating how best to manage this newfound entity. Unlike the inherently malevolent Doki, the Titan's previous autonomy had been weak. Even after consuming Hiruzen's consciousness, it remained rather dim-witted, requiring further time to cultivate its intellect. Moreover, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation in tatters, there was no need to masquerade as him. Naruto could only command the Titan to tidy the battlefield while awaiting Doki and Jiraiya's arrival. Having been informed of Naruto's location in advance, Doki arrived at the scene first. Naruto outlined the plan to Doki, who nodded in understanding. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya, accompanied by a contingent from Konoha, arrived at the battleground, where Naruto remained concealed in the distance. The Titan lay prostrate on the ground, and Doki stood proudly with his great blade in hand. Tsunade caught sight of Naruto and quickly approached him to assess his injuries. Meanwhile, Toki explained to the others how he had exerted every ounce of his strength to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had abducted Naruto. In that moment, Toki transformed into a hero of Konoha, successfully subduing the rampaging third Hokage. Although Jiraiya and the others were filled with questions, they could not argue against the irrefutable evidence before them. Just as they were deliberating on how to bring Sarutobi Hiruzen back, the fallen Titan suddenly rose and fled into the distance at a terrifying speed that even Jiraiya could not match. The group had no choice but to return home, continuing to clean up the mess left by Sarutobi Hiruzen and to elect a new Hokage. Due to the magnitude of this incident, news quickly spread throughout the entire ninja world. Upon hearing the news, Ryūjin could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He had been contemplating honing his armament color to challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen once more, only to discover that in such a brief time, Hiruzen had been separated from him forever. It was simply too exhilarating. Another formidable foe had been eliminated from the ranks of the Cloud Village. Ryūjin glanced at the detailed report handed to him by his voluptuous secretary, Sarai, and found it filled with peculiarities. From rumors about Sarutobi Hiruzen's live-streamed eating performance with 10 individuals to the abduction of Naruto and the defeat of Hiruzen by Shimura Danzo, culminating in Hiruzen's escape. How could Shimura Danzo, with his limited capabilities, have managed to defeat Hiruzen? He lacked the prowess. What level was Shimura Danzo at to even be considered capable of battling on par with such a formidable opponent? Regarding this situation, Ryūjin could only commend Konoha for its ineffable ability in internal strife, truly living up to his expectations. However, Konoha now appeared quite vulnerable. With his ambitions rekindled, Ryūjin felt a stir of excitement. After all, Uchiha Naruto was a prize meant for the strong. On a similar note, Inoki shared Ryūjin's sentiments. He was astonished to learn that a general had been eliminated within Konoha while he was merely tending to his own health. It seemed that an opportunity to pursue Uchiha Naruto had arisen. At the very least, he could see some imperial artifacts. Chiyo and the third Kazekage of Tsunegekure rejoiced at this news, particularly Chiyo, who had been burdened by the loss of her son and daughter-in-law and felt at a loss on how to compensate for the young Sasori's grief. Once a somewhat reserved yet kind-hearted child, he had grown increasingly reclusive, and her guilt was compounded by her escalating hatred towards Konoha. Meanwhile, underground, Uchiha Madara felt a twinge of surprise at not receiving news from Obito, given that Naruto was at the core of this incident. He learned of the developments through other white zetsu planted in Konoha, yet he did not mind Obito's failure to report this event. After all, the erratic behavior of these white zetsu was quite normal. Who knew if Obito had been preoccupied with researching that damned bowel movement? Thanks to Uchiha Madara's extensive intelligence network, he could analyze more information than others. In his eyes, Shimura Danzo had long been manipulated by Naruto, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's use of Naruto as a weapon led to his downfall. The truth was becoming increasingly apparent. Naruto, are you preparing to control Sarutobi Hiruzen and thereby seize control of Konoha? Uchiha Madara mused to himself. He had not anticipated that the Hokage position he had once yearned for could potentially transform into a mere puppet under Naruto's influence. Madara held a deep admiration for this younger generation. He was capable, astute, and willing to bide his time, quietly gearing up to take command of Konoha. As Uchiha Madara pondered Naruto's abilities, he envisioned a future where Konoha would be followed by other ninja villages. Unlike previous wars where the strong diminished, Naruto's weapons could potentially amplify the number of strong individuals. If Naruto were to unify the ninja world, Uchiha Madara did not believe he could find any executor capable of causing trouble under Naruto's watchful gaze. This was something Madara could not tolerate. Naruto, isn't power the most vital aspect of the Uchiha? I hope you will obediently comply with my plans. In that moment, Uchiha Madara issued his final ultimatum to Naruto. Chapter 163, Jiraiya, the Eternal Sage. After Jiraiya and the others returned to Konoha, they began addressing the residual issues left by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite Jiraiya sensing numerous hidden truths behind Hiruzen's cannibalistic act beneath the Hokage building, he could not convince advisors Tsunade and Mito to see it his way. Ultimately, the blame had to be placed squarely on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Publicly announcing that he had lost control of his weapons due to severe injuries and had fled the village to avoid harming its citizens. This managed to preserve a semblance of dignity for Hiruzen. The next crucial step was to elect a new Hokage. Initially, Jiraiya had intended to assign this position to the politically adept Orochimaru or the more esteemed Tsunade, but to his surprise, both declined. Their reasoning was rooted in a request made by Sarutobi Hiruzen before his departure. Throughout this tumultuous period, Jiraiya found himself overwhelmed, even avoiding the public bathhouse. One day, Jiraiya made a rare visit to share a meal with his beloved apprentice, Minato Namikaze, who quickly noticed Jiraiya's distress. Inquiring, "Sensei, what troubles you lately?" Jiraiya gazed at his golden-haired disciple and recalled the boy's ambitions. Thus, he casually asked, "Minato, you've always expressed a desire to become Hokage. Why do you wish for that?" After a moment of contemplation, Minato replied, "Because gaining the approval of others brings joy. Becoming Hokage would enable me to help more people and earn everyone's respect." Upon hearing Minato's sincere response, Jiraiya experienced a moment of clarity. Despite the myriad challenges that came with the Hokage title, he worried about his ability to fulfill the role. However, his teacher's final words echoed in his mind, compelling him to embrace this responsibility. Most importantly, he could cultivate his disciple into a worthy Hokage, and after a few years, he could pass the mantle to the talented, passionate, and powerful Minato. Unbeknownst to Minato, Jiraiya's peculiar thoughts had already begun to resolve the situation. With that thought, Jiraiya clapped Minato on the shoulder and declared, "From now on, you shall be my successor as Hokage." Minato paused for 2 seconds, suddenly realizing something, and looked up at his teacher with admiration. Subsequently, with the assistance of Mito, Tsunade, and the Sarutobi clan, Jiraiya tirelessly worked to unite various factions, ultimately becoming the fourth Hokage 5 days later. However, what surprised everyone during this process was that Shimura Danzo did not make a single move. It was during this time that the greatest fool emerged, Uchiha Chitake. Some members of the Uchiha clan failed to grasp the situation and genuinely believed that becoming Hokage was a matter of free democracy. They wandered about, attempting to nominate Uchiha Chitake for the position, and he, too, harbored delusions of grandeur. When the time for the election arrived, Uchiha Chitake didn't even make it past the first round. During this process, Uchiha Chitake approached Naruto, seeking his support. Naruto was nearly amused by the cute Uchiha Chitake and promptly declined. When Jiraiya announced his impending ascension as Hokage from the Hokage building, the villagers, mixed with actors, erupted in cheers. Now in possession of Konoha's power, Jiraiya's first thought was to uncover the truth behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions. However, the only figures behind Hiruzen were Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Naruto. Based on Jiraiya's instincts, Naruto seemed the more likely suspect. After all, Uchiha Naruto was rumored to be the malevolent force capable of annihilating the ninja world, as spoken of by the great sage Frog. Yet sometimes, it is only when you seek to confront someone that you realize how formidable they truly are. In recent years, Uchiha Naruto has not merely been lingering in Konoha. He is the esteemed apprentice of Tsunade, a partner of Orochimaru, a pivotal figure within the Uchiha clan, and a dear friend to both the illustrious Hatake Kakashi and the hero of Konoha, Narashikaku. Furthermore, he shares a close bond with his own disciple, Namake's Minato, while seemingly maintaining a significant connection with Shimura Danzo. More alarmingly, Uchiha Naruto is regarded as an unattainable entity sought after by other villages in the shinobi world. He is the most formidable blacksmith among them all. Pondering this, Jiraiya found himself somewhat hesitant, reminiscent of the precarious position once occupied by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Jiraiya were not the Hokage, he would undoubtedly unearth the dark secrets lurking behind Uchiha Naruto in pursuit of revenge for his mentor. However, as Hokage, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Lacking a plethora of trusted allies, Jiraiya was left relying on the confidence inherited from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He organized a covert investigation to ascertain the whereabouts of the former Hokage. After receiving the promise from the masked figure, he departed. With a sigh, Jiraiya set out to find Naruto. Upon arriving at the Forge Division, Jiraiya was greeted by a multitude of Naruto's shadow clones diligently engaged in their tasks. Instantly adopting a carefree demeanor, Jiraiya greeted Naruto with a broad grin. Observing Jiraiya's seemingly prepared approach, Naruto amicably inquired, "What brings you here, Jiraiya?" Discreetly shielding his surroundings, Jiraiya produced the core of the guardian deity's supreme throne. Naruto, understanding Jiraiya's intentions, realized that creating a false master for the guardian deity's supreme throne would pose no challenge for him. However, he questioned why he should assist Jiraiya. Moreover, Naruto was apprehensive that Jiraiya might overturn the table and conceal the components of the guardian deity's supreme throne, which would undoubtedly complicate matters for him. Jiraiya, the guardian deity's supreme throne is nearing completion. I can assist you in integrating you into the control sequence of the guardian deity's supreme throne. However, you must confront the bloodline will of the third Hokage yourself. Additionally, the reward we previously discussed regarding the forging of the guardian deity's supreme throne must be delivered to me, Naruto asserted, laying down his conditions. Jiraiya, somewhat perplexed, replied, "What reward?" "The Flying Thunder God technique. I find this jutsu quite impressive and wish to learn it," Naruto expressed with an eager demeanor. Without hesitation, Jiraiya acquiesced. Although the camaraderie between Naruto and Jiraiya was not as amicable as it once was, their shallow acquaintance was laced with unspoken complications. Nevertheless, both parties exhibited remarkable restraint. After aiding Jiraiya in incorporating the bloodline information into the core of the guardian deity's supreme throne, Jiraiya exerted nearly half his life force to eradicate the bloodline will of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He now required this power. Subsequently, Jiraiya swiftly departed the Forge Division. For as the newly appointed Hokage, he had a myriad of matters to attend to. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure, Naruto felt a sense of inevitability regarding certain events that were soon to unfold. Chapter 164, Night of Annihilation. You have arrived. Yes, I have. You were not meant to come. Yet here I am. Naruto regarded Hinata Aya, whose steadfast gaze intrigued him, recognizing her spirited demeanor. How fares the 8 houses? He inquired. Recently, Naruto had reclaimed the 8 houses and selected several puppets through Root's channels. I am confident that I can employ this imperial artifact to eliminate all of Hinata's foes. Aya's cheeks flushed at his declaration. Naruto reflected on his own experiences when escorting the elder Ryūjin home, recalling a similar youthful fervor, no longer fearing battle but embracing it with passionate zeal. Naruto presented Aya with an eye-shaped device, explaining, "This is a transitional apparatus forged using the Uchiha clan's transcription seal and my own peak forging skills. Its effect allows for the absorption and storage of Byakugan power, serving as a temporary tool to harness the imminent power of the Byakugan." Though puzzled, Aya mused that the Byakugan merely expanded the range and perspective of insight. Why then did Naruto require her to collect it? Can't the Byakugan, which is said to rival the Sharingan, evolve as well? As Naruto's words settled, Aya found herself momentarily stunned. Concerned that she might let her emotions overwhelm her and annihilate the entire Hinata clan, Naruto added, "If possible, spare the lives of Hinata Hisashi and Hinata Hayashi." "Understood, Lord Naruto." Aya complied with his suggestion. "Then tonight, we shall commence the night of annihilation against the Hinata. After 2 in the morning, you may unleash your fury, and I shall handle the rest. Freedom is within your grasp." Naruto wore a peculiar smile. Though Aya was perplexed by Naruto's emphasized reference to the night of annihilation against the Hinata, she quickly became exhilarated at the prospect of fulfilling her long-held desire. That night, at 1:30 a.m., Naruto commanded Sarutobi Hiruzen to lure Jiraiya out of the village. Once Jiraiya, the Hokage, was absent, the various clans and shinobi within the village would undoubtedly attend to their own affairs. Observing the shrunken form of the King Kong, Jiraiya recognized the return of the uncontrollable Sarutobi Hiruzen and hastily mobilized his elite forces, bringing along some of the branch families of Konoha to investigate. As for the main family, they would not be dispatched for such a perilous task. The branch families were more than sufficient for this endeavor. Meanwhile, Naruto patiently awaited, orchestrating 4 disguised wood clones to encircle the corners of the Hinata clan to prevent any potential escapees. Upon receiving Naruto's signal, Aya commenced her operation. The 8 houses summoned 8 puppets to appear before her, while Aya herself concealed herself in a prearranged safe spot, remotely directing her puppets with her Byakugan. To Naruto's surprise, Aya did not target the clan leader as her primary objective. Instead, she charged straight for the home of Hinata Wakubo, the clan elder. Effortlessly dispatching a few loyalists within the courtyard, Aya discovered that even with the branch family members eliminated, the containers Naruto provided could still absorb a fraction of the Byakugan's power. As Aya maneuvered a puppet to the bedside of Hinata Wakubo, she found the elderly man sleeping soundly. This old man had been a staunch enforcer of the clan's hierarchical system, having punished and even executed numerous rebellious members of the Hinata clan. Aya recalled the harrowing memory of this man using the caged bird seal to punish her mother, who, in turn, had fought valiantly on the battlefield. Under Aya's control, the puppet plunged its blade into Hinata Wakubo's chest. The elder awoke in excruciating pain, demanding, "Who are you?" The puppet, guided by Aya, responded, "Deliver the incantation for the caged bird seal and the details of its engraving." Furious, Hinata Wakubo retorted, "Are you one of Danzo's minions? Do you think Root can seize control of the Hinata branch? Dream on. The incantation for the caged bird seal is passed down only between the elders and the clan leader." Hearing this, Aya felt a flicker of joy. While Hinata Wakubo might not be speaking the truth, the reality was likely similar. After all, if every main family member possessed the means to activate the caged bird seal, it could spell disaster if such knowledge fell into enemy hands. As Hinata Miyabi pondered deeply, the old Hinata Wakaguri succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss. In that moment, Hinata Miyabi successfully acquired a complete set of Byakugan and stored it using the ocular device bestowed by Naruto. Following this, his endeavors became markedly more streamlined, as he ruthlessly eliminated the factions of the First Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder. Ultimately, the cacophony of his murderous rampage could not be concealed from the Hinata branch family, who possessed the Byakugan. Embracing the ideology imparted by Naruto, Hinata Miyabi boldly addressed the battlefield. "I am employing puppets to eradicate the main Hinata family. If you yearn for freedom, it would be wise to retreat to your slumber. After one night's rest, regardless of victory or defeat, the outcome shall be revealed. This is an opportunity, surely. None wish for their descendants to remain enslaved to the main family." Within the branch family, there were those who had been genuinely brainwashed. Hinata Mei, clueless of the situation, stood up and proclaimed, "Hinata Miyabi, you are indeed despicable. We, the branch family, ought to dedicate ourselves to the main family. The caged bird is merely a tool for our protection." Hinata Miyabi disdainfully regarded the unappealing Hinata Mei and retorted, "If the caged bird serves as our protection, then why does the main family not inscribe it upon themselves? I shall eliminate all who can activate the caged bird curse. Would it not be better for all Hinata, including the main family, to have the caged bird inscribed upon them? This way, the branch family need not trouble themselves to safeguard the lofty main family. Or perhaps, in the future, those who do not bear the caged bird shall not be permitted to leave the Hinata clan territory." Hinata Miyabi's seemingly heretical words ignited a fervor among many present from the branch family. Hinata Mei, upon hearing his declaration, widened her eyes in disbelief and vehemently chastised the spirited Hinata Miyabi. "You truly are a harlot. We must assist the main family. I shall inform the clan leader at once. Let him use the caged bird to eliminate you." Before Hinata Mei could utter more, she was abruptly knocked unconscious by Hinata Hayaka. Previously opposed to Hinata Miyabi, she realized her folly, discovering that he was not a mere pretender but a man of true ambition. Now, she regretted her past infatuation, respectfully asking Hinata Miyabi, "My lord, how may I assist you?" Hinata Miyabi, somewhat taken aback by this former rival, replied nonchalantly, "If you do not wish to aid my kin, then return and sleep. Regardless of the outcome, you need only await the result. For those wishing to take action, prevent any who attempt to approach the heart of our clan." Chapter 165. The Hinata Uprising on a single is successful. Anoki shared Reikage AS sentiments. Following Hinata Miyabi's words, the entire branch family began to mobilize. For the oppression exerted by the main family was no trivial matter. Even a minor privilege could lead to catastrophic consequences. Moreover, the Hinata clan's regulations were evidently steeped in bias. How much blood and flesh lay beneath? No one is born a slave. Oftentimes, it takes but a spark to ignite the passions of those present. Yet, simultaneously, the majority remained numb and cowardly. Thus, even amidst Hinata Miyabi's impassioned speech, a substantial number complied, retreating indoors to await the outcome. Those who remained were primarily comprised of reformists and hardliners. The numbers of these two factions were comparable, yet their combat prowess was worlds apart. Hinata Hayaka and her allies swiftly subdued the hardliners and proceeded to rally the various districts to incite the uprising, strictly forbidding all personnel from approaching the central domain occupied by the main family. Hinata Miyabi wasted no time. After ensuring the external situation was stable, he commanded his puppets to venture into the residence of Hinata Timing. To his surprise, the clan leader seemed already aware of Hinata Miyabi's impending arrival. As he had rendered Hinata Hizashi unconscious, the sword-wielding puppet gently raised its blade and inquired, "Where are the records detailing the method of inscribing the caged bird?" Hinata Timing appeared to have been prepared, handing over the organized documents to the puppet. He then spoke to himself, "Sometimes I perceive myself as a coward. I harbor the desire for change, yet have accomplished nothing. Regardless, I have enjoyed the privileges of the main family, exploiting the blood and flesh of the branch family beneath this privilege. I had anticipated such a day, yet I never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. Hinata Miyabi, your method may indeed be correct. At the very least, it cannot worsen. I have one final request. Inscribe the caged bird on Hizashi." He, having yet to inherit the clan leader position, remains unaware of the true core. After imparting the incantation for activating the caged bird, Hinata Timing took his own life. Hinata Miyabi did not intervene, for a single misstep in the game could result in utter defeat. He did not forget Nariku's instructions to collect Hinata Timing's Byakugan into a vessel. After mastering the caged bird inscription method, Hinata Miyabi inscribed it upon the unconscious Hinata Hizashi, thereby ensuring that the entire Hinata clan, save for the children, bore the caged bird. The elder faction of the main family was obliterated, leaving only Hinata Hizashi as the sole survivor of the clan leader lineage. With the succession document penned by Hinata Timing in hand and accompanied by the inscribed Hinata Hizashi, Hinata Miyabi emerged. The prearranged Hinata Hizashi proclaimed, the elder faction, discontent with the clan leader's intention to abolish the division between the main and branch families, has conspired to rebel and has been entirely eradicated. Fortunately, within our clan, there exists the talented Hinata Miyabi, who, despite his youth, possesses remarkable strength and insight. For his valiant contributions in this battle, I hereby bestow upon him the position of clan leader. From this day forth, there shall no longer be a division between the main and branch families. Upon reaching maturity, all shall bear the caged bird. The 90 of the branch family present rejoiced at this announcement. Although their understanding of the truth was limited, the implications of this event were immensely beneficial to them. Only a few who had been thoroughly brainwashed among the branch family cried out, "Young clan leader, please tell us. Did Hinata Miyabi betray us and slay all the esteemed members of the main family? If you support us, we shall surely eliminate this wretched girl. As one of the few privy to the truth, Hinata Hizashi felt profound sorrow, yet he understood his father had taken his own life. Even before meeting Hinata Miyabi, he had conveyed certain matters, and as his son, he could only offer his support. Moreover, Hinata Miyabi had already mastered the method to activate the caged bird, leaving little room for resistance from the Hinata clan. With a somber tone, Hinata Hizashi declared, "My father was gravely injured and near death due to the elder faction." Before his demise, he explicitly stated that he bequeathed the clan leader position to Hinata Miyabi. "Cease your baseless accusations and heed the commands of our new clan leader. I am no longer merely a young clan leader." Listening to Hinata Hizashi's words, the thoroughly brainwashed members of the branch family wept and lamented as if they had lost their roots, akin to eunuchs realizing the fall of the Qing dynasty. Some even pondered, "We are determined to fight to the death. Why does your majesty surrender first?" Extremists charged forward with fists raised, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Hinata Miyabi. For various considerations, Hinata Miyabi chose not to reveal his ability to activate the caged bird curse. Subsequently, adhering to Naruto's teachings, he proclaimed, "In the future, all secret techniques and martial arts of the Hinata clan may be freely exchanged for merit. With the clan's benefits doubled, clan members may also freely undertake tasks for their livelihood. I appoint Hinata Hizashi as an elder." Having concluded his declaration, Hinata Miyabi immediately began distributing rewards. As for Hinata Hizashi, this was merely a gesture of reciprocity. Their family's foresight warranted such a response from Hinata Miyabi to stabilize the hearts of the people. Would Hinata Hizashi resist? Setting aside the fact that he was not that type of person, the reality that he was the only one in the entire clan capable of activating the caged bird made successful rebellion nearly impossible. The members of the Hinata branch family, or rather, the Hinata clan, were thoroughly satiated by this fortuitous turn of events that had fallen upon them like a pie from the sky. From this point forward, their status can be unequivocally described as a transformation from slaves to employees. "Hail to Lady Hinata! Hail to Lady Hinata!" The clansmen spontaneously cheered, and Hinata Hayashi, observing the unwavering support for this new clan leader, recognized that the traditional division between the main family and branch families was utterly dismantled. Even if he wished to regain his position now, how many clansmen would rally to his side? Hinata Hizashi was somewhat bewildered. He had never anticipated that the caged bird he had always despised would truly evolve into a protector for the clan. Moreover, he was astonished to discover that the girl he had previously pursued possessed such formidable capabilities. At merely 14 years of age, she had ascended to the role of clan leader of the Hyuga clan. Yet, one thing remained unknown to them. Behind every successful woman, there may be a remarkable man. As Hinata Aya gazed at her supportive clansmen, she recalled a phrase from Naruto: "Failure is deemed treachery, while success is heralded as revolution, is it not?" It was only now that Hinata Aya realized the profound implications of that statement, and she contemplated the necessity of engaging more with Lord Naruto, who had so much wisdom waiting for her to absorb. While the Hyuga clan was in the throes of fervent celebration, the neighboring residents were disturbed by the commotion. Though curious about what had transpired within the Hyuga clan, none dared to approach and inquire. Moreover, the current Shimura Danzo was no longer inclined to stir trouble, and the villagers showed little interest in the matter. Naruto, upon hearing the cheers, understood that matters had been resolved splendidly and swiftly departed from the Hyuga territory. Outside the village of Konoha, Jiraiya was still in pursuit of Sarutobi Enma. The two engaged in a fierce chase and skirmish. "Teacher, what on earth has happened? Please tell me. I am certain I can assist you," Jiraiya pleaded earnestly. "Then hand over the core of the guardian deity's supreme throne to me," the transformed Sarutobi Enma retorted. At this, Jiraiya felt a surge of trepidation. He observed the cunning and feral demeanor of Sarutobi Enma and realized that his teacher had been entirely consumed by primal instincts. Should he acquire the core, Konoha would surely face calamity. Jiraiya, considering Sarutobi Enma's formidable strength, understood that he might not be a match for him. Thus, he slowed his pace, awaiting the arrival of his comrades. Chapter 166, The Fear of Uchiha Chiyuki. Sarutobi Enma, noticing Jiraiya's deceleration, prepared to taunt him further. However, upon receiving a message from his master Naruto, he recognized that his mission was nearly complete. He merely needed to engage Jiraiya in combat to make his escape. His eyes glowed crimson as he unleashed a devastating assault on Jiraiya, causing catastrophic destruction to the surrounding environment with each punch and kick. Additionally, under his control, nearby trees advanced toward Jiraiya menacingly. As the trees threatened to corner him, Jiraiya had no choice but to summon Gamabunta once more. Upon his arrival, Gamabunta used his considerable bulk to snap the trees in their path. "Bunta, capture my former teacher," Jiraiya commanded. Observing the transformed Sarutobi Enma before him, Gamabunta was left speechless. What on earth had transpired during this time? How had Jiraiya come to the point of contemplating such drastic measures against his own mentor? Before Gamabunta could act, more members of Konoha arrived at Jiraiya's side. Sensing the dire situation, Sarutobi Enma fled. Jiraiya, holding back the eager Nara Shikamaru, stated, "Do not pursue. This man is no longer my teacher." He then recounted the motives behind Sarutobi Enma's attempt to lure him out of Konoha, causing concern among the others. They were shocked to learn that the third Hokage had indeed transformed into a monster, intent on seizing Konoha's treasures. As Jiraiya and the others returned to the village, an ANBU operative approached him with a report regarding the Hyuga clan. "Fourth Hokage, it seems something has transpired within the Hyuga clan. We heard screams and sounds of battle. However, when we attempted to inquire, we were swiftly intercepted by members of the branch family, who insisted that it was an internal matter. Under the watchful gaze of the branch family's Byakugan, we could not gain entry. Without your orders, we dare not force our way in." Listening to the report, Jiraiya felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, even experiencing a mild headache. Was it truly this challenging to be Hokage? Why had so many issues arisen upon his ascension? Based on the information, he surmised that a significant upheaval had occurred within the Hyuga clan, coinciding precisely with his absence from the village. He could not help but ponder the implications. Adjusting his attire, Jiraiya set off to the Hyuga territory once more. Upon arriving at the Hyuga clan's grounds, Jiraiya was taken aback to find what had once appeared as a desolate area now aglow with lights. Some were hosting lively gatherings within their homes, celebrating late into the night, though the festivities were exuberant. Some noticed the arrival of the Hokage and quickly formed a blockade to prevent his passage. Jiraiya observed the branch family members before him, who, in contrast to their usual habit of concealing their foreheads with headbands, now openly displayed the caged bird seal. He addressed the leader of the branch family. "Could you enlighten me on the events that have unfolded within the Hyuga clan? Or perhaps summon clan leader Hinata for a moment?" The branch family members exchanged anxious glances, their expressions turning tense at Jiraiya's inquiry. The ENBU operatives, observing the branch family's reaction, also began to feel the weight of the situation. Just as the atmosphere grew palpably charged, a melodious voice broke through. "Hokage-sama, clan leader Hinata has passed away, and I am now the leader of the Hyuga clan. You may speak with me regarding any matters." Jiraiya's expression froze as he beheld the adorable 14-year-old girl before him, sporting tiger-like canines. Hinata Aya then recited her prepared speech to Jiraiya. After hearing her words, Jiraiya found it difficult to believe her claims. Based on the evidence, it appeared that a rebellion had indeed taken place within the Hyuga clan, resulting in the near-total demise of the main family. With the last survivor marked by the caged bird seal, Jiraiya could not ascertain the veracity of these events. Yet as Hokage, he was deeply unsettled by the prevailing instability. He also questioned whether there were external forces backing this upheaval. Considering the timing of the coup during his absence from the village, two possibilities emerged. Either there was collusion, or Hinata Aya and her allies had been plotting for some time. Thus, he remarked, "It seems that your ascension to leadership has occurred rather hastily." In response, Hinata Aya scoffed. The Hokage's position was acquired with similar haste. The main family wielded their hereditary authority and hollow titles to compel you to submit. I, Hinata Aya, demand that they rise and allow the branch family to be reborn in glory. That is all. The village was indifferent while our branch family suffered oppression from the main family. Now, it should not meddle in our internal affairs. The Hyuga clan shall continue to serve Konoha. The surrounding Hyuga clansmen listened intently to Hinata Aya's words, their expressions filled with righteous indignation directed at Jiraiya, as if they were prepared to take lethal action against the Hokage at a moment's notice. Jiraiya, feeling overwhelmed by the audacity of this young girl, found himself grappling with the urge to respond in anger, but could find no compelling justification. Instead, he resorted to his habitual humor, scratching his head and saying, "It seems you have a point." Realizing the futility of the situation, Jiraiya decided to withdraw, recognizing the need for further information. The following day, word spread throughout Konoha that the Hyuga clan had appointed a new clan leader. Uchiha Chiyuki was naturally privy to many specifics, including the name of the new leader and the general narrative being presented to the outside world. A 14-year-old female has ascended to the position of clan leader of the Hyuga clan, seemingly wielding immense influence single-handedly, a formidable force indeed. To be candid, When Uchiha Chiyue first heard this news, a sense of trepidation washed over him. His thoughts immediately drifted to Uchiha Naruto, who appeared to possess even greater prowess than Hyuga Aya, and they were, after all, classmates. Moreover, if Uchiha Naruto harbored intentions of rebellion, there would be no need to eliminate the Elder faction. She could simply lead the Elder faction, spearheaded by Uchiha men, to storm through their doors and unleash chaos. Coupled with his prior misjudgment in supporting Sarutobi Hisashi, apprehending numerous individuals only for Hisashi to flee, Uchiha's reputation had plummeted further into disrepute. This predicament had stirred considerable dissent among his clan members. Yet, who could have foreseen such developments? Driven by a primal instinct for survival, Uchiha Chiyue resolved to seek out Naruto for a discussion. Chapter 167. The Possibility of the Rebirth Eye. Naruto stretched languidly, rising from her repose. Upon checking the time, she noted that it was already afternoon. The blinking light on her communicator indicated that Hyuga Aya had sought her out multiple times. Naruto tapped her head thoughtfully, contemplating whether to meet with Aya. Currently, Aya was undoubtedly the focal point of everyone's attention. To avoid complications, Naruto decided against a straightforward meeting, although being discovered would not pose much of a problem. After all, with the 8 houses in her possession, it wouldn't be long before Jiraiya uncovered the truth. Once again, she found herself in an uninhabited grove. Naruto regarded the container filled with ocular power and eyeballs, nodding in satisfaction. The young girl with tiger-like teeth before her radiated vitality. Hyuga clan leader? You wouldn't be upset if I took this, would you? Naruto teased. She harbored intentions of probing the depths of understanding. Clearly, Hyuga Aya was well aware of the stakes involved and exhibited a commendable sense of gratitude. With her small fangs protruding, Aya responded, Lord Naruto. If you wish to take it, do so. If not, then do not. I previously promised to serve you, and should you speak thus again, I may have to bite you. Freed from the constraints of the main house, Aya's demeanor had become markedly more cheerful. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Naruto's vulnerable areas. Naruto suddenly felt a chill below, realizing the implications of Aya's playful threat. Nevertheless, on the surface, Aya appeared untouched by the corrupting nature of power. Do you recall what I mentioned regarding a higher level of Byakugan? Naruto mused, her voice low and enigmatic. Is it true? Can Byakugan truly evolve like Sharingan? Aya exclaimed, her excitement palpable, for she had a profound affinity for power. The next echelon of Byakugan was known as the Rebirth Eye, a pair of ocular abilities unmatched in the ninja world. This eye belonged to the ancestors of the Hyuga clan, and awakening it was far more arduous than manifesting the Manjikyu Sharingan. However, one could begin to gravitate towards this eye by persistently collecting Byakugan. The collection from yesterday should suffice for a prolonged period of adaptation. Naruto withheld some information. Do you desire this eye? I shall grant it to you, Aya declared. Naruto, gazing at the remarkably perceptive Aya, felt a pang of sympathy. Were it not for the talent of replication, Naruto would not have foolishly nurtured a subordinate without coveting such power. To assuage her concerns, Naruto jested. You are still far from the Rebirth Eye? Ordinary Byakugan holds no allure for me. With that, Naruto unveiled her Manjikyu Sharingan, leaving Aya utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that Uchiha Naruto had awakened eyes akin to those of Uchiha Madara. After returning home, Naruto intended to enlist Orochimaru's expertise for further research. As he excelled in forging, while the realm of biological technology was his forte, Orochimaru regarded Naruto's offering with a knowing smile. If the Hokage becomes aware of your research, it may jeopardize your standing in Konoha. Naruto, exasperated, retorted, Is this the sentiment of our world's foremost biologist? Will you proceed or not? As for whether Orochimaru would covet this fleeting form of immortality, Naruto was not overly concerned. Beyond his own influence and their camaraderie, he understood Orochimaru all too well. He planned to return and complete the forging of the Shikigami before presenting it to Orochimaru. Subsequently, the two began their earnest endeavor to perfectly integrate the powers of Byakugan. After all, Naruto suspected that a purely crude study could easily result in a colossal rebirth eye. There were even methods, such as merging Aya's bloodline with that of the Take-Torai clan, which might prove advantageous in acquiring the rebirth eye. While the two were engrossed in their scientific pursuits, Jiraiya had mobilized a substantial number of Umbu operatives to gather intelligence. As he perused the reports, he discerned numerous indications of something amiss with Uchiha Naruto. Uchiha Naruto. Jiraiya's expression darkened. During this period, he had endured considerable hardship, initially believing he could surpass his mentor, Sarutobi Hisashi. However, the reality was that he remained a fledgling politician. still navigating the art of compromise since ascending to power. Despite this, he had encountered repeated obstacles, exacerbated by Shimura Danzo's blatant disregard. Matters that could easily be resolved through unsavory means were once again thrust into the limelight. Sarutobi Hizashi's reliance on Danzo stemmed from the fact that sometimes Danzo's dubious tactics could swiftly resolve issues. Conversely, addressing matters through legitimate means proved exceedingly challenging, a reflection of the peculiar circumstances of the ninja world. Hokage-sama. Before Jiraiya could contemplate how to manage Naruto, the two old foes, Iwagakure and Kumogakure, had begun to stir trouble once more. Notably, the third Reikage, ostentatiously proclaimed, "I have heard that Konoha's Hokage has been undermined by treachery. Though I am but a humble man, I am willing to protect Konoha on Sarutobi Hizashi's behalf. I hope Jiraiya will permit the Kumogakure ninja forces to enter Konoha for its protection." Jiraiya could no longer contain his mounting fury, slamming his hand against the table and exclaiming, "That damned scoundrel." Under the weight of internal and external strife, Jiraiya ultimately resolved to first acquire Naruto's power. He then began contemplating the border arrangements for the upcoming conflict. Upon returning home that evening, Naruto observed Uchiha Chiyue engaged in a game of chess with Uchiha Min and felt a flicker of curiosity about what had compelled him to seek her out again. As soon as Uchiha Min spotted Naruto's return, he smugly declared to Chiyue, "Chiyue, Naruto has arrived. Let us consider this match a draw." Uchiha Chiyue, faced with an imminent checkmate, could only sheepishly concede to Uchiha Min, "It is as it should be. The elder's prowess in chess is indeed formidable. Truly the finest strategist of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Min, brimming with self-satisfaction, inflated his ego and remarked to Naruto, "Naruto, be sure to treat the clan leader well. I shall take my leave now." Having put on a show, he departed. Naruto found herself bemused by Uchiha Min's failure to recognize her true worth. "Chiyue clan leader, what brings you to me?" Naruto inquired. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Uchiha Chiyue's intentions became evident. He had been intimidated by the situation within the Hyuga clan and had come seeking reconciliation. Naruto contemplated that while Chiyue's actions had not been entirely commendable, they were understandable. However, she had no desire to assume the role of Uchiha clan leader, especially since she had plans to flee soon. Thus, she reassured Uchiha Chiyue to collect himself. Chiyue repeatedly assured her of his willingness to heed her counsel, effectively broadening their path forward. Chapter 168, Mizuki Ice White. After dismissing Uchiha Chiyue, Naruto felt a newfound sense of freedom. She resolved to forge the remaining materials into weapons, for allowing such valuable resources to languish in neglect would be a grievous waste. However, even as Naruto forges his own power, he understands the necessity of first bolstering his own forces. Recently, a noteworthy accomplishment by Mitsubian has greatly pleased Naruto. Mitsubian, adhering to Naruto's directives, has purposefully sought out all individuals with bloodlines in the shinobi world, and recently, he procured a young girl from the Mizunayuki clan. Naruto surmises that the Mizukage may be deliberately hunting the Mizunayuki clan, and with this girl in hand, the manifestation of the demon's essence can be realized. After all, this imperial artifact is akin to a one-time-use relic. Should an incompatible individual ingest the demon's essence, they would immediately descend into madness. Naruto is confident that this Mizunayuki girl, possessing the potential for ice release, is indeed suitable for this imperial artifact. Intriguingly, this girl shares the tragic fate of the original owner of the demon's essence, as her entire clan has been eradicated. It is likely that the influence of this blood feud will unleash formidable power within her. Naruto swiftly traverses the dimensional space to the Land of Iron, preparing to release the vital biological material needed for the creation of the demon's essence, primarily derived from the blood of ice monsters. He gazes at the somewhat timid girl, Mizunayuki Aoi. The young maiden possesses long, raven-black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against her porcelain-like skin, which appears as if it has been bathed in milk, delicate, smooth, and radiating a faint sheen. Beneath her crescent-shaped eyebrows lie a pair of bright, expressive eyes. Her cherry-like lips part slightly, betraying a hint of shyness and trepidation. Naruto, upon observing her features, is reminded of the endearing boy, Haku, from the original Naruto series. And he cannot help but speculate that this girl might be Haku's mother. Naruto playfully ruffles the girl's hair, jesting, "From now on, you shall be my cherished maiden. Do you have any dreams?" Mizunayuki Aoi, though frightened, does not shy away. She recalls her father's parting words as he led her away from the Mizukage. "You must survive. Live on. Strengthen the Mizunayuki clan." The girl's tone shifts from timid to resolute, as she gazes earnestly into Naruto's eyes. How spirited. Whether she desires to survive in the shinobi world or to strengthen her clan, power is essential. Allow me to bestow upon you a gift. Naruto is thoroughly pleased with the girl's transformation. He does not seek a mere ornamental vase. He requires a vessel of strength. At that moment, Naruto suddenly unleashes a super dangerous ice monster. With a deafening roar, the immense creature materializes before them. The atmosphere, already frigid, becomes even more bitterly cold. As the frost enveloping the ice monster dissipates, its terrifying form is finally revealed. Its crimson eyes emit a fearsome glow, and its body is encased in thick white scales. For colossal limbs firmly grip the ground, capable of crushing anything beneath them. Its head resembles that of a goat, albeit significantly larger, filled with razor-sharp fangs that instill dread. Peculiarly, a strange rune symbol adorns its head, shimmering with an enigmatic light. Towering over 40 meters, the creature exudes an unmatched aura of dominance, as if it were the sovereign of this realm. In the face of this formidable beast, Naruto shields Mizuno Yukiaoi and instructs Mitsubian, "Go ahead and give it your all." Mitsubian, swallowing hard, recognizes the terrifying pressure emanating from the creature, yet with his lord's command, he feels emboldened, ready to charge even against the likes of the Sage of Six Paths. His gaze hardens with determination, and as he activates his observation Haki, he locks onto the colossal beast. The armament Haki begins to envelop his treasured blade, Lake Toya. The ice monster, displeased with the presence of these humans, cannot comprehend why they have not fled. Instead of retreating, they dare to confront it, a provocation it cannot tolerate. The creature opens its massive maw, exhaling a torrent of icy breath towards Mitsubian, recalling memories of how such cold could swiftly freeze a human into a brittle statue, crisp and ready to be devoured. However, to its astonishment, Mitsubian evades the onslaught with terrifying speed, charging forward wielding a wooden staff. Realizing that this human is not easily subdued, the ice monster harnesses its innate ice control abilities, conjuring sharp ice spikes from the air. In mere seconds, a barrage of ice projectiles is launched toward Mitsubian. Unfazed, he deftly evades the majority of the attacks, using his heightened perception while shattering the unavoidable ones with his blade. Although Mitsubian's strength may not rival that of the third Reikage, he has advanced his observation Haki and armament Haki to an advanced level, skillfully integrating his swordsmanship with the principles of Haki and Chakra. Once Mitsubian successfully neutralizes all the ice spikes, a massive iceberg descends upon him. Aware that he cannot escape such a colossal force, he resolves to employ the fundamental techniques of a swordsman to fight against death. With conviction, he chants, "One sword style, demon slash." A tremendous black sword aura cleaves the iceberg in two instantaneously. This technique, recently developed by Mitsubian, was named for its ghostly speed and destructive power. Having split the iceberg, Mitsubian finds himself face to face with the ice monster. Fueled by exhilaration from his recent triumph, he feels emboldened. If he could shatter an iceberg, what could possibly deter him from facing this dangerous beast? One sword style, internal destruction slash. The immense black blade aura hurtles toward the ice monster, representing Mitsubian's most formidable attack to date. In his experiments, no creature or material has withstood this strike unscathed. As Mitsubian sheaths his blade, he awaits the conclusion of the battle. The moment the aura collides with the ice monster's head, a piercing scream erupts from the beast. However, Mitsubian, upon hearing the resounding cry, senses something amiss. Upon impact, he discovers that the monster's skin possesses an extraordinarily tough ice armor. With the monster's control, this armor regenerates swiftly, countering his blade aura. Although his attack grazes the monster's scales, Mitsubian's eyes widen in disbelief as his blade aura, capable of severing steel, struggles to penetrate the creature's hide. Ultimately, the unyielding energy dissipates, leaving only a shallow wound on the monster's head, which quickly freezes over. The other consequence is the monster's wrath. The rune on its head begins to shimmer ominously, and Mitsubian realizes the gravity of the situation. He hastily envelopes himself in chakra and armament Haki. In the next moment, a powerful pulse of ice and snow engulfs the entire vicinity, transforming the area within a 5-kilometer radius into a frozen wasteland. Almost all living beings within this range are turned into ice sculptures. Mitsubian is no exception, becoming encased in ice. The ice monster extends its formidable claws, revealing a cruel expression unlike any ordinary beast. It strikes Mitsubian with tremendous force, sending him flying a considerable distance. Naruto does not intervene, for Mitsubian had activated his armament Haki and chakra before being completely encased in ice. Thus he is not entirely frozen. As Naruto prepared to impart a lesson to Mitsubian, he couldn't help but think that this fellow was a tad too audacious. The ice shards encasing Mitsubian shattered as he plummeted from the sky, revealing the injured man beneath. Upon landing, blood trickled from the corner of Mitsubian's mouth. The previous blow had indeed wounded him. While it wasn't a serious injury, it was certainly of moderate significance. Naruto gently stroked the girl's hair once more, uttering, "Pay close attention and learn well." As he advanced, he contemplated how to effectively and efficiently deal with this formidable threat, an ability that had just been demonstrated by Mitsubian. Naruto had gleaned an understanding of the capabilities of this super dangerous species, which could condense ice for long-range attacks. Its skin was adorned with a hard, regenerative ice, providing formidable protection. Furthermore, it possessed a pulsating ability that could freeze a vast area into ice sculptures in an instant. There was another ability that the ice beast had yet to reveal: time stop. After all, in the original story, Isdeath could harness the blood of the ice beast to develop a time-stopping imperial tool. It stood to reason that the ice beast itself might also possess this power. However, Naruto quickly formulated a plan. With adrenaline surging, the thrill of battle ignited within him. Approaching the ice beast, Naruto did not employ any elaborate tactics. He merely activated his observation Haki and armament Haki, delivering powerful punches to the ice beast. It seemed the ice beast recognized the challenge posed by the man before it. Even before Naruto could draw near its runic markings, they began to flicker ominously. The opening of the injury gate. In an instant, Naruto opened the fourth gate. The opening of the door of dusk. The opening of the door of view. Within mere seconds, he had reached the sixth gate. Just as the ice beast seemed to complete its charge, Naruto disregarded its impending attack, unleashing a flurry of punches bolstered by armament Haki and the six gates. The rapid strikes generated flames due to the friction with the air, a stark contrast to the original depiction where flames would form a peacock-like display. Instead, with Naruto's supreme armament Haki, the flames surged like a volcanic eruption, gradually coalescing into a massive black and red peacock. This peacock spread its wings, emitting a deafening screech, as if to rend the very fabric of space. Its feathers shimmered with an enigmatic light, each imbued with boundless power. As the peacock took flight, it soared toward the ice beast like a blazing meteor. The ice beast, undeterred, unleashed its pulse-like ice-freezing ability. A chilling aura emanated from it, instantly freezing the surrounding air. However, Naruto, concealed behind the peacock, effortlessly withstood this onslaught of freezing energy. Coupled with his top-tier armament Haki and a ferocious chakra, his defenses stood firm against the icy assault. The ice beast's eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle before it. It realized it had encountered a formidable adversary. Yet it did not retreat. Instead, it frantically condensed ice, rapidly forming colossal icebergs that crashed into the peacock before it. Each impact reverberated violently, shattering the icebergs and scattering fragments everywhere. Finally, after a series of ice collisions, the peacock erupted into a massive blaze just 5 meters from the ice beast. Flames scattered in all directions, some even landing on the ice beast itself. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto had already positioned himself atop the ice beast's head. The opening of the surprise gate. The final gate, the door of death, swung open. Naruto's body began to emanate blue steam, a result of evaporating sweat. With utmost seriousness, he delivered a punch, enhanced by his supreme armament Haki and raging chakra. A howl erupted from the ice beast, resonating through the skies. The surface of its crystalline skin shattered under the force of Naruto's chakra and Haki. Just as Naruto prepared to unleash a second punch, the ice beast became motionless, its runes glowing ever brighter. Naruto understood that the creature was about to initiate a time stop. He resolved to activate his own time stop as well, eager to determine whose was superior. Time stop. The world. The tomo of Naruto's Sharingan spun rapidly, forming a luminous clock. An invisible domain unfurled. Simultaneously, the ice beast's time stop was released. A remarkable occurrence transpired. Naruto's time stop and the ice beasts were synchronized. However, Naruto was relieved to find that his time stop appeared to be of a slightly higher caliber. Due to his own time stop, he could also perceive the mechanics behind the ice beast's ability. It seemed that what was touted as freezing time actually involved inundating the surrounding matter with an abundance of ice attributes to achieve its effects. Naruto realized that once his time stop concluded, the formidable ice energy would surge into his being. Thus, he had to incapacitate or eliminate the ice beast within the next 5 seconds. Perhaps due to his increased proficiency, Naruto could now gauge the approximate duration of his time stop. Aura, 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 aura. With all his might, he unleashed punches upon the ice beast's defenseless head, channeling immense chakra, armament haki, and kinetic energy into its cranium. The 5 seconds elapsed in an instant. In the final second before his time stop ended, Naruto hastily shielded himself with his armament haki and chakra. As Naruto's time stop concluded, the ice beast's potent ice energy surged into the surrounding matter like a torrent. Standing 100 meters away, Mitsubian noticed Naruto's sudden stillness and was about to rush to his aid. Meanwhile, he observed the ice beast's head undergoing a grotesque transformation, ultimately expanding and exploding. Chapter 170. The Manifestation of the Demon God. The Essence of Evil completed. 10 seconds later, Naruto regained the ability to move. Gazing down at the shattered remnants of the ice beast's head beneath him, he understood that he had triumphed. Although Mitsubian remained unaware of the means by which his master had dispatched the ice beast in an instant, it was precisely Naruto's profound strategies, akin to the depths of an abyss, that commanded his utmost admiration. This battle served as a lesson. He recognized that he was not yet strong enough. As a subordinate failing to alleviate his master's burdens, Mitsubian felt somewhat unworthy, resolving to strive harder in the future. Naruto, unfazed by Mitsubian's distant self-motivation, began to collect the ice beast's blood in earnest. Observing the slowing pace of his collection, he decided to slightly modify the method for crafting the imperial tool. The original approach involved a copious amount of the ice beast's blood, but Naruto resolved to use the beast's heart as the core. Accompanied by a substantial quantity of its blood, he would merge all of it into the heart before refining it into a fruit. Naruto was curious about the wondrous transformations that might occur if the owner of the imperial tool consumed this fruit, compared to the original version. Perhaps they would gain an additional ability akin to that of a mythical beast, enhancing their physical prowess alongside their mastery of ice elements. After contemplating the specific details, he deemed it feasible and proceeded with resolute determination. Naruto commanded Mitsubian to dissect the ice beast's body. Initially, Mitsubian was apprehensive about his ability to penetrate the beast's formidable defenses. However, to his surprise, the once impenetrable body had become relatively vulnerable upon the beast's demise. Mitsubian swiftly sliced open the ice beast's exterior, revealing its heart. Naruto, disregarding any sense of disgust, immediately began inscribing seals upon the heart. As the seals were completed, the heart of the ice beast transformed into a pump, drawing vast quantities of blood into itself. Throughout this process, the heart continued to beat rhythmically. Until the entire body of the ice beast had transformed into a desiccated husk, the beating of its heart finally ceased. Naruto gazed upon the heart, which was the size of a human, now considered to be the fundamental completion of this imperial artifact. However, the prospect of consuming this item left him with a sense of unease. The heart, imbued with the core essence of the ice beast, was not easily assimilated. Those who ingested it risked severe digestive complications or even spontaneous mutations. Naruto certainly did not wish for the enchanting ice maiden to transform into an ice beast herself. Ultimately, he could not devise a particularly clever solution. He resolved to first seal the heart within the body of the artifact's master, allowing them to gradually absorb its power through their evolving strength. Naruto beckoned to Mizuki Aoi, stating, "I intend to seal the heart of the ice beast within you, allowing you to absorb it at a measured pace. Once you have assimilated a substantial portion of this immense heart's power, you will be capable of defeating Suigetsu. Do you accept this boon?" He tempted the lovely maiden before him, and Mizuki Aoi, having made her decision, nodded resolutely in agreement. Subsequently, Naruto employed the techniques of demonic essence forging and sealing arts, embedding the colossal heart into her petite form. Upon receiving the heart, Mizuki Aoi's fair visage flushed a delicate crimson, soon overtaken by a wave of excruciating pain that assailed her body. Though her will was commendably strong, she could not suppress her gasps of distress. This agony stemmed from the ice beast's power reshaping her flesh. The strength derived from this legendary perilous entity was formidable. Merely a fraction of its power left the girl in a state of torment. During this harrowing process, Naruto felt powerless to assist. Yet given that the heart had been processed by him, there was some comfort. After 25 minutes, Mizuki Aoi emerged from her suffering. To Naruto's amusement, he noticed a symbol, previously belonging to the ice beast, now emblazoned upon her chest, exuding an aura of sinister allure. It was only then that Naruto began to scrutinize the condition of the new imperial artifact and the rewards gained. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for crafting the S-variant imperial artifact, Demon Essence Manifestation. Following this, Naruto proceeded to appraise the new artifact, Demon Essence Manifestation, S-variant. This imperial artifact is crafted from the legendary perilous ice beast, thanks to the forger's innovative modification methods. Consuming this artifact grants one terrifying power and mastery over ice. However, due to the creator's enhancements, the difficulty of fully absorbing this artifact has significantly increased. Skills 1. Ice Control. Utilizes stamina and mental energy to conjure ice for attacks. The power to control ice strengthens as the artifact absorbs more energy. 2. Mocha Botmo. Instantly infuses the surrounding space with ice attributes, freezing time and space, rendering all but the user immobile. However, it requires significant energy consumption, requires the artifact master to comprehend it. 3. Pulse Freezing. Instantly freezes all surrounding entities into ice blocks, spreading in a pulse-like manner, requires the artifact master to comprehend it. 4. Ice Storm General. Creates a multitude of ice cavalry, storing energy over several days, and releases it in one breath to generate a blizzard covering a national expanse, requires the artifact master to comprehend it. 5. Ice Beast Transformation. Allows the user to freely transform into an ice beast, greatly enhancing the artifact master's physical prowess. With various transformations yielding different enhancements, requires the artifact master to comprehend it. Debuff 1. The terrifying killing intent from the ice beast will erode the artifact's master. If the host cannot withstand it, they will perish instantly. The intensity of this killing intent will escalate in proportion to how much of the ice beast's power the artifact master consumes, and will begin to judge upon full absorption. Naruto regarded the information regarding the demon essence manifestation with satisfaction, nodding at its S-variant status, especially when compared to the original, which had been further enhanced. Even the side effects had diminished somewhat. It was no longer the case that consuming it would instantly trigger a killing intent assessment, leading to certain death. As Naruto perused the artifact's details, Mizuki Aoi regained consciousness and began experimenting with her newfound abilities. Perhaps due to her innate ice release bloodline limit, she quickly managed, with the aid of the demon essence manifestation, to condense a massive iceberg. Achieving such a feat through ice release was no simple task. Naruto soon discovered the replication reward granted by the system and promptly accepted it. Ding! Mizuki Aoi has become the master of demon essence manifestation and has preliminarily utilized its powers. Talent replication activated. Mizuki Clan Ice release bloodline limit and Mizuki Aoi's basic ice control ability. In just a fleeting moment of refreshing coolness, Naruto realized he had gained mastery over ice control. Chapter 171. Completion of the Stone Demon Mask. Upon arriving in the Iron Country, Naruto retrieved 10 domineering cell seeds cultivated from his own cells. Initially, he had intended to utilize the cells of Mifune. However, Mifune's command over the domineering essence was inferior to that of the third Reikage, let alone Naruto himself. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his own. It must be said that using his self-cultivated domineering seeds proved satisfactory, even though they lacked extraordinary enhancements, and their ultimate potential merely approached the peak. Nevertheless, it was akin to being a half-freeloader, and Naruto's primary objective was to amass a substantial quantity. He prepared a total of 36 domineering seeds in one go. Naruto handed the domineering seeds to Mifune, stating, "You must utilize these 36 domineering seeds wisely. Select the most talented warriors to consume them. While their potential may not match yours, they are still quite capable." Naruto envisioned his 36 little titans rising from the Iron Country. Afterward, he encouraged the cool-headed Mizuki Aoi with a few words before departing from the Iron Country. Upon returning to Konoha, Naruto noticed an increase in the number of umbu surrounding Uchiha, prompting him to reflect on whether the position of Hokage was somewhat cursed. Jiraiya had barely occupied the Hokage seat for a few days before such turmoil ensued. Naruto refrained from mentioning his own mischief regarding the Hokage lineage. Nevertheless, life must continue, and Naruto resolutely pursued his plans before leaving Konoha. After considering his collected A-rank and above equipment materials, Stone Demon Mask, Dog Temo's weapon, the Magic Blade Shinrin, and the Red Evil Fan, he realized he had quite a substantial amount. Having lacked time previously, Naruto decided to commence the crafting of these items. First and foremost was the Stone Demon Mask. He was eager to proceed, believing there to be better forging methods, and he could not allow this to hinder his craft. Thus, he resolved to forge the enhanced version of the Stone Demon Mask in the coming days. Naruto arrived at the Root's exclusive forging chamber, where Yakushi no Nai awaited him. Observing the bothersome girl beside him, Naruto decided that he would arrange for her to learn some advanced medical ninjutsu when time permitted. Since he rarely visited Root, it was a shameful waste of labor to keep her waiting. Naruto, who preferred to avoid idleness, detested the thought of his subordinates idling away their time. After ensuring no one was around, Naruto officially commenced the forging of the stone demon mask. The process was somewhat inhumane, and he wished to keep it concealed to maintain his illustrious image. Naruto produced 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, the entire stock of the Uchiha clan. Initially, he had considered integrating some of Hashirama's cells into the mask, but regrettably, the compatibility between Hashirama's cells and the mask was rather conflicting. Naruto, resigned to his circumstances, decided to enhance his affinity for the shadow attribute. Thus, he resolved to augment the number of Sharingan he possessed. With the unique body modification properties of the stone ghost mask in mind, Naruto concocted a plan to incorporate 6 Sharingan into it. While others may possess merely a pair of eyes, he would wield 6, an undeniable advantage. This notion reminded Naruto of a provocative image he had encountered in his previous life, featuring a formidable character named Kokushibo from Demon Slayer, who bore 6 eyes due to his demonic nature. An artist had whimsically replaced Kokushibo's 6 eyes with powerful ocular abilities from Naruto, such as 2 Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, 2 Rinnegan, and 2 Reincarnation eyes. Naruto found this concept exhilarating. Why not embrace a more fantastical reality, especially when success seemed plausible? He envisioned enhancing the stone ghost mask with additional eyes, enabling each successive bearer to inherit and develop these ocular powers. Were it not for his deep affection for his own Mangekyo, he might have even considered extracting 2 of them for this endeavor. However, constrained by circumstances, he settled for 6 3-tomo Sharingan. Naruto procured specialized clay and bones to begin crafting the mask's mold. After successfully creating a mold for the stone ghost mask, he infused it with the purified blood of the Pillar Man. The mask soon exhibited a distinct aura, taking on a darker and more enigmatic appearance. Naruto meticulously embedded the prepared Sharingan into the mask. To his dismay, it appeared that 6 was the upper limit permitted by the Pillar Man's blood. This limitation thwarted some of Naruto's grander aspirations. What grandeur could a single Sharingan, akin to a mere dog's eye, possess? If only he could transform the stone ghost mask into a Uchiha version of the all-seeing demon lord. With all 6 Sharingan in place, the mask was finally completed. Under Naruto's command, the clay enveloped the Sharingan, as if sealing them within. Naruto, running his fingers through his unwashed hair for several days, began to assess the attributes of this new equipment. Ding! Congratulations, Forge Master, on crafting an S-rank pseudo-level equipment. Stone Ghost Mask altered. Naruto immediately initiated an appraisal of the new equipment. Stone Ghost Mask altered. S-rank pseudo. This mask is a transformation artifact forged with the purified blood of the Pillar Man. The inclusion of 6 3-tomo Sharingan enhances its shadow attribute. The mask possesses a robust vampiric quality. Skills: 1. Vampiric transformation. Upon contact with blood, the stone ghost mask will eject several bone needles that pierce the wearer's brain, awakening their latent potential and transforming them into a vampire. The mask will fully integrate with the vampire's form. Only by slaying the vampire can it be removed. Derived abilities. A. Bloodlust, a tremendous thirst for blood, allowing the absorption of blood to enhance strength and expedite healing. B. Physical augmentation, possessing strength and recovery capabilities that surpass human limits, enabling the modification of one's own body. 2. 6 eyes. After becoming a vampire, the wearer can inherit the 6 Sharingan from the mask, allowing for further development of their ocular powers. The presence of 6 eyes amplifies the Sharingan's capabilities. Derived abilities. A. The extraordinary visual acuity, insight, and chakra flow observation abilities, as well as the capacity for ninjutsu, inherent to the 3-tomo Sharingan, are all possessed by the vampire. B. Enhancement. The assistance of multiple eyes grants power surpassing that of a standard 3-tomo Sharingan. The ultimate level is achieved by simultaneously utilizing all 6 eyes. Debuffs. 1. Light aversion. Fear of sunlight, which can cause the vampire to vaporize under direct sunlight. Vulnerable to solar attribute damage and possesses extremely low resistance to such attacks. 2. Bloodthirst, an overwhelming craving for blood. 3. Malevolent judgment. Upon donning the mask, a malevolent judgment will occur. Failure to pass will result in becoming a slave to one's desires. Only those who can command immense evil will be able to harness it. Chapter 172. Might Guy's Notes. Naruto gazed at the stone ghost mask, now barely resembling its original form, and felt a tingle of excitement in his hands. He yearned to don the mask and declare, "From my long life, I have learned one thing. The more cunning humanity becomes, the more likely they are to find themselves ensnared in unforeseen predicaments. Unless one transcends humanity, I shall not be human. If this were a low-magic world, Naruto would have unhesitatingly worn the mask. Eternal life and immense power are treasures for which many have sacrificed their lives in vain. However, for Naruto, this was a world of the extraordinary, where he had myriad means to pursue longevity. Indeed, for him, lifespan was but a secondary concern. After all, no matter how long one lives, death awaits when one is slain. More crucially, the mask's severe drawbacks significantly diminished the attractiveness of becoming a vampire, sunlight, solar attribute attacks, and the malevolent judgment. In the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime, the stone ghost mask was not only worn by the great boss Dio. Most who donned it succumbed to evil, becoming slaves to their desires. Now, endowed with the gift of replication, Naruto could safely reap the benefits of vampirism while choosing to remain human. Resolved in his thoughts, Naruto proceeded to the forging department. Orochimaru, preoccupied with numerous projects, researching the rat curse seal, merging and upgrading Byakugan, and continuing to study Naruto's biological forging techniques, was busy when he noticed Naruto's leisurely demeanor. Instead of displaying annoyance, he greeted Naruto with a warm smile, saying, "Naruto-kun, have you come for something?" Naruto felt a touch of embarrassment at Orochimaru's expression, reminiscent of seeing a wealthy dog, yet he appreciated Orochimaru's contributions. This was precisely why he often entrusted valuable items to Orochimaru for study. There were many things Naruto could research himself, but the effort required was too great. He preferred to devote his energy to forging. Naruto casually tossed the stone ghost mask to Orochimaru and detailed all of its attributes, including its drawbacks. He certainly did not wish for his chief scientist to become unhinged. "I've shared the mask side effects with you. You may choose to wear it yourself or have another test it for further research," Naruto stated. To Naruto's surprise, Orochimaru did not exhibit overwhelming enthusiasm for the mask, but instead calmly replied, "I could entrust this mask to a test subject," allowing them to evolve the stone ghost mask further. "Is this what you had in mind, Naruto-kun?" A subtle smile graced Naruto's lips as he thought it intriguing that someone could suppress their desires in the face of such an alluring artifact, maintaining a semblance of skepticism. The mask's side effects were indeed substantial. Had it been a flawless stone ghost mask, he might have been tempted, but in its current state, it hardly piqued his interest. However, Orochimaru-kun, since you were so intrigued by it, do endeavor to utilize your methods to advance the mask's evolution. Naruto's voice carried a hint of jest and mockery. Upon hearing this, excitement gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes, and a triumphant smile broke across his face as he laughed heartily. "Ha! Naruto-kun, you are indeed an interesting person. It seems my judgment was not mistaken. I shall devote myself to uncovering the mysteries of the stone ghost mask, striving to make it even more powerful." Afterward, Naruto inquired about the progress of Orochimaru's projects and left with satisfaction. Just as Naruto prepared to forge his next weapon, a mushroom-headed figure clad in green approached him. Might Guy presented a small booklet to Naruto and respectfully said, "Lord Naruto, I have now completed the concept you previously envisioned." However, Naruto did not immediately peruse Might Guy's notes. Instead, he led him to a secluded area suitable for physical combat. Naruto gestured with his right hand towards Might Guy, instructing, "Launch a fierce attack upon me." Upon hearing this, Might Guy wore a puzzled expression, pondering, what is this fellow's intention? Although Lord Naruto possesses some degree of strength, he should not be particularly formidable, right? Does he wish to test my abilities? Nevertheless, since Naruto had requested it, Might Guy decided to exert a fraction of his strength. Thus, he attacked Naruto with a mere 30% of his power. Naruto, observing Might Guy before him, discerned that he was hesitant to inflict harm. Consequently, Naruto unleashed a simple punch, utilizing only his advanced armament Haki without any chakra. What is this? As Might Guy gazed at the punch that emanated an eerie aura, he came to realize that Naruto's prowess might not be as superficial as it appeared. Iron Block. In a moment of urgency, Might Guy activated his Iron Block technique, only to be sent flying by the blow. Sensing the impact of the recent strike, Naruto admired Might Guy and remarked, "Guy, you truly are a genius in taijutsu. Once more, attack me with all your might. As long as you do not open the 8th gate, you cannot defeat me." Just as Naruto was about to unleash his own imposing aura, he noticed a timid figure from the Umbu stealthily approaching from a distance. Instantly, Naruto felt a sense of boredom. He could reveal his true strength, but preferred not to do so at this moment, as he still wished to surprise Jiraiya. Yet, it would not be long before that opportunity arose. Might Guy, observing Naruto's apparent disinterest in combat, felt somewhat perplexed. After giving a few brief instructions, Naruto took Might Guy's notes and departed, meticulously reviewing their contents before making some enhancements. Subsequently, he discreetly sent the revised notes to the Samurai Corps, who were fervently engaged in training and would greatly benefit from such material. Besides the samurai corps, Naruto also intended to arrange for some of the materials to be distributed among the village's direct descendants. Seizing the moment, as the completion of the ultimate imperial tool drew near, Naruto sensed that a significant event was imminent. He had a foreboding that Uchiha Madara would soon make his move. However, Naruto had prepared extensively for this eventuality. Yet, the cultivation of Haki cells required considerable time, so Naruto awaited the commencement of the forging of the demon blade. 1,000 blades. This weapon was to be entrusted to Minato Namikaze for safekeeping, as Minato's spatial talents, quick reflexes, and understanding of ninjutsu were quite commendable. Particularly, his spatial abilities were crucial for Naruto's future endeavors across myriad realms. Naruto firmly believed that, equipped with the blacksmithing system, he would acquire artifacts that would enable him to traverse other worlds. While the Naruto world was certainly remarkable, and its zenith quite high, the boundless expanse of the multiverse beckoned to Naruto. The enchanting maidens of countless realms awaited him, characters like Tifa and Alice, whom he might encounter. Chapter 173, The Forging of the Demon Blade, 1,000 Blades, is complete. Due to Naruto's anticipation of unforeseen challenges in the subsequent forging of the demon blade, he deliberately journeyed to the Root's forging chamber. This facility afforded him the freedom to operate without restraint. Should Jiraiya's Umbu dare to approach, Danzo would not hesitate to take decisive action. The subterranean location, buried several meters below ground, provided ample concealment. As Naruto recalled the forging techniques for the demon blade, he retrieved the necessary materials. The forging of the demon blade, 1,000 Blades, diverged from the previous imperial tools, with the most critical processes involving the etching of demonic runes and the sealing of malevolent spirits. This would directly influence the blade's power and its side effects. Naruto examined the gold obsidian, 10 portions of orichalcum, 10 kilograms of fine iron, and a portion of green gorilla crimson sand iron along with crimson gorilla were laid out on the workbench. Following customary procedure, he employed the wood clone technique to create several clones. Given that Naruto had numerous clones engaged in the maintenance of the Guardian Mecha's supreme throne, he could only spare 2 clones to assist him. It was noteworthy that the current limitation on Naruto's numerous clones was not chakra, but rather the mental strain associated with dismissing them. At this moment, Naruto was reminded of the spirited fool, Naruto. Naruto's main body melted the orichalcum, while clone number 1 handled the gold obsidian. Clone number 2 managed the fine iron, green gorilla crimson sand iron, and crimson gorilla ore. In no time, Naruto successfully melted the orichalcum, combining it with fine iron, gorilla crimson sand iron, and crimson gorilla ore to craft a splendid blade for the demon blade. Clone number 2 and clone no. 1 diligently forged the hilt and a small portion of the blade for etching the demonic runes. After Naruto's main body completed the majority of the blade, the 2 clones also finished the hilt and the sections designated for rune etching. With a sense of ritual, Naruto intoned, "Arise from the depths of hell, O demon." As his words echoed, a beam of black light shot forth from his hand, dissipating to reveal a creature entirely cloaked in darkness, exuding a dense aura of malevolence. This was the key material for the demon blade, the malevolent spirit. The moment the malevolent spirit manifested, an overwhelming aura of evil washed over the space, sending shivers down one's spine. Its ghastly visage and sharp fangs instilled terror. Naruto regarded the malevolent spirit with a slight smirk, appearing quite pleased with its sinister appearance. Conversely, the malevolent spirit, gazing upon the exquisitely corporeal and powerfully pure soul of Naruto, felt an inexplicable satisfaction. Although it could not comprehend why it had materialized here, it was indifferent to the reason. As the malevolent spirit drooled, it addressed Naruto, "Weakling human, you should not stand before me, before the most powerful evil spirit in this world." Naruto's eyes narrowed at the sight of the malevolent spirit. This was the first time he had summoned a being imbued with intelligence. No, it was more accurate to call it a spirit, unable to contain its desires. The malevolent spirit lunged at the comparatively feeble Naruto. Yet, there was no continuation to this attack. In an instant, Naruto utilized his Mangekyo Sharingan to seize control of the malevolent spirit. Subsequently, he enveloped the spirit within the hilt of the demon blade. Naruto discovered that the gold obsidian seemed to possess exceptional properties for soul preservation. Following this, he meticulously inscribed the final demonic runes upon the blade forged from the obsidian. Having completed the rune etching, Naruto recognized the necessity of a pivotal operation, one that would determine whether this blade could truly become the 1,000 Blades. At this moment, although the blade had been forged into a single entity, it was not yet in its complete form. as Naruto still needed to shatter the blade beyond the runes. Taking a deep breath, Naruto activated the magic runes of the demon blade, causing it to emit an eerie glow, while simultaneously heating the blade to increase its temperature. As time passed, the entire blade glowed red-hot, as if on the verge of combustion. Naruto fixed his gaze upon the demon blade, silently calculating the timing. When he sensed the moment had arrived, he swiftly employed ice release upon the blade. A chilling aura instantaneously enveloped the weapon, creating a stark contrast to the intense heat. Under the influence of the ice release, the demon blade rapidly cooled, emitting a hissing sound akin to ice freezing. However, this was merely the initial step. With the cooling effect of ice release, combined with the heat and the secret techniques of the demon blade's runes, the entire blade became relatively brittle. Next, Naruto eschewed the use of a hammer. Instead, he raised his fist, imbued with supreme armament Haki and chakra, and delivered a powerful blow to the blade. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as the steel-forged anvil deformed under the impact of this strike. The walls of the entire room were shattered. The blade fragmented, scattering throughout the chamber into countless shards. The fragments danced like fluttering butterflies, swirling through the air. The entire room was strewn with shards of blades, scattered across the floor, walls, and ceiling, evoking an ineffable sense of shock. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed. He swiftly grasped the hilt of the enchanted blade, instantaneously unleashing its formidable powers. Before his eyes, the scattered shards of the blade coalesced at a visible speed, reassembling into a complete sword under the influence of the malevolent spirit's energy. The blade bore noticeable cracks along its edges, emanating a chilling aura. Thus, the manifestation of the demon blade, Thousand Blades, was complete. Ding! Congratulations to the forger for crafting an A-grade weapon. The demon blade, Thousand Blades. Demon blade, Thousand Blades, A-grade weapon. This blade utilizes golden malevolent spirit as its core material, incorporating a plethora of precious materials: golden obsidian, orichalcum, crimson sand iron, crimson ore, and fine iron. The forging process employed the arcane techniques of blade imperial tools and the magical inscriptions of the golden demon blade, Thousand Blades. It took 2 days to forge. The utilization of such rare materials, combined with impeccable forging techniques, renders this weapon exceptionally suited for the ninja realm, elevating it far beyond the original version. This blade features a single-edged design, measuring 123 meters in length, possessing robust, sharp, shattering, and restorative properties, along with a strong capacity for chakra conduction. Skills 1. Transformation. The 1,000 shards of the blade can morph into various shapes, enabling diverse methods of attack against foes. 2. Chakra enhancement. Amplifies the infusion of chakra. 3. Malevolent spirit. Owing to the forger's extraordinary skills and the unique materials used, the malevolent spirit has not entirely transformed into an inanimate object. The blade's wielder may awaken the spirit, further augmenting the blade's abilities and potentially inducing miraculous transformations. Chapter 174. The Fury of Sarutobi Shino. Naruto examined the demon blade in his hand, delicately tracing its intricate patterns with his fingers. His appraisal of the blade was unequivocal, truly worthy of being forged by me. Uchiha Naruto. Remarkable. A sharp crackling sound. He also felt a sense of relief at having incorporated orichalcum, as it had preserved the essence of the malevolent spirit, which might lead to extraordinary developments in the future. After toying with the blade for a while, Naruto sheathed the 1,000 blades, not in haste to present it to Minato Namikaze. Although he had made promises to Minato years prior, the presence of Jiraiya was a foreboding factor. The two would inevitably find themselves at odds, yet for Naruto, this conflict posed no concern. He viewed himself as an elder in the ninja realm, yet in reality, he was merely leveraging the talents of its inhabitants to further his own ends. The graves of those who had previously become adversarial, such as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, still bore the growth of grass. Naruto communicated a few instructions to the root, having utterly destroyed the forging chamber earlier. He needed to discuss the reconstruction process with them. Upon arriving at the cell cultivation chamber, Naruto was pleasantly surprised to find 5 Naruto brand domineering cells had matured. The cultivation period for these cells was notably lengthy. Prior to his journey to the Land of Iron, he had initiated their growth, leaving one behind, and now, nearly 10 days later, had cultivated 4 more. Naruto invested some effort into forging 5 Naruto brand domineering seeds. Given that these seeds had growth limits, he decided to first enhance the strength of his harem. His first target was Tsunade. Tsunade gazed at the sugar-coated domineering seed in her hand, regarding Naruto with suspicion. "What is this?" Naruto replied directly, "It's a seed from my body." "Seed? Tsunade's face flushed at the word, for as a distinguished medical ninja, she understood the connotation of what a man referred to as a seed. However, her rationality reminded her not to jump to conclusions about something so vulgar. Noticing Tsunade's blush, Naruto immediately grasped her thoughts. You don't think it's something indecent, do you? Teacher, would I, a mere 13-year-old handsome youth, gift you that? Tsunade, feeling embarrassed and furious, recalled that she was indeed Naruto's teacher and playfully smacked him on the head, retorting, hasn't he the ninja school taught you that students should not engage in such frivolous behavior with their teachers? With that, Tsunade closed her eyes and swallowed the domineering seed. Seizing the moment, Naruto leaned in and pecked her on the lips, leaving behind a book on domineering techniques before slipping away, as he still had several more beautiful companions to attend to. After the brief kiss, Tsunade blushed for a moment before suddenly reflecting on Naruto's age. Although she was only 27, the age gap between them was significant. This realization cast a shadow over her mood, leading her to resolve to delve deeper into the art of sealing. By the time their ages converged, she would still appear as a beautiful maiden, while Naruto would be seen as an old man. Subsequently, Naruto arrived at the Uchiha clan grounds, where Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Sakura did not exhibit the same skepticism as Tsunade, consuming the seeds without hesitation. Naruto understood that Tsunade's concerns were not about her being harmed, but rather fears about her impulsive student causing mischief. Uchiha Makoto was quite pleased with this new method of enhancing her strength, as the previous gifts Naruto had given her primarily focused on survival and defense. Uchiha Sakura, staying true to her usual disposition, found the sugar-coated domineering seed delightful, even expressing a desire for more. Naruto almost considered feeding her honey-coated chocolate bars instead. Shaking his head, he then proceeded to the ninja school. Naruto admired the diligence of the Hokage lineage, as it appeared they were intent on maximizing the learning duration for Kushina Uzumaki at the Ninja Academy. Following his customary practice, he queried a passerby for directions and soon found himself with Uzumaki Kushina. Under the watchful eye of the irate teacher, Sarutobi Haru, he escorted Kushina out of the academy. Naruto, you finally came to play with me. Many of my old classmates have graduated, and I wanted to graduate early too. But that lecherous old man wouldn't allow it, even asking Minato for help, only to say he was powerless. Kushina expressed her joy at Naruto's arrival, though a hint of sadness crept in as she recalled other matters. As Naruto contemplated whether to facilitate Kushina's early departure from the academy, the Umbu suddenly obstructed his path. Sarutobi Shino stated in a grave tone, Uchiha Naruto, you cannot take Uzumaki Kushina away from the ninja school. Naruto was taken aback. During Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure, no one had impeded him, yet now, with Jiraiya in charge, he faced opposition? It seemed that the Hokage harbored dissatisfaction towards him, or perhaps it was directed at Naruto personally. He locked eyes with the masked Sarutobi Shino. In truth, Shino's intervention stemmed partially from his own sentiments. Previously, under Hiruzen's reign, he had sought to avoid living in the shadow of his father's legacy. Thus, he maintained a stern demeanor in his duties, even daring to voice dissent against Hiruzen. Because of this, his ascent within the Umbu had been swift, and he believed it was solely due to his own capabilities. However, after Hiruzen's grave error and disappearance, Shino realized that the superiors he had once contradicted were now dismissing his reasoning. Formerly obsequious colleagues no longer indulged him. This sense of disillusionment, coupled with his father's absence, had led him to a period of introspection. It was only when Jiraiya approached him, revealing the potential anomalies surrounding Hiruzen's disappearance, that Shino began to reassess his position. Sarutobi Shinizuke attributed all the blame to Uchiha Naruto, struggling to comprehend why Jiraiya did not apprehend the malevolent young Uchiha and subject him to rigorous interrogation. He even contemplated seeking assistance from Shimura Danzo if Jiraiya continued to remain inactive. For Sarutobi Shinizuke, this presented a commendable opportunity. Despite Jiraiya's previous admonitions to monitor Naruto discreetly and document his actions without raising suspicion, he firmly believed it was utterly unacceptable to allow the wicked Uchiha to escort the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails away from the Ninja Academy unaccompanied. He spoke with deliberate clarity. Uchiha Naruto, the Hokage holds no grievance against you, nor do I. Beside him, the fiery little red pepper was not one to suffer in silence, retorting furiously, then why don't you hurry up and leave? Is it forbidden for my classmates to take me around the village? Sarutobi Shinizuke's face flushed crimson beneath his mask. He recognized that such a reaction was unbecoming of an Umbu, yet he was overwhelmed with indignation. How could the son of the Hokage be confronted so brazenly by this malevolent Uchiha, and even scolded by this outsider, Uzumaki Kushina, whom Konoha had sheltered? Chapter 175, A rift with Namake's Minato. Sarutobi Shinizuke mused. Does he not care for his dignity? Should a ninja not exercise restraint, enduring such humiliation? Oftentimes, the more one lacks something, the more one cherishes it, becoming increasingly sensitive to others' opinions. In the past, as the Hokage's son, he could easily disregard the words of a mission target, but now he found himself unable to do so. He seized Uzumaki Kushina's arm, causing Naruto to momentarily freeze in astonishment at the audacity of this Anbu. With Uchiha Naruto present, Konoha could not allow such formidable individuals to exist. Naruto resolved to unmask this audacious figure. In an instant, he donned the wings of the Iron Angel, the steel-clad appendages slicing through the air towards Sarutobi Shinizuke. Instead of responding with anger, Shinizuke felt a surge of exhilaration. This provided him with a legitimate reason to retaliate against Naruto. He quickly released Uzumaki Kushina, who was swiftly lifted into the air by Naruto. Sarutobi Shinizuke produced several shuriken, targeting Naruto's wings and launching them forth. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken ricocheted off the iron wings, failing to breach their defenses, falling to the ground like silent mockery. However, Shinizuke retained a modicum of rationality. He did not wish to harm Uzumaki Kushina. Thus, he called out to Naruto, "Release Uzumaki Kushina at once. Otherwise, I shall resort to more drastic measures." Naruto nearly laughed at the masked figure's words, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He then unleashed the feathers from his angelic wings, launching a barrage of steel-covered projectiles towards Sarutobi Shinizuke. Each feather glinted with a chilling light, as if eager to tear through the very fabric of the air. Possessing the strength of a standard Konoha jounin, Shinizuke was not easily cowed by such attacks. With swift hand seals, he intoned, "Earth style, earth flow wall." Instantly, a robust earthen wall surged upward, forming a formidable shield before him, successfully blocking the majority of the metallic feathers. However, just as Sarutobi Shinizuke prepared to brace for the next wave of assault, Naruto cunningly coated one of his feathers with armament Haki, rendering it tremendously resilient and significantly augmenting its destructive power. Utilizing his advanced observation Haki, Naruto accurately discerned a flaw in Shinizuke's defenses, effortlessly allowing the enhanced feather to pierce through the earth flow wall and strike Sarutobi Shinizuke's ankle. He involuntarily groaned, a flicker of pain flashing across his face as he gazed down at his injured ankle, astonished by Naruto's prowess. He had not anticipated that a student from the Ninja Academy, nearly of his own age, could wield such terrifying strength with the aid of his artifacts. Yet, he did not concede defeat. He understood he could not linger behind the earth flow wall any longer and needed to draw Naruto down. The battle, not far from the entrance of the Ninja Academy, attracted the attention of many onlookers, though most dared not intervene, recognizing their own limitations. To divert Naruto's focus, Sarutobi Shinizuke executed the shadow clone technique, creating several clones that scattered in different directions. Naruto calmly utilized his iron wings to eliminate them one by one. Shinizuke, concealed behind the earth flow wall, scrutinized Naruto's every move, seeking the optimal moment to strike. At last, he deemed a moment opportune, swiftly forming hand seals, preparing to leap forth and utilize lightning release. In truth, his greatest affinity lay with fire release. Yet the presence of the Jinchuriki in Naruto's grasp compelled him to refrain from using it recklessly. Thus, he hoped to bring Naruto down with lightning release. However, to his astonishment, Naruto seemed to anticipate his actions from behind the earth flow wall, just as he emerged, before fully executing his lightning release. Naruto's iron feathers shot toward him like a tempest. Sarutobi Shinizuke exerted every ounce of strength to evade the lethal projectiles, yet a few struck true. One feather even shattered his mask, leaving a deep, narrow gash across his face, blood trickling down his cheek and staining the ground below. Naruto gazed upon the visage before him, sensing a hint of familiarity, piquing his curiosity. He resolved to inflict a severe injury upon Sarutobi Shinizuke, so he might better discern who this individual was, daring to harbor such intense hostility toward him, a mere child. Yet, just as Naruto prepared to unleash a flurry of feathers upon this person, an unexpected warning compelled him to instinctively shield himself with his wings against an incoming attack. Naruto turned to see none other than Namake's Minato, who, with a hint of irritation, admonished, "Naruto, how can you lay hands on someone from the village, especially a member of the Hokage's Anbu?" Naruto marveled at Minato's remarkable talent. It was astonishing that since Jiraiya's ascension to Hokage, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique at such a young age, something Jiraiya himself had struggled to grasp. The fiery little red pepper watched Minato take the wrong side with fury, exclaiming, Did you know I was just captured by this person? Did you know Naruto was attacked? Who's to say he isn't a spy from another village? Minato then realized that Sarutobi Shinazuke had initiated the conflict, yet in his mind, there was no justification for engaging in combat with a subordinate of the Hokage's direct command. More importantly, under Jiraiya's influence and a tinge of jealousy toward Naruto, he found himself unconsciously doubting him. Hearing his beloved woman speak thus, Minato held back, finally uttering, "Yet that does not justify employing excessive force." Naruto regarded Minato, who had now fully transformed into Jiraiya's likeness, and coldly remarked, "It seems we can no longer be friends. This artifact is what I had promised to bestow upon you. Accept it. Henceforth, we shall part ways." With that, Naruto soared into the sky, leaving Minato staring at the magic blade, thousand blades on the ground, a sudden wave of anguish washing over him. Naruto, however, felt no sorrow. He had no time to indulge in the idle pursuit of nurturing Minato with the will of fire as Jiraiya had done. Thus, Naruto had long been psychologically prepared for this. As for Minato Namake's discontent, it was of little consequence. He merely needed to acquire his spatial talent and mastery of ninjutsu. Once he had consumed the interest, he could reclaim the demon blade Senbon. This also conveniently allowed Naruto to sever ties, thereby distancing Kushina Uzumaki, to avoid any awkwardness in future confrontations. Chapter 176, Kushina Uzumaki's Resolution. Minato Namake's gazed at the demon blade Senbon, which, despite merely being plunged into the ground, emanated an aura of power. After some internal turmoil, he resolved to seize this ninjato. After all, he required this strength at this juncture. Jiraiya had already apprised Minato of Konoha's plight, and unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya was wholeheartedly devoted to nurturing Minato, aspiring for him to become the next authoritative Hokage. Furthermore, even if he were to return it to Naruto, he felt compelled to retrieve it. Although he harbored some doubts about Naruto, he did not wish to entirely forsake this childhood companion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino slowly rose to his feet, prompting Minato to assist him. However, to Minato's surprise, Shino did not express gratitude. Instead, he confronted Minato, questioning why he had not summoned allies to apprehend Uchiha Naruto, who had taken Kushina Uzumaki hostage and attacked the Umbu. Minato's expression abruptly froze. Even with his character, he found it disconcerting to be met with such ingratitude. He replied sternly, "First of all, she is not merely a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Her name is Kushina Uzumaki. And do you have evidence to support your claim that Uchiha Naruto took her hostage? I will report this matter to the fourth Hokage for his judgment." Shino perceived Minato as favoring Naruto, pondering how this Hokage apprentice could allow the Uchiha to freely interact with the Jinchuriki, who showed no awareness of her role. After all, she was merely an outsider. Anger surged within Shino as he contemplated how Jiraiya managed Konoha, along with his apprentice. Abruptly, he shrugged off Minato's hand, limping away from the scene. Minato felt immensely frustrated. He had come to assist, yet found himself in disfavor with both sides. He could only return to Jiraiya with the demon blade Senbon in hand. On the other side, Naruto soared through the skies with Kushina Uzumaki in his embrace, unaware of whether she harbored a fear of heights as she clung tightly to him. Upon their return, they discovered that this so-called blood-red pepper had tears welling in her eyes. In a pitiful tone, Kushina implored, "Naruto, you are my only friend left." Naruto, sensing her vulnerability, responded, "The moment you became the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, many matters ceased to be solely your own. Only by possessing formidable strength can one alter their fate and no longer be at the mercy of others. Besides, you still have me, do you not?" Unable to contain herself any longer, Kushina collapsed into Naruto's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Naruto did not intervene much, simply offering a gentle pat on her back until her emotions subsided. Once she had calmed, he said, "I have a gift for you." He then presented her with a seed of dominance, explaining its purpose and precautions. Eager to grow stronger, Kushina listened attentively. In the Hokage's office, Minato was imparting a fair and objective account of the earlier events to Jiraiya. After concluding, he looked toward his teacher, seeking affirmation. Jiraiya, having matured significantly since his tenure as Hokage, now exuded a sense of gravity. Minato failed to discern his teacher's sentiments. "I will duly address Shino's actions. And Naruto has also erred. Kushina Uzumaki is one of the village's most crucial individuals, and it was inappropriate for him to take her so casually. Moreover, since Naruto has expressed a desire to sever ties with you, you should accept his ninjato. I will compensate Naruto later. Minato, remember that the Hokage must prioritize the village's interests above all else. You must never allow personal emotions to cloud your judgment." Your childhood companion harbors considerable darkness behind him, and even the third Hokage's defection is closely linked to him. Jiraiya concluded his assessment of the situation while imparting a lesson to his apprentice. Minato's expression stiffened in shock. He had not anticipated his teacher's bias towards Sarutobi Shino. However, he quickly rationalized that this was all for the village's sake. Indeed, as Hokage, one should not allow personal feelings to sway their decisions. Minato soon engaged in self-affirmation, promising, "Teacher, I understand. If Naruto is associated with any malevolence, I will ensure he faces justice." Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino had merely administered basic treatment to himself before seeking out the root ninja, requesting an audience with Shimura Danzo. The root ninja, considering his status as the eldest son of Sarutobi Ryūjin, relayed the request. Danzo, intrigued by the third Hokage's son, consented to the meeting. As Shino approached Danzo's office, he was consumed by thoughts of his father's grave misjudgment. To combat potentially harmful villains to the village, decisive measures were essential. He believed that Naruto had already grown too powerful, posing a significant threat to Konoha. "Lord Danzo, I wish to serve you, and I require your assistance for the safety of Konoha." Upon entering Danzo's office, Shino promptly knelt before him. Danzo did not offer to help him up, but rather responded with curiosity. "If you are so eager to serve me, you may certainly join Root. I am intrigued to know why you seek my assistance rather than that of the Hokage. Uchiha Naruto is undoubtedly the mastermind behind my father's madness and is scheming against Konoha from the shadows. Therefore, I implore you, Lord Danzo, to help me capture or eliminate Uchiha Naruto," Shino declared through gritted teeth. "Who? You do realize that Uchiha Naruto has collaborated with my root multiple times and is, in fact, one of my closest confidants, do you not?" Danzo's words stunned those present, and even the root ninja was taken aback by Shino's audacity. "Lord Danzo, Uchiha Naruto has concealed many things. Despite being of a graduation age from the Ninja Academy, he managed to defeat me during a surprise attack. He is undoubtedly hiding much from us. I am willing to serve you, Lord Danzo, to assist in capturing Uchiha Naruto. This way, all the weapons forged by him will belong to you." Shino sensed Danzo's connection to Naruto, but believed that Danzo would desire even more. "Very well, since you are so insistent, come with me." Danzo gestured for him to follow with a smile. Upon witnessing Danzo's amiable gesture, Shino's spirits soared, and he hurriedly followed. He even fantasized about aiding Danzo in capturing Uchiha Naruto, clearing his father's name, and eventually ascending to the position of Hokage with the support of his father and Danzo. As for the minor Uchiha Naruto, he would simply remain imprisoned, forging weapons for Konoha's glory. Chapter 177, The Flying Bird. After spending some time with Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto began to prepare to bestow the final seed of dominance, a process that left him somewhat exhausted. This reminded Naruto of a news article he had encountered in his previous life, about a woman of questionable morals who seemed to be juggling multiple relationships, perhaps needing to revisit the film Avengers several times after its release. Now, he found himself in a somewhat similar situation, as he had acquired something valuable that required multiple presentations. This was particularly true given the sensitive nature of some of his relationships, such as with Hinata Aya. Just before Naruto was to present the majestic seed to Hinata Aya, Orochimaru announced that the Byakugan project had been successful. Naruto wasted no time rushing over. For it was not just Hinata Aya's Byakugan that stood to benefit from this evolution. His own Byakugan would also gain from it. Orochimaru, with bloodshot eyes, elaborated on the unique characteristics of the Byakugan he had discovered, particularly the minimal repulsion between Byakugan when fused. This understanding brought him close to success. Aided by Naruto's biological forging techniques and the Uchiha clan's transcription seals, it was only when he discerned the exceptional quality of Hinata Tamaki's eyes that he realized the high-quality Byakugan had an extraordinary compatibility for absorbing the ocular power from lower-quality Byakugan. After a bit of effort, Orochimaru completed the perfect version of the ocular device, along with the relevant ninjutsu. The effect was to allow members of the Hyuga clan to absorb the ocular power with minimal loss, while continually stimulating the evolution of their Byakugan. As Orochimaru began to delve into the intricate details of the experiment, Naruto hastily intervened, suspecting that if he did not, Orochimaru could very well spend a day reporting on the experiment. Noticing that the day was still young, Naruto took the perfected ocular device and contacted Hinata Aya. The two then clandestinely met in a secluded grove, reminiscent of a secret affair. Naruto first handed over the majestic seed along with the instructions, which was quite fitting for the close combat-oriented Hyuga clan. The moment Naruto unveiled the ocular device, Hinata Aya's gaze was irresistibly drawn to it. She recalled the item she had used during the night of her clan's massacre, and seeing Naruto presenting it once more stirred a flicker of anticipation within her. With this, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of the Byakugan, Naruto said with a smile, his tone imbued with confidence and expectation. Hinata Aya's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a mixture of astonishment. She had thought she would be forever burdened with her flawed Byakugan, even though Naruto had mentioned methods for evolution. However, the gap between mere words and action was vast, and now Naruto had produced the finished product. Overwhelmed with emotion, her hands trembled slightly as they reached toward the precious ocular device. Naruto quietly observed her, refraining from mockery despite her somewhat clumsy movements. Understanding the significance of this moment for her, as he too had experienced something akin to it. When he awakened his Sharingan, he had been filled with uncontainable joy, even laughing out loud and finding it hard to sleep that night. Thus, he empathized with Hinata Aya's current feelings, granting her ample time to embrace this sudden surprise. In a different light, it was akin to placing 10 billion in front of a beleaguered employee just reprimanded by their boss, only to inform them that 400 billion awaited them to inherit. For a normal person, merely standing upright would be a feat. Give it a try, Naruto encouraged. After reading the instructions, Hinata Aya wasted no time in experimenting with the ocular device's capabilities, viewing it as an extension of Naruto's will, aimed at serving him better. As she slowly initiated the specialized ninjutsu, two tendrils resembling appendages extended from the device, linking to her Byakugan. They gradually transmitted ocular power and other unknown stimuli, inciting the evolution of her eyes. As the process progressed, Hinata Aya felt a twinge of pain, yet, rather than halting, she accelerated the process. In that moment, she found a strange enjoyment in the pain. She could distinctly sense her Byakugan improving and evolving, the mark of the caged bird on her forehead beginning to emit a faint warmth. Suddenly, an unbearable agony surged through her head, akin to being scorched by searing flames. Such intense pain might have caused an ordinary person to faint immediately. Yet, through sheer willpower, Hinata Aya resisted the temptation to succumb to unconsciousness, though she could not evade the interference with her ninjutsu control, resulting in the abrupt interruption of her evolution. A twinge of disappointment welled within her, having endured such excruciating pain. Why could she not obtain true wings? Was this blessing truly reserved for those unbound by the caged bird? Rationality urged her to return the device to Naruto. Yet deep within her, a yearning to escape the caged bird and a longing for greater power in her Byakugan compelled her to try once more. But when she beheld the ice mirror conjured by Naruto, she was left speechless, her eyes fixed upon the mirror without so much as a blink. She clearly saw reflected back a beautiful visage, hers. Yet, astonishingly, the mark of the caged bird had vanished completely. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks, and she murmured, her voice trembling with excitement, "Finally, I have escaped this cursed caged bird." In that instant, an indescribable joy and sense of freedom surged within her. For years, she had been shackled by the caged bird's mark, unable to wield her power freely, her very life threatened. Even after vanquishing the main family, she had been uncertain which was developed first, the release from the caged bird or the curse that activated it. She remained unaware of how many eyes were fixed upon her. How many wished her dead? Now, all of that was but a memory. She had finally attained liberation, ready to soar like a free bird, striving towards loftier aspirations. With gratitude, she looked at Naruto, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Thank you, Master. Without you, I do not know how long it would have taken me to escape this nightmare." Naruto smiled gently, replying, "No need for thanks. Your Byakugan holds much more potential. Continue utilizing the ocular device for evolution. I am equally curious about the abilities you will acquire." Hinata Aya steadfastly fixed her gaze, gripping the ocular device as she embarked on the next stage of her evolution. Chapter 178, Hinata Aya's Ambitions. It seemed that upon liberating herself from the caged bird, Hinata Aya's absorption of ocular power and unknown substances accelerated significantly. At such a rapid pace, the power within the ocular device was depleting steadily. However, this depletion was worth it, as Naruto noted that Hinata Aya's eyes were progressively turning blue. He felt a surge of anticipation, uncertain whether her eyes could attain the potency of Kaguya Otsutsuki's Rinnegan, and whether the abilities she would gain would differ from other Rinnegan. This sensation was akin to unboxing a treasure, as Hinata Aya's scara transformed completely to blue, with only her white pupils appearing strikingly out of place. The speed at which she absorbed the ocular device's power suddenly slowed. Naruto realized that the Rinnegan required 3 stages of development to stabilize. Could it be that she was nearing the first phase of the Rinnegan? It was said that during this stage, the full power of the Rinnegan could not be unleashed, perhaps explaining the diminished absorption rate. Meanwhile, Hinata Aya sensed the stagnation in her absorption speed as well. Naruto quickly urged her to cease the process. Glancing at the dwindling power within the ocular device, resignedly thinking, "It appears I must advise Hinata Aya to conserve her usage." Hinata Yaya halted her absorption, immediately feeling a wave of dizziness. In truth, this sensation stemmed from a sudden enhancement of her perceptive abilities. However, she soon discerned that this discomfort did not arise from a deficiency in the power within her eyes, but rather from a temporary adjustment period. Before long, Hinata Yaya was pleasantly surprised to find herself capable of harnessing the powers of the rebirth eye. "Do not rush to disclose your newfound abilities. Take your time," advised Naruto with concern. What rested atop Hinata Yaya's head was not merely her own rebirth eye, but also the rebirth eye of Uchiha Naruto. Obediently, Hinata Yaya slowed her pace and began to experiment with her powers sequentially. First, she utilized the rebirth eye to observe distant scenes, discovering that her insight range had increased several-fold compared to before. While she could not quantify the specifics, it was evident that not only had the distance improved, but also her ability to discern intricate details within the observed range had significantly heightened. Moreover, Hinata Yaya realized that her chakra volume and control had undergone tremendous enhancement, reflecting an overall increase in her physical strength. Then, Hinata Yaya softly addressed Naruto. "Master, please take a few steps back." Naruto, slightly taken aback, seemed to ponder something before silently retreating a few paces. Hinata Yaya then approached several towering trees, each step exuding remarkable steadiness and strength. Upon reaching the trees, she suddenly unleashed a powerful repulsive force. The trees appeared to succumb to an overwhelming impact, being effortlessly uprooted and sent hurtling into the distance. The force was so immense that the trees spun through the air, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yet, Hinata Yaya did not cease her actions. She extended her arm, and the trees that had been flung away seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, swiftly returning to the position of her outstretched arm. They flew back with astonishing speed, as if drawn by a mysterious power. Naruto, observing from afar, was rendered speechless by the spectacle. Could this be the legendary Rebirth IS version of Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin? Excellent. I am most pleased with these abilities, Naruto declared. After completing her experiments, Hinata Yaya approached Naruto once more, stating, "Master, it seems I have awakened these two abilities, but I feel as though more powers are yet to be revealed." Naruto cryptically replied, "Once your eyes stabilize, continue to absorb the power within the ocular artifact and then test your limits. Perhaps one day, under your protection, the entire Hyuga clan will no longer require the safeguarding of caged birds. This way, the Byakugan of the entire clan can be collected by you with minimal loss." Hinata Yaya nodded in understanding. Reaching this point, Hinata Yaya was certainly no longer a naive saint. She provided sanctuary for the Hyuga clan, and it was a perfectly reasonable request for them to surrender the eyes of their deceased. However, she would not resort to harming her kin for the sake of their eyes. Hurry and grow stronger. Adapt to this newfound power, strive to enhance your dominance, and master the 8 gates. You shall possess strength that far surpasses that of an ordinary Hokage. The current ninja world is not as tranquil as it appears, Naruto instructed before departing. Hinata Yaya felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed that Konoha was on the brink of war with Kumogakure and Awagakure. Reikage was eager to assist Konoha. Was this perceived tranquility in her master's eyes merely a facade, concealing even more terrifying powers that the inscrutable Naruto feared? Hinata Yaya had begun to grasp the extent of Naruto's abilities. Previously, she had only sensed the unfathomable depths of his strength, but had not comprehended the limits. Now, with her awakening of the rebirth eye, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of Naruto's might. His formidable physique and the chakra volume within him far surpassed that of an average jonin, reflecting the immense power he concealed. Furthermore, as the foremost blacksmith of the ninja world, Naruto undoubtedly possessed countless hidden techniques. At times, Hinata Yaya felt as though Naruto's strength loomed like a mountain. Each time she believed she was closing the gap or catching up, the distance only seemed to widen. Perhaps the times when the disparity between their strengths was the smallest were during their days at the Ninja Academy. She recalled the amusing sight of Naruto being mobbed by a group of Uchiha youngsters after he had provocatively taunted them. A smile inadvertently graced her lips. In her youth, Hinata Yaya had rather fond feelings for Naruto, but alas, as a member of the Hyuga branch family, she had no right to determine her own fate. Now, however, she was no longer as compliant as she once appeared. Previously constrained by the metaphorical cage, she felt unworthy of Naruto and had devoted herself to the pursuit of freedom. Yet, even then, she had attempted to seduce Naruto on several occasions, only to realize that his gaze was not in her favor, though he had managed to suppress his reactions. If Hinata Yaya were truly the type of naive girl she seemed to be, how could she have governed the Hyuga clan so efficiently, at least on the surface, with the support of those around her? For someone who had usurped her way to power, achieving such outcomes was commendable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chitake had been clan leader for many years, with a faction of dissenters opposing him. Now that the cage was removed, the path to awakening the rebirth eye was paved. Even if there was a gap between her and Naruto's strengths, she felt confident in defeating other women to claim her prize first. Hinata Yaya set a modest goal for herself, to become a formidable force, claiming Naruto's heart. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who was eagerly awaiting the day he could replicate the first stage of the rebirth eye, his innocence had already caught the attention of a scheming woman. Those who kill are perpetually hunted, and those who charge forth are forever pursued. The aspiring master who wished to cultivate an apprentice would one day find himself targeted by another. Chapter 179. The reanimation of the first and second Hokage. Upon returning home, Naruto did not receive the anticipated reward from Hinata Yaya. Instead, he was met with a reward from Minato Namikaze. Ding! Minato Namikaze has achieved a basic mastery of the A-rank weapon, the Demon Blade Senbonzakura, talent replication activated, mastery of Flying Thunder God technique acquired. In an instant, Naruto realized that the Flying Thunder God technique, which he had struggled to comprehend for so long, was now within his grasp. However, as he reflected on the memories within his mind, he recognized that this iteration of the Flying Thunder God was still at the level of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, as Minato had yet to implement any new modifications or enhancements to the technique. After experimenting with the Flying Thunder God for a while, Naruto prepared for the next step in forging. Although he was unsure whom to gift the weapons of Dog Timo and the Red Demon Fan, he figured he might as well forge them while he had the time. Just then, news from Orochimaru arrived. The research on the Mouse Talisman project had been completed. Naruto was immediately elated, as this meant he could summon a stronger version of Hashirama Senju to combat Uchiha Madara. The thought of a deceased warrior facing off against a half-dead opponent was exhilarating. Of course, this was contingent upon the fact that Naruto had not completely severed ties with Konoha. He did not believe that the reanimation jutsu could control a near-peak or even half-alive Hashirama Senju. Naturally, Naruto was not concerned about the potential alliance between Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, as the control of the Mouse Talisman resided firmly in his hands. Even if Hashirama were to rebel, Naruto could simply remove the Mouse Talisman. As long as the talisman was absent, Naruto remained confident that he could suppress Hashirama with the aid of the technique. To facilitate convincing Hashirama, Naruto enlisted Tsunade, Shodai, and Orochimaru to accompany him to the Valley of the End. Understanding the need to persuade Tsunade and Shodai, he said, "Teacher, Shodai, this time I wish to utilize the second Hokage's ninjutsu to attempt summoning the first Hokage." Shodai suddenly paused, astonished that his great-grandfather had invented such a remarkable forbidden technique. He just happened to feel a bit nostalgic for his granduncle, so he promptly smiled and agreed, Sure. It would be best to summon both granduncle and second uncle." Silence. Tsunade instantly unleashed the formidable aura inherited from her sister. "All right." Shoju shrank his head, falling silent. Naruto understood that Tsunade was awaiting his explanation. So he organized his thoughts and said, "This is because I recently captured a peculiar organism, and it informed me that Uchiha Madara is still alive and is plotting something sinister for the ninja world." Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in shock. After all, in her memory, Uchiha Madara had been slain by her granduncle decades ago. Logically, he should have been dead for many years. Now, Naruto's sudden revelation that Madara is still alive was staggering. However, Tsunade quickly pondered, but why hasn't Madara shown himself all these years? Given his temperament, he should have attacked Konoha after granduncle's death, right? There are two reasons. Naruto explained. Firstly, after his battle with the first Hokage, he sustained grave injuries and significantly depleted his strength, making him unable to wield his powers freely. Secondly, his goal now is not merely one or two ninja villages, but the entire ninja world. Naruto dropped a bombshell. Moreover, our Uchiha clan possesses a forbidden technique that requires the sacrifice of one Sharingan to feign death. Thus, as long as Uchiha Madara employs that technique, he cannot truly die. This revelation struck the surrounding group like an atomic bomb, particularly Orochimaru. As a renowned scientist in the ninja world, he was intrigued by Naruto's mention of the technique, even speculating that it must possess more than just the ability to feign death. Currently, He happened to have 6 Sharingan in his possession. Naruto initially intended to summon Kakuzu as a witness, but Tsunade abruptly interrupted him, saying, "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that this matter is too astonishing. If this is true, then Konoha, and indeed the entire ninja world, is in absolute peril. This is beyond our capacity to resolve. But I have one request, summon second uncle as well. Granduncle can be a bit well, this matter requires second uncle's assistance. Big sis, I knew you cared for me. You promised to grant my request." Shoju eagerly chimed in, stretching his neck in delight. Silence. Tsunade exerted her authority once more. Shoju retracted his head, casting a secretive glance at Naruto, as if to say, "I'm just joking. I'm quite brave, you know. I'm merely indulging her. Let us proceed." Naruto gestured for Orochimaru to initiate the summoning jutsu. Orochimaru began retrieving several experimental subjects cultivated from Kakuzu's cells from the scroll. After some contemplation, Naruto decided to release Kaku. For persuading Senju would not be an easy task. Just released, Kakuzu seemed to be still asleep, but as sunlight hit him, he began to awaken. "Ah, have I arrived in heaven? Naruto, you've come to heaven as well." However, Naruto couldn't bring himself to strike his dear friend, so he exchanged a knowing glance with Shoju. The younger man quickly grasped Naruto's intent and displayed a hint of curiosity towards the peculiar figure before him. "This is Konoha, not heaven." Shoju leaned closer to Kakuzu. "What? Konoha has ascended to heaven. It seems Lord Madara's plan has succeeded. I wonder what it feels like to be in heaven." Kakuzu replied while lying on the ground. "I said it's Konoha, not heaven. And why are you suddenly asking what it feels like to be in heaven? Don't you have an exit?" Shoju was momentarily flabbergasted by Kakuzu's line of thought. Naruto chose to ignore the antics of the two clowns and focused on Orochimaru's actions. Soon, 2 coffins, marked with the numbers 1 and 2, stood upright before Orochimaru. As the coffins opened, 2 figures emerged. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, clad in red armor, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, dressed in blue armor. Perhaps because they were not truly alive, their faces bore elongated cracks. At this moment, everyone's gaze shifted to the 2 figures. For some reason, possibly due to the materials used for this summoning being cultivated from Kakuzu's cells, the 2 initially appeared stiff, but soon their expressions began to animate. Senju Tobirama opened his eyes and immediately spotted Orochimaru, turning his head away to see 2 familiar figures. Chapter 180. Senju Tobirama's intent to act. "Is that you, Tsunade?" Senju Tobirama inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. Upon hearing this, the recently summoned Senju Hashirama also turned his gaze towards them. He compared the imposing figure before him with the image of his dear little Tsunade, discovering several striking similarities. "Granduncle, second uncle, it's me." Tsunade, unusually, did not display her typical bold demeanor. "Ha ha ha, little Tsunade has grown up." Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, ruffling his hair. "Is this the reanimation jutsu? Is there something of great importance?" Senju Tobirama instantly grasped the reason for their presence in the living world and spoke gravely to the assembled group. "Tsunade, come here. Let me have a look at you. Is this handsome young man beside you your boyfriend?" Senju Hashirama appeared unusually cheerful, not expecting to see Tsunade after so many years. Senju Tobirama, momentarily embarrassed by his elder brother's antics, could only retort angrily, "Brother, Tobirama, don't be angry." Senju Hashirama continued to chuckle. Orochimaru and Shoju exchanged glances, feeling utterly bewildered by the scene before them. Especially Shoju, who had idolized the first Hokage. He never imagined the legendary figure would possess such a genial and humorous demeanor. "Second uncle, this is my disciple, Uchiha Naruto. He will explain the situation to you." Tsunade introduced Naruto's identity. Upon hearing that Tsunade's disciple was an Uchiha, Senju Tobirama was taken aback, silently hoping this Uchiha would be as virtuous as Uchiha Kagami. Otherwise, little Tsunade could easily be deceived by the cunning Uchiha brat. Uchiha Naruto showed no signs of timidity, politely greeting the 2 Hokages. Then, he immediately dropped a bombshell. "Recently, I captured Kakuzu and discovered that Uchiha Madara is still alive. If Madara invades Konoha, we will require the power of the first Hokage." "What? Madara is still alive?" Senju Hashirama couldn't help but exclaim. Senju Tobirama's expression darkened. Aside from Hashirama, no one understood the Uchiha clan better than he did, and no one comprehended Madara's strength and obsession more thoroughly. If Madara truly was alive and the only one capable of confronting him, Senju Hashirama had already perished. Tobirama felt there's no one in the ninja world who could stop Madara. Next, Kakuzu will elaborate on Uchiha Madara's specific circumstances, Naruto declared, pulling the lurking Kakuzu into the spotlight, addressing everyone. No, I absolutely will not betray Lord Madara. Kakuzu appeared terrified, his voice trembling as he looked at Naruto. Kakuzu, don't be foolish. You've already betrayed Uchiha Madara. You've already informed us that he is still alive. Haven't you? Moreover, you just mentioned that Madara has a plan to send everyone in the ninja world to heaven. Naruto pressed, a wicked smile curling his lips as he cornered Kakuzu. To an outsider, this scene might suggest that the tyrant Naruto was coercing Kakuzu into submission. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's face turned ashen, his lips quivered slightly, but he remained silent. At that moment, Naruto spoke again. Ah Fei, do you not wish to know what the sensation of urgency feels like? This utterance struck Ah Fei's soul like a bolt of lightning, resurrecting memories of his past curiosity about this very sensation. Ah Fei's psychological defenses were utterly shattered by Naruto's words. He lowered his head and, with a sense of resignation, replied, "Very well, I shall speak." The others looked on in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what this urgency entailed. Yet they were soon captivated by Ah Fei's words. Lord Madara had long sought an appropriate individual to aid him in collecting the tailed beasts, ultimately aspiring to dominate the world. Due to his admiration for Naruto, he dispatched me, a formidable general, to personally monitor him. Lord Madara, it was they who compelled me. I did not wish to disclose this. After uttering these words, Ah Fei turned aside, concealing his face in tears, inexplicably shedding them despite being a white zetsu. Perhaps he had awakened the power of the Kamui, hiding his tears within its dimension. A fitting reference to the adage in the Naruto universe that the Kamui cannot conceal tears. But wait, why would Uchiha Madara seek assistance in gathering the tailed beasts instead of doing it himself? Madara was not one to idly observe others in battle. As a scholar of the Uchiha, he was one of the few intellectuals in the shinobi world. In an instant, Senju Tobirama grasped the crux of the matter. It was evident that Uchiha Madara, having aged, must have sustained severe injuries during his battle with the first Hokage, preventing him from acting freely. Naruto stepped forth to address the situation. However, Senju Tobirama, rather dismissively, continued to fixate on Naruto, stating, "I am inquiring of him. Furthermore, having captured a spy, we ought to seek out the Yamanaka clan to extract his memories." For reasons unknown, after a brief interaction with Naruto, Senju Tobirama found himself increasingly irked by the latter, perceiving Naruto as a quintessentially malevolent Uchiha youth. Meanwhile, Ah Fei, overhearing Tobirama's sinister remarks, sought refuge behind Naruto. Naruto promptly retracted Ah Fei into the dimensional array. "Ah Fei is my capture. As for how to deal with him, I shall relieve the second Hokage of such concerns," Naruto retorted sharply. Hearing Naruto's words, which clearly contradicted the will of fire, as well as the numerous inconsistencies surrounding this incident, Senju Tobirama felt his temper rising. Nonetheless, he managed to suppress his anger and spoke slowly. "Is the current Hokage still a monkey? Why not inform him of this matter? We should notify the Hokage before proceeding with further schemes." Naruto was already exasperated by the second Hokage's incessant questioning, while it was unwise to become enraged at the deceased. This fellow was insufferably arrogant. He regretted summoning him. Had he known, even if Tsunade had requested it, he would have employed all means to persuade her to reconsider. The current Hokage was Jiraiya, the third Hokage's disciple. The reason he refrained from discussing it with him was that their relationship was not particularly cordial, especially since Jiraiya had recently dispatched individuals to investigate him. Furthermore, this summoning was an experiment. He intended to inform the Hokage upon its success. Given that Uchiha Madara's ambitions were clear, as Naruto asserted, Senju Tobirama immediately recalled the coup d'état involving Uchiha Shisui and others during his tenure. Now, with Uchiha Naruto claiming a poor relationship with the current Hokage, who had sent people to investigate him, it was evident. "So you intend to manipulate our strength against the Hokage?" A naturally malevolent Uchiha youth. In an instant, Senju Tobirama unleashed a formidable surge of chakra, a visibly potent blue aura enveloping his form, causing even the surrounding trees to tremble. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly stepped in front of Naruto, arms outstretched to shield him. Senju Tobirama, witnessing Tsunade's protective stance, felt his ire intensifying, an ominous premonition swirling within him, compelling him to amplify his oppressive presence. Tobirama. Senju Hashirama erupted with an even more powerful chakra, the ground beneath him fracturing under its force. "Stand down," Hashirama commanded, fixing his gaze upon Tobirama. "Understood. Do not recklessly unleash your chakra, brother," Tobirama replied, gradually ceasing his chakra accumulation. My apologies." Hashirama chuckled heartily, casually remarking. Chapter 181. Success of the Mouse Sealing Experiment. Regardless of the circumstances, Madara ought not to remain in the shinobi world causing chaos. As for the issues among this generation, they should be capable of resolving them themselves. Naruto, my friend, you would not turn against Konoha, would you? Surely you are not merely Tsunade's disciple, but rather her romantic partner. Hashirama made a startling assertion. The dim-witted Shoten exclaimed, "What?" Naruto found himself somewhat bewildered. How did you come to this conclusion? First Hokage. Instinct. Besides, did you not also admit it? Hashirama replied, raising his brows and smiling at Naruto. Naruto thought to himself, oh no, I have been outwitted by this fool. As Tobirama observed Tsunade's flushed face, the anger he had managed to suppress suddenly flared anew. I oppose this union. I do not approve of this boy. And how could a Senju marry an Uchiha? Tobirama promptly voiced his dissent. Hashirama, however, chuckled as he patted Tobirama's shoulder, saying, look at them, a perfect match, destined for one another. Who are you, a mere corpse, to object? The words of the smiling Hashirama were chilling. Only Tobirama understood his elder brother well enough not to take offense. Hashirama continued, moreover, why should a Senju not marry an Uchiha? Did we not agree to blend the Senju bloodline into Konoha? The Uchiha were also members of Konoha. So, Tsunade, when will you two tie the knot? Tsunade, upon hearing this, felt increasingly embarrassed, stammering for a while. Naruto is only 13 this year. While Hashirama was unaware of the current year, he could infer from Tsunade's appearance that there was likely a significant age gap between them. Prompting a foreboding thought, Naruto cannot truly be Tsunade's disciple. In response, Naruto, feeling increasingly bold, declared, Lord Hashirama, I assure you that I will only request your assistance against Uchiha Madara. I possess a method that I wish to test in hopes of restoring a significant portion of your strength. Hearing Naruto's assurance, Senju Tobirama softened slightly. This Uchiha seemed intent on leveraging their power against Madara, which was somewhat acceptable. However, Tobirama could distinctly sense that this Naruto would undoubtedly pose a threat to Konoha. And should the opportunity arise, he would need to act. Unbeknownst to Naruto, Tobirama's intentions were far from benign. Even if he were aware, it would matter little, as he could only wonder if Naruto would summon Senju Tobirama once more. Subsequently, Hashirama began collaborating with Orochimaru on the experiment. Orochimaru first employed the mouse sealing technique on Senju Hashirama in his Edo Tensei state. The ensuing spectacle left Senju Tobirama wide-eyed in astonishment, as the noticeable cracks on Hashirama's body began to vanish until he appeared almost indistinguishable from a living person. Hashirama attempted to move his arms and flex his fingers, only to find that he still lacked sensation, though his strength had significantly increased. Orochimaru, witnessing this scene, could not help but express his amazement, finding it perplexing no matter how many times he observed it. First Hokage, to what extent can you exert your pre-mortem power now? Orochimaru inquired. Hashirama, having tested his limbs, responded, perhaps around 30%. Hearing this, Senju Tobirama was once again taken aback. After all, he had invented the Edo Tensei technique. He understood it reasonably well, but his personal development of the technique remained in its infancy. Moreover, since summoned individuals could not wield their full pre-mortem strength, he had opted to combine it with the explosive tag technique. When he had earlier unleashed his chakra, he realized that the technique had evolved considerably under the influence of later generations. Although the underlying principles remained the same, the methodologies had changed dramatically. It was precisely this evolution that allowed him to exert nearly half of his original power. It can be said that even with the current strength of his body, it would be insufficient for him, let alone for Senju Hashirama. Remarkably, under the influence of the stone adorned with a mouse motif, his elder brother was able to unleash a surprising 30% of his power. Observing his brother's appearance, which bore an uncanny resemblance to his living self, he ventured a bold hypothesis. Could that object facilitate a revival akin to the impure world reincarnation? Such a treasure must undoubtedly be in the possession of Konoha. Orochimaru conducted a series of observations on Senju Hashirama, meticulously recording data before retracting the power with the mouse seal. At that moment, Orochimaru unexpectedly requested Hashirama to leap atop his own statue. Without any hesitation, Hashirama sprang into action, landing gracefully atop the head of his statue. Subsequently, Orochimaru formed hand seals, murmuring incantations while etching peculiar symbols upon the statue beneath Hashirama's feet. These symbols emanated a faint glow, establishing a remarkable connection with Hashirama's corporeal form. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Hashirama's body began to gradually merge into the colossal statue, as if drawn by an invisible force, his form slowly disappearing within the stone. Orochimaru watched this spectacle with a satisfied grin. He seized the mouse seal once more and activated its powers upon the statue. A crimson beam flickered from the seal, striking the statue instantaneously. As the light enveloped it, the once gray and massive stone began to undergo a breathtaking transformation. Its hue gradually brightened, as if imbued with life. The texture upon the stone's surface contorted and reshaped, mimicking the appearance of human muscle and skin. In no time, the gigantic statue had entirely morphed into an enlarged version of Senju Hashirama. His stature soared several times greater than before, with defined musculature radiating an overwhelming aura. This colossal Hashirama appeared so lifelike, as though he had truly been resurrected. Unable to contain his excitement, Orochimaru erupted into laughter. "Ha! I have succeeded. Splendid. The mouse seal is indeed miraculous." After his laughter subsided, Orochimaru continued to inquire of Hashirama. "First Hokage, how much power can you currently wield?" The towering Hashirama scratched his head and replied, "You all seem so small now. I should be able to exert 70% of my power, but I must admit, I am not particularly agile at the moment." As he spoke, Hashirama leaped a couple of times, sending tremors through the earth. He even playfully attempted to shift Uchiha Madara's statue. Chapter 182. Quickly go to the Uchiha clan and ask for Uchiha Naruto. Originally, Uchiha Madara's statue was in a state of reconciliation, but due to the previous experiment with the mouse seal, it now appeared poised for an aggressive stance, leaning precariously. As Hashirama's close friend, he could not tolerate Madara's statue remaining askew. He crouched down, one hand supporting Madara's statue's leg and the other at its waist. And with a swift motion, he effortlessly lifted the statue. Suddenly, Hashirama realized that his newfound strength was overwhelming, making it challenging to gauge his control. He could even sense Madara's statue teetering dangerously under his immense power. This could not continue. He had to set the statue down. Hastily, Hashirama lowered Madara's statue and swiftly distanced himself to prevent any further damage. However, he failed to notice that the statue was no longer resting on the previously flat ground. It had landed upon a rock during his earlier toss, placing it in a precarious state of balance. Mere moments after touching down, the statue began to tilt ominously to one side. Hashirama's eyes widened in alarm, his mouth agape. Yet, he could do nothing to save the statue, fearing that he might inadvertently crush it. In that moment, Hashirama could only pray that his bond with Madara would safeguard the statue from harm. However, fate has a penchant for mischief. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the previously unstable statue to lose its balance and topple towards the waterfall. Madara's head collided forcefully with the earth beside the falls. Fortunately, the statue remained intact, and Hashirama thought to himself how their bond surely prevailed. Cautiously, Hashirama approached the statue and secured it in place. Just as he did so, he felt a sudden impact upon his head, and upon glancing down, he was met with the sight of Uchiha Madara's decapitated form and his severed head. Madara, the head, the bond. Hashirama's mind went blank, shifting his gaze toward Tobirama. Tobirama, catching Hashirama's eye, blushed and averted his gaze, as if to convey, "Don't let anyone know I know you." Nearby, Naruto, who had witnessed the entire scene, nearly burst into laughter. Nonetheless, the experiment had concluded successfully, and henceforth, should Uchiha Madara dare to cause trouble, Naruto would ensure he faced utter defeat. Subsequently, Naruto and Orochimaru attended to the concluding tasks. Tobirama attempted to engage in some mischief, but Hashirama pulled him back, while Naruto hastily instructed Orochimaru to return to the underworld. Upon returning home, Naruto was greeted by the arrival of a new reward. This particular reward was of significant importance to him, evoking a sense of excitement even in his steadfast demeanor. Ding! Hinata Yaya Advanced Mastery A-Rank Weapon. The March of the Dead 8 Houses. Talent copy activated. Hinata Yaya's Rebirth Eye, Pseudo. Rebirth Eye, Pseudo. This is a pair of eyes that transcends the ordinary level of Byakugan, yet still falls short of becoming true rebirth eyes, possessing only the exclusive abilities of repulsion and attraction. Naruto then teleported outside of Konoha, for after all, it was still rebirth eyes, and he anticipated a significant commotion. Closing his eyes and then reopening them, he found his irises had transformed to closely resemble those of Hinata Yaya, with the sclera now a striking blue, while his pupils remained his own shade of black. First and foremost was the critical insight. As Naruto infused his chakra, the rebirth eye activated with mechanical precision. Although he was not physically present in Konoha, with these eyes, Naruto could directly surveil the entire village. From his vantage point outside Konoha, he even observed Uchiha Mikoto practicing her blade within the village. After testing his insight abilities, Naruto took a deep breath and slowly opened his arms, as if to embrace the entire world. Shinra Tensei, with a deep and powerful proclamation. An invisible repulsive force erupted from him. This force surged forth like a tempestuous wave, rapidly expanding outward from Naruku's center. In an instant, the overwhelming repulsion swept through, uprooting every plant in its path, sending them flying far away. The once lush grass, diminutive shrubs, and other flora were ruthlessly obliterated, leaving behind a barren expanse. In the face of such formidable power, everything appeared fragile and feeble. Naruku's body trembled slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. He was quite pleased with the potency of this strike, for it was not even his full strength. As he gazed towards Konoha, he recalled Nagato's use of the puppets to execute the Super Shinra Tensei, pondering whether he could replicate it. As for the attraction, there was little to elaborate upon. It was simply a commendable control skill. Just imagine the discomfort if an opponent's abilities were suddenly drawn in mid-execution. There were even speculations that the Tenchi Sozo utilized by Uchiha Obito was merely an application of the gravitational powers of the Rinnegan. However, this is still quite distant from Naruku's current capabilities. Toko Kamaru pushed open the door to the Hokage's office and announced, "Jiraiya, Reikage has once again intruded into the land of fire." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya felt as though his head might explode. With Sarutobi Hiruzen in hiding and Shimura Danzo partially withdrawn, who in Konoha could possibly stand against Reikage? It is worth noting that Jiraiya had not yet matured to the apex of his combat prowess. In fact, one could argue that Jiraiya's current strength paled in comparison to the pre-infinite Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya had witnessed the terrors of Reikage firsthand. It was only through Hiruzen's relentless utilization of the infinite Tsukuyomi and his continuous transformations and devouring that they had managed to wear down such an adversary. From Jiraiya's perspective, even binding the three legendary Sannin together might not suffice to confront that individual. "What are we to do, Jiraiya?" Mito Yaiba inquired anxiously. At that moment, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Since ascending to the Hokage position during a critical juncture, he had been tirelessly attempting to clean up the mess left by Hiruzen, striving to uncover the truth behind Hiruzen's defection. Yet, a series of setbacks had followed: Danzo's retreat, internal strife within the Hyuga clan, the rift between his student and Kushina Uzumaki, and the incompetence of Mito Yaiba and Toko Kamaru. Despite his fervent dedication, he had achieved little of worth and now faced yet another harrowing trial. Jiraiya began to grasp the essential skill of compromise that most politicians must master throughout their careers. "Immediately send for Uchiha Naruku," Jiraiya commanded in a solemn tone, a wave of intense humiliation surging within him. At that moment, he loathed his own powerlessness and felt a mix of anger and helplessness towards the lack of capable individuals in Konoha. Toko Kamaru and Mito Yaiba exchanged glances, refraining from uttering any further warnings about Uchiha, and swiftly dispatched someone to invite Naruku. Chapter 183, The Reawakening of Tyrant. Thus, Naruku, who was rarely at the Uchiha clan's estate accompanying his sister, was interrupted by the Umbu. Naruku regarded the rather amicable Umbu ninja with curiosity about why Jiraiya sought him. He followed the Umbu to the Hokage office. Upon entering, Jiraiya gestured for Naruku to sit. Jiraiya's expression was congenial, even tinged with a hint of supplication as he addressed Naruku. "Naruku, the third Reikage has already crossed into the land of fire. How long until the Guardian Mech's supreme throne can be forged? Is there any other means to halt Reikage's advance?" However, Naruku did not feel discomfort at Jiraiya's inquiries. Instead, he suddenly discerned a phenomenon. Even in a different world, this phenomenon remained true. When one lacks strength, the surroundings seem rife with malice and ill-intentioned individuals. Yet, once one becomes powerful, no matter the location, one discovers a plethora of benevolent souls. In fact, should one excel further, even esteemed scholars would engage in theological debates on one's behalf. The Guardian Mech's supreme throne will require approximately half a month's time to complete, which means Konoha only needs to hold off Reikage for that duration, Naruku stated. Jiraiya nodded in understanding. As for alternative solutions, there indeed existed one. "Do you recall Tyrant?" Naruku countered. Jiraiya's face displayed a flicker of confusion upon hearing that name, but he quickly remembered the ominous, perilous creature. Previously, he had barely managed to defeat that dangerous entity alongside Tsunade. Even now, he found the creature's evolutionary capabilities and vitality utterly terrifying. Wasn't that monster used as material for Shoju's armor? I believe it was called the armor of the cursed demon. Why bring that up now? Shoju and that armor combined shouldn't be a match for Reikage, Jiraiya queried, perplexed. "It seems you have forgotten what I previously mentioned. The armor of the cursed demon is a living piece of armor, which has inherited Tyrant's evolutionary capabilities almost perfectly. It is precisely for this reason that Shoju can transform into a wood dragon under extreme circumstances. However, this transformation is unstable. So even Shoju can only utilize 1 or 2 techniques in that form. Moreover, Shoju might fall unconscious due to the armor's side effects. Thus, Naruto left a hint of suspense. Jiraiya once again became acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding Naruto's weaponry, a living, evolving armor that would be hard for anyone to believe. Of course, this was partly due to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru's reticence, as Jiraiya himself had never witnessed it firsthand and thus did not give it the attention it deserved. So, Jiraiya asked. The severe side effects previously stemmed largely from the armor of the cursed demon being starved. Shoju himself did not provide enough sustenance for the armor to maintain its transformation for extended periods. Thus, we require Kushina's assistance to supply a modicum of chakra, Naruto revealed. Jiraiya instinctively felt compelled to refuse, in his subconscious. He believed it best for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to avoid contact with the Uchiha, and certainly not to share the precious chakra of the Nine-Tails. Observing Jiraiya's hesitation, Naruto recognized that Jiraiya was reluctant to agree. However, this matter was not overly urgent for Naruto himself. To put it bluntly, even if Reikage were to invade Konoha and seize it, he would still compel Naruto to complete the Guardian Mech's supreme throne. Of course, the 4th Hokage could also approach Reikage for a discussion. Perhaps he would be amicable. Alternatively, he could seek assistance from the 3rd Hokage, Naruto jested. I shall give it a try, Jiraiya said, torn. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Naruto then turned and exited the Hokage's office, gently closing the door behind him, thereby exuding an air of elegance that Danzo could never emulate. At some location along the border of the Land of Fire, the 3rd Reikage perused a letter from Jiraiya, bemused that he believed 2 mere artifacts could suffice to dismiss him, particularly when these artifacts would require a considerable amount of time to be delivered. In the past, such a proposal might have sufficed to achieve the war's objectives. But unfortunately for the present 3rd Reikage, this was somewhat lacking. Thus, he resolved to advance on Konoha first before negotiating with the Hokage, as this would likely yield more favorable terms. Full speed ahead, the 3rd Reikage commanded his subordinates. Merely half a day later, Naruto once again found himself in the Hokage's office, and this time, Jiraiya did not delay, eager to see Naruto's full potential. Observing the Hokage's compliance, Naruto too felt inclined to experiment, as he was curious to discover the limits of Tyrant. In a seemingly deserted clearing within Konoha, without needing to observe closely, Naruto knew that the area was teeming with umbu. He took Kushina Uzumaki's hand and reassured her, do not worry, shortly, you shall provide some of your Nine-Tails chakra to Shoju's armor. Why not inquire about Kyuubi's thoughts? Kushina was somewhat intrigued, as she initially believed the Nine-Tails would surely refuse. Given the Nine-Tails character, it seldom wished to engage in anything that would benefit humanity. Yet, astonishingly, today it had agreed. Meanwhile, within its cage, the Nine-Tails was quietly shedding tears of iron bars. Upon seeing a small figure enter Kushina's consciousness, it had intended to frighten the intruder. However, it soon realized that this individual was Naruto, and as it attempted to assert its dominance, it fell victim to Naruto's ocular power. Consequently, it found itself subjected to a number of humiliating experiences. The Nine-Tails recalled their dialogue. Uchiha brat, no matter the circumstances, I shall never assist you. Abandon that notion at once. The Nine-Tails roared in fury. Kyuubi, you wouldn't want what transpired earlier to become known, particularly not to Shikaku, would you? Naruto parroted a comment from Japanese netizens. He then turned to the somewhat anxious Shoju and instructed, Shoju, once you transform, be sure to manage the armor's devouring speed judiciously. Do not allow yourself to be truly manipulated by Tyrant. Otherwise, Lady Tsunade will hold me accountable. Remember, you are the true master of the armor. Yes, Master Naruto. I understand. I shall not let you down. Shoju immediately offers his assurance. Now let us commence. Naruto has issued the command.